In the alley, a winged monster stared at her, drool dripping onto the ground and hissing as it smoked. Xiajiqiu Shiyu was so scared she tightly shut her eyes. Getting her manuscript rejected was one thing, but now she was going to be eaten by this winged monster. "I found you, plague demon." A male voice exploded, and a gust of wind swept by. She opened her eyes and saw a tall figure floating in the air, a red cloak billowing behind him. The monster that had just seemed ferocious was now trembling in fear, shrinking back. Li Ong's figure flickered, and the monster was sent flying, crashing through several walls. He grabbed the monster buried under the rubble and tore off its wings. The monster screeched in agony. Li Ong's eyes glowed red, and a heat ray pierced directly through its brain, casually tossing the corpse aside. The sound of police sirens could be heard from several kilometers away. But he didn't leave. He returned to Xiajiqiu Shiyu's side, scooping her up in a princess carrying whoosh, took her straight home. The arriving police were stunned, and Mawako Sato stared at the monster in the rubble, gasping, "Is this the culprit behind the missing persons case? Report it." Xiajiqiu Shiyu was set down and quickly stepped back, her ears slightly red. "Who are you? What was that monster?" Li Ong patted the S on his chest, and his battle suit transformed into a pendant. "I am Li Ong. You can call me Savior." That was a plague demon, an artificial monster, weak in strength that can be eliminated with 2 or 3 clips from a rifle. Xiajiqiu Shiyu pouted. "Do you know how pretentious you sound? A normal human would be done for after 1 shot. This monster needed 2 or 3 clips to die, and he called that weak. Just how strong was the Savior Li Ong? The plague demon was just the beginning. Would there be more terrifying monsters? What other connections would Xiajiqiu Shiyu and he have? At that moment, Li Ong suddenly looked out the window, his expression serious. "It seems another new toy has appeared. Not everyone possesses your kind of strength, Mr. Muscle." Xiajiqiu Shiyu's sharp tongue was triggered, her tense nerves relaxing. 8bit. Li Ong shrugged, being a traveler and a savior. Isn't it normal to have some privileges? Seeing that he was immune to her sharp tongue, Xiajiqiu Shiyu lost her urge to retort and slumped on the sofa. "Thanks, my name is Xiajiqiu." Xiajiqiu Shiyu, 18 years old, 168 centimeters tall, 52 kilograms, a third-year student in Class C at the private Fengqi Academy, outwardly gentle but secretly scheming. Measurements B, 89W, 61. H, 88. Li Ong recited a string of data. Xiajiqiu Shiyu's expression shifted from dazed to cold, staring at him with a look of disgust. "The title of pervert savior seems more fitting for you." Li Ong waved his hand. "It was just a name that I know about you because the world entrusted me to find you destined one." He became serious. "This world has been marked by the outer world. The plague demon from earlier was just an appetizer, and more evil monsters will come. My strength is limited. I need partners, and you were chosen by the world's will." Xiajiqiu Shiyu pondered for a long time before asking, "Why me? Maybe it's destiny." Li Ong was vague. In fact, he had been summoned by his counterpart in a parallel world, who, before dying, transferred his superhuman bloodline to him. The system left him with an ultimate task: save the world and resist the invasion of the outer world, or face the destruction of the world. He reached an agreement with the world. It would choose suitable people for him, and he would train these individuals into pseudo-saviors to share the burden. "Welcome to the New Gods organization." Li Ong extended his hand, shook hers, and then let go, his gentlemanly gesture earning him a bit of favor from Xiajiqiu Shiyu. "You are now an immortal body and must undergo trials to gain power. Are there really gods in this world?" Xiajiqiu Shiyu was curious. Li Ong smiled mysteriously. "Isn't the one standing in front of you a god? The god of humanity?" Xiajiqiu Shiyu rolled her eyes. "Oh, you know about Zeus from Greek mythology." Li Ong became serious. "The trial you will accept is the legacy of his illegitimate daughter, Princess of Paradise Island Wonder Woman Diana." The illegitimate daughter of a god? Princess of Paradise Island? Xiajiqiu Shiyu's mouth fell open, completely stunned. Li Ong watched her expression and secretly took out his phone to snap a picture. Got the black history of the sharp-tongued queen. Could Xiajiqiu Shiyu handle the legacy of Wonder Woman? What other people would join the New Gods organization? What form would the evil from the outer world take next? At that moment, Li Ong's phone suddenly lit up, and a message popped up. Second wave of energy reaction detected. Location: Private Fengqi Academy. Li Ong, can I really pass this trial of Wonder Woman? Being both a god and a princess seems really hard, Xiajiqiu Shiyu said with a bitter expression. Li Ong sat down beside her. Losing your fighting spirit before you even start? That's a big no-no. Diana's inner strength is immense. You need to adjust your mindset, otherwise you won't even make it to Paradise Island. Surprisingly, the straight man's comfort had some effect. Xiajiqiu Shiyu shook her head, stopping her wild thoughts. They'll go make something to eat. Your stomach has been growling for a while. Li Ong stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Mr. Muscle can cook too? She raised an eyebrow. Yes, a god. My love for good food hasn't diminished. Watching Liang busy in the kitchen, Xiaji Qiushiu propped her head up with one hand, a slight smile creeping on her lips. This kind of life seemed pretty nice. The next day, Xiaji Qiushiu walked to school with a sour expression. That guy had flown away right after dinner last night, leaving no contact information. Damn pervert savior. Saying head, take me for trials, but I can't even find him. She kicked a small stone away. Staying up late to look up information on Diana, she found nothing but Western celebrities, nothing useful at all. The trial definitely requires combat skills. The only one nearby with high combat skills seems to be teacher Hiratsuka. Arriving in class, the bell rang, and she leaned on her desk, contemplating the trials, not even hearing Hiratsuka say the PE teacher had been changed. The whole morning passed, and she bought some bread to go to the rooftop. Just as she sat down, she overheard two girls chatting. Yesterday, there was a gas explosion in Area C. I heard a huge noise mixed with wails, and I couldn't sleep all night, said the short-haired girl. Don't think about it. I heard the new PE teacher is super handsome, towering over all the boys in school, even better looking than celebrities, said the long-haired girl, starry-eyed. Xiaji Qiushiu's heart skipped a beat. This description sounded a lot like Liang. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly cleaned up her trash and left in PE class. Xiaji Qiushiu changed in her gym clothes and went to the playground, her eyes widening when she saw the new PE teacher. Liang was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black sports pants, a pendant and whistle swinging from his neck, wearing black frame glasses, smiling like a breath of spring. TSK, it's actually that perverted Mr. Muscle. She looked at Liang surrounded by girls and walked straight over to Liang caught sight of her and subtly dodged a hand reaching to touch his chest muscles, blowing his whistle to gather the scattered team immediately. Xiaji Qiushiu glared at him and returned to her spot. Hello, everyone. I am the new PE teacher, Liang, a Yanwang person. I will be in charge of PE class from now on. Liang adjusted his glasses. Okay, Teacher Li, the students shouted in unison, except for Xiaji Qiushiu. Did Liang become the PE teacher just to get closer to Xiaji Qiushiu? Is the gas explosion in Area C really an accident? What kind of commotion will he cause in physical education class? At that moment, Liang glanced at the team, his gaze lingering on Kasumiga Kakashiyu for 2 seconds, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today, we'll run 5 laps for warm-up. Liang had the students run 3 laps around the playground for warm-up, followed by sit-ups and planks, leaving nothing out. Kasumiga Kakashiyu was given special attention. Liang pressed on her foot, smiling as he said, Kasumiga Kaisen, your physical fitness is a bit lacking. You need to practice more. To others, this smile radiated kindness, but to Kasumiga Kakashiyu, it was the smile of a devil. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and completed the training, her back soaked in sweat, struggling to stand up. This scene was witnessed by Hiratsuka Shizen, who had never seen Kasumiga Kakashiyu take physical education class so seriously. Watching Liang support her, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. After the physical education class ended, Liang threw the small notes he received into the trash can and said to Kasumiga Kakashiyu, don't look at me like that. It's all for your own good. In a week, they'll take you to Paradise Island for training, so focus on your workouts now. He tossed 3 small red bottles over. These are vitality potions. Drink one when you reach your limit. It replenishes energy and enhances your physical limits. Just then, Liang frowned, looking northeast. Another monster? Kasumiga Kakashiyu asked. Liang nodded, glancing at the stairwell, and handed over a note with a phone number. They'll go take a look. Call me if anything happens. He touched the pendant on his chest, and his red and blue battle suit instantly covered his body, soaring into the sky and disappearing. Be careful, Kasumiga Kakashiyu prayed with her hands clasped together. In a corner of the stairwell, a girl with golden twin ponytails covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. Liang flew to the detection location, looking down through the white clouds. In the restaurant, a balding man in a suit was burying his face in a plate, ravenously eating only meat, snatching food from others' plates, and pushing aside anyone who tried to stop him. Some even had flesh bitten off their necks by him. The meat is so delicious. He chewed, blood flowing down his neck, staining his white shirt. When the plate was empty, he rushed into the kitchen, disregarding the hot oil, reaching in to grab meat from the frying pan and stuffing it into his mouth. The kitchen staff ran away in panic. Patrol officers arrived, warning with their batons, "Put down the meat and come back to the police station with me." The balding man looked up, his pupils turning into slits, teeth sharp, and he roared as he lunged forward. The officer swung his baton to block, but it was useless. Like striking still water, a large chunk of flesh was torn from his arm as he screamed and fled. Sato Mawako arrived with Takagi. Firing shots, bullets struck the balding man's thigh, leaving only a white mark, not even breaking the skin. The food is getting away. The balding man roared as he chased after it. Fire! Sato fired several shots, and Takagi provided cover, but the two were soon thrown out of the restaurant by the balding man. What kind of monster is this balding man? Can Liang handle him if bullets can't penetrate? With a twin-tailed girl from the stairwell talk about seeing Liang transform. At that moment, the balding man burst out of the restaurant, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd, suddenly lunging at the nearest child. Sato was thrown out and collided with several people, cushioning her fall, but she was just sore all over. Takagi had it worse, crashing directly through the front windshield of the police car, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. The balding man stepped out of the restaurant, no longer looking human, his head covered in long yellowish-black hair, ears transformed into triangles on top of his head, hands turned into claws. He tore off his tattered suit, and his bare toenails left scratches on the ground. What the hell is this thing? Sato got back up, reloading her handgun, trembling as she aimed at the monster. A voice crackled over the radio. Reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes, hold on. Sato smiled bitterly. This monster couldn't even be pierced by bullets. How could she hold on? She shouted to the other officers, while it's focused on me. Quickly evacuate the civilians. Meat. Food. The monster drooled, staring at Sato with gluttonous eyes. Sato gritted her teeth. Don't underestimate humans. Bang. 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 3 bullets flew in a triangular formation. The monster dodged with a flash. In the next second, it was in front of Sato, swiping its claw and breaking her hand that held the gun, causing it to fall to the ground. The monster grabbed her by the neck and lifted her high. Sato struggled, nearly suffocating. A red beam shot down from the sky, and the monster's right hand fell to the ground. With a red cape billowing, blue tight-fitting clothes wrapping around explosive muscles, and a large S on his chest, Liang landed in front of Sato, calmly saying, "A cat beast man." It seems the invasion is happening faster than expected. The cat beast man covered its severed arm, fur bristling, and turned to flee. Sato looked at Liang's expressionless face, like seeing a volcano about to erupt. Whoosh! Liang vanished, reappearing with his fist making intimate contact with the cat beast man's face, shattering most of its sharp teeth. Who gave you the guts to run? You think you're faster than light? Liang towered over it. He stepped on the cat beast man's leg, slowly applying pressure, the sound of bones cracking clear and audible. I'll tell you, there are 7 of us in total. There's a jellyfish, a cow. Before he finished speaking, the cat beast man's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Liang dodged just in time, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious individuals, murmuring, things just got interesting. He was about to take off when Sato, arriving on a motorcycle, called out to him. Who are you? What's going on with these monsters? Liang turned around. Is who I am important? Very important. Sato's tone was firm. You can call me the god of humanity, or Superman. I'm the savior of this world. Sato was taken aback. Those are invaders from the outer world. You will see them often in the future. Liang looked at her. Get some better equipment. Don't be so helpless next time. Who killed the cat beast man from a distance? Where are the other 6 invaders hiding? Will Sato believe in the Superman savior claim? At that moment, Liang suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression serious. It seems another guest has arrived. After Liang finished speaking, he soared into the sky and disappeared with a loud bang. Sato Mawako reached out, wanting to stop him, but as she watched the sonic boom leave a trail in the sky, she reluctantly retracted her hand. Officer Megure arrived in a car, asking, "Where's that man?" Sato looked up, her expression serious. "Chief, do you believe there are gods in this world?" Megure wanted to say it was a scientific society, but the events of the past few days had shattered his understanding, leaving him momentarily speechless. He claims to be the god of humanity. He can also be called Superman, the savior of this world. Sato looked up at the sky. This world is about to change. We need to be prepared. Megure looked at her, deep in thought. Liang returned to Private Tasaki Academy, shedding his battle suit as he walked towards the parking lot. Sitting in the latest Aston Martin, he pondered the cat beast man, said there were 7 invaders in total. 1 was dead, leaving 6, and 1 of them could manipulate life and death from a distance. So he had to find them quickly. I hope Kasuga Kakashiyu grows quickly. Wonder Woman's abilities would be very useful. He didn't want to fight alone like his parallel world self. Being a hero was lonely, but one person's strength was ultimately limited. With a press on the accelerator, the sports car sped towards his new home. In the teaching building, Kasuga Kakashiyu was engaged in extreme tug-of-war with Hiratsuka Shizen. Hiratsuka Shizuka crossed her legs and smoked. If I'm going to teach you martial arts, you need to give me a reason, right? Is it because of the new physical education teacher? I just want to become stronger, Kasuga Kakashiyu said with determination in her eyes. Hiratsuka Shizuka supported her forehead with one hand, clearly skeptical. Tell me the truth. Do you know that physical education teacher? Kasumigakaka Shiyu hesitated and shook her head, but Hiratsuka Shizuka saw right through her. If you don't tell the truth, I won't teach you. Hiratsuka Shizuka flicked the ash off her cigarette. Kasumigakaka Shiyu understood the underlying reason. The world is becoming dangerous, and I want to learn self-defense. Hiratsuka Shizuka was taken aback. Looking in her unwavering eyes, she extinguished her cigarette and stood up. First, you're not allowed to call me Shizuka-kin. Call me Hiratsuka Sensei second. I can teach you, but you have to answer one question truthfully. That I know Leon, but I can only say more with his permission. Kasumigakaka Shiyu spoke up first. Hiratsuka Shizuka pouted and walked toward the door. I have a membership of the martial arts club. Let's go see what your qualifications are. Kasumigakaka Shiyu smiled and followed her out of the school. Can Kasumigakaka Shiyu pass the test of the martial arts club? Will Hiratsuka Shizuka discover the truth about the world's dangers? Who will be the next target of the invader that can control things remotely? At that moment, Leon's phone suddenly vibrated, and an unfamiliar message popped up. I know where the remaining 6 invaders are. Do you want to cooperate? Leon floated in midair, listening to the Amazon warrior's angry scolding, his expression becoming strange. So, no matter which world it is, people who play tactics are disliked. After resting on the ground for about 2 minutes, Shiyu Kazanok picked up her sword and set off again. The journey ahead was relatively easy. After avoiding 3 traps, Shiyu Kazanok walked out of the forest. What came into view was a city full of ancient Greek flavor. A troop clad in armor, wielding long spears, was on guard at the city entrance. When they saw Shiyu Kazanok emerging from the forest and the weapon in her hand, they all assumed a combat stance, ready to attack at command. The corner of Shiyu Kazanok's mouth twitched. In her current state, she could barely handle 1 person, and the army in front of her numbered nearly 100. She suddenly felt tired. Let this trial go however it may. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Amazon army, and a noble and glamorous woman stepped out from the crowd. She held a golden scepter, had a beautiful face, and thick black long hair that fell to her waist. Outsider, I'm the queen of the Amazons. You can call me ofthe. Shiyu Kazanok was taken aback. That name sounded familiar. Then she suddenly remembered it was the name Leon had mentioned before. So, she inserted her sword into the ground to show she meant no harm, then bowed to Hippolyta and introduced herself. Hippolyta had a slight smile on her face. Shiyu Kazanok felt as if the way the queen looked at her was very similar to how her mother usually looked at her. Shiyu, you did well. You passed the test of the forest, but that's not enough. Hippolyta handed her golden scepter to her subordinate, then opened her arms. And immediately Amazon warriors changed her battle attire, finally handing her a sword made of gold. Defeat me, and you will be qualified to receive Diana's legacy. Hippolyta assumed a combat stance and said to Shiyu Kazanok, you don't need to worry about me overpowering you. I will hold back my strength to that of a child, so you can attack me with confidence. Upon hearing this, Shiyu Kazanok was not one to be overly sentimental. She drew her sword, her eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. All this time she had been training desperately for this moment, right? She no longer wanted to experience that feeling of being on the brink of death. Seeing that Shiyu Kazanok did not attack for a long time, Hippolyta took the initiative to attack. With a dash, she closed the distance between them in an instant, swinging her blade straight at Shiyu Kazanok's chest. Shiyu Kazanok did not overestimate herself. She gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and barely blocked Hippolyta's attack as the golden sword swung towards her. Not bad. You managed to block my strike. Hippolyta complimented Shiyu Kazanok while attacking. Shiyu Kazanok frowned and replied through gritted teeth. Thanks for the compliment. Hippolyta raised an eyebrow, her attacks changing as she continuously targeted Shiyu Kazanok's weak points. In Liang's eyes, although Hippolyta had suppressed her strength to that of a child, her rich experience still overwhelmed Shiyu Kazanok. This match was less of a battle and more like Hippolyta training Shiyu Kazanok. It seemed the queen recognized her. Liang crossed his arms, a smile on his face. Back on the battlefield, Shiyu Kazanok had already been disarmed by Hippolyta. She refused to give up and took a fighting stance, beads of sweat the size of peas dripping down her chin. Hippolyta also planted her golden sword into the ground and beckoned Shiyu Kazanok with her finger. Provoked, Shiyu Kazanok charged at Hippolyta, her right fist swinging towards the queen's face. The queen easily dodged the attack and did not fight back, merely saying, your attack should be fierce, not muddled. What is this soft punch of yours? While Shiyu Kazanok was being dodged, she had to endure the queen's lecturing. A fire was burning in her heart. She was determined to give this queen, who was even more talkative than her mother, a loving iron fist. After throwing a dozen punches, Shiyu Kazanok's stamina had reached its limit. She gasped for breath as she looked at the effortlessly composed Hippolyta, trying to find a flaw. The queen calmly stood in place, her expression tranquil as she said, "Do you still have stamina? Do you want to continue?" Before Hippolyta could finish her sentence, Shiyu Kazanok launched an attack. This was her last bit of strength. If she didn't succeed, she would perish. First, she threw her right fist. A flash of disappointment crossed the queen's eyes. Such an obvious attack could easily be dodged by any Amazon warrior. But this was merely a distraction. Using the momentum from her punch, Shiyu Kazanok lunged at her. The queen was momentarily stunned by this unpredictable move. Although she reacted in time, it was still a beat too late. Although Shiyu Kazanok still didn't hurt her. Seeing the stains on her skirt made Hippolyta silently smile. Shiyu Kazanok lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. This trial had truly drained her. It's worth noting that in the past, she either sat still writing for long periods or slept on her school desk. Exercise was completely unrelated to her. The way she was today was largely thanks to the red potions provided by Liang, which greatly improved her physical condition. As the battle came to an end, Liang flew to the two women's sides. Hippolyta slightly bowed her head to Liang in respect. "How is it? Can you still walk?" Liang squatted beside Shiyu Kazanok, looking at the flush girl, and smiled. "That was quite a performance, to train like this in just a week. It's clear you've worked hard." Shiyu Kazanok turned her head, avoiding looking at Liang's face. She felt she had let Liang down. She had promised to obtain Wonder Woman's legacy, but had fallen at the last hurdle. Noticing Shiyu Kazanok's self-reproach, Liang and Hippolyta exchanged a glance. And everything was understood without words. He extended his hand, carrying the exhausted Shiyu Kazanok on his back, and said without looking back, "Aren't you going to ask the queen if you passed your trial?" Shiyu Kazanok buried her face in Liang's back and replied softly, "Mr. Muscle, do you really enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? You clearly know I didn't defeat Her Majesty the Queen." At this moment, Hippolyta interjected, "Shiyu, although your current strength is still very weak, and there is much for you to learn. The wisdom you displayed in the forest and the determination you showed just now deeply moved me. Therefore, I have decided to pass Diana's legacy to you, and I hope you won't let the name Wonder Woman down." Upon hearing this, Shiyu Kazanok lifted her head, looking incredulously at Hippolyta. Liang also turned his head, winking at Shiyu Kazanok. An indescribable emotion surged from Shiyu Kazanok's chest to her forehead. Her eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, "Thank you. Thank you both. I will make good use of Wonder Woman's abilities and will never let this title be tarnished by my hands." Hippolyta came to Shiyu Kazanaku's side and gently stroked her head. The face so close to her gradually overlapped with the image in her mind, as if she was seeing her daughter again. Just as Shiyu Kazanaku was overwhelmed with joy and tears to pass the trial, Eri wasn't feeling too great. She had unintentionally blurted out and ended up in the tea party she least wanted to attend. This kind of event, held to stabilize and expand social connections. She could tolerate the food, but felt completely indifferent to everything else. With a delicate little cake in hand, Eri found a quiet corner to enjoy it. While eating, she was still thinking about the scene she had seen earlier. Nearly a week had passed since then, and Eri had also indirectly gathered some information about Leon. This gym teacher seemed to be a rich kid, driving a different car to work every day, and any one of those cars cost as much as 20 years' salary of an ordinary teacher, assuming no expenses for food or drink. He also lived in a high-end, affluent area, but few people had seen him out and about. Every day after work, he went straight home, never going to bars or karaoke, not participating in any entertainment activities at all. Moreover, there was one thing that made Eri very concerned. She discovered that the Big Mill Cow went to a fighting club with teacher Hizuka every day after school, and her body was already starting to show muscle definition. Their relationship must be special, Eri speculated. According to comic logic, Shiyu Kazanaku must be training her body, and once her physical fitness reached the standard, she would gain superpowers. Damn, I want superpowers too. Eri took a big bite of the cake, puffed up her cheeks, and her tone was filled with envy. This beautiful young lady, may I, Shawa Fred, have the honor of inviting you to admire the flowers? A man with slick back hair and a somewhat handsome face appeared before Eri. Eri was startled by the sudden appearance of the man. She patted her chest, swallowed the cake that had gotten stuck, and then looked at him. For some reason, although he was good-looking, she would normally politely accept an invitation based on past experiences. But the way he looked at her, though devoid of any ill intent, felt like he was looking at food. I'm sorry. I'm a bit tired today and don't really want to move around. Eri politely declined Fred's request. After being rejected, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Fred's eyes, and before leaving, he took a deep look at Eri. Eri placed the empty cake plate aside, her gaze locked on Fred's back. That glance he gave her as he left actually made her feel a sense of fear. What, are you interested in someone else? Sayaka, dressed in an extravagant gown and holding champagne, came to Eri's side. Eri shot her mother an annoyed glance and said, he just came over to flirt. But I rejected him. Then he looked at me before leaving, and that look gave me goosebumps like I was being targeted by a monster. After hearing her daughter's account, Sayaka frowned and set down the champagne she was about to drink. So you mean this person is dangerous? Eri nodded and then shook her head, unsure how to describe it. Sayaka thought for a moment and walked over to another wealthy woman, exchanging a few words to gather the information she wanted. Returning to her daughter, Sayaka saw that Fred had successfully flirted with another woman. That woman was also known to her, a widow living comfortably off her late husband's estate. Although she had a bad reputation in their social circle, those who understood. It was said that the guy was the son of some oil tycoon from the West, and he had come to Neon to unwind. Coincidentally, the one hosting this afternoon tea was his friend, so he invited him to join. A Westerner, huh? He certainly looks the part, but his fluent Neon language always made Eri feel something was off. If you feel uncomfortable here, I won't force you, but it's just starting now. Sit for another half hour, and I'll have the driver take you home. Sayaka understood her daughter's personality and didn't push her. Eri nodded, glancing at Fred, leading the wealthy woman towards the garden, silently praying that it was all just her overthinking. Madam Sasha, look at this flower. It has dulled in beauty because of your own. Fred plucked a flower, and under Sasha's gaze, the originally vibrant flower quickly wilted. Sasha dramatically covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Fred. Oh, dear Fred, your magic is enough to outshine those self-proclaimed magic masters on TV. Even if you called it magic, I would be willing to believe it. Sasha knew how to play to a man's psychology, understanding what to say at the right moments. Fred smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on Sasha's neck for a moment as he discreetly swallowed. The two strolled casually in the garden, but Sasha failed to notice that their position was gradually drifting away from the crowd. When they reached the deepest part of the garden, Fred stopped and Sasha, understanding, turned to the side with a playful smile. Fred licked his lips, loosened his tie, revealing long fangs. Just as Sasha wondered why Fred hadn't made a move yet. His fangs sank into her neck. Sasha, terrified, tried to scream, but Fred covered her mouth with his hand. In just 10 seconds, Sasha transformed from a plump woman into a lifeless corpse. Fred casually discarded the body as if throwing away garbage, wiped his mouth, retied his collar, and walked out of the garden with a smile. Eri was keeping a close eye on every movement in the garden. The moment Fred walked out, she noticed. Strange. Where did that wealthy woman go? Eri thought the woman was just slow, but when Fred returned indoors, the woman still hadn't appeared. A sense of foreboding arose in Eri's heart. She quietly approached Sayaka, whispering, Mom, the woman who went out with Fred hasn't come back. Sayaka squinted her eyes, scanning the surroundings and realizing no one was paying attention to them. She pulled Eri outside and took out her phone to contact the driver. Little did she know, Fred wasn't the only anomaly at the tea party. Just as Eri and her mother were about to reach the door, a man with a small mustache blocked their path. Miss Sayaka, the tea party hasn't ended yet. Where are you taking your daughter? Sayaka recognized the man before her. He was the host of the tea party. Mr. DeKong, my daughter suddenly feels unwell, and I plan to take her to the hospital for a checkup. DeKong tilted his head, glanced at the rosy-cheeked Eri, and smiled. No need to be so troublesome. There are medical personnel in my estate. Let them check your daughter. Kawamura Sayaka wanted to say something, but was tugged at the hem of her clothes by Irie. She could only reply awkwardly, yet politely. Then I'll trouble Mr. DeKong. DeKong waved his hand and turned to walk towards the manor. Kawamura Sayaka glanced at Irie and whispered, Why did you stop me? We were just one step away from leaving here. Irie shook her head, pointing at DeKong's back. He looked at me just now, and that gaze was exactly the same as when Fred looked at me. Kawamura Sayaka fell silent. She wouldn't doubt her daughter's words. Moreover, the fact was that the woman who went to the garden with Fred had not come out yet, which likely meant something had happened. Don't worry, Mom. I've already called the police. The police station is very close. They will be here soon. Irie waved her phone at Kawamura Sayaka. However, knowing some insider information, Kawamura Sayaka couldn't place her hopes on the police. With a serious expression, she said to Irie, Daughter, You need to leave immediately. I've already contacted the driver, and he is waiting for you at the door. Irie knew something was wrong, but didn't realize the severity of the situation, saying, "What about you? What will you do if I leave?" You can see it too. Dekong is in cahoots with Fred. Kawamura Sayaka didn't have time to explain so much to Irie and urged her to leave quickly. But they didn't notice that Dekong had returned to their side at some point. "Oh, you want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" Dekong's gloomy voice sounded. Kawamura Sayaka protected Irie behind her, her expression unpleasant as she said, "Mr. Dekong, our family's business has encountered some problems. If it's convenient for you, we will leave first, and we can visit you again when you have time." Dekong did not respond. His gaze moved back and forth between Kawamura Sayaka and Irie, making both women feel extremely uneasy. "Since you're here, why not stay? Such delicious food. I can't bear to let you go." Dekong's voice turned hoarse, and his words made Kawamura Sayaka and Irie's hair stand on end. Suddenly, a black veil spread out from the center of the manor. Dekong was not surprised, but rather intrigued, laughing as he said, "Haha, looks like that guy couldn't hold back anymore. After all, who can resist such delicious food?" As soon as Dekong finished speaking, screams erupted from the manor. Kawamura Sayaka tightly hugged Irie, watching Dekong warily, who stood still. "Don't be afraid. I'm a gourmet among beasts. I will boil you into the most delicious bone soup. The taste is incredibly exquisite." With every word Dekong spoke, his body expanded, eventually ripping his expensive suit apart. His hair began to grow wildly, a pair of horns sprouted from his forehead, and a long scar ran from his left cheek to his right. The hot breath he exhaled made Irie and Kawamura Sayaka squint. Moo! Completed in his transformation, Dekong revealed himself as a bull beast man. "Hee, delicious ingredients. Let me taste your flavor." The bull beast man charged forward, scaring Irie and Kawamura Sayaka into screaming and fleeing. However, due to their formal and fitted attire for the tea party, they couldn't move quickly at all. Scream louder. A more tragic sound is an essential part before enjoying a feast. The bull beast man relished the process of hunting its prey. Each charge shook the ground, trampling the surrounding trees and flowers into chaos. In a misstep, Kawamura Sayaka fell to the ground, her exposed ankle visibly swollen. "Mom, get up, hurry up." Irie pulled on Kawamura Sayaka's hand, using all her strength to drag her across the ground. "Irie, let go. If this goes on, we'll both be done for." Kawamura Sayaka was about to cry. Her daughter was still causing her worry at such a critical moment. The bull beast man was completely unfazed by the touching scene before it. It took a stance, scraped its feet on the ground, and aimed its massive horns at the mother and daughter preparing to charge. Tat 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 tat. Just then, Satami Hoko, who arrived late, aimed her rifle at the bull beast man and pulled the trigger fiercely. The attacked bull beast man had to stop, raising its hand to block the bullets aimed at its head. As for why Satami Hoko arrived at this critical moment, it was thanks to Irie's earlier phone call to the police. Given the recent events, the higher-ups decided to establish an anti-demon investigation unit, and Satami Hoko was one of its members. During the call, Irie had detailed Fred's issues and emphasized her true feelings when he looked at her, which led to the matter being handed over to the anti-demon investigation unit. Upon receiving the order, Satami Hoko acted immediately. She took the suggestion of Leon, carrying a rifle, 2 handguns, several magazines, and a flashbang. This authority was currently exclusive to their anti-demon investigation unit. Satami Hoko swiftly grabbed her gear, hopped on a police motorcycle, and sped toward the reported location. Luckily, she was on a motorcycle, allowing her to maneuver through the congested streets. Just as the black veil was about to descend, she barely made it in, while her late-arriving colleagues could only anxiously wait outside the veil. Feeling the veil, she found it solid, and when she struck it with her rifle, but it was very hard. The area covered by the veil was pitch black. So she turned on the tactical flashlight on her rifle and moved forward based on her phone's navigation. Just in time, she arrived to fend off the bull beast man right before Irie and Kawamura Sayaka were about to meet their demise. "Are you all right?" Satami Hoko quickly switched shooting frequencies and approached Irie and Kawamura Sayaka. "I'm fine, but my mom twisted her ankle. She can't walk." Irie's face was still streaked with tears. She truly thought she was going to die just now. Satami Hoko quickly scanned Kawamura Sayaka's swollen ankle, confirming that she had lost her ability to move. "Put her on my back. We need to find a safe place to hide and think of a way." Listening to Satami Hoko's instructions, Irie complied, carefully placing Kawamura Sayaka on her back. "Miss, I have a flashbang in my waist. When I say throw, you pull the pin and throw it at that monster." Is that okay? Sadamihoko had emptied one magazine and was immediately replacing it with another. The bull beastman initially wanted to charge during this gap, but Sadamihoko's marksmanship was no joke. The bullets were aimed directly at the bull beastman's eyes. Irie nodded. She took the flashbang from Sadamihoko's waist, her fingers hooked on the safety pin, ready to throw it at any moment. Sadamihoko counted the bullets in her magazine and shouted to Kawamura Sayaka on her back, "Madam, hold on tight, and don't let go." Hearing this, Kawamura Sayaka held on even tighter. Sadamihoko counted the number of bullets fired, and after the last bullet was shot, she shouted loudly without looking back, "Now, throw." Lily reflexively pulled the tab and threw it at the monster. The cow orc was still secretly delighted, thinking it was time for it to attack since the food's assault had stopped. But as soon as it opened its eyes, it was blinded by the explosion of the flashbang, letting out a painful wail from the intense light. While the monster covered its eyes, Sato Mawako and the others escaped from the manor. However, because they were carrying an injured person, their speed was not fast, and they could only find a house halfway and break the glass to hide inside. The people nearby had gone to attend the tea party hosted by Deacon, so the officer, "You could take a little break." Sato Mawako settled Zamiya Sayuri on the sofa, and she held her gun, searching the first floor of the house. After listening to Zamiya Sayuri's words, she exhaled a breath of turbid air and found a chair to sit down. "Thank you very much for saving my life. I am Zamiya Sayuri, and this is my daughter, Zamiya Lily. May I ask how to address you? I am Sato Mawako. You could just call me Sato, Mrs. Zamiya." After simply treating her ankle, Sato Mawako's keen ears picked up sounds coming from outside the door. She immediately entered a combat-ready state, carefully approaching the door with her rifle, which had a new magazine. Lily covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Right now, all she could think about besides surviving was hoping Leon would appear immediately to take down the monster. She was truly fed up with this feeling of fear. Meanwhile, Leon was still on Paradise Island with Kasumiga Kakashiwa, waiting for her to accept Wonder Woman's legacy. However, Leon sensed something and turned to look in the direction of the portal, his brows furrowing. "What's wrong?" Your expression suddenly changed for the worse. Kasumiga Kakashiwa noticed Leon had stopped and that his expression was serious, indicating something must have happened outside the portal. Leon looked toward the portal for a few seconds, then slowly levitated, lowering his head to Kasumiga Kakashiwa, and said, "You go with Hippolyta to accept Wonder Woman's legacy. I'll go check it out." Before the echo faded in the air, Leon had already dashed out of the portal. On the other side, Sato Mawako approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen to the sounds outside. But the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted. "Do you want to hear my voice?" "Food." The bat monster, transformed from Fred, used ultrasound to locate the disobedient food, then deliberately made some noise outside to lure them in. Sato Mawako turned her head and shouted hoarsely to Lily and Zamiya Sayuri, "Get away." Before she could finish her sentence, the bat monster outside let out a piercing laugh, followed by a heart-wrenching scream, and sound waves surged toward the house. Sato Mawako, who was at the door, was directly blasted away by the ultrasound. Lily and Zamiya Sayuri clung tightly to the sofa's armrests, but it was of no use as they were both thrown back. When the bat monster stopped its attack, the once magnificent villa was left riddled with holes. The cow orc kicked down the cracked wall, its large cow eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon finding what it was looking for, it grinned and walked over. "Hee, food. Your current state inspires me to create gourmet food." Sato Mawako lay on the ground, her whole body aching, especially her chest, where at least 2 ribs were broken. She glared at the monster looming over her, struggling to make a sound. "With a monster like you, can your hooves hold a spoon? Want to create gourmet food? Don't tarnish the words gourmet." The cow orc was mocked by Sato Mawako. Its beastly face turned red with anger, and it grabbed Sato Mawako off the ground, its grip tightening. Seeing the expression on her face twist in pain, it laughed heartily. "Do you feel the pain? You lowly insect." Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded in the cow orc's ear. It felt a sharp pain on its face, and its massive body was moving further away from the dilapidated villa. Leon embraced the barely conscious Sato Mawako. He didn't expect this policewoman to have such high efficiency and bad luck encountering an invader. "Drink this. It will make you feel better." Leon placed the blood-replenishing potion by Sato Mawako's lips and slowly poured it into her mouth. When he saw color returning to her pale cheeks, he flew to Lily's side, handing the battle-damaged policewoman to her. "I'm leaving her in your care, Lily." After saying that, Leon winked at Lily. Lily suddenly realized that Leon had known about her hiding in the stairwell that day all along. Without the burden, Leon turned around, staring intently at the bat monster. Fred, seeing the cow orc being effortlessly knocked away, felt a sense of retreat. It flapped its wings and said ingratiatingly, "My lord, I didn't know these people were related to you. Otherwise, even with 10 times my courage, I wouldn't dare touch them." Leon was too lazy to listen to the bat monster's excuses. He had seen the tragic scene in the manor when he flew over. Those corpses were the strongest evidence. With a swish, Leon appeared in front of the bat monster. His iron fist warmly greeted the monster's abdomen. Fred bent over like a cooked shrimp, blood spraying from its mouth. Leon expressionlessly threw another punch. His thought was simple. Since the monster liked to suck blood, he would beat all the blood out of it. Ing Lily, who was below, only saw Leon hovering in front of the monster without moving, but the monster was swaying left and right like it was having a seizure, with blood already pooling on the ground. You forced me." At that moment, Fred looked incredibly miserable. Its 2 fangs had already broken. It used its last-ditch life-saving technique, spewing out a mist of blood. As the blood mist spread, it flapped its wings and quickly fled in the opposite direction, but faster than it was 2 red beams. The heat ray accurately hit the bat monster's wings. Fred felt a sharp pain in its back before plummeting straight down from the sky. Leon, with red eyes, flew out of the blood mist slowly and calmly. He looked down at the bat monster lying on the ground and under its desperate gaze. He raised his head and activated the heat ray at double power, easily piercing through the black cover. Sunshine poured back onto the earth, but this level of sunlight was still barely bearable for the bat monster. Leon spread his arms, absorbing the sunlight. The bat monster felt as if it was coming into close contact with the sun. The scorching light burned its skin. Before long, only a large bat that had turned into a dry corpse remained on the ground. Leon retracted his arms, merely glancing at the corpse on the ground before chasing after the cow orc. Someone has already taken a step ahead of him. Leon stopped his movements, rose to the sky, looked down at the situation, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't angry that someone was stealing his work. In fact, he wished there were more people like that. On the street, the bull orc, after breaking through the black hood, charged forward with its head down. The cars and buildings in its path were smashed to pieces. It only had one thought in its mind: to get away from that man. "Hey, big guy, you need to lose some weight with that body." A graceful figure blocked the bull orc's path. Shiyukaza no Oka held a shield in her left hand and a sword in her right, staring fiercely at the monster ahead. "Get out of the way, you lowly food." The bull orc only wanted to escape now. It charged towards Shiyukaza no Oka, trying to smash the human in front of it to pieces. But the result was not what it had anticipated. Shiyukaza no Oka braced her shield in front of her, stepping back a few paces, and withstood the bull orc's charge. "This is impossible." The bull orc stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Shiyukaza no Oka would not miss the opportunity of the bull orc being stunned. She raised the sword of the fire god high and struck down, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on the bull orc's chest. The bull orc let out a cry of pain, staggering back 2 steps before kneeling on the ground. Shiyukaza no Oka wiped the blood off her sword. After receiving Diana's legacy, her fighting skills had reached an unprecedented height, which also stimulated her fighting genes. Watching the bull orc trying to struggle to get up, she kicked it hard. The bull orc screamed as it flew backward, creating a large pit in the ground. The crowd on the street watched as the monster was knocked down. Everyone peeked out from their hiding places, pulled out their phones, and took pictures of Shiyukaza no Oka. Noticing the actions of the crowd, Shiyukaza no Oka frowned but did not intervene too much. After all, she had previously asked Leon what to do if she encountered a situation that required exposure in front of the public or even officials. Leon had calmly replied, "Then let it be exposed. Is there anything in this world that poses a threat to me? A nuclear bomb? That would only be a tickle for me. So, don't be afraid, go all out, I am your strong backing." With Leon's words, Shiyukaza no Oka felt as if she had taken a special calming pill. Shaking her head, she temporarily set aside those extraneous thoughts and walked step by step towards the pit. The bull orc lying in the pit had an idea when it heard the approaching footsteps. It suddenly leaped up from the ground and swung its fist at Shiyukaza no Oka. But this was just a feint. It knew that its proud strength was insignificant in front of her. So play tactics. Taking advantage of the gap when Shiyukaza no Oka raised her shield to block, the bull orc dashed to the side and grabbed a bystander's neck. "Put down your weapon, or I'll crush your throat." The bull orc had a large gash on its forehead from the earlier attack, blood streaming down its face, making its fierce appearance even more menacing. Shiyukaza no Oka looked at the girl being held up by the bull orc, caught in a dilemma. Leon, floating high above, witnessed the battle unfold and shook his head. Still too immature, she didn't even think to use the truth lasso. With overwhelming suppression capability, it should be a quick fight. She's getting a bit carried away after gaining power. But joking aside, he recognized the girl in the bull orc's grasp. If she turned out to be someone destined for greatness, it would be a poor bargain for her to die like this. Thus, Leon decided to lend a hand. His eyes glowed red, and a pair of high-temperature beams descended from the sky, severing the bull orc's arm. Shiyukaze no Oka seized the opportunity, leaping onto the bull orc's torso and thrusting the sword of the fire god deep into its heart, ending the monster's evil life. Looking at the bull orc that was as dead as could be, Shiyukaze no Oka let out a breath. She had thought her first mission would be a disaster, but fortunately, it wasn't the worst outcome. Thank you, hero. The girl, slumped on the ground, covered her neck and gasped for air, her white beret falling to the ground. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Shiyukaze no Oka. Shiyukaze no Oka smiled and shook her head. She felt unworthy of being called a hero. If she hadn't dragged out the battle, the girl wouldn't have suffered this ordeal. Go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't leave any after effects. She pulled the sword of the fire god from the bull orc's chest and wiped the blood off on the monster's body. When she was about to leave, the girl called out to her, "Hero, can you tell your name?" Shiyukaze no Oka paused, turned her head, and said, "Call me Wonder Woman." After saying that, she flew into the sky under the girl's gaze. The late Mikuru watched the woman disappearing into the blue sky and murmured, "This world is becoming increasingly inscrutable." Leon, who had been waiting above the clouds, looked at Shiyukaze no Oka flying toward him and joked, "Oh, isn't this our newly minted superhero Wonder Woman?" On her first mission, she gained a little fan. Not bad. Shiyukaze no Oka shot Leon an annoyed glance. She knew he meant no harm, but it still felt uncomfortable to hear. Coming to Leon's side, she hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, "Thank you for your help in the battle just now." Leon waved his hand, saying it was a small matter, but still reminded her, "Remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. This is the necessary price of becoming a superhero." Shiyukaze no Kanadi thoughtfully. In the time that followed, the two first returned to Shiyukaze no Oka's residence. Leon changed the location of the portal, moving it to her bedroom. He then taught her how to open and close the portal. After all, Paradise Island was a very special training ground. It wasn't a one-time deal. If Shiyukaze no Oka had any combat issues or wanted to train her skills, she could find Hippolyta. Leon didn't stay long in Shiyukaze no Oka's home before leaving. He flew in the clouds, enjoying the sunlight, which felt very comfortable, making his cells exceptionally active. Suddenly, Leon's ears perked up. He heard a cry for help from several kilometers away. Without a moment's hesitation, he flew towards the source of the cry. On a plane filled with passengers, 3 masked robbers were holding guns, controlling the flight. "Shut up, brat." One fierce-looking robber pointed a gun at a little girl. He rudely snatched the doll from her hands, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. The girl's mother was being held at gunpoint by another robber, forced to kneel on the ground, crying and pleading for them to spare her daughter, only to receive a merciless slap in return. The air marshal was shot in the abdomen, blood soaking the aisle beneath him. He wanted to help, but couldn't even stand up. The leader of the 3 robbers was communicating with the police via satellite phone. Their goal is simple: to exchange 3 billion yen for all the hostages on the plane. "Tony, can you make that little brat shut up? She's bothering me while I'm on the phone." The leader of the robbers threw a water bottle at another robber in a very bad mood. "Okay, boss. I'll make her shut up." Soaked in water, Tony had complaints in his heart but dare not show it. After all, their boss was notoriously ruthless, whether to outsiders or his own people. "Haha, Tony, you look like a drowned rat now." The third robber mocked Tony mercilessly. Tony's face under the mask turned beet red, and he cursed, "FCUK? Shut your filthy mouth, Matthews. Once this job is done, I'll hit you so hard your mother won't recognize you." Breathing heavily, Tony glared fiercely at the still sobbing little girl, his finger on the trigger. Licking his lips, he whispered, "Say goodbye to this beautiful world." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the glass interrupted Tony's actions. He looked up and was stunned to see a man in a blue tight suit outside the window. If he remembered correctly, they should be at an altitude of 7,000 meters. "FCUK, I must be seeing things." Tony rubbed his eyes and found the man still there. The man even smiled at him, but that smile was colder than the biting wind. Without wasting time on the stunned robbers, Leon accelerated to the plane's door, then pulled it open with his bare hands. And a strong airflow immediately swept through the entire plane. Leon stepped into the plane and closed the door behind him. Looking at the robber boss holding his satellite phone, mouth agape in shock, Leon smiled faintly and said, "Surprise. Are you surprised?" The robber boss was also a capable man. After quickly regaining his senses, he hurriedly raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. The yellow bullets hit Leon, making a little noise but having no effect. Leon slowly approached, and the robber boss was already sweating profusely under his mask. He had never imagined that hijacking a plane would lead him to encounter a superhuman like in the movies. Click, click, click. The robber boss's gun was out of bullets, and Leon had walked right up to him. "Are you done?" "It's my turn." Leon casually threw a punch at the robber boss's chin, who didn't even have time to scream in pain before hanging from the ceiling, his head still exposed. The remaining two robbers saw their boss go down peacefully and trembled in fear. Matthews was somewhat sensible, directly throwing away his gun, then skillfully putting his hands on his head and lying on the ground. Tony gritted his teeth, aimed his gun at the little girl, and said fiercely, "Don't come any closer, or I'll blow this little brat's head off." Upon hearing this, Leon stood still. He didn't look at the robber, but instead at the little girl. The little girl seemed unaware that she was being pointed at with a gun. She looked up with wide eyes, curiously gazing at the big brother in front of her. "Close your eyes, be good." Leon's words were clearly meant for the little girl. However, all the passengers on the plane obediently closed their eyes, including Matthews lying on the ground. Seeing the little girl with her eyes closed, Leon took a deep breath and then exhaled towards Tony. The cold air made the passengers involuntarily shiver, and Tony, caught off guard, was frozen into an ice sculpture. Leon walked straight toward the little girl, gently poked the ice sculpture of Tony with his finger, and it fell over, shattering into pieces upon hitting the ground. Leon bent down, picked up the doll from the ground, and brushed off the shoe prints and dust. "You can open your eyes now. This is yours. Take good care of it. Don't lose her." Leon smiled as he placed the doll in the little girl's hands. "Big brother, who are you?" The little girl, holding her recovered doll, looked up with curiosity in her big eyes. Leon ruffled the little girl's hair and gently said, "Call me Superman. When you're in danger, just call my name, and I'll come to save you on time." After saying that, Leon turned and walked towards the cabin door. He opened the safety door again and leaped out, closing the door behind him. He accelerated to the cockpit, where the two pilots gave him a thumbs up. Leon nodded, changed the flight direction, and disappeared into the blue sky and clouds. When Leon reappeared, he was back at his own villa. "Welcome home, Leon." Leon had changed back into his usual outfit and took a can of cola from the fridge, speaking to the empty living room. "Jarvis, report the intelligence you've gathered over the past few days." "Okay. According to the global intelligence collected this week, the invasion from the outside mainly occurs in Neon, and there are hardly any demons in other regions, except for a disturbance that happened 2 days ago in America." Leon sat on a luxurious sofa in the living room. Listening to Jarvis's report, his suspicions confirmed. The world of mixed anime indeed revolves around anime characters. As long as he resolves all these familiar anime characters, the will of this world will be weakened to the extreme. At that time, the outside will be able to destroy this world effortlessly. After taking a sip of his soda, Leon made a bold decision in his heart. If he could transform all the familiar anime characters into superheroes, giving them the ability to protect themselves while also fighting back against the outside, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? The more Leon thought about this method, the more reliable it seemed. Moreover, relying solely on the will of the world to find the destined ones would be too slow. He still had many props left, and those that were not very useful to him could be distributed to mass-produce superheroes. Better to mistakenly kill 100 than let one go. If he transformed 100 people, surely 10 would be the destined ones, right? Leon threw the empty can into the trash can and then asked Jarvis, "You mentioned a disturbance in America a couple of days ago. What happened?" Jarvis replied, "According to videos uploaded by passersby, a lizard-like humanoid was rampaging down the street. I hacked into the local cameras and found that before the transformation, the lizard person was the wife of a biologist. She was once an officer in the New York Police Department and lost her left arm in a mission after being shot by a gunman with a shotgun. To save her life, she had to undergo amputation. The woman's name is Elba, and she was last seen in Queens." After hearing Jarvis's report, Leon inexplicably thought of the plot of a certain movie. Coincidentally, he had a radioactive spider on hand. Should he find a destined one to let the 400 Annies play the role of good neighbors? Leon stroked his chin, pondering who would be suitable. Ding, ding, ding. The phone suddenly rang. Leon took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was an unknown number. He answered the phone, and before he could speak, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Is this Leon? I'm Irish Iris. I'm looking for the number you gave to Casa Nooka." Hearing Irie's voice, Liang raised an eyebrow. So what do you need from me? A deep and magnetic voice came from the receiver. Irie bit her lower lip, glanced at her mother resting on the hospital bed, and stood up to walk outside the ward. You're the superpower user who saved us today, right? Irie reached the corner of the hospital staircase, looked around to make sure no one was there, and said into the phone. Although it was phrased as a question, her tone was incredibly certain. Liang didn't hide it and admitted generously, yeah, but I prefer the title of Superman. By the way, your mother's injuries are not serious, right? Hearing Liang's generous admission of being a superpower user, Irie was momentarily stunned. This plot isn't right, according to the comic. Shouldn't Liang be making various excuses to cover it up? Then she would use her trump card, threatening him with you wouldn't want your identity exposed, right? To gain power. While Irie was puzzled, Liang continued, let me add another piece of information. Kasa no Okashiyu is also a superhero. She was the one who defeated the Minotaur on the street today. So, in the future, you'd better be careful with your words. She could easily beat you up. Irie, just destroy me already. Hurry up. I'm tired. But I have an opportunity that can make you a superhero like her. Are you interested in learning more? At that moment, Liang was like a tempting devil, luring Irie in. Do you want to feel the joy of swinging through the city? Want to lift a heavy truck with one hand? Want to press Kasa no Okashiyu to the ground and rub her face in it? If you're interested, think it over. I'll see you on the school rooftop tomorrow at noon. After saying that, Liang hung up without giving Irie a chance to respond. Irie listened to the busy tone coming from her phone, her mind echoing with what Liang had just said. She originally thought she'd have to resort to some improper means, but unexpectedly, before she could even mention it, the person she wanted to threaten had preempted her, and she had no reason to refuse. She returned to the ward, but looking at the drip on her mother, she secretly made a decision. Not long after Liang hung up on Irie, Kasa no Okashiyu called again. Liang, just now the girl with golden twin tails asked me for your contact information, and she was quite certain I had it. I couldn't find an excuse to get out of it, so I had to give it to her. She didn't cause you any trouble, did she? At that moment, Kasa no Okashiyu was soaking in her bathtub, relieving the stress of the day. She held the phone in one hand and rested the other on the edge of the tub. She didn't cause me any trouble. She just guessed my identity. The first half of the sentence was fine and relieved Kasa no Okashiyu, but the second half shocked her so much that she sat up straight in the bathtub. What did you say? She guessed your identity? Kasa no Okashiyu was so surprised that she almost burst Liang's eardrum with her volume. Hey, I said, you're also a demigod, so don't be so surprised. My ears are very sensitive. Liang replied irritably over the phone. Kasa no Okashiyu pouted on the other end of the line, feeling that she was just showing concern, but he didn't appreciate it. All right, I also told her about your identity. Suddenly, Kasa no Okashiyu regretted making this call. So, do you want to pull that comic book writer into your childish paradise as well? Kasa no Okashiyu lay back in the bathtub again. She wasn't an idiot. After carefully considering Liang's words, she quickly understood. That's right, she is also the chosen one. Liang had already made up his mind not to care about the world's will. Who the chosen one was, he would decide. The world's will, I have no say. Kasa no Okashiyu thought about the resemblance between Irie and herself and had a bizarre idea. Liang, you wouldn't just choose the one who looks prettier and say they're the chosen one, would you? Liang was taken aback by what Kasa no Okashiyu said. The soda he had just taken a sip of sprayed out. Hey, Kasa no Okashiyu, don't slander me like that. Am I that kind of person? Kasa no Okashiyu recalled their first meeting and the unforgettable Princess Carrie, along with the hot hand on her waist. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she submerged half of her face in the water and mumbled, could it be, not? Liang's expression darkened. Kasa no Okashiyu, my ears are not only sensitive but also very good at hearing. Don't think that if you mumble, I won't be able to hear. That's it, I'm hanging up. In the end, Kasa no Okashiyu still lost. Liang looked at the hung-up call and casually tossed his phone onto the sofa. Sundara is a disease that needs to be cured. This weekend would bring significant changes not only to Kasa no Okashiyu and Irie, but also to several other trending events. Among them, the most explosive and widely circulated was the monster battle against female superpowers. Although the official rumor stated that it was an outdoor shoot for a major production film, not everyone was naive, especially many who had personal experiences. There was even a forum dedicated to female superpowers. Friends, I declare that this female superpower is the faith of my life. Is the person upstairs still asleep? Your faith? That's mine. Hee, wifey, but speaking of which, this world has suddenly become so strange, with monsters and superpowers appearing. Will there be other things appearing in the future? There were still people in the forum discussing serious matters. I don't know, but I hope this superpower user is an official experiment. When the technology matures in the future, maybe we all have a chance to become superpowers. Just thinking about it is exciting. The Chinibu boys were also everywhere. After Kato Megumi finished her checkup at the hospital, the doctor said her body was fine and the marks on her neck would fade over time. However, considering she had been grabbed by a monster, the doctor still prescribed her some calming and sleeping pills. On her way home, Kato Megumi had already reported her safety to her mother. She usually didn't play with her phone while walking, but today she unusually posted in a newly created forum. The female hero is called Wonder Woman, she said it herself. After replying to a pinned post, Kato Megumi exited the app. Reflecting on Wonder Woman's appearance, Kato Megumi felt she looked very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. She looked a lot like the senior from Class C, Kasano Oka. But soon, Kato Megumi dismissed this thought from her mind. She shook her head, cursing herself for being silly. How could Kasano Oka, an ordinary person, possibly fly and escape? But being in this increasingly opaque world, it's not too bad to have people like them to protect us. At least when danger arises, there's still a glimmer of hope in our hearts. Kato Megumi gazed at the starry sky, mumbling to herself, I also need to do something for them. It's definitely not right to only take. I'll ask my mother later how to make sticky rice dumplings. If there's a chance next time, I'll let Wonder Woman have a taste. Yes, that's the plan. With a goal in mind, Kato Megumi smiled again and walked briskly toward home. The next day, since there were no classes in the morning, Li Ong, who had played games too enthusiastically the night before, slept until 11. If it weren't for Jarvis reminding him that someone was calling, he might have slept until mealtime. Hello. Is this Kazano Oka? Li Ong lazily propped himself up from bed and instructed Jarvis to pull open the curtains. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The warm sunlight spilled over him, pulling him out of his half-asleep state. You aren't still sleeping, are you? What time is it? My savior. Kazano Okashiya detected a hint of laziness in Liang's tone and frowned over the phone. Beside her stood the somewhat reserved Ing Lily. To be honest, Kazano Okashiya was still a bit unaccustomed to the cautious demeanor of this golden-haired underdog. It made her sharp tongue unable to unleash its venom, feeling like a thorn in her throat. No, I've been up for a while. I'm exercising now, Liang said without a blush or a racing heart. All right. Do you remember what you promised someone yesterday? Kazano Okashiya glanced at Ing Lily beside her. This girl runs to bother me after every class, asking why you haven't come yet. She's waiting for your favor. Ing Lily wore a bitter expression, unable to voice her grievances. If this were before, she would have snapped back. But knowing that Kazano Okashiya was a superhero now, she wisely chose to go with the flow. Liang settled onto a lounge chair on the balcony, enjoying the sunlight while rubbing his temples. Of course I remember, but it's not even noon yet. Wait for me a moment. I'll change my clothes and come to school. Kazano Okashiya. You better hurry, otherwise a certain little golden retriever will be sad. Lian. Why do I sense a hint of jealousy? After hanging up, Kazano Okashiya crossed her arms, accentuating her graceful curves. Are you satisfied now? Your savior will come to see you soon. Ing Lily pouted and muttered softly. What do you mean, my savior? Aren't you the same? Having already achieved demigod status, Kazano Okashiya clearly heard Ing Lily's mumbling. She reached out and pinched the other's chubby cheek, saying kindly, so what if he's my savior? As a latecomer in turn, shouldn't you follow the cultural traditions of Neon and call me senpai? Ing Lily's face turned red from the pinch. Please, don't pinch my face. As senpai, Ing Lily shed tears of humiliation. Upon hearing what she wanted to hear, Kazano Okashiya satisfiedly released her grip. Class is about to start. Let's each go back to our classrooms. He said he would come at noon, so he definitely won't stand you up. You can rest assured. Kazano Okashiya glanced at her watch. This was Wonder Woman's costume in its usual disguise. Ing Lily rubbed her slightly sore face, her gaze resentfully following Kazano Okashiya's departing back. Once I gain superpowers, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Ing Lily silently motivated herself. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't underestimate a young girl in poverty. This kind of spirit calmed some of the anger in Ing Lily's heart. As time slowly approached noon, Ing Lily refused several lunch invitations from girls she usually ate with. Empty-handed, she headed straight for the school rooftop. When she pushed open the rooftop door, she saw Liang had been waiting for a long time. Oh, you came quite fast. Liang turned around and greeted Ing Lily. She became somewhat reserved again and walked over to Liang's side. Does this count as our first formal meeting? Should I call you Teacher Li or Superman? Liang casually waved his hand. In private, just call me Liang. Ing Lily nodded. The tardy Kaza, no Okashia, thoughtfully hung the maintenance sign on the rooftop door. She was carrying 3 bento boxes, all packed from the school cafeteria. Here, this is for you, a senpai's care for her junior. Kaza no Okashia handed 1 bento to Ing Lily. Thank you. Ing Lily received the bento with both hands. This was the first time she expressed gratitude to Kaza no Okashia. Kaza no Okashia slightly nodded and then stuffed the other bento into Liang's arms, teasingly saying, I guess my savior hasn't had lunch either. If you don't mind, eat a bit of the school cafeteria's food to fill your stomach. Liang certainly didn't mind. So the 3 of them opened their bentos and sat on the rooftop bench, discussing serious matters. The current situation in this world is still relatively good. The frequency of invasions from the outer realm isn't very high. Liang picked up a fishball and put it in his mouth. But as time goes on, the frequency of invasions will increase. Ing Lily raised her hand to ask, Outer realm? Is it the commander of those monsters? Liang shook his head, swallowing the fishball before explaining. Outer realm is the abbreviation for the outer domain world. Their fallen worlds and the evil beings in each world are different. As the frequency of invasions increases, the strength of the monsters will also rise. Listening to Li Ang's explanation, both Kaza and no Okashia and Ing Lily felt a strong sense of crisis rising in their hearts. With my current strength, can I deal with high-level evil beings alone? Kaza no Okashia recalled the details of yesterday's battle. She had only exerted 1/3 of her strength. Liang pondered for a moment and shook his head. I'm afraid not. You are still not proficient in controlling your own power and lack combat experience. Hearing Li Ang's evaluation of herself, the sparkle in Kaza no Okashia's eyes dimmed. But nothing is absolute. Your performance yesterday was quite standard. In the future, you should visit Paradise Island more to find Hippolyta. As the Amazon Queen, her strength cannot be underestimated. Kaza no Okashia nodded. She was currently writing her novel in her spare time, spending most of her time on Paradise Island. Ing Lily listened to their conversation in confusion. She could understand the words, but the meaning was completely lost on her. All right, you both have a rough understanding of the situation in the outer realm. Now let's talk about you. Liang shifted his gaze to Ing Lily. Our organization is called New Gods, and its purpose is to protect this world. I am the leader of the organization, and Kaza no Okashia is currently the organization's top fighter. And you are the fated person chosen by the world's will. At this point, Liang paused. So, have you thought over after a night? Ing Lily bit her lower lip, looked directly into Liang's eyes, and said resolutely, I've thought it through. I want to join you. Please give me a chance. I'm begging you. Ing Lily's response was expected by Liang. He stroked his chin, watching the golden twin tails of hair that stood up from the bench and bowed at a 90-degree angle, and said lightly, the process of fighting against the outside world is fraught with danger, facing the threat of death at any moment. Are you really sure about this? Ing Lily maintained her 90-degree bow and replied loudly, yes, I've made up my mind. I don't want to see the people around me get hurt anymore. I want to have power. Only with power can I protect them. Liang was very satisfied with Ing Lily's answer. He handed the finished bento box to Kasumiga Kakashiwa. Then a glass jar appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Inside the jar was a colorful spider jumping around. This was called irradiation spider, also known as the gospel for ordinary people. After being bitten by it, one could gain superhuman speed and strength, but the process might not be very comfortable. Kasumiga Kakashiwa felt a chill looking at the spider in the glass jar. Girls inherently have a repulsion to arthropods. Ing Lily also swallowed hard and quietly asked Leon, isn't there another way to gain superpowers? I hate spiders the most. Leon raised his eyebrows and pretended to sigh. It seems someone's determination isn't high enough. Never mind. Let's look for another destined person. After saying that, he pretended to take the glass jar back. No. I can't be bitten. Ing Lily was startled by Leon's action, her twin tails swaying up and down. The opportunity to gain superpowers was so close, she couldn't let it slip away easily. It's just a bite from a spider. Just close your eyes and it will be over. Watching Ing Lily bravely extend her pure white arm, Leon kindly reminded her. It has to bite your neck. Ing Lily was almost in tears. She felt that Leon was sent by heaven to punish her. Gritting her teeth, Ing Lily gathered her hair at the back of her neck and said word by word, you can start now. I'm ready. Leon twisted open the lid of the glass jar. A radiation spider jumped out and landed on Ing Lily's shoulder. Feeling something crawling up her shoulder towards her neck, Ing Lily's skin prickled. Don't be fooled by the small size of the radiation spider. It was very agile. In the blink of an eye, it had crawled up to Ing Lily's neck. Under the gaze of Liang and Xiajiqiu Shiyu, it opened its mouth and bit down. Lily only felt a sharp pain in her neck, followed by a burning sensation. Huh, is this radiation spider dead? Xiaojiqiu Shiyu watched as the radiation spider fell straight to the ground after biting Lily. Liang nodded, bent down to pick up the radiation spider's corpse, and placed it back in a glass jar. This little thing is a one-time use. Its value is evident. Keep it as a memento. Liang handed the glass jar to Lily. With a complex expression, Lily held the jar, realizing that the little creature had created a different version of herself with its life. Suddenly, Lily swayed. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu quickly caught her. She was so hot. Xiaojiqiu Shiyu touched Lily's forehead. It was so hot it could fry an egg. Liang calmly watched as Lily began to talk nonsense. This is a normal phenomenon. The radiation spider is changing her genes. Once she gets through this phase, she will embrace a brand new future. Lily struggled to open her eyes, looking at Liang's blurry figure, and slurred, "Ew, bad savior, I said, I hate spiders." After managing to say that, Lily fell into a deep sleep. Liang smiled at Xiaojiqiu Shiyu, who was holding Lily. "I'll trouble you to watch over her. I'll go ask Jingko AI for leave, and I will also greet Lily's homeroom teacher." Xiaojiqiu Shiyu nodded. She never thought that one day she would spend an entire afternoon on the rooftop, holding her rival. Leaving the rooftop, Liang went to the teacher's office. Pingzuka Shizuka was sitting at her desk, smoking, gazing deeply out the window. "Teacher Pingzuka, smoking is harmful to health. It's better to smoke less." Hearing someone call her name, Pingzuka Shizuka turned around and frowned slightly at the smiling Liang teacher. "Are you here to find me?" Liang nodded and briefly explained the situation with Xiaojiqiu Shiyu and Lily. Pingzuka Shizuka did not rush to agree, but stared intently at Liang. "Teacher, as an educator, you only need to ensure the student's academic performance and physical health. Please do not get too involved in other matters." Liang's expression darkened. "No, how have I gotten too involved? Don't slander me." Liang shot Pingzuka Shizuka an annoyed glance, casually pulled out a chair, and sat next to her. Pingzuka Shizuka didn't mind his behavior since there were only the two of them in the office. "You know that Xiaojiqiu Shiyu has been training martial arts with me recently, right?" Pingzuka Shizuka exhaled a puff of smoke and extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. "She has said some strange things to me, and I've never seen her care so much about something. Do you know how hard she trains? Even I feel ashamed watching her." Liang certainly knew about Xiaojiqiu Shiyu's training situation. Otherwise, not to mention the final showdown with Hippolyta, she would have been eliminated in the forest. Pingzuka Shizuka observed Liang's expression out of the corner of her eye. This guy not only remained unfazed, but also seemed to be in the mood to review her lesson plans. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening?" Pingzuka Shizuka, who had a violent temper, felt her blood boil when she realized Liang was distracted while she was speaking, and she immediately punched him in the chest. Liang easily caught Pingzuka Shizuka's incoming hand. He smiled and said, "Why are you suddenly angry? I'm listening to you." Pingzuka Shizuka tried to pull her hand back but found she couldn't escape, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Liang, let go of my hand." Liang shook his head. He wasn't a saint. If someone attacked him for no reason, he would definitely retaliate. Liang applied force, and Pingzuka Shizuka let out a surprised yelp. Her body lifted off the ground and landed on Liang's chair. "You say you're an older single woman. How can you expect to get married if you don't change that violent temper?" Liang said earnestly to the closed Pingzuka Shizuka. Pingzuka Shizuka's face flushed, desperately trying to distance herself from Liang. The breath of the other person was already blowing on her face. Pingzuka Shizuka struggled hard, angrily cursing, "Liang, let go of me. This is the office, and teachers might be coming in soon. So your meaning is if it's not in the office, then we can." "Haha," Liang teased. Upon hearing this, Pingzuka Shizuka suddenly fell silent. Then, under Liang's puzzled gaze, she opened her mouth and bit at his arm. Liang immediately threw Pingzuka Shizuka back in her own seat. Watching the furious Shizuka, Liang shrugged. "If you hadn't attacked me just now, I wouldn't have retaliated. Isn't it better for everyone to chat calmly? I'm a staunch pacifist." Liang asserted that it wasn't his fault. Pingzuka Shizuka rolled her eyes in exasperation. "This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." She understood that this guy not only had high combat power, but also had a thick skin. "About what I just told you, do you agree or not?" Liang hadn't forgotten the purpose of seeking out Pingzuka Shizuka. Just as Pingzuka Shizuka was tidying up her slightly disheveled clothes, other teachers from different classes entered the room. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. Listening to Liang's inquiry, despite her reluctance, Pingzuka Shizuka could only agree. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Liang didn't linger, mainly because Shizuka's gaze was too intimidating. Even though he had a steel body, he still felt a bit uneasy under her stare. Exiting the office, Liang walked on the school playground. He wasn't worried at all about Xiajiqiu Shiyu and Ning Lily. He walked to a place where there was a gentle breeze and sunlight, contemplating the future arrangements. Currently, the number of people was still small. After Ning Lily gained the abilities of Spider-Man, there would only be 3 of them. So finding a hidden place could serve as a temporary base. But once the number of people increased, this approach wouldn't work. First, there wouldn't be enough space, and second, it wouldn't have the right prestige. Liang was someone who prepared for the future. Moreover, he currently had 2 props suitable for use as a base. One was the Order of the Phoenix from Harry Potter. The other was the Watchtower from the Justice League. Which one to choose? After much thought, Liang decided to use the Order of the Phoenix as a temporary base first. Once the number of personnel grew and they confronted the government of this world, he would use the Watchtower. Looking up at the sun hanging in the sky, Liang decided to manifest the Order of the Phoenix tonight. As for the location, he stomped his foot on the ground. Private Tazaki Academy was quite nice, as Leon was choosing which teaching building looked pleasing to his eyes. The police officer who had been scratched by the Cat Beast Man was also discharged from the hospital. His name was Sherman Daichuan, a middle-aged man nearing 40. His wife left him for a wealthy developer, complaining that he was useless. His son, lacking discipline, dropped out of high school and spent his days hanging out on the streets with a group of delinquents. Returning alone to his deserted home, Sherman Daichuan sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, staring blankly at the pitch-black television screen. There was one thing he and T told the doctor. In recent days, his appetite had skyrocketed, and he had an intense craving for raw food. He wanted to control his desires, reminding himself that these thoughts were wrong. But every time he looked at the patient in the next bed who had undergone surgery, smelling the blood that could not be concealed beneath the bandages, it made him salivate uncontrollably, and he had even torn 2 sheets in his attempt to endure. "Sigh, am I still human?" Sherman Daichuan sighed and took off the gloves he was wearing. Inside were a pair of fuzzy claws, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the nails had been trimmed. Clang! The door was opened. Sherman Daichuan hurriedly put the gloves back on. Sherman Teru, with a messy hairstyle, swaggered into the living room. "Hey, Dad, you're back from the hospital." Sherman Teru yawned, looking very listless. Sherman Daichuan looked at his son with a serious expression and sternly asked, "What did you run off to last night? Do you know it's a special period now? It's not safe outside. You should stay home as much as possible." Sherman Teru sneered, pulling out a small knife from his pocket and boasting, "Dad, I've seen the videos circulating online. That monster looks scary, but it's actually weak. A woman took it down. If it were me, I could do it too. Look at this knife, well-maintained, can cut hair." Huh. After that, Sherman Teru even performed a little trick. Ouch. Sherman Teru cried out in pain. The performance went wrong, and the blade cut his finger, blood immediately gushing out. "Damn it." Sherman Teru cursed under his breath. Sucking on his finger, he ignored the small knife that had fallen to the ground and began searching for a band-aid in the house. He didn't notice that the moment his father saw the blood gushing out, his expression had completely changed. After rummaging around for a long time, Sherman Teru still couldn't find a band-aid. He started to get impatient, calling out to Sherman Daichuan without turning around, "Old man, don't just sit there. Can't you see I'm hurt? Where are the band-aids in this house? Damn it, it hurts so much." No response. Sherman Teru thought his father was angry, which was nothing new for him, so he didn't pay much attention. Sherman Daichuan slowly stood up from the tatami mat, sniffing the bloody smell in the air, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The gloves he had on had mysteriously disappeared. The trimmed nails were growing at a visible speed. "Meat. I want to eat meat." Sherman Daichuan kept repeating one phrase in his mouth. His legs involuntarily walked towards Sherman Teru, who had his back turned. Hearing the noise behind him, Sherman Teru said, "Old man, I've already checked this side. You should look on the other side." But this time, what responded to him was a pair of claws gripping his neck. "Meat. Delicious meat." Sherman Daichuan pinned Sherman Teru down. Disgusting saliva dripped from his mouth onto Sherman Teru's face. Sherman Teru couldn't care less about the foul smell invading his nostrils. One hand pushed against Sherman Daichuan's chest while the other reached for the small knife lying not far away. "Dad, let go. I'm your son." In a life-and-death moment, Sherman Teru tried to appeal to his father's emotions to save himself. But the current Sherman Daichuan could not understand a single word. The only thing in his mind was to eat the food in front of him to satisfy his hunger. As Sherman Daichuan's grip tightened, Sherman Teru's eyes bulged, and soon he stopped struggling. Sherman Daichuan looked at the now motionless Sherman Teru and ceased his actions. His claws slid across Sherman Teru's stomach. Tears streamed down his face as he consumed his meal. Once the hunger inside Sherman Daichuan subsided, his claws receded, and he returned to his human form. Digging out a long-and-used suitcase, Sherman Daichuan packed the remains into the suitcase. Then, he filled a bucket with water and expressionlessly wiped the blood from the floor. Once everything was cleaned up, Sherman Daichuan carried the bulging suitcase downstairs with ease. Avoiding the crowd, he walked to his car, swiftly stuffing the suitcase into the trunk. He then drove out to the outskirts. Splash! Sherman Daichuan watched the suitcase sink rapidly to the bottom of the water and lit a cigarette. Maybe it's not bad to not be human anymore. I want to have to experience life, aging, sickness, and death, and I'll have great power. Sherman Daichuan tossed a half-smoked cigarette into the water, forcing a grim smile on his face. This cigarette is to send you off. Don't blame Dad. Dad just wants to survive. After saying that, Sherman Daichuan's eyes momentarily turned into slits, but they quickly returned to normal. Night fell. Leon and Shizuka no Oka poem flew into the private Tizaki Academy. In the afternoon, Leon had told Shizuka no Oka poem about setting up a temporary base. She agreed wholeheartedly. After all, they couldn't keep going to her house every time. So, after 2 or 3 hours of selection, you chose the teacher's dormitory? Shizuka no Oka poem felt a mix of emotions, unsure of whether to express them. Leon shrugged his shoulders, explaining that after searching for a while, the teacher's dormitory was a good location. It would get sunlight all day long, which was simply to his liking. All right, you're the boss. I'm just a worker. Shizuka no Oka poem held her forehead, gradually getting used to Leon's forward-thinking ideas. Leon snapped his fingers. A circle of energy membranes enveloped him and Shizuka no Oka poem. Then, a golden phoenix formed in the palm of Leon's hand. It affectionately rubbed its head against Leon's fingers. Then, under Shizuka no Oka poem's gaze, spread its wings and flew toward the wall of the teacher's dormitory. A miraculous scene occurred. The phoenix merged into the wall, transforming into an icon. Then the teacher's dormitory began to split apart. However, the teachers living in the dormitory remained oblivious, continuing with their tasks. A house emanating an ancient aura appeared in the gap. Shizuka no Oka poem's eyes widened in shock. She thought she had seen too many incredible things with Leon, but every time she believed it was the limit, Leon would promptly refresh her worldview. Come on, extend your hand for a recognition. Leon led Shizuka no Oka poem to the entrance of the Phoenix Society. Obediently, Shizuka no Oka poem placed her right hand on the Phoenix handle on the door. The next moment, the Phoenix got a bit restless. It moved its neck and wings, then stretched out its beak and quickly pecked at the hand of Shiyu Zayazahil. Even with the legacy of Wonder Woman, Shiyu Zayazahil still felt a bit of pain from the peck, and even drew blood. Click! The door opened. Leon pulled the door open and walked in first. Shiyu Zayazahil followed closely behind, curiously examining the arrangement of the room. It looked quite old. That chair must be older than my parents. Shiyu Zayazahil reached out to touch the chair in the living room. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. No problem. These small issues can be solved. Leon clapped his hands. 2 small creatures suddenly appeared in the center of the living room. Abby, Bobby, meet your 2 masters. Shiyu Zayazahil's expression was slightly strange. These 2 little things looked quite unique, resembling goblins from Western games. Leon corrected her. These are not goblins. They are house elves. House elves? Shiyu Zayazahil's face was full of disbelief. With their appearance, with bat-like ears and long flat noses, which elf looks like this? Leon was too lazy to explain so much to her. He instructed Abby and Bobby, you 2 clean the entire house, take stock of the unusable items, and then tell me, got it? Abby and Bobby seemed particularly excited after receiving the orders. They hurriedly executed Leon's commands. Shiyu Zayazahil felt a bit guilty. After all, she had observed that this house was quite large. Should I help? Relying solely on those 2 little ones would take ages to clean. Leon held Shiyu Zayazahil's hand, stopping her actions. If you go, it would actually hinder their work. Look closely. Are they slow in their efficiency? Hearing this, Shiyu Zayazahil looked at the 2 house elves busy flying around. She was surprised to find that the 2 little guys could snap their fingers and the tools move by themselves. My goodness, they can use magic. Watching the astonished Shiyu Zayazahil, Leon said helplessly, come on, you're a superhero now. The lasso of truth and the star-crossed tiara. Which one doesn't have divine power? What's the difference between divine power and magical power? They're all surreal existences. You're flying around. yet surprised that other beings can use magic. Shiyu Zayazahil, after being lectured by Leon, didn't get angry. Her logical thinking was still stuck in the past, and she was trying hard to change, so she pursed her lips and didn't reply. Under the joint efforts of Abby and Bobby, the Phoenix Society was completely refreshed. Receiving the damage inventory sheet handed over by Abby, Leon nodded in satisfaction. You did a great job. From now on, you will maintain the logistics of the Phoenix Society here, cleaning every day and learning about Eastern cuisine. I will occasionally come to check your work. Yes, master. Abby and Bobby said in unison. Shiyu Zayazahil couldn't bear to watch Leon exploit his employees. She went upstairs alone and found that there were quite a few rooms on each floor. She roughly counted. There were a total of 5 floors and 40 rooms. Shiyu Zayazahil checked a few rooms, and the area inside was about the same size as her living room, more than enough for one person to rest. At this time, Leon also went upstairs. He smiled and asked Shiyu Zayazahil, who was coming out of her room, "Are you satisfied, Wonder Woman?" Shiyu Zayazahil nodded. This place as a temporary base seemed a bit overqualified, but it seems there is no electricity? That's a bit of a headache. Shiyu Zayazahil had noticed that the lighting in the house was provided by some kind of candle, although the illumination range was wider than ordinary candles. It still couldn't change the fact that having electricity would be much more convenient. Don't worry, the Phoenix Society can grow. Leon opened the door closest to him and pointed to a place by the bedside that was slowly changing. It will gradually merge with this dormitory building, like circuits and sockets. And at most 2 days, it will appear in various corners of the building. With this explanation, Shiyu Zayazahil couldn't find any faults. She couldn't help but imagine a scene in the coming days where the entire building was filled with like-minded superheroes. Leon, do you think we can really save the world? After fantasizing, Shiyu Zayazahil returned to reality. Lily was still fast asleep when she left. The entire superhero team consisted of just 3 people, with 2 of them being newly empowered rookies. If they encountered high-level evil intruders, could she really help when Leon faced a dilemma? Leon noticed Shiyu Zayazahil's worries. He didn't speak, but took her hand and led her to the window. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The 2 looked at the countless lights outside, and Leon, rarely gentle, said, "Although I don't really like neon, the world is innocent. It nurtures all kinds of life. How could I let it be destroyed? I want to develop superheroes into a global phenomenon. I am the god of humanity." Leon's speech not only moved Shiyu Zayazahil, but even the 2 house elves, Abby and Bobby, who had secretly followed, were moved to tears. They shouted, "Master, your wish is our lifelong goal. Anyone who wants to harm, you must step over our dead bodies first." Leon turned to look at the 2 house elves who were crying and laughing at the same time, feeling both helpless and amused. Shiyu Zayazahil blushed and pulled her small hand away from Leon's big hand. She looked up at his determined profile and smiled slightly. "All right, it's about time. We should head back." Leon and Shiyu Zayazahil reluctantly said goodbye to Abby and Bobby. After exchanging a glance in the air, they flew towards their respective homes. The next day, Lily woke up in bed. She instinctively reached out her hand towards the bedside table to grab her glasses, but found that her eyesight was incredibly clear. That is not all. She lifted her shirt and was delighted to find that her flat abdomen had developed abs. Lily hurried to the mirror in her room. To her joy, she discovered she had grown taller. Although not by much, maybe just about 3 centimeters, she had finally surpassed 160 centimeters. Wow, I'm now part of the superhero team. Lily happily bounced around in place. But she didn't control her strength well and ended up having a close encounter with the ceiling. She covered her slightly painful head, tears welling up in her eyes. But this was just the beginning. When Lily tried to open the door, she accidentally tore it off its hinges. When she tried to drink water, she crushed the cup in her hand. When she attempted to change clothes, she found her clothes stuck to her hands, and she couldn't pull them off at all. When Shiyu Zayazahil saw Lily at school, the child had long lost the initial excitement of becoming a superhero and was standing at the classroom door with a frown, waiting for her. "Oh, you finally made it." When Lily saw Kasumigakaka Shiyu, it was as if she saw a lifeline. She hurriedly stepped forward, wanted to pull the other's clothes, but abruptly stopped. "What? Is my clothes dirty? Can't be touched." Kasumigakaka Shiyu delivered a lethal 3-hit combo. Lily shook her twin tails and leaned close to Kasumigakaka Shiyu's ear, saying, "I can't control my superpower well. Whatever I touch gets stuck to my hands and can't be pulled off for a long time." Kasumigakaka Shiyu nodded thoughtfully. She then stepped back from Lily, keeping a safe distance. Lily watched her actions and almost couldn't catch her breath. "Didn't you call Leon?" Kasumi ga kaka, Shiyu asked. Lily had definitely called. She had called multiple times, but no one picked up. That's strange. Leon wouldn't just not answer the phone for no reason, unless... Kasumi ga kaka, Shiyu thought of a possibility. She told Lily not to worry and to go back to the classroom, and that she would come find her at noon. With no other option, Lily could only put on a bitter face and do as she was told. When class started, Hiratsuka Shizen let a girl with tan skin into the classroom. Wow, she's a beauty, a sporty type, but she looked quite familiar. Hey, isn't she the one from last year's track team? The boys in the class instantly stirred up after seeing the beauty. The girls were also whispering, but their discussion focused on different points than the boys. Kasumi ga kaka, Shiyu looked at the girl on the podium, didn't think much of it, and just felt that she looked pretty decent. Maybe it was because she stared for too long. The tan girl turned her gaze to Kasumi ga kaka Shiyu and smiled slightly. Everyone, quiet down. Hiratsuka Shizen knocked on the blackboard, asserting her authority as a teacher. After the classroom quieted down, she wrote the new girl's name on the blackboard. This is our new classmate, Satomai. She has been recuperating at home for a year due to health reasons and is now back at school. The teacher hopes everyone can coexist harmoniously and help each other. After saying this, Hiratsuka Shizen signaled Satomai to introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Satomai. I was the captain of the track team, and I believe many of you know me. I had to take some time off due to a torn ligament and severe depression, but now I'm back at school and hope to work hard alongside you all. Satomai's voice wasn't particularly pleasant, even a bit hoarse, but she gave off a friendly vibe. At least after her self-introduction. Most of the class was applauding to welcome her. Sayatome-san, your vision is fine, right? Yes, both of my eyes are 5-0. Then you can sit in the 5th row by the window. After arranging the seats, Satomai picked up her backpack and walked over. Kasumi ga kaka, Shiyu only glanced at her before laying her head back down on the desk. The first class ended. Satomai became the most dazzling new star in the class. Both boys and girls crowded around her desk, chattering nonstop. She didn't show any signs of impatience and patiently answered various questions. Kasumi ga kaka Shiyu lay on her desk, unable to even pretend to nap. It was just too noisy. After parting ways with Leon last night, she had squeezed in some time to write at home. Although she could be fine without rest for 3 days, not adhering to her long-standing habits made her feel like something was missing inside. Sigh. Beautiful people are always popular no matter where they are. Kasumi ga kaka Shiyu actually felt a bit pleased inside. The arrival of Satomai reduced many troubles of people coming to find her, although she had already been quite annoying on a regular basis. It was hard to resist her exceptional looks, and there were still quite a few boys holding on to their hopes. She wondered how Lily was doing over there. Hopefully, nothing went wrong. Kasumi ga kaka Shiyu propped her head up with one hand, looking out the window at the playground, her gaze fixed on the corner of the teacher's dormitory. Meanwhile, the young Lily she was thinking of was dragging a girl, frantically trying to hide in a bathroom stall. I'm so sorry. I can't get my hand off right now. Just wait a moment. Lily apologized to the girl in front of her with a bitter face. She merely wanted to go to the bathroom. But when she turned the corner, she ran into a girl just coming out of the bathroom. It's okay, Sawamura-san. There's still some time before class starts. Katake said understandingly. Oh, you know me? Lily finally took a serious look at the girl in front of her. Short black hair, a cute appearance, and a figure that she envied. Of course. Katake nodded and said, You're one of the 2 beauties of private Tonosaki Academy, Sawamura, Lily. I doubt anyone in the school is unfamiliar with you. Is that so? Lily felt a bit shy upon hearing the compliment. So what's your name? I'm Katake, in the same grade as you. You could just call me Katu-san, Katake said, looking at the hand Lily had placed on her abdomen, curiously asking, Did you accidentally get glue on your hand, Sawamura-san? Lily gave a forced smile. She could only nod. Should she say she couldn't control her superpower? Katake wore a look of I knew it. Well, it's not good to just wait here. Maybe washing it with water will help dissolve it faster. Katake proposed her solution. After all, the two had already spent quite a long time in the bathroom. If they waited any longer, the class bell might ring. Lily listened carefully to the sounds in the bathroom. Besides them, there was no one else. All right then, let's try it with water. Lily had actually tried washing it off with water at home, but the effect was negligible. But now she couldn't refuse someone else's suggestion, otherwise. It would complicate things further. The two pushed open the stall door and went to the sink. Katake turned on the faucet and then cupped her hands to catch the water, carefully pouring it on the junction of Lily's palm and her clothes. Watching Katuke's actions, Lily could only silently pray in her heart, hoping the stickiness would disappear soon. Perhaps Lily's prayers worked. When Katuke poured water a second time, Her hand finally came off the other's clothes. Phew, thank goodness, finally done. Lily sighed in relief. Katake was also infected by her emotions and couldn't help but smile. Sawamura-san, be careful next time. Don't get glue on your hand again. Listening to Kato Megumi's kind reminder, Eruri awkwardly forced a smile and said, Thank you for your reminder. I will pay more attention from now on. You don't have to call me Sawamura anymore. Just call me Eruri. Then you can call me Megumi. Perfect. The class bell rang. The two exchanged smiles and walked out of the bathroom towards their respective classrooms. Meanwhile, Liang, who was out of contact, was in the Phoenix Society. He had forgotten that he left home without his phone. At that moment, he was directing Abby and Barbie to install various electrical appliances in the Phoenix Society. Master, everything has been installed. Abby and Barbie reported their progress to Liang. Liang closed his eyes and connected his perception with the Phoenix Society. Although he stood still, his spirit had swept through every corner of the Phoenix Society. After a few seconds, Liang opened his eyes and looked at the anxious little house elves, smiling as he said, You did a good job. You can take half a day off and arrange it freely. No, we don't need a break. Abby and Barbie suddenly looked terrified and shouted, Master, we can continue working. House elves don't need a holiday. Liang helplessly rubbed his forehead. House elves are great in many ways, but this ingrained sense of servitude is hard to change. I'm not dismissing you. I'm just letting you rest for a while, Liang patiently explained. Since we left last night, you haven't had a break. Now that the Phoenix Society is basically on track, you can take it a bit easier. What? Are we getting dismissed? Abby and Barbie didn't listen carefully to the latter part of Liang's words. They clung to Liang's leg and cried, Dear Master, please don't dismiss us. We don't need a break. We don't need a salary. Just keep us here. Liang. He exerted a little force to shake off the two house elves who were about to wipe their noses on his leg. All right, I take back what I said before. You can continue your previous work. Upon hearing Liang's approval, Abby and Barbie sprang back to life and quickly stood up. I'm going to clean the entire building again. After Abby said this, she used apparition to go to the top floor. She liked to start the big cleanup from the top down. Barbie was a bit slower and could only glare fiercely in the direction where Abby had disappeared. Master, then I'll go wipe all the appliances to ensure they are as good as new at all times. Seeing Liang nod, Barbie also used apparition to reach the top floor. She wanted to compete with the sneaky Abby to see who could clean faster and better. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Liang shook his head. Such diligent workers who don't require compensation are truly the favorites of capitalists. Just as he wanted to sit on the sofa, there was a knock at the door. Liang used his X-ray vision to look and saw Kyuka, Shiyu, and Eruri. What brings you here? Liang walked to the door and opened it. Kyuka, Shiyu gestured to Eruri, indicating that it was this guy who had something to do, not her. Liang raised an eyebrow, making a judgment in his heart. He looked at Eruri, who was gradually coming to her senses from her shock, and asked, Is the adaptation to your superpower not going smoothly? Eruri nodded hurriedly. All right, I understand. You first need to do a recognition process. Following Liang's guidance, Eruri repeated Kyuka, Shiyu's actions from last night, and placed her right hand on the phoenix doorknob. The golden phoenix twisted its body again and pecked Eruri's hand with its little head. After completing the entry registration, the three walked together towards the living room. However, when Liang was closing the door, he took a keen interest in a large tree in front of the teacher's dormitory building. To be precise, it was the person hiding behind the tree. Jing, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be good at stalking. Liang smiled. Unfortunately, no matter how you stalk, it's of no use. Arriving in the living room, Liang took the lead and sat on the sofa, with Kyukashiyu accompanying him. Eruri stood in front of them like a child being questioned by their parents, at a loss for what to do. So tell me, what part are you having trouble adapting to? Liang first scanned Eruri's body. The compatibility between her spider genes and her was quite high. Eruri's current physique could easily take down 10 strong men. Eruri raised her hand and said dejectedly, I can't even touch anything now. Whatever I touch sticks to my hands and doesn't come off until a long time later. Liang explained, that's because you still can't control biological static electricity on your own. The reason you can attract objects is due to the attraction between charges, and you need more practice. After a pause, Liang shouted loudly, Friday. Yes, sir. How may I assist you? A female electronic voice echoed in the living room. Kyuka, Shiyu, and Eruri were startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. Liang, what is this electronic voice? Kyuka, Shiyu had a certain guess in her heart. It's artificial intelligence. What's so strange about that? Liang replied nonchalantly. Sure enough, Kyuka, Shiyu's guess was confirmed. Such a groundbreaking creation could only be casually described by Liang. Play the documentary of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse for me. Certainly, sir. Now, playing the documentary segment of Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. As the electronic female voice fell silent, a light screen projected onto the wall in front of the three. Into the Spider-Verse? Kyuka Shiyu rolled her eyes. She had read theories about parallel worlds, but had never thought deeply about them. Now being able to observe it up close was a nice experience. Eruri, on the other hand, didn't think as much as Kyuka Shiyu. She simply stared at the projection on the wall, eagerly anticipating the upcoming visuals. Leon was also lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, casually watching the screen. These so-called documentaries were recordings from parallel worlds. Leon just flipped through them briefly. There were at least 100 worlds. Some he was familiar with, and others he had never heard of. This was the first time he was seeing the splendor of other worlds. The screen began to show images. The first scene featured a guy in a spider suit swinging between skyscrapers. The red and blue colors caught Lily's attention. In the next moment, Spider-Man jumped to the top of a building, sticking to the highest point and looking down at the city below. This scene made Lily's eyes light up with hearts, and her mind automatically replaced the figure with herself. Wow, that's so cool. Lily couldn't help but exclaim. Kasumigakaka Shiyu rarely nodded in agreement. However, the next clip made both Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Lily widen their eyes. They saw Liang's figure appear above Spider-Man, his red cape fluttering behind him. Liang, is it you? Lily kept comparing the seated Liang with the person on screen. The conclusion was undeniable. Liang didn't expect the documentary to have an AI face-swapping feature. He touched his nose, neither confirming nor denying it. The next few minutes showed Liang teaming up with Spider-Man to deal with a guy named Dr. Octopus. Watching the culprit and the terrifying machines sink into the sea, Lily eagerly approached Liang and said loudly, Liang, do you have that spider suit from the documentary? Can you get it to me? It's really beautiful. In response to Lily's inquiry, Liang waved his hand. A modified spider suit floated in front of the three of them. Lily gasped and reached for it, but was ruthlessly blocked by Liang. This suit will stay with me for now until you familiarize yourself with your abilities. Liang retracted the spider suit, ignoring Lily's pitiful gaze, and said, Friday, turn off the screen. Yes, sir. The light screen on the wall disappeared. So, what do you think after watching Spider-Man from the parallel world? Liang's hands were behind his head as he looked at Lily, who seemed deep in thought, waiting for her response. That Spider-Man should be male, right? Lily recalled the figure of Spider-Man on the screen and voiced her thoughts. His coordination is really strong. Some actions that ordinary people can't complete are effortless for him. He has great strength too. When he stopped the train, he slowed it down with just his own power. If it were me, it might not be that easy. The most important thing is his climbing and web-slinging. He does it so well, as if it comes naturally. Lily poured out her thoughts. She even reluctantly mentioned the spider suit at the end, but was ruthlessly ignored by Liang. That's a good summary. But the key point is that he has a heart to protect the weak. This statement was directed not only at Lily, but also at Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Being a superhero isn't easy. Often, when they get hurt, they can only bear it silently. Liang stood up from the sofa, hands behind his back, and walked to the fireplace in the living room. Heroes are often lonely. They must fight continuously and maintain their victories, which makes them very lonely. As he spoke, there was a hint of melancholy on Liang's face. He thought of the parallel world version of himself, that savior with Superman-like qualities. Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Lily looked at Liang's lonely back, feeling a twinge in their hearts. Things will get better. You're not alone anymore. Kasumigakaka Shiyu walked over to Liang, took his hand, and smiled gently. Lily, not to be outdone, hugged Liang's arm and shyly said, Shiyu is right. You don't have to fight alone anymore. We will be with you. Liang didn't expect that his moment of reflection would also strengthen the unity of the team. Don't worry, I'm not as weak as you think. Liang gave the two girls a reassuring look and then said to Lily, now that you know the direction, train hard. I believe you can do it. Lily felt enveloped by Liang's strong trust. She nodded vigorously. However, Kasumigakaka Shiyu interjected at an opportune moment. The Spider-Man in the documentary shot webs from his wrists. Can he produce webs himself? Would it have any side effects if he sprays too much? Lily laughed and waved her hand. How could a human produce webs? It must be some kind of high technology, right, Liang? Liang didn't respond. Lily suddenly felt a bit anxious. Hey, Liang, at least admit that I'm right. How could a human possibly spray webs? That's not scientific at all. Kasumigakaka Shiyu added with a smirk. I can fly. And you're still bringing up science. Lily was at a loss for words. Liang's silence indicated that her answer was wrong. You don't need to worry too much. I saw that Spider-Man sprayed so much web to stop the train without any problem. You just need to slowly master your strength, and a little practical application will do. Kasumi Kaka Shiyu, being the top student, quickly summarized the whole situation. Ing Lily, who was almost driven to the brink by the idea of human web-slinging, lost her ability to think. She dejectedly accepted Kasumi Kaka Shiyu's suggestion. After the lunch break, Leon left the Phoenix Society with the two girls for their afternoon classes. He glanced at the tree where Hiratsuka Shizuka had been hiding earlier, but no one was there now. At that moment, Hiratsuka Shizuka was sitting at her workstation, muttering to herself. She had seen Kasumi Kaka Shiyu and Ing Lily walk into the teacher's dormitory building. But after searching the entire building, she couldn't find the two of them. If it weren't still broad daylight, she would have almost doubted her own eyes. Slurping her instant noodles, Hiratsuka Shizuka silently vowed to uncover the secrets of these people. Back in class, Kasumi Kaka Shiyu walked straight to her seat, but an unexpected person blocked her way. "Hello, Kasumi Kaka-san." Satomai smiled and greeted Kasumi Kaka Shiyu. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Although Kasumi Kaka Shiyu didn't understand why the other person approached her, she still politely responded. "Please forgive me for being so bold as to approach you. I have a favor to ask." Satomai showed an embarrassed expression. "You know, I've been resting at home for a whole year, and I've forgotten many knowledge points. I've heard from my classmates that you're the top student in our grade, so I would like to ask you to tutor me in my studies, if possible." Listening to the other party's request, Kasumi Kaka Shiyu did not immediately agree. She thought for a moment and then said to Satomai, "Satom, I need to consider this matter. I've been quite busy lately and may not have extra time." "All right, just let me know once you've made up your mind." Satomai understood the situation well and did not press further, returning to her seat. This incident was just a minor episode in the day, and Kasumi Kaka Shiyu did not pay much attention to it. While the superheroes were enjoying their peaceful daily lives, the police officer Sato Mawako was undergoing physical training. The injury she sustained last time was indeed quite serious. If it hadn't been for Leon feeding her a vial of revitalizing potion in a critical moment, Sato Mawako might have had to say goodbye to this world. However, because of that, the potion's effects were maximized. Now, Sato Mawako, with her excellent fighting skills and extraordinary physique, could still hold her own against 5 karate masters attacking her, even breaking them down one by one. Sweat dripped onto the floor as she exhaled a breath of frustration. Around her lay men with pained expressions sprawled out in various positions. "Looks like you've recovered quite well," Megure Jay-Z said with a smile as he walked over to Sato Mawako, handing her a towel. "This can be considered a case of great misfortune turning into great fortune. The blood analysis report from last time has come out. Your physical condition is now twice that of an average person, and the higher-ups are paying a lot of attention to you." Sato Mawako wiped the sweat from her face with a towel and replied, "But that is still far from enough. Even if my physical condition far exceeds that of ordinary people, I am still no match for those monsters. You haven't experienced it firsthand. One punch from them could kill me in my current state." Sato Mawako draped the towel around her neck and looked at Megure Jay-Z, saying, "Megure, how's the investigation into the superhuman going? Have you found out their identity?" Megure Jay-Z shook his head. He was also troubled by this matter. According to the sketch based on Sato Mawako's description, they couldn't find any matches in the population database of Neon. They even tried to track them with satellites, but couldn't even catch a glimpse. "Really? You can't find anything?" Sato Mawako's mood was quite complicated. On one hand, she felt that the existence of such superhumans was a threat to the current world order. On the other hand, she was grateful that they could resolve crises at critical moments, minimizing harm. "Hey, don't think too much about it. Leave the worries to the higher-ups. We just need to do our part. Wear shoes that fit your feet. Don't create trouble for yourself." Megure Jay-Z, an old employee who had been in the workplace for many years, immediately saw through Sato Mawako's concerns and sighed. "I want to say much more. Just think about what your father taught you." With that, Megure Jay-Z patted Sato Mawako's shoulder and left without looking back. "My father's teachings?" Sato Mawako's eyes became misty, as if she could hear her deceased father's voice. The word justice should not be said lightly. It should be kept in your heart and acted upon, not just talked about. "Yes, justice." Sato Mawako lowered her head, looking at her hands. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head, her gaze becoming resolute. As long as what the superhuman does is just, why should she care about anything else? The world has already become perilous. Having a powerful guardian is a good thing. ISNT it. God of humanity, please don't let me down. Sato Mawako extended her hand, making the same gesture as that day. Miwa, Megure Yots, who had gone and returned, burst into the training room, shouting anxiously, "There's a new case." Upon hearing this, Sato Miwako's expression changed. Driving to the reporting location, Sato Miwako showed her credentials to the outer police and smoothly passed through. The informants were a group of university students who had come to the outskirts for a trip. A few young ones who loved swimming pulled a sealed suitcase out of the river. Curiously, they opened it and found a corpse, which led them to call the police. The officer in charge of the crime scene, Mitsui, was an acquaintance of Megure JZ. Upon seeing the two, he described the reporting process. Why was the case transferred to the anti-demon investigation team? Sato asked. Mitsui's expression was grave as he replied, the body doesn't seem to have been dismembered. There are signs of gnawing on it, and we found a tuft of black hair at the very bottom of the suitcase, which resembles the hair of the monster that attacked the restaurant that day. Sato Miwako took the evidence bag handed to her by Mitsui. Looking at the black hair inside, to be honest, she couldn't be sure either. Send it to the forensic lab for examination and have them analyze it immediately. Once the results come out, report it right away. Sato Miwako returned the evidence bag to Mitsui and then walked towards the suitcase containing the corpse. The head of the corpse was missing. A large part of the flesh on the torso had disappeared, and bite marks were left on the bones of the arms and thighs. The deceased was a male, estimated to be in his 20s based on bone age, and the cause of death was still under investigation. Megure JZ relayed the information he had gathered to Sato Miwako. In cases linked to supernatural phenomena, the higher-ups had instructed that the anti-demon investigation team take the lead. Sato Miwako squatted down and took a pair of disposable gloves from another officer. As she manipulated the corpse's arm, she discovered a partially intact tattoo on the shoulder area. Megure, record this tattoo pattern and send someone to investigate it. Without Sato Miwako needing to say more, Megure JZ took out his phone and snapped a picture, then sent it to his subordinates, instructing them to temporarily set aside their current tasks to investigate the source of this tattoo pattern. Miwa-san, have you found anything? A tall woman in high heels approached from behind the group. Yakuji-san, you're here. Sato Miwako stood up from the ground, removed the disposable gloves, and shared her findings. We still can't determine if it was caused by a monster, but we found hair, which has already been sent to the forensic lab. Also, we discovered half of a tattoo on the corpse, and other colleagues are already investigating it. Yakuji Ryoko nodded. She looked at Megure JZ, who was staring at her, and calmly said, Nice to meet you. I'm Yakuji Ryoko from the anti-demon investigation team. Yakuji? That surname sounds familiar. Megure JZ felt like he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Sato Miwako glanced behind Yakuji Ryoko and noticed she had come alone, so she asked, Where's Kobe? Didn't he come with you? Yakuji Ryoko rolled her eyes. She had a very poor impression of that young master. You still don't know what his personality is like? He does whatever he wants. How can I call him? Sato Miwako sighed helplessly. This temporarily formed anti-demon investigation team might seem glamorous to outsiders. Not only did they have support from above, but they also had various privileges. However, internal conflicts were quite severe, as they were all elites who didn't want to be overshadowed by anyone. All right, stop frowning. Ryoko Yatsushiro reached out to smooth Sato Miwako's furrowed brow, saying, It's just about confirming the identity of the deceased and finding the real culprit. The two of us are enough. After thinking for a moment, Sato Miwako still felt a bit uneasy. What if the culprit turned out to be a demon? Just the two of her and Ryoko Yatsushiro wouldn't be enough to handle them. I'll go with you. Megure Duzu pressed down his hat brim and volunteered. I haven't seen a live demon yet. Let me experience it. Inspector Megure. Sato Miwako looked at Megure Duzu, feeling quite touched. All right. The three-person team is temporarily established. Let's set out. Worried that delaying could lead to changes, Ryoko Yatsushiro pushed Sato Miwako to her car. We drove here too. Why don't we take 2 cars? Sato Miwako shook her car keys, but they were snatched away by Ryoko Yatsushiro. Why take 2 cars? We should take 1 car, so we can share information in real time. Ryoko Yatsushiro casually handed Sato's car keys to an officer, instructing him to drive it back to the police station. Sato Miwako scratched the back of her head, and seeing that the decision was made, she had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Once everyone was inside the car, Ryoko Yatsushiro started the engine, expertly turned the car around, and headed toward the city. About halfway through their journey, Megure Juzu's phone rang. He answered, Hello, this is Megure Juzu. Inspector Megure, I have a lead on the photo you sent earlier. What? Their essay lead? Where? Megure Juzu's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the 2 lovely ladies in front. Sato Miwako and Ryoko Yatsushiro exchanged excited glances. Go ahead, I'll take notes. Megure Juzu signaled to Sato Miwako, who understood and pulled out paper and a pen. On Meguro Avenue in District D, the third tattoo shop in the second alley on the left. Megure repeated what he heard on the phone. He glanced at Sato Mawako, who gave him an okay sign. All right, I've noted it down. Thank you for your hard work. You don't need to follow up on this. After finishing, Megure hung up. Looking at the address in Sato Mawako's hand, Ryoko Yatsushiro pressed the accelerator harder. Half an hour later, a silver-gray BMW stopped on Meguro Avenue in District D. Sato Mawako got out of the car first, cautiously looking around and finding no abnormalities. According to the information, the clue they were looking for was in the third tattoo shop in the second alley on the left. Megure took the lead, with Sato Mawako following closely behind and Ryoko Yatsushiro bringing up the rear. The three found the second alley on the left side of the street. At the entrance of the alley, 5 delinquent boys were squatting. Hey brothers, look, these 2 chicks are hot. A punk with dyed yellow hair spotted Megure and his group. His loud shout immediately drew the attention of the others. Yeah, those lights could keep me entertained for a year, haha. A punk with a lip piercing stood up from the ground. His gaze was filled with lewd desire, roaming back and forth over Sato Mawako and Ryoko Yatsushiro. Megure was about to pull out his badge, but was preempted by the people beside him. Ryoko Yatsushiro kicked out with a whip-like leg, striking the yellow-haired punk in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and sending him into a baby-like sleep. Watching the yellow-haired punk fall, the lip-pierced boy's eyes widened as he suddenly realized they had encountered tough opponents. All of you, come at us, we're in a hurry. Ryoko Yatsushiro looked indifferently at the remaining 4 punks. The lip-pierced boy, provoked by her disdainful gaze, shouted angrily, brothers, let us go together. There are only 3 of them. Can we take down 2 girls and a bald fat guy? Bald fat guy. Megure's expression darkened. He wanted to step forward and give a lip-pierced boy a punch, but by the time he rolled up his sleeves, the fight was already over. Ryoko Yatsushiro took on 5 opponents without even breaking a sweat. The last lip-pierced boy was struck in the groin 3 times by her high heels. Megure felt as if he heard the sound of eggs cracking in his ears. After dealing with a few unwise punks, Megure and his group arrived at the third tattoo shop in the alley. Lucky Live? Megure glanced at the sign at the shop's entrance. The name was nice, but thinking of the corpse in the suitcase made him unable to look at it directly. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ryoko Yatsushiro hadn't seen the corpse in the suitcase, so she didn't connect the dots as much. She pushed open the tattoo shop's door, and a crisp wind chime rang out. Welcome. What kind of tattoo would you like? The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a goatee, a faint smile on his face. Police. Megure showed his badge to the owner. The owner's smile instantly froze, and he stammered, Officer, I run a legitimate business here, and Haven T participated in any illegal activities. You must have the wrong place. Megure shook his head, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and showed the owner a photo of the tattoo on the corpse. Do you remember this tattoo design? The owner took the phone with both hands, looked at the photo, and fell into thought. I think I have a bit of an impression. The owner returned the phone to Megure and, under the watchful eyes of the 3, took out a catalog from under the counter. I remember it's in this catalog. The owner murmured while flipping through the pages. Found it. The owner turned the catalog around, pointing to the top tattoo design. This is what you're looking for. It's a saber-toothed tiger. If I remember correctly, a small gang requires its members to get this design. Do you keep records of who gets tattoos here? Sato Mawako asked. The owner smiled and said, Of course. I just mentioned that this is a legitimate tattoo shop. Please wait a moment. I'll look it up for you. After saying that, the owner took out a notebook from under the counter and carefully flipped through its records. Time passed slowly, just as the group was starting to grow impatient. The owner finally looked up and handed a note to Megure. These are the names of everyone who has gotten this tattoo here. Some of the contact numbers may be fake, as most of them are delinquents. You can't expect them to give you sincerity in return for sincerity. Megure looked at the note in his hand. There weren't many names on it, only 5. Thank you. If you remember anything, please call me immediately. Megure handed his business card to the owner. All right, if I think of anything, I will definitely contact you. The owner took the card with both hands and watched the 3 leave his small shop. On the way back, Ryoko Yakushiji frowned as she recalled the complete pattern she had seen in the album earlier. It seemed familiar. What's wrong? Did you make a new discovery? In response to Mawako Sato's inquiry, Ryoko Yakushiji said, I feel like I've seen that tattoo pattern somewhere, but I just can't remember where. Mawako Sato patted her shoulder, comforting her, Don't worry, we now have a clue. Just think slowly, and let us know if you remember anything. Ryoko Yakushiji nodded perfunctorily, her mind rapidly filtering through recent memories, until she saw the lip-stud guy still lying by the roadside. A thunderclap sounded in her mind. I remember. Ryuko Yakushiji slammed her fist in her palm. Among those thugs, just now, there was a guy with blue hair, and he had a saber-toothed tiger tattoo on his arm. Upon hearing this, Mawako Sato quickly scanned the 3 people lying at their feet. There were originally 5, but now only 3 remained. The yellow-haired guy who got whipped in the leg and the blue-haired guy were both missing. Ryuko Yakushiji grabbed the lip-stud guy by his collar, slapped him twice across the face, physically waking him up. "Quick, tell me where that yellow-haired and blue-haired guy live." Seeing the lip-stud guy open his eyes, Ryuko Yakushiji asked urgently. The lip-stud guy was terrified by the woman in front of him. He trembled as he said, "They're not hanging out with me. I only know their gang is called Saber Tiger Gang, and they operate in that abandoned building at the end of the street." Saber Tiger Gang? The 3 exchanged glances. This matched all the clues they had so far. Dropping the lip-stud guy, the 3 returned to the BMW. Ryuko Yakushiji stepped on the gas. The roar of the engine echoed as they drove towards the end of the street. By the riverside in the suburbs, Terashimon was in his regular clothes, watching the busy police officers in the distance. His face showed displeasure at the interruption of his plans. So careless. I should have thrown it further away if I had known, but it wasn't a big deal. Terashimon's head had already been smashed to pieces and flushed down the toilet. He had cleaned up the bloodstains at home and had layered it with concealment. All his colleagues knew he was injured and had been hospitalized for these days. His delinquent image was evident, often not returning home and hanging out outside. He had a perfect alibi. With his hands in his pockets, Terashimon left without any hesitation. If the body was found, it was found. As long as he had an alibi, the police couldn't do anything to him. What Terashimon was most worried about wasn't the police, but the man who floated in the air that day. The terrifying power and incredible speed left an indelible impression in Terashimon's heart. If I can taste his flesh and blood, then I will become the god of this world. Terashimon went from a slow walk to a frantic run, quickly reaching a cliff. He was planning and fantasizing about his vision of becoming a god, letting out a mad laugh. This world will soon welcome its new master. And that person is me, the god of the new world. His bizarre and manic laughter echoed in the valley, lingering for a long time. At the private Tiyasaki Academy, Leon felt something and turned to look into the distance, remaining silent with a calm expression. After a moment, Leon turned back to the students waiting for him to start class, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "The weather is nice today. Everyone get energized and run 5 laps around the playground." The students protested, "No, Teacher Leon, it's so sunny, we'll die from the heat." Leon ignored their pleas. He picked up the whistle hanging on his chest and blew the opening tune for the afternoon. Meanwhile, Mawako Sato and the others drove to the end of Meguro Avenue. They quickly found the abandoned building mentioned by the lip-stud guy. Mawako Sato drew her gun, and the other 2 did the same. As they entered the abandoned building, Mawako Sato heard laughter and scolding from not far away. She made a tactical gesture to Ryuko Yakushiji and Juzumiguro before heading towards the direction of the laughter and scolding. The blue-haired guy was helping the yellow-haired guy, both trembling as they knelt before a bald man. The bald man had a scorpion tattoo on his face and a large saber-toothed tiger head on his exposed chest. "You say you got beaten by a woman?" Ryuko Yamazaki glared at his underlings with fierce eyes. "You have a nerve to come to me for backup after getting beaten up by a woman? Ha ha, what a joke." Ryuko Yamazaki jumped down from the oil barrel and kicked the blue-haired guy in the chest, knocking him to the ground. "Don't think I don't know about your recent little moves. Not throwing you guys into the sea has already been my last mercy. You still have the face to come to me." While speaking, Ryuko Yamazaki kicked at the yellow-haired and blue-haired guys. The yellow-haired guy, already injured by Ryuko Yakushiji, now suffered even more injuries and immediately spat out blood. "Boss Yamazaki, please be merciful. Okamoto can't hold on any longer." The blue-haired guy, enduring the pain in his chest, performed the traditional Japanese gesture of apology, Dajiza. Ryuko Yamazaki twisted his neck, looking at the blue-haired guy's actions, raising an eyebrow. "Kishida, among you little thugs, I particularly valued you. However, you can't distinguish the situation, and it really disappoints me." Kishida pressed his forehead to the ground and said loudly, "I'm very sorry. Boss Yamazaki." Ryuko Yamazaki squatted down, grabbing Kishida by the hair and forcefully lifting his head, saying grimly, "Don't say sorry to me. Where's Ishikawa Taro? Who was in cahoots with you?" Kishida shook his head, stuttering. "I didn't see him today, either. We agreed to go get tattoos, but he didn't show up on time and his phone was off." Ryuko Yamazaki's hand slapped Kishida's face repeatedly, the force gradually increasing. "Before tonight, if I don't see my knife, you guys better be prepared to feed the fish." After saying that, Ryoko Yamazaki released his grip on Kishida's hair. Kishida, with his left face already swollen, lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, "Okay, Boss Yamazaki, I will definitely deliver your beloved knife before dark." Ryoko Yamazaki waved his hand disinterestedly, signaling them to leave. Just as Kishida was about to help Okamoto, a female voice stopped him. "Police, don't move. Raise your hands." Miwako Sato pointed her gun at the few people in the abandoned building. Two of them attempted to run, but instantly became obedient when Ryoko Yakushiji pointed her gun at them. Kishida recognized the three people in front of him at a glance, and his body trembled honestly. Okamoto, lying on the ground, simply went through the motions and fainted. Ryoko Yamazaki gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Kishida, these people were brought here by you, right?" Kishida wanted to shake his head, but was too scared to move under Miwako Sato's gun. Miwako Sato walked straight toward the gold and silver adorned Ryoko Yamazaki, glancing at Kishida and the others as she passed. "You're the leader of the Saber Tiger Gang, right?" Without wasting any words, Miwako Sato asked directly, "Has anyone gone missing in your gang recently?" The two of them were about 20 years old. Yamazaki Ryo forced a stiff smile on his face and said, "Officer, our gang has been very honest lately, and no members of ours are missing." "Are you sure you have a right place?" Sato Miwako raised her eyebrows. With her free hand, she took out her phone and showed a photo to Yamazaki Ryo. "This tattoo pattern was definitely done by someone from your gang, right? Do you still think I'm in the wrong place?" Yamazaki Ryo carefully examined the photo on the phone. Although the pattern was only half remaining, the iconic long fangs could still be seen, identical to the saber-toothed tiger tattoo on his chest. Helplessly, with irrefutable evidence. Yamazaki Ryo nodded, but he immediately said, "Even though the tattoo is the same, our gang hasn't had any missing members lately." "Wait a second." Yamazaki Ryo squinted his eyes. He remembered what Onigashima had said before. "Actually, there's one, but I don't know the specifics. You should ask him." With both hands raised, Yamazaki Ryo could only gesture towards Onigashima. Sato Miwako looked in the direction Yamazaki Ryo indicated and recognized an old acquaintance. Pharmacist Ryoko stepped in her high heels next to the trembling Onigashima and said, "Lift your head and look at me. I have some questions to ask you." Hearing this, Onigashima forced himself to lift his head. "What is the name of the missing person? What is your relationship with him?" Pharmacist Ryoko's gaze was piercing as she stared at Onigashima, not daring to hide anything. Onigashima poured out everything he knew like spilling beans. "I'm not really sure if that guy is missing, but we had an appointment to get tattoos today, and he didn't show up. When I called, it said his phone was off." "Oh, right. That guy's name is Ishimura Taro, and he's the son of a police officer." Ishimura Taro, the son of a police officer? Hearing this crucial clue, Officer Meguro took out his phone and dialed his subordinates waiting at the police station. He instructed them to immediately check Ishimura Taro's information. Perhaps he wasn't missing. Maybe he had stolen Yamazaki's prize sword and was hiding quietly until the storm passed. Onigashima had revealed everything he could and even what he couldn't say. Pharmacist Ryoko had been watching Onigashima's eyes the whole time. She had learned micro-expression analysis, had opened the door during her spare time, and had made some progress. From the beginning to the end of his speech, Onigashima's eyes did not waver. Pharmacist Ryoko tentatively concluded that this guy was telling the truth. She nodded to Sato Miwako, indicating that there was no problem with the information. Sato Miwako lowered the gun aimed at Yamazaki Ryo's forehead, and he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Although your gang hasn't done anything outrageous lately, I warn you, if I discover you have committed any heinous acts, don't blame me for sending you to prison." Sato Miwako left with a stern warning. Her hearing was now twice that of an average person, and she had clearly heard the implications in Yamazaki Ryo's words. "Understood, officer. We will definitely behave ourselves. You can rest assured." Yamazaki Ryo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He wasn't a fool and had caught on to the implications in her words. The three returned to the BMW car, quietly waiting for the results of the police station's inquiry. Sato Miwako, sitting in the passenger seat, rubbed her temples, feeling an ominous premonition looming over her heart. "I hope it's just a false alarm," she muttered. As the atmosphere among the trio grew heavy, Leon had happily clocked out of work. Just as he was about to drive home, a familiar figure blocked his car. Rolling down the window, Leon said with a hint of helplessness, "Shizuka, what trouble are you causing now?" Hiratsuka Shizuka opened the passenger door and calmly sat down. "My car ran out of gas. Can you give me a ride home, Teacher Leon?" Taking out a pack of cigarettes from her bag, she pulled one out, lit it, took a puff, and said to Leon, "I believe you wouldn't refuse, right?" Leon looked at Hiratsuka Shizuka's car with a speechless expression. There was still 2/3 of a tank left. How could she say it was out of gas? All right, where do you live? I'll take you home. Leon started the car, waiting for Hiratsuka Shizuka's reply. She flicked the ash out the window, thought for a moment, and said nonchalantly, "It's still early, and going home would be quite boring. How about I treat you to some milk tea?" Leon, come on, don't make that long face. It's rare for me to invite someone of the opposite sex out to have fun. So give me a break, teacher Leon. Hiratsuka Shizuka threw away the half-burnt cigarette, took out her phone, tapped on it, and then waved it in front of Leon's eyes. Let's go here. I heard it's a newly opened shop, and the taste is pretty good. Leon glanced at the location of the shop. Without replying, he stepped on the gas and drove out of the school's parking lot. In the car, Hiratsuka Shizuka watched the scenery retreating outside. Even though she had traveled this road countless times, today felt entirely different. She turned her head to look at Leon, who was focused on driving, thinking, it must be because of this man. Why are you staring at me? Didn't you just call me a pervert a few days ago? Leon keenly sensed Hiratsuka Shizuka's gaze. Hiratsuka Shizuka rolled her eyes, placed her hands on her back, and said defiantly, isn't it perverted to forcibly hug a young girl? Young girl? Leon looked at Hiratsuka Shizuka with a strange expression. Could this girl really think of herself as an 18-year-old? Hiratsuka Shizuka noticed Leon's gaze, her mouth twitching slightly, and she retorted, what, am I not pretty? When I go out to buy groceries, the aunties in the market call me a young girl. Leon was speechless. Let's just say there's a possibility. At your age, it's reasonable for older people to call you a young girl, right? Don't look at me like I don't take care of myself, always with a cigarette in hand, and like to go to izakayas after work. Hiratsuka Shizuka candidly talked about her shortcomings. But I have money. I can support you, Leon. Leon was shocked. In over 20 years of life, it was the first time he encountered a girl saying she would support him. He looked at his face in the rearview mirror. A sunny guy. Well, that's settled then. This woman is just after my body. Shizuka, don't say things that could be misunderstood. Leon gave up the chance to live off a woman. Look at my car and the clothes I'm wearing. Do I look like someone who lacks money? Hiratsuka Shizuka pouted. She had just been impulsive and spoke without thinking. But after being so sternly rejected by Leon, she felt a faint sense of disappointment in her heart. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a bit awkward. Just when both of them didn't know what to say, the milk tea shop timely came to their rescue. After finding a place to park, Leon and Hiratsuka Shizuka walked side by side down the street. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman attracted the attention of many people on the street. The outfit you're wearing now looks great. Don't always wear that lab coat. Leon glanced at Ping Zhongjing's outfit. The lab coat is so convenient, durable, and has big pockets that can hold a lot of things. Ping Zhongjing said dismissively, subconsciously reaching for a cigarette, but just as her hand touched the cigarette pack, she glanced at Leon and suppressed her craving. The two chatted casually. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a popular milk tea shop. Ping Zhongjing's eyes widened in shock at the bustling scene inside. She clicked her tongue in surprise, having anticipated a lot of people, but not to the extent that there was no place to stand. In contrast, Leon furrowed his brows. He observed the busy employees inside. Although they wore smiles and worked in an orderly manner, his superhuman perception sensed that their movements were somewhat stiff, like puppets being controlled. Come on, Leon, you're big. Take the lead. Let's order that most popular lava milk tea. Ping Zhongjing tugged at Liang's arm and plunged into the crowd. With Liang clearing the way, they reached the ordering counter smoothly. Welcome to Kelyuomo Milk Tea Shop. What would you like to drink? The female staff member's tone was gentle, and her smile was sweet, causing the otaku behind Liang to start thinking about names for their future children. We'll have 2 cups of lava milk tea, one with extra toppings. Ping Zhongjing quickly placed the order and then pulled Liang aside, giving up her spot. While waiting, Ping Zhongjing tugged at Liang's clothing and whispered, this place is too popular. I've never seen a milk tea shop doing such great business. The owner must be waking up smiling in their dreams. Liang nodded perfunctorily. He used his X-ray vision to try to see the back kitchen of the shop, only to find he couldn't see through it. Even as he activated his ability, all the staff members glanced at him. Interesting, the invasion from the outside has accelerated. New evil forces have appeared in just a few days. Liang's mouth curled up. He wasn't in a hurry, waiting to see what tricks they wanted to play. Before long, their ordered milk tea was ready. Due to the overwhelming crowd, Ping Zhongjing had Liang act as the path-clearing tiger, and they fought their way out. Phew, it's so crowded. Ping Zhongjing wiped the sweat from her forehead and then gleefully held the milk tea with extra toppings. Hee hee, Liang. Let's try this delicious top seller. After saying that, she inserted the straw into the fiery red liquid and was about to take a sip. Just as her mouth was about to touch the straw, Liang's finger pressed against her lips. Don't rush to drink. This milk tea seems off. Liang examined the milk tea in front of him. Although it looked similar to regular milk tea, his danger sense warned him that what he was holding was not something good, and he shouldn't be deceived by its beautiful appearance. Ping Zhongjing swatted Liang's finger away, her cheeks slightly flushed. She looked at the milk tea in her hands, puzzled. It looks fine to me? As she spoke, she leaned in to sniff the top of the straw. It smells good too. What are you being paranoid about? Liang didn't explain further. He stepped toward the nearby alley. Ping Zhongjing frowned at Liang's retreating figure and quickly followed him. In a secluded alley, there were only a few stray cats, and not many people would notice. Liang snapped his fingers. A red cloak appeared beside him. The floating cloak affectionately circled around Liang, even rubbing against his face. All right, little guy. I need your help. We'll catch up later. The floating cloak obediently entered work mode. It flew lightly to Liang's back and draped over his shoulders. The magical knowledge imparted by Dr. Strange was transmitted to Liang's brain. As soon as Ping Zhongjing arrived, she saw a red cloak added to Liang's back. With his left hand holding the milk tea and his right hand making incomprehensible gestures, a circular magic circle appeared in Liang's palm. As a magic circle appeared, the milk tea began to boil by itself. The original liquid transformed into countless disgusting bugs, and the extra toppings were petals exuding a yellow color. Ping Zhongjing was horrified by the scene before her. She quickly discarded the milk tea she was holding, her pale fingers rubbing back and forth, making gagging sounds. Liang didn't seem overly frightened. It was a bit nauseating. He held the milk tea in front of him, and the little bugs inside were still trying to bite him. It was a sophisticated illusion. He just didn't know what the bugs and petals were for. Liang casually created a dimensional gate and threw the milk tea into an active volcano. Ping Zhongjing approached Liang petit feli, and the usually carefree girl surprisingly choked up and said, Liang, what were those things? They looked terrifying and disgusting. Liang shook his head and pulled out a tissue to hand to her. After calming down a bit, Ping Zhongjing recalled the popularity of the milk tea shop and worriedly said, will those ordinary people turn into monsters after drinking the milk tea? Just like in that video online? Liang rubbed his chin. It would be fortunate if they turned into monsters. What was scary was if they didn't even qualify to become monsters. And, Liang, you're a superpower user too, right? Ping Zhongjing looked at him nervously. She hadn't expected that the matter she was so eager to understand would leave her feeling hesitant. Liang shrugged. Such an obvious thing didn't require further explanation. So, students from Xia Hill and Zhe Village are too? Seeing Liang nod, Ping Zhongjing felt a sense of loss. She had just resolved at noon to uncover the secrets of Liang and the others, and by the afternoon, she had cracked the case. Moreover, the breakthrough point was related to herself. Ping Zhongjing awkwardly lowered her head. If she weren't wearing shoes, her toes could have dug out a villa. Are you going back to the milk tea shop with me? Or are you going alone? Liang asked. I'll go with you to the milk tea shop. Ping Zhongjing shook her hair. She wasn't the type to run away when something happened. The two walked side by side back to the milk tea shop. The atmosphere inside remained bustling. Whether students or office workers, everyone was sweating profusely and completely unaware. The floating cloak had transformed into a red scarf wrapped around Liang's wrist. He channeled his magic, and his magically enhanced X-ray vision finally saw the situation in the back kitchen. An ugly, fat monster like a mountain of flesh was entrenched in the storage room of the back kitchen. Whenever new milk tea was to be made, the employees would grab the tentacles on the ground and squeeze out countless little bugs. The petals were also plucked directly from the tentacles without being washed. In their original state. Peeping Tom, are you also an invasion from the outside? A piercing whisper echoed in Liang's mind. Liang didn't expect his actions to be discovered, but he remained calm and responded in his mind. Yes, I also came from the outside, but I am not alone. I have 6 other kin. The harsh whispering voice echoed again. What a lucky guy. My companions died or were injured during the invasion of this world. I am the only one who survived. But my injuries are severe, and I need these lowly races to serve as nourishment. Nourishment? A flash of inspiration struck Liang's mind. To ensure his thought was correct, he continued. Is nourishment referring to the humans who drank the special milk tea? That's right, they're all my avatars. I can absorb their life force, and even if they die, it doesn't matter. They will be controlled by the avatars and become my puppets. TSK. This guy is quite honest. He answers whatever is asked, sticking to a straightforward approach. After Liang understood the whole situation, he cut off the mental connection with the other party. Jing Pingzhong noticed that Leon suddenly became still, his expression dazed, and she consciously took on the role of guard. Anyone passing by them would face her scrutinizing gaze. All right, I'm fine now. Thank you for your hard work. Leon patted Jing Pingzhong's shoulder. The latter looked at him joyfully and asked, "How is it? Did you figure out?" Leon nodded. If it weren't for Jing Pingzhong accidentally bringing him to drink milk tea today, he wouldn't have discovered this old scheming demon. If time passed and the other party's injuries healed, there might be a great battle. But for now, of course, it was time to beat a drowning dog. Leon instructed Jing Pingzhong. "Jing, my dear, I'm giving you the car keys. You drive away immediately, as far as you can. And don't look back no matter what noise you hear." Jing Pingzhong wanted to say something, but looking at Leon's undeniable gaze, she nodded. Taking the car keys Leon handed her, she left without looking back. Next, it was our turn to take the stage. Leon touched the floating cloak on his wrist. He walked into a nearby phone booth. This thing had long disappeared from the historical trajectory on the Yanwang side, but it was still quite common here in Neon. The next second, Superman made his appearance. Leon floated in midair, looking at the ordinary people below, and said calmly, "There will be a battle soon, which may affect you. So hurry and leave this place." Most people were still afraid of death. After hearing Leon's warning, they hurriedly left. Only a few fearless ones remained, frantically taking pictures of Leon with their phones. Good advice is wasted on the damned. Leon merely glanced at them and ignored them. The once bustling milk tea shop was now deserted. The staff emerged one after another, raising their heads and looking at Leon in the sky with unfriendly gazes. Suddenly, the young lady who had taken the order for Jing Pingzhong had her head explode, something writhing in her severed neck. This was like a signal. The heads of other employees also burst open, crimson tentacles shooting out, waving in the air with a strong stench. If you don't go audition for a bio-horror theater, it's simply a waste of talent. Leon complained as he flashed his figure. When he reappeared, his fist was already striking one of the splitting monsters. The powerful force sent the monster flying 20 to 30 meters away, crashing to the ground and unable to get up for a long time. The remaining splitting monsters were not deterred by Leon's displayed strength. After all, they were just puppets. If the main entity commanded them to attack, they had to obey. One splitting monster attempted a sneak attack from behind. The floating cloak detached from Leon's body, wrapping around the monster's body. Leon turned around, his eyes glowing red, and a heat ray took down the opponent. In just 2 seconds, 5 splitting monsters were reduced to 3. The harsh whispering voice echoed in Leon's mind again. "Damn it. You tricked me. You didn't invade from the outside. You are the guardian of this world. Bingo. You got it right, but unfortunately, there is no reward." Leon conjured a magical whip in his hand, threw it forward, and ensnared the 3 splitting monsters. Then he pulled hard with both hands, forcibly severing the monsters in half. Hiding in the storage room, the Flesh Mountain sensed that its puppets were dead. It let out a deafening roar and began to absorb the life force of the avatars. A few young people who had poked their heads out from behind cover to continue taking pictures suddenly changed their expressions. Their phones dropped to the ground, writhing in pain like maggots. Not only them, but everyone who had drunk the special milk tea from the shop reacted the same way. Leon stood in the middle of the street, his expression unreadable. A young man, his face contorted in agony, shouted at Leon, "Damn it, aren't you a superpower user? Hurry and save us. Isn't this your duty?" Upon hearing this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Leon's mouth. Duty? How ridiculous. His goal from the beginning was to protect this world from being destroyed by the outside. Everything else was not within his consideration. If it were a somewhat memorable anime character, it would be different, but a common bystander who spews flowery words, he chose to ignore. Moreover, they were still in Neon, which added another reason for Leon not to act. Boom! The milk tea shop collapsed. A gigantic figure emerged amidst the dust. The police, who arrived late, stared dumbfounded at the colossal creature before them. They looked at their handguns, lost in thought. A young officer even wanted to rescue the fallen youths. But what greeted him was a disgusting tentacle. Fortunately, the young officer was agile and narrowly dodged the attack. They were not going to save anyone. Striking at the connection point between the tentacle and the neck could ensure a one-hit kill. Leon's voice was not loud, but all the police officers present heard him. "Your Excellency Superman, why have these people become like this?" On our way here, there were already many lying on the street. An older police officer with the highest rank was pushed forward to ask questions. Leon quickly replied, "Don't worry about why they became this way. They are beyond saving. The urgent task now is to deal with the big guy in front of us, understand?" The old officer was momentarily stunned. Beyond saving? On the way here, he roughly counted at least 100 people. Were they all doomed? His back was drenched in cold sweat. He realized that this incident was far too serious. So he turned to the officers and shouted, "Didn't you hear what His Excellency Superman said? Get your guns out and aim at that big monster." Then he pointed at 3 younger officers and said, "Go check on the citizens lying on the ground. Save whoever you can, and if you can't, you know the killing method you just heard." The 3 officers exchanged glances, and under their superior's furious gaze, they eventually went to carry out their tasks. Leon floated in midair, his gaze locked onto the colossal creature. Suddenly, a lump of green slime shot out from the dust. Leon just tilted his head slightly and dodged the attack. The green slime hit the wall behind him, making a sizzling sound, and soon melted a large hole. "You're impressive, but still far from enough." As the dust settled, a massive creature revealed its true form. It looked like a huge lump of fat, but one could still see plant-like features on its surface. Its eyes were asymmetrical, one on top and one on the bottom. Its mouth was cylindrical, filled with dark, sharp teeth, and occasionally insects would scurry past. Countless tentacles swirled around it, each emitting yellow mist. "My name is Morikomo, the vanguard of General Haiger of the Third Realm." Morikomo looked at Leon with its slanted eye and said slowly, "Your strength is quite good. Although you deceive me, as long as you switch sides, I am willing to accept you as a member of the Third Realm." Leon curled the corner of his mouth. No wonder the villains in movies die from talking too much. Do they really need to give an acceptance speech before fighting? Without replying, Leon sprinted to Morikomo's front. His fist, as big as a cooking pot, fell on the opponent like raindrops. Morikomo let out a cry of pain, wailing, "You've really angered me. I will turn you into my nourishment." Leon seemed not to hear. He simply increased the force of his punches. Morikomo controlled its tentacles to advance, trying to wrap around Leon's body. But Leon was already prepared. The heat ray was not to be trifled with. A red beam flashed across the city sky. Severed tentacles fell to the ground, some still twitching. The police watched the battle scene, comparable to special effects, without even the courage to raise their weapons. My God, can a human really deal with this? The old policeman's hat was blown away by the shockwave from the fight. He trembled and raised his gun, aiming at Morikomo's eye, and pulled the trigger hard. The bullet's accuracy was a bit off. It aimed for the eye but hit the mouth instead. The damage was minor but extremely insulting. Morikomo was furious. It did not expect something it considered low-level nourishment would dare to attack it. Morikomo spat out a cloud of black mist. Leon could clearly hear the sound of wings flapping within the black mist. Seeing the black mist approaching, the old policeman instinctively gave the order, "Everyone, aim at the black mist and fire when it's 20 meters away." At the command, the armed officers all aimed at the black mist. Their hands trembled slightly, palms sweaty. 3, 2, 1, fire. Bang! The old policeman fired the first shot. The subsequent gunfire sounded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. However, while the noise was loud, the effect was not good. The losses to the black mist were almost negligible. When the black mist fully approached, the police realized that it was not mist at all, but flying little black bugs. The little black bugs were tiny and very agile. They had sharp teeth and were indiscriminate eaters, even chewing on the tires of police cars. In no time, the police suffered heavy casualties. Cackling. Nourishment must have the awareness of nourishment. Morikomo let out an unpleasant laugh. Leon felt a headache coming on. He took a deep breath and then unleashed a strong cold windstorm. The cold windstorm swept through the area where Morikomo was. Many tentacles froze into shiny ice crystals, and a large number of little black bugs fell. Morikomo shuddered. It desperately tried to wriggle its body, but to no avail. Leon seized the opportunity and unleashed heat rays and Bolzert's thunder on Morikomo. Watching Morikomo, which had once been so arrogant, now reduced to a state of near death, Leon floated in midair, quickly rubbing his hands to summon a magic sword made of fire. Feeling the threat of death, Morikomo discarded thoughts of nourishment and face. Pleading loudly, "My lord, I was blind and dared to offend you. Please, spare me, and I am willing to abandon the Third Realm and become your most loyal dog." Leon simply raised the sacred sword of the Emperor of Ishan, saying lightly, "I'm sorry, but I prefer the rebellious attitude you had earlier. Also, you really are very ugly." With that, the blade pierced through Morikomo's body. The vanguard of the Third Realm was completely annihilated. Leon dispelled the magic sword in his hand. He floated in the air, enjoying the warmth of the sun, a comfortable smile on his face. Another one dealt with, but it was a bit exhausting. Leon's desire to expand his superhero team grew stronger. He glanced down at the battlefield. Due to the intensity of the fight, all the surrounding buildings had collapsed. But that was not something Leon needed to worry about. Someone would clean up the mess. Superman, could you please stay for a moment? The old policeman had survived the attack of the little black bugs with great difficulty. He looked up at Leon and said respectfully, "Our highest leader wishes to meet you." Leon pointed to the area that had become ruins and said flatly, "Here? In the ruins?" The old policeman hurriedly shook his head, about to explain, but saw the superhero in the sky wave his hand. "Another day, I have things to do today, and there are other places that need my help. The world needs me at all times." After saying this in a mysterious tone, Leon disappeared into the horizon. The old policeman remained in place, the words of the superhero echoing in his ears. After a long time, the old policeman sighed and silently returned to the crowd. Leon didn't stay in the sky for long either. After finding the person he wanted to see, he landed in a spot. Hayuka Saika stood quietly in front of the car, watching the police cars and ambulances pass by, her heart still unsettled. The monster's howls could still be heard even after she had driven a kilometer away. It wasn't that she didn't want to drive further, but the streets were filled with people, and the car couldn't get through. Moreover, she had seen some people turn into monsters right before her eyes. The odor from those tentacles was the most unbearable smell she had ever encountered. Fortunately, 3 young policemen were maintaining order. Upon discovering the mutated split monster, they followed Leon's instructions and killed it. "Leon, you have to win." Hayuka Saika pulled out a cigarette from her bag. Her mood was very complicated, and she needed to smoke to calm down. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. I've told you so many times, smoke less. It's bad for your health. The freshly lit cigarette was extinguished. Hayuka Saika was not angry, but looked at the newcomer in surprise. "Ah, Leon, did you defeat the monster?" Hayuka Saika exclaimed, circling around Leon. "Are you hurt? I think that monster is quite strong. It can not only turn people into disgusting tentacle monsters, but can even spread its influence over several kilometers just by calling out." Leon wasn't knocked out by Morikomo, but was almost dizzy from spinning around with Shizuka Hiratsuka. He stopped the cute Shizuka, who wanted to keep spinning, and helplessly said, "Am I really that weak in your heart? That level of monster isn't even worthy of my attention." Yes, our teacher Leon is the strongest." Shizuka's perfunctory attitude left Leon speechless. According to her, Leon was indeed a superpower user, but he wasn't as strong as the female superpower user shown in the video. That female superpower user could fly and had immense strength. As the saying goes, having air superiority means holding the key to victory. So, that female superpower user could definitely pin Leon down. Kanon Shinozaki, meow meow meow. "Don't cue me. I don't want to die young. Time is getting late. So I'll take you home." Leon took the car keys from Shizuka. He turned to open the car door, but found that she was standing still. "What's wrong?" Leon asked. Shizuka looked at the unconscious people being moved to the roadside by medical staff and said with reluctance, "Leon, do you think these people will ever wake up?" Leon leaned against the car door, thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. "It's hard to say. Those who mutated before are definitely beyond saving. As for these unconscious people, after Morikomo is dead, they should slowly regain their energy. But the life force lost can never be recovered. For example, if a person lives to 80 but has their life force drained by the previous monster, even if they wake up, their constitution will decline significantly, and their lifespan will be shortened to 30. 80 years shrunk to 30. The difference is terrifying." Shizuka silently opened the car door and got in without a word. Leon understood that he needed to give her time to relax. He sat in the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and gradually drove out of the area. In District D, a 3-person team received notification the moment the disaster occurred. They initially planned to rush over to provide support, but when they heard that Superman was also there, they decided it was no problem. Is Superman really as strong as described in the reports? Ryoko Yakushiji turned to Mawako Sato and asked, "Very strong, even more powerful than described in the reports." Mawako, who had first-hand experience with Superman, had a lot of authority on the matter. She looked at Ryoko, who seemed somewhat indifferent, and kindly reminded her, "You watched the video of the plane hijacking, right? Didn't the abilities Superman displayed in it explain everything? Sometimes I even wonder if he really is a god among men. After all, that world-destroying power is truly unforgettable." Ryoko sighed. Her viewpoint was similar to what Mawako had thought before. The sudden appearance of someone with power that surpasses everyone else. Could it be a blessing or a curse? Ding, ding, ding. The phone of J.Z. Muger rang. "Hello, have you found any clues?" "Inspector Muger, we found that Taro Ishimura's father is Okawa Ishimura, the patrol chief in District D. He was the injured police officer in the recent Cat Beastman restaurant case. His home address is..." After noting down Okawa Ishimura's home address and phone number, Jay-Z ended the call. He first dialed the number provided by his subordinate, but it showed that the user was powered off. The group immediately decided to go to his house. Okawa Ishimura's home was not far from Meguro Avenue. Ryoko stepped on the gas and quickly reached the destination. The three entered an old apartment building, took the elevator to the 9th floor. 903. This is definitely the right place. Jay-Z rang the doorbell. Inside, footsteps approached leisurely. Creak. The door opened. Okawa Ishimura looked puzzled at the three at the door and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" "Patrol Chief Ishimura, I am Inspector Muger." After showing his police badge, Jay-Z said, "There's a case related to you, and we need to ask you some questions. Please cooperate." Okawa quickly removed the door chain and let the three in. He poured 3 cups of tea and knelt in front of them, waiting for their inquiries. "Patrol Chief Ishimura, how is your health now?" Jay-Z didn't get straight to the point, but chatted about some small talk. Okawa smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Inspector Muger. I'm almost recovered." Jay-Z nodded, then scanned the room before continuing, "You've been in the hospital, yet your house is so tidy. Your wife is really virtuous." A bitter smile appeared on Okawa's face as he shook his head. "I've been divorced for a long time. I cleaned the house myself. Since I was almost recovered in the hospital, I tidied up a bit when I got home." Jay-Z didn't expect his casual remark to touch a sore spot, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were living alone. That was rude." Okawa waved his hand and said lightly, "It's fine. I've come to terms with it. I'm not living alone. My son lives with me." Now we're getting to the point. The three exchanged glances subtly. "Is your son studying or working?" Jay-Z continued to ask. Okawa's expression turned a bit bitter as he sighed. "You might laugh, but after my wife and I divorced, I haven't disciplined him much. He dropped out of school long ago and isn't working. He's just hanging around with a bad crowd. It's ironic, really. A father is a cop, and the son is a delinquent, haha." Ryoko was taking notes during the conversation. So far, the content matched the clues they had gathered. Jay-Z wanted to dig deeper, but Okawa suddenly said, "Inspector Muger, did something happen to my son? Didn't he go and rob women on a motorcycle, did he? That damn ungrateful son. I told him not to do illegal things, but he just wouldn't listen." Seeing Okawa getting furious, Jay-Z hurried to calm him down, and once his emotions stabilized, he spoke. "Taro Ishimura was involved in any motorcycle gang robbery. We're here for another matter." "Another matter?" Okawa frowned. "Yes, we want to know about your son's current situation, where he usually goes, and who he has been in contact with." Jay-Z's question made Okawa fall into thought. The three didn't rush him, just waited quietly. After he became an adult, I mostly stopped asking about his matters. He wouldn't tell me voluntarily either. Okawa rubbed his forehead. The place he loves to go is definitely the unfinished building at the end of Meguro Avenue, and the people he interacts with the most are that group. Speaking of which, he didn't visit me when I was in the hospital, and I haven't seen him since I got back. Listening to Sherman Dezawa's response, Meguro Juzin and Sato Mihoko instinctively removed each other from the list of suspects. Only Yakuji Ryoko sniffed the air with a thoughtful expression. "So that's how it is." Meguro Juzin stroked his chin. "It seems the problem still lies with the Kenko gang. The questions that needed to be asked have been asked." The three of them felt it was inappropriate to continue interrupting, so they stood up to leave. Only Yakuji Ryoko, as she was closing the door, asked Sherman Dezawa one last question. "Chief Sherman, do you like to keep pets?" Sherman Dezawa was taken aback for a moment, then immediately replied, "My ex-wife liked to keep dogs, but after the divorce, we haven't had any pets at home." Yakuji Ryoko nodded. Looking at the changing expression on Sherman Dezawa's face, she smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I was just asking casually." She then left with Meguro Juzin and Sato Mihoko. Sherman Dezawa watched the three leave, and the smile on his face suddenly vanished after they disappeared around the corner. That woman seemed to have noticed something. This is a bit troublesome. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Sherman Dezawa closed the door, reflecting on his answer, unable to figure out where he had slipped up. On the other side, Meguro Juzin and Sato Mihoko looked at Yakuji Ryoko in front of them, not believing that the previous question was just a casual inquiry. "Did you discover some clue?" Sato Mihoko couldn't contain her curiosity. Chief Shimon's answer was fine, and he has an alibi. I don't think he's the murderer. Meguro Juzin nodded in agreement. Ding dong. The elevator arrived. However, Yakuji Ryoko didn't step inside. She turned to the two and said, "It's the smell. There's a faint hair smell in the room." "Hair smell?" Sato Mihoko and Meguro Juzin exchanged glances, realizing they hadn't noticed it at all. "I once helped a friend take care of a pet for a while, so I'm quite sensitive to the smell that pets emit." Yakuji Ryoko recalled that unpleasant past and said with lingering fear, even though Mendoza sprayed a lot of air freshener at home, it backfired and highlighted the animal smell. So that's how it is. Sato Mihoko and Meguro Juzin suddenly understood. Then let's go back now, control him, and make him talk. Meguro Juzin pressed down his hat and was about to head back in the previous direction. Sato Mihoko stopped him. Shaking her head, Yakuji Ryoko said she smelled an animal scent, combined with the tuft of black fur found in the suitcase. Mendoza's true identity might be that of a monster. We can't handle him alone. Yakuji Ryoko agreed with Sato Mihoko's viewpoint. We can first send someone to monitor him and wait for the right moment to. Yakuji Ryoko's words were interrupted by a voice that came from the side. So it turns out the smell exposed me. I really didn't consider this thoroughly. After closing the door, Mendoza felt inexplicably anxious. In the end, he opened the door and followed the few people. Just in time to hear Yakuji Ryoko's analysis. When did you come? Sato Mihoko and Meguro Juzin were startled by Mendoza's sudden appearance. She didn't hear a single sound of him approaching. Licking his claws, Mendoza's eyes turned into slits, and he said with a sinister smile, "Since you've discovered my secret, then go to hell." After saying that, Mendoza exerted force and charged at Meguro Juzin. While Meguro Juzin was still drawing his gun, Mendoza was already in front of him. At a critical moment, Sato Mihoko used her shoulder to push Meguro Juzin aside, crossing her arms to withstand Mendoza's attack. Yakuji Ryoko was not to be outdone, delivering a whip kick towards the stopped Mendoza. Slightly tilting his head, he easily dodged the attack, which seemed as slow as a snail to him. He grabbed Yakuji Ryoko's calf, exerting a bit of force, and threw her out. Watching Yakuji Ryoko about to fall off the building, Meguro Juzin hurriedly got up from the ground, leaping to barely grab her arm. "Don't let go, Yakuji." Meguro Juzin's veins bulged as he slowly pulled Yakuji Ryoko up. Sato Mihoko shook her slightly numb hands and took a fighting stance, looking at Mendoza with a serious expression. "Oh, you actually managed to block my attack?" Mendoza looked at Sato Mihoko as if he had discovered a new continent. "Your flesh must be delicious. Eating you will bring me closer to becoming a god." Sato Mihoko spat and said disdainfully, "You think someone like you can become a god? You're daydreaming." After hearing Sato Mihoko's words, Mendoza was not angry. Who would care about the words of someone about to die? Blood had already stained his sleeves red, and Sato Mihoko knew she couldn't drag this out any longer. She pressed the elevator button, reopening the elevator doors. Then she charged straight at Mendoza, launching a fierce barrage of attacks at him. Meguro Juzin, with great effort, finally pulled Yakuji Ryoko up. Completely exhausted, he just wanted to sit down, but seeing Sato tangled with Mendoza, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain barely restoring some of his energy. Yakuji Ryoko leaned against the wall with one hand, looking at the open elevator doors, understanding Sato's intention. "Can you still move?" Yakuji Ryoko asked Meguro Juzin. "Of course, I can still run 5 kilometers. Meguro Juzin adjusted his slightly crooked hat. "Sato has left us a chance. Now we must rush into the elevator immediately, understand?" Yakuji Ryoko pounded her somewhat swollen calf, her gaze firm. Meguro Juzin nodded and took the lead in running, with Yakuji Ryoko closely following. Sato Mihoko saw her teammates understood her good intentions and felt relieved. It's not good to get distracted during a fight. Mendoza's voice echoed in Sato Mihoko's ears. He delivered a side kick, striking her shoulder. Sato Mihoko spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, landing just 1 meter away from the elevator door. "You cover me. I'll go save Sato." Yakuji Ryoko handed her gun to Meguro Juzin, then dashed out of the elevator, grabbing Sato Mihoko's clothing and began to pull her back with all her strength. "Foolish mortals, do you think you can escape?" Mendoza slowly walked towards the elevator, letting out cold laughter. "Don't underestimate the power of humans, bastard." Meguro Juzin fired both guns at once. While he couldn't claim to hit every shot, almost all of them struck Mendoza's upper body. Although the power of the handguns was limited, they were still able to impede his advance. "Hurry up, I'm running out of ammo." Meguro Juzin had emptied one handgun and was now trying to fire the remaining one with precision. Takachuan watched the elevator doors about to close, disregarding the pain in his body, and madly rushed towards the elevator. But what awaited him was a searing bullet. Meguro Juzin emptied his magazine, looking at the completely closed elevator doors, finally breathing a sigh of relief as he slumped to the ground. A step too late. Takachuan angrily slashed the elevator doors apart with his claws. Blood dripped from the corner of his left eye as he looked at the descending elevator and let out a hysterical howl. Hearing the commotion from above, Moro Jusen joked, "Look, the kitty is getting spoiled." Yakuji Temple Ryoko shot him an annoyed glance. This cold joke was just too cold. Sato Mawako leaned against Yakuji Temple Ryoko. Her face pale, she forced herself to say, "We need to hurry. He will definitely come after us." This is different from the monsters before. He still retains human thoughts. The other two nodded seriously. Moro Jusen first requested backup from headquarters, then ejected the empty magazine and reloaded a full one. Yakuji Temple Ryoko was responsible for Sato's safety. She took off her high heels, barefoot, and carried the unconscious Sato on her back. The elevator doors opened. Moro Jusen stepped out with his gun, and after confirming the surroundings were safe, nodded at Yakuji Temple Ryoko in the elevator. Receiving Moro's signal, Yakuji Temple Ryoko quickly dashed out with Sato on her back. The two walked cautiously towards the apartment entrance. Yakuji Temple Ryoko frowned and whispered, "It's too quiet. There's not a single sound." Moro Jusen also sensed something was off. He tightened his grip on the gun. "I told you, you can't escape." Sherman Takachuan suddenly appeared on the necessary path, his claws dripping with blood. Moro Jusen and Yakuji Temple Ryoko's faces turned grim. They certainly didn't believe they could escape his pursuit in such a spacious area like before. "How long until reinforcements arrive?" Yakuji Temple Ryoko asked. "About 5 minutes," Moro Jusen replied. "That's too long. By the time reinforcements arrive, we'll just need a white cloth to cover us." Yakuji Temple Ryoko carefully laid Sato down and moved her wrist. "Let's fight with our lives. Maybe there's still a chance." Moro Jusen nodded. There was no other choice now. Just as the battle was about to break out, a female voice came from the sky. Friday reported it found traces of a suspected evil spirit. "Is that you?" Kasano Okiyuta looked down at Sherman Takachuan with disgust. "With such a strong smell of blood, how many people have you harmed? You monster." Sherman Takachuan looked at the woman in the sky, not afraid at all, but rather more excited. "If I eat you, I will be qualified to challenge that man in the cloak." "I must eat you. Still want to challenge Leon?" Kasano Okiyuta's expression was strange. This monster must have hit its head when it invaded. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you." Kasano Okiyuta raised an eyebrow at a corner below and shouted with a suppressed laugh. "Sleepy baby, it's your turn to appear." Ing Lily, hiding in the shadows. "What the hell is Sleepy Baby?" Ing Lily was furious at the nickname Kasa no Okiyuta had given her. She glanced at her outfit and sighed helplessly. What would she do? There was only this outfit in the Phoenix Society. While Sherman Takachuan was still puzzled about what the woman above was saying, a spider silk shot out from a distance, binding him tightly. Ing Lily, wearing a homemade mask, swung the spider silk and landed in front of Yakuji Temple Ryoko and Moro Jusen. "Hi, your friendly neighborhood spider girl has arrived." Ing Lily turned to greet the two, who were dumbfounded. Yakuji Temple Ryoko assessed Ing Lily's height and figure, muttering, "Isn't she just a little girl?" Ing Lily's mouth twitched, seeing her spotlight being stolen. Sherman Takachuan was displeased. He cut through the spider silk with his claws, not wasting any time, and lunged straight at Ing Lily. Ing Lily was startled and immediately activated her reflexes. It was as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She leaped high, shooting out spider silk from her wrists, throwing Yakuji Temple Ryoko and Muro Jusen into a nearby flower bed. Sherman Takachuan's attack missed. He turned around and looked at Ing Lily, who had landed and struck a pose, loudly declaring, "I also like your meat. I want to eat you all." Ing Lily stood up, looking at the bizarre Sherman Takachuan, and mockingly said, "I suggest you go for some cosmetic surgery. A man should regain his confidence, starting from his looks." Just as Yakuji Temple Ryoko crawled out of the flower bed, hearing Ing Lily's taunt, she confirmed even more. This is just a little girl. Even if the King of Heaven came, she must be one. Sherman Takachuan was enraged by Ing Lily's words. He laughed in anger. "Sharp-tongued little girl, watch me tear you to pieces." Sherman Takachuan exerted force under his feet, cracking the bricks beneath him, turning into a nearly invisible afterimage, appearing in front of Ing Lily. Ing Lily was also shocked by the opponent's explosive speed. Fortunately, Ing Lily's reflexes were indeed useful. She moved back half a step, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kasano Okiyuta in the sky could no longer watch. After rigorous training with Hippolyta, her combat experience and fighting skills had rapidly grown. In her eyes, Ing Lily's fighting was like a child's play, full of flaws. She removed the starlight diadem from her head, aimed at Sherman Takachuan, and threw it fiercely. Ing Lily noticed Kasa no Okiyuta's action and deliberately slowed down, offering an opening. "Ha, I got you." Sherman Takachuan looked at Ing Lily, who was within reach, raising his claws to grab down. But Ing Lily not only didn't dodge. She put her hands on her hips, wearing a look of you fell for it. Sherman Takachuan quickly reacted, but it was too late. The starlight diadem had already flown behind him, and the strong force struck his waist. Ing Lily even heard the sound of bones cracking. Watching Sherman Takachuan lying on the ground, struggling to get up, Ing Lily gifted him a spider silk package, leaving only his head exposed. Picking up the starlight diadem from the ground, Ing Lily handed it over to Kasa no Okiyuta, who had descended. Thanks. I did pretty well just now, right? Glancing at Ing Lily, who was acting like a little dog seeking praise, Kasa no Okiyuta put the starlight diadem back on her head and said perfunctorily, So. A bit better than a child playing house. Ing Lily's smile froze. How could she forget that the woman in front of her was a sharp-tongued person? Even becoming Wonder Woman didn't change that at all. How should she deal with this? Kasa no Okiyuta kicked the cocoon Sherman Takachuan. Ing Lily suggested, why don't we hand him over to the police? Kasa no Okiyuta thought for a moment, drew the sword of Hephaestus from her waist, and said, humans are a greedy race. I don't trust them to keep him alive. With that, Kasa no Okiyuta raised her sword and ended Sherman Takachuan's life. As his pupils gradually dimmed, the dream of world domination that Sherman Takachuan had envisioned also dissipated into smoke. Ing Lily stared at Kasumiga Kakashiyu, who was putting the sword of fire god back at her waist, and whispered, Big Milk Cow, don't you think your personality has changed a lot? Kasumiga Kakashiyu understood Ing Lily's meaning and replied, this world is already facing life and death. If we hesitate and cause Leon to fall into a deadlock, do you think this world still has hope? Ing Lily fell silent. If you don't have this determination, I suggest you think carefully about becoming a superhero, Kasumiga Kakashiyu said, not waiting for Ing Lily's response and directly flying into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Ing Lily watched Kasumiga Kakashiyu's departing figure, remaining silent. Yaku Shurji Ryoko limped over to the corpse of Ishimin Akawa, looking at his unblinking eyes, her frustration dissipating somewhat. She glanced at Ing Lily, who was about to leave, and asked what's wrong. Did you have a fight with your companion? Ing Lily paused her steps and replied irritably, it's none of your business, old lady. Old lady? Yaku Shurji Ryoko's mouth twitched, and her fists behind her back were as hard as walnuts. I just heard some of your conversation with your companion. To be honest, I think she's right, Yaku Shurji Ryoko said, spreading her hands. She never had a good impression of those in power, and even personally arrested some influential figures to make them pay. Ing Lily turned around and looked at Yaku Shurji Ryoko, who was slightly taller than Kasumiga Kakashiyu. It was as if she had found someone to confide in and began to vent her frustrations. I'm not saying she was wrong. I just hope she can take a gentler approach to certain matters. That's all. However, the next second, Yaku Shurji Ryoko broke Ing Lily's fantasy. If Ishimin Akawa didn't die, he would definitely be used as a test subject while alive. If we don't want more monsters like Ishimin Akawa appearing in this world, killing him is the safest method. Ing Lily wanted to refute Yaku Shurji Ryoko's words. But when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Deep down she knew, whether it was Kasumiga Kakashiyu or the woman in front of her, they were all right. Am I really not suitable to be a superhero? Ing Lily lowered her head, looking at her hands, feeling a bit lost. As a caring big sister, Yaku Shurji Ryoko comforted her, saying, don't act like you've been abandoned by the whole world. Sometimes, having kindness in your heart isn't a bad thing. Just be yourself, girl. Ing Lily was bombarded with a large dose of motivational talk from Yaku Shurji Ryoko, and her heart felt a little better. So, what do you want from me by trying to get close? Ing Lily thought, being from a bureaucratic family herself, she could easily sense Yaku Shurji Ryoko's ulterior motives. Yaku Shurji Ryoko raised an eyebrow, admitting she had underestimated the girl in front of her. I want to know about your superhumans, Yaku Shurji Ryoko said, and her tone became serious when discussing the matter at hand. Ing Lily shook her head. She wasn't a fool, and just because she had a bowl of soup didn't mean she would spill everything. I can only tell you that our organization is called New Gods, established to protect this world. New Gods? Are all the members codenamed after gods? Or do they all possess godly powers? Yaku Shurji Ryoko frowned slightly, as a name alone didn't provide much intelligence. Can't you reveal a little more? Yaku Shurji Ryoko wanted to press further, fearing that the next superhumans she encountered wouldn't be as easy to talk to as the golden twin-tailed girl in front of her. Ing Lily pouted. It wasn't that she didn't want to share, she just didn't know much insider information herself. By the way, we don't call ourselves superhumans. We are collectively referred to as superheroes. Ing Lily corrected Yaku Shurji Ryoko's terminology. The one who just flew away is called Wonder Woman. And as for me, I've already told you. Superheroes? Yaku Shirji Ryoko repeated a few times, finding it indeed sounds better than superhumans. But that didn't count as intelligence. Yaku Shirji Ryoko was about to go crazy. Is that all? Anything else? Lily thought for a moment and felt the need to warn the higher-ups. Our mission is to protect the world. Other matters are not within our consideration. Don't let those with ulterior motives cause trouble. I don't care, but others might. Lily shrugged, not giving Yaku Shirji Ryoko another chance to ask questions, swinging away on a thread of spider silk. Muguruma Jusen watched Lily leave. He supported the already conscious Sato Mawako and approached Yaku Shirji Ryoko. Did you get anything out of her? Yaku Shirji Ryoko nodded slightly. Although the information disclosed was minimal, it was better than being completely in the dark as before. Beep, beep. A large number of police cars arrived at the entrance of the old apartment building. More than 10 or 20 armed SWAT officers got out of the vehicles. Look, reinforcements have arrived. Yaku Shirji Ryoko sat on the steps, and as her tense nerves relaxed, the aches in her body came rushing back. Muguruma Jusen sat down beside her in a similar fashion. His hand still trembled slightly from holding the gun as he said, "Today's shooting was above average. In the past, hitting 4 out of 10 shots would have been a blessing." Sato Mawako leaned weakly against a nearby pillar, feeling completely exhausted, with no strength to speak. The three-person team stumbled through their first mission. Although the process was not ideal, the result was quite satisfactory. On the other side, Leon also sent Hiratsuka Shizuka back home. She lived in a detached villa, which, while not as grand as Leon's place, was still at the top of the pyramid among teachers. No wonder she could boast about things like being supported. "Get some rest and have sweet dreams tonight," Leon said, slightly leaning over and speaking through the car window. Hiratsuka Shizuku, holding her bag with both hands, nodded. "You too. After a big battle, you must be tired. Go back and rest early. I'll invite you to my favorite izakaya next time." Leon gave an okay gesture and then drove away. On the way home, Leon thought about what Morikomo had said. The Third World Vanguard Army was not weak, but not particularly strong either. The key was that they knew how to play tactics. Fortunately, this unlucky fellow ran into me. If it were Kasumigakaka Shiyu or Lily, it would be so easy to deal with. Leon sighed. Why is it that other people's adventures are light-hearted comedies, but mine turns out to be a laborious effort to save the world? Leon sighed deeply. Last life was 996, and this life is resisting evil. Isn't this a roundabout way of saying that capitalists are the embodiment of evil? Leon smacked his lips, suddenly feeling a bit disheartened. Back home, Leon threw himself onto the soft sofa. He enjoyed it for long when Jarvis's voice rang out. "Sir, you forgot to bring your phone when you went out today. You have a total of 28 missed calls, all from Miss Awamura." Leon waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Jarvis's voice did not stop. "Friday, send me a message. It has discovered traces of suspected evil spirits and has informed Ms. Kasa no Oka and Ms. Sawamura." Hearing this news, Leon turned over and sat up from the sofa. "Tell me about this news, and pull up the surveillance footage from that area. I want to see the details." "Okay, sir." 2 light screens appeared simultaneously. A tablet-sized light screen appeared in Leon's hand, and a larger light screen was projected onto the wall. Leon first checked the light screen in his hand. There was only a short video, and because it was filmed from a distance, the image was not very clear. But these issues were completely minor for Leon. He immediately recognized that the person fighting the monster in the video was Miwako Sato. Why does this thing look like that cat beast man from before? Leon raised an eyebrow, clearly remembering that guy's head was blown to bits. Jarvis interjected. "Sir, according to the surveillance footage I hacked into, this cat beastman-like figure is actually a police officer who was previously scratched by the cat beastman." Someone who got scratched? Racial infection? Leon leaned back against the sofa as he began to understand what was going on. The video continued. Miwako Sato was injured by the monster, losing her combat ability, and then was rescued by her companions. The monster missed the opportunity to catch its prey. Furious, it jumped directly from the high building. The video ended there. Leon dismissed the small light screen in his hand, as he noticed that Miwako Sato's physical condition was extraordinary. It must be the effect of the blood-replenishing potion he had fed her when he thought she was about to die. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Play the surveillance from that area. I want to see the follow-up results. Following Leon's command, the light screen projected on the wall began to play the footage. Jarvis specifically selected content recorded by a camera with an exceptionally good monitoring position. Leon directly skipped the earlier trivial talk. He just glanced at the short-haired, brown-haired woman in the video a couple of times. If you remember correctly, she was also the main character from an anime. The surveillance footage then jumped to Shiyu Kasa no Oka and Airi Spencer Sawamura making their appearance. Seeing Airi's outfit, Leon couldn't help but laugh. He even had Jarvis take a screenshot and send it to the group they had created. That's right, Leon and the others had set up a group. But this idea wasn't proposed by him, it was Airi's. However, she never expected that the first communication in the group would be sending a picture of her own embarrassing moment. In a good mood, Leon continued to watch the subsequent content. He patiently watched the battle between Airi and the Cat Beastman 2.0. Other than Airi making him feel a little brighter, the rest was rather ordinary. But considering that Airi had just gained her abilities not long ago, Leon was still quite satisfied with her performance. In the end, the footage showed Shiyu Kasa no Oka ending the life of Cat Beastman 2.0 with a sword. Shiyu is growing faster than I thought. Leon waved his hand to dismiss the projected light screen on the wall. He got up and went to the refrigerator, taking out a can of cola, looking at the setting sun outside the window, lost in thought. If conditions permitted, he wouldn't want to involve these beloved paper characters in the dark world. One could only say that fate is a tricky thing. Leon took a sip of cola and gazed at the sinking sun, falling silent. The next day, Shizuka Hiratsuka walked into the classroom. She looked at Shiyu Kasa no Oka, who was lying on the desk, thinking to herself, this doesn't look like a superhero at all. The back of Shiyu's head seemed to have eyes. She turned her head and happened to meet Shizuka's strange gaze. She didn't expect the other party to be so perceptive. Shizuka immediately shifted her gaze, tapped the blackboard, and reminded her classmates to perk up. Calmly watching Shizuka speak confidently at the podium, Shiyu Kasa no Oka supported her head with one hand, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. It seems that Shizuka is also aware of the secret. As for how she knew, Shiyu could guess with her knee who it was. Leon, who was in the office drinking health tea, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose in surprise. Can I still catch a cold when I already have a superhuman physique? The morning classes quickly ended. The superhero team had arranged to dine at the Phoenix Society. However, they unexpectedly encountered someone along the way. Ms. Hiratsuka, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Shiyu Kasa no Oka crossed her arms, looking at Shizuka, who was blocking their way. Shizuka was not to be outdone. She caught the teasing in Shiyu's words and said, "What? Can't you add another pair of chopsticks for your superhero meal?" Shiyu raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Leon with the corner of her eye, noticing that he was calm and collected, keeping himself out of it entirely. Airi, however, seemed a bit anxious, hurriedly saying, "Ms. Hiratsuka, what are you talking about? What superheroes? We're just having a simple meal." Shizuka did not respond, her gaze fixed on the only male present. Shiyu and Airi also shifted their gazes over. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Leon shrugged. Sure, it just means letting Abby and Bobby make one extra meal for someone. It'll be done soon. Upon hearing Leon's words, a smile appeared on Shizuka's face, but it was quickly suppressed. Shiyu had long anticipated the direction of events, so she was not surprised to hear Leon's decision. Only Airi looked confused, wondering why it felt like many things were happening that she didn't know about. The four of them arrived at the front of the teacher's dormitory building together. Leon looked at the phoenix emblem on the wall that only they could see, reaching out to touch it. Because this time he was sandwiched between Shiyu and Airi, the confusion magic did not take effect. And Shizuka witnessed a scene that overturned her worldview. This building, how is it? Built inside the teacher's dormitory, widening her mouth in shock. Shizuka could not help but exclaim, "This is unscientific. It's simply a miracle." Shiyu patted Shizuka's shoulder, looking at her turning head, and said with a smile, "Shizuka, science is just the foundation here. There will be more things to surprise you in the future." After speaking, Shiyu exchanged glances with Airi. Airi understood and grabbed Shizuka's other arm, and together with Shiyu, they lifted Shizuka into the Phoenix Society. "Master, the meal is ready. We have your favorite braised pork." Abi, upon hearing the noise at the door, threw aside the vacuum cleaner in her hand and teleported to Leon's front. Leon nodded, then pointed at Shizuka, whose mouth was agape behind them, and instructed, "Add another pair of chopsticks. We have a guest today." "Okay, master." The one who replied was not Abi, but the tardy Bobby. If Shizuka were not being held by the two girls, she would have collapsed to the ground by now. What did she just see? Two suddenly appearing little people who could even speak Japanese. Jin Kawaii, they are called domesticated little sprites, serving as logistics in Phoenix color. Xiajichio Shiyu acted as the narrator. Don't be fooled by their not-so-good looks. They can do magic. Magic? Ping Zhongjing blinked. This familiar yet unfamiliar word made her brain freeze for a moment. Looking at Ping Zhongjing, who was caught in a crisis of life, Ying Lily whispered, "Big cow. Isn't it a bit too much for you to mess with your homeroom teacher?" Xiaojiqiu Shiyu shot Ying Lily a glance. The probability of being brought into the Phoenix Society by Leon and becoming a superhero was almost a certainty. Moreover, glancing at Ping Zhongjing's figure, Xiaojiqiu Shiyu couldn't help but admit that, in some aspects, she was indeed better than her. Coupled with Leon's gaze that occasionally fell on Ping Zhongjing, Xiaojiqiu Shiyu felt that a formidable rival had arrived. Although she still couldn't figure out her true feelings towards Leon, as long as there was even a hint of a possibility, she wouldn't give up. Watching Xiaojiqiu Shiyu suddenly filled with fighting spirit, Ying Lily was completely puzzled. Time passed quickly. At the dining table, Ping Zhongjing, who had regained her composure, sat in her chair, looking at the empty plate in front of her, and curiously glanced at Leon. Leon shook his head, indicating her to be patient. He clapped his hands, and Abby, responding to the command, snapped her fingers. Delicious food suddenly appeared on the empty plate, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Ping Zhongjing was shocked again, but having been prepared by previous experiences, she quickly calmed down. Picking up her chopsticks and tasting the dishes on the plate, a sparkle flashed in her eyes. Wow, this is so delicious. Even better than what a Michelin 3-star restaurant would serve. Ping Zhongjing transformed into a food machine, quickly finishing everything on her plate. Holding her round belly, she leaned lazily against her chair, her expression showing complete comfort. Leon and the others were not slow either. However, due to their bodies consuming energy faster than usual, even Ying Lily managed to finish 3 large plates before stopping. Wiping his mouth, Leon said to Ping Zhongjing, "You didn't just want to stop us for a meal, did you?" Ping Zhongjing knew it was time to get serious. She straightened her posture, staring intently at Leon, and said earnestly, "I want to join you. What are the requirements?" Leon put down the napkin in his hand and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. "Why do you want to join us? You must have a reason, right?" Ping Zhongjing replied, "What happened yesterday shocked me. That night, through some special means, I learned about things that ordinary people don't know. Do you know about the anti-demon investigation team?" Leon raised an eyebrow. He had never heard of that name before, but just from the name, he could tell it was an official organization. This newly established special department is specifically targeting the supernatural cases that have emerged recently. Ping Zhongjing recalled the information she saw last night. The restaurant monster incident, the mansion vampire incident, none of these could be handled by human effort. The former was resolved by a man named Superman, and the latter by a woman named Wonder Woman. This world is already changing, and I don't want to die without understanding one day. After hearing Ping Zhongjing's reasoning, Leon did not immediately agree. "Do you know who I am?" Leon asked. Ping Zhongjing didn't expect him to ask her such a question. She paused slightly and then said, "Based on the abilities you used yesterday, combined with the magic Xiaojiqiu Shiyu mentioned earlier, you must be a magician, right?" "Magician?" Xiaojiqiu Shiyu and Ying Lily exchanged glances. After all this time interacting with Leon, how could they not know he had such an identity? Leon shook his head. He touched the pendant on his chest and said while the Superman suit covered his body, "I am Superman." Looking at Leon floating in midair, Ping Zhongjing covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of disbelief. "And I am Wonder Woman." Xiaojiqiu Shiyu adjusted the watch on her wrist, completing her Wonder Woman outfit. Watching Xiaojiqiu Shiyu transform from a campus style into a warrior, Ping Zhongjing's eyes almost popped out. Ying Lily felt sour beside her. She also wanted a glamorous transformation, but that rascal Leon wouldn't give her the battlesuit. Noticing Ping Zhongjing's gaze, Ying Lily raised her head, hands on her hips, and proudly said, "Hey, I am the beloved Spider-Man." "Spider-Man? Why haven't I heard of that?" Although Ping Zhongjing had her doubts, she maintained her composure. Leon landed on the ground, looking at Ping Zhongjing's ever-changing expression, and said lightly, "If you want to become a superhero, you must have the awareness of possibly dying at any moment. Do you have that awareness?" Ping Zhongjing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. This world is being invaded by the outside, and in the future, there will be more and more evil. The responsibilities of superheroes will also grow heavier. Have you really thought this through? Leon personally still had faith in Ping Zhongjing. Setting aside whether she was the destined one, her character and qualities were top-notch. Ping Zhongjing said firmly, "I've made up my mind. I want to join you. It's okay to start from the grassroots level." A smile appeared on Leon's face as he extended his right hand. The meaning was clear. Ping Zhongjing also showed joy, reaching out to shake hands with him, happily saying, "Teacher Leon, now we are comrades." Xiaojiqiu Shiyu and Ying Lily were also glad to have gained another teammate. Releasing their hands, Leon took off his Superman suit and sat back down. He looked at Ping Zhongjing and said, "Have you heard of Kunlun?" Kunlun? Ping Zhongjing frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Are you referring to Kunlun Mountain over in Yanhuang?" Leon nodded and then shook his head. "The Kunlun I'm talking about is indeed in Yanhuang, but it's not the Kunlun you're referring to." Xiaojiqiu Shiyu, who was also listening to the conversation between Leon and Ping Zhongjing, raised a question, but the only Kunlun that could be referred to is Kunlun Mountain in Yanhuang. Ying Lily, who didn't study world knowledge well, nodded along to avoid exposing herself as a slacker. Leon smiled mysteriously. Every 15 years, there is a legendary paradise known as Kunlun City that will manifest in the human world. Inside, one can learn supreme martial arts and the application of qi. If you gain the approval of the teachers inside and complete their challenges, you will earn the title of Iron Fist, which is the representative of Kunlun City in the human world. Ping Zhongjing was intrigued by Leon's words. She eagerly asked, "Are you saying that I could go to Kunlun City to learn martial arts and the application of qi?" Leon shrugged. "Unless you yourself don't want to otherwise." Ping Zhongjing immediately nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "It only appears once every 15 years. How many 15 years are there in a life? And it also has the reputation of a paradise. Only a fool would refuse such a good opportunity. However, the training in Kunlun City is extremely strict, especially if you want to earn the title of Iron Fist. You must work 100 or even 1,000 times harder." After obtaining the props, Leon once visited Kunlun City in the small world. After all, every boy has a dream of being a hero since childhood, and he is no exception. However, Leon was exhausted after only learning some basic martial arts, let alone completing full training. Listening to Leon's reminder, Hirasaka Shizuku's eyes revealed determination as she clenched her right fist and said, "Don't worry, I will persevere." Seeing her determination, Leon didn't say anything more. Just then, Kasumigakaka Shiyu interjected, "But Shizuku, if you really want to go train in Kunlun City, how will you handle school?" Hirasaka Shizuku waved her hand carelessly and said, "I'll quit. What else can I do? I have a more important goal now, and I'll deal with school after I finish my training." Considering that Hirasaka Shizuku drives luxury cars to work and doesn't rely on the meager salary from school, Kasumigakaka Shiyu wisely kept quiet. The lunch break ended. The four of them returned to their respective positions. Those who were teachers continued teaching, and those who were students resumed studying, each fulfilling their roles. As Hirasaka Shizuku parted ways with Leon, she mentioned that she would finish today's classes and go to resign in the afternoon, at most in 2 days. She would go to Kunlun City for training. Leon had no objections to this. In class 3C, at the back of the classroom, Sadome noticed Kasumigakaka Shiyu walking into the classroom, and she caught a familiar scent from her. It was the smell of a cat beast man, but slightly different. It seemed like a poor creature that had been assimilated. With her hands propping up her head, Satome stared at Kasumigakaka Shiyu as she returned to her seat, her expression intriguing. Meanwhile, in the aquarium in Area B, a woman with her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a hat with jellyfish patterns was cleaning. "Hey, Hayata. Starting work so early?" A burly man approached Hayata Yumi. "Yeah, since I'm idle anyway, I might as well clean up this place for these little cuties." Hayata Yumi paused her actions, leaning on the mop, sweat rolling down her face. Yamamoto Ichikawa handed her a drink he bought, his tanned skin surprisingly flushed. "Hayata, you must be thirsty. This is a new flavor, and I heard it tastes pretty good." Hayata Yumi accepted the drink without hesitation. "Yamamoto, you've been a bit too enthusiastic these days. What, have you fallen for me?" Hayata Yumi unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. To her surprise, the new flavor was quite good. At least she drank more than half the bottle. Yamamoto Ichikawa, who was also drinking, choked and sprayed the drink everywhere upon hearing Hayata Yumi's teasing. "Cough, cough. Hayata, don't joke around. I don't mean that." After finishing his sentence, he felt insecure and added, "Just friendship between colleagues. Yes, friendship between colleagues." He repeated it a few times, unsure if he was saying it to her or to himself. Hayata Yumi looked at the big fool in front of her speechlessly. If she had such a timid guy in her previous group, he would have been abandoned long ago. "All right, you big man. Who are you showing off your shyness to? Hurry up and get lost." Hayata Yumi threw the empty drink bottle at Yamamoto Ichikawa and continued with her unfinished work. Yamamoto Ichikawa watched Hayata Yumi's back, wanted to say something but not knowing how. He could only leave abruptly. After he completely left, Hayata Yumi paused her work again. She took off her shoes and soaked her feet in the pool of water. Dolphins swam around her feet. Hayata Yumi reached out and stroked the dolphin skin. "What a beautiful world. I really don't want it to be destroyed. Her gaze turned melancholic, recalling how she had just met with the remaining companions last night. From the original 7, it had now dwindled to 4. The leopard beastman suggested hiding first, as the newly emerged world guardians were strong, and they were no match for them. They should wait for the arrival of the main forces before sounding the horn for attack. The other 2 beastmen agreed with the leopard beastman's suggestion. She hesitated. After all, there were many of her kind in this world that had been exterminated in her previous world, and she found it hard to harden her heart. Jellyfish, do you have a better suggestion? Seeing that Hayata Yumi was slow to raise her hand for a vote, the leopard beastman's expression turned a bit displeased. No, I was just lost in thought. I agree with your suggestion. Hayata Yumi noticed the fierceness in the leopard beastman's eyes. She was no match for him in strength, and with 2 accomplices, she could only reluctantly raise her hand. Sigh, I don't know what will happen next. It's really frustrating. Hayata Yumi sighed, withdrew her feet from the pool, put on her shoes and socks, and continued to work hard. After leaving the Ocean Theater, Yamamoto Ichikawa was regretting his decision. It was a rare opportunity to be alone. How could he not seize it? Since Yumi came back from sick leave, she has become even more charming. Yamamoto Ichikawa fantasized about confessing to her, succeeding, then getting married, and finally having children, drool almost spilling from his mouth. Suddenly, he bumped into someone without paying attention, falling to the ground and hurting his butt badly. Ouch! Yamamoto Ichikawa's expression twisted in pain, tears welling up. Oh, it's you, Yamamoto-senpai. I was just thinking and didn't notice you, sorry. Mizumoto Asaki scratched the back of her head and reached out to help Yamamoto Ichikawa up. I told you. Next time, can you watch where you're going? But it's almost in 4 pieces because of you. Yamamoto Ichikawa rubbed his backside, annoyed, and gave Mizumoto Asaki a light punch on the chest. Mizumoto Asaki let out a goofy laugh, allowing Yamamoto Ichikawa to vent his anger on her. All right, stop your silly laughing. What brings you here? Yamamoto Ichikawa punched Mizumoto Asaki, feeling like he was hitting a steel plate. He wondered how this guy had developed such muscles. He was a bit envious. Yamamoto-senpai, I came specifically to find you, Mizumoto Asaki said. Find me? How did you know I was at the Ocean Theater? Yamamoto Ichikawa was puzzled. He had gone straight to the Ocean Theater after getting off the bus, so there was no way anyone could have seen him. Mizumoto Asaki casually replied, Who doesn't know that Yamamoto-senpai likes Hayata-senpai? Before she could finish, Yamamoto Ichikawa quickly covered her mouth. Kid, I warn you. Some things need to stay buried. Saying them out loud will get you punched. Seeing Mizumoto Asaki blinking desperately, he finally let go. Phew, Yamamoto-senpai, you're so timid. You won't be able to win over Hayata-senpai. You're saying it. Yamamoto Ichikawa glared at Mizumoto Asaki, who then made a zipping motion over her mouth. On to business. What do you want to talk to me about? Yamamoto Ichikawa leaned against the corridor wall, glancing at the mysteriously mischievous Mizumoto Aki, feeling that nothing good would come of it. Yamamoto-senpai, I heard from a friend that there's a mountain god temple on Yuhing Mountain that's really effective. You should go worship it. Maybe your wishes will come true, Mizumoto Aki said, raising an eyebrow at Yamamoto Ichikawa with a sly smile. Yamamoto Ichikawa smacked Mizumoto Aki on the head in annoyance. He knew this kid was up to no good, claiming the mountain god temple was effective. It's the scientific era now. No need for feudal superstitions. Mizumoto Aki retorted, Yamamoto-senpai, don't you go online? Superhumans and monsters have appeared. Yamamoto Ichikawa had indeed seen the videos circulating online. However, he remained skeptical, as such things were too revolutionary for his worldview. Accepting them would take time. Since you're aware that monsters have appeared, don't wander into dangerous places. Be careful or you might get eaten, and no one would know, Yamamoto Ichikawa admonished. He actually liked this junior. He worked hard and handled matters well. The only flaw was that he was too delusional, always fantasizing about becoming a superhuman one day. So, Yamamoto-senpai, I came to find you, didn't I? Mizumoto Aki said, putting an arm around Yamamoto Ichikawa's shoulder, coaxing him. Yamamoto-senpai, all my friends have been there once, and nothing happened. They even got a girlfriend. Yamamoto Ichikawa scoffed at this. He intended to win over Hayata Hiromi with genuine feelings, not by taking shortcuts, which he viewed as a despicable act. Seeing that this argument didn't sway Yamamoto Ichikawa, Mizumoto Aki rolled his eyes and changed tactics. Senpai, just accompany me for one trip. You wouldn't feel at ease letting me go alone, so we might as well team up. Yamamoto Ichikawa frowned. Given his understanding of Mizumoto Aki, this kid could be quite rebellious. Seeing the other's stubborn attitude, It seemed the mountain god temple was a must-go. Sigh. Who told me? I'm your senpai. Yamamoto Ichikawa sighed, helplessly saying, what about the time? You've come to find me, so you must have planned this out, right? Mizumoto Aki smiled and patted Yamamoto Ichikawa's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. You're such a good senpai. I'll pick you up at 8 tonight. Yamamoto Ichikawa didn't he expect to set off today, but then he thought the sooner they went, the sooner he could dispel the other ideas. He wanted to see just how impressive this supposedly miraculous mountain god temple was, so he nodded. Seeing Yamamoto Ichikawa agree, Mizumoto Aki put an arm around his shoulder, and the two chatted about tonight's plans as they walked. The sun was setting. At the private Teisaki Academy, Leon didn't go home, but instead headed to the Phoenix Society. Just as he entered, Kazano Okiyuta and Inuri came pushing the door open. What are you doing here? Leon asked. Kazano Okiyuta crossed her arms and explained. I've moved my writing location to the Phoenix Society. Friday will provide me with some valuable suggestions. Inuri, on the other hand, was staring at Leon, wanting to say something but hesitating. Leon raised an eyebrow. He really didn't expect Friday to have talent in writing, but considering her identity as an AI, it made sense. Not only could she gather novel samples from across the internet, but she could also analyze and optimize storylines, providing Kazak no Okiyuta with different perspectives. As for Inuri, Leon could guess what she wanted to say. He went to the living room, sat on the sofa, snapped his fingers, and the red and blue spider suit appeared. Inuri looked at the spider suit with excitement, her eyes filled with immense desire. Do you think you can control your powers now? Leon smiled at Inuri. Inuri's twin ponytail swayed as she confidently said, That's right, I can now control my powers perfectly. After saying that, Inuri picked up a book nearby, and this time it didn't stick to her hand. Then she shot out webbing from her wrist, wrapping it around a nearby cup, and with a tug, the cup swiftly flew into Inuri's hand. Leon lightly clapped his hands, expressing satisfaction with Inuri's demonstration. I made some modifications to the spider suit. I hope you won't mind, Leon said, extending his hand and brushing it over the spider suit. The original red and blue colors changed to black and white, and there was now a hood at the back of the collar. Wow, I like this even more. Inuri rushed forward, hugging the spider suit to her chest, stroking it as if it were a rare treasure. Leon watched the delighted Inuri, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing that Inuri had gained Leon's approval, Kazano Okiyuta got busy with her own matters. As she went upstairs humming a tune, it was clear her mood was quite good. Leon took the drink that Barbie handed him, not paying attention to Inuri, who hurriedly went to change clothes. He looked at the flickering flames in the fireplace and sighed. It's barely got a foundation. I hope it gets better and better in the future. It will, sir. I have 100% confidence in you. Friday's voice echoed in the living room. Leon took a sip of his drink, not responding. Only the crackling sound of burning would fill the air. Night fell. The starry sky tonight was exceptionally brilliant. Even though some remote paths had no streetlights, they were still clearly visible. Mizumoto Aki drove his second-hand car to the apartment building of Yamamoto Ichikawa. He had already called him on the way. Sure enough, after waiting for 2 minutes, Yamamoto Ichikawa, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a hiking backpack, knocked on the car window. Opening the car door, Mizumoto Aki exaggeratedly said, Senpai, we're just going to see the mountain god temple. It's not like we're going to war. Why are you bringing so much stuff? Yamamoto Ichikawa replied proudly. Hey, you don't understand. I checked it out. The mountain god temple on Yuhing Mountain is at the top, and it takes over 2 hours to climb. If you don't bring some food and drink, do you plan to climb the mountain on an empty stomach? Mizumoto Aki awkwardly touched his nose. He had only wanted to see if the mountain god temple was effective, but he hadn't done any research on the specifics. Well, you're the one who thought this through. I'll leave tonight's supper to you, senpai. Hearing Mizumoto Aki's shameless words, Yamamoto Ichikawa snorted a few times. Let us see how you perform. Mizumoto Aki knew that Yamamoto Ichikawa was a typical tough exterior with a soft heart. He smiled, then stepped on the gas, heading towards Yuhing Mountain. During the drive, Yamamoto Ichikawa frowned as he browsed his phone. While searching for information about the Yuhing Mountain Temple, a few messages popped up that he hadn't seen earlier in the afternoon. He clicked to read, and it turned out to say that after midnight, there would be thick fog on Yuhing Mountain, and the temperature would drop sharply. Good thing I had foresight and brought 2 jackets, Yamamoto Ichikawa muttered to himself. He turned off his phone screen, rested his right hand on the car door, and gazed at the night sky, feeling a faint sense of discomfort. The night deepened. At first, the starry sky was bright, but slowly it was covered by a layer of dark clouds. Mizumoto Shanshu and Yamamoto Ichikawa arrived at the foot of Yuhing Mountain. The backpack was carried by Mizumoto Shanshu, while Yamamoto Ichikawa looked at the small path leading to the summit, which was pitch black. He could only turn on his flashlight to see a little better. "Senpai, the weather was fine just now. And now it's so dark you can't see your hand in front of you," Mizumoto Shanshu complained. Yamamoto Ichikawa walked ahead, holding the flashlight to light the way, and said without looking back, "Shall we go back then?" Mizumoto Shanshu fell silent. They were just one step away from their goal. How could they just turn back? The two struggled to advance along the narrow path. Yamamoto Ichikawa exposed his arms, getting several scratches from the branches. Mizumoto Shanshu kept swatting at his neck and thighs, managing to kill 3 or 4 mosquitoes with each slap. As the path became increasingly winding, Yamamoto Ichikawa felt that agreeing to come to the mountain god temple with Mizumoto Shanshu was a mistake. With this time, he might as well be at home developing a relationship with Hayata Hiromi. "Sai, how'd I end up with a junior like you?" Yamamoto Ichikawa sighed. Mizumoto Shanshu started to play dumb. He also realized that tonight was somewhat of a trap, as the road to Yuhing Mountain was indeed difficult to walk. After a series of stops and starts, they had reached halfway up the mountain. "Let's take a break and catch our breath." Yamamoto Ichikawa leaned against a big tree and sat down. Mizumoto Shanshu found a relatively clean rock and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes. "There's water and chocolate pie in the bag. Take some and eat," Yamamoto Ichikawa said to Mizumoto Shanshu. Mizumoto Shanshu placed the backpack in front of him, took out 2 bottles of water and 2 chocolate pies, and split one with Yamamoto Ichikawa. After taking a big gulp of water, Yamamoto Ichikawa let out a long breath, feeling revitalized. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but since entering Yuhing Mountain, he felt like there were eyes watching them from the shadows. "Senpai, you noticed it too, right?" Mizumoto Shanshu observed Yamamoto Ichikawa, constantly looking around, and his expression became serious. "I wanted to tell you earlier. I felt like there were eyes secretly watching us, but I was afraid it was just my imagination, so I didn't dare to say it." Mizumoto Shanshu stood up from the rock and surveyed the surroundings. He didn't know when it started to fog up. Yamamoto Ichikawa also stood up, glanced back at the path they had come from, which was already swallowed by thick fog. "Shanshu, this mountain has a problem." Cold sweat began to trickle down Yamamoto Ichikawa's forehead as he rubbed his arms. The temperature was also dropping. "Senpai, what should we do?" Mizumoto Shanshu hated the friend who recommended this place to him. If he got the chance to return alive, he would definitely give that person a good beating. "Let's keep moving to the summit and see if there's a chance." Yamamoto Ichikawa forced himself to calm down. He picked up the backpack on the ground and started heading toward the summit. Mizumoto Shanshu gritted his teeth. The fog was already at his feet, and if he didn't think clearly, he would be swallowed by the thick fog. "Wait for me, senpai." After some contemplation, Mizumoto Shanshu hurried after Yamamoto Ichikawa. "I'm sorry, senpai, for dragging you into this." Mizumoto Shanshu walked beside Yamamoto Ichikawa, apologizing with a dejected expression. Yamamoto Ichikawa shook his head. Now is not the time for such talk. Moreover, he didn't blame Mizumoto Shanshu, as he had agreed to come along as well. "Cheer up, Shanshu. What kind of expression is that? What do your tears mean? Can crying help us escape this predicament?" Yamamoto Ichikawa patted Mizumoto Shanshu's shoulder. "Get together. You're the guy who took second place in the national judo competition. How can you be defeated by the difficulties in front of you?" Mizumoto Shanshu listened to Yamamoto Ichikawa's encouragement, unable to hold back his tears. He replied with a choked voice, "I understand. Senpai, I will regain my spirit." Seeing Mizumoto Shanshu's rekindled fighting spirit, Yamamoto Ichikawa smiled and said, "Let's go, Junior. Our light of hope shines at the summit." Mizumoto Shanshu nodded vigorously. The two then quickened their pace, just as the thick fog was about to engulf them. Yamamoto Ichikawa and Mizumoto Shanshu scrambled out of the bushes. They had finally reached the top of Yuhing Mountain. Right in front of them was the recently popular mountain god temple. "We finally made it." Mizumoto Shanshu lay on the ground, his legs sore, unable to muster any energy. Yamamoto Ichikawa was slightly better. He slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. He had thrown his backpack halfway, and with only half a bottle of water left, he drank it all at once, barely recovering. Not far from them, 2 girls also emerged from the grass, their clothes wrinkled and covered in dirt. "Lan, I really can't move anymore. I swear I will never come back to this terrible place." Suzuki Sonoko lay on the ground in a starfish position. Though Maori-lan was also exhausted, her physical condition was evidently stronger than Suzuki Sonoko's. She panted heavily, looking back at the thick fog, surprised to find that the fog had not come any closer. "Sonoko, we're saved. The fog isn't coming any closer. Maorilon sighed with relief and relaxed, sitting down to regain her strength. Suzuki Sonoko managed to lift her head, and through the gaps in the grass, she indeed saw that the fog had stopped pursuing them. Just as her best friend had said, her spirits lifted, she suddenly rolled over, hugging Maorilon's leg, crying, "Well, on, if it weren't for you, I might have been swallowed by the fog." Maorilon looked at Suzuki Sonoko, who resembled a child, and couldn't help but laugh. She patted her head, comforting her in a gentle voice. "Why, you guys, are you also people chased by the fog?" Hearing a noise not far away, Yamamoto Ichikawa summoned his courage to approach and found two very beautiful girls. "Ah, hello." Maorilon quickly stood up, pulling Sonoko up with her. Yamamoto Ichikawa waved his hand to indicate they didn't need to be so tense. "You guys can continue resting, since the fog hasn't chased after you. Take the chance to recover your strength." After thinking for a moment, Yamamoto Ichikawa took a chocolate pie out of his pocket and handed it over. "My name is Yamamoto Ichikawa, and I'm an employee at the aquarium in Area B." Maorilon hesitated to accept the food, but the hungry Sonoko didn't think so much. She took the chocolate pie, opened the package, and split it in half for Maorilon, saying, "I'm Suzuki Sonoko, and this is Maorilon. We're students from Titan High School." "Suzuki? That surname sounds familiar." Yamamoto Ichikawa felt like he had heard it somewhere, but couldn't recall. However, he was quite familiar with Titan High School since Hayata Hiromi had graduated from there. "Why did you come to Yuheng Mountain in the middle of the night?" Yamamoto Ichikawa asked in confusion. Xiaolon pointed at the garden with a frown and explained to Yamamoto Ichikawa, "It's not my fault, it's the garden's." She heard that the mountain god temple on Yuheng Mountain is very effective and insisted on dragging me here. Suzuki Yoko quickly finished half a chocolate pie and interjected, "Humph. Xiaolon, don't just blame me. Aren't you also curious about your relationship with Shinichi?" Before Yoko could finish, Xiaolon covered her mouth. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yamamoto. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Seeing the innocent eyes of Muri Ran, Yamamoto Ichikawa smiled awkwardly. "Not good. Senpai, the fog is moving again." Mizushima Asaki rolled and crawled to Yamamoto Ichikawa's side. He glanced at Muri Ran and Suzuki Yoko, surprised by their looks. But now is not the time to admire beauty. If they didn't find a way to escape, they wouldn't see the morning sun. The other three were also startled. They turned to see the fog already creeping over the bushes, and panic set in. "Everyone, don't panic. Let's go into the mountain god temple and hide." At a critical moment, Muri Ran stepped forward. She directed everyone to move toward the mountain god temple, and once everyone entered, she closed the door and secured it with a wooden stick as thick as her thigh. After everything was done, Muri Ran leaned against the door, panting. Despite having won karate championships multiple times and having a physique far superior to ordinary people, such intense exercise left her physically and mentally exhausted. "Is everyone okay?" Muri Ran's gaze swept over everyone. Yoko was the first to shake her head. She had been the first to rush in the mountain god temple and was now holding up her phone, praying for a signal to make a rescue call. Yamamoto Ichikawa and Mizushima Asaki also shook their heads, looking at the girl with newfound admiration. Not only was she quick-witted, but she was also agile. Seeing that everyone was fine, Muri Ran felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. She turned around to look through the crack in the door at the situation outside. The thick fog had enveloped the entire mountaintop, surrounding the mountain god temple, but it stopped at the steps, as if something terrible would happen if it got any closer. "Strange, these ghostly things seem to be afraid of something," Muri Ran muttered softly. She turned back, intending to head toward Yoko, but was drawn to a stone statue in the temple. It was a dilapidated two-faced monster. Why is there a monster enshrined in the mountain god temple? Muri Ran was puzzled. Yamamoto Ichikawa shared her confusion. Before coming, he had researched extensively and was sure that the mountain god temple on Yuheng Mountain did not enshrine demons. "This place is a bit strange. Everyone be careful," Yamamoto Ichikawa warned. Just then, Suzuki Yoko let out a scream. Muri Ran rushed over, and just as she was about to ask what happened, she was horrified to see Yoko's arm turning transparent. "Xiaolon, I feel so empty." Tears streamed down Yoko's face as the area of transparency on her body gradually expanded. Muri Ran hugged the now legless Suzuki Yoko, her own tears flowing uncontrollably. Wanted to say something, but only being able to sob softly. In the end, Suzuki Yoko disappeared in Muri Ran's embrace, leaving only a phone that fell to the ground. Muri Ran maintained her embrace, her gaze vacant. Yamamoto Ichikawa and Mizushima Asaki were horrified by the scene before them. The former wanted to comfort Muri Ran, but Mizushima Asaki's scream stopped Yamamoto Ichikawa, in his tracks. Asaki's body was also gradually becoming transparent. "Senpai, I might disappear too." Mizushima Asaki had a bitter smile on his face. If he could choose again, he wouldn't set foot in the mountain god temple, even if it meant dying. Yamamoto Ichikawa swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but like Muri ran before him, he couldn't make a sound. "Senpai, you must survive." After saying one last thing, Mizushima Asaki vanished before Yamamoto Ichikawa's eyes. Yamamoto Ichikawa slumped down on the ground, reminiscing about the days spent with Mizushima Asaki. This cheerful junior had brought a lot of positive energy into his life. "You brat, leaving your senpai behind just like that. How rude." Yamamoto Ichikawa looked up at the beam above and suddenly became very quiet. "Muri-san, I think I've figured it out." Yamamoto Ichikawa suddenly spoke, waking Muri Ran from her sorrow. Muri Ran turned her head to look at Yamamoto Ichikawa, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. "It's the order," Yamamoto Ichikawa said. "It's the order in which we entered." Muri Ran furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. Yoko was the first to enter the mountain god temple, and Mizushima Asaki was the second. She suddenly realized. So the third one is... "That's right, it's me." A grim smile squeezed onto Yamamoto Ichikawa's face. He raised his right hand toward Muri Ran, which had already turned transparent. "Muri-san, everyone who enters the mountain god temple will disappear." Yamamoto Ichikawa voiced his speculation, but I heard Mizushima say that his friend also entered the mountain god temple, and he is still alive and well. So, Yamamoto Ichikawa's body below the neck had completely turned transparent. "I think after we disappear, we might not necessarily be dead. We could be transported to some place." Before he could finish, Yamamoto Ichikawa vanished before Muri Ran's eyes. The vast mountain god temple was now left with only Muri Ran. Disappearing doesn't mean death? Muri Ran stood facing the statue, clenching her fists, and shouted, "You ugly monster, give me Yoko back." Her powerful voice echoed through the mountain god temple. Muri Ran exhaled a breath of stale air, looking at her transparent hands, praying that Mr. Yamamoto's guess was correct. Just before completely disappearing, she turned her head and took a deep look in the direction of home. Muri Detective Agency. The drunken Muri Kagoro opened his eyes, his heart having just twitched painfully, almost causing him to cry out. "I need to drink less in the future. Otherwise, I might die one day without knowing." Muri Kagoro yawned, turned over, and went back to sleep. The thick fog on Yuheng Mountain gradually dissipated as Muri Ran and the others disappeared, returning to its former state. Only an old-fashioned surveillance camera at the foot of the mountain recorded this strange phenomenon. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Darkness. Endless darkness. There were also unpleasant, strange whispers in her ears. Muri Ran frowned and slowly woke up. She found herself lying in a field of green grass, the fragrant air making her take a few deep breaths. "I've come to a strange place, but Mr. Yamamoto was right. Disappearing doesn't mean death." Muri Ran moved her arms and legs. Aside from some fatigue, she felt no other abnormalities. She looked into the distance and was pleasantly surprised to find a small village at the foot of the mountain. "I don't know if the garden is here." Following a small path created by human footsteps, Mao Lilan walked towards the village. After walking for about half an hour, she arrived at the village entrance. Her strange attire quickly attracted the attention of the villagers. "Is she a noble lady?" "She doesn't look like one, but her skin does seem delicate." An auntie watched Mao Lilan slowly walk into the village, her eyes filled with envy. Mao Lilan heard what the auntie said and offered her an awkward but polite smile. "This doesn't look like a modern village." The more Mao Lilan walked, the more surprised she became. There were no signs of modernization anywhere she passed. The streets were also filled with dirt, and children wore oversized clothes, running around without a care for the filthy ground. Looking at the scene, it resembled the Warring States period depicted in books, Mao Lilan murmured. She wandered along the road, her beautiful appearance catching the attention of some wandering samurai on the street. Their gazes were filled with desire, their faces bearing charming smiles. "Oh dear, which young lady has come out to play?" A man with one shoulder exposed approached Mao Lilan. "Did you get lost from your companions? Do you need help from the brothers?" Mao Lilan looked at the men blocking her path with a sharp gaze. Although she was kind-hearted, it didn't mean she was foolish. These people were clearly after her. "No need. I'm fine on my own." She coldly rejected the man's offer and intended to change direction. However, the wandering samurai swiftly surrounded her. "Miss, when we say we will definitely help. As for the reward..." The bare-shouldered man slowly approached Mao Lilan, noticing her wary expression. He said with ill intent, "You can accompany us for a drink and then have some fun. That will be your reward. How about it? Quite a deal, right? In response, Mao Lilan delivered a sudden sidekick. The kick came unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. They did not anticipate that the woman before them would launch an attack. The bare-shouldered man was kicked in the chest by Mao Lilan, sending him flying backward, landing on the ground with a grunt. Mao Lilan assumed a karate stance, her sharp eyes observing every move of the wandering samurai. There were still 4 wandering samurai left, and seeing their leader ambushed, they all drew their blades. Little girl, you are asking for trouble by refusing our kindness. You will regret this later. A man with an eye patch made a threatening remark. He swung his blade and charged at Mao Lilan quickly. Mao Lilan sidestepped to avoid the attack. She noticed he was using the back of the blade, so he didn't seem intent on killing her. But this also gave her enough room to survive. With a downward strike, she hit the eye patch man's wrist, causing his sword to fly out of his hand. As he cried out in pain, Mao Lilan delivered a beautiful spinning kick, sending the eye patch man into a deep slumber. The remaining 3 wandering samurai exchanged glances. They knew they had encountered a tough opponent. Her unheard-of fighting skills were far superior to their farming skills. You're not a noble lady, are you? A man with braids said. Mao Lilan shook her head and replied lightly, I never claimed to be a noble lady. It was you who unjustly bestowed that title upon me. The braided man and the other 2 companions exchanged glances. They had only recently joined this small group and hadn't fully integrated, let alone developed any sense of collective honor. They sheathed their swords and bowed, apologizing. We are truly sorry, miss. You may leave now. Looking at the path the 3 had cleared, Mao Lilan hesitantly lowered her hands. She didn't unclench her fists and cautiously walked past them. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the bare-shouldered man on the ground let out an unpleasant laugh. He staggered to his feet, blood still smeared at the corner of his mouth. You think you can run after injuring me, Yichiraki? It won't be that easy. The man hunched over, gathering strength in his legs, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mao Lilan. I want you to stay with me, forever. Mao Lilan's eyes widened. She completely failed to see his movements. In a panic, she could only barely make a basic blocking motion. Yichiraki executed a simple yet effective headbutt attack. Mao Lilan felt a sharp pain in her hands, and then her body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Big brother, Yichiraki isn't quite right. Kazama also nodded gravely, drawing his sword again, but this time targeting a different opponent. Hee, Kazama, I knew you never intended to join us. Yichiraki rasped from his throat, but considering your exceptional sword skills, I reluctantly took you in. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Kazama remained unfazed. TSK, what an infuriating guy. Yichiraki didn't want to waste any more words. His speed increased again, instantly appearing 2 positions away from Kazama. Zulfust. Kazama felt the shock that Mao Lilan had experienced earlier. He reacted quickly, decisively placing his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Yichiraki drew his samurai sword in a bizarre manner, striking hard at Kazama. Clang! The 2 blades clashed. Kazama gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows, and stepped back 4 or 5 paces to dissipate the force. In contrast, Yichiraki stood there as if nothing had happened. Big brother. Look at his eyes. Hearing his younger brother's call, Kazama looked into Yichiraki's eyes, where the pupils were pitch black. It's a monster. Kazama's voice trembled. You actually betrayed the human race. Kazama shouted angrily at Yichiraki. Yichiraki twisted his neck, unconcerned as he said, What's so bad about being a monster? I fell in love with this feeling of power that surpasses mortals right away. After saying this, Yichiraki swiftly swung his samurai sword. Kazama's 2 younger brothers felt a sharp pain in their throats and clutched their necks, slowly collapsing to the ground. Xiaoji, along. Kazama wanted to rush over to check on his companion's injuries, but was stopped by Yichiraki. Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon. Yichiraki let out a strange laugh while swinging his samurai sword. Kazama struggled to fend off Yichiraki's attacks. Before long, he was drenched in blood. The street was very quiet at this moment. Only the sound of the wind and Kazama's heavy breathing could be heard. The remaining passers-by, upon hearing the words monster, immediately fled into their homes, praying to escape today unscathed. I'm done playing with you. I still want to enjoy that little girl. Yichiraki licked his lips, turned his head, and was surprised to find that beside Mao Lilan, there was a woman dressed in a shrine maiden's outfit, who had appeared there unbeknownst to him. Oh, today is my lucky day. A beautiful woman just delivered to me. Ikamanji Kurwa assessed the woman dressed as a shrine maiden. This woman was more intriguing than the previous one, stirring a greater desire for conquest within him. You rest well. I'll handle this demon. Kikyo helped Ranmori to a corner of the wall, bringing a bamboo tube to her lips. "Drink some water. I've added herbs that will help with your injuries." Ran opened her mouth and took a few sips from the bamboo tube. Watching Kikyo rise, Ran reminded her, "Sister, that person is a bit formidable. You need to be careful." Kikyo smiled at Ran, took off her bow and arrows, and walked toward the battlefield. Kazuhaya leaned on his katana, watching the slowly approaching Shrine Maiden, weakly saying, "Lady Shrine Maiden, Ikemonji Kurwa has planted a demon seed. His speed is very fast. You must—" "Shut up." Before Kazuhaya could finish his words, Ikemonji Kurwa severed his head with a single stroke. Kikyo frowned slightly at this scene. Indeed, the opponent's speed was, as the deceased wandering warrior had said, incredibly fast, only leaving behind an afterimage. But what difficulty was there in that? Kikyo took an arrow from her quiver, knocked it to her bow, and aimed at Ikemonji Kurwa. "Hee, Shrine Maiden, you don't think your arrow can hit me, do you?" Ikemonji Kurwa licked the blood off his katana. He exerted force with his feet, executing the same trick again, only this time using the back of the blade. Demons that harm the world do not deserve to live. Kikyo drew her bowstring fully, her mouth slightly opening. Demon-slaying arrow, go. The arrow imbued with spiritual power shot straight toward Ikemonji Kurwa, who was charging in. Ikemonji Kurwa's expression changed drastically as he sensed the threat of death from the arrow. No matter how he changed direction, he could not evade its pursuit. Ultimately, the arrow, charged with spiritual energy, pierced through Ikemonji Kurwa's chest. He didn't even let out a scream before turning to ash, scattered by the gentle breeze between heaven and earth. Ranmori gaped at Kikyo's stunning performance and exclaimed, "So amazing." After confirming that Ikemonji Kurwa was truly dead, Kikyo put away her bow and returned to Ran's side. "Miss, you should take more guards when going out. You won't always be this lucky." Kikyo's words made Ran scratch her head, and she said with a subtle expression, "Lady Shrine Maiden, would you believe me if I said I'm not from this world?" Kikyo raised her eyebrows. Ran's response exceeded her understanding. However, after closely examining Ran's attire, Kikyo nodded. "You're from another world? Why did you come to this world?" Ran didn't expect Kikyo to believe her words. She said excitedly, "It's because of the mountain shrine. The monster with two faces, cough cough." Her excitement triggered her injuries. Seeing Ran's pale face, Kikyo helped her up gently, saying softly, "Your condition isn't good right now. Once you've recuperated, we can continue our previous topic." Ran nodded while coughing. "My temporary residence isn't far from here. Let's go there first." Kikyo supported Ran's arm, and they gradually disappeared at the edge of the village. In the present world, Kagoro Muri paced back and forth in his office. The horse racing match, playing on the television, failed to pique his interest. Ran had been missing for 10 hours, and he couldn't reach her no matter what. Damn, where could Ran have gone? Kagoro took a cigarette from the pack. Beneath the drifting smoke was a worried expression. This had never happened before. She always left a note wherever she went. Kagoro extinguished the cigarette after only 2 puffs, put on his coat, and was about to head out to search again. Just as he reached the door, there was a knock. He opened the door to find Eri Kisaki standing there with an unfriendly expression. She pushed past Kagoro, who was blocking the entrance, and walked straight in. Kagoro scratched his messy hair, sighed, and closed the door. "Where's Ran?" Eri asked, sitting on the couch with her legs crossed, her tone quite unpleasant. Kagoro shook his head. He had already gone out to look for her, even checking the school, but found no trace. Eri slammed her hand on the coffee table, angrily saying, "Is this how you act as a father? You don't even know your daughter's whereabouts? Don't you know the current world is very unsafe?" Kagoro sat across from Eri. Her scolding left him speechless. This time, he truly was at fault. Watching Kagoro, who was too intimidated to retort, Eri lost interest. She rubbed her forehead and asked, "Have you called Sonoko?" Kagoro nodded and then mentioned something that made Eri furrow her brow. "Sonoko is also missing. I can't reach her by phone, and the last location was at Mount Yuang." Eri sighed. She had a rough idea of what had happened. After all, there had been many heated discussions online about Mount Yuang recently, and even some of her clients had mentioned it. Most likely, Sonoko took Ran to the mountain shrine to pray, but why would they go missing? Eri took a sip of the water Kagoro handed her and set it down on the table. Her daughter's disappearance made it hard for her to focus. "Have you contacted Shinichi?" Eri suddenly asked. Although Kagoro usually didn't like that show-off kid, when it came to his daughter, he had already gone to Shinichi's house. But after knocking for a long time, no one answered. Another hope dashed. Eri thought for a moment, feeling that she couldn't just sit and wait. She stood up and said to Kagoro, "Let's go to Mount Yuheng and see if there are any clues." Kagoro immediately agreed. He proactively got the car keys from Eri and took on the driving duties. On the way to Mount Yuheng, Kagoro also called Juzo Megure. "Kagoro, Why are you calling me? Is there something wrong? Juzo's voice came through the receiver. Juzo, have you received any reports of multiple missing persons recently? Kagoro got straight to the point. Juzo, who was still recuperating in the hospital, sensed that something serious had happened from Kagoro's inquiry. Kagoro, have you encountered a big case? Kagoro forced a bitter smile. Ran is missing, along with the second daughter of the Suzuki group, Sonoko Suzuki. Juzo was taken aback. This is serious. Kagoro, don't panic. I'm not at the station right now, but I'll call and ask. As soon as I have news, I'll let you know. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Kagoro looked at Eri, who was casting an expectant gaze at him, and helplessly shook his head. Faye Ingley's expression darkened as she turned her head to look out at the scenery, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the car felt particularly heavy. Meanwhile, at the private Funchi Academy, Leon was in the Phoenix Society, listening to Friday's report, his expression thoughtful. Are you saying that the recent popular mountain, every midnight at 12, will become foggy, and then the climbers will mysteriously disappear? Leon stroked his chin, his mind racing. Yes, sir. I have collected the surveillance footage from that area and processed the image quality. You could take a look. A light screen was projected onto the wall. The time on the footage was 3 minutes past midnight. A thick fog rose without warning, gradually enveloping the entire mountain, dissipating only at 1 o'clock in the morning. Time moved forward. A cart arrived at the foot of Yuhing Mountain. 2 men got out of the car. One held a flashlight, and the other carried a backpack, walking along a path towards the peak. Did these 2 men not come down until dawn? Liang asked. Yes, sir, to this day. Their car is still parked in the Yuhing Mountain parking lot. The electronic voice of Friday sounded. Is it possible they went down another way? Liang frowned. From the current intelligence gathered, we can only say that there are strange phenomena at Yuhing Mountain. We cannot confirm it as an external intrusion. Sir, there are only 2 paths up Yuhing Mountain, and there are no cameras near the other path. But I have reviewed the surrounding surveillance and found no individuals matching their appearance. After hearing Friday's report, Liang pondered for a moment and decided to handle the matter personally. At the mountain god temple on Yuhing Mountain, Muri Kagoro and Hayui Eri climbed to the peak. Panting, they found that the area was already sealed off. However, the SEAL personnel were not police. At a glance, the insignia revealed it was from the Suzuki group. Hello, I am Hayui Eri from Hayui Law Firm. My daughter is good friends with Suzuki Sonoko. Hayui Eri said to the guard at the entrance, could you please report this? We want to go in and take a look. Upon hearing that the other party's daughter was friends with the missing second young lady, the guard did not dare to delay and quickly said, please wait a moment. I will report to my superiors. Watching the figure in black leave, Muri Kagoro was about to say something to Hayui Eri when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that the caller was Megure Juza. Muri, I've already called to ask, and recently there has been a missing person case. Megure Juza's voice sounded somewhat serious. However, the reporter will cancel the report after 2 days, saying the missing person has returned. Muri Kagoro keenly sensed something was off. Is the person who disappeared and then reappeared really the same? Megure Juza replied. After discreet investigation, their appearance and memories are fine, but their behavior shows discrepancies. For example, a quiet person becomes talkative, and someone who has been single for years can skillfully navigate a crowd. Muri Kagoro caught on a Megure Juza's underlying implication and said hoarsely, when you say they will reappear in 2 days, do you mean 48 hours? Yes, so Muri, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. The anti-demon investigation team is already heading in your direction. You need to cooperate actively to save Ran. Megure Juza particularly reminded him, don't be foolish. If you encounter a demon, firearms are of little use. The wise choice is to escape. After hanging up, Muri Kagoro relayed what Megure Juza said to Hayui Eri. The latter was anxiously sweating in her palms, murmuring, 48 hours, 12 hours have already passed. Could Ran already? Don't think like that. Ran will be fine. Muri Kagoro wrapped his arm around Hayui Eri's shoulders, forcibly interrupting her thoughts. It was at this moment that the figure in black returned, accompanied by an elegant woman with a ponytail. Hello, I am Suzuki Ayako, Sonoko's sister. You can come in. Suzuki Ayako wore a weary smile, clearly affected by her sister's disappearance. After thanking her, Muri Kagoro and Hayui Eri slipped past the blockade and followed her inside. We Haven Tea gathered many clues. Just a discarded backpack, Sonoko's hairband, and her phone. Suzuki Ayako led Muri Kagoro and Hayui Eri into the mountain god temple. Muri Kagoro instinctively exchanged glances with the stone statue in the temple. Hayui Eri casually glanced at the temple's arrangement and eagerly asked, did you find any important clues on Sonoko's phone? Suzuki Ayako's expression turned somewhat fearful, and after taking several deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down. When Sanoko's phone was found, it was already dead. After charging it, there were several video clips recorded in the early morning. Suzuki Ayako took a notebook from her subordinate and handed it to Hayai Eri, reminding her, before you watch, you'd better prepare yourself mentally. The video content may not be what you expect. Hayai Eri, now desperate to save her daughter, did not take Suzuki Ayako's words seriously. Muri Kagoro adjusted his mindset and then looked at the video that had already been opened. The video began with recordings of Suzuki, Sonoko, and Muri Rand before they ascended the mountain. Seeing her daughter's face, Hayai Eri's eyes turned red. As time passed, the video became intermittent and mist began to surround the two women. This fog looks suspicious. Muri Kagoro stroked his chin. As a former excellent detective, his gaze was still sharp. That's right. We have consulted authoritative meteorologists, and yesterday's weather and the environment of Yuhing Mountain could not have produced such a dense fog. Suzuki Ayako answered Muri Kagoro's question. The video continued. As the fog thickened, Suzuki Sonoko and Muri Rand began to flee along a forest path, escaping from the pursuing fog behind them. After a tug-of-war lasting over 10 minutes, Sonoko and Rand successfully escaped the fog and reached the mountain peak, where they encountered two men in a similar predicament. I believe your group has investigated the information about these two men. Muri Kagoro directed his gaze towards Suzuki Ayako. That's right. They are employees of the aquarium in Area B and are also among the missing persons. Suzuki Ayako's reply was within Muri Kagoro's expectations. Since both Ran and Sonoko had gone missing, the two men in the video were certainly also involved. The video had 3 minutes left. To avoid the fog, the group ran into the mountain god temple. Sonoko's face appeared in the center of the video, drenched in sweat, her lips pale, and her expression terrified as she said, "There's something wrong with this mountain. I want to call for help, but there's no signal." Ran was blocking the door, and the fog surrounded the mountain god temple, making everything white and invisible. Suddenly, Sonoko let out a scream. The phone fell to the ground, but fortunately, the camera was not facing down, allowing it to continue recording. Ran held onto the increasingly transparent Sonoko. They exchanged a few words, and Sonoko disappeared in Ran's arms. In the end of the video, everyone who ran into the mountain god temple became transparent and mysteriously vanished one after another. After watching all the videos, Hayai Eri fell dazed. If it weren't for Suzuki Ayako catching her in time, she might have fallen to the ground. Muri Kagoro's expression darkened. Although he had prepared himself mentally from the beginning, the absurdity of the situation still far exceeded his imagination. You two must have heard about the recent supernatural phenomena, right? Ayako Suzuki supported Eri Kisaki and handed the notebook to his servant. Kagoro Muri nodded, recalling the information from his previous conversation with TheMagical, and said, "There have been similar incidents before. After 48 hours, the missing person reappears." However, Kagoro Muri fixed his gaze on Ayako Suzuki's eyes and sighed. The person who reappears may not be the original. It could be a manifestation of a demon. Ayako Suzuki's body trembled, and she tightened her grip on Eri Kisaki's hand. She knew that it had already been 12 hours since her sister went missing, and the situation was critical. Even if her sister returned to her side, it might not be her real sister, but rather a monster in her skin. Kagoro Muri opened his mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but the words got stuck in his throat. No matter how beautifully expressed, words were powerless at this moment. "Miss, these individuals claiming to be from the anti-demon investigation team have valid credentials." During the silence that enveloped the Yamagami shrine, a man in black led two other men inside. "Hello, my name is Daisuke KB, and this is Toshio Uchiyumi. We belong to the anti-demon investigation team." A tall man with slick back hair, dressed in a black trench coat, presented his credentials to Ayako Suzuki. She frowned and glanced at the credentials. She had heard about this newly established department. "Based on recent information, we suspect the case of the missing persons may be linked to demons, and we are here to investigate." Toshio Uchiyumi, dressed in a black suit, scanned the surroundings of the Yamagami shrine, but found nothing suspicious. Kagoro Muri reached out his hand to Daisuke KB, who smiled and shook it, saying, "Long time no see, Detective Muri." The two were acquainted, although their past had been somewhat unpleasant. It was roughly that Daisuke KB had taken over one of Kagoro Muri's cases, resulting in a significant loss of reward for him. Putting aside our previous grievances, my daughter is among the missing persons in this case. I leave it to you, KB. Daisuke KB nodded and then turned his gaze to Ayako Suzuki, asking, "Do you have any known clues? Please share." Ayako Suzuki replayed the video recorded by Sonoko. Toshio Uchiyumi was the first to raise a doubt. The stone statue in the shrine, its eyes lit up just before Mr. Muri's daughter disappeared. He held the notebook close to his chest, using his fingers to control the progress bar, pausing the footage at the moment when Ran Muri shouted angrily at the statue. Everyone formed a circle, carefully watching the scene presented by Toshio Uchiyumi. When Ran Muri shouted the words "ugly monster," the eyes of the statue indeed flashed with a red light. Instantly, everyone in the Yamagami shrine felt a chill run down their spines. They stiffly turned their heads to look at the nearby monster statue. "How about we step outside to talk?" Ayako Suzuki rubbed her arms, feeling a chill in the air. Eri Kisaki nodded in agreement. Daisuke KB and Toshio Uchiyumi exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and agreed with the Ayako Suzuki suggestion. The group stepped out of the Yamagami shrine, standing under the sun, feeling the warmth of sunlight on their bodies, which drove away some of their fears. It seemed that the issue was not with Mount Gyoku, but that this shrine was causing trouble. Daisuke KB stroked his chin, then took out his phone to request orders to seal off Mount Gyoku. "Miss Suzuki, please withdraw your people. The higher-ups will take over." Hearing Daisuke KB's words, Ayako Suzuki nodded slightly. She instructed her bodyguard, who immediately followed the instructions and cleared out the group's personnel. "I suggest you also leave with the Suzuki group. This matter is beyond what ordinary people can handle." Daisuke KB looked at Kagoro Muri and Eri Kisaki. Kagoro Muri had not yet expressed his opinion when Eri Kisaki shook her head first. "I won't leave. I want to see my biological daughter to feel at ease." Eri Kisaki emphasized the word biological heavily. Kagoro Muri also stated that he, as a former police officer, might be able to help, so he wouldn't leave either. "Don't look at me. I also want to see my biological sister, and I have bodyguards for protection, so don't worry about my safety." After speaking, Ayako Suzuki's bodyguard smartly lifted his jacket to reveal a black handgun. Daisuke KB rubbed his forehead. He truly did not want too many people to remain in the Yamagami shrine, as it would not only complicate future work, but also make it difficult to manage in case of emergencies. "Uchiyumi, please take good care of Mr. Muri and Ms. Kisaki." After thinking for a moment, Daisuke KB patted Toshio Uchiyumi on the shoulder, and the latter confidently replied, "No problem, leave it to me." With everything in order, Daisuke KB planned to return to the Yamagami shrine to look for any overlooked clues. "KB, I'll go in with you for support," Kagoro Muri volunteered. Daisuke KB glanced at him without saying a word and walked towards the shrine. Seeing that Daisuke KB did not refuse, Kagoro Muri loosened his tie and followed closely behind. Upon returning to the Yamagami shrine, Daisuke KB felt as if the left side of the statue's face had shifted slightly. "Be careful, Mr. Muri, something feels off." Hearing Daisuke KB's warning, Kagoro Muri heightened his alertness, becoming more cautious with his steps. When they reached the statue, Daisuke KB looked up at the 3-meter-tall monster statue, which inexplicably filled him with a sense of awe. A strange voice echoed faintly in his ear. "Do you want to forget all your troubles? Do you want to reach the pinnacle of life? Do you want immortality? Worship me, and I will fulfill your wishes." Daisuke KB immediately drew his gun, aimed at the statue's head, and sneered, "What a trickster! Are you a deity? You ugly demon!" Just as Daisuke KB was about to pull the trigger, Kagoro Muri shouted in terror, "KB, don't pull the trigger. It's me, Kagoro Muri. Wake up." Daisuke KB halted his action of pulling the trigger, blinking his eyes, feeling a bit dazed. "Mr. Muri? I. Why was I aiming my gun at you?" Daisuke KB shook his head and lowered his gun. He clearly remembered looking at the statue. How did he suddenly end up pointing the gun at Kagoro Muri? Seeing that the crisis was temporarily averted, Kagoro Muri let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his shirt was completely soaked. "You were talking to the statue, and no matter how I called you, you didn't respond. Why try to get closer to see what was wrong with you? You suddenly turned around and aimed the gun at me, almost." Kagoro Muri recounted the events, still feeling a lingering fear. Daisuke KB's brows furrowed, and his expression became particularly serious as he said, "Let's go outside. This place is not safe. Everyone leave Mount Gyoku." But just as they turned around, the door of the mountain god temple slammed shut. Both the people inside and outside were startled. "Mr. Shinhu, are you all right?" Utsumi Toshio, sensing something was wrong, immediately stepped forward and knocked hard on the wooden door. From a distance, Shinhu Daisuke said to Utsumi Toshio, "It's fine, it's just that this door won't open." Utsumi Toshio, disbelieving, instructed the two inside to stand back, then took a few steps back himself, sprinted forward, and kicked the wooden door. But the result was unexpected. The seemingly decayed wooden door remained undamaged, and Utsumi Toshio was knocked back by the rebound. Ayako, is it getting darker? High Eri noticed the sunlight gradually disappearing around them. She looked up and saw a large mass of dark clouds covering Mount Yuang. Suzuki Ayako, hearing this, also sensed something was off. She gave a look to her bodyguard, who immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie to call for backup, but all he received was the sound of static. Miss, all communication devices have failed. The bodyguard's words made Suzuki Ayako's heart sink. Look, is that a snake? High Eri pointed in terror at the path leading up the mountain. Countless snakes, insects, and rodents crawled out from the bushes, slowly moving toward their position. Utsumi Toshio, who had gotten up from the ground, wore a serious expression. He also tried to contact the police below the mountain, but the outcome was predictable. Everyone gather close, ladies stand behind. Utsumi Toshio raised his gun and said to the bodyguard beside him, "How's your shooting?" The bodyguard took off his sunglasses and replied with a smile, "Better than you." Utsumi Toshio smirked, "Oh really? Then let's compare. When those things get close, we shoot." The bodyguard nodded, tightening his grip on the gun. Inside the mountain god temple, Muri Kagoro was very worried about High Eri outside. Hearing her scream, he anxiously asked, "What's happening outside? Have you requested backup?" Shinu Daisuke patted his shoulder. He had also tried to contact Sato Mawako and others, but all he got was static. They were completely isolated. "Mr. Muri, we should take care of ourselves first." Shinhu Daisuke stared intently at the stone statue inside the temple. This time he was sure he wasn't mistaken. The face of the monster statue moved slightly. Muri Kagoro turned around and followed Shinhu Daisuke's gaze, noticing the statue's eyes fixed directly on them. "This broken thing can't be alive, right?" Just as Muri Kagoro finished speaking, the monster statue's arm lifted. Shinhu Daisuke threw a spare gun to Muri Kagoro, his expression grave as he said, "Mr. Muri, you should talk less from now on. I want to live a few more years." Muri Kagoro, feeling guilty, closed his mouth, silently disengaging the safety and aiming at the statue that was twisting its neck. Down the mountain, thick fog began to spread. The police officers sealing off the area hurriedly left the fog's range. However, some slower officers were mercilessly swallowed by the fog. "Damn it, this fog eats people." An old officer watched helplessly as his apprentice disappeared into the mist, no matter how much he shouted the other's name. He received no response. Driving in, Yakuji Ryoko took over temporary command, looking at Mount Yuang, which had turned foggy in just a few minutes. Combined with the dark clouds only covering the mountain, a sense of impending doom washed over her. "How many officers have disappeared into the fog?" Yakuji Ryoko asked the deputy sheriff responsible for that area. The deputy sheriff wiped the sweat from his neck while taking the data compiled by his subordinates. After glancing at it, he couldn't help but swallow hard and stammer there are 11 people. Yakuji Ryoko's expression turned serious. Thinking of Shunhu Daisuke and Utsumi Toshio on the mountain, she immediately ordered, "First, send someone to find some animals, tie ropes to them, and drive them into the fog to see if they disappear." The deputy sheriff nodded vigorously, relaying Yakuji Ryoko's orders. "You all need to hold on." Yakuji Ryoko looked toward the mountaintop, thinking of Sato Mawako still lying in the hospital. The anti-demon investigation team could not afford to lose anyone now. The strange phenomena occurring on Mount Yuheng quickly spread online due to enthusiastic citizens, with some even going live, sneaking into the fog to gain popularity. Leon originally planned to explore Mount Yuheng that night. However, seeing the news Friday projected online, he realized his plans had been upended. "Sir, a group of people is behaving very strangely." Friday displayed two screens side by side. There were people who had previously gone missing on Mount Yuheng but had reappeared. Leon enlarged the right screen, observing the images of a dozen people standing on a building not far from Mount Yuan. "Q. Ishimi, has the master awakened ahead of schedule?" A man in office attire asked a girl dressed like a delinquent. Nakayama Ishimi crossed her arms, her expression indifferent as she gazed at the white expanse of Mount Yuan. After a while, she finally spoke. "The master's thoughts are not something we can fathom. Just do your own part." A red-haired thug jumped out, not convinced, and said, "Nikoyu, don't think the master values you. You can be arrogant." Before the thug could finish, Nakayama Ishimi turned around and slapped him across the face. "I've told you countless times, in this world, call me Nakayama Ishimi." Nakayama Ishimi's slap was not light. It knocked out half of the thug's teeth. Covering his bleeding mouth, the thug lost his previous arrogance and said meekly, "I'm sorry. I was reckless just now." Nakayama Ishimi waved her hand casually, and the thug retreated into the crowd. "How have you all progressed with the tasks assigned by the master?" Nakayama Ishimi turned her gaze to the earlier speaking office worker. Takashima Hiro did not dare to look her in the eye, lowering his head as he respectfully said, I have collected 10 female hearts. Nakayama Ishimi nodded in satisfaction and shifted her gaze to others. I've collected 10 too. Me too. I've collected 9, and I'm close to getting another. The red-haired thug also shouted, I collected 14, 11 female and 3 male. Nakayama Ishimi silently calculated how many hearts they still needed to meet the master's requirement. We are still 7 short of 100. You all need to collect them today. I fear delays could lead to changes, Nakayama Ishimi said. Ishimi, the commotion we've caused has already attracted the attention of those police officers. If this goes on. Takashima Hiro did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Nakayama Ishimi reached out, lifting his chin, her eyes adorned with colored contacts staring at him. The master is about to awaken. Without the priestess's suppression, this world will soon fall. Wasn't our previous patience for future victory? We are just one step away from fulfilling the master's requirements. Hiroshi Takashima's legs trembled as he sensed the intense killing intent in Shimi Nakayama's gaze. I understand now. I will complete the task assigned by the master. Hearing Takashima's assurance, Nakayama released his chin and smiled, saying, That's more like it, by Mu. I hold you in high regard. A fake smile that couldn't be more insincere squeezed onto Takashima's face. After greeting her, he left the rooftop of the building. Once everyone had left, Nakayama sat at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the increasingly thick fog over Yuhing Mountain, her expression gradually becoming deranged. With the surveillance at this point, Leon lost interest in continuing to watch. Friday, record the whereabouts of those people. Then notify Shiyu Kasumigakaka and Riri Shirizu to prepare for battle. Understood, sir. The records have been marked, and Wonder Woman and Spider-Man have been notified. Shiyu Kasumigakaka, who was pretending to doze off at her desk, felt her phone in her backpack vibrating rhythmically a few times. This was a special reminder set up for members by Friday. Glancing quickly at the teacher and seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, Kasumigakaka took out her phone and raised her hand, saying, Teacher, I don't feel well and would like to go to the nurse's office to rest. As the top student in the grade, she naturally had some privileges. Kasumigakaka easily received approval. Stepping out of the classroom and reaching the corner of the stairs, she checked the message on her phone. Mission code, white mist. Mission target, the one who was lost and found. Mission location, marked, mission level, C. Quickly browsing through the mission details, Kasumigakaka found an unoccupied corner, adjusted the dial on her wrist, and Wonder Woman's armor covered her body. Flying into the sky, she proceeded towards the target according to the route on her phone. Meanwhile, Riri Shirizu encountered a bit of trouble. Who would have thought that her usual foolproof trick for skipping class would fail at such a critical moment? The balding history teacher did not allow Shirizu to go to the nurse's office. The reason was that in the last exam, Shirizu's history score had lowered the class's average. With a frown, Shirizu could only reason with him. In front of the entire class, she called the history teacher out of the classroom. The two talked outside for nearly 30 seconds. In the end, only the history teacher awkwardly returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, the hidden talents of Riri Shirizu made her way to the school's rooftop. She had already read the mission details on the way. Hee. Spider-Man's name will explode across the internet after this mission. Shirizu jumped onto the railing, patted the cute Spider-Man pin on her chest, and her black and white spider suit enveloped her whole body. Putting on her hood, she unhesitatingly leaped off the building, shooting out webbing in midair and swinging towards her destination. In the Phoenix Society, Sir, Wonder Woman and Spider-Man have set off. Friday's voice echoed in the living room. Leon nodded, confident that Kasumigakaka and Shirizu would handle those little shrimp. Abby, you and Barbie stay behind. If there's any issue, have Barbie use Shadow Shift to find me. Abby and Barbie nodded heavily, speaking in unison. Master, we will not disappoint you. A smile curled at the corners of Leon's mouth as he touched the pendant on his chest, fully suited up in his Superman attire. The floating cape joyfully circled around him a few times before draping over his shoulders. Exiting the Phoenix Society, Leon set his direction, ascended to the sky, and released a sonic boom, leaving a lingering trail in the air. At this moment, Yuhing Mountain was steeped in despair. Down at the foot of the mountain, Ryoko Yasumura had tried every method she could think of, but none worked. Whether it was animals or drones, if they entered the white mist for more than 10 seconds, they would definitely lose contact. Even if tied with ropes or cables, they would be bitten off by some unknown entity, making entry impossible. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Ryoko tucked her hair behind her ear, wishing she could tie herself with a steel cable and venture into the white mist. But this idea was met with unanimous opposition from the police officers. The deputy sheriff nearly knelt down, pleading with her not to take the risk. If only I had superpowers too. Ryuko leaned against her forehead, sighing, her expression full of helplessness. For every minute she wasted down here, the danger above would increase by 1 minute. Miss, you look quite haggard. A magnetic male voice sounded behind Ryuko Yasumura. Do you need my help? Leon slowly descended from the sky. The surrounding police officers widened their eyes, and the reporters nearby eagerly clicked their cameras. Ryuko turned in confusion, looking at the man that Mawako Sato had mentioned, her expression slipping out of control. Miss, if you don't close your mouth, you might drool, Leon kindly reminded her. Ryuko's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly shut her mouth. You are Superman? Ryuko scrutinized the man's appearance before her. Very masculine and handsome. His bulging muscles seemed ready to burst through his clothes. Indeed, Leon replied, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ryuko Yasumura, looking at the situation on Yuheng Mountain, and spoke. Can't this fog be blown away? Ryuko shook her head, saying, I haven't tried using wind to disperse the fog. After all, the thick fog covering the mountain is not that easy to clear. Li Ong stepped forward, and without looking back at the puzzled expression of Yaoshi Temple Ryozi, he said, That's because you've never seen extraordinary power. Leon took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of air comparable to a hurricane. The heavy fog on Yuheng Mountain began to dissipate, albeit slowly, revealing the path up the mountain. Yaoshi Temple Ryozi stood there in a daze, letting the strong wind tousle her hair. She started to understand why Sato Mawako valued the man in front of her. As he said, this was no longer human power, but strength comparable to that of a god. As Leon continued to exert his power, the fog gradually cleared, revealing its true form. This is Yaoshi Temple Ryozi stared at the white bones in the grass, immediately recognizing from her experience that they were human bones. If your people want to enter, remember to equip heavy weapons. There are other things in this mountain. Leon stopped blowing air and floated in midair, looking down at Yaoshi Temple Ryozi. Aren't you coming with us? Yaoshi Temple Ryozi asked. Having such a powerful partner by her side made her feel incredibly secure, but seeing his actions, it seemed he was preparing to leave. Leon turned his head to look at the peak of Yuheng Mountain and chuckled. There's a troublesome guy I need to deal with, and that group at the top is about to hold on no longer. Yaoshi Temple Ryozi watched the man fly away and shouted, I'm Yaoshi Temple Ryozi, the superhero? Leon waved his hand to indicate he heard her. The silhouette of the superhero gradually faded away. Yaoshi Temple Ryozi calmed her excited heart and then instructed her subordinates. Has the SWAT team arrived? Allow them to carry heavy firepower and also give me a bulletproof vest. The deputy chief wanted to advise Yaoshi Temple Ryozi not to take risks. But looking at her determined gaze, he could only pass on the orders. When Leon flew to the top of Yuheng Mountain, he immediately saw a familiar face. That hairstyle, that outfit, truly the queen. Her aura was off the charts. Leon landed, and the surrounding mice, insects, snakes, and ants had a new target, dividing into two groups to attack the lone figure. But they didn't realize that an excellent hunter often appears in the form of prey. This scene would probably scare someone with a phobia of clusters to death. Liang's eyes glowed red, and with each step he took, a safe zone expanded around him. Look, that person is a superpower user. Fei Yingli was the first to notice the commotion caused by Liang. The others turned to look in the direction she pointed, the sight resembling that of a deity deeply etched in their minds. There is always a way out. Philip, we are alive. Weiichi Toshio's appearance could only be described as extremely disheveled. His gun had long run out of bullets, his coat was set ablaze, his white shirt was dirty, and his face and arms bore numerous small bite marks. The bodyguard named Philip was half crouched on the ground, now lifeless. There were 2 small holes on his ankle, bitten by a venomous snake. Sigh, good brother, rest in peace. Weiichi Toshio closed Philip's eyes and sighed deeply. When Liang walked in front of them, all the small creatures around had perished. You are the superhero, right? I'm Weiichi Toshio, a member of the Anti-Demon Investigation Unit. Weiichi Toshio struggled to stand up and extended his hand to Liang. Liang smiled and shook his hand. There are still 2 people inside. One is my colleague, and the other is Ms. Fei's ex-husband. Weiichi Toshio, being considerate, quickly released his grip and then explained the current situation. There were gunshots coming from inside just now, but they've stopped now. Liang nodded and used his X-ray vision to check the situation inside the Mountain God Temple, but was blocked by a mysterious energy. You all step back a bit. Don't get hurt. Hearing the superhero's words, Fei Yingli and Suzuki Ayako supported each other and retreated nearly 10 meters with Weiichi Toshio. Liang clenched his fist. Since soft measures wouldn't work, he would take a hard approach. He accelerated and punched the wooden door, making contact with a negative distance. Splintered wood flew past Liang's face. What came into view was the unconscious Kagoro Mori. His lower leg was twisted at an incredible angle, his chest caved in, and he was continuously spitting out blood. Floating cloak sent him out. The red cloak detached from Liang's back, wrapped around the fallen Kagoro Mori, and swiftly flew him to Fei Ingli and the others. Seeing Kagoro Mori being delivered by the cloak, Weichi Toshio quickly provided emergency treatment. Throughout this, Liang's gaze remained fixed on the monster statue. Is it satisfying to bully an ordinary person? Liang slowly walked towards the statue. Sensing the threat, the monster statue threw the unconscious Kobe Daisuke away. The floating cloak blocked in front of Liang, effortlessly catching the unconscious Kobe Daisuke. Liang glanced at him. Although his left forearm was torn off, he was still alive. Send him out. Don't let him interrupt my fun time. The floating cloak obediently took on the role of a mover, quickly flying out of the mountain god temple, and like it did with Kagoro Mori, threw Kobe Daisuke in front of Weichi Toshio. Thanks, cloak. Weichi Toshio instinctively expressed his gratitude. However, the floating cloak playfully moved its collar. It can understand us? Suzuki Ayako's eyes widened, watching the flying red cloak. Her worldview had shattered into pieces today. What's so surprising about that? With superpower users around, isn't it reasonable to have a cloak that can understand human speech? Weichi Toshio took off his shirt, tore it into strips, and used it as a makeshift tourniquet, tightly binding it to Kobe Daisuke's upper left arm. Liang didn't wait for the floating cloak to return and directly launched an attack. A simple punch struck the monster statue's head. The expected splintering of stone did not occur. Only a few cracks appeared. Oh, not bad at taking hits. Liang reached out with his left hand, easily grasping the punch thrown by the monster statue. Then, with a back throw, he slammed it into the floor. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Liang pressed the attack, grabbing the monster statue's thigh and crushing it with force. The monster statue struggled to get up from the ground, but Liang wouldn't give it a chance. He slapped the monster statue's head, delivering punch after punch. The floating cloak hovered nearby, acting as a cheerleader. 1 minute later, Liang stopped his actions, looking at the headless statue, dusting off the dirt from his hands, and jumping out of the pit, just as the floating cloak was about to return to Liang's shoulder. It sensed the statue's arm moving and immediately poked Liang's waist. Liang turned around to see the monster statue slowly crawling out of the pit. Its head and thigh were actually healing little by little. What a troublesome guy. Liang muttered and charged again. Just as Liang began his second round of passionate beating, Kasa no Okiyudaha also found her target. Hongmao, also known as Qingping Along, is a good-for-nothing thug. However, with his somewhat handsome looks, he is quite popular among middle-aged women. Damn cat again. How dare you hit me in front of so many monsters? I will remember this grudge. Qingping Along squats by the curb, smoking a cigarette and looking for targets. In the next second, his expression changes, and he nimbly rolls to the side. A whip mark appears in the spot he just occupied. With that reaction, you can't be human. Kasa no Oka Shiyu flies above Qingping Along, holding a truth lasso. The bystanders still haven't figured out the situation, thinking it's a movie shoot, and take out their phones to snap pictures of the beautiful actress in the air. Such a stunning actress is rare. Only a few recognize Kasa no Oka Shiyu's identity. Realizing that she's attacking the man with red hair, they sense something is off and start to flee. Woman, how did you recognize me? Qingping Along stands up, fixing his messy hairstyle. I don't remember exposing any flaws. Those who have seen my true form are already dead. Responding to him is Kasa no Oka Shiyu's long whip. Qingping Along easily dodges the attack, smiling as he says, a woman's temper is too explosive. No one will like you. Kasa no Oka Shiyu frowns, feeling that the man in front of her is quite talkative. She puts away the truth lasso and dives down from the sky, throwing a punch at Qingping Along's face. Qingping Along doesn't dare to be careless, dodging left and right to avoid the rain-like attacks. But only defending without counterattacking will inevitably lead to mistakes. In the end, Kasa no Oka Shiyu's fist greets Qingping Along's cheek. He lets out a scream and flies back into a wedding dress shop. Kasa no Oka Shiyu carefully walks towards the wedding dress shop, stepping on the broken glass. Suddenly, a hissing green liquid flies out of the wedding dress shop. Tilting her head, such a childish sneak attack is no challenge for Kasa no Oka Shiyu. Qingping Along is inside the wedding dress shop, holding a fat man and grinning, with a smear of green still on his lips. Haha, you're the strongest human I've ever seen. Amid the screams of bystanders, Chinkping along pulls out the fat man's heart and begins to devour it. Kasa no Okashiyu is enraged by his actions. She draws the sword of the fire god from her waist, channels her energy, and charges directly at Chinkping Ilong. That was just a warm-up. Now it's serious. Chinkping Ilong casually tosses the corpse aside, and two pincers burst out from his back, grinning. Being my woman, you have that qualification. Kasanoka Siyuis Neus. Dreaming in broad daylight. What a foolish thought. The sword of the fire god clashes with Chinkping Ilong's pincers, creating sparks. Kasanoka Siyufrons. She has heard from Hippolyta that the sword of the fire god is a blade forged by the fire god Hephaestus that can cut at the subatomic level. Yet, such a weapon crafted by a god fails to break through Chinkping Ilong's defenses. Are you surprised? This is the power granted to me by the adults. Chinkping Ilong grins widely, and two more pincers burst forth from his back. Kasa no Oka Shiyu senses danger and retreats, unwilling to fight further. Are you afraid? I haven't revealed all my trump cards yet. Chinkping Ilong vents the humiliation he suffered from Nakayama Shibi onto Kasa no Oka Shiyu. Their battlefield has shifted from the wedding dress shop to the street, but the roles of offense and defense have reversed. Chinkping Ilong laughs wildly while swinging his pincers. Kasa no Oka Shiyu holds her divine power shield, waiting for him to expose a flaw. However, as she searches for an opportunity, someone hiding in the shadows strikes. A woman in a kimono extends a long tail, tightly wrapping around Kasa no Oka Shiyu's legs. Oh no! Kasa no Oka Shiyu's movements pause. Chinkping Ilong seizes the opportunity, and his pincers strike out instantly. At the critical moment, Kasa no Oka Shiyu abandons her divine power shield and uses the protective silver bracelet on her wrist to block her heart. Ding! The lethal attack misses. Kasa no Oka Shiyu crosses her arms, and under Chinkping Ilong's anxious gaze, she strikes her silver bracelet, unleashing her protective divine power. Chinkping Ilong is blown away by the strong shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep pit. The woman in the kimono sways over to the pit and uses her tail to pull Chinkping Ilong out. Cough cough, Sasaki. This woman is not easy to deal with. Chinkping Ilong wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and speaks to the woman beside him. Sasaki Miki flicks her forked tongue like a snake and looks at Kasa no Oka Shiyu in the sky with disgust. I hate women who are more beautiful than me the most. A strange light flashes in Sasaki Miki's eyes. Kasa no Oka Shiyu, caught off guard, feels her body grow weak, her head spinning, and her strength rapidly diminishing. Ha! It's you, Sasaki. You're truly my great partner. Chinkping Ilong watches Kasa no Oka Shiyu struggling in the sky, feeling overjoyed. Sasaki Miki sheds her kimono, revealing a snake-like body with a human head. Her tail, originally 1 meter long, slowly extends to 100 meters, continuing to grow. Kasa no Oka Shiyu grits her teeth. She doesn't want to fall here. I am Wonder Woman, the princess of the Amazons. Kasa no Oka Shiyu roars. The sword of the fire god, embedded below, responds to her call and flies back into her hand. Gripping the blade, Kasa no Oka Shiyu descends from the sky and, in the blink of an eye, appears in front of Sasaki Miki. Take this sword, you evil spirit. The sword of the fire god thrusts directly at Sasaki Miki's head. But just a couple of centimeters away from her eyes, countless strands of hair wrap around the sword. Wow, this must be the ability granted to you by the adults. I haven't seen you use it before. Chinkping Ilong expresses some envy. He has only been strengthened physically by the adults, but Sasaki Miki has gained a new skill. The gap between monsters is quite significant. Woman, your fate is to be swallowed by me. Sasaki Miki stares into Kasa no Oka Shiyu's eyes. Is that so? I don't believe it. Kasa no Oka Shiyu certainly won't give the evil spirit a good look. With all her strength, she pulls out the sword of the fire god, cutting off a strand of hair in the process. The black hair falls to the ground, not scattering with the wind, but writhing and returning to Sasaki Miki's head. Sasaki Miki extends her hand, grabbing Kasa no Oka Shiyu's neck, her forked tongue sliding across the latter's face as she praises, delicious, the body of a young person. No matter how many times I eat, I never get tired of it. Kasa no Oka Shiyu pounds on Sasaki Miki's arm, trying to break free from her grip. Don't struggle. You can't escape my grasp. Sasaki Miki opens her blood-filled mouth, revealing sharp teeth, preparing to drain Kasa no Oka Shiyu's blood. Xiaji Jiang Shiyu calmed down, recalled a famous saying, and boldly said, "Do you know how to deal with snakes? Aim for the 7 inches." After that, Xiaji Jiang Shiyu calculated the distance and threw the fire god sword. Damn it! Sasaki Miki was shocked and shouted angrily, "Nyo Gue, stop just watching and stop that sword." Without Sasaki Miki's reminder, Chimping Ichiro was already rushing towards the fire god sword quickly. But it was ultimately too late. The fire god sword easily pierced through Sasaki Miki's heart like a hot knife through butter. A scream. Sasaki Miki released her grip on Xiaji Jiangshiyu, and the entire demon weakened. She wanted to say something but spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Xiaji Jiangshiyu with hatred. By the looks of you, it's better not to eat anything. It's bad for your health. Xiaji Jiangshiyu crossed her arms over her chest and smiled. But I have something good here that can cure all ailments. The Guardian silver bracelet collided violently, and the Guardian power erupted. A strong shockwave sent Sasaki Miki flying down the street. After rolling a few times on the ground, Sasaki Miki's tail had shrunk to just over 10 meters long, lying on the ground unconscious. Chimping Ichiro witnessed Sasaki Miki's tragic state and dropped the pretense, tearing off the human skin disguise to reveal his true form. Xiaji Jiangshiyu looked at the demon with an octopus body and a cow's head, waved her hand lightly, and the fire god sword flew back, its tip still dripping with blood. Woman, let's call it a day. You walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Let us not interfere with each other, all right? Chimping Ichiro, also known as Nyogue, stared at the murderous Xiaji Jiangshiyu, feeling a bit softening. Xiaji Jiangshiyu sneered. You think you could just come and go as you please? There is no such good thing in this world. Knowing that there was no room for negotiation, Nyogue stopped talking nonsense, waved his pincers, and charged towards Xiaji Jiangshiyu. Xiaji Jiangshiyu nimbly jumped into the air to dodge Nyogue's attack, using the fire god sword to target the softer parts of his body. Nyogue, who was being stabbed and cried out in pain, began to move toward the crowded area. It had been in human society for quite some time and had somewhat understood the reports about superpowered individuals. These beings with similar abilities to shrine maidens couldn't bear to see mortals injured or killed. It only needed to run towards the crowd, and the opponent would be restricted, increasing its chances of survival. Xiaji Jiangshiyu naturally saw through Nyogue's intentions. She pulled out the true word lasso, aimed at Nyogue's head, and the golden rope flew out. Completely focused on escaping, Nyogue didn't notice that Xiaji Jiangshiyu had changed weapons until the rope wrapped around its neck, finally reacting. What the hell is this thing? Nyogue was taken aback. I'm a subordinate of the dual-faced Buddha, and we need to collect 100 human hearts. Nyogue's mouth was like a machine gun, revealing their purpose for coming to the human world. Xiaji Jiangshiyu suddenly yanked the true word lasso, and Nyogue felt the experience of flying for the first time in its demon life. 100 human hearts? Xiaji Jiangshiyu's eyes narrowed. Yes, we have collected 93, and we need 7 more to complete the task given to us by our master, Nyogue replied honestly. Damn it, this rope is a problem. Nyogue wanted to cover its mouth, but being handless made it very difficult to perform this action. Xiaji Jiangshiyu continued to ask. Your master is called the dual-faced Buddha? Nyogue, with a mournful face, replied, Yes, he is the strongest demon in the demon realm. I and Ruin are his subordinates, and the strongest among us is the cat. Before Nyogue could finish, a snake tail pierced through its heart. Xiaji Jiangshiyu quickly turned her head. It turned out that Sasaki Miki had woken up and seeing Nyogue divulging information to the enemy. She exhausted her last bit of life force to take the other down. After throwing the lifeless Nyogue on the ground, Xiaji Jiangshiyu flew to Ruin. Human, you won't get any information from me. The dual-faced lord will surely take revenge for me. After saying this, Sasaki Miki breathed her last. Xiaji Jiangshiyu looked at her corpse, her expression serious. Regarding the dual-faced Buddha mentioned by Sasaki Miki and Chimping Ichiro, this demon known as the strongest, she still couldn't remain calm. With Leon around, it should be fine. Sighing, Xiaji Jiangshiyu understood that she wasn't capable of handling things on her own yet. When faced with situations beyond her ability, she still had to rely on Leon. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. I wonder how things are going with Lily. Just as Xiaji Jiangshiyu put the true word lasso back at her waist, contemplating whether to check on the situation of the blonde loser, she heard a shout. Wonder Woman help. Lily was swinging between buildings on spider silk, dodging the monster chasing her from behind. At first, everything was fine. After dealing with some minor demons, Lily was feeling quite proud when a creature covered in eyes appeared, scaring her. The 100-eyed monster was not something those previous weaklings could compare to. Although Lily's spider silk attacks were effective, the results were minimal. Xiaji Jiangshi rolled her eyes, not surprised by the scene before her. Drawing the fire god sword again, she flew into the air and stood in front of the 100-eyed monster, coldly stating, No passage ahead. The hundred-eyed monster tilted its head, looking at the corpses of Niu Gui and Ru In below, realizing what was happening. You were able to kill Niu Gui and Ru In. It seems your strength is quite impressive. The hundred-eyed monster was 5 times the size of Xia Zhijiang Shiyu, with 7 or 8 tentacles underneath and a large head covered in rolling eyeballs. You're next. While Xia Zhijiang Shiyu spoke harshly, she acted quickly. Holding the fire god sword, she charged towards the hundred-eyed monster, but halfway through, she was stopped by its tentacles. Hee, there's an old saying in Yanhuang. It's still uncertain who will die. The hundred-eyed monster's tentacles quickly extended, wrapping around Xia Zhijiang Shiyu's calf, and then threw her forcefully, smashing her into an office building. Ying Lily naturally wouldn't just watch. She quickly used her spider silk to stick to Xia Zhijiang Shiyu's waist, preventing her from flying further away. Holding her head, Xia Zhijiang Shiyu stood up from a pile of documents. She looked at Ying Lily, who had followed her into the office building, and thanked her for this rare occasion. Although I'm glad you thanked me, the current situation isn't optimistic. That tentacle monster is really hard to deal with, and our movements have been seen through. Ying Lily placed one hand on her hip, scratching her head, feeling a sense of frustration at being powerless. Xia Zhijiang Shiyu picked up the fire god sword from the ground and said lightly, just poke out its eyes, and at 1T be able to see through our movements. Ying Lily pouted under her mask. It sounds easy, but it has 100 eyes. If we poke them all out, the difficulty level is no small matter. Is there no other way? Ying Lily looked at Kasumigakaka Shiba, and when it came to strategizing, she still respected the big cow. Kasumigakaka Shiba shook her head. Although the method was a bit clumsy, it was also the most effective. As long as the two of them coordinated a little better, the chance of success was still 70%. While speaking, four tentacles reached in from the gap, accompanied by a harsh voice from Bai Mu. Are you studying how to deal with me? Ha ha ha, it's useless. You will ultimately become stepping stones on the path to success for the adult. Kasumigakaka Shiba was too lazy to argue with the other party, and directly swung the sword of the fire god. Ying Lily was also unwilling to back down. She shot out webs that stuck to a broken steel bar, swung it around vigorously several times, and then hurled it out. The steel bar pierced through Bai Mu's tentacle with lightning speed, and the blood that spurted out was unexpectedly blue. Kasumigakaka Shiba followed closely behind, and the sword of the fire god severed one of the tentacles. A strange thing happened. The steel bar decomposed at a visible speed, becoming part of the tentacle, and the wound that had been pierced stopped bleeding and healed rapidly. The severed tentacle performed a demonstration of splitting in two right in front of her. Ha ha ha, I told you, no matter what you do, it's all in vain. Bai Mu's massive form appeared before the two women. Its remaining tentacles were gripping humans who were wailing in agony, their eye sockets empty and blood flowing profusely. Damn it, you evil creature, put those humans down. Ying Lily shouted angrily. As you wish. Bai Mu grinned, and all the tentacles loosened at the same time, causing 4 humans to scream as they fell from a great height. Ying Lily dodged the tentacles in her path and jumped down through the gap. Kasumigakaka Shiba protected her, cutting down all the tentacles that tried to interfere with Ying Lily's rescue. Ying Lily first hugged 2 women, wrapping them in webs like chrysalises and hanging them on the wall. The remaining 2 men didn't receive such good treatment, as they were roughly ensnared by webs and hung from streetlight. Once on the ground, Ying Lily let out a sigh of relief. Looking at her masterpiece, she felt quite satisfied. Better to live poorly than to die well. Being blind is still better than turning into meat paste. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang in Ying Lily's ears. Kasumigakaka Shiba climbed out of the pit looking somewhat disheveled, her delicate face covered in dust. Staring at the sea of tentacles in the sky, Ying Lily's gaze became vacant as she said, How many did you cut? It was to cover for you, otherwise. How could you save those 4 unlucky ones? Kasumigakaka Shiba tightened her grip on the sword of the fire god and said seriously, Let's not talk about that. We should follow the previous plan and poke out all its eyes. Ying Lily looked up at the menacing tentacles overhead and swallowed hard. Can we change the plan? With so many tentacles, I love drawing comics, but I don't want to become one. Ying Lily's expression under the mask was bitter. Kasumigakaka Shiba also realized that her plan was somewhat absurd, but she really couldn't think of a better idea in a short time. Wonder Woman, Spider-Man, I am Friday. An electronic female voice came from the mobile phone store in front of the 2 women. This evil creature is not invincible. Every time it sees through your moves, there's a 0.5-second pause, during which it should not be able to use its abilities. Friday's information was like a timely rain, extinguishing the irritation in Kasumigakaka Shiba and Ying Lily's hearts. Ah, I really love you, Friday. At that moment, Lily wished she could immediately return to the Phoenix Society and express all her lifelong praises to her. Thank you so much for your help, Friday. Kasumi ga Kakashiba remained calmer. No need to be polite. May you have great success in your endeavors. After saying that, Friday disconnected from the mobile phone store. Kasumi ga Kakashiba and Lily exchange a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. I'll distract it while you take the chance to poke its eyes out. Lily took the initiative to take on the role of drawing the enemy's attention. Kasumi ga Kakashiba nodded, smiling as she said, "Don't get caught, Junior." Lily scoffed and shot out webs from her wrist, starting to advance toward Baimu. Kasumi ga Kakashiba's expression was serious, holding her sword in her right hand and her shield in her left, waiting for the best moment. On Yuhing Mountain, Leon was beating the monster statue, unaware that Kasumi ga Kakashiba and Lily were in trouble. But even if he knew, he wouldn't help. True heroes are forged through experience. He was currently floating by the edge of the big pit, watching the monster statue slowly restore its body, thinking, the recovery time is getting slower. There's indeed a power maintaining it. With a snap of his fingers, the floating cloak separated from Leon's shoulder. Let's pack this thing up and go play in space. The obedient floating cloak wrapped the monster statue tightly, not leaving even a speck of dust. Leon flew out of the mountain god temple, and the people outside all stared at him. Superman, has the evil creature inside been dealt with? Uehara Toshio asked. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Leon shook his head, pointing to the floating cloak following him, and said, Soon, I'm taking it to space. It should be no problem. Uehara Toshio. Suzuki Ayako. Himegami Eri? Am I hearing things? Even if you're a superpower user, don't be so outrageous. Saying you're going to space is like going on a vacation. I didn't seem to catch that. Where did you say you were going? Uehara Toshio asked again, not giving up. Leon shrugged. To space, is that surprising? Uehara Toshio's mouth twitched. He realized that this Superman was being sarcastic. Leon glanced at the three people who had fallen silent, raised an eyebrow, and took off in place while holding the floating cloak. Watching the figure grow more distant, Uehara Toshio said enviously, How nice it would be to fly freely. I also want to soar in the blue sky without the help of tools. Suzuki Ayako, standing next to him, nodded in agreement. Himegami Eri, however, was thinking about other things. It had been 13 hours since Rand's disappearance, and the remaining time was getting shorter. She hoped that Superman could quickly resolve the behind-the-scenes evil so that Rand could return to her side. Shinobu Daisuke was awakened by the discussion between Uehara Toshio and Suzuki Ayako. He struggled to open his eyes. The previous dark clouds had dissipated, and warm sunlight covered the earth. How did I end up here? Although the voice was weak, Uehara Toshio, as a police officer, still heard it. He turned around and saw Shinobu Daisuke, who had awakened on the ground, and the heart that had been in his throat finally returned to his chest. It was Superman who saved you. Uehara Toshio sat cross-legged next to Shinobu Daisuke, answering his confusion. So it was Superman who saved me. Shinobu Daisuke's face was pale, and the waves of pain from his left hand made him realize that he had become disabled. Seeing his friend's desolate expression, Toshiro Utsunomiya felt uneasy in his heart. He forced a smile and said, Don't be discouraged. Technology is so advanced now. Losing an arm is just a minor issue that can be easily resolved. KB gave a bitter smile. He was the heir of a super wealthy family. And when he worked on cases before, he liked to use his abundant financial resources and the latest technology to solve various problems. Therefore, whether in the open or behind the scenes, he had some knowledge of new technologies. While prosthetic limbs surely existed, returning to the functionality of a normal arm was nearly impossible. Don't look so lifeless. Irifei pointed at the still unconscious Kagoro Muri and said, My ex-husband was in a similar situation. His right calf twisted into a shape like a twist. Even if it was healed, there would still be sequelae. But think about it. Since superheroes who can defy heaven and earth have appeared, it's not unreasonable for there to be superheroes who can heal as well. Even if there aren't now, who can say what the future holds? KB, inspired by Irifei's words, suddenly realized that what she said made sense. He felt embarrassed for getting stuck in a rut and making a joke out of himself. A rare embarrassed expression appeared on KB's face. Irifei waved her hand. She only said a few words out of kindness, not wanting to see a promising young man lose his fighting spirit. Toshiro Utsunomiya was glad his friend could come to terms with it. He initially wanted to pat KB on the chest, but considering his friend's patient status, he awkwardly put his hand down. By the way, where's Superman? Dazed KB turned his neck with difficulty and found no reassuring figure around. Oh, he flew into space. Toshiro Utsunomiya said dismissively. Dazed KB's eyes widened in surprise, having the same thought as the previous three. Was he hearing things? Toshiro, did you mean the sky? Dazed KB tried to correct his friend's verbal mistake. Toshiro Utsunomiya shook his head. A sly smile flashed across his face. He had just experienced the shock. How could his friend and colleague Dazed KB not go through it as well? So, Toshiro Utsunomiya firmly said, I didn't misspeak. He really flew into space. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ms. Faye and Ms. Suzuki. Irie Faye and Ayako Suzuki, being called out, nodded in agreement. Dazed KB, already losing too much blood, fainted again upon hearing such explosive news. Toshiro Utsunomiya scratched the back of his head helplessly, feeling he might have gone a bit overboard. In space, Leon floated, looking at the blue home planet he had only seen in pictures and videos, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Beside him was an artificial satellite, adorned with a familiar red flag. The floating cloak, following Leon's instructions, spat out the monster statue. The monster statue, having mostly recovered, spun a few times in space before barely stabilizing its form, staring blankly at Leon, confused about where it was. Opening its mouth, the monster statue spoke its first words in a long time. Human, where have you brought me? However, in the vacuum environment, sound could not travel. Leon could only see the monster statue's mouth moving, but heard nothing. He flew in front of the monster statue, gave it a slap across the face, and cursed. Why are you only talking now? Did your vocal cords leave at home? The monster statue was stunned by Leon's slap. Just moments ago, it had no consciousness. But now was different. The perception of the dual-faced Buddha had arrived. Human, do not bully demons too much. The dual-faced Buddha's expression was fierce as it swung its arms to strike Leon. Leon crossed his arms, letting the dual-faced Buddha's attacks land on him. Then, to the other surprise, he delivered a powerful slap back. See, not only as a human, but also as a demon, one must be cultured. Knowledge is the ladder to progress. Leon shook his hand, feeling a sense of admiration. The dual-faced Buddha was hurt in its pride. To think that the number one demon in the demon realm was slapped twice by a human. If word got out, how could it maintain its dignity? But then, the dual-faced Buddha realized something terrifying. Its stone statue body was rapidly freezing, and before it knew it, its legs could no longer move. Damn it, where's this place? My demon power is ineffective, the dual-faced Buddha cursed inwardly. Leon quietly watched the dual-faced Buddha's face, which changed like the Sichuan face-changing act, every second a different expression, and couldn't help but clap. I give you 100 points for that ability to change faces. I'm not afraid of you getting proud. After saying that, Leon charged at it again, throwing punches left and right, fiercely striking the dual-faced Buddha's face. The dual-faced Buddha could only barely resist. In this strange environment, its demon power couldn't be utilized, and its movements were slow, completely relegated to the role of a punching bag. After 30 seconds of one-sided beating, the dual-faced Buddha's head was reduced to half, and a large hole had formed in its chest. Leon kicked the dual-faced Buddha in the abdomen, sending it flying. Watching the monster statue drift further away, Leon didn't pursue it. He noticed that the speed of the frost spread was increasing. The dual-faced Buddha reached out, trying to grab something to stabilize itself. But in the vast universe, what could it possibly grab? The frost had already spread to its neck, and the dual-faced Buddha opened its mouth to say something, then showed a terrifying smile. In no time, the monster statue was frozen into an ice sculpture, drifting in the boundless universe. TSK, this sight reminds me of an old friend, Leon said, inexplicably tinged with a sense of melancholy and nostalgia. He didn't take the dual-faced Buddha's threat seriously. Indeed, before being completely frozen, the dual-faced Buddha repeatedly murmured, I will return. Then it will be your death, human. Opening his hand, a green hook jade glimmered with fluorescence. This was taken from the dual-faced Buddha's heart. Leon could sense a peculiar power from the hook jade, seemingly a coordinate. The floating cloak seemed to really like the hook jade, circling around Leon's hand like a begging puppy. Stop spinning. Since you like it, it's yours. Leon tossed the green hook jade to the floating cloak. He had his reasons for doing so. After all, it had followed Dr. Strange through many trials, outliving generations of heirs. It was too excited to just be simply fond of it. The green hook jade traced a beautiful arc in space. The floating cloak carefully caught the hook jade and even humanely wiped it with its collar. The next moment, 2 golden threads extended from the collar of the floating cloak. tightly securing the hooked jade. Then it proudly swayed it before Leon. Of course, one must pamper their own cloak. Leon clapped his hands, exaggeratingly praising Ado. With this little decoration, it looks even more splendid. However, the floating cloak not only didn't T feel happy but turned its back, sulking and ignoring Leon. Leon was momentarily confused. Why was his little cloak throwing a tantrum? The floating cloak also realized that its master hadn't reacted, and specifically turned the hooked jade around. Oh, so that's how it is. Leon suddenly understood. You mean that with the hooked jade, you can sense coordinates within it, right? The floating cloak nodded its collar. Thankfully, his master wasn't foolish to the point of no return. Leon stroked his chin, pondering that this hooked jade must be the equipment dropped by the creature that possessed the monster statue later on. After all, he had turned a monster statue to ashes before and hadn't dropped anything valuable. Let us go, cloak. Let us take a look at the other world and take down the ones who escaped. Leon draped the floating cloak over his shoulders, formed intricate hand gestures, and a spark-filled dimensional gate appeared in front of him. Don't ask why there were sparks in space. Just know that magic is amazing. Every move he made was being monitored by satellites from various countries. Before stepping into the dimensional gate, Leon mouthed a message to the satellites watching him. The personnel who understood lip reading immediately translated Liang's words. Wait for me. I will come find you when I return. After saying this, Leon dove into the dimensional gate. On the other side of the gate was an endless darkness. Leon looked up, not to mention stars. Even the moon was nowhere to be seen. The air was filled with a foul stench. Not far from him lay half-eaten cow carcasses. A rat the size of an adult wolf poked its head out from the cow's abdomen. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at Leon, with a cow's intestine in its mouth. Oh, have I arrived in the outer world? Leon paid no attention to the large rat slowly approaching him. He surveyed the surroundings, filled with curiosity. Ofthe, the rat demon, trying to sneak attack, was sliced in half by Liang's heat vision. He kicked the rat demon's severed head away, flew into the sky, and began searching for any living beings. Corpses littered the mountainside. There were animals, humans, and even a few monsters. This shouldn't be the outer world. That cursed place had no humans. After flying for a while, Leon noticed a flicker of light below and descended toward the glowing spot. It was the city of Kikyo. Xiaolan was treating the injured Kikyo. The small shrine was filled with wounded, and Suzuki Yoko was sweating profusely as she moved through the crowd. Mr. Yamamoto, I need clean water here. Suzuki Yoko shouted to the courtyard outside. Got it. I'll bring the water right away, Yamamoto Ichikawa replied. Xiaolan looked at Kikyo, whose face was slightly pale, and said with concern, Miss Kikyo, there are just too many monsters. You can't do this alone. Kikyo moved her right hand, feeling some pain, but she could barely draw the bowstring. Xiaolan, if I shrink back, the people in the city will be eaten by the monsters. Kikyo stood up from the ground and said with a faint smile, Don't worry about me. I know my limits. I will safely send you and your companions back to your world. Xiaolan quickly shook her head, frowning as she said, Miss Kikyo, that's not what I mean. You helped me find Yoko before, which was a huge help. Now, I want to do my part for you. Xiaolan demonstrated a few empty-handed karate stances, indicating that she wasn't without combat ability. Ha ha, Xiaolan, I appreciate your intentions, but I don't want to involve you. Kikyo put her arm around Xiaolan's shoulder and said seriously, This is a battle of our world. The best reward you can give me is to return safely to your own world. Understand? Xiaolan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she held back and nodded helplessly. Seeing Xiaolan's spirits dampened, Kikyo changed the subject. Once we repel the monster army this time, if there's a chance, I want to see your world and experience the giant birds that can carry hundreds of people into the sky. Xiaolan hadn't replied yet when Suzuki Yoko, who had been listening to their conversation, shouted, No problem, Sister Kikyo. I'll book a plane for you, so you can fly high in the sky. Both Kikyo and Xiaolan were amused by Yoko's words. The lovely laughter of the beauties brought a bit of life to the gloomy shrine. Yamamoto Ichikawa carried a large bucket of water, first pouring out the blood-soaked water with Yoko, then refilling it with clean water, using a cloth to wipe the wounds of the injured. Mr. Yamamoto, are you still thinking about Mr. Mizumo? Suzuki Yoko noticed that Yamamoto Ichikawa occasionally zoned out, understanding that he had something on his mind. Yamamoto Ichikawa sighed. Yeah, after all, that guy died saving me. I feel guilty. His hand gripping the cloth clenched into a fist and tears slid down his face. I should have insisted a bit more and taken a left path. Then I wouldn't have encountered the monsters, and Mizumo wouldn't have been killed. Yamamoto Ichikawa's voice choked up. As a senior, I actually had no opinion on such an important matter, causing my junior to lose their life. It's really unacceptable. Suzuki Yoko looked at Yamamoto Ichikawa, whose face was covered in tears, not knowing what to say. What he said was actually not wrong. If he had insisted on taking the left path, he would have encountered her soon after, and then Xiao Lan and Kikyo. Nothing would have happened. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in life. Mr. Yamamoto, maybe this is fate's arrangement. Mr. Mizumo died to protect you. Now that you're wallowing in self-pity, how can you face his spirit in heaven? Suzuki Yoko's words struck Yamamoto Ichikawa like a wake-up call, pulling him out of his self-pity. He turned his head, staring blankly at his reflection in the water. His face haggard, hair disheveled, not at all like the well-groomed person he used to be. Mizumo would probably hate this kind of senior. Yamamoto Ichikawa forced a bitter smile. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and the previously lifeless pupils regained their light. Yamamoto Ichikawa solemnly bowed to Suzuki Yoko. Thank you very much for your guidance. Without your words, I really wouldn't know what to do. Suzuki Yoko was startled by Yamamoto Ichikawa's deep bow, waving her hand awkwardly. It's nothing. Don't make it so formal. We're all in the same boat now. Yamamoto Ichikawa straightened up and said seriously, yeah, we're all in the same boat. We must leave this damn place. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky. The loud noise made people think the monsters were attacking again, and they all rushed out of the shrine. Liang struck a superhero landing pose, looking at the stunned crowd with a smile. So everyone is here. That saved me a lot of time. Kikyo, with a grim expression, stepped forward from the back of the crowd. Her spiritual sense warned her that the man before her was extremely dangerous. Are you one of the 4 great demon kings? Kikyo asked. Her hand rested on the bowstring. If he made even the slightest abnormal move, the purification arrow would be shot without hesitation. Yoko's expression was the strangest among everyone present. She was not afraid at all. Instead, her excited, pretty face flushed red as she hugged Xiaolan's arm and pointed at Liang, saying, Xiaolan, we are saved. This is Superman. Superman? Xiaolan suddenly remembered a report she had seen online. A superpowered individual in a red cape had saved hundreds of passengers held hostage by robbers at thousands of meters in the air. Is this the Superman who is as famous as Wonder Woman? Xiaolan carefully observed Liang's physique. The bulging muscles and handsome features. She didn't expect the rumored Superman to be quite handsome. Kikyo also heard what Suzuki Senoko said. Although she didn't know what Superman meant, she deduced that he was from the same world as Xiaolan and the others and should not be an underling of the two-faced Buddha. Believing her guess, Kikyo was the first to put down her weapon. You are a visitor from another world, aren't you? Lian nodded, then shifted his gaze to Xiaolan and the others, saying, half for them, half to eliminate the evil from the outside world. The misunderstanding was resolved. The injured people lay back down on the ground, and Kikyo invited Liang to the reception room of the shrine. The evil from the outside world, you mentioned, refers to the two-faced Buddha, right? Kikyo poured a glass of cool water for Liang, saying conditions are limited, and I apologize for the poor hospitality. Liang waved his hand, picked up the cup on the table, took a sip, and looked at the kneeling Kikyo, saying, is it called the two-faced Buddha? That name is quite fitting. It's not a name we came up with. We heard it from a yukai, Kikyo replied, her face showing a sad expression. This great yukai suddenly appeared a month ago, killing many demon exterminators, and its underlings are increasing. 3/5 of human territory has been occupied. So how did you survive? Liang was quite curious. The remaining demon exterminators set up numerous magic formations around Kikyo City, and that is how we barely managed to survive. Kikyo seemed to recall some painful memories, her eyes gradually reddening. After understanding the situation, Liang decided to find the two-faced Buddha immediately. He couldn't let this guy grow stronger. I'll go with you. Kikyo looked at Liang as he stood up, quickly expressing that her abilities were quite good. My spiritual power has mostly recovered. I can provide you with visibility on the chaotic battlefield. Liang shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't recognize Kikyo's abilities. In fact, she was still his childhood goddess. However, the risk of this battle was too great, and he didn't want her to get involved in this mess. He had other plans for Kikyo. Miss Kikyo, just listen to Superman. I believe he can definitely defeat that two-faced old monster. Suzuki Senoko pulled Xiaolan and earnestly advised her. Kikyo didn't respond, her eyes fixed on Liang. She really wanted to go to the front lines to kill a few yukai and witness the monster leader who had turned her hometown into a mess getting obliterated. Just as Liang was about to speak, he twitched his ears and then turned his head to look northwest. This strange action left the 3 women present momentarily confused. It was Xiaolan who thought of something and shouted, did you hear the movement of the yukai? Liang smiled at Xiaolan and walked straight outside the shrine. As he passed by Yamamoto Ichikawa, the latter quietly said, "Superman, please kill all the yokai. They don't deserve to live in this world." Liang paused slightly and nodded. Stepping outside the shrine, he turned around and looked at the man standing on the roof, smiling as he said, "You must be the dog of the two-faced Buddha, standing so high at night without fear of slipping and falling to your death." "Shut up." The man cursed quietly. Aimed at Liang, he threw a dozen shuriken. Ding, ding, ding. Liang stood still beneath, and the shuriken hitting him didn't even count as a tickle. "Haven't you eaten?" Liang dug at his ear, then pushed off the ground, and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of the man, dressed like a ninja and wearing a mask. "Let me see your true face." In the blink of an eye, Liang and the man had exchanged dozens of blows. By the time Kikyo and the others came out, the man had already been punched into the ground by Liang, with not a single bone in his body intact. "This is the shadow demon, Ito Duro," Kikyo said, her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that one of the 4 demon kings who had assassinated nearly 100 demon exterminators hadn't lasted even a minute against Liang. Liang slowly floated down, looking at the scene in the pit with a frown. "Be careful, that guy is missing." Kikyo instantly mobilized her spiritual power, staying alert to her surroundings, with arrows knocked on her bowstring, ready to shoot at any moment. Xiaolan protected Sonoko behind her, her sharp eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a katana extended from Xiaolan's shadow, aiming for her back. Liang rushed over just in time, wrapping his arms around Xiaolan and catching the blade with his bare hands. However, the shadow demon was also a clever guy. It abandoned the blade and continued to conceal itself, waiting for an opportunity. Xiaolan lay against Liang's chest, her face slightly red, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Superman, could you let go of me first?" Hearing this, Liang didn't linger on the soft body and released Xiaolan, who immediately ran to Sonoko's side. "How is it? Isn't at a broad shoulder? Aren't the chest muscles very hard?" Sonoko looked at the shy Xiaolan, and she certainly wouldn't miss such a rare teasing opportunity. Xiaolan shot a glare at Sonoko, pretending to be indifferent, and said, "I was so scared just now. How could I care about those things? If you want to know, you can try it yourself." "Umph, your face is as red as a monkey's, but yet you say you don't care." After all, they had grown up together, so Sonoko could easily tell that Xiaolan was just putting on a brave front. Also, if she were a boy, there would be no case of Kudo Shinichi. That guy, with his head full of reasoning, would know where to go to stay cool. "Don't let your guard down. The shadow demon is still nearby," Kikyo reminded. Her spiritual sense was buzzing, and now she fully understood how it could assassinate nearly 100 demon exterminators and still retreat unscathed. It relied on moving between shadows. Liang stood in place, looking very relaxed. The strength the shadow demon had exhibited so far couldn't break his defenses. Moreover, it wasn't a particularly agile yokai. Trying to succeed with sneak attacks was nothing but a pipe dream. However, the shadow demon wasn't a pure fool either. Knowing that there was a tough opponent outside, it still chose to attack fiercely, which was not its style. So it changed its combat strategy and started playing tactics. Yamamoto Ichikawa was nervously observing the battle in the courtyard, and there were 3 others beside him behaving similarly. "Yamamoto, your eyes are good. Quickly tell your brother what's happening outside." A man less than 1.6 meters tall, despite trying hard to stand on tiptoe to see clearly outside, was still blocked by several tall figures in front of him. Yamamoto Ichikawa turned to look at the man wrapped in bandages and said helplessly, "Uncle Mio, just rest well. With Superman here, that yokai won't stir up any trouble." Miyamoto Akira revealed a silly smile on his face and cheerfully said, "Oh, after hearing how powerful that man in the cloak is, I just wanted to see for myself how strong he really is, to see if he's as formidable as the Shrine Maiden." The others nodded in agreement. They were also watching the battle with this mindset. Otherwise, they would have long returned to the ground, so all over. Just as Yamamoto Ichikawa was about to say something, Miyamoto Akira's expression changed. He suddenly pushed Yamamoto Ichikawa aside and was pierced in the abdomen by a sword that had emerged from the shadows. "Uncle Miyamoto!" Yamamoto Ichikawa shouted loudly. "Kid, don't come over." Miyamoto Akira covered his wounded abdomen, blood flowing from his fingers and dripping onto the ground. The cries inside the shrine attracted the attention of a few people outside. Kikyo rushed over first and, seeing Miyamoto Akira half kneeling on the ground, said with concern, "Are you okay, Uncle Miyamoto?" Miyamoto Akira shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm not dying yet." Upon hearing his response, Kikyo's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. But the situation was far from over. Although there was candlelight illuminating the shrine, there were still many dark areas. The shadow demon moved recklessly through the shadows, occasionally stabbing with its hidden blade. Those who were lucky enough didn't hit vital spots, while those who were not were instantly killed. Xiaolan looked at the tragic scene inside the shrine and turned her gaze to Leon, her eyes filled with pleading. Leon couldn't help but admire the shadow demon's cunning. This creature knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong, relying on its ability to move through shadows to recklessly take the lives of ordinary people. Can the cloak force it out of the shadows? Leon's words puzzled Xiaolan and Sonoko beside him. Sonoko Suzuki even took a special look at the cloak behind him. Although it was trimmed with gold, it looked like an ordinary cloak. The floating cloak detached from Leon's back and humanely tapped its collar. Wow, it's actually alive, Sonoko Suzuki exclaimed. Xiaolan also covered her mouth, looking incredulously at the floating cloak that flew into the shrine. Once the floating cloak entered the shrine, it had only one target, Ito Teru, in the shadows. Kikyo glanced at the cloak briefly before helping Miyamoto Akira move to the candlelight. Although such sentient and magical items were rare, she had encountered a few during her previous demon-slaying journeys. Yamamoto Ichikawa also helped move the injured. He didn't want a tragedy like Mizumo Asaki's to happen again. The floating cloak hovered in the air, surveying the dark corners of the room. Then, it extended 2 golden threads from its collar, wrapped in a strange red energy, and quickly dove into the shadows. Ito Teru, who was lurking in the shadows, sensed something entering his domain. He frowned and turned around, just in time to see the floating cloak trying to ambush him. For a moment, there was a silent standoff, with both staring at each other. The floating cloak shook its golden threads as a form of greeting. Without saying a word, Ito Teru swung his sword at the floating cloak. The golden threads would not sit idly by, engaging in a game of cat and mouse with the shadow demon in the shadowy space. Xiaolan watched the floating cloak drift aimlessly in the air and still felt somewhat uneasy. She suppressed her shyness and said to Leon, "Aren't you going to help? Can just a cloak catch the enemy?" Leon replied, confidently, "Don't underestimate the floating cloak. It has trained with every generation of a strange doctor. This shadow magic is a piece of cake for it." Xiaolan nodded, still skeptical. But since he said so, she could only patiently wait for the outcome. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, the shadowy area emitted violent fluctuations, and a figure sprang out. The shadow demon was panting. It was almost driven mad by the 2 golden threads. Prepared, Kikyo ordered someone to throw a torch into the shrine the moment the shadow demon appeared. A sea of flames erupted, leaving no shadows for the demon to escape, cutting off Ito Teru's retreat. The floating cloak returned to Leon's back, and Sonoko Suzuki wanted to reach out to touch it, but was stopped by Xiaolan. "What other tricks do you have?" Leon stepped closer to the shadow demon. "Human, I admit you're strong, but you cannot defeat the dual-faced lord." The shadow demon's voice was even hoarser than before as it removed its mask, revealing a hideous mouth inside. The mouth was composed of a large jaw and 2 pairs of smaller jaws, with sharp fangs glistening with a bluish glow. Leon felt no discomfort at this scene. Before his crossing, he was a fan of Clut films and the creepy costumes that were even more frightening. The shadow demon exhaled a cloud of black mist from its mouth. The black mist instantly enveloped the entire shrine. Kikyo wanted to go in to help, but was pulled back by Sonoko Suzuki. "Trust him. He's a superhero." Sonoko had absolute faith in Leon. In the black mist, seeing Leon didn't flee, the shadow demon sneered. "You are so arrogant. This is a grave mistake." Leon seemed to not hear its words, still standing motionless. "Oh right, I forgot you can't see or hear anything now." The shadow demon imitated Leon's previous actions, inching closer with a sharp katana in hand. Looking at Leon, who was within arm's reach, the killing intent in the shadow demon's eyes was almost palpable. The shadow demon slashed down at Leon's head. The anticipated thud of a head hitting the ground did not occur. Leon grabbed the shadow demon's wrist, chuckling lightly. "You can seal my 5 senses, but you overlooked one other thing." The floating cloak waved its hem at the shadow demon, then wrapped around its body. A red light ignited in Leon's eyes, and under Ito Teru's terrified expression, he struck true. The black mist dissipated. Leon stood in the center of the shrine, the shadow demon's headless corpse lying at his feet. The flickering flames around him highlighted his imposing figure. "Wow, this is a real hero." Sonoko Suzuki's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xiaolan didn't refute her words, and Kikyo even added, "A true deity wouldn't fear such a thing." Leon ignored the awe and praise behind him. He exhaled and blew out the fire in the shrine. Looking at the shrine that was burned 1/3, Leon approached Kikyo and said, "The damage isn't too severe. Just find a few craftsmen to fix it, and it'll be as good as new." Kikyo nodded and then, under Leon's gaze, deeply bowed. "Thank you for your help. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, please feel free to command me." Leon didn't refuse her offer. He thought for a moment and asked, "Have you seen a man with white hair and dog ears?" Kikyo frowned. She didn't understand why he would ask such a question. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. Leon received the answer he wanted and felt a bit joyful. But good times always pass quickly. The shadow demon's death seemed to act as a fuse, and a large number of monsters began to invade Kikyo City. "Tell me the location of the dual-faced Buddha, and I'll take care of it. These little demons will fall apart without a fight." Leon and Kikyo stood on the city wall, watching the dark mass disappear in the distance, expressing their thoughts. Kikyo still wanted to follow Leon, but she looked back at her old, weak, sick, and disabled subordinates, sighed, and realized that Kikyo City could not do without her. It was the demon castle located in the northwest. Kikyo explained. Knowing the exact location, Leon immediately set off. "Be careful, Superman. We will wait here for your triumphant return." Suzuki Sonoko waved vigorously at Leon in the sky, shouting loudly. Xiaolan appeared more reserved, with her hands clasped together on her chest, softly saying, "May you have great military fortune." Leon flew quickly in the air, and soon saw a dark and eerie castle. The castle was guarded by many monsters, and there was only one way in, a stone bridge about 100 meters long and 30 meters wide. Just as he was about to land, a monster with wings blocked his way. "You are the human who killed the shadow demon, right?" The monster had a crimson face and a long nose. "That waste, killed by a weak human, really disgraces our kind." The Tengu showed disdain, looking at Leon with interest. "A flying human. I have never seen one before. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Join us, and we won't pursue the matter of you killing the shadow demon." Leon twisted his neck and said lightly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all this nonsense? Good guts." The Tengu was enraged by Leon. It flapped its wings and quickly approached Leon, swinging its sword towards his chest. Leon stepped back, dodging the Tengu's attack. As the Tengu was about to swing its sword again, Leon took the initiative and punched it in the face. Blood sprayed from the Tengu's mouth as it let out a scream, executing a difficult spinning maneuver in front of Leon struggling to stabilize itself. The Tengu wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. It glared at Leon with an ugly expression, spitting trash talk. "Kid, you have some skills, but just now I was careless. Now I will get serious." Leon dug in his ear and said indifferently, "Hurry up, I still have to go defeat the dual-faced Buddha." The Tengu was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. It pointed at Leon, laughing so hard that tears flowed out. "Ha ha ha, kid. If you haven't woken up, go take a good nap in hell. Dreaming of defeating the dual-faced lord? You're just talking nonsense." Leon was annoyed by the Tengu's laughter. It was the first time he had heard such an unpleasant laugh. With a flash, Leon appeared in front of the Tengu, and its laughter abruptly stopped. "Is it funny?" Leon raised his fist. "Laugh again and let me see." The Tengu, having lived for 500 years, had never met such an arrogant human. It pretended to be calm and said, "Kid, do you think I'm scared?" Before the Tengu could finish its sentence, Leon punched it in the nose. Before it could scream, Leon kicked in the stomach. Watching the monster fall onto the stone bridge, Leon slowly descended, enduring the severe pain. The Tengu crawled out of the pit, looking disheveled, and its beloved sword had vanished. Leon stood 5 meters away from the Tengu, now surrounded by a group of strange monsters. "Little ones, tie this human up and bring him to the dual-faced lord," the Tengu ordered. The monsters began to move. Leon calmly looked at the surrounding monsters, his hand forming a profound spell, saying, "Compared to the sea of people tactic, humph." Aiken's form. Countless Leongs appeared in the air above the stone bridge. The Tengu rubbed its eyes hard, completely stunned. What kind of spell is this? It can create so many clones. It thought, one cloaked human is hard enough to deal with. With thousands, won't it crush my bones to pieces? Feeling a sense of retreat, the Tengu quietly hid into the castle. The little monsters, unaware of Liang's true strength, still Novelli thought that this human was no different from an ordinary demon-slaying master. "Brothers, tie this human up and give him to the dual-faced lord. Maybe there will be a heavy reward." A toad monster armed with a trident was the first to attack. Leon had no interest in these little monsters. He said to the surrounding clones, "It's up to you. The magic of the cloak isn't much, so finish this quickly." "No problem. Watch closely my main body." Each Leon began to showcase their powers. Heat vision, cold air, making the originally spirited monsters doubt their existence. Liang's main body walked slowly on the stone bridge. No monster could stop his advance. By the time Liang pushed open the gates of the demon castle, the battle on the stone bridge had also ended. The floating cloak trembled slightly as Liang softly said, "Thank you for your hard work. Leave the next battle to me." Entering the demon castle, even Liang had to admire the artistic achievement of this castle. Whether it was the intricate carvings or the exquisite murals, they ranked among the top 5 he had ever seen. Of course, it would have been better without the skeletons in the corners. The demon castle had a total of 4 floors. Liang easily passed through the first 2 levels. As he stepped onto the 3rd floor stairs, the scene before him transformed. The dark room became a long corridor filled with books. Casually pulling out a book from the shelf, Liang opened it and flipped through a few pages, only to find it was not a book of no words. An interesting place. Liang put the book back on the shelf. He strolled through the sea of books, feeling no sense of urgency or crisis. The candlelight was a strange purple. The deep red curtains were damp, and there was a strong smell of blood. Liang walked for about 2 minutes, surrounded only by books. The color of the candlelight deepened, and the curtains moved on their own without wind. With a loud bang, the crystal chandelier hanging above fell down. Liang's footsteps just stopped, and the chandelier was only a body length away from him. "Looks like I can't wait any longer." A smile appeared on Liang's face. He turned sideways, and the steel knife behind him brushed past. With a backward elbow, the ambusher suffered a heavy injury, spitting blood. Liang turned around to see a werewolf towering over him by 2 heads, raising an eyebrow. A library paired with a werewolf? What a strange combination. The werewolf clutched its abdomen, and the steel knife in its hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Liang shot out heat vision, ending the werewolf's life. With the werewolf's death, the library corridor began to riot. The candlesticks grew arms and legs, and there were terrifying skulls in the purple flames. A large face emerged from the center of the curtains, with a tongue full of barbs stretching out from its gaping mouth. Facing the rushing candle demon, Liang exhaled cold air, creating a strong cold windstorm that froze the demon's advance. He reached out, gently tapping the candle demon, which shattered into pieces like scattered puzzle pieces. The curtain demon did not stop its attack because of the candle demon's death. It seemed to be controlled by someone, fearless of life and death. Liang grabbed the incoming long tongue, and the barbs on it couldn't even cut through his skin. With a strong pull, the curtain demon screamed as it flew from a distance, and Liang raised his left hand, piercing through the opponent's body, throwing the lifeless monster to the ground. Applause sounded from behind Liang. "Not bad. Your strength has earned my recognition." A woman with an enchanting appearance and a graceful figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Liang turned around, looking at the suddenly appearing woman, and curiously asked, "You must be the boss of this level, right?" "Boss." The woman paused, clearly not understanding the meaning of the English word. Liang facepalmed. "Talking to you ancient people is really exhausting." "Ancient people?" The woman pondered for a moment, taking small steps closer to Liang, stopping about 2 or 3 meters away. She raised the slender smoking pipe in her hand, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "So, you mean you're not from our era?" Liang shrugged. He always adhered to the principle of not wasting words if he could fight, and he got into a battle stance. "Wait, I'm not here to fight you." The woman stopped Liang. "I hope you can defeat the two-faced Buddha. The entire demon world is in chaos because of it, and I really dislike that." Liang relaxed his fists and looked at the woman, slightly interested, and said, "Who are you? Why do you want me to defeat the two-faced Buddha?" The woman smiled and said, "You can call me Xingong. My true form is a bone woman. As for why I want you to defeat the two-faced Buddha, I can only tell you that the previous king of the demon clan is my father." "Oh, I see. Revenge for your father." Liang stroked his chin, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and raised an eyebrow. "Is this your sincerity in hoping I defeat him?" Xingong took another puff of smoke. The smell of the smoke wasn't unpleasant. In fact, it had a unique fragrance. "The monsters of this level should indeed be under my control, but recently, the Great Tengu took away my power, and it was allowed by the two-faced Buddha, so the order to attack you wasn't given by me." Liang nodded. Of course, he wouldn't just take one side's word for it and believe her. After thinking for a moment, Liang said, "So, you appear to find me just to have me take revenge for you?" Xingong nodded. "On my own, even if I practiced for another 100 years, I wouldn't be a match for the two-faced Buddha. I need a helper, someone who can confront the two-faced Buddha head-on." Liang scratched the back of his head, not expecting to encounter such a clutch situation. This must be a trouble brought about by being too strong, right? Helping you is not impossible. Defeating the two-faced Buddha is indeed my goal for this trip, but Liang looked directly at Xingong, his expression serious as he said, What benefits can I gain? Zhen Gong raised 2 fingers. 1. The entire demon clan. I am the open master, and you are the behind-the-scenes master. I will offer everything to you. 2. There is a treasure in this world that can connect 2 worlds. It can be opened once every 7 days, and only I know the incantation. After hearing the 2 benefits proposed by Zhen Gong, Liang fell in a deep thought. He wasn't after someone else's body, but gaining control over the entire demon clan would greatly assist against future invasions from the outside world. As for the other treasure that connects 2 worlds, he already had something similar in hand, but having 1 more wound hurt. I can agree to your request, but we need to establish a contract. Liang responded to Zhen Gong. Of course, that's reasonable. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Zhen Gong flicked the ash from her smoking pipe, a charming smile on her face. She clapped her hands, and a contract written on white paper with black ink appeared between the 2. Liang watched her actions and thought, wow, she came prepared. However, he didn't intend to use Zhen Gong as contract. Similarly, he clapped his hands, and a yellowed piece of parchment appeared. Zhen Gong's smile froze, and she looked at Liang in confusion, asking, what do you mean by this? Liang explained, I've never felt secure since I was young. For such an important contract, I don't trust yours. Let us use mine. Zhen Gong blinked, surprised by his straightforwardness. To be honest, having lived for several hundred years, it was the first time she encountered someone so direct. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Liang pretended to act like he was leaving. Zhen Gong's expression changed back and forth, her mind racing, and finally, she gritted her teeth and said, fine, let us do it your way. Use your contract. Got it. Although Liang's face remained calm, he was secretly delighted. Looking at Zhen Gong's reluctant appearance, he guessed that there must be some hidden secrets in her contract. If he had really used Zhen Gong's contract, he might not even have a place to cry in the future. The contract content was established. Liang and Zhen Gong signed their names on the parchment. They each dripped a drop of blood to enhance the contract's power to a blood pact. As for where Zhen Gong, this bone woman, got her blood, Liang couldn't understand. However, the contract didn't show any abnormalities, proving that the blood was fine. The contract was established. The yellowed parchment burst into deep blue flames. A woman with fiery red hair and a mask appeared in the flames. She first glanced at Zhen Gong, disdainfully said, a skeleton? Trash. Then she turned her head, looking at Liang with deep affection, and spoke. When will you come back? I want to spar with you. Liang couldn't help but recall their sweet memories, instinctively placing his right hand on his waist. I have some business here. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll come find you. After saying that, without waiting for her response, Liang hurriedly rolled up the parchment. Zhen Gong stared blankly at Liang's actions, stuttering. Who was that woman just now? Her strength is terrifying. Just one glance made me feel like I was suffocating. After Liang put away the parchment, he thought for a moment and briefly explained to Zhen Gong. Her world is more brutal than yours. Darkness is everywhere. Only with powerful strength can one survive. Upon hearing this, Zhen Gong mechanically took a puff of smoke and then exhaled, her mind filled with that piercing gaze from earlier. Now that the contract was signed, Liang also prepared to fulfill it. He bypassed Zhen Gong and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor. Be careful. The two-faced Buddha has a trump card skill that I haven't seen it used before, but once, when it was being intimate with the snow woman. It let something slip, Zhen Gong reminded Liang. Without looking back, Liang waved his hand to signal that he understood. Watching the door open and close, Zhen Gong's expression flickered in the smoke. She didn't know if this move was right. But the future of the demon clan couldn't allow her to think too much. She had to cut through the chaos swiftly. Liang walked up the stairs leading to the 4th level, proceeding smoothly. Upon arriving at a large door, he pushed open the heavy door, finally seeing the true form of the two-faced Buddha. In a luxurious palace, the two-faced Buddha sat high on the throne, flanked by 2 women fanning themselves. Below it, the great Tengu knelt on the left, and on the right stood 2 rows of fully armed yokai. You're the one who destroyed my avatar, aren't you? The dual-faced Buddha opened its mouth, and a nearby human woman cleverly peeled a grape, trembling as she fed it into the Buddha's mouth. Liang nodded and immediately began to taunt. You were running pretty fast back then, otherwise you could have roamed the starry sea freely. The right face of the dual-faced Buddha glared angrily and said loudly, Humph, you boastful human, you only defeated one of my avatars. What is there to be arrogant about? Liang couldn't be bothered to waste words with a dying yokai. With a flash, he appeared in front of the dual-faced Buddha, his right hand smashing toward its face. However, the dual-faced Buddha remained unperturbed, It reached out and grabbed the woman's neck next to it, exerting a bit of force, causing her to emit a painful sound. Leon's fist halted, the wind from his punch severing a strand of the Buddha's hair. Looking at the fist before him, the dual-faced Buddha let out a cold laugh. Humanity is the greatest flaw of you humans. Leon raised an eyebrow and said playfully, "Is that so?" The dual-faced Buddha sensed something was wrong and was about to choke the woman to death when Leon's heat ray shot out. Due to the intense pain, the dual-faced Buddha had no choice but to release its grip. Leon seized the opportunity and brought the two women to the entrance. "Go to the 3rd floor and find a woman named Makoto. She will help you," Leon said. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The two women, having survived, tearfully thanked Leon and then helped each other as they walked toward the 3rd floor. With the threat of hostages gone, Leon could finally unleash himself. Sigh, how I wish to be an ancestor too. Leon looked at the furious dual-faced Buddha and dashed towards it. His hard fist struck the dual-faced Buddha's face, sending it flying backward, crashing into the wall and creating countless cracks. The great Tengu sensed the danger and hurriedly shouted, "What are you all doing? Get in there together." Leon turned around and, seeing a dozen yokai rushing toward him, smiled calmly. "Since you're looking for death, let me fulfill that for you." Leon's figure moved like a blue lightning bolt, weaving through the crowd of yokai. They couldn't even see him clearly, let alone fight back. The great Tengu slowly retreated, showing signs of wanting to sneak away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. As long as it keeps its life, it'll be able to cultivate hard in the future and one day defeat the man in the cloak. But would Leon let the great Tengu escape so easily? The answer was no. Just as the great Tengu was about to reach the door, Leon patted its back and asked with concern, "Do you need my help?" The great Tengu froze, cold sweat pouring down its forehead like a dam bursting. It slowly turned its head, forcing out an ugly smile on its crimson face. "And no, I can leave by myself." Leon shook his head. How could a good young man like him miss the chance to do a good deed? He grabbed the great Tengu's head, and amidst its pleas for mercy, Leon's eyes turned red, using the heat ray to give the great Tengu a well-done spa treatment. He casually tossed the meat-scented great Tengu aside and walked step by step toward the dual-faced Buddha. The remaining minions looked at each other, all frightened by the fate of the great Tengu. They no longer attacked Leon and even consciously made way for him. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The dual-faced Buddha managed to extricate itself from the wall, but before it could steady itself, Leon's whip-like leg kicked out. However, the result was unexpected for Leon. The dual-faced Buddha blocked it. Its left face appeared kind, looking at Leon and saying, "Benefactor, the sea of suffering has no bounds. Turning back is the shore. Join the yokai and let your light and warmth shine." The response was Leon's even stronger attack. A human and a yokai fought fiercely. The originally luxurious palace had become riddled with holes. Leon struck the dual-faced Buddha's chest again, watching it crash into the floor, thinking to himself, "After this, I must sunbathe more. I need to strengthen my power." The dual-faced Buddha pushed away the rubble on its body, raised its head, and laughed loudly at Leon, saying, "Not bad, this is really enjoyable. You are the strongest human I have ever seen." Leon did not respond, his eyes fixed on the dual-faced Buddha, filled with killing intent. The dual-faced Buddha jumped out of the pit, stretched its neck, and began to chant an obscure incantation quickly. Sensing something was off, Leon rushed over to disrupt the dual-faced Buddha spell. But the incantation was short, and even though Leon arrived before the dual-faced Buddha in less than 0.1 seconds, he still failed to stop it. The dual-faced Buddha split into two. The black Buddha caught Leon's incoming punch, then laughed maniacally, attacking Leon regardless of whether it hit or not. The gray Buddha did not attack, but kept muttering, bringing Leon mental pollution. The floating cloak detached itself from Leon's shoulder and engaged the gray Buddha, disrupting its mental assault. With the noise in his head gone, Leon shook his head and precisely caught the black Buddha's kicking leg, then threw it with all his might. The black Buddha crashed through the floor, landing on the 3rd level. Leon's eyes widened as the heat ray pierced through the clouds of dust, targeting the general location of the black Buddha, unleashing all his power. This lasted a full minute. Leon gradually extinguished the red glow in his eyes. The black Buddha, lying on the 3rd level, was already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Turning his head, he looked at the gray Buddha, which was engaged in a fierce battle with the floating cloak. Leon exerted force with his feet and appeared before the gray Buddha. Without wasting words, Leon raised his hand and delivered 2 powerful slaps to the Gray Buddha. The Gray Buddha was stunned by the 2 blows. These slaps left an indelible mark on its psyche. Just as Leon was about to continue his assault, the Gray Buddha whispered an incantation, and its body emitted a bright light before disappearing. Leon scanned the surroundings warily, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he draped the floating cloak over himself, jumping down into the hole he had previously created. The Black Buddha's corpse was gone. Using his X-ray vision ability, Leon was relieved that this time he wasn't obstructed by any mysterious energy. He saw the dual-faced Buddha fleeing at high speed. Just as Leon was about to pursue, a weak voice called out to him, "Leon, help, help." Makoto lay on the other side of the library corridor, her bones shattered, with a long smoking rod embedded in her chest. Following the sound, Leon saw the barely alive Makoto. "Did you run into it?" Leon asked. Makoto nodded and said haltingly, "Help me pull out the smoking rod from my chest and then give me a breath of essence." Leon first followed her instructions and pulled the smoking rod from her chest. However, he hesitated for the next step. "What is this essence? Do Yukai from Neon also crave this?" Jinyu explained. After Yumao came over from Yen Wang, the cultivation method she brought was imitated by many subsequent monsters. "Oh, I see." Leon understood. According to the records in ancient books, this method of transporting vital energy is a bit inappropriate for children. "Sigh, I've suffered a big loss." Leon held Jinyu and had one last question to ask. "Do you eat people when you cultivate?" Jinyu, holding on with her last breath, weakly said, "I only need to absorb ashes, and the higher the magical power, the better, so basically they are monsters." After saying this, Jinyu completely fainted. Leon had no choice. This was the only ally he had at the moment. If she died, would the previous contract be in vain? "Sigh, if I don't go to hell, who will?" Leon lowered his head and took a small bite of the jelly. The moment he touched it, he felt the energy within his body rapidly decreasing. Although the amount lost could be considered negligible compared to the whole, if it continued to decrease, it would still be a bit unbearable. Therefore, good things should be enjoyed in moderation. Leon raised his head and looked at the gradually reddening Zhengong. After confirming that she was okay, he leaned her against the bookshelf and turned to leave. Exiting the demon city, Leon took only 2 breaths to catch up to the severely injured dual-faced Buddha. "What do you think you're escaping to?" Leon said while throwing a punch. The dual-faced Buddha, half buried in the ground, had no energy left to evade the swift attack. It was sent flying by Liang's punch, spitting out blood in midair and landing on the ground, motionless for a long time. "Don't play dead. I can hear your breathing." Liang's eyes emitted heat rays. Just as he was about to hit the dual-faced Buddha, it performed a sudden flip and avoided the fatal blow. "Hee, human, can't you let me go this once?" The dual-faced Buddha began to soften. "If you, the outside world, abandon your invasion, I might consider your request." Liang's words darkened the dual-faced Buddha's expression. "How do you know I'm from the outside world?" The dual-faced Buddha stared intently at Liang. "Do you know Morikomo? I killed it." Liang's nonchalant words made the dual-faced Buddha's hair stand on end. It knew Morikomo, whose strength was slightly inferior to its own. If it fought to the death, its chances of winning were high. But if it was just a spar, the opponent's annoying skills would likely lead to its defeat. No wonder the previous vanguard went silent. "It turns out you were behind it." The dual-faced Buddha stopped pretending and revealed its cards. "I am the vanguard of the second realm, my lord is called." "Stop, stop, stop." Liang impatiently interrupted the dual-faced Buddha's speech by digging in his ears. "I'm not interested in your introduction. If you have useful information, I might let you live a few more minutes." The dual-faced Buddha was enraged. Not being able to chant its lord's name was a dereliction of duty on its part. But ultimately, it was the fault of the man in the cloak before it. "You're forcing me." The dual-faced Buddha glared at Liang. "Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." After saying that, the dual-faced Buddha bit down hard on its own palm. A massive skeleton emerged from the ground, lifting its broad palm to place the dual-faced Buddha at the heart position. As the dual-faced Buddha stepped inside the skeleton, its flesh and blood quickly vanished. However, the skeleton transformed into a new form, donning heavy armor and wielding a machete. Liang looked up at the giant monster nearly 50 meters tall, feeling like an ant compared to an elephant. But Liang was not afraid. He was even eager to try, muttering, "Heaven-sent opportunity. I've always wanted to try that thing." In the demon city, Zhengong, who had already awakened, swayed to the castle entrance. Looking at the tall figure in the distance, she said with a sorrowful expression, "Father." She truly didn't expect the dual-faced Buddhist trump card to be the refined remains of her father. This ability to grow in size was unique to their bone clan. "Please, Liang, I beg you, let my father rest in peace." Zhen Gong clasped her hands together, silently praying for Liang. Meanwhile, Liang was flying to the height where he was level with the giant skeleton monster. He looked at its hollow eye sockets and disdainfully said, "Dual-faced Buddha, you don't think hiding in a giant carcass will spare you from death, do you?" The dual-faced Buddha controlled the giant skeleton monster to respond, "It doesn't matter. As long as I can die with you, anything I do is worth it." Liang nimbly dodged the machete swung by the giant skeleton monster, and something appeared in his previously empty hand. "Dual-faced Buddha, have you ever seen the light?" Liang raised the divine light staff and shouted, "Digga!" A dazzling light burst forth in the world. Even the dark clouds above were dispersed, and the long-lost sunlight flooded the earth. Those in Kikyo City, fighting desperately, felt the shock brought by the light most directly. The monsters scrambled to avoid the scorching sun. This was different from the burning sensation brought by torches. The latter was physical, while the former was spiritual. Kikyo shot an arrow that resolved a pig demon trying to hide indoors, extending her palm to enjoy the warmth of the sunlight, smiling as she said, "Is that you, Liang?" But as the saying goes, some rejoice while others mourn. The giant skeleton monster was not very happy at that moment. It lay on the ground in a sorry state, its jaw aching. As soon as Liang transformed into Digga, he delivered a surprise punch to the giant skeleton monster. The giant skeleton monster got up from the ground, looking at the giant before it, confusedly asking, "Why can you grow big too? Do you also know the secret arts of the Bone Clan?" Liang said nothing. His answer was the Digga crystal on his forehead flashing. Switching to the happy Daigo form. Although it couldn't stack with Superman's strength, the 70,000-ton grip strength still allowed Liang to experience the joy of Daigo. "Damn it, don't bully the monsters too much." The giant skeleton monster swung the machete in its hand, aiming for Liang's chest. Liang did not dodge and directly performed a barehanded grab of the blade, firmly holding the giant skeleton monster. The giant skeleton monster desperately tried to pull out the machete, but its strength could not compare to Digga in the berserker form. Liang kicked sideways, hitting the giant skeleton monster's kidney. The latter let out a scream and released the handle, once again having an intimate encounter with Mother Earth. Casually sticking the machete into the ground, Liang confidently walked toward the giant skeleton monster, grabbed its ankle, and performed a limited edition Thomas spin. The giant skeleton monster was dizzy from the spinning, reaching out to grasp at the air, trying to catch a life-saving straw. But the heavens were against its wishes. Until Liang let go, the giant skeleton monster could not grab anything that could save it from peril, returning to the embrace of Mother Earth for the third time. Slamming the ground hard, the giant skeleton monster realized it was doomed. Since that was the case, why not go all out? It landed just near the machete. Performing a sideways roll, the giant skeleton monster reached the machete and pulled it out. Liang placed his hands on his hips. He guessed the giant skeleton monster's intention, but did not stop it. After several rounds of encounters, he knew Digga's power completely crushed the opponent. "Human, I have to admit, your ability is strong, but the outside world is even more powerful than you can imagine." The dual-faced Buddha, through the mouth of the giant skeleton monster, attempted to switch from hard to soft. "Join us, conquer and destroy various worlds. Watching them perish, you will gain something better than what you have now." Liang remained unmoved, even stretching lazily. The giant skeleton monster observed every movement of the opponent and found a good opportunity to escape, immediately taking off with a knife. What face, what dignity was less important than survival? Liang rolled his eyes, and the Digga crystal on his forehead flashed again. His muscular form shrank. Switching to aerial mode, taking off from his spot, Liang aimed at the giant skeleton monster's back and quickly fired several simplified rampart-like bullets. The power was precisely controlled by Liang, only injuring and not killing. The giant skeleton monster, struck in the back, let out a scream and lunged forward. Having a friendly exchange with Mother Earth for the fourth time, Liang landed on the back of the giant bone demon, his hands pounding on the creature's shoulders like a drum. The intense pain caused the giant bone demon to struggle fiercely, swinging its machete backward in an attempt to throw Liang off its back. To avoid the chaotic attacks, Liang had no choice but to jump off the giant bone demon. The giant bone demon, now getting a breather, stood up from the ground, looking extremely disheveled at that moment. The Dyna crystal flashed, and Liang reverted to his composite form. He looked at the giant bone demon not far away and said, "Tell me about the outer world, the more the better. If you're satisfactory, I can leave you with a whole corpse." The giant bone demon burst in a loud laughter. How pathetic to hear such words from a human one day. "I truly feel I've lost the face of the second world." After speaking, The giant bone demon gripped its machete tightly, aiming it at Leon, its attitude speaking volumes. Leon didn't waste words, taking a fighting stance and waiting for the creature's attack. The setting sun cast its afterglow over the forest, illuminating both Leon and the giant bone demon. Suddenly, a flash of the blade occurred, and their positions were exchanged. Blood dripped from Leon's right hand, while the giant bone demon's machete was completely clean. Staggering around, the giant bone demon opened its chest area, the two-faced Buddha gasping for breath. Human, this time you won. But next time, or the time after that, you won't be so lucky. Listening to what the other said, Leon firmly declared, no matter how fierce the invasion of the outer world is, I will fight back until you are completely exterminated. The corner of the two-faced Buddha's mouth curled up, blood oozing out. It looked at the giant under the sunset, and for a moment, it actually believed that what the other said would come true. Casually glancing at the demoralized two-faced Buddha, Leon raised his arm, crossing his wrists in front, then spreading them out to collect energy, finally forming an L shape. Releasing the Zai Pali AO ray. The white, ultra-high-temperature ray undoubtedly hit the giant bone demon. The two-faced Buddha disintegrated into ashes in an instant. Without its control, the giant bone demon reverted to a skeleton, scattered alone on the ground. Leon canceled his transformation, and Dinah dissipated between heaven and earth. He looked at the shining stick that had turned to stone in his hand without feeling much regret. As long as the time limit was up, it could be used again, considered a semi-permanent item. Suddenly, a commotion was heard in the forest. Leon glanced slightly, but then withdrew his gaze. Mayumi rode a large snake, sweating profusely as she approached Leon. She had long lost the seductive charm from when they first met, now resembling a helpless child. Did you defeat the two-faced Buddha? Mayumi asked, both expectant and nervous. Leon nodded. Getting the answer she wanted, Mayumi sighed in relief, leaning against the large snake, tears streaming down her face. That's great. The demon race can return to normal. As a former princess of the demon world, Mayumi often pondered how to reclaim what belonged to her from the two-faced Buddha. But due to the vast difference in strength, she could only experience such thoughts in her dreams. But now it was different. Leon's arrival fulfilled her wish during this time. Looking at the trembling Mayumi in excitement, Leon said something that broke the atmosphere. Since we've completed the contractual obligations, we should fulfill the agreement now. Mayumi bit her lower lip, staring intently at the man before her. She had witnessed the battle between him and the two-faced Buddha on her way here. That world-destroying energy still made her scalp tingle. Of course, my king, from now on, you are the supreme ruler of the demon world. Mayumi knelt on one knee, sincerely swearing in front of Leon. The large snake that had carried Mayumi also wisely curled up, bowing its head to Leon. A gentle breeze blew through Leon's hair, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. I'll give you 3 days to count the number of demons. Those who sided with the two-faced Buddha will be executed. Mayumi nodded. The other's thoughts aligned with hers. In the future, the food supply for the demon race should preferably be selected from those who committed crimes, avoiding harm to ordinary civilians. Leon's requirement made Mayumi frown. She couldn't guarantee that she could completely restrain her subordinates. Sensing Mayumi's concerns, Leon added, if there are those who truly can't control themselves, let human exorcists handle them while you assist from the side. With that said, Mayumi could only nod in agreement. I need to go to Kikyo City now. You can come find me with the treasures later. After speaking, Leon shot up into the sky. Watching Leon disappear into the sky, Mayumi sighed. Snake Princess, do you think my decision this time is right or wrong? The large snake transformed into a graceful woman, standing behind Mayumi, speaking in a cold tone. Without a king, princess, you are still merely a name without substance. Mayumi turned around and teased the snake princess with a smile. You change your tune quickly, now calling him king. The snake princess's expression remained indifferent, replying with neither servility nor arrogance. Otherwise, that terrifying energy is enough to destroy the demon world 2 or 3 times. Upon hearing this, Mayumi's gaze shifted to the distant skeleton, which was already covered in cracks. Sigh, snake princess, let's first rebury father's remains, then return to Demon City to retrieve the treasures. The snake princess naturally wouldn't go against Mayumi's orders. She transformed back to her original form, carrying Mayumi towards the skeleton. Leon did not immediately return to Kikyo City. He flew above the clouds, absorbing sunlight. It's strange, the solar energy in this world is stronger than that of Leon's original world. He had felt this during the intense battle with the two-faced Buddha. Initially thinking it was an illusion, it now seemed to be the truth. This being the case, he could come here to bask in the sun more often during his free time. Leon squinted his eyes, the warmth of the sunlight on his body giving him a sense of returning to his mother's embrace. After about 10 minutes of basking, Leon moved his limbs. His body, which had been somewhat fatigued earlier, was now revitalized. It was time to return. After determining the direction of Kikyo City, Leon sped forward. 1 second. He was over 1,000 kilometers away from Kikyo City. The next second, he appeared before Lon and the others. Wow, Superman, you almost scare me to death. Suzuki Sonoko was lifting an injured person with Lon. Leon's sudden appearance made her think a demon had appeared again, turning her face pale. Leon smiled apologetically. To make up for the emotional distress caused to her, Leon packed all the injured people in the city. Lon and the others only felt something flash by in front of them, and then all the injured were lying in the makeshift grass shed. TSK. No matter how many times you feel it, it's still shocking. Suzuki Sonoko, holding on a Lan's arm, felt her heart race, her eyes only accommodating Leon. Lon sensed her best friend's excitement, and the rapid beating of her heart made her fear that she might faint from too much excitement. Thank you for your help. Your Excellency. Kikyo walked over to Leon, her sweat mixing with the splattered blood on her face, making her lose her usual elegance. Leon waved his hand, saying it was just a small matter, a mere gesture. I've already dealt with the dual-faced Buddha, and your world will gradually return to its original state. Leon revealed some good news. He looked at the few people celebrating in place and changed the subject. However, I cannot guarantee that there won't be further invasions from the outside world. After all, they already know the coordinates of this world. A bucket of cold water extinguished everyone's excitement. Kikyo smiled bitterly and said, although that's the case, I still appreciate your help. Even if there are future invasions from the outside world, we will never compromise and will fight to the death. Xiaolan and Suzuki Sonoko also expressed their attitudes. Yamamoto Ichikawa stroked his chin and proposed a suggestion. Wouldn't it be better if we moved the people of Kikyo City to our world? Leon glanced at Yamamoto Ichikawa and silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Just think about it. Uncle Gong Air and the others have strong combat power. And there are also exorcists who can use magic. Once they come to our side, they be supported by the higher-ups? This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The more Yamamoto Ichikawa spoke, the more he felt this plan was feasible. Suzuki Sonoko chimed in, saying, my family is quite wealthy, and our international status is also high. If Miss Kikyo and the others really want to go to our world, I will do my utmost to help. Kikyo was not swayed by the back and forth between Yamamoto Ichikawa and Suzuki Sonoko. She had many things to consider and could not make an impulsive decision based on a moment's excitement. Leon did not participate in their discussion. However, he could see that Kikyo was somewhat tempted. After all, this world had been severely damaged by the dual-faced Buddha. Even though the enemy had been eliminated, it would take at least 10 years to recover to its original level. As night fell, Leon sat by the campfire, holding a fragrant rabbit leg. This rabbit leg was roasted by Kikyo, and the cooking and flavor were simply impeccable. Superman, how much longer until we can go back? Xiaolan sat down next to Leon, holding a cup of hot tea. In terms of going back, we could have returned long ago, but Leon was waiting for Mayumi to bring the treasure over. It will be soon. We can return to our original world tomorrow morning. Estimating the time of Mayumi's arrival, Leon reassured Xiaolan. Hearing that they could go back tomorrow, Xiaolan's tense nerves relaxed. Since arriving in this world, she had been in a state of heightened alertness. Kikyo also sat down beside Leon, looking somewhat confused. Superman, do you think I should agree to the suggestion Yamamoto-kun made earlier? I asked Uncle Gong Air and other exorcists, and 80% of them have no objections to going to another world, and some even look forward to it. Kikyo rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the flickering flames, and softly said, but still, 20% are reluctant to leave their homeland and want to rebuild their home. I'm not sure what to do. Leon tore off a piece of rabbit meat and held it up to Kikyo's mouth. She shyly opened her mouth and ate the food he offered. Don't rush. Understand your own heart, and you will always find compromise. Leon bit into a piece of rabbit meat, enjoying it. He had originally been thinking about how to persuade Kikyo to follow him, but with Yamamoto Ichikawa's helpful suggestion, he saved a lot of effort. As for Kikyo's dilemma, it would naturally be perfectly resolved once Mayumi arrived. Suddenly, Leon felt a weight on his left shoulder. He turned to look and found that Xiaolan had fallen asleep. He took the teacup from her hand and gave a signal to the floating cloak, which understood and covered Xiaolan with it. Haha, I didn't expect your excellency to be someone who understands how to care for girls, Kikyo said with a smile. After receiving a bit of heartfelt encouragement from Leon, she felt less troubled than before. It depends on the person. If it were a beauty like you, I would definitely show my gentlemanly demeanor. Leon's approach was one of sincerity. He didn't like to play games or beat around the bush. Kikyo didn't expect him to be so straightforward, and she was momentarily taken aback. Everyone loves beautiful things. I'm no exception. Finishing the rabbit leg quickly, Leon looked at Kikyo and asked, "Can you roast another rabbit? I'm still hungry." Kikyo gazed at the man in front of her, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, and said cheerfully, "Of course, just a moment, I'll roast it for you right away." Suzuki Sonoko stood under a nearby grass shed, watching Xiaolan leaning against Leon's shoulder, feeling both sour and gratified. "Aren't you going over?" Yamamoto Ichikawa appeared beside Suzuki Sonoko and remarked, "Excellent men are always popular with women. If you don't put in the effort, you won't have a chance." Suzuki Sonoko's thoughts were exposed, and she angrily retorted, "Mind your own business, you nearly 30-year-old single dog." Yamamoto Ichikawa was hit hard. He clutched his chest and trembled as he said, "Killing is one thing, but attacking the heart is too much." Suzuki Sonoko rolled her eyes at Yamamoto Ichikawa and turned to walk into the shed. Seeing the teasing target leave, Yamamoto Ichikawa returned to a serious demeanor. He looked at Leon's back and murmured, "Shumo, I survived. In the days to come, I will live on for you too." Under the starry sky, the floating cloak was feeding a whole roasted rabbit to its master. Leon now felt quite pressured on both shoulders, Kikyo on his right and Xiaolan on his left. Hungry, he could only rely on the floating cloak. A gentle breeze blew by. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of Leon. Mayumi looked at Kikyo and Xiaolan leaning against Leon's shoulder, feeling a bit jealous. After all, she was also his queen, but she had never done anything as intimate as resting her shoulder against him. "Did you bring the items?" Leon asked. Mayumi pouted and nodded with a resentful look in her eyes. Leon naturally noticed her change in mood, but that had nothing to do with him. He was also a passive party. Mayumi took out a bead from her bosom, which emitted a faint blue glow. "This is the blue dust pearl. Its function is just as I mentioned before." Mayumi waved her hand, using the wind to lift Xiaolan and Kikyo and move them to the ground. She sat in the spot Xiaolan had occupied earlier and handed the blue dust pearl to Leon, saying, "I'll read the incantation to activate the pearl. You need to remember it carefully." Leon listened carefully as Mayumi recited the incantation, finding it a bit tricky, but within his grasp. "Do you need me to repeat it?" Mayumi, concerned that Leon might not remember, asked since the incantation was quite long. Leon shook his head. His superbrain was no joke, and he remembered it clearly after just one hearing. Under Mayumi's doubtful gaze, Leon repeated the incantation, speaking even more accurately than she had. "You're more like a demon than I am." Mayumi's expression turned somewhat melancholic, feeling a bit crushed by Leon's response. To know that she memorized the mnemonic back then, she had to memorize it for a day, and her pronunciation wasn't very standard either. Leon shrugged. He didn't want to be this outstanding, but his strength didn't allow it. Playing with the blue dust pearl, Leon could feel a mysterious energy within it. "Is this thing common in your world?" Hearing Leon's question, Zheng Gong thought for a moment. "It shouldn't be many. I've only seen 2 exotic treasures in my life, and one of them has already gone missing." "All right then. If you say the quantity is considerable, then let's gather them. What if some of their abilities are really useful?" Leon's plans were dashed, but he didn't mind. Putting away the blue dust pearl, Leon looked at Zheng Gong, who was also looking at him. "I'll leave the matters of the demon realm to you. I will leave this place tomorrow morning." This wasn't what Zheng Gong wanted to hear. She asked, "Is there nothing else you want to say?" Leon put his arm around Zheng Gong's shoulder, and under her surprised expression, he once again savored the taste of jelly. "I don't have anything else to say for now, but I can take some action." Looking at the shy girl in his arms, Leon teased. Zheng Gong blushed and broke free from Leon's embrace. She stammered, I will now go back to the demon realm and take care of what you instructed." Leon nodded and handed her something. "Your strength can only be considered average. This devil fruit can help you enhance your abilities." Taking the fruit, Leon handed over and looking at the spiral patterns on it. Zheng Gong was somewhat confused. "This thing just looks like a weird fruit. Can it really help me enhance my abilities?" Leon playfully slapped Zheng Gong's soft spot, pretending to be angry, and said, "So you don't believe what I say? If you don't need it, just return it to me." Zheng Gong covered her bottom with one hand and held the devil fruit tightly with the other. "I didn't mean to doubt you. I'll eat it when I get back." Leon was quite satisfied with Zheng Gong's response and reminded her, "Eating this is a side effect. You'll be rejected by the sea and become a land duck." Hearing this, Zheng Gong casually replied, "The sea is far from the demon city, so this side effect is practically negligible." Leon opened his mouth, wanted to tell her that the devil fruit tasted terrible and that she should be mentally prepared. However, seeing Zheng Gong studying the devil fruit back and forth, he held back and didn't reveal this delightful truth. Watching Zheng Gong leave, Leon added some firewood to the campfire. Suzuki Yoko walked out from the grass shed. She had witnessed all of Zheng Gong and Leon's conversation. That was a monster, right? Suzuki Yoko sat beside Leon. You made a deal with her. The pearl she gave you is the key item for you to go back tomorrow, right? Leon neither refuted nor agreed. Seeing Leon remain silent, Suzuki Yoko wasn't embarrassed. She continued talking to herself. In the end, you handed her a uniquely shaped fruit and said it could enhance her abilities. Can it really make her a superpower user? Goodness. The grass shed was at least 10 meters away from Leon's campfire. Even from that distance, she could hear everything clearly, and Leon had to admire Suzuki Yoko's hearing. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want to express? Leon turned his head to look at Suzuki Yoko. If you have the means to create superpower users, I hope I can also become a superpower user, Suzuki Yoko said firmly. Leon's expression was emotionless as he fiddled with the campfire and asked, let's not talk about whether I have the means to create superpower users. What is your reason for wanting to become one? Without any hesitation, Suzuki Yoko said, I want to have the ability to protect myself while also being able to protect my family and friends. Hearing Suzuki Yoko's response, Leon stopped his movements. Being a superhero is not easy. Can you, a noble young lady, endure hardship? Leon's words left Suzuki Yoko in silence. The little girl lying on the ground, Xiaolon, stirred slightly. In this invasion from the outside world, you participated throughout. Do you think you would have survived if I hadn't intervened midway? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Leon's words were a bit harsh, but they were also the truth. Suzuki Yoko clenched her fists, tears brimming in her eyes as she recalled the scenes of fighting against the monsters. Enough, Mr. Superhero, please stop talking. Xiaolon lifted the floating cloak covering her, and the commotion woke the sleeping Kikyo. She hurried over to Leon, hugging Yoko and forcing a smile. Yoko is just being impulsive. Mr. Superhero, please don't mind her, just forget what she said. Before Leon could respond, Yoko rebutted. I'm not being impulsive. I've had enough of living in fear. I don't want to live my whole life under your protection, Xiaolon. Xiaolon was taken aback by Yoko's sudden outburst, and Yoko realized her attitude was a bit off, apologizing. I'm sorry, Xiaolon. I didn't control my emotions well. Xiaolon shook her head, saying nothing, just gently stroking Yoko's hair. Kikyo rubbed her eyes, yawning, and staggered over to sit by the campfire, still not understanding what was going on. What happened? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become heavy? Leon took on the role of the narrator, explaining the situation to Kikyo. After understanding the ins and outs, Kikyo's expression turned serious as she said to Yoko, heroes often bear pressures unimaginable to ordinary people. If you really want to become a hero, you must endure the test of pressure. Suzuki Yoko bit her lip, wanting to say that she could withstand the pressure. But thinking of the tragic scenes of people being killed by monsters, she found herself unable to speak. Mr. Superhero, do you really have a means to turn ordinary people into superpower users? Xiaolon released Yoko and looked at Leon with determination in her eyes. Leon roughly guessed why Xiaolon would ask such a question. Becoming a superhero means facing the outside world as an enemy, constantly facing life and death crises. Have you thought this through? Xiaolon nodded. She felt Yoko was right when she said something earlier. She had also had enough of living in fear. Her karate, which she usually prided herself on, was completely useless against the evil, which greatly diminished her confidence. Kikyo wanted to say something else, but seeing Xiaolan's resolute expression, she chose to respect her decision. All right, since you have this intention, then when we return to the original world, go to the private Tuisaki Academy to find me. Leon checked the time. It was getting late, and he said to the girls, you all should rest. We will set off after dawn. Suzuki Yoko wanted to negotiate further, but was forcibly dragged away by Xiaolon. Kikyo also wanted to follow the two girls, but was stopped by Leon. I have something for you. Take a look. Hearing this, Kikyo stopped, curious about what Leon was going to show her. The blue dust pearl. Kikyo's eyes widened. She immediately recognized what Leon was holding. How did this exotic treasure end up in your hands? Kikyo asked in confusion. Can I touch it? Leon threw the bead to Kikyo, who caught it in one hand. I've only heard about the existence of this thing in stories. It's said to connect two different worlds, but I didn't expect it to be real. Kikyo examined the blue dust bead in her hand. She could intuitively feel the energy contained within it even more than Leon. If this thing were to fall into the wrong hands, it would surely cause a bloody storm. It's truly shocking. But as soon as she finished speaking, Kikyo's eyes turned, and looking at Leon, combined with the function of the blue dust bead, she suddenly realized. You want to use this treasure to connect our worlds? Leon snapped his fingers and smiled. Bingo, you got it right. You don't have to worry about the 20% who don't want to leave. You can come back to see them periodically. At this moment, Kikyo didn't know how to describe her feelings. She looked at Leon with a complicated expression. You don't have to be like this. The potential of this treasure is greater than you think. Leon waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, it's fine, no matter how important it is, it's not as important as you. You're one of my designated superheroes. Kikyo was both amused and exasperated, realizing she had already been targeted by someone. Without any reluctance, she returned the blue dust bead to Leon and said, I don't remember agreeing to join your team for so long. Leon smiled, his bright eyes meeting Kikyo's. Just agree to me now. My team needs great priestesses like you. Great priestess? Kikyo struggled to control her facial expression. How did this guy say such an embarrassing thing so naturally? After staring at Leon for more than 10 seconds, Kikyo's cheeks turned slightly red, and she abruptly turned to walk towards the grass shed. I'll go rest first. What you just said, I need to. Think about it. After saying that, without waiting for Leon's response, she dived into the grass shed. Leon wasn't in a hurry, judging from Kikyo's reaction. She didn't seem to be against his proposal. What was lacking now was just the right timing to make it happen. He looked up at the night sky. Such a brilliant, starry river, which was hard to see before crossing over. There was still some time before dawn. He decided to enjoy the sunlight for a bit. Leon's need for sleep had significantly decreased. The reason he still loved to sleep and was just a long-standing habit of his body, flying out into space. Leon truly stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun, feeling the continuous energy flowing into his body. He looked very comfortable, and the muscles covered under his battle suit had noticeably grown a bit. Time passed by second. By the time Leon flew back to Kikyo City, everyone was already busy. Looking at the people packing their bags, Leon said, no need to be so troublesome. Once we get there, I will buy you all new supplies. Gong Erming, holding a packed bag, smiled and said to Leon, Your Excellency Superman, we just can't bear to part with these old items. After using them for so long, it's hard not to get attached. Leon nodded. He knew he couldn't persuade these guys, so he stopped trying, searching the crowd for Kikyo and the others. When he saw them, Kikyo was only carrying a bow and a pot of arrows, holding a small bundle in her hand. Kikyo also noticed Leon's gaze and said, I don't have much stuff. After we get to your world, Yoko said I could stay with her. Yoko, who was called out, nodded vigorously like garlic being pounded, tightly hugging Kikyo's arm. Since it wasn't feasible to stay with Superman for now, Yoko decided to set her sights on Kikyo to become a superpowered individual. Leon understood Yoko's little thoughts instantly, but didn't expose her. Mr. Superman, we are ready, Xiaolan said. Seeing everyone looking at him, Leon understood it was time to proceed to the next step. He took out the blue dust bead and recited the incantation for the true bow he was about to teach. The blue dust bead emitted a blinding light, and at the same time, a choice appeared in Leon's mind. Do you choose this place as the connection point? Leon chose yes. An ancient door appeared before everyone. Leon confidently pushed the door open and gestured for Kikyo and the others to follow. Watching Superman enter the door, Kikyo chose to follow without any hesitation. Xiaolan and Yoko followed closely behind. Yamamoto Ichikawa looked at the somewhat frightened Uncle Gong Erming and smiled to reassure him. Uncle, you weren't like this last night. Provoked. Gong Erming's beard bristled in anger as he jokingly scolded. Kid, I've walked more bridges than you've walked roads. Why would I be afraid of this? After saying that, Gong Erming took a deep breath and, under Yamamoto Ichikawa's watchful gaze, stepped into the door. Look, Uncle Gong Erming has already gone in. You all hurry up and follow. Yamamoto Ichikawa had long wanted to leave this world filled with sad memories and dove into the door without looking back. The remaining people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and chose to trust their judgment, stepping into the door. On the other side of the door, Uehara Toshio stared in astonishment at the suddenly appeared door. This door exuded an ancient aura, and the intricate carvings on it were clearly the work of a master. All units on alert. Uehara Toshio was the first to draw his gun. The recent surge of evil events had been increasing. His good partner, Kobe Daisuke, was still lying in the hospital recovering. Not long ago, the incident of the 100-eyed demon invasion in the city center could have turned the area into ruins without the help of Wonder Woman and Spider-Man. As the door opened, Uehara Toshio's expression turned serious, his finger resting on the trigger. If any evil appeared from the door, he would shoot immediately. Oh, this welcome ceremony is a bit scary. A teasing voice reached Uehara Toshio's ears. Leon quickly glanced over the dozen or so fully armed police officers in front of him, his gaze finally landing on Uehara Toshio. Their vigilance was good, but their weaponry was truly inadequate. Seeing that Superman emerged from the door, Uehara Toshio let out a sigh of relief. Hearing the others teasing, Uehara Toshio scratched the back of his head, embarrassed, and said, "I've already applied for better equipment from above. It shouldn't take long to be issued." Leon nodded. Not every evil needed him to take action personally. If these neon police had slightly better equipment, they could easily take down some weaker evils. As for the casualties that might occur during the process, sorry, that wasn't within Leon's consideration. Just as Uehara Toshio was about to ask Superman what this door was about, a woman dressed as a priestess appeared behind Superman. Kikyo curiously looked around the new environment. She glanced at the gun in Uehara Toshio's hand, and this little thing surprisingly gave her a sense of crisis. "Your Excellency Superman, is this your world?" Kikyo sniffed the air of the other world, and for a moment, she couldn't adapt, sneezing several times in succession. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xiaolan and Yoko also followed out. Uehara Toshio immediately recognized the identities of the two girls and happily said, "Miss Xiaolan, Miss Yoko, you are still alive, that's great." Xiaolan politely greeted Yushima Toshio. Yu and Zhong quickly walked to the other side and said at a rapid pace, "Officer, could you please notify the Suzuki Group? I want to let my family know I'm safe, and then I will take my master to get familiar with the new world." "Master?" Leon glanced at Kaiki. Kaiki shook her head at him. She and T agreed to take Yu and Zhong as her apprentice. Yushima Toshio agreed to Yu and Zhong's request and watched the people continuously coming out from the door. The clothing of these people was clearly from ancient times. "Yushima Toshio!" Leon suddenly shouted loudly. Yushima Toshio reflexively saluted and responded loudly, "Yes. These people are refugees from another world, and their daily lives will be entrusted to you." Leon acted like a carefree manager. Yushima Toshio naturally wouldn't refuse the superhero's arrangement. He roughly counted. There were about 200 people, which should still be manageable. Seeing that things were almost settled, Leon also prepared to leave. As he was about to depart, he whispered a few words to Kaiki. "If you thought about what I mentioned earlier, come find me with Xiaolan." Kaiki's face turned slightly red. Leon was too close to her. The warmth from him made her neck itch. All right, I got it, talkative man." Kaiki pushed Leon away and glared at him to cover her inner shyness. After giving Kaiki a few instructions, Leon turned to Xiaolan and said, "If you're truly determined, come find me at Private Toyosaki Academy." Xiaolan nodded. With everything arranged, Leon soared into the sky under everyone's gaze. In the blink of an eye, Leon returned to his villa. As soon as he landed, Jarvis's voice rang out. "Sir, welcome home. You have been unreachable for 2 days." Leon frowned. He clearly remembered that he had only been gone for less than a day. Could it be that the flow of time is different between the two worlds? Leon speculated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to put the matter aside for now and verify it later. "Jarvis, report on the important events that occurred during the 2 days I was away." Leon went to the fridge, took out a can of soda, opened it, and took a big sip. "Yes, sir. There were 2 incidents of demon invasions during the past 2 days. One was dealt with by Miss Kaza no Oka. It was a plague demon that was beheaded by her when it kidnapped a girl. The second was handled by Miss Sawamura. It resembled a mountain milk creature from Japanese folklore and fed on the scent of human's breath while they slept. Miss Sawamura threw it into the incinerator and burned it to ashes." Leon felt gratified by the progress of Kaza no Oka and Sawamura. After they grow a bit more, they will be able to take on bigger responsibilities, allowing him to enjoy retirement life ahead of time. "Sir, during your absence, Miss Hiratsuka called you a total of 130 times and visited you 12 times. Upon hearing this, Leon nearly spat out the soda he had just sipped. Cough. I almost forgot about her. Leon wiped the water from the corner of his mouth, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and dialed Hiratsuka's number. Beep, beep. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. "Oh, look who it is, our great superhero. Finally remembered me, and call me back." Before Leon could speak, he was met with sarcasm. "I was taking care of serious business. There was no signal over there," Leon explained. Hiratsuka wasn't one to make a fuss. She understood Leon's heavy responsibilities, vented her dissatisfaction a bit, and then let it go. "I'll quit my job. When do you have time to take me to Kunlun City for further training?" Hiratsuka had been dreaming of going to Kunlun City for the past few days and was completely obsessed. Leon replied, "Tomorrow, same place to meet." Satisfied with the answer she wanted, Hiratsuka happily hung up the phone. Throwing the phone aside, Leon was about to go take a shower when Jarvis mentioned something that piqued his interest. "Sir, The woman leading the monsters has temporarily gone missing. The last sighting was at Island Moon Dock yesterday. Leon was a bit curious. Did she not take any action? Yes, sir. After her companions were dealt with by Miss Kaza no Oka and Miss Sawamura, she escaped with something. Leon stroked his chin. To use the lives of her companions as bait. This person was a tough character. Jarvis, from now on, keep an eye on Island Moon Dock around the clock. And report to me immediately if you discover her whereabouts. Leon was not a soft-hearted person. Any hint of a threat must be eliminated in its cradle. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied. Once the living room returned to silence, Leon tossed the empty can into the trash and turned toward the washroom. The next day, Leon drove his Aston Martin, arriving at private Tuisaki Academy with the envious gazes of passers-by. In the parking lot, Hiratsuka had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her dark circles, Leon smiled and said, "You didn't stay up all night waiting for me in the parking lot, did you?" Hiratsuka rolled her eyes in annoyance. She indeed hadn't slept a wink, too excited to wait, and had arrived at the school around 6 in the morning. After waiting at the Phoenix Society for a while, and fearing that Leon might stand her up again, she decided to come to the parking lot and wait for him. Enough chit-chat, take me to Kunlun City now. Hiratsuka grabbed Leon's hand and headed towards the Phoenix Society. Many students witnessed this scene along the way. Wow, look, Teacher Hiratsuka is holding Teacher Lee's hand. I long thought something was off between Teacher Hiratsuka and Teacher Lee. I heard that when they were in the office. What happened? Hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense. A group of girls blushed as they gossiped about Hiratsuka and Leon. Leon, who had excellent hearing, couldn't help but admire these girls' imaginations. Office romance, the unspoken secrets of the office. Abby, if these were published, Leon would definitely buy a copy and study it all night. Kaza no Oka was watching Leon, whose hand was held by Hiratsuka, her gaze fixed firmly on their hands. She felt a pang of jealousy. After not seeing him for several days, he appeared and shattered her heart. Looking in the direction, they were heading to the Phoenix Society. Kaza no Oka pondered for a moment and figured out why Hiratsuka was so anxious to grab Leon. However, knowing was one thing. Some physical contact was still strictly forbidden. Well, there is still some time before class, so I'll just follow and see. Kaza no Oka changed her course. Whether she was really just going to see or had other intentions remained unknown. Behind Kaza no Oka, a golden retriever was secretly peeking. Lily also saw Hiratsuka holding Leon's hand, and she felt quite uncomfortable in her heart. Clearly, I was the first to arrive. So why did Teacher Hiratsuka hold hands first? Lily murmured softly. No way, I also want to follow and see what these two are up to. Lily, whose brain is not as sharp as Shiyu Kasanagi's, has already forgotten the agreement between Leon and Hiratsuka Shizuka. Arriving at the door of the Phoenix Society, ignoring the students and teachers coming and going, Hiratsuka Shizuka pulled Leon inside. Barbie and Abby wanted to greet them, but they were shot a glare by Hiratsuka Shizuka, who didn't want to waste any time. Oh, don't be in such a hurry. I would never go back on my word, Leon said while sitting on the sofa. Addressing Barbie. Prepare me a breakfast. I left in a rush this morning and haven't eaten yet. Barbie nodded repeatedly and disappeared in a flash. I was just afraid you would stand me up, Hiratsuka Shizuka said awkwardly, standing in place. Her cheeks flushed from her earlier actions. Leon helplessly stated, I reiterate, I didn't stand you up. The place I went to had a different flow of time, so I was delayed. After speaking, Barbie brought a lavish breakfast and placed it in front of Leon. Watching him eat heartily, Hiratsuka Shizuka instinctively swallowed, realizing she hadn't had breakfast either. Abby, could you also help me make a breakfast? Abby nodded and snapped her fingers, disappearing into thin air. When Shiyu Kasanagi entered the Phoenix Society, she only saw Leon and Hiratsuka Shizuka sitting together on the sofa, enjoying their breakfast. She unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Although she thought Shizuka was there to discuss something important with Leon, one could never be too careful. Mr. Muscle, it seems your physique has improved a bit, Shiyu Kasanagi said, sitting beside Leon, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze sweeping across his body. After Shiyu Kasanagi mentioned it, Hiratsuka Shizuka also looked at Leon's physique, noticing that his muscles were indeed a bit bigger than before. The sunlight in the world they visited before was stronger than that in this world. Leon handed his empty plate to Barbie and briefly recounted what had happened earlier. Wow, that's cool. You went to another timeline. Lily, who had just entered the Phoenix Society, happened to hear Leon talking about Kikyo. She completely forgot the purpose of her visit and was captivated by his story. So if what you say is true, then Many demon slayers have also come to this world. Does that mean an era where everyone can use magic is approaching? Hiratsuka Shizuka wiped her mouth and shared her views. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shiyu Kasanaji shook her head and replied for Leon. That's impossible, Shizuka. You're thinking too simply. If we compare Kikyo's world to a high magic world where spiritual energy is very active, demon slayers are rare gems. Our world, on the other hand, can be considered a no-magic world without any spiritual energy, making it extremely difficult to give birth to local demon slayers. Leon basically agreed with Shiyu Kasanaji's response. Hiratsuka Shizuka also understood that she was thinking too simply. After all, not everyone is like Leon, a bug who can easily create superheroes. Lily also found a place to sit. She wasn't too concerned about the issues discussed by Shizuka and the others, and was more interested in the whereabouts of Kikyo and the others. Is it really appropriate for a powerful sorceress like Kikyo to live in the home of a wealthy girl? Lily said worriedly. Leon waved his hand. Not worried at all. Kikyo's combat power is quite high, and he had left some things on her. If she encountered an unsolvable danger, he would know immediately and go to rescue her. Even aside from that, in this increasingly dangerous world, anyone with a bit of intelligence should know how to treat a superpowered individual. Seeing that she couldn't sway Leon, Lily could only silently remember Kikyo's location. She was very interested in this sorceress. All right, enough of that. We should get down to business. Hiratsuka Shizuka stood up from the sofa and walked in front of Leon. Speaking resolutely, take me to Kunlun City. I'm ready. Leon didn't hesitate. He took out a scroll, opened it, and the illustrations on it came to life. Placing the scroll on the ground, Leon looked at the three girls and said, "Grab my hand and then jump in." The three girls extended their hands towards Leon simultaneously. The long-suffering Lily finally felt triumphant. Shiyu Kasanaji followed suit, and Hiratsuka Shizuka could only roll her eyes and say, clearly, "I'm the one going to train." Why does it feel like you're all coming along? Seeing that everyone was ready, Leon jumped into the scroll. The strong wind made it hard for Hiratsuka Shizuka to open her eyes, but Shiyu Kasanaji, dressed in her Wonder Woman outfit, blocked most of the pressure for her. Lily had also put on her Spider-Man suit. Looking at the rapidly descending group, she shouted to Leon, "We're thousands of meters up in the air. Take us flying, Leon, or we're going to have a problem." Leon shook his head. "Don't be scared. This is an essential step to enter Kunlun City." Upon hearing this, Lily's face turned green under her mask. If she had known it would be this thrilling, she wouldn't have joined in the fun. After falling for nearly a minute in the air, Hiratsuka Shizuka could barely open her eyes. She saw a vast forest appearing below and excitedly said, "Leon, I see a huge forest. It seems endless." Having been there a couple of times before, Leon was naturally familiar with each step and told the girls, "Hold tight. We're about to land." Not long after Leon finished speaking, the four landed in front of a forest. Hiratsuka Shizuka rubbed her hands together, feeling a bit cold. She was still in summer clothes and spoke with white mist coming from her mouth. "Leon, are we at Kunlun City?" "Not yet. We have to pass through this forest and cross the snow mountains to see Kunlun City." Leon took out a piece of cold-resistant clothing and handed it to Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was about to freeze. "Leon, what would happen if we used our abilities in the air just now?" Shiyu Kasanaji asked curiously. "We would deviate from this entrance and land unprotected, turning into a meat paste," Leon replied, having tried it once and ended up transported to a desert. Lily surveyed the surrounding environment. It was all trees, but her spider sense was warning her that things were not as simple as they appeared. "Teacher Hiratsuka, you'd better stay close to us. This forest isn't as peaceful as it seems." Lily's words made Hiratsuka Shizuka and Shiyu Kasanaji raise their guard. Leon crossed his arms, looking at Lily with a sense of pride, as if a daughter had grown up. He thought Shiyu Kasanaji would be the first to notice something off in the forest, but she was still pondering the gravitational acceleration and air resistance of falling bodies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens flew in from a distance. Hiratsuka Shizuka hadn't neglected her physical training during the time she couldn't find Leon. She nimbly dodged the sneak attack and then looked at the few extra people on the branch. Leading them was a woman wearing a straw hat and a mask covering her face. Her gaze first fixed on Leon, then shifted to Hiriazumi Shizuku and the others. "This is the territory of Kunlun City. Everyone, please stop," the woman said. Thanks to the language conversion feature of the small world, everyone could understand what was being said. Kasumigakaka Shiyu placed her hand on the sword of fire god, trying to appear friendly. Excuse me, ma'am. Our companion needs to go to Kunlun City for training. Could you please make an exception? The woman shook her head, rejecting Kasumigakaka Shiyu's request. Seeing that a soft approach wouldn't work, they had to resort to a harder one. Ing Lily and Kasumigakaka Shiyu exchanged glances and stepped forward, shielding Hiraizumi Shizuku behind them. However, Hiraizumi Shizuku patted Kasumigakaka Shiyu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate me. Even though I can't compare to you, this is still a test for me. How can I hide behind you?" Hiraizumi Shizuku took off the bulky winter gear she had just put on, as it restricted her movements. After stretching a bit, she cupped her fists in front of the woman on the branch, a gesture she had recently learned about the Yanhuang culture. Since negotiation was not an option, she decided to speak with strength. The woman watched Hiraizumi Shizuku, who was striking a pose below, and calmly jumped down for the branch, also cupping her fists, and said, "Kunlun City, Feng Lingwan. Just call me Hiraizumi Shizuku." As soon as she finished speaking, Hiraizumi Shizuku took the initiative. Her speed was like that of a cheetah, and in just 2 breaths, she was in front of Feng Lingwan. Swinging her fist, Hiraizumi Shizuku didn't hold back, aiming a punch at the opponent's chest. Feng Lingwan did not draw her sword from her waist. She calmly watched the incoming fist, taking a slight step back to easily evade the attack. While it was customary to hold back a bit in a fight, depending on the situation, Feng Lingwan placed a hand on Hiraizumi Shizuku's shoulder. Using only 3/10 of her strength, Hiraizumi Shizuku staggered back a few steps, the pain in her left shoulder causing her to furrow her brow. Feng Lingwan did not pursue the attack. There was no need, as the difference in their strengths was still quite apparent. Rubbing her left shoulder and waiting for the pain to subside, Hiraizumi Shizuku attacked again. This time she was smarter, putting all her strength into the punch, regardless of the consequences. Seeing their leader toying with the intruder, the remaining masked individuals leaned on the branches and started chatting. "Come on, do you think the boss can finish off the intruder with a few more moves?" I think one more move would do it." "One more move? That's too much, at most half a move." A man holding a sword in his arms expressed a different opinion. "The boss is being a bit careless. The outcome of this match is hard to say." "Hey, Wang Wu, how can you raise someone else's spirits while dousing your own?" the scarred man said with annoyance. Wang Wu ignored him. He was usually a man of few words, and this time was already remarkable for him to say more than 5 words. TSK, really a tight-lipped guy. The scarred man rolled his eyes, completely speechless at his companion's personality. Below, the match had reached a fever pitch. Hiraizumi Shizuku's face was already drenched in sweat, while Feng Lingwan didn't seem to be even slightly out of breath. "Haha, you're quite impressive, woman." Hiraizumi Shizuku still wanted to save face despite losing. Feng Lingwan tilted her head. This seemingly aloof woman had some surprisingly cute gestures at times. "You're not bad either. Your strength ranks in the middle among ordinary people." Receiving this compliment, Hiraizumi Shizuku didn't feel happy. Instead, a glint flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, Hiraizumi Shizuku moved. She lunged forward, embracing Feng Lingwan, who was only a couple steps away. This unexpected situation caused Feng Lingwan to instinctively draw her sword. Fortunately, Leon appeared just in time. He grabbed Feng Lingwan's wrist, the sword just 1 centimeter away from Hiraizumi Shizuku's heart. "Oh dear." The verbal strategy was quite successful, Hiraizumi Shizuku said, showing no panic about almost meeting the king of hell. She released her tight grip on Feng Lingwan and slumped onto the ground, breathing heavily. Feng Lingwan squinted her eyes. She had to admit that the other words had made her let her guard down. If Hiraizumi Shizuku had a weapon in hand, this embrace could have resulted in her own serious injury, even if she managed to take down the opponent. "By the way, how long are you going to hold on?" Feng Lingwan looked at Leon, recalling how he had also caught her the first time he came to Kunlun City. While the other elders treated him with utmost respect, as this small world depended on Leon for survival, she alone had an inexplicable emotion towards him, always maintaining a poor attitude whenever they met. Leon released Feng Lingwan's hand. He also found this girl quite troublesome. If there was anyone he didn't want to encounter in Kunlun City, Feng Lingwan would definitely be on that list. Putting her sword back into its sheath, Feng Lingwan looked at Hiraizumi Shizuku, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "If you want to go to Kunlun City for training, you have to pass through the woods and the snow mountains alone, without any help from others." Hearing this, Hiraizumi Shizuku knew she had gained the other's recognition and quickly stood up. "Of course, I will complete the test on my own. I want to let them help me." With that answer, Feng Lingwan nodded. She jumped onto the branch and coldly said to her subordinates, "You were quite lively discussing just now. When you go back, train for 3 more hours. Her subordinates. Huh? After waiting for a response for a while, Feng Lingwan shot them a glare. Her subordinates. Yes, boss. After that, Feng Lingwan led her subordinates and disappeared into the woods. Kasumigakaka Shiyu walked over to Hiraizumi Shizuku with a worried expression. Shizuka-chan, you really don't want us to accompany you? Hiraizumi Shizuku waved her hand. You guys hurry back to class. Just let Leon stay. Leon, who was called out, crossed his arms. Listen to Shizuka-chan. I'll stay to watch over her. With that said, Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Ning Lily had no choice but to give up. They left the small world according to Leon's instructions. Only 2 people remained in the forest. Hiraizumi Shizuku put her winter gear back on and ate the chocolate Leon had given her to replenish her energy. The little phoenix had already said that this time, she couldn't make a move. Leon looked at Hiraizumi Shizuku, who wore a calm expression. Don't worry. I really am not as fragile as you think. Hiraizumi Shizuku rolled her eyes. Leon shrugged. At least with him around, he could easily control any unexpected situations. The 2 walked side by side through the woods, the sound of insects buzzing in the air. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. To be honest, I haven't felt nature for a long time, Hiraizumi Shizuku said as she reached in her pant pocket, trying to pull out a cigarette to smoke. On the mountain, a fire blazed, and the director had fallen in love with me, advising against smoking in the woods. Liang merely glanced at Ping Zhongjing's movements and knew what the other party intended to do. TCH, you really are meddling. Although Ping Zhongjing grumbled, she still gave up the idea of smoking. The 2 walked in the woods for more than half an hour without encountering any strange events, not even a sneak attack. Despite this, Ping Zhongjing remained highly vigilant. As they walked, they came to a hidden village. The village was built in the trees, and their presence attracted the attention of several villagers peeking out. Whoosh! An arrow struck the ground beside Ping Zhongjing's feet. A strong man with his upper body bare and camouflaged paint on his face crouched on a branch, with a second arrow already knocked on his bowstring. Who are you? The man shouted. Ping Zhongjing raised her hands, indicating no ill intent. We are travelers heading to Kunlun City for training and accidentally stumbled into your village. Sorry, we'll leave right away. After saying this, she took Liang's hand, intending to turn and leave. You can't get away. Many people are coming, and they don't mean well. Liang whispered in Ping Zhongjing's ear, causing her to stop and look at him questioningly. They probably aren't coming for us. Liang's words suddenly enlightened Ping Zhongjing. If they weren't coming for them, then they must be targeting the village. Kind-hearted Ping Zhongjing was about to warn the man, but it was too late. Haha, boys. Since we didn't take down the Spirit Tree Village last time, make sure to perform well this time. A rough male voice echoed through the woods. Following the sound, Ping Zhongjing saw 20 to 30 bandits wearing cloth armor and wielding large knives moving agilely among the branches. Oh, there's a beauty here. We should capture her and enjoy her. A bandit with a shifty appearance noticed Ping Zhongjing staring at them. But before he could approach, he was taken away by a beam of heat. Ping Zhongjing turned her head. The instigator shrugged. My eyes suddenly got a bit dry. Purely an accident. The corners of Ping Zhongjing's mouth slightly curled up. She didn't believe such a childish excuse about dry eyes. The sudden death of his good brother startled the attacking bandits. That incredible red beam pierced through a tree that 3 men could barely wrap around. Boys, don't panic. Don't worry about those 2. Just attack the Spirit Tree Village. Seeing the morale waver, the rough male voice sounded again. This time, Ping Zhongjing finally got a good look at the man. He was a middle-aged man with a beard, holding 2 iron hammers. The bandits seemed to realize that the man with glowing red eyes had no intention of stopping them. So they continued to charge toward the Spirit Tree Village. The Spirit Tree Village was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Their defense team had nearly 20 members. Among them, 7 held longbows, using ranged attacks to shoot down the attacking bandits. However, the bandit skills were much stronger than those of the Spirit Tree Village's guards. They carried their dead companions as shields, inching closer. Liang, if this continues, the village's situation will become dire. Ping Zhongjing frowned. I want to help them. Liang smiled gently. Follow your heart and do what you think is right. Follow my heart. Ping Zhongjing touched her chest, feeling her heart racing. She understood what she needed to do. Under Liang's watch, Ping Zhongjing shot toward the Spirit Tree Village like an arrow. On the way, she picked up a fallen bandit's large knife. With a weapon in hand, Ping Zhongjing felt a surge of confidence. The bandit leader naturally noticed the woman charging into the battlefield. He first glanced at Liang, the man with a smile, who was his primary focus. Seeing that Liang made no move, the bandit leader breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that man did not join the battle, he had nothing to worry about. As for Ping Zhongjing, the bandit leader's eyes darted, and he quietly instructed his men, just focus on attacking the Spirit Tree Village. If that woman gets in the way, just injure her and set her aside. Don't endanger her life. His subordinates were clever. They understood that their boss didn't want to provoke the man with glowing red eyes and immediately conveyed the order. Ping Zhongjing was unaware that Li Ong had inadvertently placed a protective shield around her. She wielded the large knife, striking the back of her blade hard against the neck of her enemy. The bandit initially thought a woman couldn't be that formidable. But it wasn't until the blade's back made intimate contact with his neck that he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. Ping Zhongjing's surprise attack reduced the pressure on the Spirit Tree Village. The man who had shot an arrow at Ping Zhongjing earlier looked at her with a complex expression. After knocking out 2 more bandits, Ping Zhongjing was surrounded by 3 men. Following their leader's instructions, they didn't rush in, but instead firmly trapped Ping Zhongjing. Sweat slid down her forehead as she considered her options. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Li Ong, who was leisurely leaning against a tree trunk, sipping milk tea. Damn it, who knows where that milk tea came from? Ping Zhongjing was almost amused by Li Ang's behavior, but she also knew that as long as she wasn't in danger, Li Ong wouldn't intervene. So she wanted to break the deadlock. She had to rely on herself. The bandits surrounding Ping Zhongjing were also quite nervous. They were wary of the man not far away. The beautiful woman in front of them was clearly connected to him. If they accidentally harmed her, they might end up with a big hole in their chest like the unfortunate fellow before. Miss, let's make a deal. You just stand here obediently, and we won't harm you. A bandit with a mustache revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth, forcing a smile as he tried to negotiate with Ping Zhongjing. Yes, miss, don't play the hero. The Spirit Tree Village has nothing to do with you. Why put yourself in danger? A bandit missing an ear wholeheartedly agreed with his partner's suggestion. The last bandit didn't speak, but his expression conveyed a similar sentiment to the previous 2. Ping Zhongjing raised an eyebrow. She sensed that the bandits seemed to be afraid of something, and that something was related to her. And the only thing related to her was the one still drinking milk tea. Oh, you're afraid of hurting me and then being dealt with by Li Ong. The realization struck Ping Zhongjing, and she had a little idea. Then why don't you listen to my suggestion? Ping Zhongjing said, let me strike the back of your neck with my knife, and you can just sleep peacefully. Then there won't be any issues. The bandits exchanged glances. The woman in front of them seemed to be making a lot of sense. Yet there was an underlying sense of something amiss. Time ticked away. The Spirit Tree Village's guard team had already suffered heavy casualties, and Ping Zhongjing couldn't wait any longer. She asked, have you thought it through? Otherwise, I'll break through forcefully. This statement startled the 3 bandits, as if they feared their chests would suddenly sprout a big hole. The one-eared bandit gritted his teeth and said to Ping Zhongjing, miss, put on a full show, act realistically, and be ruthless. Ping Zhongjing shrugged and tightened her grip on the large knife. After adjusting her breathing, the one-eared bandit suddenly charged at Ping Zhongjing, swinging his weapon toward her head. Though the attack seemed fierce in Ping Zhongjing's eyes, the opponent's assault had numerous flaws. She fulfilled her promise, the back of her knife resting against the bandit's neck, granting him a sleep as peaceful as a baby ass. Seeing his good brother fall into a deep sleep, the remaining 2 bandits could no longer sit still. The mustachioed bandit rushed forward first, brandishing his large knife and roaring as he charged. Ping Zhongjing skillfully dodged his attack, delivering a blow with the back of her knife to the mustachioed bandit's back. Although it was somewhat different from what she had anticipated, the effect was still quite good. The mustachioed bandit fell to the ground, his face twitching, unable to get up for a while. The bandit, who was always a step behind, saw that it was finally his turn and rushed in with his knife. Seeing the other party so proactive, Ping Zhongjing naturally satisfied his request, though the process was not very pleasant. The large knife struck the bandit's face, knocking out 3 teeth, and the bandit spun in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, fainting from the pain. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Without the encirclement, Ping Zhongjing charged back into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, Ling Shuzhai had descended into chaos. The guard team was down to 4 people, and each was injured. The bandits kicked open villagers' doors, ransacking the supplies inside. When they encountered women with any semblance of beauty, they would grab their hair and drag them into corners, intending to commit heinous acts. Witnessing these atrocities, Ping Zhongjing quickened her pace, reaching a corner where she raised her large knife and swung it down without holding back at the bandit who was taking off his pants. The bandit let out a scream, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. He turned around to see who dared to ambush him. only to be met with the glint of a blade. After dealing with the bandit, Ping Zhongjing took off her cold-resistant clothing and covered it over the woman. Watching the woman sob uncontrollably, Ping Zhongjing's heart was filled with rage. She didn't even notice that a surge of energy was building within her, quietly circulating. Leaning against a tree trunk while sipping red bean milk tea, Leon looked in the direction of Ping Zhongjing and said lightly, "Has the energy manifested so soon? Have you been chosen?" Leon suddenly felt some anticipation for the battle for the Iron Fist. One was a diligent person who had trained for over a decade, and the other was someone favored by destiny, who would ultimately bear the title of Iron Fist. TSK, many interesting events are bound to unfold in the future. Leon sighed. He then shifted his gaze to the bandit leader, who had begun to take action. The leader's goal was not simply to rob and pillage, but had deeper intentions. The bandit leader swaggered into Ling Shuzhai with a tiger-headed hammer. He cared little whether his men were killing or pillaging. His singular goal was the treasure of Ling Shuzhai. Clang! The knife and hammer collided. Ping Zhongjing emerged from the shadows, her eyes blazing with fury. "Little girl, if it weren't for that man's face, I'd hammer you into a meat pie." The bandit leader exerted a bit of force, pushing Ping Zhongjing away. Stepping back a few paces, Ping Zhongjing steadied herself and said to the bandit leader, "No matter what your purpose for attacking this village is, taking lives is never right." The bandit leader was uninterested in discussing the meaning of survival with Ping Zhongjing. Impatiently, he replied, "Get out of the way. Don't think just because that man supports you that I'm some coward." With both hands gripping her knife, Ping Zhongjing coldly replied, "I don't need anyone to back me up. All I know is that you, a villain, will remain here forever today." "Ha ha, bold." The bandit leader laughed loudly. "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant it to you." A tiger-headed hammer gradually enlarged in Ping Zhongjing's vision, but there was no trace of panic on her face. Dust flew as the hammer smashed into the ground. Ping Zhongjing's figure appeared behind the bandit leader. The large knife swung unreservedly toward his back. Clang! The knife and hammer clashed again. The bandit leader blocked Ping Zhongjing's attack with one hand, then turned, using the momentum to swing the tiger-headed hammer. Hearing the whoosh of air, Ping Zhongjing knew she couldn't take it head-on. She continuously dodged backward, avoiding the bandit leader's attacks. However, merely defending was not enough. Ping Zhongjing calmly considered her next strategy. During the fight with the bandit leader, she sensed a new energy within her. This energy flowed through her meridians, healing her injuries while gradually restoring her stamina. This miraculous energy felt like a surge of qi. Ping Zhongjing was pushed back again by the bandit leader's tiger-headed hammer. Yet, compared to last time, she only retreated 2 steps this time, showing clear improvement. The bandit leader also noticed Ping Zhongjing's anomaly. This little girl's combat experience was rapidly increasing, forcing him to pay 20% more attention. "Are you two also here for the treasure of Ling Shuzhai?" The bandit leader speculated about a possibility, looking at Ping Zhongjing with increasingly malicious intent. Although he didn't know what the treasure was, it didn't stop Ping Zhongjing from retorting. "So what? Can you beat us?" The bandit leader was flushed with anger from Ping Zhongjing's taunts, shouting loudly, "I can't beat that man. But can I beat you? Come here, you sharp-tongued little girl." Now serious, the bandit leader wielded 2 tiger-headed hammers that whirled through the air, leaving chaos in their wake. Ping Zhongjing had no choice but to dodge clumsily. Whoosh! An arrow shot toward the bandit leader. Although he blocked it, it gave Ping Zhongjing a chance to catch her breath. Zhao Kong, with blood trickling from his brow, was knocking his second arrow. Deep knife wounds visible on his bare chest. Despite this, he steadied his trembling hands as best as he could to create an opportunity for Ping Zhongjing. "Don't dawdle. Find a chance to take him down." Hearing Zhao Kang shout, Ping Zhongjing shook her head. Now that reinforcements had arrived, she was no longer fighting alone, and her attacks became bolder than before. The bandit leader, capable of managing dozens of subordinates, certainly had strength, and with Zhao Kong and Ping Zhongjing's cooperation, he still fought skillfully. After knocking away another incoming arrow, the bandit leader sneered at Ping Zhongjing. "Little girl, give it up. Isn't it better to live?" Ping Zhongjing coldly stared at him. Her large knife crossed over her chest, clearly indicating her stance. Stubborn." The bandit leader coldly snorted, and the tiger-headed hammer in his hand unexpectedly emitted a faint glow. Witnessing this, Zhao Kong broke into a cold sweat and shouted to Ping Zhongjing, "Quick dodge." He mastered the external release of qi. Hiratsuka Shizuka wasn't foolish. Seeing the bandit leader's expression as he prepared to unleash a big move, she quickly moved aside. Fortunately, her evasion was timely, Otherwise, she would have been struck by the illusory tiger summoned by the bandit leader. The flying stone scratched Hiratsuka Shizuka's face, and her current situation was not optimistic. Zhao Kang's bow and arrows were no longer of any help, and he had fallen unconscious due to his severe injuries. Watching the bandit leader approach slowly, Hiratsuka Shizuka gritted her teeth, knowing she could only fight to the death. Just when the situation was dire, Liang appeared in front of Hiratsuka Shizuka. "Do well for now. Take a break," he said without looking back. Watching the red cloak fluttering in the wind in front of her, Hiratsuka Shizuka slumped to the ground, rubbing her sore arms. The bandit leader, having lost his previous arrogance, stared warily at the man floating in midair. "As your training tool, you're barely passable," Liang said with a faint smile. But his words were ice cold. "Since you're no longer useful, disappear." The bandit leader's jaw trembled, and the tiger-headed hammer in his hand fell to the ground. He wanted to flee, but his legs would not obey him. A flash of red light passed. A headless corpse appeared on the ground. Liang waved his hand, and the tiger-headed hammer floated in front of him. "Though the materials of this thing seem quite poor to me, it's still decent in this small world. Before you master the use of qi, I'll get you a weapon for self-defense. At least it won't be as embarrassing as it is now." After saying that, Liang began to make significant modifications to the tiger-headed hammer with his bare hands. Hiratsuka Shizuka glanced at the broken machete in her hand. Indeed, as Liang said, having a suitable weapon was essential. The modification of the tiger-headed hammer didn't take long, just a few breaths, and a light golden Han sword gleamed in Liang's hand. Tossing the Han sword to the eagerly waiting Hiratsuka Shizuka, Liang said, "Cutting through iron like mud is just basic. It can allow you to attach the qi within you to it, enabling skills similar to sword energy." Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded, somewhat confused, and thought of the mysterious energy in her body. She asked, "The qi you mentioned, is that what flows throughout my body?" Liang nodded. "That's right, that's qi. Normally, it would require strict training to produce qi, but you're lucky. You've been chosen." "Chosen?" Hiratsuka Shizuka was puzzled. However, seeing that Liang had no intention of explaining, she had to suppress her doubts. With the death of the bandit leader, the group of ruffians scattered like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, leaving behind the battered spirit tree village. Zhao Kang, aided by his companions, slowly woke up. The first thing he did upon waking was to inquire about Hiratsuka Shizuka's whereabouts. "Where is that woman? Where is she?" A companion gestured for Zhao Kang to calm down, pointing outside the house. "She's out there with that powerful man." Hearing that she hadn't left, Zhao Kang sighed in relief. He struggled to get up from the bed, ignoring his companion's warnings, and pushed open the door. Hiratsuka Shizuka sat on a small stool, eating steaming porridge with bits of meat in it. "How does it taste, Shizukane?" Zhaoya, who had a bit of swelling on her face from being injured by the bandits, asked. "Not just okay, it's absolutely delicious," Hiratsuka Shizuka replied. Zhaoya was the girl Hiratsuka Shizuka had saved earlier, and she was still wearing Hiratsuka Shizuka's cold-weather clothing. Liang also benefited from the situation, receiving a bowl of porridge with bits of meat. He took a bite and found it quite tasty. If he opened a breakfast shop in the real world, it would surely be a hit. Zhao Kang limped over to the three of them. Zhaoya looked at Zhao Kang's imposing face and softly called out, "Brother Kang." Zhao Kang reached out to ruffle Zhaoya's hair and stared at Hiratsuka Shizuka and Liang, saying, "You two are heading to Kunlun City, right?" Hiratsuka Shizuka swallowed the porridge in her mouth and replied, "Yes, our destination is Kunlun City." Hearing this, Zhao Kang nodded, first sending Zhaoya away, then saying, "Thank you both for your help. The Spirit Tree Village is immensely grateful." After saying that, Zhao Kang deeply bowed to Hiratsuka Shizuka and Liang. Liang accepted it calmly, while Hiratsuka Shizuka felt a bit embarrassed. The Spirit Tree Village had guarded a treasure since ancient times, and today it seemed to have found its owner. When Zhao Kang said this, he was looking at Hiratsuka Shizuka. Hiratsuka Shizuka, unable to believe it, pointed at herself. "Don't joke around. I've never even seen what your village's treasure looks like. How could I possibly be its owner?" Zhao Kang laughed heartily, but the laughter caused him to cough due to his injuries. Cough, cough. If the treasure hadn't chosen you, how could someone who has never trained have qi flowing within them? Indeed, if this wasn't the explanation, the source of a qi in her body would remain a mystery. Zhao Kang's explanation perfectly resolved Hiratsuka Shizuka's doubts. "I'll take you to see the treasure. If you truly are the one it has chosen, you will see a different scene." Zhao Kang's words were a long-standing saying in the village. It was said that those chosen by the treasure would see a scene different from ordinary people. The spirit tree village had guarded the treasure for 300 years. And it was time to let go. The three of them walked for about 5 minutes in the village. A towering tree appeared before Liang and Hiratsuka Shizuka. Zhao Kong stopped in front of the tree hole, proudly saying, "This is the sacred tree of our spirit tree village." Hiratsuka Shizuka looked up, estimating that the tree was at least 600 meters tall. She couldn't see the top even when squinting. Liang didn't care about the height of the tree. He was more interested in what was inside. Following Zhao Kong, Liang and Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the tree hole. The three of them descended gradually down artificial steps. After nearly 15 minutes, they arrived at a sacrificial palace. A heart emitting a green glow was pulsating in the center of the palace. Of course, this was the scene ordinary people saw. In the eyes of Liang and Hiratsuka Shizuka, however, there was a small figure tightly wrapped in wings. As if responding to a call, Hiratsuka Shizuka slowly approached the small figure. A voice in Liang's mind was also calling him, sounding soft but more weak. Interesting, indeed. Every small world has many treasures waiting to be discovered. A subtle smile appeared on Liang's face. His body didn't move. As these small things were no longer of any use to him, it was better to give them to those in need. Hiratsuka Shizuka walked step by step to the small figure. As she got closer, she could see that the small figure was a girl with delicate features. "Are you the blessed one?" The soft voice echoed in Hiratsuka Shizuka's mind again, and she instinctively nodded. "My true form has already perished in the river of time. What you see before you is merely an illusion." An illusion? Hiratsuka Shizuka reached out to touch the small figure's wings, but her fingers passed through. "Since you can receive blessings, you must be a kind-hearted person who dares to take responsibility. I've left you a small gift. Please accept it." The soft voice faded from her mind, and Ping Zongjing still hadn't figured out what the gift was. The little figure in front of her suddenly opened its eyes, flapped its wings, and dove into the center of Ping Zongjing's brows. Seeing Ping Zongjing furrow her brows and close her eyes, Zhao Kong thought something was wrong and hurried to rush over, but was stopped by Liang. "Don't worry, she's undergoing a transformation," Liang said with a smile. Zhao Kong exhaled a breath of stale air. The cloth on his chest was soaked with blood, indicating he was quite scared. By the time Ping Zongjing opened her eyes again, it was already nighttime. During her unconsciousness, Liang had also taken the time to attend a class and briefly informed Xia Shiyu and Ning Lily about her condition. Propping herself up, Ping Zongjing shook her somewhat dazed head. Creak! The door was pushed open. Zhaoya looked at the awakened Ping Zongjing with great joy. "Sister Jing, you finally woke up?" She placed a bowl of noodles in front of Ping Zongjing and said, "You've been sleeping for almost 10 hours. I was so scared when Brotherly carried you back." While eating the noodles, Ping Zongjing gathered information for Zhaoya. That guy Liang, after leaving her in Zhaoya's care, completely ignored her, which was really annoying. Moreover, since waking up, she had been trying to see if she had gained superpowers. Not to mention moving mountains or seas. She couldn't even withstand blades or bullets. Sigh, why didn't they label the gift when giving it? Now she didn't even know what it was. Ping Zongjing complained slightly. "I'm so thirsty. Can you pour me some water?" Suddenly, a weak voice entered Ping Zongjing's ears. "Zhaoya, are you thirsty?" Ping Zongjing asked Zhaoya. "I just drank water. How could I be thirsty?" Zhaoya was momentarily confused by Ping Zongjing's sudden question. "Are you thirsty? Then I'll go get you some water." After saying that, Zhaoya was about to run outside. But fortunately, Ping Zongjing stopped her in time. "I'm not thirsty, Zhaoya, you stop first." Zhaoya stood in place, scratching her head, a bit puzzled by Ping Zongjing's meaning. One moment thirsty, the next not thirsty, could it be? Zhaoya's eyes widened. She guessed. Sister Jing must have bumped her head while looking up at the holy tree and is now acting strange. Ping Zongjing naturally noticed Zhaoya's little expression and gave her a light tap on the head. Looking at Zhaoya, who was on the verge of tears, Ping Zongjing said irritably, "I'm not acting strange. I really heard someone say they were thirsty." Zhaoya pouted, "But it's just the two of us in the room. You didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Who else could it be?" Ping Zongjing blew her bangs. Could it be that she really misheard? "I'm really thirsty. Zhaoya hasn't watered me in 5 days." The weak voice sounded again, and this time Ping Zongjing could swear she hadn't misheard. Moreover, she caught the key information, which was the word water. Glancing around the room, Ping Zongjing's gaze fixed on the flower pot on the windowsill. Zhaoya followed Ping Zongjing's gaze and seemed to remember something, exclaiming, "Oh no, I haven't watered Xiaoyu for many days." She then picked up a cup and poured the remaining water into the flower pot. Gurgle gurgle. Finally got to drink water. I'm alive again. Ping Zongjing, with a strange expression, got off the bed and walked to the flower pot. Looking at the hosta planet inside, After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Was it you speaking just now?" "Hasta, yes, yes. You can actually understand me. How amazing. But I also want to thank you. Without your reminder, that clumsy Xiaoyu would definitely have let me die of thirst." Ping Zongjing tilted her head, glancing at Xiaoya, who was trying to sneak out the door, and nodded in agreement. Taking a chair and sitting on the windowsill, she asked the Hasta, "Have you met anyone else besides me who can understand you?" "Hasta, no, you're the first." Ping Zongjing understood. This must be the gift she received. But besides being able to talk to plants, did this gift have any other effects? Lost in thought, Ping Zongjing stood up from the chair and pushed the door open to go outside. Outside, Xiaoyu was pulling Liang, and they exchanged glances with Ping Zongjing. "Hee. Sister Jing, I'm just concerned about you," Xiaoyu said while hiding behind Liang. Ping Zongjing crossed her arms and glared at Liang with an unhappy expression. "What? Do you think I'm acting strange too?" Liang raised an eyebrow. "You probably won't believe it, but I came to ask how you're adapting to your new abilities. And this little girl insisted I come check on you because she said you were acting strange." Dragging Xiaoya out from behind him, she still wanted to resist. But who could match Liang's strength? She could only awkwardly smile at Ping Zongjing. Ping Zongjing rolled her eyes at the two of them. To be honest, at first, she also thought she was acting strange, wondering if something went wrong during the gift acceptance process. It wasn't until she sorted things out and realized it wasn't her fault that she breathed a sigh of relief. But she had to admit, it felt pretty good to have someone caring for her. Ping Zongjing reached out her hand and, under Xiaoya's frightened expression, ruffled her hair. No wonder Zhao Kong liked to rub her head. This soft hair felt just like petting a cat. The expected slap or tap didn't come, and Xiaoya, blushing, lowered her head, knowing she had caused a blunder. "My new ability is quite interesting. Do you want to experience it?" Ping Zongjing's hand left Xiaoya's head, and her bright eyes were fixed on Liang. Of course, Liang Wu-Ti refused the invitation and readily agreed. Xiaoya, caught between the two, felt her previously hungry stomach fill up again. Ping Zongjing and Liang walked in the moonlit woods. Xiaoya wisely did not follow. She pointed at a nearby tree and said, "This tree is telling me that today is the only day in this period when we can see the moon." Before Liang could respond, she switched to another tree. "This tree has lived for 70 years, and the person who planted it has already passed away." Liang said nothing, quietly watching Ping Zongjing as she moved through the woods. She looked like a child who had just received a new toy, extremely excited. "You know, I can not only communicate with trees, but also with flowers and grasses." Ping Zongjing smiled and pointed at a flower at Liang's feet. "It's scolding you. You stepped on it and hurt it." Liang lowered his head and, seeing the wildflower beneath his foot, stepped down harder. "Ha ha, Stingyman." Ping Zongjing walked to Liang's side. "I also found out that I can absorb the energy of trees and plants. As long as there are enough plants around me, I will be very strong." Hearing this, Liang raised an eyebrow. Ping Zongjing extended her finger and tapped Liang's brow. "From now on, I will also have the ability to protect the people around me, but I still need to go to Kunlun City. I won't easily give up the title of Iron Fist." Liang grasped the finger of Hiraizumi Shizuka, who was trying to withdraw it, and said, "No one is stopping you from going. What you need to do now is to work hard to become stronger. Only Kasumigakaka and Eriri, I'm not at ease. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading." Hiraizumi Shizuka did not break free from Liang's grip. Under the moonlight, she noticed that Liang's features were more defined, and his temperament was more striking. "So you mean, with me joining, you'll feel at ease?" She wrapped her arms around Liang's neck, gradually leaning closer, murmuring, "I haven't smoked today." Liang understood her meaning and slowly lowered his head. The moonlight was bright, and a gentle breeze blew. After a long time, Hiraizumi Shizuka and Liang parted. In her gaze, there was a hint of sentiment that wasn't usually there. But with the environment and atmosphere set, it was hard to restrain oneself. "Don't overthink it." Hiraizumi Shizuka tucked her wind-blown hair behind her earlobes burning. "How could I overthink? I'm right here. Always here," Liang said with a faint smile. Hiraizumi Shizuka bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. She raised her head, pretended to look at the sky. "Let's go back. We have to continue our journey tomorrow." Liang nodded and took Hiraizumi Shizuka's hand, which she did not resist, and they slowly returned to the Spirit Tree Village. The next day, under Xiaoya's reluctant gaze, Liang and Hiraizumi Shizuka set off on their journey again. Zhao Kong sent them off with plenty of food and fresh water. To repay them, Hiraizumi Shizuka used her new ability to make the fruit trees around them develop 5 times better than usual. They traveled slowly, stopping occasionally. With a water bottle slung across her shoulder and a Hansor in one hand, Hiraizumi Shizuka asked about the plants along the way. Her sense of direction wasn't bad, but the forest all looked the same. If she hadn't asked for directions, she would have strayed from the path long ago. Liang consciously acted like a transparent person, enjoying the jerky Zhao Kong had given him. Suddenly, a large wild boar jumped out from the bushes. It opened its mouth wide, drool dripping from its tusks onto the ground. Hiraizumi Shizuka calmly watched the boar blocking their path. It was not the first time this had happened, and she believed it wouldn't be the last. But compared to the first time, she was much more composed this time. Hiraizumi Shizuka controlled the plants, binding the wild boar tightly, and then giving it a thorough purge. Without even glancing at the boar lying in a pool of blood, Hiraizumi Shizuka just wanted to get out of the forest quickly. The information she received from the plants indicated that she was not far from the exit. As she passed the pond, Hiraizumi Shizuka smelled herself and realized she was somewhat foul. So she decided to take a bath to clean herself and relieve her fatigue. Standing by the pond, she first dipped her finger in to test the water temperature. It wasn't too cold. Then she took off her clothes, which were stained with dirt and blood, and stepped into the sandy bottom of the pond, slowly submerging herself. Liang sat on a tree branch, munching on an apple, while the sound of flowing water reached his ears. Although his gaze was on the birds flying in the sky, his peripheral vision was on Hiraizumi Shizuka. Using this to test the old cadre, which old cadre could withstand such a test? They say beauty is a feast for the eyes. And Liang also experienced the joy of this four-character idiom. The apple in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. But joy is always short-lived. From entering the water to coming out, Hiraizumi Shizuka only took 15 minutes. To be honest, this time doesn't quite match the bathing time of most women. The first thing Hiraizumi Shizuka did when she got ashore was to put on a coat to cover her modesty, then quickly drew her Han sword, her eyes fixed on something beneath the water surface. A white snake's head emerged from the water, flicking its tongue and looking somewhat innocent. Hiraizumi Shizuka thought there would be a fierce battle, but she was taken aback by the snake's pitiful expression. This was a water frost snake. It usually liked to sleep in the sand at the bottom of the pond, and she had accidentally woken it up. A nearby friendly plant explained this to Hiraizumi Shizuka. After all that, it turned out to be her own fault. Hiraizumi Shizuka's face flushed, and she sheepishly put away her weapon, looking at the water frost snake's pitiful appearance. Her heart was filled with guilt. She turned around and waved at Liang, who immediately understood her meaning. Liang took out some of the food and tossed it precisely in front of Hiraizumi Shizuka. She cut the jerky she received into strips and tossed them to the water frost snake. The white snake was clever and opened its mouth wide for the feeding. Soon, all the food Liang had thrown was fed to the water frost snake. Satisfied after eating, the water frost snake's previous look of grievance turned into one of drowsiness. Just before it submerged into the water, it seemed to think of something and made a whimpering sound, indicating Hiraizumi Shizuka not to rush away. Hearing the white snake's call, Hiraizumi Shizuka, who had just gotten dressed, stopped her turning motion and curiously looked at the giant creature calling to her. The water frost snake flicked its tongue and blinked twice, then submerged into the water under Hiraizumi Shizuka's gaze. After waiting on the shore for about 10 seconds, the big white snake reemerged, holding a rusty box in its mouth. It placed the box in front of Hiraizumi Shizuka, indicating for her to open it. Without suspicion, she pried open the lock with her Han sword. Lifting the lid, she was greeted by the sight of a palm-sized treeman. This little guy was lying on a soft towel, sleeping soundly. Seemingly sensing Hiraizumi Shizuka's gaze, the little treeman opened its eyes, yawned, and sat up. It didn't seem afraid of humans and stared straight at Hiraizumi Shizuka, saying, "Hello, you must be the one that big white things could be entrusted to?" Hiraizumi Shizuka raised an eyebrow. "Which big white are you referring to?" The little treeman stood up, leaned against the edge of the box, and pointed at the water frost snake, saying, "Look, this is Big White. I gave it that name." "Nice, right?" Hiraizumi Shizuka's mouth twitched. Another one who was bad at naming. But for the sake of appearances, she reluctantly nodded. Receiving affirmation, the little treeman climbed up Hiraizumi Shizuka's arm and settled on her shoulder, introducing itself. "My name is Ani, and I am one of the tree spirits born from the Kunlun tree." Hiraizumi Shizuka was somewhat puzzled. Kunlun tree? What's its relation to Kunlun City? Ani crossed its legs, playing with Hiraizumi Shizuka's hair, while saying, "The Kunlun tree is in Kunlun City, but back then I was playful and snuck out of the city." "All right." Hiraizumi Shizuka rubbed her forehead. Not only was it bad at naming, but it was also a mischievous child. "Oh, that was 100 or 200 years ago. I matured a lot now." Annie sensed Hiraizumi Shizuka's helplessness and tried hard to defend itself. Hiraizumi Shizuka responded perfunctorily. She didn't feel any signs of maturity from its words and actions. Leon also flew to Hiraizumi Shizuka's side, examining the little creature on her shoulder. Annie's previously lazy posture immediately became very respectful upon seeing Leon TSK. You're the one who is more intimidating. Hiraizumi Shizuka glanced at Annie's well-behaved sitting posture. This little thing really knew how to change its demeanor in front of others. This little thing is quite spirited, willing to follow you. So just keep her. Leon touched the 2 leaves on Annie's head, and the latter's shy hands were at a loss. Seeing that Leon said so, Hyuju Shizuka naturally wouldn't refute. Thank you for your gift. I will take good care of her. Hyuju Shizuka placed Annie in the pocket on her chest and spoke to the water frost snake in the pond. The water frost snake was very happy to see that Annie had found a good home. After flicking its tongue at Leon and Hyuju Shizuka, it submerged into the water to continue sleeping. Taking a bath led to an unexpected harvest. Hyuju Shizuka was in a great mood, walking with a spring in her step. Under her enthusiastic pace, the 2 of them exited the woods just before dusk. Looking back at the woods behind her, Hyuju Shizuka sighed. I will never forget what happened in these past few days of my lifetime. Leon smiled and patted Hyuju Shizuka's shoulder. A lifetime is still long. You will gain more unforgettable memories in the future. Hyuju Shizuka nodded and turned her gaze to the snow-capped mountains. It's getting late. Let's rest at the foot of the mountain for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning. After saying this, she took the initiative to clear a space. Leon pulled out a capsule and threw it on the cleared area. The capsule made a soft sound upon landing, and an ordinary-looking hotel appeared in its place. Leon, sometimes you are hard to see through. How many of these strange things do you have? Hyuju Shizuka, though already numb to Leon's displayed abilities, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Leon opened the hotel's main door, shrugged. I'm like a treasure. What you've dug up now is just the surface. Hyuju Shizuka rolled her eyes at Leon. You say you're fat, and you even sound out of breath. Although these are facts, hearing it from the person involved feels a bit ostentatious. Upon entering the hotel, Hyuju Shizuka was deceived by the ordinary decorations outside. The interior was luxurious. The crystal chandelier above her head made her eyes hurt. Annie crawled out of Hyuju Shizuka's pocket, surveying her surroundings, equally astonished into silence. You guys who have been tested. Outsiders would think you're on a picnic. Annie climbed onto Hyuju Shizuka's shoulder. Her complaint was heard by the latter, who merely smiled. There's nothing to be done. Having a boss like this is just so willful. Leon placed some food on the table and pointed upstairs. The second floor is for sleeping. There are many rooms. Pick one yourself. Hyuju Shizuka gave an okay sign, not rushing to the second floor, but instead found a chair to sit down and began to fill her stomach. Annie picked out a can of orange-flavored soda from the pile of food. Not knowing how to open it, she poked a small hole in the top. The soda flowed out, splashing on Annie, who let out a delighted sound. Huh. Burp. Shizuka, I like this. The soda didn't flow recklessly. Instead, it circled around Annie, being absorbed in little droplets. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Soon, Annie finished a can of soda. Unsatisfied, she opened another can, this time peach-flavored. Hyuju Shizuka was initially worried about what Annie could eat, but now it seemed she had worried too much. She picked up a chopstick full of noodles and slurped it in her mouth, the wonderful taste blooming on her tongue. Hyuju Shizuka didn't expect to eat such delicious noodles in this little world, and her pace inevitably quickened. Leon held a cola in his left hand and a hamburger in his right, watching Hyuju Shizuka devour her food, and couldn't help but remind her, eat slowly. There's plenty of food. You make it seem like I'm starving you. Hearing this, Hyuju Shizuka slowed down her eating speed. However, the noodles in her bowl visibly decreased at a rapid pace. While the hotel was filled with a joyful atmosphere, a blizzard began to sweep over the snow mountain. A slender figure appeared in the wind and snow. She seemed to drift and walk on the snow mountain, freezing any animals that crossed her path into ice sculptures. In a daze, she arrived at a cliff, her crimson eyes fixated on the capsule hotel at the foot of the mountain. Her cherry-red lips parted to reveal sharp fangs, emitting a piercing scream from her throat. Leon, sensing something, looked towards the direction of the unknown figure, but kept silent. After all, this was Hyuju Shizuka's test. Leaving some surprises for her was only reasonable. After eating and drinking to her fill, Hyuju Shizuka stretched, her beautiful figure fully exposed to Leon's eyes. For such a benefit, Leon silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. I'm gonna rest first. My feet are sore after walking all day. Hayuju Shizuka stood up from her chair, grabbing the still curious Annie. Passing by Leon, she softly said, "It's getting late. You should rest early too." After saying this, Hayuju Shizuka stepped onto the stairs to the second floor. Once the other S figure disappeared around the corner, Leon stood up, walked to the door, and deactivated the hotel's built-in alarm system. Playing with the red thread in his hand, Leon's gaze passed through the wall, watching the unknown figure descending from the snow mountain, a playful expression on his face. After turning off the lights on the first floor, Leon went to the second floor. The room Hayuju Shizuka chose was at the end of the hallway. Leon thought for a moment and chose a room in the opposite direction. Once Leon entered his room, the capsule hotel fell into silence. Lying in bed, Hayuju Shizuka had already fallen asleep. Annie was lying on the other side of the pillow, her little hands flailing in the air, drooling from the corner of her mouth. The unknown figure slowly approached the capsule hotel. With each step she took, the blizzard intensified. The area around the capsule hotel, which was originally bare rocks, was now covered in thick snow. The unknown figure stood in front of the hotel door, hesitating whether to enter. The person residing on the second floor made her somewhat fearful. However, her wicked thoughts overcame her fear, and ultimately, she entered the capsule hotel. The moment she stepped inside, the hotel's warning system was triggered. However, it only blinked red lights without making any sound. The unknown figure left a trail of footprints on the first floor and slowly made her way to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, the figure immediately headed down the right corridor, not daring to go left. She stopped at the door of Hayuju Shizuka's room, her body transforming into countless snowflakes. Slipping through the keyhole, sensing something, Annie was just about to open her eyes when she was ruthlessly frozen into an ice sculpture. The unknown figure hovered above Hayuju Shizuka, looking into her pupils filled with a mad possessiveness. Finally, the opportunity to leave has come. A low voice echoed in Hayuju Shizuka's room. Hayuju Shizuka frowned, pulling the quilt around her. The unknown figure slowly leaned down, gradually overlapping with Hayuju Shizuka. The next day, Leon pushed open the door. The footprints in the hallway had faded with the passage of time. He didn't wake Hayuju Shizuka, but went straight to the first floor to turn off the alarm system that had been flashing all night. It was already 8 in the morning. As Leon just sat down, Ping Zhongjing came down from the second floor. Her expression was somewhat indifferent, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at Leon. Annie didn't stay in the other person's pocket like yesterday. Instead, she walked alone on the handrail, her gaze towards Ping Zhongjing filled with confusion. "Are we ready to set off?" Liang asked. Ping Zhongjing didn't respond verbally, only nodded slightly. "All right, then let's have breakfast first." Liang took out the food he hadn't finished eating last night. Ping Zhongjing chose a spot farthest from Liang, casually grabbed a piece of bread, tore open the packaging, and started to eat it in small bites. Annie climbed up Liang's pant leg to his shoulder and whispered, "Xiao Jing's state seems a bit off. She hasn't said a word since she got up this morning." Liang nodded. He had noticed Ping Zhongjing's odd behavior long ago, but this was something she had to go through. If he intervened, things would become much simpler. But Ping Zhongjing would also lose the qualification to compete for the Iron Fist. "We don't need to worry about this. She'll handle it herself." Liang took a bite of bun. Hearing what the boss said, Annie calmed down. She jumped off the shoulder and picked a can of soda that she hadn't drunk last night, continuing the joy from last night. Breakfast lasted about 10 minutes. When Liang saw that both Ping Zhongjing and Annie had finished eating, he removed the capsule hotel. The surroundings were completely different from yesterday. The howling wind and swirling snow made the leaves above Annie's head stand on end. She quickly hid in Liang's arms, trembling. Who doesn't know that tree spirits are afraid of the cold? Last night, during her sleep, there was a period when she almost froze to death. All because Xiao Jing didn't cover her properly. Compared to Annie's dislike, Ping Zhongjing stretched out her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, her face showing neither sadness nor joy. "Let's go. I hope we can cross this snow mountain today." With a command from Liang, he took the first step forward. Ping Zhongjing silently followed behind Liang, maintaining a distance of 2 body lengths. As they advanced, they encountered no obstacles. Only Annie kept complaining about the cold, curling up against Liang's heart to warm up a bit. "Let's take a break. I need to relieve myself." As they walked halfway up the mountain, Ping Zhongjing suddenly said. Liang stopped, turned around, and looked at the expressionless Ping Zhongjing. He did not refuse a request. Watching Ping Zhongjing disappear behind a large rock, Annie shivered and poked her head out from Liang's embrace. "Xiao Jing is lying to you. She's going somewhere else." Liang patted Annie's little head. He didn't say anything, just continued to move toward the mountaintop. Aren't you going to look for Xiao Jing? She must have been controlled by some kind of fairy. Amy endured the cold, raised her head, and asked Liang, "You have to trust her. If she can't overcome this little difficulty, she won't qualify to participate in the Iron Fist selection when she gets to Kunlun City." Liang patiently explained to Amy. He had confidence in Ping Zhongjing. A mere snow demon wouldn't be able to defeat her. Amy fiddled with the leaves on her head, seeming to understand, but not fully. And the increasing wind and snow forced her back to Liang's heart for warmth. Meanwhile, the separated Ping Zhongjing weaved through the cliffs of the snow mountain. Her expression was strange. The left side of her face was cold and indifferent, while the right side was filled with anger. Where do you want to control my body to go?" The real Ping Zhongjing said. "To my deceased husband," the snow demon replied calmly. Its only goal was to use a human body to return to life and then die again, allowing it to escape the clutches of death. Ping Zhongjing certainly didn't want to die young. She fought hard for control of her body. "Don't waste your efforts. You're just a low-level warrior who's just learned to get angry. You're no match for me." The snow demon controlled Ping Zhongjing's body, performing various difficult moves on the cliff. Ping Zhongjing wouldn't simply give up just because the demon said it was impossible. After her relentless efforts, she gradually regained some control over the right side of her body. She raised her hand and slapped her left cheek. The snow demon stopped moving, a frown crossing her face from the pain in her left cheek. It had been a long time since she had felt pain. Death isn't the most painful, it's longing. The snow demon stood on the cliff, sighed. "I've been separated from my husband for hundreds of years. Please grant us this." Ping Zhongjing spat disdainfully, finding the demon laughable. "Grant you? Who will grant me? I don't want to die so young." The snow demon, seeing that the emotional tactic was ineffective, was not angry. In her view, the matter was already settled, and no one could change it. "You don't expect that man to save you, do you?" The snow demon said. "I see he has already forgotten you. It's been half an hour since I left. Have you seen a shadow?" The snow demon attempted to shatter Ping Zhongjing's last hope. However, she never expected that Ping Zhongjing had never placed her hopes on Liang. This time, she wanted to rely on herself. Seeing that Ping Zhongjing had not responded, the snow demon thought she had succeeded in battle. When she tried to continue moving towards her destination, her feet were tightly bound by vines. "I really thank you for coming to a place with plants. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything with you." Ping Zhongjing's slightly playful voice echoed in the snow demon's ear. The snow demon struggled hard, but the vines tightened more and more. In a fit of anger, she said, "Let go of me. This is also your body." Ping Zhongjing shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Crazy," the snow demon cursed under her breath. Her left fingernails suddenly elongated, cutting through the vines around her ankle. Because she had lost control of the right side of her body, the snow demon could only use her left hand to slowly climb the cliff. Ping Zhongjing wanted to stop her, but glanced at the bottomless abyss beneath her feet and chose to follow her heart. After all, the snow demon was correct. This was her body. Causing a little injury was inconsequential, but when it came to life and death, Ping Zhongjing had to weigh her options. This chapter has not ended. Please click the next page to continue reading. After finally escaping from the cliff, a solitary grave appeared before her eyes. The snow demon looked at the simple tombstone, her eyes filled with deep affection. "Damn it, don't do strange things with my body." Ping Zhongjing desperately tried to stop the snow demon's steps. For a moment, neither the person nor the demon could do anything to each other. Suddenly, a sharp sword fell from the sky, landing beside Ping Zhongjing. She focused and saw it was the Han sword that had been thrown away by the snow demon. "Ha, it's you, Liang." As for how the sword got there, Ping Zhongjing was very clear. She had already made up her mind. After dealing with the snow demon, she would go back and give Liang some rewards. Pulling out the Han sword, Ping Zhongjing pointed it at the solitary grave, channeling all her energy into the blade. "Get out of my body, or I'll destroy this grave with one sword." The snow demon was intimidated by Ping Zhongjing's threat. She didn't know whether the other party would really dare to act. But looking at the increasingly bright sword, the snow demon also dared not take a gamble. She clenched her teeth and detached from Hiratsuka Shizuku's body. Regaining control of her body, Hiratsuka Shizuku twisted her neck, feeling incredibly relieved. However, the elongated nails on her left hand were a bit unsightly. The snow demon, dressed in a white dress, looked at Hiratsuka Shizuku with eyes full of hatred. Why can't I be satisfied and reunite with my husband?" Hiratsuka Shizuku looked at the madwoman in front of her and felt not only anger, but also a hint of pity. The wind and snow around began to intensify. The storm blew Hiratsuka Shizuku's long hair around, and soon the heavy snow covered her head. The only thing that remained unchanged was her hand holding the sword. There's no reason. You cannot use the lives of innocent people to satisfy your selfish desires. Hiratsuka Shizuku's sword moved. Her figure flashed, and she appeared before the snow demon. The Han sword plunged into the opponent's chest. However, the snow demon grabbed Hiratsuka Shizuku's shoulder and threw her out violently. The Han sword pulled out, with no blood as imagined. After falling to the ground, Hiratsuka Shizuku quickly rolled over, during which the snow demon had already charged at her. Barely dodging the incoming claws, several scratch marks appeared on Hiratsuka Shizuku's clothes. The snow demon relentlessly attacked Hiratsuka Shizuku. But apart from the initial hits, as Hiratsuka Shizuku became familiar with the snow demon's attack patterns, she began to handle it with ease. She cut off the snow demon's left hand with a sword and sidekicked her in the chest. The snow demon flew back in front of the tombstone. However, these lethal moves that would be fatal to an ordinary person had little effect on the snow demon. The severed left hand quickly reformed, and the wound on her chest was nothing to mention. After standing up from the ground, the snow demon exhaled a breath of cold air. The cold air formed a sword shape in the air and quickly froze. Don't think you're the only one who can use a sword. I can too. The snow demon launched another attack, but this time the assault was even more ferocious. After several exchanges, more bloodied wounds appeared on Hiratsuka Shizuku's body. Channeling the energy within her, the burning pain slightly diminished. Hiratsuka Shizuku wiped the sweat from her forehead, contemplating her strategy. She remembered that when the opponent possessed her, there was no communication regarding the energy within her body. She seemed very afraid. If that's the case, then let us defeat magic with magic. Hiratsuka Shizuku infused energy into the sword, exerted force under her feet, and in the blink of an eye appeared before the snow demon. Just as she expected, the snow demon was very fearful of the energy on her sword and chose to dodge instead of confronting her head-on. Wielding the Han sword, Hiratsuka Shizuku fought confidently. She forced the snow demon to the edge of the cliff. One more step back, and she would fall into the abyss. But the snow demon was not to be underestimated. She endured the burning sensation from the energy on the Han sword. At the moment Hiratsuka Shizuku stabbed her chest, she transformed into countless snowflakes, narrowly escaping disaster. Covering her chest, the snow demon had transparent liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth. Leaning against the tombstone, she lightly traced her fingers over it, tears falling from her eyes. I can't reincarnate. I can't be reborn, so I can't meet him again. The snow demon murmured softly. I really miss him. Even just seeing him once would be enough. Hearing the snow demon's whispers, Hiratsuka Shizuku had a complex expression. She sheathed her Han sword, walked up to the snow demon, looked at the pitiful being, and said, if you can't reincarnate, then so be it. You have held on for hundreds of years. Perhaps if you persist a little longer, you might meet your husband's next reincarnation. The snow demon said nothing, lowering her head with a bitter smile on her face. She was already tired. Spending hundreds of years alone was no easy feat. Pressing her face against the cold tombstone, the snow demon's icy heart seemed to feel a hint of warmth. In the midst of the flying snow, she saw a gentle and elegant man walking toward her. My lady, it's time for us to go. The man had a smile like a warm spring breeze on his face, extending his hand in front of the snow demon. The snow demon forced herself to stand up, trembling as she placed her hand in the man's palm. The man helped the snow demon up, gently brushing the accumulated snow off her, and said softly, you have suffered all these years. The snow demon shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tightly grasped the man's hand, and the two gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. Hiratsuka Shizuku looked at the lifeless snow demon and sighed softly. She used her sword energy to blast a large pit beside the lonely grave and placed the snow demon's body inside. Have a good sleep. After covering the pit, Hiratsuka Shizuku bowed to the two graves and turned to leave. On the other side, Leon had been waiting on the snowy mountain for a long time. Annie, bored, was leaning on his collar, fiddling with the two leaves on her head. How do you think Shizuku is doing now? Did she get rid of the trouble? Annie looked up at Leon's chin, still very worried about her new partner, Hiratsuka Shizuku. Leon crossed his arms, speaking in a calm tone. Do you really have no confidence in your Shizuku? Annie pouted. It's not that I have no confidence. I'm just worried. She's just a low-level warrior who has only recently mastered her energy. It's hard for her to compete with those old monsters. Annie propped her head up with one hand. The wind and snow in front of her had obscured her view, and the howling noise in her ears was deafening. Sigh. I hope she doesn't come back missing an arm or a leg. Just as her words fell, Leon patted Annie's little head and pointed into the distance. Your partner is back. Hearing this, Annie immediately stretched her neck and widened her eyes, trying to see the returning figure through the snowstorm. Hiratsuka Shizuku trudged through the snow. She had already turned the Han sword into a crutch, and her energy was rapidly circulating. Her eyebrows had frozen, and her eyes were squinting, relying on the information from the plants along the way. She found a path to the mountaintop. Cough, I'm almost there. I'll soon meet Leon. Hiratsuka Shizuku silently encouraged herself, taking one step at a time toward the mountaintop. Annie had urged Leon to stop striking a pose and go pick up Hiratsuka Shizuku, but Leon remained unmoved, forcibly stuffing Annie into his clothes to keep the little one quiet. In a distance of 100 meters, Hiratsuka Shizuku took half an hour to cover it. When she finally reached the summit of the snowy mountain after much effort, she was almost frozen solid. Ha! Did I not meet your expectations, Leon? As soon as Hiratsuka Shizuku finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Just as she was about to be buried in the snow, Leon caught her. You performed well. I'm a bit impressed, Teacher Hiratsuka. Leon temporarily turned his body into a warm source, warming Hiratsuka Shizuku's nearly frozen body. Hiratsuka Shizuku raised her hand and lightly punched Leon's chest. Humph, I knew you'd tease me. Annie also crawled out from Leon's clothes, jumping on Hiratsuka Shizuku's chest, happily dancing. Shizuku, you worried me to death. I'm glad you're okay. Hiratsuka Shizuku looked at Annie with gentle eyes and softly said, Thank you for your concern, little Annie. Annie felt a bit shy under her gaze, and with the weather being too cold, she hid back in Leon's clothes. The two embraced quietly. Ping Zhongjing leaned against Liang's chest, enjoying the rare tranquility. As the wind and snow gradually lessened, Ping Zhongjing moved her fingers a bit. Feeling almost recovered, she no longer lingered in Liang's arms. Let's go. After crossing the snow mountain, we'll reach Kunlun City. Ping Zhongjing first changed into a new winter coat, then tied her hair into a ponytail, holding a Han sword in her hand, making her look spirited and determined. Liang nodded and followed Ping Zhongjing as they set off towards Kunlun City. Just as the sun was about to set, they arrived at the majestic city. The two guards at the gate stopped them. Although both guards recognized Liang, they still followed the rules. Sir Li, who is this by your side? One of the guards cupped his fist towards Liang, then turned his gaze to Ping Zhongjing. He could sense the flow of energy within her. She is here to participate in the Iron Fist competition, Liang said, startling everyone. The other guard muttered under his breath. No wonder the little phoenix returned with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The guard who spoke to Liang kicked his loquacious colleague, noticing that Ping Zhongjing's expression had become strange. Sir Li, you may enter. Master Lei is still at the training ground. With utmost respect, the two guards opened the city gate and watched Liang and Ping Zhongjing leave. I say, how can you not control your mouth? The older guard scolded the younger one with a slap on the head. The younger guard covered his head, knowing he had misspoken, and accepted the reprimand obediently. After they had walked a distance from the city gate, Ping Zhongjing couldn't help but ask, is the little phoenix they mentioned the girl I sparred with in the woods? Yes, that's her, Liang confirmed without hesitation. They would definitely have another fight later, so knowing earlier wasn't a bad thing. Hearing the expected answer, Ping Zhongjing fell into thought. Kunlun City was vast. The buildings lining the streets were filled with Eastern charm. The pedestrians greeted Liang warmly, and Ping Zhongjing benefited from his presence. As they passed the tavern, the delicious aromas wafting from inside made Ping Zhongjing's stomach growl. Feeling embarrassed, she touched her belly and tugged at Liang's sleeve, whispering, Liang, I'm hungry. Can we eat first? Such a small request, of course, Liang wouldn't refuse. The two entered a tavern named Ju Xiaolu and casually found an empty table to sit down. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear guest. We've been too busy to attend to you. A waiter hurriedly approached their table, wiping it down with a towel. What would you like to eat? I'm not boasting, but our Ju Xiaolu is quite renowned in Kunlun City. The waiter's words piqued Ping Zhongjing's interest. She had never been to an authentic Eastern restaurant. Do you have any special dishes? Ping Zhongjing asked. Of course, it's mapo tofu. The waiter said proudly, our boss's specialty is mapo tofu, which is famous for its aroma. After hearing this, Ping Zhongjing eagerly ordered a portion of mapo tofu, leaving the rest of the dishes to Liang. While waiting for the food, Ping Zhongjing observed the pedestrians on the street. Most were ordinary people, with only a few being martial artists. The energy within them was something she couldn't compare to at her current level. Liang, do you think with my current strength, I can really win the Iron Fist title? Ping Zhongjing began to doubt herself. In such a large Kunlun city, any martial artist could easily defeat her. Liang took a sip of tea and replied leisurely. That's why I found you a master. He can help unleash your potential. Even so, Ping Zhongjing still felt somewhat uneasy. Time passed slowly. Finally, the dishes they ordered arrived at the table. Looking at the deliciously fragrant food, Ping Zhongjing temporarily set aside her worries and decided to eat first. So, how's the food? Is it to your liking? A woman with red hair and a headscarf appeared beside Liang. Liang glanced at her and said calmly, "It's okay. The mapo tofu does taste quite good." Chun Bangling, with a bright smile, sat down next to Liang and unabashedly picked up a pair of chopsticks, putting a piece of tofu into her mouth. "The sauce is a bit too thick. It needs improvement next time." After chewing a couple of times, she frowned, noticing the dish's issue. Ping Zhongjing, biting the end of her chopsticks, curiously looked at the woman in front of her. Chun Bangling noticed Ping Zhongjing's gaze and introduced herself generously. "Hello, I am Chun Bangling, the owner and chef of Jusha." Ping Zhongjing quickly put down her chopsticks, shook hands with her, and said, "Hello, I'm Ping Zhongjing." After getting to know each other, they naturally began to chat. Liang paid no attention to the conversation between the two beauties. His focus was solely on the delicious food. Just as Liang was about to put a piece of braised pork into his mouth, an unexpected guest entered from the door, dressed in training clothes. Lei Gong walked into Zhu Xiaolu, scanned the room, and soon found the person he was looking for. He walked straight to Liang's table, stopping just before reaching Liang, leaning slightly forward and respectfully said, "Sir, I didn't expect your sudden visit. What brings you here?" Liang pointed to the empty seat remaining, and Lei Gong understood and sat down. "I came to Kunlun City this time to ask you to train someone for me." Liang took a sip of tea, his gaze shifting to Ping Zhongjing. "It's her. I hope you could train her as soon as possible." Lei Gong glanced in the direction Liang was pointing. Just one look, and he understood. "What level does the sir intend for this woman to reach?" Liang replied, "To be able to participate in the Iron Fist competition." Lei Gong's expression immediately changed. This girl clearly looked like a novice who had just acquired energy. The difficulty of participating in the Iron Fist competition in 3 months was not trivial. Liang noticed Lei Gong's hesitation and placed a piece of meat into his bowl. Smiling as he said, "She is not an ordinary martial artist. She gained the acknowledgement of the Kunlun tree in the woods." Upon hearing this, Lei Gong's expression shifted. If she had gained the acknowledgement of the Kunlun tree, then in 3 months he could manage it. Ping Zhongjing had already stopped chatting with Chun Bangling. She was now very nervous, clutching the hem of her clothes. Whether she could participate in the Iron Fist competition depended on whether this bald master agreed to train her. After pondering for a moment, Lei Gong cupped his fist towards Liang and said loudly, "Sir, I guarantee that in 3 months, this woman will have the strength to battle Shou Lao." Seeing that the bald master agreed, Ping Zhongjing breathed a sigh of relief. Liang appeared to be unsurprised, continuing to enjoy the delicious food on the table. Lei Gong filled Liang's cup with tea and asked, "My lord, do you have any other instructions besides this matter?" This question reminded Liang that he indeed had other things to address. He gave Lei Gong a glance, and the latter immediately cleared the room. Chun Bangling wasn't too upset about him sending away her customers. She still had a clear perspective on the bigger picture. Only 4 people remained in the Jusha building. Liang asked, "What is the situation with the Kunlun tree?" Lei Gong's expression turned bitter as he shook his head, "Still the same, half alive. The spiritual water is almost used up. If you hadn't come, I would have found a way to inform you anyway." Liang nodded, and under everyone's gaze, he took out a small glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a liquid that shimmered with a green light. "This is the holy water of the elf clan. You should drop a drop on the roots of the Kunlun tree every day. It might have some effect." He handed the bottle to Lei Gong, who carefully accepted it. This item was far more important than his own life. If Kunlun City lost the Kunlun tree, the consequences were unimaginable. "What about Shou Lao? Is he still honest?" Liang casually asked. Lei Gong's expression changed oddly as he hesitated to speak. "Just say it boldly. I won't eat you," Liang said with interest. Last time he visited Shou Lao, the latter had actually dared to attack him, and Liang had given him a severe lesson. To explain it in the words of my lord, it's that Shou Lao is somewhat slacking off. Lei Gong rubbed his shiny bald head. "Looking a bit awkward, he was scared after you hit him last time. Now he either eats or sleeps. And if a wandering martial artist disturbs him while he is sleeping, he just breathes fire symbolically and ignores them." Hearing this, Liang stroked his chin. He had clearly been very measured last time, at most just scraping off all of Shou Lao's scales and cutting off 2 horns as decorations. "All right, I understand. I'll go talk to him later." Liang wiped his mouth with a napkin. There is nothing that a verbal spar can't solve. If there is, then it's a verbal spar plus a physical spar. The 3 of them exited the Jusha building. Ping Zhongjing consciously stood beside Lei Gong. She looked at Liang and resolutely said, "Next time you come to see me, I will definitely surprise you." Liang smiled. "I look forward to our next meeting." Lei Gong once again cupped his fists in salute to Liang and led Ping Zhongjing to the training ground. Liang stood at the entrance of the Juxia building, watching Ping Zhongjing's figure disappear around the corner. "Are you leaving again?" Chun Bangling walked up to Liang, carrying an oversized takeout box. "Not yet. I want to check on that stupid dragon." Liang retracted his gaze, looking at the oversized takeout box in Chun Bangling's hand, raising an eyebrow. "Is this for me?" Chun Bangling rolled her eyes at Liang, stuffing the oversized takeout box in his arms. "You know it's for you. There are only the two of us at the entrance. If I don't give it to you, who else would I give it to?" Liang smiled and accepted her kindness. Of course, he didn't take it for free. He handed over the recipe he had Jarvis collect in a mortal world to Chun Bangling. Looking at the rectangular item in her hands, Chun Bangling didn't quite understand Liang's intention. Liang patiently taught her how to use the tablet, also giving her solar charger. This thing is really useful. Chun Bangling's learning ability was quite strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create so many delicious dishes. Looking at the various types of recipes on the tablet, it would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. During their last meeting, she had merely mentioned it casually, but she hadn't expected him to remember it. Holding the tablet close, Chun Bangling looked up at Liang. Her pretty face quickly flushed, wanting to do something to reward him, but under the watchful eyes of others. Her modesty as a girl prevented her from taking the next step. Liang wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future. He lifted his feet off the ground, floating in midair, and said to Chun Bangling, "I'm leaving now. I'll come back to eat the food you make next time." After saying this, Liang disappeared from Chun Bangling's sight. Watching Liang fly away, Chun Bangling felt both comforted and disappointed. She turned to walk back to the Juxia building, only to find that all her staff were watching her gossip. Instantly, the corners of Chun Bangling's eyes twitched, and she shouted, "Are you all so idle? Don't you need to wipe the tables? Don't you need to wash the dishes? Did I pay you too much?" Seeing the boss lady explode in anger, the staff scattered in a hurry. Once the shop regained order, Chun Bangling, holding the tablet that Liang had given her, happily returned to her room. Liang had already arrived at the entrance of Shou Lao's cave. Hearing the loud snoring coming from inside, his expression darkened. He stood at the entrance and shouted, "If you keep sleeping, I'll pull out your dragon tendons." Shou Lao, who was having a pleasant dream, was startled awake by Liang's shout. It seemed he heard the voice of that terrifying person, but after looking around and seeing nothing unusual, he planned to continue his nap. "I said if you keep sleeping, I'll pull out your dragon tendons." Liang's figure reflected in Shou Lao's pupils. The giant dragon's eyes widened, and its body trembled uncontrollably. Liang patted Shou Lao's nose. "I heard from Lei Gong that you've been slacking off." Liang's tone was very calm, but to Shou Lao's ears, it made its tail stand upright. "That kid is slandering me. How could I be slacking off?" After speaking, Shou Lao spat out a tongue of fire towards the sky, trying to look fierce. But the world is unpredictable. The next moment, a low-level martial artist sneaked into Shou Lao's cave, holding some meat. "Hey, Shou Lao, I'm here to see you again." This voice froze Shou Lao's body. Liang looked at the person with interest and then descended from the sky, landing in front of the low-level martial artist. "Who are you? Don't you know this is a forbidden area?" The low-level martial artist recognized Liang's identity and fearfully knelt on the ground, pressing his head to the floor. "I'm sorry, my lord. My name is Ming Chong. I accidentally wandered in here." Liang kicked the meat beside Ming Chong. "Wandered in? You're here to feed Shou Lao, aren't you?" Hearing this, Ming Chong wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Shou Lao was somewhat unable to watch any longer and spoke up. "This human kid is here too." Before Shou Lao could finish, Liang shot him a glare, and Shou Lao obediently closed his mouth. "Lift your head," Liang said. Ming Chong dared not defy Liang's command and tremblingly raised his head. "You know this is a forbidden area. Why do you keep coming back?" Liang stared into Ming Chang's eyes, and the latter stammered, I want to become Iron Fist." An unexpected answer. Liang raised an eyebrow. "If you want to become Iron Fist, then participate in the Iron Fist competition in 3 months. What is the point of coming here?" Ming Chong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "My talent is average, not comparable to Senior Sister Fang's genius. In this place, the circulation of qi is faster than in other areas, so I wanted to take a shortcut." Liang clicked his tongue, thinking that for the sake of shortcut, he was willing to risk his life. If it weren't for having beaten the old man show before and leaving a psychological scar, this little guy would have turned into dung long ago. Looking at Ming Chong with his head down again, Liang thought for a moment and said, "Go find Thunder God and accept your punishment." Ming Chong nodded dejectedly, just about to turn and leave when Liang added, "After your punishment, work hard in your cultivation. Taking shortcuts is only temporary. Only by being down to earth can you become stronger and possibly obtain what you want." Ming Chong halted, trembling, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hand, nodded without looking back, and quickly dashed out of the cave. The feeling of being a life mentor is not bad, Liang mused. He returned to the old man Shou and smirked. "Now it's time to talk about our business." Old man Shou sat in the magma and said in a deep voice, "I really haven't slacked off. I'm just waiting for my scales to grow back." When scales were mentioned, there was a hint of grievance in the old man's tone. Liang shot him a glare. If a delicate beauty were speaking to him in a wrong tone, he might soften. But when it was a rough-looking, ugly dragon, it was a bit nauseating. Liang circled around the old man's show. The scales on his body had grown back quite a bit, making his hands a bit itchy. It seemed the old man sensed Liang's thoughts and immediately submerged himself in the magma, denying him the chance to act. With only the dragon's head visible, Liang shook his head. He was just feeling a little itchy. He didn't really want to pluck. Well, maybe just a little. "All right, I won't pluck your scales. There's still plenty left from the last time." Liang's words made the old man show somewhat skeptical. He hesitated to emerge from the magma, closely watching Liang's every movement. Liang took out the scales he had plucked last time and waved them in front of the old man's show. "You should be very clear about the effects of this thing." The old man show nodded his dragon head. "It contains my aura and some residual abilities, but it won't be much help to you." Liang knew that the scales wouldn't be much help to him. He wanted to ask what impact they would have on ordinary people. The old man Shou thought seriously for a moment and uncertainly said, "If an ordinary person carries a dragon scale for a long time, it might improve their physical condition a bit, but if they have more, they might gain some of my abilities or become a half-dragon person. However, the abilities gained would certainly not compare to Iron Fist. After all, they always kill me. Life is like that. Since there's no way to resist, one can only slowly accept it." The old man Shou, who had died almost 60 times, had become numb. Even after Liang had defeated him, he had begged the other party to truly kill him. Of course, the result was obvious. Liang refused. Playing with the dragon scale in his hand, Liang contemplated whether to hand this thing over to the anti-demon investigation team to promote it. After all, they were also comrades in the same trench. Helping to enhance their strength could also make them shine better in future battles. Once this idea took root, it grew uncontrollably in Liang's mind. After putting the dragon scale away, Liang warned the old man Shou again not to slack off, or else there would be no good fruit for him to eat. The old man Shou wanted to argue for himself, but seeing Liang's threatening gaze, he had to give up. Leaving the old man's cave, Liang didn't linger in the small world. As soon as he exited the scroll, he bumped into Ying Lily, who was eating ice cream, with cream still on the corner of her mouth. "Oh, you finally came out. Did you take care of Teacher Pingzhong's matter?" Ying Lily asked. Liang nodded, glanced around, and asked, "Is it just you? Where's Kasumiga Kakashiwa?" Ying Lily licked her ice cream and replied, "She said she was going to the editorial department today, so she didn't come." Hearing this, Liang sat down on the sofa and accepted the drink that Barbie brought him. "It's already this late. Aren't you going home?" Liang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 7 in the evening. Ying Lily casually said, "Mom, isn't home. So I'm staying here to finish my manuscript." "All right. While I'm not here, did anything strange happen?" Ying Lily thought for a moment and then shook her head. Since everything was calm, Liang was happy to relax. He instructed Abby to tidy up a room upstairs. He wouldn't be going home tonight. After finishing her ice cream, Ying Lily waved goodbye to Liang and went upstairs to draw. Liang didn't stay at the Phoenix Society for long. He flew high in the sky, locked onto someone's position, and quickly flew over. Sato Mawako was sitting in her office, frantically organizing recent materials. The group of ancient refugees brought back by the superhero had already been assigned to specialized personnel to care for them. She was mainly responsible for those with special skills. However, after testing, these people's abilities were not particularly strong or weak. The key was that they didn't understand the spiritual power they spoke of at all. Sato Mawako threw her pen onto the table, leaned back in her chair, and stretched. In the large office, she was the only one left. After moving her neck a bit, Sato Mawako stood up, picked up the coat hanging on the rack, and prepared to leave. "Oh, are you off work?" The office door opened, and Liang's figure appeared in front of Sato Mawako. Superhero." Sato Mawako was shocked. This was the police station. How could he just swagger in like this? Glancing at the police officers following him, Sato Mawako shook her head at them, signaling them not to act rashly. The police officers understood their superior's instructions, but they didn't dare to move. They didn't even have the courage to draw their guns. "Did you come to find me?" Sato Mawako asked. Liang said, "Isn't it a bit impolite to leave a distinguished guest standing at the door?" Sato Mawako's mouth twitched. She stepped aside to let the superhero enter the office. Sato Mawako forced herself to appear calm as she sat in her chair. Just as she was about to reach for the listening button under the table, she heard the superhero say, "No need for any little tricks. It's so boring." Sato Mawako's movements froze, awkwardly placing her hand back on the table. Liang noticed that the entire police station was surrounded by officers, with armed SWAT members standing at the entrance, but he didn't care at all. He took out a dragon scale and placed it on the table, saying, "Do you know what this is?" Sato Mawako shook her head. "This is a dragon scale." "Dragon scale?" Sato Mawako was shocked again. She stammered, "You mean this dragon scale is from that gigantic creature I'm thinking of?" Liang shrugged. "What else could it be? It's just closer to the Western kind of dragon. I think calling it a giant lizard is more appropriate." Sato Mawako swallowed hard. Whether it's the Eastern dragon or the Western dragon, it's something she cannot imagine. "Superman, what do you mean by taking out this scale?" Sato Mawako looked at the scale on the table, and although she really wanted to possess it, she still knew her limits and forcibly shifted her gaze to Superman's face. Leon picked up the scale from the table and, under Sato Mawako's confused expression, tossed it into her arms. "I hope you carry the scale with you from now on, even when you take a shower." Upon hearing this, Sato Mawako felt that happiness came too suddenly. She carefully held the dragon scale, which was as big as her two hands, and nervously asked, "What is the meaning of your action?" Leon waved his hand. "There's no meaning, it's just a simple test." "A test?" Sato Mawako pondered. "But this gift is not given for free." Leon's gaze was intense as he stared at Sato Mawako, saying, "In future battles against the outside, I hope you can play a bigger role, understand? Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting." Sato Mawako squinted her eyes, and she finally understood what Superman was planning. She wanted to refuse, but the warmth emanating from the dragon scale in her arms made it hard for her to speak, leaving her in silence. Time passed quietly. Leon did not urge her. He even opened the door and had a special police officer pour him a cup of coffee. While drinking coffee with some added ingredients, Leon casually wandered around the office. After a mental struggle, Sato Mawako said to Superman, "I agree to your request, but I want 3 more pieces of such dragon scales." Leon shook his head while sipping coffee. "I don't like greedy girls. Giving you 1 dragon scale is already very generous. Don't be too demanding." Feeling the indifference in Superman's gaze, Sato Mawako gritted her teeth and said, "It's not enough with just my power. At least 2 are needed." Leon put down his coffee cup and walked up to Sato Mawako. He reached out to lift her chin, looking into her eyes, and said, "Don't think I don't know your thoughts. KB Daisuke's arm cannot be restored using dragon scales." Sato Mawako's heart raced, her voice loud enough for her to hear herself. "Superman, you misunderstood my meaning and you're too close." Sato Mawako wanted to push Superman away, but her little strength didn't budge him at all. Bad girls must be punished. After Leon said this, he kissed Sato Mawako's lips under her incredulous expression. The first kiss she had saved for over 20 years was taken away, just like that. Tears uncontrollably streamed down Sato Mawako's face. After tasting a hint of saltiness, Leon released her. He had somehow produced another dragon scale and placed it on Sato Mawako's desk. "Give it to Yakushiji Ryuko. If you perform well in the future, I might give you more rewards." Leon reached out to wipe away the tears on Sato Mawako's face, but she angrily swatted his hand away, glaring at him like an angry little lion. TSK, so temperamental. Then I guess I'll take back this dragon scale." Leon pretended to take the scale from the table. "No." Sato Mawako snatched the scale from the table and tightly hugged it with her own. Leon retracted his hand and smiled. "I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint my expectations." After saying this, Leon turned and left. Sato Mawako watched Superman's back and asked a question she couldn't believe she was asking. What is your name?" Leon paused, turned his head, and said, "You can call me Leon privately, but this is only for you to know." After answering Sato Mawako's question, Leon opened the door and, looking at the dark scene outside, smiled and said, "Is this a welcome ceremony?" The police looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Leon ignored the guns pointed at his head and slowly walked out of the police station. The police along the way felt pressured by Leon's aura and voluntarily lowered their guns, making way for him. However, there were still a few fearless guys who jumped out and shouted, "What kind of superhero are you? You're just a lucky guy who accidentally gained superpowers." Leon looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fat, bald middle-aged man. His smile faded, and the surrounding police felt something was off. Sure enough, the next second, a red light flashed in Leon's eyes, and the bald fat man's heart was pierced, ending his life. Sadamawako, who had come out, wanted to say something, but recalling what had happened in the office earlier, she inexplicably shut her mouth. The intimidation effect was good this time. No one dared to say anything more. Leon leisurely walked out of the police station and, under everyone's gaze, soared into the sky. Back at the Phoenix Association. As soon as Leon entered, Kaza no Okashiyu followed. You caused the commotion at the police station, didn't you? Kaza no Okashiyu asked. Leon took off his superhero outfit, sat on the sofa, and enjoyed Abi's massage. Seeing that he didn't respond, Kaza no Okashiyu pouted, certain that it was Leon's doing. Inari said you went to submit your manuscript. Why are you back again? Leon changed the subject. Kaza no Okashiyu shook the manuscript in her hand and plopped down next to Leon. The manuscript was approved, thanks to Friday's help. The editor is very satisfied and said it might be a big hit. Leon recognized Kaza no Okashiyu's writing ability. He flipped through the manuscript she wrote this time. Both the plot and writing were good. After putting the manuscript aside, he took the red tea that Barbie brought and said to Kaza no Okashiyu, "Has everything been arranged for Hiratsuka-sensei?" Leon nodded. It's already been handed over to the most famous master in Kunlun City for training. They will participate in the Iron Fist competition in March. Kaza no Okashiyu took a sip of red tea, regretting not being able to visit Kunlun City this time. She had originally looked forward to experiencing the charm of the Eastern ancient country. Don't be discouraged. When Hiratsuka Shizuku participates in the Iron Fist competition, I'll take you in to cheer her on. Leon noticed the change in Kaza no Okashiyu's mood and made a promise to her in advance. Kaza no Okashiyu smiled. Then it's a deal. Don't kick us out like last time. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Leon scratched his head, saying this time was just a special situation. Otherwise, why would he kick people out? The two chatted on the sofa while Barbie and Abi served tea, and before they knew it, it was already early morning. Watching Kaza no Okashiyu yawn, Leon told her to go to bed early. She didn't act coy and went upstairs to rest, as she had indeed exhausted her brain cells working on the manuscript these past few days. Just as the Phoenix Association fell into silence, the police station was bustling with activity. Yakushiji Ryoko crossed her arms and stared at the dragon scale on the table, suspiciously saying, "Is this really a dragon scale? It doesn't look like it." Toshio Uchiyumi nodded in agreement beside him. In his view, rather than being scales, it was more like a piece of art. Miyako Sato had already hung the dragon scale around her neck. Before it recognized its owner, it was about the size of 2 palms, but after being dripped with blood, it shrank to the size of fingernail. Miyako Sato didn't feel any enhancement from this small object yet. "This was given to me by Superman. If you don't want it, just give it back," she said. Hearing the disdain in Ryoko Yakushiji's tone, Miyako Sato rolled her eyes. She had sacrificed a lot for this dragon scale, and this person was still being picky, which was really annoying. Pretending to take the dragon scale from the table, Ryoko Yakushiji demonstrated what it meant to be deliciously fragrant. She quickly snatched the dragon scale from the table before Miyako Sato could, then bit her finger and dripped her blood onto it. This series of actions left Toshio Uchiyumi beside her dumbfounded. Wow, this is what they call mouth hates, but body loves. After the blood was dripped on the dragon scale, it quickly shrank until it was about the same size as the one hanging around Miyako Sato's neck before stopping. Now, Ryoko Yakushiji believed this little thing was indeed a dragon scale. She happily found a thread and hung the scale around her neck. Toshio Uchiyumi felt a pang of jealousy. Why didn't he have such treatment? Miyako Sato patted Toshio Uchiyumi on the shoulder and comforted him. Superman said that as long as we perform well, these special ability items will only become more numerous and better. Toshio Uchiyumi clenched his fists. With Miyako Sato's words, his work enthusiasm surged. Who doesn't have a heart to become a superhero? After playing with the scale around her neck for a while, Ryoko Yakushiji suddenly remembered something and said, "Why would Superman give us these valuable items?" Indeed, they were valuable. In today's market, anything associated with the extraordinary had skyrocketed in price. She didn't believe there was such a thing as a free lunch. Miyako Sato told Ryoko Yakushiji and Toshio Uchiyumi about Leon's request. Ryoko Yakushiji didn't think it was a big deal. Both parties were using each other, and if anything, they were the ones who got a bargain. Toshio Uchiyumi stroked his chin. Will there really be something that can restore Kobe-kun's arm in the future? Miyako Sato pondered for a moment and said to Toshio Uchiyumi, "The function of these dragon scales is still unknown. Once our value is recognized by Superman in the future, it's possible that he will really give us some powerful items. Toshio Uchiyumi's working spirit burned even more fiercely. Despite Daisuke Kobe's many small faults that made him less likable, as partners, they had experienced many unforgettable things together. He really wanted to help the other recover. Ding, ding, ding. Ryoko Yakushiji's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Hello, what do you want? After answering the call, Ryoko Yakushiji's tone was very flat. According to intelligence, Superman left you a scale? A dragon scale. The man on the other end had a somewhat hoarse voice and sounded a bit excited. Yes, but I've already recognized it as mine with blood. Even if you take it for research, it won't help. Ryoko Yakushiji directly cut off what the man wanted to say. The man fell silent for a few seconds, suppressing his anger, and said, How can you? Forget it, the higher-ups need this data, so you should come back. After saying that, he hung up. Shortly after, Miyako Sato's phone also rang, and the content she heard was similar to what Ryoko Yakushiji had received. It seemed that a storm was coming. Ryoko Yakushiji sighed. Although she had anticipated it, she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fortunately, she had already claimed the dragon scale as her own. Otherwise, she would definitely be required to hand it over, and by then, she wouldn't even know where to cry. Miyako Sato was also extremely relieved. She gradually felt a warm current flowing within her, and the scale around her neck was subtly heating up. I need to step out for a while. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. Although Ryoko Yakushiji was extremely reluctant, she still drove through the night to the family villa. Not long after Ryoko Yakushiji left, Miyako Sato was also taken away by the higher-ups. The dragon scale hanging around her neck was forcibly removed and placed in a sealed glass case. Escorted by a special vehicle, she herself sat in a luxury business car, guarded by 2 police officers. Looking out at the scenery, Miyako Sato felt very calm. Approaching midnight, a top-notch luxury area that money cannot buy, Ryoko Yakushiji drove up to a luxurious manor. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. This was the largest building in the area. After recognizing the license plate number, the iron gate opened automatically. Ryoko Yakushiji stepped on the gas and drove in. At the entrance of the mansion, she turned off the engine. An elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform opened the door for her. Welcome home, Miss Ryoko. The old man had a faint smile on his face, and his gaze was gentle. Ryoko Yakushiji also respected the old man. He was one of the few people she genuinely respected in the manor. Uncle Hinata, where's my dad? Ryoko Yakushiji asked. The master is in the reception room on the first floor, waiting for you. Mississippi Young Master is also there, Hinata Tsu answered. Ryoko Yakushiji felt okay hearing the first half of the sentence, but her face fell when she heard the latter half. If there was anyone in the entire family she least wanted to see, it was definitely her cousin. Miss, the thing around your neck is. Hinata Tsu suddenly noticed the dragon scale around Ryoko Yakushiji's neck and was instantly captivated. Ryoko Yakushiji didn't hide it, showing the dragon scale to Hinata Tsu and added, That's right, this is a dragon scale. My dad and that annoying guy called me back for this reason. Hinata Tsu himself loved to collect strange items. He had similar things in his collection. At the time, he was easily persuaded and impulsively spent a lot of money to buy one. But compared to the real thing around Ryoko Yakushiji's neck, he wished he could rush back to his place and smash the fake one to pieces. After carefully examining it for a moment, Hinata Tsu suppressed his impulse to keep looking and urged Ryoko Yakushiji to hurry inside so that the master wouldn't wait too long. Ryoko Yakushiji didn't mind. She put the dragon scale back under her clothes and walked toward the reception room. She forcefully pushed open the door, and in her high heels, she sat down on the genuine leather sofa under the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes. After Ryoko Yakushiji took her seat, a white-haired man said warmly, Long time no see, cousin, you become more beautiful. Ryoko Yakushiji was almost deaf to these compliments, just nodding slightly in response. Hideaki Yakushiji was quite troubled by his daughter's unreasonable behavior. He knew that Ryoko Yakushiji didn't tea like this cousin much, but it was still important to maintain appearances. He opened his mouth and said, Ryoko, how do you talk to your cousin? Have you forgotten the etiquette I taught you? While saying this, Yao Shirji Hideaki also winked at his daughter. Having a dad like this, Yao Shirji Ryoko felt exhausted. She adjusted her sitting posture and forced a smile at the white-haired man, saying, Cousin Walong, what wind blew you from America to Neon? Walong naturally caught the teasing in her words, but he didn't care. He stared intently at Yao Shirji Ryoko's fair neck and said, Cousin, show me what you have hanging around your neck. Yao Shirji Ryoko hated Walong's gaze. She flipped her collar to block his sight. This thing is very precious. and you can't just look at it whenever you want. Walong, rejected outright, was not angry. He crossed his legs and smirked. What Superman gave you is important. But is it more important than your father's life? Upon hearing this, Yao Shirji Ryoko was shocked. Yao Shirji Hideaki, equally stunned, frowned and glared at Walong, seriously saying, Walong, do you know what you're saying? Of course, I know what I'm saying. Walong stood up from the sofa, stepped on the coffee table with one foot, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his mutated arm beneath. Do you know why I came back from America? Because I got infected with this damned virus. Walong waved his spotted hand in front of Yao Shirji Ryoko's eyes. Dear cousin, I secretly added some seasoning to the tea I just gave your father. You are so shameless, Walong. Yao Shirji Ryoko wished she could kick this guy in front of her with her high heels. But thinking about the virus, as long as Walong was clear about it, she could only temporarily suppress her murderous intent. Walong laughed heartily. It was the first time he had seen his cousin at a loss. This refreshing feeling was like drinking ice water on a June day, refreshing from head to toe. Slowly walking to Yao Shirji Hideaki's side, Walong tugged at his collar, where some spots had already appeared on his neck. Cousin, hand over the scales. I have the best research team here. Developing the antidote will be a matter of minutes. Walong reached out his hand toward Yao Shirji Ryoko. After thinking it over, Yao Shirji Ryoko took off the dragon scale around her neck. As she handed it to Walong, she said, The dragon scale has already recognized me as its master. If you want to study it, you must take me along. Walong flipped through the scales in his hand and agreed to Yao Shirji Ryoko's proposal without much thought. Releasing his grip on Yao Shirji Hideaki, Walong smoothed out the wrinkles on his clothes and pretended to be polite, saying, Uncle, you should rest well. Once I develop the antidote, I will deliver it to you. Yao Shirji Hideaki swatted away Walong's hand and coldly snorted. His gaze turned to his daughter, filled with worry. Walong didn't care about Yao Shirji Hideaki's cold attitude. What he desired most now was to survive. He clapped his hands, and a group of men in suits entered from outside. A man wearing sunglasses walked up to Walong and whispered, Boss, everything is arranged. Walong patted the shoulder of the man in sunglasses with satisfaction. Zhou, make sure to treat our distinguished guest well. After that, Walong held the scales and left the mansion accompanied by several strong men in black. Zhou pushed up his sunglasses and said to Yao Shirji Ryoko, Miss Ryoko, please follow me. Yao Shirji Ryoko didn't even look at Zhou, stepping on her high heels and walking out of the reception room under her father's worried gaze. Pulling aside the curtain and watching the black car drive away, Yao Shirji Hideaki sighed. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have stopped his daughter from coming back. But now that it had come to this, he could only arrange for the butler to mobilize personnel to secretly protect Yao Shirji Ryoko's safety. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers. The rising sun brought light to the world. Leon woke up from his soft bed. He stretched lazily, dressed in pajamas, and went to the first floor of the Phoenix Society. The one who got up earlier than him was Shiyu Kazanaku. She was already drinking fragrant coffee, looking at the latest news on her phone. Good morning. Leon sat opposite Shiyu Kazanaku, and Abby served him a delicious breakfast. While eating breakfast, Leon said, Instead of looking at news on your phone, you might as well let Friday cast it for you. It would be much easier. Shiyu Kazanaku swallowed her coffee and replied without looking up, I'm used to it. This way is quite nice. Leon shrugged, called out to Friday, and asked for the latest news. Just as Leon was looking at the carefully selected news from Friday, Ing Lily yawned and slowly came down from upstairs. Wow, you all got up pretty early. Ing Lily plopped down next to Shiyu Kazanaku. She had stayed up until 3 in the morning working on a draft and had barely managed to sleep for 4 hours. Abby, I won't have milk today. Please change it to coffee. Thanks. Abby nodded, snapped her fingers, and the hot milk on Ing Lily's plate was replaced with sweetened coffee. While eating bread spread with strawberry jam, Ing Lily leaned over and watched the screen on the wall with Leon. Leon, I seem to have some impression of the Island Moon dock. It's a place for large ships to dock. Ing Lily's cheeks puffed up like a squirrel filled with hazelnuts. Some of my family's goods are also unloaded at this dock. I've been there a few times. Leon took a sip of hot milk and asked Jarvis to closely monitor the movements at Island Moon dock. However, several days passed, and the woman leading the monsters seemed to have disappeared into thin air. It wasn't that Leon didn't want to go see it himself, but he really had no interest in such low-level monsters. His gaze wandered between Shiyu Kazanaku and Ing Lily before finally settling on Ing Lily. Ing Lily, I have a task for you. Leon propped his chin with both hands. Go to Island Moon dock and find a woman. I'll send you the photo. Once you find her, kill her without mercy. Ing Lily was somewhat shocked. This was the first time Leon had given her a command in person. Excited yet a little nervous, she straightened her body and said, Okay, Leon, I promise to complete the task. Shiyu Kazaneko also put down her phone and looked at Leon, saying, is this task difficult? Should I cooperate with blonde loser? Shaking his head, Leon stood up from his chair and smiled. Don't worry, the task's intensity is moderate. Lily can handle it. Hearing this, Shiyu Kazaneko no longer asked and continued eating her remaining breakfast. Lily quickly finished her breakfast. Even though the coffee was still hot, she gulped it down. I'm leaving. Remember to help me ask for a day off. Lily first went back upstairs to change into casual clothes. Then before pushing open the door of the Phoenix Society, she said to Leon. The latter made an okay gesture, and Lily left with peace of mind. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The school bell rang at the private Tuizaki Academy. Xiajiqiu Shiyu arrived at the class just on time. Satoma was lying on her desk, observing Xiajiqiu Shiyu with her peripheral vision as she walked in. This woman gave her an unusual feeling. She looked like an ordinary high school student, but the muscle density hidden beneath her clothes was comparable to her own. The suggestion for extra lessons she had proposed last time fell flat. She hadn't thought of a better way to approach Xiajiqiu Shiyu for now. Sitting in her seat, Xiajiqiu Shiyu sensed someone was secretly watching her. She turned her head and met Satoma's gaze. The latter remained calm, displaying a sweet smile and waving at Xiajiqiu Shiyu. After politely responding to Satoma, Xiajiqiu Shiyu twirled the pen in her hand, looking thoughtfully at the teacher who was writing vigorously on the blackboard. Meanwhile, dressed in her Spider-Man suit, Lily swung through the tall buildings, moving toward the Izumizaki Pier. Along the way, she casually dealt with a rogue attempting to shoplift. Disgusted, she hung the rogue at the entrance of the police station and took a friendly photo with several citizens before continuing toward her destination. After about 20 minutes, Lily arrived at the Tsukishima Pier. She agilely landed on a large container. Looking at the high-tech watch on her wrist, it displayed her target for the mission. The target was quite pretty, but unfortunately, she was an invading demon. After memorizing the target's appearance, Lily turned off the watch and began searching the vast pier. In a secluded spot, Varong's eyes were bloodshot, and his once meticulous hairstyle was now a mess. He was gripping a researcher's collar, angrily shouting, "Aren't you supposed to be accomplished in genetics? How can you not come up with an antidote?" The elderly researcher, embarrassed, waved his hands in explanation. "Sir, the virus you've contracted is very unique. It's not something that can be developed into an antidote overnight. It takes time. Time? What I lack the most right now is time." Varong angrily threw the researcher away. He looked around at the high-ranking members who had come from America and kicked over a precision research instrument, shouting, "Is there no one who can give me a satisfactory answer?" No one dared to speak. Suddenly, a light laugh broke the silence. Yakuji Temple Ryoko covered her mouth, looking disdainfully at the furious Varong. Varong loosened his tie and quickly walked over to Yakuji Temple Ryoko, his face twisted in anger. "Cousin, what's so funny? Tell your cousin." Yakuji Temple Ryoko crossed her arms and looked coldly at Varong. "I see a dying man in a fit of impotent rage." "Ha ha 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 ha." Varong let out a roar. He grabbed Yakuji Temple Ryoko's arm and pinned her against the wall, saying word by word, "If I die, your father won't survive either." Yakuji Temple Ryuko raised her long leg and kicked Varong in the chest. She ignored the fire in his eyes and calmly patted the spot he had grabbed, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way." Varong rubbed his chest, squinting at Yakuji Temple Ryuko, his gaze lingering on her for a long time. "Boss, several of our brothers on the periphery have mysteriously disappeared." Just as the atmosphere became unusually tense, Zhou entered from outside and whispered a few words in Varong's ear. Varong frowned. His first reaction was that the police had discovered them, but he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, it was impossible for the police to act silently when trying to catch a gang leader of his level. "Did you find anything out?" Varong asked. Zhou shook his head, which was also what he found strange. There weren't many brothers on the periphery, but there were still 5 or 6, all of whom had disappeared without a sound, leaving no trace. Varong scratched his neck. The green spots were already spreading toward the top of his head. As his emotions fluctuated, the spread of the green spots was visible to the naked eye. "Gather the remaining people. We're going back to America." After careful consideration, Varong made a decision. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. Since it was that big lizard that infected him, they would deal with it at the source. Zhou agreed with Varong's decision. The world had not been safe lately. If it weren't for the boss's carelessness, he wouldn't be flying around everywhere. Just as Zhou was about to carry out Varong's orders, a scream echoed from outside the container. Yakuji Temple Ryoko instantly became alert, pulling a gun from her waist. Varong and Zhou also drew their weapons. The other researchers huddled together. The screams didn't last long. If it weren't for the blood seeping through the container seams, everyone would have thought they were hearing things. Looking at the amount of blood on the ground, Yakuji Temple Ryoko tightened her grip on the gun. She judged that Varon's subordinates outside were all dead. "Hey, throw me the scales," Yakuji Temple Ryoko shouted at a researcher. Inside a glass case near the researcher were some fixed dragon scales. The researcher didn't immediately follow Yakuji Temple Ryoko's instructions. He first glanced at his superior, and seeing no objection, he opened the glass case, took out the dragon scales, and threw them to Yakuji Temple Ryoko. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Stop dawdling, it's wasting time." Without a rope, Yakuji Temple Ryoko had to put the dragon scales in her pocket. Varon saw the whole process but didn't speak to stop it. A night of experimentation proved that the dragon scales lost their effect after being separated from Yakuji Temple Ryoko. At most, they were a beautiful collectible. The current situation was quite urgent. More strength meant more ways to survive. Even a fool knew what to choose. Knocking sounds came from the closed container. Yakuji Temple Ryoko perked up her ears to listen carefully. It was the sound of fingers tapping. "Don't hide. Come out obediently. I'm so hungry." A female voice came from outside the container. Varon mocked back loudly. "Letting us out is just asking for death. If you have the guts, come in." Yakuji Temple Ryoko shot Varon a glare. That stupid guy. What if the other party was trying to trick them? He was exposing himself. At that moment, Varon was in a strange state. Half of his face had already transformed into that of a lizard, with his pupils turning vertical, constantly licking his lips with his tongue. After hearing Varon's response, the female voice outside fell silent. Zhou wanted to approach the container door to check if the other party had left. But Yakuji Temple Ryoko stopped him. "Don't go over. Be careful of traps." It wasn't that Yakuji Temple Ryoko was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see anyone die. It was that there were only 3 people capable of fighting right now. If Zhou got taken out, Yakuji Temple Ryoko would truly have to fight to the death. After a brief silence, a pale arm pierced through the container. Zhou instinctively opened fire. However, the bullets had no effect when they hit the woman's hand. They couldn't even penetrate the skin. With a tearing sound like ripping paper, the container doors were flung open. A slender and attractive woman appeared before everyone. Kyoko Yakushiji's heart raced with alarm. The woman in front of her gave off the feeling of being targeted by a beast, and soon her entire back was soaked with sweat. Zhou stood shoulder to shoulder with Valong. He ejected the empty magazine, reloaded, and looked very serious. "Boss, this woman is not ordinary. We need to be cautious." But at that moment, Valong couldn't hear a word. Upon seeing the mysterious woman, he frantically pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down on the woman's face, but they couldn't even penetrate her skin. Once the bullets were exhausted, Valong discarded the empty magazine and lunged at the woman. He muttered, "Food, you're my food too." As Valong leaped towards her, the woman merely waved her hand and sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Kyoko Yakushiji aimed at the woman's eyes and fired precise shots one after another. She had used this tactic last time when Muku Jusen dealt with a cat beastman too. 0, and it had worked wonders. The mysterious woman let the bullets hit her eyes, her lips curling into a smile as she reached out her hand, pulling Kyoko Yakushiji towards her. Unable to control her body, Kyoko Yakushiji tried to grab the surrounding tables and chairs to slow down, but it was futile. Grasping Kyoko Yakushiji by the neck, the woman laughed and said, "Your heart smells delicious. It must taste great." After saying that, she raised her right hand to disembowel Kyoko Yakushiji. At that critical moment, the dragon scales in her pocket displayed their power. The woman felt her palm burning, as if she was not holding food, but a red-hot iron. She screamed and threw Kyoko Yakushiji away. After rolling on the ground a few times, Kyoko Yakushiji spat out a mouthful of filthy blood. She was now extremely grateful that she had recalled the dragon scales earlier. Otherwise, today next year would have been her death anniversary. The mysterious woman, feeling annoyed that her meal had escaped, vanished in a flash and appeared before a group of researchers. Despite being a bunch of rough old men, some of whom hadn't bathed in about a week, the hunger in the mysterious woman drove her to slaughter. Zhou was stunned by the scene before him. As an old gang member, he had seen his fair share of bloody scenes. Yet he was still shaken by the commotion caused by the mysterious woman. Seizing the chance, Kyoko Yakushiji got up from the ground, picked up a gun, and slipped out of the container. Zhou was also a clever man. Seeing Kyoko Yakushiji take the lead, he supported the unconscious Valong and followed her out of the dangerous area. However, they had not run far when the mysterious woman caught up to them. Looking at the vehicle only a few meters away, Zhou and Kyoko Yakushiji exchanged glances, knowing they had to fight for their lives. After placing Valong on the ground, Zhou pushed up his sunglasses and held his gun with both hands, aiming at the woman blocking their path. Ha! Don't struggle uselessly. It's futile. With a burst of energy, the woman appeared right in front of Zhou in the blink of an eye. Zhou's claim of remaining calm was definitely a lie, but in a crisis he had to force himself to calm down. As the woman's claws swung towards him, Zhou rolled to the side, dodging the attack. He then raised his gun and fired wildly at the woman's head. Kyoko Yakushiji was not idle either. She ran towards the vehicle with all her might. Just as she was about to reach the car door, a figure crashed into it. Zhou's sunglasses shattered, and he coughed up blood. His chest caved in, falling into unconsciousness. Kyoko Yakushiji sighed, turning around stiffly. The woman was licking the blood off her claws, slowly approaching her. Oh dear, you're a bit late. Don't mind me. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. A white thread wrapped around the woman's leg, and Kyoko Yakushiji looked in the direction of the sound. Happily shouting, "It's you, Spider-Girl." "It's not Spider-Girl, it's Spider-Man," Ing Lily replied while pulling the thread, dissatisfied. This big-breasted woman, just like Poem You from Kaza no Oka, was so annoying, always giving her ugly nicknames. Ing Lily was not happy, and the consequences were severe. The mysterious woman was spun around in the air by Ing Lily and then forcefully thrown away. "You're Nakayama Ishimi, right? You're under arrest. Surrender quietly." Ing Lily landed beside Nakayama Ishimi, who was face down, unable to tell if she was dead or alive. But now, Ing Lily was not the naive girl she used to be. During her sparring with Poem You, she had been tricked thoroughly. The other party even called it. All's fair in war. To prevent Nakayama Ishimi from playing dead, Ing Lily wrapped her up like a large rice dumpling with spider silk. Haha, mission accomplished. Ing Lily clapped her hands, satisfied with her masterpiece. Now, she just needed to take this woman down to complete her task. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Nakayama Ishimi suddenly opened her eyes, two large, pointed ears sprouting from her head. "Damn little spider, I'll tear you to pieces, meow." Ing Lily was startled by the sudden change. She had not expected her to transform. Nakayama Ishimi used her claws to slice through the spider's silk wrapping her body. Disgusted by the sticky sensation, she licked her tongue, her expression turning even more repulsed. "Meow, little spider, you've made Lord Cat very angry." Behind Nakayama Ishimi, two black cattails swayed. Her eyes glowed with a strange black light, and the people who had previously died began to wobble and stand up. Ing Lily furrowed her brow and quickly shot spider silk at Nakayama Ishimi, trying to use the same trick again. But Nakayama Ishimi was not stupid. How could she be defeated by the same move twice? She distanced herself from Ing Lily, heading to where Kyoko Yakushiji was hiding, easily capturing her. Instead of grabbing her directly like before, she placed her claws on Kyoko Yakushiji's head, ready to strike at any moment. Ing Lily found herself in a dilemma. The walking corpses were getting closer, and she could already smell the strong scent of blood. Wasn't this just like zombies? Ing Lily scratched her head. She continuously shot spider silk from her wrist, wrapping around the legs of the zombie-like corpses. Suddenly, Ing Lily was jolted awake. She immediately swung away on her spider silk. A yellow bullet shot where she had just been. Wow, there are people shooting black guns too. Ing Lily's eyes widened in anger. She began searching for the LYB hiding in the dark. Fortune favored the diligent. Ing Lily found the person who had shot at her on a dirt slope. However, there was something wrong with this person. His chest had been ripped open, and his heart was missing. Looking at the corpse being toyed with by Nakayama Ishimi, Ing Lily sighed, bound his hands and feet, and tossed him into the sea. With the living corpses dealt with, only Nakayama Ishimi, who was holding Kyoko Yakushiji hostage, remained. "Not bad, little spider. You still have some skills." Zhongshan Shimi licked her lips, her gaze towards Ing Lily filled with appetite. "I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. If I keep you by my side, I can have delicious spider meat every day, right?" Ing Lily spat and shouted, "Are you dreaming? You want to keep me as a pet? Your brain must be fried." Zhongshan Shimi laughed heartily. "The two-faced Buddha is dead. The 100 hearts it wanted have been eaten by me. Now I'm a genuine great demon." After saying this, to demonstrate her might, she waved her hand, and 3 claw marks flew towards a distant container. The claw marks collided with the container, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter, even sending a shockwave forward that stirred up 10-meter-high waves in the sea. Ing Lily was dumbfounded. Is this what Liang meant by average strength? He must have some misunderstanding about the word average. Turning her head stiffly, Ing Lily chuckled and said to Zhongshan Shimi, "How about you just pretend I was never here?" In response, Zhongshan Shimmy's elongated tail wrapped tightly around Ying Lily. The more she struggled, the tighter it became. The deaths of the 100 eyes are related to you, right? Where's that other flying woman? Didn't she come today? Zhongshan Shimmy asked. Ying Lily, still fighting against the tail, replied irritably, "Oomph. Do you need two people to deal with a little wildcat like you?" Zhongshan Shimmy sneered, controlling her tail to drag Ying Lily closer. She stared directly into her eyes, sticking out her tongue and sliding it across Ying Lily's face. The slippery sensation gave Ying Lily goosebumps. I really don't know if you're stupid or blindly confident. Thinking one person can take me down. It's just ridiculous. Zhongshan Shimmy lightly scratched Ying Lily's arm with her claws, tearing open her Spider-Man suit, blood gushing from a wound. Ying Lily cried out in pain as Zhongshan Shimmy licked her bloodied claws, the delightful taste making her involuntarily close her eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Ying Lily kicked the kneeling Kazuki Ryoko away. The latter didn't let her down and immediately stood up and ran away after being kicked. Zhongshan Shimmy heard the commotion, opened her eyes, and looked expressionlessly at the escaping Kazuki Ryoko, showing no intention of chasing after her. Is it worth it? Zhongshan Shimmy asked. Ying Lily raised her head proudly and said, "Of course it's worth it. Saving the lives of citizens is my duty." Zhongshan Shimmy couldn't understand this decision to sacrifice one's own life to give others a chance to live. Indeed, humans are a group of complex beings. Zhongshan Shimmy lifted Ying Lily with her tail, leaped onto a tall crane, and looking out over the city, laughed loudly. "Once I get even stronger, the whole city will be mine." Since she couldn't break free from the other's restraints, Ying Lily decided to give up. Listening to Zhongshan Shimmy's grandiose words, she scoffed. "Just you? Have you asked Liang?" Zhongshan Shimmy frowned. In her mind, the two-faced Buddha was already very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have submitted to it. But just a few days ago, she suddenly lost contact with it, which made her anxious. No matter how much she didn't want to admit it, she understood that the two-faced Buddha was most likely dead. And the one who killed it was probably the person Ying Lily mentioned. "Who is this Liang you speak of? Tell me about his strength," Zhongshan Shimmy urged. She didn't want to die without knowing. And if there truly was someone stronger than her, she needed to bide her time and gather her strength. Ying Lily's lips curled into a smile as she raised her hand, revealing a blinking watch on her wrist. She had already sent out a distress signal. "Hee, you'll see him soon." Just as she finished speaking, a heat ray severed Zhongshan Shimmy's tail. Ying Lily rolled awkwardly to the ground, looked up at Liang in the sky, and shouted, "Liang, your intel is inaccurate. This woman is way stronger." Liang crossed his arms over his chest, looking down with a slightly speechless expression. "Spider-Man's abilities are stronger than you think. You've barely developed 10% of them. You've been slacking off, haven't you?" Ying Lily scratched her head, embarrassed, and turned away. She had indeed been a bit lazy lately, spending little time sparring with Kazakiri Shiyu and busying herself with drawing. Zhongshan Shimmy clutched her severed tail, screaming in agony. After devouring 100 hearts, her strength had greatly increased. Her tail was as hard as steel, yet it was effortlessly cut off by the man in the sky. "You are Liang?" Zhongshan Shimmy's beautiful face twisted in pain. Liang did not answer her question, but instead looked at Ying Lily and said loudly, "I'll leave this woman to you. I'll help you cover." Zhongshan Shimmy, feeling ignored, became furious and roared, "Damn it, don't underestimate me." After saying this, she used her remaining tail to lunge at Ying Lily. Having suffered once, Ying Lily nimbly dodged the incoming black tail. While in midair, she shot out a strand of web from her wrist, sticking it to Zhongshan Shimmy's face. The damage from this move was minor, but it was highly insulting. Wiping the web off her face, Zhongshan Shimmy's eyes nearly sparked with fire. Seeing her tail ineffective, she exerted force and in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of Ying Lily. "Little spider, if I capture you, I'll have leverage to negotiate with that man." Zhongshan Shimmy's plan was simple. Knowing she was at a significant strength disadvantage compared to the man in the sky, she aimed to capture Ying Lily again to use her as a bargaining chip in negotiations, hoping he would let her go. Ying Lily picked up a steel pipe from the ground to block the incoming claws. The pipe broke instantly, and Ying Lily took the opportunity to slip away. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. TCH, you think you can use me as a hostage? You're dreaming. Ying Lily stuck the web to a nearby container, then with both hands exerted force, throwing the 10-ton container towards Zhongshan Shimmy's direction. Boom! The container landed with a loud crash, creating a large pit. With dust flying everywhere, Ying Lily jumped to a high point and observed her surroundings. She still knew the principle of no injury, lots of smoke. A figure emerged from the dust. Zhongshan Shimmy was completely unharmed. She looked up at Ing Lily, her back beginning to glow. The black tail that Liang had severed grew back, and its fur became even shinier, with a long syringe-like tip sprouting at the end, filled with bubbling purple liquid. Ing Lily noticed Zhongshan Shimmy's changes, and, to be safe, she tapped a few times on her Spider-Man suit, which had a new feature added by Liang. The black and white spider suit instantly changed color, turning into a blue-black combination, and upon closer inspection, she could see electric currents flowing across the suit. Just as Ing Lily was changing her gear, Zhongshan Shimmy leaped up and swung her claws toward her face. Ing Lily quickly rolled backward and shot out a web with electric arcs from her wrist. The electric arc was added to the spider silk as it passed through the battle suit. Nakayama Shimmy thought it was the same kind of harmless spider silk as before, standing still without dodging. But this time, the result surprised her. The electric arc spider silk stuck to Nakayama Shimmy's abdomen, and a strong electric current burst forth, causing her body to tremble. Ing Lily took advantage of the situation, continuously shooting electric arc spider silk at Nakayama Shimmy with her agile movements. Wave after wave of paralysis left Nakayama Shimmy in agony. She desperately wanted to catch the little spider bouncing around in front of her, but both her tail and claws felt numb and powerless. In the end, Nakayama Shimmy had no choice but to resort to a clumsy method. She fell from a high point, temporarily escaping Ing Lily's line of sight. Just as Ing Lily intended to chase her, she was met with a long syringe. Nakayama Shimmy clung to the container, enduring the current on her opponent, injecting the purple liquid from the syringe into Ing Lily's body. Fortunately, Ing Lily reacted quickly, feeling the discomfort and forcefully grabbing Nakayama Shimmy's tail, pulling down the syringe. However, despite that, a portion of the purple liquid was still injected into her body. Leon, standing above, shook his head. He had already decided that after this battle, he would send Ing Lily to Paradise Island to be thoroughly trained by Hippolyta. Feeling dizzy, Ing Lily collapsed onto the container, her body now weak and devoid of energy. Nakayama Shimmy climbed up the container using her hands and feet, coming before Ing Lily with a smug smile. Little spider, the feeling of being poisoned isn't pleasant, is it? Nakayama Shimmy squatted down, reaching out to touch Ing Lily's face, but was stopped by a heat ray. Leon descended from the sky, silently watching Nakayama Shimmy, who was holding her severed arm. Please give me a way out. From now on, I will never step into your territory again. Nakayama Shimmy knelt on the container, bowing her head repeatedly. At this point, she had discarded her pride. Surviving was the most crucial thing. Leon said indifferently, "The whole world is under my protection. Where can you escape to?" Upon hearing this, Nakayama Shimmy's face turned ashen. She stopped bowing and slowly stood up from the container, controlling her tail to stab fiercely at Leon. There was no suspense. Leon firmly grasped her tail. With a gentle tug, Nakayama Shimmy's tail, which had grown from forbidden techniques, was severed from her. Blood splattered onto the container as Leon casually tossed the black tail aside, his expression unchanged. Nakayama Shimmy staggered back 2 steps, suppressing the intense pain, and turned to flee. But her speed was no match for light speed. Nakayama Shimmy's upper body had already shot out of the container's range, thinking she had escaped Leon's grasp. Excitedly looking back, she found her opponent standing still, but in front of him was a very familiar object. Nakayama Shimmy's eyes carefully examined it, finally recognizing that familiar object. It was her lower body. Thud! Nakayama Shimmy's upper body fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood poured from her mouth, and her eyes slowly lost focus. Leon did not check whether Nakayama Shimmy was dead or alive. If she could still live after being cut in half, he would let her go today. He half knelt beside Ing Lily, gently patting her little face. Ing Lily wanted to push away the troublesome large hand, but she was now completely weak, unable to resist Leon's mischief. She needed to remember today's lesson and go to Paradise Island for special training with Hippolyta after returning. Leon pinched Ing Lily's cheek. Even through the mask, he could feel the tender texture. Ing Lily slightly shook her head, responding in a muffled voice. But just then, she was suddenly triggered awake. Just as she was about to warn Leon, he had already picked her up around the waist. The two floated in the air, their previous location having been destroyed by a giant cat paw. Nakayama Shimmy's upper body was embedded in the forehead of a giant cat demon, and she was laughing maniacally. The cat demon, estimated to be over 10 meters tall, caught the attention of the workers of the island moondock. The previous fight had already left these people anxious. And now, with such a colossal creature appearing, they immediately scattered in all directions. Ha ha ha. Thanks to your help, I have now become a demon spirit. Nakayama Shimmy's cheeks bore 2 black marks, looking quite sinister. Leon placed Ing Lily on a crane, floating alone in front of Nakayama Shimi, and said, "You don't really think that becoming larger means your strength increases, do you?" Nakayama Shimi glared at the man who had split her in half, her anger rising. She controlled the giant cat demon to swipe at Leon. Extending a finger, Leon easily blocked Nakayama Shimi's attack. "I told you, becoming larger does not mean your strength will increase." Leon shot a heat ray from his eyes, piercing through the heart of the cat demon. However, Nakayama Shimi only screamed in pain but did not die. She braced herself on the cat demon's head, incredulously staring at Leon. She truly did not expect the man in front of her to be this powerful. Even the dual-faced Buddha would not appear so relaxed when facing a demon spirit. Looking up at the sun, which was nearing noon, Leon did not want to waste his lunchtime on a small minion. He grabbed Nakayama Shimi's claw, allowing her to struggle in vain. Aiming toward the sea, he threw the black giant cat away. Inner Sea Toshio, who had just driven over, witnessed the scene and was stunned, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. Ryoko Kuzukabe, who was with him, was equally shocked, her eyes wide. "Hey, Kuzukabe, there's a superhero here. We can finally relax." Inner Sea Toshio put down the rifle in his hands, now a loyal fan of the superhero. Ryoko Kuzukabe was equally speechless. She knew that when she left, Spider-Man was still entangled with Nakayama Shimi. How did it change to Superman over here? Get the officers to help disperse the crowd. "And let's go take a look," Ryoko Kuzukabe said to Inner Sea Toshio. Inner Sea Toshio nodded, casually grabbing a sturdy man and passing down Kuzukabe's orders. The two, holding rifles, cautiously made their way toward the sea. The cat demon that fell into the sea was quite uncomfortable. Nakayama Shimi couldn't swim, so she could only flounder in the water. Leon hovered above her, amused as he watched her struggle to reach the shore. "Do you need help?" Leon asked kindly. Nakayama Shimi shook her head vigorously, rejecting Leon's offer. Who knows if his help would just lead to her humane destruction. She would rely on her own abilities to get ashore. Leon, not annoyed by the rejection, decided to lend a hand in a different way. The heat rays burst from Liang's eyes, heating up the sea where Zhongshan Shimi was located. The originally cool seawater began to boil, and Zhongshan Shimi screamed. "Close your eyes quickly. Stop heating." Liang turned a deaf ear, continuously directing the heat rays at the seawater. The scalding seawater disoriented Zhongshan Shimi, causing her to submerge her head in the water several times and swallow mouthfuls of seawater. As she noticed they were getting closer to the shore, the air was filled with the scent of cooked flesh. The skin of the cat demon was already scorched and bleeding, and Zhongshan Shimi's face was also torn and bleeding. She glared at Liang above, and the power of her hatred surprisingly caused wings to sprout from the cat demon's back. The enormous wings stirred up a strong wind, lifting the cat demon out of the water. Liang didn't expect that this stimulation would force out Zhongshan Shimi's potential, but it didn't matter. It was just an extra pair of wings. The giant cat demon flew above Liang, and their perspectives shifted. Zhongshan Shimi glared down at Liang, spitting out venomous words. "Damn human, I will skin you alive and leave your flesh to roast under the scorching sun." Liang scratched his ear. He didn't like this upward angle. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Zhongshan Shimi. His right fist made intimate contact with her large face. The cat demon's body plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground and plowing a deep trench several meters long. Anyone can talk trash, but it's mainly about strength. Liang flew back from the sea to the dock, lifting Zhongshan Shimi from the trench in his hand. "The death you just mentioned sounds good. You could try it out," Liang said, his hand wandering over the cat demon's body. Feeling the threat of death, Zhongshan Shimi opened her remaining eye, revealing a pleading look. However, Liang's heart would not soften for a mere evil spirit. He grasped the cat demon's skin and, under Zhongshan Shimi's terrified expression, tore it off forcefully. A scream echoed through the dock. Half of the black cat's skin fluttered in the wind. My technique is a bit rusty. I didn't skin it properly." Liang wore a faint smile, but to Zhongshan Shimi, it resembled that of a devil in hell. Liang didn't care about his image in Zhongshan Shimi's mind. He quickened his movements and removed the remaining half of the cat's skin. Zhongshan Shimi was in so much pain she could hardly breathe. The blood and flesh exposed to the air tortured her every second. Blood had already pooled into a small puddle on the ground. The pharmacist Ryoko Yakuji and Toshio Omanaka, who had replanned their route, peeked out from behind a container, watching the entire process of Master Li's technique. "Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting ahead." Toshio Omanaka not only didn't find the other party cruel, but even thought the skinning was a bit fast, not allowing the evil spirit to fully experience the pain. Ryoko Yakuji stroked her chin. While watching the superhero's technique tutorial, the dragon scales in her pocket were gradually heating up. She speculated that to unleash the true effect of the dragon scales, she needed to use the blood and flesh of an evil spirit. After the superhero dealt with the cat demon, she planned to collect some blood to see if it matched her thoughts. Liang threw the half-dead Zhongshan shimmy onto the ground. The moment her body touched the sandy soil, she twitched in pain. "I beg you, spare my life. I'll give you the demon core, just please let me live." Zhongshan shimmy pleaded, resting her forehead on the cat demon's head, gasping for breath with each word. The red light in Liang's eyes stopped. He was very interested in the demon core Zhongshan shimmy mentioned. "What's a demon core?" Liang asked. Seeing the other party showing some interest, Zhongshan shimmy hurriedly said, "The demon core is unique to demon spirits. The higher the cultivation years of the demon spirit, the better the quality of the demon core." "So how many years have you cultivated?" "I have cultivated for 120 years. The quality of the demon core can be said to be average." Zhongshan shimmy told a small lie here. A demon core from 120 years could only be considered slightly above low grade, and saying it was average was an exaggeration. Liang extended his hand, signaling her to hand over the demon core. Zhongshan shimmy hesitated. She didn't know if handing over the demon core would allow her to survive. But seeing Liang looking impatient, she was afraid he would glare her to death, so she decided to comply. Opening her mouth, she moved her throat, and a bead the size of a marble was spat into Liang's hand. Liang raised an eyebrow, not expecting the demon core to appear in this manner. He took it in his hand with slight disdain and examined it closely. Inside the bead was a tiny cat spirit that resembled Zhongshan shimmy. How to use this demon core? Liang could feel weak energy from the demon core, but this energy was inferior to a single dragon scale from the old dragon. He couldn't believe that the inner core of a demon that had cultivated for 120 years would be so useless. In response to Liang's question, Zhongshan shimmy didn't answer immediately. She looked at him, smiling, and said, "My lord, you must promise not to kill me first, and then I'll tell you how to use the demon core." Liang neither nodded nor shook his head. The heat rays in his eyes gradually concentrated. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Zhongshan shimmy panicked. After experiencing a period in the real world and enjoying the benefits brought by the new world, she didn't want to die easily. She would hold onto any glimmer of hope. The demon core was the key to every demon spirit's cultivation. Losing it would be equivalent to losing all magical power. Zhongshan shimmy pointed at herself and said, "For example, right now, I could be easily killed by an ordinary person. As for the usage method, if a priestess obtains it, she can purify the impurities in the demon core, transforming it into pure spiritual power for her use. As for exorcists, they can refine the demon core into some kind of weapon or tool to enhance their combat power." After listening to Zhongshan shimmy's explanation, a question arose in Liang's mind. Then what happens if an ordinary person gets the demon core? Liang asked his inner confusion. Zhongshan shimmy looked at Liang strangely and said as a matter of course, they would turn into a demon. However, after becoming a demon, some people with strong self-control would become half-demons, while those with weak self-control would become puppets of the demon core. I see. The questions in his heart were resolved. Liang raised the demon core to his eyes again, and some ideas began to form in his mind. Zhongshan shimmy awaited her fate anxiously. She desperately hoped that the man in front of her would spare her life. She would flee far away to the other side of the ocean to seek out those with white and black skin. Liang stored the demon core safely and looked at the bowed Zhongshan shimmy. The red light in his eyes gathered, this time not dispersing like before, but directly piercing through her head. Zhongshan shimmy's eyes widened as she lay limp on the head of the cat demon, blood streaming down her face. With her death, the giant cat demon also fell silent, its body gradually turning to ash and scattering with the wind. Liang flew to the crane, holding the now slightly revived Lily in his arms, disappearing into the blue sky and white clouds. Ryoko Yashikiji and Toshio Utsumi exchanged glances, confirming that the crisis was averted, and walked out from behind the container. The former took out a small plastic bag from his pocket to collect some blood from the ground. The latter squatted down at the spot where the cat demon had turned to ashes, dipping his finger into the residual matter on the ground, looking thoughtful. Leon, holding Eriri in his arms, quickly returned to the private Tisaki Academy. As he stepped into the Phoenix Society, the school bell rang for the lunch break. He placed Eriri on the sofa and removed his superhero costume. He poked Eriri's arm, and she could barely reach out to slap him back, but her strength was feeble. As usual, Yutaha Kasamigakaka arrived at the Phoenix Society. Upon entering, she saw Leon teasing Eriri. Curiously, she approached Eriri and, imitating Leon, poked her cheek with her finger. Eriri, filled with impotent rage, tried to bite Kasumigakaka's finger, but the latter quickly dodged. Has she been poisoned? Kasumigakaka asked. Leon nodded. She was hit by a demon's trick. Kasumigakaka laughed as she looked at Eriri, who had turned her head away and reached out to ruffle her hair a few times. Oh dear. Does this mean that the blonde loser has failed her mission? After ruffling Eriri's hair a bit more, Kasumigakaka changed tactics and began to vigorously rub Eriri's face. Damn big cow, just wait until I regain my strength, and you'll see how I deal with you. Eriri's little face was being squished into various shapes by Kasumigakaka's hands. She thought to herself that she wouldn't lose without a fight and try to put on a brave face, but it only resulted in Kasumigakaka employing even worse tactics. While bullying the weak and helpless Eriri, Kasumigakaka turned to Leon and asked, so how long until she recovers? I can go to Paradise Island. Hippolyta should be able to develop an antidote. In response to Kasumigakaka's inquiry, Leon waved his hand and replied, no need to go through all that trouble. I've already checked on her. Just wait about 3 more hours, and the poison will wear off. With Leon's reassurance, Kasumigakaka no longer worried about Eriri's condition. Although she seemed to enjoy teasing her, she still cared deeply about matters of life and safety. Eriri also sighed in relief, knowing she just needed to wait 3 more hours to return to normal and take revenge for the suffering she endured now. However, she forgot to hide her vengeful gaze, which was keenly observed by Kasumigakaka, prompting her to increase her grip slightly. Ignoring the 2 girls who were in a love-hate relationship, Leon began to enjoy his delicious lunch. He liked the cuisine from the Yanhuang region, so the Phoenix Society's lunch and dinner were almost all prepared according to that style now. Abby and Barbie had already been trained by Leon to become masters of Yanhuang cuisine, and the taste improved day by day. Smelling the enticing aroma, Kasumigakaka temporarily let go of Eriri. She looked at Eriri, who was swallowing her saliva, and seductively said, are you really craving some food? Promise me one thing, and I'll carry you over. Eriri wanted to refuse strongly to show her resilience, but the growl from her stomach made her lower her proud head. TCH. Fine. I'll agree to one thing, Eriri said softly. Kasumigakaka shook the phone in her hand, showing that she was recording. She was unaware of Eriri's little scheme to try to play tricks with soft words and the passage of time, but she forgot that this was the technological age. Realizing that her little trick had been seen through, Eriri pouted and decided to respond with silence. Kasumigakaka kept her word and carried Eriri to the dining table. At that moment, Leon had already downed 3 bowls of white rice, and the dishes on the table had been replenished. Kasumigakaka picked up a piece of beef and put in her mouth, then said to Leon, 3 beautiful girls came to school looking for you this morning. But you weren't here, so they left for now, saying they would come back in the afternoon. Leon paused in his eating. 3 beautiful girls? Images of 3 girls instantly appeared in his mind. Oh, that should be Kikyo and the others. Leon swallowed his food and took a sip of the fragrant bone soup. Mentioning Kikyo made Eriri a bit excited. She was very interested in this legendary Miko. She had previously said she would visit her, but with the deadline approaching, she had to postpone it. Now it seemed she could meet her earlier. Kasumigakaka also showed a similar expression. After all, being from another world, saying she didn't want to meet would definitely be a lie. Time passed quickly as they chatted. After the lunch break, Kasumigakaka stood up to say goodbye and returned to her class. Eriri, having taken a day off and unable to move easily, could only lie on the large bed in the Phoenix Society. Leon took a chair and sat in the sun on the playground. He only had 1 class in the afternoon, and since it was just 1 class, he easily slacked off. Just as Leon was happily enjoying the sun, a shout broke the usual calm. Leon, we can't find you. Suzuki Sonoko energetically rushed towards Leon. This girl, for some reason, had taken off her headband, and her original 70 points of beauty had now risen to 90. Behind her, Kikyo and Ranmuri followed. Kikyo was wearing a common Miko outfit, but the material was definitely not ordinary. Leon just glanced and determined that her clothes wouldn't be less than 1,000,000 yen. In contrast, Ranmuri's outfit was youthful and vibrant, typical of a high school girl's casual wear. Its quality wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. Sonoko ran to Leon and, seeing that he didn't acknowledge her, waved her hand in front of his eyes. When there was still no reaction, she tried to take off his sunglasses. But just as her hand was about to touch the sunglasses, Leon stopped her. Don't you know that disturbing someone's peaceful moment is annoying? Leon sat up from the chair and released Sonoko's small hand. Tisish, you didn't even acknowledge me when I greeted you, Sonoko said, slightly aggrieved. Leon took off his sunglasses and rolled his eyes at her. Ran, who followed behind, tugged at Sunoko's sleeve and then turned to Leon with an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm very sorry, Mr. Leon, we disturbed you." Kikyo stood aside without speaking, carefully examining Leon's casual outfit. It must be said that as long as a person is handsome, they look good in anything. Underneath the superhero costume, Leon's explosive muscles were clearly on display. In casual wear, Leon's well-built body exuded a hint of elegance. This contradictory combination was a deadly charm for many women. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Although his peaceful moment was over. Seeing how sincerely Ran apologized, Leon stood up from the chair and led the three of them to the Phoenix Society. The three newcomers to the Phoenix Society behaved just like Poem You from the Kasumi Hill and Airi. Especially Suzuki Sonoko, who was so excited that her voice cracked. Hearing the commotion in the room, Airi quickly summoned her house elf, asking Abby to transport her to the first floor. With a snap of her fingers, Abby made Airi, dressed in her pajamas, appear on the sofa on the first floor. Suddenly, a person appeared beside her, and Muri Ran instinctively unleashed a karate move, but thankfully, Leon intervened just in time. Otherwise, Airi would definitely have a footprint on her face. Kikyo looked at the suddenly appeared blonde girl with great interest, having sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy just now. Airi was completely unaware that if Leon hadn't acted, she would have cried her way out of the Phoenix Society today. Her gaze swept back and forth among the three unfamiliar girls and quickly locked onto the target she wanted to find. "Hello, I'm Sawamura Airi. You can just call me Airi, and you must be Kikyo, right?" Airi half reclined on the sofa. Although her posture was quite impolite, Kikyo didn't mind and smiled, nodding. "Wow, you're really beautiful." Little stars sparkled in Airi's eyes. Kikyo's big sister Aura instantly captured her. Not feeling self-satisfied from the compliment, Kikyo modestly replied, "You are also very beautiful, Miss Airi." "Oh, no need to add miss, just call me Airi." She waved her hand and continued to ask Kikyo, "I heard from Leon that you crossed over from the Warring States period of another world?" Kikyo generously admitted, as it was nothing to hide. Airi's eyes sparkled even more, and she wanted to ask more questions but was ruthlessly interrupted by Leon. "There's plenty of time for you two to bond. Right now we need to discuss serious matters." Airi pouted, but knew to prioritize the bigger picture, obediently sitting on the sofa and falling silent. After being transparent for several minutes, both Ran and Sonoko managed to shake off the awkward atmosphere. Even though it was a movie for three people, the two of them didn't even get named. Leon sat alone on a sofa, looking at the somewhat nervous Ran, and seriously asked, "You can't find me," proving that you've really thought this through. But once a superhero is chosen, there's no turning back. Ran stood in front of Leon, her lips trembling as she said, "I've thought it through. Even if I die in the battles to come, I have no regrets." Sonoko looked at her best friend's profile and held her hand tightly. After staring into Ran's eyes for a dozen seconds, Leon's serious expression suddenly changed to a smile as he said, "Don't think so pessimistically. If something happens that you can't handle, I will step in." After saying that, Leon shifted his gaze to Suzuki Sonoko and asked, "What about you? Last time I turned you down. Have you come to your senses now?" Sonoko didn't expect that she, who was just joining in the fun, would also be called out by Leon. After leaving the other world, she had indeed thought a lot, even getting stuck in various dilemmas. If it weren't for Kikyo being there to guide her, she might not have gone out during this time, locking herself in her room and avoiding the blood splattered before her eyes. Sonoko's hands trembled, and this time it was Ran who comforted her friend. She looked at Leon and said word by word, "I am indeed very afraid of death, but for the people around me in this world, I am willing to give my life." Leon and Suzuki Sonoko locked eyes for several seconds. This time, he saw determination in her gaze. Leon smiled, pulled out a few items, and tossed them to Ran and Sonoko. After receiving what Leon threw, the two girls kept examining the items in their hands, looking quite confused. The larger item was called the double driver, and the smaller one was called the Gaia memory. Leon signaled for Ran to place the double driver at her waist, and she did so, still a bit bewildered. When Ran placed the double driver at her waist, a strap extended from the left side of the double driver and connected to the right. At the same time, Sonoko also had the same double driver appear at her waist. "Hey, I have one too," Sonoko exclaimed in shock. She tried to open the double driver, but nothing happened when she did. "You need to insert this into the slot," Kikyo said, taking the Gaia memory from Sonoko's hand and pressing the button on it. Cyclone, an electronic voice emitted from the Gaia memory. As Kikyo inserted the wind memory into Sonoko's double driver, a stream of data flashed. The The wind memory that was inserted into Sinoko's belt appeared on Rand's belt. Just as Sinoko was about to ask how that happened, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. Thankfully, Kikyo was right next to her and caught her in time. Rand looked at the wind memory on her belt, feeling a bit at a loss about what to do next. Press the memory in your hand, then insert it into the slot and push the double driver apart. Leon clarified the next steps for Rand. After grasping the general process, Rand looked at the purple long strip in her hand, pressed the button on it, and said, "Joker." The same electronic sound came from the Gaia memory. Rand inserted the Joker memory into the left slot of the double driver, then pressed both at the same time and pushed the double driver apart. Cyclone, Joker. With the electronic sounds ringing out, a strong wind enveloped Rand completely. Eri, who was lying on the sofa, and Kikyo, who was holding Sinoko, were blown away by the strong wind, unable to open their eyes. The only one calm was Leon, who witnessed the entire transformation process. When the strong wind stopped, a transformed Rand appeared before everyone. Her left side was black, her right side was green, her eyes were crimson, she had a shoulder pad on her shoulder, and her body had stripes. Logically speaking, such a combination would look strange. However, everyone present not only didn't find it awkward, but instead thought it looked incredibly cool. "Rand, am I inside your body?" was Sinoko's voice. The eyes on the right side of her head flickered with red light. Rand was also taken aback. She reached up to touch her head, where a W-shaped ornament was located on her forehead. "Mr. Leon, what happened to us?" Rand asked, a bit panicked. Leon reassured her, "Stay calm. This is your initial form after transformation, which I call Cyclone Joker. Your current speed can reach 20 meters per second, and your jumping height is 60 meters. Each punch and kick can deal 5 tons and 6 tons of damage, respectively." After hearing this astonishing data, both Rand and Sinoko were stunned. After a while, Rand stuttered, "Mr. Leon, such an amazing thing. Maybe you should take it back. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it." Sinoko, unusually, didn't offer any objections. She thought Leon was just casually giving them something to enhance their physique, but unexpectedly, he threw out a bombshell. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that she and Rand were one body right now, her face would probably be bursting with laughter. Leaning back on the sofa, Leon waved his hand, rejecting Xiaolan's suggestion. He rarely took back things he had given away. Moreover, a double driver and a few Gaia memories were not particularly precious. If Xiaolan and Yuanzi could use the power of Kamen Rider W to help him during the upcoming Outer World invasion, it would be a worthwhile deal. Seeing Leon's firm attitude, Xiaolan wanted to persuade him again, but Kikyo stopped her. All right, this thing is probably just average to him. Since he gave it to you, just take it and use it." Ing Lily also chimed in. "Just listen to Kikyo." Xiaolan was swayed by the two. After all, the power within her was undeniable. She could now feel the transformative experience. If she returned to the other world, she was confident she could defeat all the invading monsters. After a long thought, Xiaolan did not return the double driver and Gaia memories to Leon. She exited her transformation mode and thanked Leon along with the now-awake Yuanzi. While Xiaolan and Yuanzi sat aside to study their new toys, Leon beckoned Kikyo with his finger. Receiving the hint, Kikyo came to Leon's side and asked mysterious, "Looking for me for something?" "Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Leon nodded and took out the demon core he had obtained from Nakayama Shimi earlier. Seeing the demon core in Leon's hand, Kikyo's eyes widened. "Where did you get this demon core? I haven't seen this thing in a long time." Although Kikyo was curious, she was very composed. She just leaned in closer to look without touching it. Seeing her uncomfortable posture, Leon handed the demon core to Kikyo. "I just got this today. It's from a demon that slipped through the cracks, and I've already dealt with it," Leon said casually, but Kikyo's mouth twitched a couple of times. The demon core only appeared on demon spirits, which were dozens of times stronger than regular monsters. If anyone else had said that, Kikyo would definitely think they were bragging. However, coming from Leon, she felt no doubt. This demon core should be from Cat Demon, right? Kikyo examined the demon core back and forth a dozen times before finally confirming its origin. Leon gave Kikyo a thumbs up, praising, "Really impressive. Just looking at the orb can tell you its origin." Facing Leon's compliment, Kikyo was quite pleased. She pointed at the demon core and said, "Besides the black cat in the middle of the orb, it also emits a unique odor characteristic of cat demons." Leon raised his eyebrows, waiting for her to continue. Kikyo did not keep a secret and reveal the answer. "It's the smell of decay. Cat demons can disguise themselves as beautiful women or old ladies to deceive passersby, and the premise of their transformation is to eat the object they need to transform into." which is why graveyard become places frequently visited by cat demons. Listening to Kikyo's explanation, Leon felt his useless knowledge had increased again. Playing with the demon core. Kikyo said to Leon, "You showing me this demon core can't just be to show off, right?" Leon shrugged. "I heard that you priestesses can purify the filth in demon cores, so I wanted to ask for your help." Kikyo had an expression of "I knew it." She said, "Purifying the filth in demon cores is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. If I agree to help you, what's in it for me?" Leon stopped tapping his fingers on the sofa armrest, looked at Kikyo, and smiled. "I'll give you the same transformation device as Xiaolon and the others." Kikyo shook her head. Although she was envious of the enhancement brought by the transformation, it didn't align with her combat philosophy. "Then what do you want as a reward?" Leon threw the question back at the one who asked. After all, he still had plenty of stock. Even if she wanted the moon, he could find a way to get it for Kikyo. Kikyo rested her chin on her hand, pondering what would be a good deal to get from Leon. He had previously invited her to be part of the superheroes, but she had hesitated at that time. After thinking it over seriously these past few days, she was somewhat tempted. The outer world, which invades various worlds, is an unforgivable evil that must be eliminated. However, Kikyo was well aware of her own limitations. The urgent matter was to enhance her own strength. After deciding what reward she wanted, Kikyo said to Leon, "I want to enhance my spiritual power and combat skills. Can you help me?" Leon smiled, predicting Kikyo's thoughts. The request she made was exactly what he had envisioned. "Of course I can help you. Once you completely purify the filth in the demon core, I'll take you to other worlds to enhance your abilities." Leon's words made Kikyo's heart race. She extended her hand, looking directly into his eyes, and said, "It's a promise?" Kikyo's childish side left Leon both amused and exasperated. He helplessly bumped fists with her to seal the promise and replied affectionately, "It's a promise." With Leon's assurance, Kikyo placed the demon core into her priestess outfit and softly said, "Purifying the filth will probably take about a month. You shouldn't be in a hurry to use it, right?" Leon was indeed not in a hurry. He told Kikyo not to rush, as long as she could provide him with a purified demon core in a month. That would be enough. He also confirmed what Nakamura Shimi had said. Hearing that Liang wanted to use the demon core for ordinary people, Kikyo furrowed her brow slightly and said, "What that cat told you should be fine, but I suggest that when you select the candidates, try to lean towards those with a strong will." Liang nodded. Even without Kikyo's suggestion, he had this in mind. Xiaolon and Yuanzi were playing with the Gaia memory on the other side, and Ning Lily also came over to join the fun. The electronic sounds of Cyclone and Joker echoed back and forth in the Phoenix Society. Liang scratched the back of his head, speechless as he looked at the three of them who resembled kindergarten kids. Suddenly, the door of the Phoenix Society was pushed open. Kaza no Okashia walked in with a backpack. Unbeknownst to them, it was already after school. Hearing the strange electronic sounds coming from the living room, she curiously walked over. Kaza no Okashia first saw Liang and Kikyo, greeted them, and her gaze lingered slightly on Kikyo, who was dressed as a shrine maiden. Then she followed their line of sight and immediately felt a headache. She found the source of the strange electronic sounds. "What are you all doing?" Kaza no Okashia asked as she stood next to Liang. Liang briefly recounted the events of the afternoon. After hearing this, Kaza no Okashia was surprised that she had missed so many interesting things. "So this is the Kikyo you've been thinking about?" Kaza no Okashia smiled and extended her hand towards Kikyo, saying, "Hello, I'm Kaza no Okashia, known as Wonder Woman outside." Kikyo also smiled and replied, "Just call me Kikyo, a shrine maiden from another world." The two women shook hands amicably. During the following time, seeing a new face in the crowd, Yuanzi forcibly dragged Xiaolon to show Kaza no Okashia the transformation effect. Watching the cool Kamen Rider W, Kaza no Okashia gave high praise. After the transformation was undone, Yuanzi casually approached Kaza no Okashia, patting her shoulder and exclaiming that she had good taste. Kaza no Okashia subtly took a small step back to avoid Yuanzi's hand, which was still coming down. Xiaolon noticed Kaza no Okashia's small movement and embarrassingly stepped forward to pull Yuanzi away. Her face as red as a ripe apple. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang suggested that everyone have dinner before leaving. Of course, Ing Lily and Kaza no Okashia had no objections, but Xiaolon looked a bit hesitant. She bit her lip and quietly said to Liang, "Mr. Liang, I can't stay here for dinner. I still need to go home to make dinner for my dad." Liang frowned and was about to speak when Yuanzi became his mouthpiece. "Oh, Xiaolon, let's just stay for one meal. I'll handle Mr. Murray." After saying this, Yuanzi took out her phone and ordered a luxurious meal destination, Muri Detective Agency. After hanging up, Yuan-Zi linked arms with Xiaolon, smiling. See, problem perfectly solved. Xiaolon was both amused and exasperated by her friend's actions. But since it had come to this, she could only stay. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Liang. Xiaolon slightly bent at the waist to express her gratitude to Liang. Liang waved his hand, saying it was just a meal, no trouble at all. Since there were more guests today, Abby and Barbie pulled out all the stops to make dinner especially abundant. But the delicious food was secondary. What interested Xiaolon and Yuan-Zi more was the household fairy that appeared out of nowhere. While feeding herself, Yuan-Zi's gaze was evaluating Abby, who was standing nearby. Xiaolon could no longer bear it and nudged Yuan-Zi's thigh under the table, reminding her to tone it down. Receiving her best friend's hint, Yuan-Zi reluctantly withdrew her gaze and sighed. Such a magical creature. I could only see it in movies before, and now it's alive right in front of me. Truly surreal. Xiaolon subconsciously nodded after hearing Yuan-Zi's murmurs. After dinner, Yuan-Zi sincerely invited Ng Lily and Kaza no Okashia to her home as guests. As for Liang, she wanted to invite him too, but he just gave her a look, and Yuan-Zi obediently fell silent. After thinking for a while, Ng Lily and Kaza no Okashia declined Yuan-Zi's kind offer, stating that it was getting late and they could meet another day. Yuan-Zi did not insist, as there were plenty of days ahead. However, not being able to visit as guests didn't mean she couldn't drive them back. She had come today with the chauffeur, and the car was parked outside the private Toisaki Academy. It was already 7 in the evening, and she suggested taking Kaza no Okashia and Ng Lily home. This time, the two women did not refuse and got into Yuan-Zi's extended Lincoln. Watching them leave, Liang took advantage of the night and flew back to the villa. After listening to Jarvis's report, he comfortably took a bath and lay down on the soft bed. Just as Liang was about to fall asleep, something strange happened at sea. A cargo ship departing from America was shrouded in a fog that rose without warning. Captain Eric stood on the deck, frowning, and sternly asked the first mate beside him, still unable to contact the outside world. The first mate was already sweating profusely, quickly answering, "Yes, Captain, the communication officer has tried every method, but there is still no response." Eric took off his hat, his graying hair blowing in the sea breeze. He stared into the fog over the sea, with a sense of foreboding in his heart. "Prepare everyone for an attack. We might be in big trouble." Eric put his hat back on, and his words startled the first mate. After all, he had been with Eric for 7 years, and it was rare for him to say something so serious. In his memory, such conversations had only happened once. That time, they encountered pirates. Although it was a close call, it still scared him quite a bit. Hopefully, we can get through this one safely as well. The first mate sighed and relayed Eric's orders. The cargo ship continued along its original course. Eric returned to the captain's cabin and took 2 handguns from a safe, an M1911 and a Colt Python revolver. Strapping the 2 guns to his waist, Eric walked out of the captain's cabin with a heavy expression. He hadn't used these old companions in a long time. Hopefully, they wouldn't be needed today. Rushing to the bridge before Eric could speak, the first mate, with a look of terror, said to him, "Captain, there's a strange ship in our line of sight." Hearing this, Eric took the binoculars from the sailor and looked in the direction the first mate pointed. A ship with an ancient design came into view. Its sails were tattered, and the railings were decayed beyond recognition. A ship that could be placed in a museum was brazenly appearing in dangerous waters. It was truly unbelievable. Eric raised the telescope, and, upon seeing the flag hanging from the sailboat, involuntarily exclaimed, "It's a pirate ship." Hearing the captain's instinctive murmur, the first mate's eyes widened in shock. What era is this? Who would use such a dilapidated ship as a pirate vessel? The collection value of the old ship might even exceed the cargo they were carrying. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Eric didn't have time to care about the first mate's speculation. He noticed something else. Although there was mist around the pirate's ship, it was very thin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see the entire ship clearly. Just as he was about to put down the telescope, a scene before him sent a chill down his spine. The once empty ship suddenly revealed a dozen or more burly men dressed as pirates. They were of various races, strong in build, holding curved swords and with firearms strapped to their waists. A man with a wooden leg and a pirate hat was smiling and waving in the direction of the freighter. Eric immediately put down the telescope. He understood that the man was waving at him. "Can he see me from his distance?" Eric gasped for breath. This strange ship reminded him of a legendary ghost ship that every sailor was familiar with. The first mate noticed Eric's unusual behavior, supporting the somewhat weak-legged captain and helping him sit down in a chair. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" The first mate had a crew member bring over a glass of water and handed it to Eric. After downing the water, still shaken, Eric said to the first mate, "We might have encountered a ghost ship." The first mate was taken aback by Eric's seemingly nonsensical statement. It's well known that ghost ships are merely a legend of the sea. Most claims of sighting ghost ships came from people from the last century or even earlier. Nowadays, with advanced technology, ghost ships have gradually become a joke among sailors, a story that no one would believe, only meant to fool children. The first mate scratched his head, making his already messy hair even more disheveled. Looking at Eric, he said softly, "Captain, one moment you're talking about a pirate ship, the next it's a ghost ship. Have you been burning the midnight oil too much and not resting well?" Eric shook his head. He was sure he hadn't made a mistake. Plus, with some inside information he knew the world had become somewhat unpredictable, and he was resolute in his thoughts. Make the cargo ship go full speed ahead. Don't let that pirate ship get close, and prepare the weapons for battle at all times. As Eric's orders were issued one after another, the freighter entered a state of heightened alert. Although Eric was scared, he continued to observe the movements of the pirate ship through the telescope. Fortunately, the other side was merely a sailboat, moving quite slowly when there was no wind. They were gradually increasing the distance between them. The first mate didn't understand why Eric was so nervous, but he complied with his actions. Seeing Eric's grim expression, the first mate swallowed hard. Adhering to the mindset of better safe than sorry, he returned to his quarters and strapped the Glock pistol he had just bought to his waist. When the pirate ship completely disappeared from view, Eric let out a sigh of relief, his tense nerves easing. He put down the telescope, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sat down heavily in a chair. However, he hadn't been happy for long before the helmsman shouted, "Captain, there's a sailboat directly ahead. I've sounded the horn, and they don't seem to have any intention of avoiding us." Eric was startled. He stood up from his chair, put the telescope to his eyes, and saw that it was the ghost ship that had been shaken off by the freighter earlier. The radar operator also looked as if he had seen a ghost, muttering, "The machine isn't malfunctioning. The radar shows no other vessels nearby. So what is this sailboat in front of us? This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." The first mate hurried to the radar operator's side, looking at the display on the radar, and he too panicked. Eric's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly. In his view, the man wearing the pirate hat was raising his firearm, aiming in his direction. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A bullet hole appeared in the glass of the control room. Fortunately, Eric ducked in time, and the bullet only hit his hat. "Accelerate! Accelerate! Ram that ghost ship!" Eric scrambled to his feet, frantically directing the helmsman. The helmsman obeyed the captain's orders, pushing the freighter to its maximum speed. Just as they were about to collide with a wooden sailboat, a fierce expression appeared on Eric's face. But what happened next overturned the sailor's worldview. The dilapidated sailboat, just before crashing into the freighter, actually lifted off the surface of the sea and flew straight up. Eric and the first mate were both frozen in shock. The control room fell silent. The first one to react was Eric. He drew his M1911 from his waist and said to the first mate, "Stay here and direct things. I'm going out to take a look." Just as he was about to turn to leave, the first mate stopped him. In response to Eric's confused expression, the first mate said, "You're the captain. You stay and direct. I'll go take a look." Without heeding Eric's advice, he pushed open the control room door and walked toward the deck. As he approached the deck, the first mate pulled out his Glock. Two crew members, also armed, followed him cautiously. The ghost ship floated above the freighter, matching the freighter's speed. 10 pirates jumped down from above, led by the man who had shot at Eric. "Charles, is there really cursed silver coins on this big ship?" A burly man with a beard asked. "I've had enough of hunger. I want to enjoy good food and beautiful women." Charles pinched the brim of his hat, his aquiline nose twitching slightly as he spoke. "Bucky, be patient. I've already caught the scent of the silver coins. They're right on the ship." Hearing their captain's confident words, the remaining pirates cheered with excitement. The first mate, hiding in the shadows, frowned. He clearly heard the pirates' conversation and understood that they were after the cursed silver coins. However, he distinctly remembered that the cargo he was transporting was all furniture-related, and he couldn't find a single item that could be linked to silver coins. Could it be that they got it wrong? The first mate naively thought, "Oh dear, a few mice are hiding and dare not show themselves." Charles stopped in his tracks, a playful expression on his face. He moved his shoulders, and the parrot perched above immediately understood its master's intention, taking flight. After surveying the area, it landed where the first mate and the others were hiding. Seeing their position exposed, the first mate decisively withdrew from cover and raised his gun to shoot the foolish bird that had revealed their location. Bang! 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 He fired 3 shots, hitting the parrot in the head and chest. However, the creature did not die. Instead, it humanely stuck its tongue out at the first mate. How is this possible? The first mate, not believing in evil, fired 2 more shots. Due to the running around, the accuracy of both shots was very poor. However, the parrot not only did not dodge the bullets, but actively sought them out. 1 bullet pierced through the parrot's wing, but the creature still flew joyfully. The first mate was shocked and decided to stop shooting, running away instead. Just as he was about to run into the passage, a figure blocked his path. "Don't run. I still have things to discuss with you," Charles said with a smile, his eyes fixed on the first mate. But the smile was cold, like the grin of death. The first mate raised his gun and fired a shot at Charles's head. "You and T go easy on these pirates." Charles's head was shot through, and his body fell backward. Just when the first mate thought he had killed him, Charles steadied himself, tilted his head back, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and said with a sinister smile, "Surprised? Unexpected?" The first mate was almost scared silly. The horrifying scene made his legs weak, and the gun in his hand was his only source of security. Charles leaned on his wooden leg and slowly forced the first mate away from the passage. The first mate's hand holding the gun trembled slightly as he shouted at the man in front of him, "Don't make any sudden moves. If you take another step, I'll blow your head off." Charles shrugged, indicating that the first mate could do as he pleased. The first mate was also tough. When he said he would blow the other person's head off, he meant it. He took a deep breath, no longer retreating, and stood his ground, pressing the gun against Charles's forehead. "Go ahead, let me feel the taste of death." Charles maintained his smile throughout. The first mate didn't play around and fired several shots at Charles's head until the magazine was empty. Charles fell to the ground with several bullet holes in his forehead, his head tilted, looking as dead as could be. Seeing this, the first mate exhaled a sigh of relief. The pirate leader was taken down, and all that remained was a rabble. The 2 crew members who followed him had already been captured by the other pirates. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The first mate was aware of his fate and willingly dropped his empty gun, kneeling on the deck. What he hoped for now was that the captain could avenge him. Suddenly, a noise reached the first mate's ears. He turned his head to look, and his expression gradually changed to one of terror. Charles was slowly standing up from the deck, the bullet hole in his forehead restored as if it had never existed. The cold smile was still on his face, and the parrot had returned to perch on Charles's shoulder. Wanting to die is really a difficult thing. Charles squatted down, slapping the first mate's face. Each slap was harder than the last. Soon, the first mate's left cheek was swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "You make it hard for me to die, but I can make it easy for you." Charles drew the flintlock from his waist, pointing it at the first mate's head, his finger resting on the trigger. The first mate, now recovering from his fear, looked at the dark muzzle of the gun, his throat swallowing hard. "You have 2 choices now." Charles raised 2 fingers. 1, die gloriously under my gun. 2, become my crew member. The first mate wanted to spit a mouthful of phlegm at Charles and resolutely choose option 1. But seeing Charles's fingers gradually curl, the first mate's heart wavered. His lips trembled, and then he closed his eyes quietly saying, "I choose 2. Upon hearing the first mate's choice, Charles put away the flintlock and pulled him up from the ground. He kindly helped the first mate tidy up his somewhat disheveled clothes and cheerfully said, "The Black Pearl welcomes your joining, undead." The first mate stood there, somewhat at a loss, allowing Charles to whisper incomprehensible things in his ear. Seeing that the first mate had been persuaded, the other 2 crew members kneeling on the deck exchanged glances and also chose to join. Eric, who remained in the control room, witnessed the entire encounter between the first mate and Charles. Looking at the live feed of the first mate, Eric sighed. He didn't blame others for betraying him. In life and death situations, people would do all sorts of unthinkable things to survive. If the roles were reversed, and he were being threatened by Charles, he too would choose to turn to the dark side for the sake of survival. Eric scanned his subordinates in the control room. He had to be responsible for the lives of these young men, and could not let those ghosts harm his crew. "You all continue with your tasks. Notify the other crew members that no one is allowed to act without my orders." Eric issued his last directive for the night. The second and third mates took turns persuading the captain not to act rashly. But this old captain, who had sailed the seas for nearly 30 years, would not easily change his mind once he had made a decision. Eric smiled as he pushed aside the people blocking his path and walked firmly toward the deck. Meanwhile, the first mate clearly felt something was off with his body. Even though the wind was strong at sea and his clothes were fluttering, he felt no chill from the wind. The excruciating pain from earlier, when Charles had beaten him, had also vanished without a trace. Besides him, the other 2 traitorous crew members also noticed changes in their bodies. One of the crew members was bold enough to ask another crew member to punch him. Are you sure? You want me to hit you? David hesitated, raising his fist. Of course I'm sure. Don't hesitate. Right here, hit me hard. Anthony drew a circle on his abdomen, signaling David to hit that spot. It wasn't that Anthony had a masochistic tendency, but during the earlier fight with the pirates, he had clearly been cut on the arm by a knife. Yet after agreeing to join the pirates, the wound on his arm had inexplicably healed. Now he felt no wind, no pain, and this strange phenomenon made him extremely anxious. Seeing his companions so determined, David also stopped hesitating. He swung his fist and hit Anthony's abdomen hard. The pain he imagined did not come. Anthony's expression darkened. But that was not the end. David screamed, "Damn it, Anthony! My hand is inside your stomach." Hearing this, Anthony looked down and saw that David's forearm was sunk into his abdominal cavity. The clothes he wore felt like paper, easily punctured. Anthony quickly urged David to pull his hand out, and when he lifted his shirt to look, he nearly fainted from shock. His body had inexplicably become a skeleton. "Ha ha, kid! How does it feel to be undead?" The one speaking was Buggy, standing beside Anthony and David. Their small actions had not escaped his notice. However, he did not stop them. After all, some things are best discovered by the person themselves. "What the hell did you do to us?" Anthony shouted in anger. He stepped forward to confront Buggy, who impatiently kicked Anthony away. Buggy leaned against the railing and chuckled, saying, "Literally, you are now immortal. Anyone who joins the Black Pearl can enjoy this treatment." "Who the hell wants this treatment?" Anthony stood up from the ground, shaking his fists, and angrily charged at Bucky. So annoying. Bucky drew his curved knife and swiftly beheaded Anthony. Watching his companion's head roll twice on the deck, David was on the verge of breaking down. However, Anthony, decapitated, did not die. His headless body spun in place, his hands waving wildly in the air. "Stop crying and quickly put my head back on." Anthony's head lay tilted on the deck, angrily shouting at David. The first mate witnessed this entire scene. He swallowed hard, associating it with his own condition, and instinctively shuddered. Death is not scary. Being neither human nor ghost is the most terrifying. Charles also saw the commotion not far away. He merely shrugged and said to the pale-faced first mate, "Isn't being a skeleton great? Immortal and everlasting?" As he spoke, a beam of moonlight shone down from the night sky. It was only then that the first mate could clearly see Charles's true form. The clothes he wore were tattered, and the skull on his hat had long faded. Beneath the open, torn clothing was a skeletal frame woven with cobwebs. The only thing that could barely be considered flesh was the eyeballs in the eye sockets. At that moment, the moonlight shifted, landing on the first mate. He looked at his own skeletal hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Eric, who had just walked out of the corridor, also saw the horrifying scene on the deck. A group of uniquely formed skeletons walked back and forth in front of him. Charles noticed Eric's arrival. He swaggered over to Eric, politely removed his hat, and bowed to him. "You must be the captain of this ship?" Charles put his hat back on, extending his skeletal fingers to fiddle with the badge on Eric's chest. Eric forced himself to maintain composure and met Charles's gaze, trying not to mind his actions. "Yes, I'm the captain of this freighter." After organizing his words, Eric said, "I don't know what significance there is in hijacking my ship, but I want to tell you that there is nothing on board that you want." Charles grinned and patted Eric's shoulder. "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. There is a reason I came to your ship." Eric frowned. The other party's confident answer made his heart sink. "What I'm looking for is in these boxes." Charles pointed at the containers on the freighter, "if you don't mind. I'll have my men start searching." Before Eric could respond, Charles waved his hand behind him. Understanding the cue, Bucky led the other pirates to begin a large-scale blind box opening activity. Eric wanted to stop them, but Charles stood before him like an insurmountable chasm. Thousands of containers were opened in just 1 hour. During this time, Charles even had Eric take him to the bridge for a bit. Watching him drink above while leaking below, the people in the bridge didn't dare to breathe, throwing a half-full bottle of wine on the ground. Charles stood up and smiled at the sailors present. "Come be my crew. The treatment is very generous." As soon as he said this, Eric was the first to jump up in opposition. "You think they will become your crew?" "No way." Charles shot Eric a glance, saying nothing but drawing his pistol and firing a shot at Eric. Clutching his painfully wounded abdomen, Eric fell to the ground. The second and third mates rushed forward, cradling the injured Eric and shouting for sailors to get a first aid kit. "No one is allowed to go. Anyone who does will be killed." Charles stood at the door, calm and collected. "If you want to save your captain, join my crew. Otherwise, you will all die." Charles wore his signature smile, using threats and inducements, which were his usual tactics. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The second and third mates exchanged glances, hesitating a bit. They had a clear view of the situation on the deck through real-time monitoring. If they chose to join, they would become moving and talking skeletons. If they chose not to join, they might not leave the bridge alive. After a fierce internal struggle, they sighed and said in unison, "We will join your crew." Charles snapped his fingers, wise decision. The remaining sailors also realized that tonight's events could not end well. Rather than dying without value, it was better to keep the Green Mountains and not fear the lack of firewood. They all nodded to join. Now only one person was still holding out. Lying in the second mate's arms, Eric. Watching Eric's face grow paler, Charles squatted in front of him, sighing, "You are really stubborn. Isn't having an immortal body great?" Eric did not speak, merely turning his head away, avoiding Charles's gaze. Charles smiled, and under the puzzled eyes of the second and third mates, he broke one of his fingers. Then, using the knife handle to crush it into powder, he forcibly fed the powder into Eric's mouth. The powder melted upon entering, and Eric couldn't even vomit it out. The gunshot wound in his abdomen miraculously disappeared after the powder entered his mouth. Charles straightened up, clapped his hands, and walked out of the bridge under Eric's resentful gaze. By now, the fog over the sea had gradually dissipated. Moonlight shone through the glass into the bridge. The sailors who once had flesh and blood had all become skeletons who could star in horror films without makeup. Charles returned to the deck. As soon as Bucky saw him, he hurriedly approached, looking dejected. "Boss, we didn't find the cursed silver coins, only a pile of broken furniture." Charles gestured for Bucky not to panic. He walked past the containers, sensing the presence of the cursed silver coins. When he reached the seventh-to-last container, Charles stopped, his gaze fixed on an ordinary wooden cabinet. "Lift this wooden cabinet out," Charles instructed Bucky. Bucky easily pulled the cabinet out of the container and placed it before Charles. Charles extended his hand and moved over the cabinet. Finally, he stopped at the upper left corner. He pressed down with force, penetrating the wood, and then yanked it, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. A silver coin embossed with a crown skull appeared before him. Charles held the coin in his hand, getting closer to completing his goal. Bucky looked at the coin in Charles's hand, happily taking off his head and tossing it into the air repeatedly to celebrate his joy. Finally going to be free from this suffering. Although Charles was also very happy, as the captain, he had long learned to keep his emotions in check. Put away the cursed silver coins. Charles and Bucky jumped down from the container to join the remaining pirates. With Eric's crew added in, Charles's pirate team had expanded to 50 men. Eric stood on the deck, indifferent, waiting for the new captain's orders. Charles knew Eric was dissatisfied, but he didn't care. He said to his subordinates, "All aboard. Dawn is approaching. We need to return to our resting place." As soon as he finished speaking, several ropes were thrown down from the Black Pearl. Charles took the lead in climbing up. Watching Eric and the new crew standing motionless, Bucky, holding onto a rope, laughed and said, "I advise you not to be ungrateful. After dawn, the sunlight will turn you to ashes." After saying that, Bucky used his hands and feet to climb back up to the Black Pearl. Eric didn't know if the other party was exaggerating, but he didn't dare to take the risk. So he said to the sailors beside him, "Let's listen to them for now, and once we understand the situation, we'll make a decision." The others were already in a state of confusion. At this point, they couldn't think of a better plan and could only follow Eric's instructions. The sky gradually brightened. On the vast and boundless sea, an empty cargo ship was sailing. A fishing boat out at sea noticed something was wrong with the cargo ship and reported it. These events were unknown to Leon, who had just woken up. After getting dressed, he drove to the private Funchi Academy. Just as he parked the car, he ran into Shiyu Kaza no Oka. She looked like she wanted to say something, but hesitated, which made Leon very curious. "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it." Leon walked alongside Shiyu Kaza no Oka, who thought for a moment before speaking. "Last night on the garden's car, she invited us to go out to sea for fun, with the destination being America." "Sure, let's go have fun." Leon didn't feel surprised. The garden was born into a large consortium and was a proper social butterfly. Now that she had extraordinary abilities, it was natural for her to find ways to build good relationships with established superheroes. Although Shiyu Kaza no Oka and Inori hadn't debuted long, their qualifications were apparent. In the perverted hierarchy of Neon, seniority is very important. Besides us, she also wants to invite you. Shiyu Kaza no Oka proactively opened the door to the Phoenix Society for Leon, saying as they walked, "You are the head of New Gods," she said. This time is equivalent to a team-building event and hopes we all go. "Oh, so you're here to be a mediator?" Leon said with a smile. He didn't oppose members engaging in social activities. After all, saving the world was hard enough. It would be too cruel to deprive them of entertainment. Shiyukaza no Oka shook her head. She was just conveying the garden's idea to Leon. As for whether Leon would go, she wouldn't influence his decision. Leon stroked his chin, thought seriously for a moment, and then asked, "What about the timing? Did she say when we would leave?" "Tomorrow morning. We set off, sailing for 10 days before arriving in America." "So soon? Leaving tomorrow?" Leon was a bit puzzled. Shiyukaza no Oka seemed to anticipate Leon's question, pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and then handed it to Leon. Leon took Shiyukaza no Oka's phone and looked at the content, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, it's the Fortune Maru. I saw this post a few days ago." Leon returned the phone to Shiyukaza no Oka. "I don't have a problem participating, but what about your and Inori's studies?" Leon was just a slacker PE teacher. Taking a month off might be a bit long, but the school would definitely approve it given his amiable nature. Shiyukaza no Oka, eating the breakfast served by Ebi, swallowed her milk and smiled, saying, "Don't worry about that. With my current grades, getting into Todai is no problem. Missing a month won't have any impact. Moreover, the garden also said she would use the family's connections to help Inori and me get leave from school." "All right then. You guys enjoy yourselves." Leon shrugged. Since the most troublesome issue was resolved, there was nothing to worry about. "If you agree, I'll tell the garden that she will cover all the expenses this time." Shiyukaza no Oka cut a small piece of bacon and put it in her mouth. Her mouth had been spoiled by Ebi and Bobby. "Fine, you can tell her." Leon quickly finished his breakfast. The sun was nice today, and he planned to go to the playground to enjoy the sun. A plain day passed just like that. The next day, relying on his financial ability, Leon successfully took a month off. He wore sunglasses, drove his Aston Martin, and headed to the location the garden sent him. He parked the car in a nearby underground parking lot and arrived at the bustling Sakashima Pier. He scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Shiyukaza no Oka and the others. However, besides Xiaolan, there was an additional boy with a sour expression. "Hey, Leon, you made it." The garden was the first to see Leon walking over, waving her hands and greeting him. Leon waved his hand symbolically and smiled, saying, "I'm not late, am I?" "Not at all. They haven't even started checking tickets yet." The garden's little face was flushed. She had spent the last few days testing the abilities of Kamen Rider W with Xiaolan. The feeling of smashing marble with one punch and breaking steel with one kick was so exciting it kept her awake at night. Shiyukaza no Oka was wearing a floral long dress today, her long black hair braided into a twist, and she wore a pure white sun hat. Her previously unadorned face was now lightly made up. Those alluring pink lips made it hard for Leon to look away. "Have you seen enough?" Shiyukaza no Oka said, her ears faintly reddening, her tone somewhat shy. Leon noticed her shyness and reluctantly shifted his gaze. Realizing Leon's attention had moved, Shiyukaza no Oka let out a sigh of relief, but felt a bit disappointed inside. This guy, if he doesn't want to look, then don't. Why wasn't he so obedient before? Not hearing Shiyukaza no Oka's inner thoughts, Leon turned his gaze to Inori. The little girl looked especially good today, wearing a light green loose t-shirt paired with light blue cropped jeans, complemented by her golden twin tails, giving her a vibrant look. Leon, are you stunned by my beauty?" Inori crossed her arms, her little head almost held high to the sky. Leon wanted to remind her to stop crossing her arms and leave something for future kids to eat. Perhaps Leon's expression revealed some of his inner thoughts. As Inori indeed put her hands down, blushing as she said, "Leon, are you thinking about something inappropriate?" Facing Inori's inquiry, Leon simply raised an eyebrow and shifted his gaze to the third girl. Kikyo was wearing her usual shrine maiden outfit, but her face was lightly made up, making her beautiful features even more radiant. This was forcibly done by Yuenzi, who said that going out to play should have a sense of ceremony. Noticing the Yang's Gaza, Kikyo explained the origin of her makeup. "It doesn't look bad, right?" Kikyo touched her face. It was her first time wearing makeup, and she felt a bit nervous inside. "It's quite nice. It suits you well," Liang praised. Upon hearing Liang's compliment, Kikyo smiled slightly. When Liang's gaze shifted again, a figure blocked his path. "Are you Mr. Liang, as mentioned by Xiaolan?" The boy in a white t-shirt had a smug expression, making Liang's fists clench tightly. When asking others, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" "Little brat." Liang wouldn't indulge anyone. Such a conceited guy should be shown a lesson. "I'm Kudo Shinichi, Xiaolan's childhood friend." "Little master." There's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Like declaring sovereignty, Kudo Shinichi took Xiaolan's hand after finishing his sentence. However, Xiaolan skillfully dodged and stood next to Yuenzi. The scene suddenly became awkward. Kasumigakaka, Shiyu, and Iri Shires had long been displeased with Kudo Shinichi. As soon as this guy arrived, he wore a sour face, making one wonder if someone owed him $1 billion. Now that he was embarrassed, Iri Shires couldn't help but laugh. Childhood friends? Just this? Liang's disdainful attitude provoca Kudo Shinichi. The reason he came on this cruise trip was because Xiao Lan had been distracted lately, often murmuring a name. He worked hard to figure out what she was saying. After prying information from Yuanzi, he found out it was a man. This made Kudo Shinichi feel like he was being mocked. Xiao Lan just stood for too long. Her legs were a bit sore, so she moved around, coincidentally missing it. Don't think too much. Kudo Shinichi's unreasonable defense made Li Ong shake his head. This guy, who was all about reasoning, couldn't see that Xiao Lan's fondness for him was decreasing day by day. During the previous otherworldly incident, this guy was nowhere to be found when Xiao Lan needed him most. After everything was over and Xiao Lan's emotions stabilized, he showed up, claiming he was busy solving a case and couldn't leave. These things were all told to Li Ong by the big-mouth Yuanzi. At that time, Xiao Lan had an upset stomach and went to the restroom, while Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Iri Shires were also present. After hearing what he said, the expressions of the two girls were filled with disdain. All right, whatever you say is fine. Self-deception is also a form of comfort. Li Ong helplessly scratched the back of his head. Had he known this annoying guy would be here, he wouldn't have come. Isn't lying at home in the sun more enjoyable? Kudo Shinichi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xiao Lan. That's enough, Shinichi. You promised me before you came that you wouldn't cause trouble. Xiao Lan's expression was as cold as ice. This was the first time Kudo Shinichi had seen her so angry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's just that the way he looks at girls makes me uncomfortable. Kudo Shinichi defended himself. Wow. Once this was said, beside Xiao Lan, all the other girls were glaring at Kudo Shinichi. Iri Shires fired back. What does Liang's gaze towards us have to do with you? And what's wrong with his gaze? Does it exude lewdness and filth? Kasumigakaka Shiyu followed up. That's still better than coming over with a deadpan face, making one wonder if we owe him $10 billion. Kikyo also rarely joined the fray. Hey, friend, do you think about Xiao Lan's feelings when you talk so recklessly? You're too selfish. Suzuki Yuanzi wanted to say something, but the three girls had already said it all. She opened her mouth and could only squeeze out one sentence. Me too. Kudo Shinichi's face turned extremely ugly. This was the first time he'd been bombarded by the words of several beautiful girls in succession. What he wanted most right now was to take Xiao Lan and leave, but just as he reached out to take Xiao Lan's hand again, she dodged him. The first time could be an accident, but the second time was hard to say. Seeing this, the girls erupted in laughter again. Kudo Shinichi frowned, looked at Xiao Lan, and asked in confusion, "Do you still want to stay here? With this man?" Liang, who was being referenced, rolled his eyes. He had already decided that he must give this kid an unforgettable lesson. Xiao Lan sighed. Before meeting Liang, she really regarded Shinichi as someone she could entrust her life to. But after the otherworldly incident, her thoughts began to waver. Analyzing it with Yuanzi, it was similar. When Xiao Lan needed comfort the most, Kudo Shinichi was busy with his reasoning. Only after he was done did he remember he had a childhood friend who had narrowly escaped death. Moreover, when he came, he was empty-handed, making Hayu Eri shake her head. If she hadn't stopped him, Muri Kagoro would have exploded in anger. I promised Yuanzi that I would accompany her to relax. Xiao Lan looked at Kudo Shinichi and said, "Great detective. Did you forget? I just went through the demon incident too." Kudo Shinichi was rendered speechless by Xiao Lan's words. He stood silently in place. This great detective, whose mind was full of solving cases, for the first time reflected on whether he had really neglected Xiao Lan's feelings. Maybe he should take some time to accompany her. But what Kudo Shinichi didn't know was that even if he started to change now, it would be too late. Once a crack appears in the heart, it's not so easy to mend. After a moment of contemplation, Kudo Shinichi bitterly smiled at Xiao Lan and said, "I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I won't accompany you on this cruise trip. I wish you a good time." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Lan's response, he forced a smile at Li Ong and the others and disappeared into the crowd. Xiao Lan stared blankly at the direction Shinichi left, unsure of what she was thinking. "All right, don't be sad. It's not worth getting angry over that dog man. You still have me." Yuanzi hugged Xiao Lan's arm and said playfully, "Now we are the best partners." As the main force, if you let trivial matters affect your combat effectiveness, that would be such a loss. Xiao Lan was amused by Yuanzi's words. She gently patted Yuanzi's hand to indicate she was fine. Just then, the Fujiwara Maru began checking tickets. Yuanzi took the lead, leading a few people, proudly becoming the first batch of boarders. This is the benefit of cash power. Once aboard this 5-star floating resort, Li Ong leaned on the railing. feeling the sea breeze and watching the crowd below. Suddenly, Li Ang's gaze froze. He saw a familiar figure in the crowd boarding the ship. In a blue suit, paired with a flashy red vest and black formal pants. Wasn't this Siba Ryu from City Hunter? Beside him was a sweet-looking short-haired girl. However, despite having such a beautiful girl with a score of 90 out of 100 by his side, Siba Ryu's gaze lingered around, fixated on some ladies dressed provocatively. Makamura Kaori was so furious that she wished she could pull out a 100-ton hammer right there and smash Siba Ryu's head. This guy even said he would go on a trip with her, but it seems his intentions were completely different. It was truly infuriating. After staring at the two familiar faces for a while, Leon withdrew his gaze. They were both part of his youth, in his younger days. He had drooled over the beautiful women in City Hunter. After Leon looked away, the originally frivolous Siba Ryu frowned. He had sensed someone watching them for a while. Although there was no hostility, he still chose to be cautious. After boarding the cruise ship, Siba Ryu brushed past Leon, who was leaning on the railing. Makamura Kaori took a few extra glances at Leon. After all, handsome guys like him were rare. Once the two disappeared from view, Shiyukaza no Oka approached Leon and teased. Leon, your charm is quite something, huh? Just boarded the ship and already got a bunch of fangirls. Leon shrugged. Could he help it? Being handsome wasn't his fault. But you were staring at a man just now, right? Shiyukaza no Oka mimicked his posture, leaning on the railing and letting the sea breeze play with her long hair. Leon didn't deny it. His gaze had been quite obvious, and anyone standing next to him could easily judge it. Was there something wrong with those two? Seeing Leon admit it, Shiyukaza no Oka's nerves suddenly tensed. She wouldn't think Leon would stare at someone for no reason. Even if the person was a handsome guy or beautiful girl, Leon was not lacking in those around him. Just a familiar face, I suppose. He doesn't know me, but I know him. Leon simply replied. Is he the fated one? Shiyukaza no Oka could only think of that possibility. Leon thought for a moment. He had no plans to recruit Siba Ryu for the time being. But this guy's abilities were pretty strong, so it might be possible in the future. So, in response to Shiyukaza and no Oka's question, Leon smiled and said, maybe. Who's to say? Hearing such a vague answer, Shiyukaza no Oka pouted. She hated it when people played coy. Shaking her hair, she said irritably, all right then. You just keep enjoying the breeze here. I'm going to finding Lily and the others. After rolling her eyes at Leon, she left in a huff. After fixing his hair that had been messed up by the sea breeze, Leon didn't stay at the boarding entrance for long. He returned to the cabin and walked into his room. However, someone had been waiting inside for a long time. Leon wasn't surprised to see the visitor. He poured himself a glass of water without saying a word. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat silent. Why were you staring at me and Kaori when boarding? Siba Ryu asked, sitting on a chair with a loaded revolver in his hand. Just taking a casual look. My friend's companion is pretty, so I glanced a bit longer. Leon took a sip of water, appearing very calm, showing no signs of being threatened despite the gun. Siba Ryu was not satisfied with this answer. However, the calmness displayed by Leon made him regard him with newfound respect. Aren't you afraid? Siba Ryu shook the gun in his hand. Leon shifted slightly, and before Siba Ryu could react, the revolver was already in his hand. It's just a piece of scrap metal. What is there to be afraid of? This chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Leon crumpled the revolver into a ball of iron and tossed it to the bewildered Siba Ryu. Looking at the limited edition iron ball revolver in his hand, Siba Ryu fell silent. Had he been a bit reckless? He hadn't even figured out the opponent's strength before confronting him. Now it seemed he had kicked a metal plate. Sir, I say this is an accident. Do you believe me? Siba Ryu stuffed the iron ball into his pocket, laughing awkwardly. Leon raised an eyebrow. If someone barged into your room and pointed a gun at you, would you consider it an accident? Upon hearing this, Siba Ryu's smile vanished. What will it take for you to let me go? He asked. With the upper hand, Leon put down his cup and raised his hand towards Siba Ryu, who immediately stood up from the chair. Let's start with a self-introduction, then I'll see how I feel. Leon sat down on a slightly warm chair. His gaze locked on Siba Ryu's already sweating face. I'm Siba Ryu, a private detective, with his life in someone else's hands. Siba Ryu had no choice but to honestly reveal his background. Isn't that the one referred to as the Shinjuku stud? Leon joked. Siba Ryu's face darkened. Just as he was about to retort, the iron ball in his pocket reminded him not to act impulsively. His life was at stake. With no other choice, Siba Ryu could only awkwardly nod. Why are you on this ship? Leon was curious about this. The guy in front of him, while not as unlucky as the grim reaper who dies wherever he goes, was still a person plagued by misfortune. Siba Ryu scratched the back of his head and said uneasily, It's because of Kaori. She won a lottery for this luxury cruise trip, so I came along with her. Not for a case? Definitely not. I haven't taken a case in 2 months, and my family is almost out of food, Siba Ryu lamented. If you could take on some regular cases, you wouldn't be in such dire straits. Leon knew Siba Ryu had his own rules for taking cases, but those rules didn't seem very serious. That won't do. If a case doesn't come with a beautiful woman, it would be meaningless, Siba Ryu said seriously. Leon couldn't help but support his forehead in exasperation. It seemed Siba Ryu came looking for him just because he had glanced at him a few times at the boarding entrance. This guy's vigilance was quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so many enemies' revenge. You can go now. I'll let you off this time. Leon waved his hand at Siba Ryu as if shooing away a fly. Siba Ryu, who thought he was doomed, was overjoyed. He gave Leon an okay gesture, quickly opened the door, and dashed out. Not long after Siba Ryu left, Kikyu arrived at Leon's room. She encountered the flustered Siba Ryu in the hallway. She had some impression of this man. Leon had glanced at him a few times at the boarding entrance. That guy just came to cause you trouble? Kikyu asked. Leon nodded and briefly recounted what had happened earlier. Heh, it's rare to see someone so reckless, Kikyu chuckled, covering her mouth. You're too kind. If it were someone more ruthless, he would surely end up as fish food. I'm not kind. He still has some use, so I spared his life. Leon never considered himself a good person. He was just someone who acted according to his inner thoughts. Kikyu didn't pry too much into this matter. Remembering why she came to find Leon, she spoke up. I've already started purifying the demon Dan. The progress might be a bit slower than expected. Leon asked, confused, why? Is this the reason why there is no spiritual energy in this world? Kikyu nodded. This is just one reason. The second is that there is more filth in the demon cores than we imagined, so it will take more time to completely eliminate it. No worries. You can handle your way. I'm not in a hurry to use it anyway. Upon hearing Liang's words, Kikyu felt less apprehensive. What she feared was delaying Liang's important matters. Oh, by the way, it's almost lunchtime. Yoko asked me to inform you to go to the dining hall. Kikyu almost forgot about Yoko's instructions, but fortunately noticed the clock in the room. Then let's go together. Liang stood up and walked with Kikyu toward the dining hall. When they arrived at the entrance, Xiao Lan and the others were already there. Ah, you finally made it. I thought you two got lost. Lily and T had breakfast this morning and was dragged out of the house by Yoko, and now she was already starving. Liang gave her a light tap on the head. This girl is getting more casual in her speech, increasingly inconsistent with her character in the anime. Covering her slightly flushed forehead, Lily was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Taking advantage of Liang turning around, she made a face at him and then hugged Kikyu's arm. Only an older sister could comfort her wounded heart. Since everyone is here, let's go eat. Yoko took the lead in the group. In such situations, it's her domain. Shortly after entering the dining hall, Liang coincidentally ran into Seiha and Shikimura. The latter didn't expect to see him so soon, and her expression was a bit awkward. After greeting each other, she dragged Shikimura away. Liao, you seem to be quite afraid of that gentleman. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Shikimura turned her head and looked at Liang's back. It's rare to see someone who can make Seiha nervous. I'm not afraid of him. I just have a bit of a stomachache and want to go to the restroom. Seiha said with a face-saving excuse. Shikimura had a look that said, do you think I'll believe that? As she stared at the guilty-looking Seiha. Oh, you know too much, right? Let's hurry up and eat. Feeling the cold sweat from being scrutinized, Seiha resorted to the topic diversion technique, leading Shikimura in the opposite direction from Liang. Shikimura didn't expose Seiha's poor excuse. However, she was somewhat curious about Liang. What kind of man could make the fearless Liao so afraid? Just like that. A little interlude during the meal passed. The group strolled around the large dining hall and chose a Chinese restaurant. After all, everyone knew that Liang had a fondness for Chinese cuisine. The food couldn't compare to what Abby and Barbie made, but it was still passable. At least it wasn't a modified dish. Mapo tofu was still spicy, not the dark dish with added milk. The lunch lasted nearly 2 hours. After a hearty meal, the girls returned to their rooms to grab their swimsuits and headed to the largest pool on the cruise ship to swim. Liang naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to enjoy the view. He changed into a floral shirt, put on sunglasses, and, while basking in the sun, he admired the beautiful scenery before him. Little did he know that Xiao Lan and Kikyu had such great figures. This was also the first time Liang saw Kikyu in clothing other than her shrine maiden outfit. Perhaps Liang's gaze was too intense. After entering the water, Kikyu stayed submerged, her beautiful eyes glaring at the source of her shyness. Lily, wearing a swimming ring, looked at her companions with tears in her eyes. Among the girls present, Her figure was the most ordinary. The size of her chest was completely incomparable to the others. Seriously, what do they eat to grow up like this? Lily wore a sour expression, splashing the water with her little feet in frustration. Yoko swam over to Lily and, taking advantage of her unawareness, gave her a slap on the behind. Lily gasped, her pretty face turning red as she shouted at Yoko, "Why did you hit me? That hurts." Yoko relished the delightful sensation and chuckled. "Little Lily, don't be upset. You still have your strengths." This impact even Xiaolan. Yoko's words were interrupted as Xiaolan covered her mouth from behind. Xiaolan's face flushed with embarrassment. She first glanced at Liang and then reproached Yoko. "Yoko, don't go too far. You shouldn't say everything out loud." Yoko, knowing she was in the wrong, raised her hands in surrender. Xiaolan didn't intend to punish her friend. Seeing that she realized her mistake, she released her grip. Liang lay on the chair, smacking his lips. He also wanted to jump in the water and play with the girls. But just as he made a move to take off his clothes, Kasumi and Kikyo shot him looks like arrows. This made Liang's movements pause. Respecting women, Liang had no choice but to give up his inner desires and honestly lie on the beach chair, soaking up the sun. The group played in the pool for an entire afternoon. No one came to stir up trouble, mainly because beneath Liang's open shirt, his muscular chest and 8-pack abs were incredibly impressive. "Let us go. We've played enough. Let us go back to the room, clean up, and then go have dinner." Yoko climbed out of the pool and, passing by Liang, waved the phone hanging around her neck in front of him. With his extraordinary, dynamic vision, Liang clearly saw the content on the phone, a series of candid photos. TSK, TSK, TSK. The first one is quite explosive. It's a photo of Xiaolan adjusting her swimsuit. "If you want it, I can send it to you later." Yoko threw Liang a wink. Liang remained calm on the surface, but secretly gave her a thumbs up. By the time everyone changed into clean clothes, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the dining hall was packed with people. However, Yoko's financial prowess was extraordinary. With money paving the way, the group was seated at a table with an excellent view. Tonight's main course was steak with pasta, along with a top-grade king crab. There was a performance during dinner by the hottest band at the moment. Yoko was explaining the entertainment program that would be on later. Kasumi and Lily were quite looking forward to it, while Kikyo remained very calm. Liang observed the various passers-by in the dining hall. None of them were ordinary people. The least wealthy among them was worth at least $1 million. Noticing Liang's gaze, Yoko explained, "The dining hall opens 2 sections in the evening. One is for the commoners, and the other is for those in power and wealth. Don't be fooled by how glamorous these people look. Behind the scenes, they engage in many dirty dealings. None of them are clean." As the second princess of the Suzuki Consortium, Yoko has encountered a lot of darkness since childhood. She looked at those flamboyantly dressed, noble women or young ladies and mockingly said, "Look at those people. The clothes and accessories they wear are precious. But a large portion is rented. They just want to snag a rich husband here." Lian nodded. This world is like this. Human nature is sometimes difficult to describe in words. Little Master, there is more in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, but it's not all bad. After all, there's still a few shining individuals. Soon, tonight's main course was served. Looking at the emperor crab that was as big as half a pear, everyone was quite amazed. "Pear, all right. I've become a unit of measurement, right?" The emperor crab tasted quite fresh and tender. After taking a bite, Leon was also pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't eat much, mainly because Kikyo was very interested in the crab meat and ended up eating a lot. Halfway through the meal, the band that UNZ mentioned began to perform. The melodious singing echoed in the restaurant, and people enjoyed the delicious food while experiencing a spiritual cleansing. It was quite invigorating, just as Leon and the others were feasting. In a civilian restaurant, Seba Ryo and Maki Murakami were drinking and talking about the events of the day. After a few drinks, a flushed Seba Ryo slapped the table and said to Maki Murakami, "Achan, you have no idea how strong that man is, right in front of me." He crushed a revolver into a lump of iron. While saying this, he mimicked the action, and in the end, Seba Ryo took out a limited edition iron ball revolver from his pocket and placed it on the table. Maki Murakami picked up the iron ball and looked at it. It was indeed as Seba Ryo said. "Why did you go looking for trouble with him? Can't you think twice?" Maki Murakami was a bit angry. Thankfully, that gentleman wasn't a killer. Otherwise, Seba Ryo wouldn't have walked out of his room alive. Seba Ryo felt a lingering fear. He had thought that with a pistol, he could find out why the other party was targeting him. Who would have thought that he was the sheep entering the tiger's den? Maki Murakami looked at Seba Ryo's dejected appearance and didn't want to say too much and blame. She had also encountered strange things today. A silver coin that her brother had given her glowed after going out to sea. Looking around to see that no one was paying attention to them, Maki Murakami took the silver coin out of her bag and placed it in front of Seba Ryo. Upon seeing the glimmering silver coin, Seba Ryo instinctively frowned. If I remember correctly, this was given to you by Hayuki, right? Maki Murakami nodded, pointing at the coin. This thing has been glowing since we went out to sea, and it hasn't stopped. Seba Ryo picked up the silver coin and looked at it. The crown skull on it was vividly engraved. This thing was a relic of the deceased Maki Hayuki. It seemed that the other party had bought it from some small stall after his partner was shot and killed. Seba Ryo packed all of Maki Hayuki's belongings and handed them over to Maki Murakami. Are you sure this ghost thing never glowed before? Seba Ryo returned the silver coin to Maki Murakami. After receiving it, she placed the coin back in her bag, affirmatively saying no. I only found this coin quite beautiful when I sorted through my brother's belongings a few days ago, so I casually put it in my pocket. Seba Ryo's brow furrowed tightly. He had a sense of foreboding upon seeing the coin. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was Maki Hayuki's relic, he would have definitely told Achan to throw the coin into the sea. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing Seba Ryo's furrowed brow, Maki Murakami also sensed that something was off. A lot of strange things have happened recently. Superhumans and monsters have appeared one after another. And the world has changed drastically. This silver coin. Seba Ryo didn't finish his sentence, but Maki Murakami understood what he meant. What should we do then? Should I throw it away? Maki Murakami suggested. Seba Ryo thought for a moment. He was afraid he was overreacting, but the lingering sense of crisis made him feel uneasy. How about this? You give me the silver coin, and after this cruise ends, if nothing happens, I will return it to you. Seba Ryo noticed that Maki Murakami was still reluctant to throw away her brother's relic, so he thought of a compromise. Hearing this, Maki Murakami took the silver coin out of her bag again and placed it in Seba Ryo's palm. However, she was still a bit worried, as the videos circulating online were too frightening. If the coin really had something to do with the extraordinary events, she didn't want Seba Ryo to be implicated. Yuanzi was sitting next to Xiaolon, curious about why Leon was calling so late. Could it be that he is looking for you? Yuanzi raised her eyebrows at Xiaolon, making an ambiguous laugh. Xiaolon pushed the playful Yuanzi. The Leon she admired wouldn't do something so uncouth. Yuanzi's teasing didn't escape Leon's ears, but he decided to set it aside for now and deal with this outspoken girl later when he had time. Look outside the window, will you see? Leon's words made Xiaolon and Yuanzi get out of bed and approach the window barefoot. Outside was already a misty scene. Oh no, Mr. Leon, there's fog on the sea, and it's really thick, Xiaolon exclaimed. Yuanzi leaned against the glass, trying hard to see the situation outside. But alas, the fog was just too thick. No matter how wide she opened her eyes, it was futile. This fog is strange. You should prepare. I believe Kikyo and the others have noticed something unusual too. After giving a brief explanation, Leon hung up the phone. Just as he expected, after he finished the call, Kikyo knocked on his door. Upon entering, she got straight to the point. It's foggy outside, and it's not ordinary fog. This mist can suppress my spiritual power. Kikyo had changed into her shrine maiden outfit, with a bow and a quiver of arrows on her back containing dozens of arrows. These items were arranged for her by Yuanzi. Otherwise, she would have had to check them in. Leon wasn't too anxious. He stood by the window, looking at the white expanse outside, and said, something is approaching, and it's not very strong, so I'll leave it to you to handle. Kikyo believed Leon's words and nodded, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to step out the door, Leon added, let Xiaolon and Yuanzi take the lead. You support them from the side. After all, young eagles must learn to soar. Kikyo didn't refute Leon's arrangement. After all, in her era, rich combat experience was built through real battles. Otherwise, having powerful abilities without the ability to adapt would be in vain. After Kikyo left, Leon stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the next person to arrive. As the footsteps grew closer, Maki Murakami jogged to Leon's door. Even though the door was not closed, she still politely knocked. Mr. Leon, I might need your help, Maki Murakami said, panting. Leon turned around, looking at Maki Murakami, whose chest was heaving heavily, and calmly said, before we discuss what help you need, we've only met a few times. Why should I help you? Maki Murakami was momentarily speechless. Your companion even drew a gun on me. Just this alone gives me reason to refuse you. Leon sat on the edge of the bed, legs crossed, staring intently at Shimizu Kaori. Shimizu Kaori stood in place, her brow furrowed. Leon had almost stifled what she wanted to say, and with every second wasted, their situation became more precarious. After organizing her thoughts slightly, Shimizu said, "I apologize for Aelio's reckless behavior, but I hope you can give me a minute to briefly explain the whole situation." After speaking, Shimizu bowed at a 90-degree angle to Leon, her attitude very sincere. Leon's fingers tapped on the bed. He remained silent, and Shimizu maintained her bowing position. "All right, I'll give you a minute." With permission granted, Shimizu let out a quiet sigh of relief. She straightened up and quickly explained the matter of the silver coin to Leon. After hearing Shimizu description, Leon stroked his chin and murmured, "Wow, this sounds just like the plot of Pirates of the Caribbean, with silver coins in the sea. Isn't this DJVU?" Shimizu watched as Leon fell into contemplation, standing obediently in place without moving. The thinking process didn't last long, and Leon turned to Shimizu asking, "Where's the silver coin? Is it with Seiya Aelio?" His gaze swept over Shimizu body, but he didn't see the silver coin's presence. Shimizu nodded and replied, "Yes. The silver coin is with Aelio. He has gone to find Miss Siko." Leon looked as if he expected this. He had no intention of taking action. Although the development of events was somewhat different from his expectations, even with external interference. A group of pirates who were nothing but immortal wouldn't be enough to make him go to great lengths. However, the oblivious Shimizu looked at Leon, who seemed calm sitting on the bed, feeling very anxious inside. She mustered her courage and asked, "Mr. Leon, that's how it is. I sincerely hope you can help us. But if the situation becomes particularly tricky and life-threatening, it would be our lives at stake." It appeared on Shimizu face. Who would have thought that a silver coin would bring about such disaster? Had she known, she wouldn't have participated in this cruise trip. Leon neither clearly refused nor agreed to Shimizu request. He looked out the window again, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, spotting an ancient sailboat sailing on the sea. The situation isn't as terrifying as you think. Just wait a bit. What if there's a turnaround? Leon withdrew his gaze and glanced at the anxious Shimizu speaking to comfort her. Shimizu thought Leon was indirectly rejecting her, and disappointment showed on her face. At that moment, while the two were conversing, Kaiki was imparting battle experience to Xiaolan and Yuanzi. "This is your first battle. I don't want to see the worst outcome. If you can't win, just run. It's not shameful." Kaiki's expression was serious, and Xiaolan and Yuanzi were attentive learners in front of her. Kasumi no Okashiha and Inuri had already changed into their battle outfits. They also noticed the fog rising over the sea. Something unusual must be afoot. When they prepared to find Leon, they happened to run into Kaiki, who had just returned from Leon. The three of them meeting saved Kaiki a lot of time, and fortunately, they all arrived at Yuanzi's luxurious suite. The strange changes at sea wouldn't only be noticed by a few people. The patrolling sailors reported this strange phenomenon to the captain. The captain was in the control room, holding a telescope, his view filled with white fog. "Is there any response from the Meteorological Bureau?" the captain asked. "Report to the captain, all communication equipment is malfunctioning. We can't contact the outside," the communicator said, beads of sweat already covering his forehead. He was an experienced sailor, and such a bizarre event was something he had never encountered before. The captain put down the telescope, and an ominous premonition gradually rose in his heart. However, he still planned to observe the situation. What if it was just a special maritime spectacle? But the reality quickly slapped the captain in the face. An ancient sailboat appeared in front of the cruise ship, and the flag hanging above made him raise an eyebrow. What era is this? How can there still be such a shabby pirate ship? The captain was almost laughing in anger at the sight of the pirate ship. Are they planning to take advantage of the fog to rob us? But could such an old ship, with its railings broken in several places, really compete with the new favorites of the era? The captain suddenly lost interest and ordered the helmsman to bypass the pirate ship and proceed at full speed. Just as the cruise ship changed direction, an unbelievable scene occurred. The pirate ship lifted off the surface of the sea and, in just a few seconds, arrived directly above the cruise ship. "Damn it, we've encountered a supernatural event." The captain's face changed dramatically. Not only him, but the sailors in the control room were also horrified. Everyone knew that the probability of encountering a supernatural event was very low, but once encountered, the chances of survival were nearly zero. Heaven help us. Many people are still lying in the hospital comatose from the last incident with the evil milk tea. "Captain, should we notify the passengers on the cruise?" The first mate's lips had turned white, and his legs were trembling as he walked. The captain thought for a moment and reluctantly used the intercom to notify the passengers on the cruise. At this point, they could only pray that this supernatural event wouldn't be too brutal and that they could escape a few at least. After hearing the announcement, most passengers panicked. After hurriedly gathering some belongings, they rushed toward the deck in a flurry. A small number of fearless individuals followed the crowd with interest to observe the pirate ship above the cruise. Charles stood on the Black Pearl, watching the chaotic scene below with a smirk. He waved his hand, leading dozens of crew members to jump down directly. They landed steadily on the deck of the cruise ship, their eyes gleaming with malice as they stared at the well-dressed people before them. "Where are you all rushing off to? Not even stopping for a cup of goodnight tea?" Charles drew his curved knife and stabbed it into the body of a middle-aged man in front of him, bright red blood splattering onto the deck. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief at the sudden attack. He reached out, trying to touch Charles's face. The latter wouldn't give him the chance, pulling out the curved knife and kicking the middle-aged man in the chest. It was destined to be a bloody night, with the goal within reach. Charles no longer restrained his brutality. There were already enough pirates on board. Tonight, let everyone release centuries of pain, with Charles leading the way. Buggy was not to be outdone. The curved knife in his hand resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe. With every strike, a life was reaped. Among these bloodthirsty pirates, there were a few familiar faces. Eric and the first mate were also dressed as pirates, their mouths emitting frenzied laughter, clearly already assimilated. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the deck. Charles pressed down his hat, squinting his eyes as he looked at the figures blocking the pirates' advance. "You despicable demons. You will not be forgiven." Lon and Sunoco, transformed into Kamen Rider W, clenched their fists and sent a pirate flying with a powerful punch just as he swung his sword. An arrow struck Bucky, who was attempting a sneak attack. Kikyo stood on the second deck of the cruise ship, her expression cold. "Go, Lon. Let this group of evil beings taste our power." Sunoco's voice reached Lan's ears as her right eye flashed red. "Of course, I'm very angry right now." Lan shouted, using her strength to leap in front of a pirate, just as he was about to strike an innocent little girl with his curved sword. A punch weighing 2.5 tons landed squarely on the pirate's face. With a crisp sound, the pirate's head shattered into pieces. 2 eyeballs fell to the ground, which Lon promptly crushed underfoot. The headless pirate flailed his sword around like a drunken man, staggering on the deck. Lon frowned. How could he still be alive without a head? But now is not the time to think about these things. She grabbed the pirate's arm and executed a throw, hurling him off the cruise ship. Charles watched the armored warrior wreaking havoc and signaled to the braided pirate beside him. This was one of his most prized henchmen, notorious across the entire sea before being cursed. After receiving the boss's order, Francis stretched his body and grinned as he approached Lon. Just as Lon had twisted off a pirate's head to use as a ball, she was suddenly kicked to the ground. Seeing Lon being attacked, Kikyo wanted to shoot an arrow to support her, but was stopped by Bucky. This guy already had 3 arrows stuck in him, one of which pierced through his temple. "Haha, little girl, your opponent is me. Don't disturb Old West's good fortune." With that, Bucky roared and swung his curved sword fiercely at Kikyo. Kikyo calmly blocked the attack with her longbow, enhanced with spiritual energy, easily deflecting Bucky's strike. Kasumi Shikibu did not participate in the battle on the cruise ship. She flew over to the Black Pearl. The pirates who were watching the show did not react in time to the presence of another person on board before Kasumi's fire god sword severed their heads. The sound of several heads rolling on the wooden planks finally startled the remaining pirates. They drew their curved swords or firearms, glaring at the woman floating in the air. The battle above was intense, and the fight below was equally perilous. Lan's punch, aimed at Francis, was surprisingly caught firmly by him. This scene raised an eyebrow from Leon, who was using his clairvoyance to observe the battlefield. Goodness, a few tons of punch, and he catches it just like that. These pirates seem a bit tougher than I imagined. Seeing her attack being caught, Lon remained calm. Sometimes, fighting also requires a good mentality. "Kid, you don't seem so impressive after all." Francis tightened his grip, causing Lon some pain. She immediately jumped up and kicked him in the chest. This kick not only hurt Francis, but also freed her from his grasp. After brushing off the footprint on his chest, Francis drew out his weapon, a meteor hammer. Lon assumed a karate stance, and Sunoco's voice echoed in her ears. "Lon, there's a pirate trying to sneak up from behind." Prompted, Lon intended to turn around and take care of the little Camilla first when she heard Francis shout, "Get away! This armored warrior is my prey." The pirate who wanted to sneak attack saw the murderous Francis and quietly withdrew from the confrontation. "Ha! I'm going to smash your head into pieces and turn your body into jerky." After scaring off his companion, Francis swung his meteor hammer and charged towards Lon. Charles observed the fierce fighting on the deck, and with several pirates accompanying him, he strolled casually towards the ship's cabin passage. Just as Charles was about to enter the passage, a white spider web blocked his path. No passage ahead. Lily shot threads from her wrist, wrapping them around Charles's hand. Charles merely glanced at it, exerted a little force, and easily broke the threads. Interesting ability, but not very effective. He extended a finger and lightly traced it across the spider web in front of him, tearing a large hole in it. Collecting silver coins was not only his goal, but also granted him some abilities from the sea god for every coin collected. Seeing that a single web couldn't stop him, Lily quickly shot out many more webs. Some blocked Charles's path, while others ensnared the pirates around him. Not every pirate could easily break Lily's threads like Charles. Several bound pirates could only collapse helplessly to the ground, angrily glaring at Lily. Charles was somewhat annoyed by Lily's little tricks. He spread his fingers, unleashing black flames from his palm that incinerated the spider web in front of him. Fortunately, Lily sensed the danger and quickly dodged. If I had known this guy was so powerful, I should have sent Big Cow to deal with him. Lily shrank back in the corner of the passage, mumbling to herself. Meanwhile, Sae and Siko had reached a consensus. The latter could help Sae through his difficulties to the best of her ability, but also needed to ensure the safety of her witness. Also left Leon's room, having secretly checked the situation on the deck. Before getting close, she caught a strong smell of blood, held her breath, and just glanced at it before she couldn't help but gag. It was truly terrifying. For the first time, she understood the literal meaning of a river of blood. Feeling nauseous, found Sae. Aliao, it's chaos on the deck. Holding back her urge to vomit, quickly described what she had seen. Two superheroes are holding back those evil beings. But progress isn't going smoothly. One of the evil beings is about to enter the cabin. Hearing this, Sae's expression grew serious. Siko also furrowed her brows. She looked at and asked, "Have you gone to find Leon? I feel like he's not an ordinary person and might be able to help." Before could respond, Sae awkwardly interjected, "I pointed a gun at Leon before. He probably won't help us." This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Siko rolled her eyes almost to the back of her head. She finally understood why Sae had come out of Leon's room looking so grim. It turned out he had hit a wall. "What should we do now?" asked Siko's witness, a 17-year-old girl. "Who is this?" asked. "This is Siko's witness, named Sakura Yuri." Sae pulled out a cigarette from a pack, lit it, took a deep drag, and then said to, "How did Leon refuse you?" Maki Village Kori thought for a moment. It seemed that Leon had not explicitly rejected her, but she felt that he had turned her down. She repeated what Leon had said to her to Seiha Ryo and Nogami Siko. Sakura Yuri wondered why these three were still concerned about what someone who wouldn't help them said at such a life-and-death moment. Nogami Siko noticed Sakura Yuri's restlessness and unease, and she reassured her, "Weren't you asking us what to do?" The answer is in what Liang said. Sakura Yuri was a bit confused. She mulled over Liang's words several times, but couldn't figure anything out. Unable to watch any longer, Seiha Ryo reminded her. He told Kaori not to rush, saying what if there's a turn of events? And that turn of events had already appeared, hadn't it? The superheroes fighting against the ghost ship? Sakura Yuri suddenly realized. Maki Village Kaori also understood the underlying meaning of Liang's words with Seiha Ryo's reminder. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Seiha Ryo made a decision. "Let us go. We'll head to Liang's room now, and I'll apologize to him again." Seiha Ryo extinguished the cigarette, and took out a silver coin from his pocket. Although they had met once before, Nogami Siko still frowned slightly when she saw him again. This hot potato needed to be handed over soon, but she didn't know if he would accept it. Seiha Ryo wore a helpless expression. He had already tossed the silver coin in front of Nogami Siko once. But after 10 seconds, the coin would return to his pocket. The group quickly gathered their essentials. Seiha Ryo led the way, Maki Village Kori and Sakura Yuri were in the middle, and Nogami Siko brought up the rear. Holding the revolver provided by Nogami Siko, Seiha Ryo cautiously observed the situation in the corridor. The corridor was very quiet, with only the sound of their breathing. This quiet state made Seiha Ryo uneasy. "Something feels off. Stay alert." Seiha Ryo turned to the girls and said, then leaned out and slowly made his way to the stairs. They were on the 3rd floor, and Liang's room was on the 5th floor. Although it was only 1 floor apart, usually it would take a minute to go back and forth. But during this special time, everything had to be done with extreme caution. Seiha Ryo's back was already damp with sweat. He had been on so many missions before and had been shot at, but never had he been this tense as he was today. After slowly stepping onto the first step, a white spider silk stuck to Seha Ryo's leg, pulling him back. A sharp knife fell from above, landing where Seha Ryo had just stood. "TSK, woman, do you have to ruin my plans?" Charles gritted his teeth. He had sensed the existence of the silver coin on the man that the woman had saved. If it weren't for this strangely dressed woman hindering him, Charles would have completed the task of collecting the cursed silver coin long ago. The two battled from the corridor to the swimming pool, then from the pool to the dining room, and finally from the dining room to the third floor of the cabin. The opponent was like a piece of chewing gum, firmly sticking to Charles. He was about to lose his patience. Lily was slightly out of breath, looking at Charles, whose eyes were practically shooting fire, and said mercilessly, "TCH, ruining your plans? Are you sure what you're doing is a good thing? Just a skeleton of a demon left." Charles was not affected by Lily's taunts. The woman in front of him was just stalling for time. Her abilities did not pose much threat to him. And indeed, that was the case. Lily was waiting for either Kasumi no Okashiha or Kikyo to finish their battles first to come to her aid. Charles, who had seen through the essence of the situation, would not giving Lily the chance to wait for reinforcements. He raised his hand and shot out black fireballs from his palm. The number of fireballs was many, and their speed was fast. Lily could only leap around in the narrow cabin to avoid the flames that would continue to burn if they touched her. Having narrowly escaped death, Seha Ryo retreated to Maki village Kaori and the others. His hand holding the gun trembled. Being so close to death was quite a thrill. "What now? Should we rush in?" Sakura Yuri asked. Nogami Siko shook her head. "If we rush into this situation, we'll be torn apart by the aftermath of the battle." Receiving a negative answer, Sakura Yuri felt a bit despairing. She leaned against the wall, her eyes vacant, as if she had already bowed her head to fate. "We can't give up yet. Let's go around and take the other staircase up." Seha Ryo calmed his anxious heart. He stepped in front of Sakura Yuri, held her shoulders, and said with determination in his eyes, "Don't be discouraged. We will survive." Seha Ryo's words injected some hope into Sakura Yuri. She wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes and nodded at Seha Ryo. Seeing the team rejuvenated, Seha Ryo glanced at Lily, who was fighting fiercely against Charles. The latter was still on the defensive, but fortunately, thanks to her nimble skills, she had not yet sustained any injuries. Moreover, Lily was consciously leading Charles away from Seha Ryo and the others. This girl who could shoot spider silk was helping them, creating an opportunity for them to go upstairs. Seha Ryo, an experienced warrior, immediately understood Lily's good intentions. He turned around and reminded Maki village Kaori and the others a few times. The key was to ensure that everyone followed closely behind him and not to fall behind. The order of the group remained unchanged. Seha Ryo was still at the front, Maki village Kaori was holding Sakura Yuri, and Nogami Siko was covering the rear with her twin guns. As Lily desperately dragged Charles, she caught a glimpse of Seha Ryo and the others beginning to move. Fortunately, these people were not completely foolish. They understood the opportunity she was creating for them. At the same time, she couldn't help but complain in her heart about how chaotic the cruise ship had become. Yet Liang could still hold back and not take action. "Hey, little girl, getting distracted during battle can be deadly." Charles also noticed the few people secretly going upstairs. He desperately wanted to complete the task of collecting the silver coins. Seizing the moment Lily was distracted, he delivered a sidekick to her chest, sending her flying. Lily, clutching her chest in pain, only came to a stop after crashing through two walls. Kneeling on the ground, holding her chest, she spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, her face turning somewhat pale. "Cough, cough. Why is the big cow still? Not finished with the battle?" Lily forced herself to stand up, and upon seeing Charles try to go upstairs, she took a deep breath and charged at him again. Meanwhile, Kasumi no Okashiha, who Lily had mentioned, was looking grimly at the large crab in front of her. Who would have thought that a seemingly small sailboat could hide a mutated crab over 3 meters tall? This crab had suddenly emerged from the cabin while Kasumi no Okashiha was slaughtering pirates. Its seemingly razor-sharp pincers nearly caught her calf. "Human, you are strong. Your flesh and blood will surely give birth to even stronger descendants." The mutated crab had a long tail, and on that tail lay half a man's corpse. The corpse had already rotted and stunk, and the voice came from its mouth. Kumaga Kaka, Shiyu looked coldly at the giant crab in front of her, and without mercy, thrust the fire god sword toward it. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed. The fire god sword couldn't penetrate the mutated crab's shell. "Ha ha ha! Ignorant humans! I am blessed by the sea god. A mere broken sword can do nothing to me. The mutated crab taunted while controlling the corpse, swinging its pincers toward Kasumigakaka, Shiyu's head. Having trained with Hippolyta, Kasumigakaka, Shiyu easily dodged the giant crab's attack. Since she couldn't break through the crab's shell, she aimed for its weakest point. Sliding under the mutated crab, Kasumigakaka, Shiyu thrust the fire god sword straight toward its navel. Clang! The crisp sound of metal rang out again. Kasumigakaka, Shiyu frowned as she flew into the air, looking down at the arrogant giant crab and the gradually assembling pirates, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In addition to Kasumigakaka, Shiyu and Iri Shiro struggling, Kaiki and Xiaolan were not faring much better. Xiaolan was locked in a fierce struggle with Francis. The opponent, having abandoned their previous fair competition, sent other pirates to feign attacks since they couldn't handle the armored person in front of them. No hero can withstand the hands of four. While Xiaolan had to fend off Francis's fierce attacks, she also had to be wary of the occasional stab from behind. Xiaolan, this won't work. We'll be worn out. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. The slightly anxious voice of YKO rang in Xiaolan's ears. After taking down a pirate who had attempted to stab from behind, Xiaolan quickly replied, I have to use my ultimate move. That suspicious leader has been in the cabin for a while. I'm afraid Iri Shiro will have trouble handling it alone. All right, let's settle it with one move. YKO and Xiaolan reached a consensus. Xiaolan took out her trump card memory chip and inserted it into the side slot of Maximum Salt. Joker. Maximum Drive. A green tornado formed beneath Xiaolan's feet as she spread her arms, letting the tornado lift her into the air. After rising to a height of about 10 meters above the deck, Xiaolan stopped. She pressed a button on the side slot, and an electronic voice sounded. Joker Extreme. The body of Kamen Rider W split down the middle, timing it perfectly to kick Francis in the chest with both legs. The powerful force shattered Francis into powder in an instant. The residual impact tore the surrounding minor enemies into pieces. After landing, Xiaolan did not cancel her transformation. She initially wanted to help Kaiki, but Kaiki, without turning her head, said, This guy is already at his last breath. You should go find Iri Shiro. After hearing Kaiki's words, Xiaolan didn't hesitate and rushed into the cabin. Bucking, who was kneeling in front of Kaiki, had only one eye left. He looked at the woman drawing her bow and stubbornly said, I am immortal. You can't kill me. Kaiki expressionlessly drew the bowstring full, aimed at Bucking's head, and released her finger. The arrow, infused with powerful spiritual energy, shattered Bucking's bones, scattering them with the sea breeze. Most of the pirates on the deck had been dealt with by Kaiki and Xiaolan. It would take a considerable amount of time for them to reassemble their bodies. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Kaiki looked up at the black pearl floating in midair, feeling somewhat reassured about Kasumigakaka, Shiyu's abilities. Not resting for too long, Kaiki gripped her bow and turned to run toward the cabin. At this time, Saeu lay at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 5th floor. He had a deep knife wound in his chest, revealing bone. Iri Shiro was panting, protecting Maki Murakami and Sakura Yuri behind her. Lying at Charles's feet was the unconscious Siko Nakanishi. Hand over the silver coins, and I can spare your lives. Stepping over Siko Nakanishi, Charles slowly approached Iri Shiro and the others. He extended his right hand, his eyes fixed on Maki Murakami, the meaning unmistakable. Maki instinctively touched her pocket, which held the silver coins you had given her not long ago. Huh, you think you can take anything from us? Iri Shiro was in a terrible state. She had a long gash on her leg, bleeding profusely. Although the wound was not fatal, it greatly affected her agility. Sakura Yuri tightly grasped Maki's clothes, her pale hands showing visible veins from fear. You won't listen to reason. Charles was too lazy to waste words. He raised his hand, black flames gathering in his palm. He wasn't worried that the black flames would melt the silver coins. After all, they were cursed by the sea god. Just as Charles was about to strike, Xiaolan arrived, just in time, delivering a solid punch to Charles's face. Caught off guard, Charles was sent flying by Xiaolan's punch. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Iri Shiro, who had been holding on, sighed in relief and slumped to the ground. Maki Murakami and Sakura Yuri adopted the same posture. If they had arrived any later, they would have been turned to ashes. I'm really sorry I'm late. Xiaolan walked over to Iri Shiro, looking at her injuries with some guilt. It was supposed to be her trial, yet her teammates bore the pain that shouldn't have been theirs. Iri Shiro waved her hand dismissively, saying, Oh, just some minor wounds. My self-healing ability is quite fast. As soon as she finished speaking, A curved knife flew rapidly from a distance. Xiaolan, who was talking, did not notice the ambush from behind. Iri Shiro instinctively reacted, but by the time she alerted Xiaolan, it was already too late. Just as the curved knife was about to hit Xiaolan, an arrow collided with it, altering its trajectory. Kaiki stood at the end of the corridor with her bow, bathed in moonlight, resembling a fairy fallen into the mortal realm. Phew, I made it just in time. Kaiki lowered her bow. Just as she was about to step toward Iri Shiro and Xiaolan, a sense of crisis surged within her. She had no time for protective measures, so she could only shield vital areas before being engulfed by a wave of black flames. Sister Kaiki, Xiaolan and Iri Shiro shouted simultaneously after witnessing Kaiki's fate. Charles stood amidst the chaos with outstretched hands, his pirate hat nowhere to be found. Xiaolan's punch had shattered his cheekbone. As the black flames receded, Kaiki's bow had turned to ash. She was not in good condition either. Although she was wrapped in spiritual energy, she had still suffered a severe injury. If it weren't for the demon core she carried, which allowed her to absorb some energy, she might have ended up like the longbow. This was also the first time Charles had seen someone survive under black flames. Under normal circumstances, he would have to recruit her into his pirate crew. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. But today is different. Charles has more important tasks. As he passed by the powerless Kikyo, he waved at Xiaolan, who was blocking Inglili. An invisible force sent Xiaolan flying. He had just been careless. If it came to a real fight, everyone present combined wouldn't be a match for Charles. Gritting her teeth, Inglili trembled as she stood up from the ground. She raised her hand and shot out spider silk at the approaching Charles. Charles didn't dodge. He let the silk bind his legs. With just a slight effort, he broke free from the now thin silk. Under Yinglili's unwilling gaze, Charles approached the three women. He grabbed Inglili by the neck and said to Makamura Kori, "While I could easily take the silver coin from you, I would prefer you hand it to me yourself." Makamura Kori hesitated. She understood that if she handed over the coin, everyone on this cruise ship would not survive. Seeing Makamura Kori's reluctance to give up the silver coin, Charles gradually tightened his grip on Yinglili's neck. "If you refuse to hand it over, I will kill her right now," Charles said calmly. Watching the superhero struggle in his grip, Makamura Kori sighed and reached into her pocket. Suddenly, a red beam cut through the hand that was holding Inglili. Leon, now wearing his Superman costume, appeared before everyone. Inglili half knelt on the ground, rubbing her neck, and complained to the tardy Leon, "You arrived way too late. I was almost choked to death." Leon said nothing. He glanced at the half-dead Kikyo and the transformed Xiaolan, then took out 3 beans and threw them to Inglili. "These are sins of beans. As long as there's a breath left, they can bring you back to life." Without hesitation, Inglili took a bean and fed it to herself. Instantly, the vibrant Spider-Man returned to the battlefield. Charles did not stop the actions of the two in front of him. He felt an unprecedented threat from the suddenly appearing man. It was even greater than the shock brought by the sea god, causing Charles's faith to waver. In front of Charles, Inglili fed the sins of beans to Kikyo and Xiaolan. The immediate effect changed the situation on the battlefield. Kikyo and Xiaolan quickly came to Leon's side. Xiaolan looked guilty. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Leon. "Whatever you want to say, wait until this battle is over." Hearing this, Xiaolan could only obediently shut her mouth. Makamura Kaori and Sakura Yuri also realized the situation in front of them. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, rising and falling. "Did we survive?" Sakura Yuri asked. She secretly glanced at Leon's profile. This was the male superhero rumored online, and he was indeed even more handsome than in the videos. In response to Sakura Yuri's question, Makamura Kori nodded. Just when the two women felt relieved, Leon's words left everyone present stunned. "Kori, hand a silver coin over to him." Makamura Kori looked at Leon in disbelief, doubting if she had heard him wrong, and asked, "Are you telling me to hand over the silver coin?" Leon nodded. After receiving his affirmation, Makamura Kaori was completely bewildered. Inglili also tugged at Leon's cloak and quietly said, "Leon, have you lost your mind? Why hand over the silver coin?" Leon first gave the disrespectful Inglili a light smack on the head, then explained he's just a small fry. There's a big boss hiding in the shadows. Covering her forehead, Inglili glared at Leon. "You could have just explained without hitting me. I'm not a mind reader. How would I know all your twists and turns?" Kikyo and Xiaolan were not as agitated. In their view, even if the sky were to fall, Leon would find a way to hold it up. Charles thought the plan to collect the silver coins had failed, but unexpectedly, there was a surprising turn of events. He stared at Leon and disdainfully said, "You want to lure out the sea god? Ha ha ha. Just the might of the sea god could scare you to death." "Oh, is that so? Then let your sea god come out, and let me feel it," Leon said, taking the silver coin that Makamura Kaori reluctantly handed over and throwing it to Charles. Charles, catching the coin, suddenly trembled. At the same time, 99 silver coins on the Black Pearl broke free from the large box that held them and fell into the sea, including the one in Charles's hand. Standing on the back of the mutated crab, Kaza no Okashiyu pulled out the fire god sword embedded in the opponent's head. With a face covered in blood, she looked toward the increasingly turbulent sea. Charles pinched his face. The familiar sensation returned. He could feel the cool sea breeze, smell the blood in the air, and experience the discomfort of hunger and thirst. "Ha ha! I finally turned back into a human." Charles laughed with his head thrown back. But he hadn't laughed long when gunfire echoed in the corridor. Siyu Ryu, holding a gun and enduring the pain in his chest, shot Charles a peanut. His shirt was stained red with blood, and Charles understood what it meant to have joy turn to sorrow. But he no longer cared. He staggered toward a dilapidated room where a half bottle of red wine sat on the desk. Pulling out the cork, Charles tilted the bottle to his mouth and took several gulps. Ah, the taste of wine is still so satisfying. After saying this, the wine bottle slipped from Charles's hand and fell to the ground. His eyes widened as he leaned against the desk, ending his life of crime. The mission of the Black Pearl was also completed as it fell from the sky, crashing onto the cruise ship and turning into a pile of wood chips. The few pirates who still had intact bodies also regained their forms. They excitedly celebrated on the deck, but provoked a backlash from the passengers. Kaza no Okashiyu fell from the sky and met up with Leon and the others who had exited the cabin. She asked, "With you here, how could they possibly collect the silver coins?" Inglily answered first. Leon handed it over voluntarily. He wants to lure out the mastermind. The corners of Kaza no Okashiyu's mouth twitched. This plan was very Leon-like. While others kept their distance from the demons, he was eager to uproot the demon's lair. However, this also suited Leon's character. After all, he was the savior, and whoever wanted to disrupt his peaceful life would be dealt with. The fog over the sea had dissipated, and communication returned to normal. The captain immediately informed the upper management. Xiaolan supported the still-dazed Yuanzi, looking at the churning sea with a frown, and said, "Is there something down there? I think I saw a shadow flash by." Inglily gripped the railing, straining to see the movement beneath the sea, but she saw nothing. Kikyo stood beside Xiaolan. If she could see it, she could naturally see it too. Indeed, there was something beneath the water, and it was quite large. Just as Kikyo finished speaking, a massive wave crashed against the cruise ship, causing a significant tilt. Many passengers who survived the pirate massacre were not so lucky this time, as they rolled directly off the cruise ship and disappeared into the sea in the blink of an eye. Leon soared into the sky, accompanied by the flying Shiyu of Zaya Hill. Yali stood on the deck, watching Shiyu flying alongside Leon, pouting and saying sourly, "So what if you can fly?" It's not that impressive. Although her words expressed indifference, envy was about to spill out of her eyes. On the tumultuous sea, Shiyu led Leon to the spot where a silver coin had fallen into the ocean. Even with the moonlight shining, the waters were dark as pitch. "I heard from Xiaolan that there was something beneath the surface, but I didn't see it. Did you see anything?" Shiyu squinted her eyes, trying to spot the traces of the evil creature beneath the churning water. Indeed, there was something, and it was quite large. Just as Leon finished speaking, a massive tentacle shot up from beneath the surface, giving Shiyu a huge surprise. Before Shiyu could recover, the thick tentacle came crashing towards Leon and her. Leon remained motionless in the air, his expression as calm as water. Just as the tentacle was about to smash into them, Leon extended his right hand and effortlessly caught the incoming tentacle. The owner of the tentacle didn't expect its attack to be so easily intercepted and, feeling indignant, extended several more tentacles from the sea, clawing and swiping at Leon and Shiyu. Leon held onto the first tentacle that was trying to escape while skillfully dodging the other tentacle attacks. Shiyu drew the sword of the fire god and mercilessly slashed at the tentacle. The surface of the tentacle was rough and tough, completely opposite to the slippery texture described in novels and films. The collision even sparked some sparks. I pierced through the mutated giant crab earlier, so this disgusting thing is no problem. After dodging a sneak attack from one tentacle, Shiyu seized the opportunity and, with bulging veins, plunged the sword of the fire god into the tentacle's body. Bright blue blood immediately splattered onto Shiyu. With the first success, Shiyu followed suit, and soon, every tentacle that emerged from the sea bore the marks of the sword of the fire god. This scene was firmly imprinted in the minds of several people on the fortune round. Especially Kikyo, as an elder, could only shrink back and felt ashamed. It was one thing to be defeated by Charles, but at least there was a bit of involvement. Now, aside from being a cheerleader on the ship, she had no other role. Sigh, I need to purify the demon core quickly, then find Leon to improve my abilities, Kikyo murmured. While everyone on the ship had their own thoughts, the appetizer on the sea was drawing to a close. Several tentacles were severed by Shiyu, and the surrounding waters turned a deep blue. Currently, only the tentacle in Leon's hand remained intact. Huh, you still holding on like this? Then let me help you. Leon switched from a single-handed grip to a two-handed grip, unleashing 1/5 of his strength, determined to force the hidden evil beneath the sea to reveal itself. The seawater became murky as Leon and the evil creature struggled. The waves grew larger, and a fortune round began to tilt dangerously under the relentless waves. Shiyu noticed the predicament of the fortune round. She immediately flew down from the sky and supported one side of the ship, temporarily stabilizing the cruise liner. As more of the tentacle emerged from the sea, the true culprit hidden beneath the surface revealed itself. It was a supergiant octopus. Some passengers on the cruise ship steadied themselves while pointing at the octopus, shouting loudly, "It's the North Sea giant monster. It must be the North Sea giant monster. OMG, we're definitely going to be eaten." One somewhat deranged passenger suddenly let go of the railing, laughed maniacally, and jumped into the sea in front of everyone. To him, it was better to die quickly than to be eaten. Xiaolan wanted to save that passenger, but was held back by Yoko beside her. Xiaolan, he's already gone mad. This outcome is also a relief for him. Seeing her best friend drenched from the sea, Xiaolan furrowed her brows, but said nothing. When the supergiant octopus finally surfaced, Leon smirked and performed a shoulder throw. The evil creature, which appeared to exceed 100 meters in size, was easily lifted overhead by Leon and then slammed down onto the surface of the sea. The octopus let out a painful scream. The sound was exceedingly sharp, causing even Shiyu to frown, let alone the others. Many passengers were knocked unconscious by the scream, with the lucky ones getting stuck on the railing and not falling into the sea, while the unlucky ones didn't even know how they died. You despicable creature. How dare you disrespect the great sea god? The octopus waved its tentacles, its two enormous eyes glaring at Leon. Hey, I say, why do you guys always like to give yourselves some unfounded titles? Leon scratched the back of his head. If this giant octopus counted as the sea god, then he was the sea god's father. Ignorant mortal. My name is Kraken. Remember this name that will lead you to your doom. After the giant octopus spoke, it spewed forth a ball of pitch-black flame from its mouth. This was far more domineering than Charles's little flames. Looking at the fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters, Leon thought the creature had misallocated its talent points. Clearly a water attribute. It could breathe fire. How bizarre. As the fireball closed in on Leon, the floating cloak behind him volunteered to step forward and confront it. A complex golden magic circle appeared in front of Leon. Upon hitting the magic circle, the fireball mysteriously vanished, not being swallowed but rather redirected. A second golden magic circle appeared near Kraken. The black fireball shot out from it, accurately hitting the creature's body. A scream echoed once again. Kraken reaped what it sowed. It hurriedly submerged the injured part into the sea, seeking relief from the searing pain with the cold water. But Leon wouldn't give Kraken a chance to catch its breath. In a flash, his fist, the size of a cooking pot, slammed into Kraken's face. The latter's massive body soared once more and then crashed heavily into the sea. This godlike power left everyone on the fortune round in awe. To be honest, I've never really watched Leon fight seriously before, but now, he truly deserves the title of God of Mortals. Kikyo's words prompted several girls nearby to nod in agreement. Although Kraken was not seriously injured from the heavy punch, its pride had taken a severe blow. After all, it was a mid-admiral of the First Realm. While its strength was slightly lacking compared to other mid-admirals, it was not something to be easily toyed with. Damn it, mortal, you've enraged me. Kraken extended all its tentacles above the surface, heavily surrounding Leon. Every tentacle had grown barbs, and the dark red suckers were oozing a foul-smelling pus. Leon felt slightly overwhelmed by the situation before him. It wasn't that he was intimidated by Kraken's imposing presence, but rather that the smell of the pus was simply overwhelming. The heat ray could only deal with a small portion at a time, and the severed tentacles would quickly regrow to replace them. During this process, the pus wouldn't dissipate. It would burst open and splatter everywhere. Leon truly did not want to be touched by those disgusting things. After contemplating for a moment and looking at the smug Kraken, Leon pulled out the now unfrozen divine light stick. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The sharp-eyed Lily fixed her gaze on the golden stick in Leon's hand and curiously asked the person next to her, "Have you seen what Leon is holding?" Xiaolan and Yuanzi shook their heads, while Kikyo appeared to be in deep thought. Kraken naturally also noticed the divine light stick in Leon's hand. For some reason, it sensed the energy of light emanating from that small stick, which instinctively filled Kraken, an evil creature, with disgust. "Mortal, quickly throw away what you have in your hand, or I will tear you to pieces." With that, Kraken intended to strike first. It controlled its tentacles and charged towards Leon with murderous intent. The people on the cruise ship watched in despair as their only hope was engulfed by countless tentacles. Only a few girls who had absolute confidence in Leon firmly believed that he could turn the tide. And indeed, that was the case. A beam of light shone in the pitch-black night. A giant, 53 meters tall, appeared before everyone. The giant grabbed several tentacles in each hand and playfully tied them into a bow. Can anyone tell me if this giant before us is Leon transformed? Lily's eyes were about to pop out from behind her mask. She had imagined many uses for the golden stick, but never thought it would be used as a transformation tool. Xiaolan and Yuanzi were also dumbfounded. Leon always managed to surprise them at any time and place. Kikyo, on the other hand, had a knowing expression. The familiar glow made her smile. She felt that this battle could already be declared one-sidedly over. Kasumi no Okayutaha might be the busiest among the girls. After seeing Leon transform into a giant, she knew that once the battle began, the Fukagawamaru would inevitably be affected. Thinking of the passengers and her companions on the ship, she could only grit her teeth, take a deep breath, and dive into the sea, supporting the bottom of the ship to move the Fukagawamaru to a safe position. At this time, Kraken was frantically trying to untangle its knotted tentacles. Leon shot a beam of light at the unsuspecting Kraken. The intense pain made Kraken abandon its knotted tentacles. It resorted to a desperate move, spewing out black flames from its mouth to destroy the useless tentacles. While waiting for new tentacles to grow, Kraken didn't idle. In addition to spewing flames from its mouth, it could also release smoke as thick as ink. The black smoke quickly enveloped Leon's body. These smokes were not only meant to obscure Leon's vision, they were also continuously eroding Leon's body. But Leon didn't pay much attention to these little tricks. He spun his entire body rapidly, creating a powerful tornado that dispersed the black smoke surrounding him. Kraken didn't expect its tactic to be countered so quickly. Fortunately, new tentacles had grown, giving it the opportunity to counterattack. The new tentacles were somewhat different from the old ones. Their surfaces were no longer rough, but densely covered with many needles. As long as the tentacles wrapped around Leon, Kraken could inject poison into him through the needles. Leon also noticed the difference between the new and old tentacles and did not give Kraken the opportunity to come close. He was not like that reckless Dagu, turning a perfectly good mage into a warrior. Various skills like the 8-point light wheel and the imitation version of the ace decapitation blade were all aimed at Kraken. But Kraken was no fool. Sensing the danger from Leon's release skills, it maneuvered its massive body in the sea, successfully dodging some of the attacks. Faced with the incoming tentacles, Leon jumped back to avoid them. During the jump, he switched to aerial form. His agile movements prevented Kraken's tentacles from even grazing his clothes. Simplified rampart light bullets shot out from Leon's hands, most of which hit Kraken's body. At this point, Kraken was in quite a predicament, with countless wounds of various sizes all over its body. The surrounding seawater had completely turned a deep blue. Its large yellow pupils were fixed on Leon, who was flying around in the air, and Kraken devised a plan. Since he won't come down from the sky, I'll dive into the sea. With that thought, Kraken quickly sank into the ocean under Leon's watch. Well, this guy is a bit smarter than the evil creatures encountered before. Leon switched his form back to composite and, under the worried gazes of Lily and the others, dove into the sea. He would not let any evil creature escape, even if the King of Heaven came. Kraken had to perish here today. Once in the ocean, Leon was warmly welcomed by Kraken. Countless tentacles rushed to attack him. Kraken sneered, "Ha ha, you brainless fool. On the surface, I may not be your opponent, but once I'm at the bottom of the sea, I am the true king." Annoying. Leon repelled the bothersome tentacles while sending 2 simplified light bullets toward Kraken. By chance, these 2 light bullets shot straight into Kraken's still open mouth, blowing 2 large holes in it. The pain made Kraken unable to close its mouth. But this action also provoked Kraken's brutality. The tentacles it controlled launched a more furious assault on Leon. The battle between the two stirred the sea into a chaotic frenzy. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Even though Kasumi no Okayutaha had moved the Fukugawamaru far away, the massive waves still rocked it back and forth. Do you think Leon will defeat that huge, evil creature? Yuan Zi asked. Is there even a question? Of course he will. Ing Lily blurted out without thinking. You're Leon's #1 fan, so you should have more faith in your idol. Ing Lily patted Yuan Zi's shoulder to reassure her. In this world, if anyone could save the world in a moment of crisis, aside from Leon, she couldn't think of a second suitable candidate. Xiaolon also held Yuan Zi's hand, knowing she must be recalling their experiences in another world, and comforted her. Trust Leon. He will definitely defeat that evil creature. Kikyo and Kasumi no Okayutaha may not have spoken, but their expressions said it all. While fighting Kraken, Leon suddenly felt a slight surge in the energy of light. Although it wasn't much, as a user, he could still clearly feel it. This energy was provided by Ing Lily and the others. A warm glow emanated from Leon's hand. This feeling of being trusted by others didn't seem too bad. Leon integrated the glow into his body, and his power as Digga increased slightly. The Kraken, which had already been pushed back by Leon, now turned to flee in panic. Damn it, how can this guy be so powerful even underwater? The Kraken dared not linger and swam swiftly into the depths of the ocean. Leon relentlessly pursued the Kraken from behind. To the Kraken, the two glowing eyes seemed like ghostly flames that could ensnare the soul. With the battlefield shifting, the surface of the sea finally calmed down. The captain led the crew in rescue operations. There weren't many surviving passengers on the deck, but the situation was better than the captain had expected. However, looking at the scattered limbs on the ground, the captain's expression was still grim. The first mate poked the captain's arm and nodded towards the few women looking out at the sea. Understanding, the captain patted his face, trying to appear more amiable, and walked over to Korea Poem and the others. Hello, I really appreciate your help in this invasion of evil spirits. Otherwise, I can't imagine the consequences. The captain took off his hat and bowed deeply to the women to express his gratitude. Korea Poem accepted the captain's thanks calmly. She said lightly, "You don't need to be so polite. As superheroes, slaying evil spirits and protecting the public is the most basic principle." The captain slowly straightened up and sighed. That's true. But if you hadn't helped this time, everyone on this cruise ship would have died. After speaking, the captain pointed to the half-corpse of a pirate on the ground and continued. This was the captain of a cargo ship. They all went missing last night. It seems they encountered the evil spirits as well, but they just weren't as lucky as us. Following the direction the captain pointed, the mood of the women inevitably became heavy. If this world hadn't caught the eye of the evil spirits, perhaps this captain wouldn't have died. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. Kikyo withdrew her gaze and said to the captain, "You should quickly attend to the injured. The matter is not over yet." Upon hearing this, the captain was taken aback. He thought the calm meant the evil spirits were eliminated, but it turned out he was mistaken. Okay, I'll do as you say right now. The captain was somewhat flustered. He didn't want to experience the terrifying ordeal again. Watching the captain leave, Ing Lily leaned back over the railing, looking at the sea and said, "I wonder how Leon is doing. Why has it gone quiet all of a sudden?" Kikyo stood beside Ing Lily, also gazing at the sea, and replied firmly, "Leon will be fine. The evil spirits will eventually be defeated." Korea Poem and Xiaolon shared her thoughts. Yuanzi silently leaned over the railing, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Leon, who was being talked about by the women, had already cornered the Kraken. The regeneration speed of its tentacles could no longer keep up with Leon's cutting speed. What had once been countless tentacles now numbered only 7 or 8. The Kraken floated 50 meters away from Leon, chewing on a whale it had just caught. It urgently needed to replenish its strength to have a chance to fight back. Otherwise, it would surely meet its end. Leon didn't stop the Kraken's actions. He still had some questions to ask it. Which realm are you the vanguard of? Leon crossed his arms and stared intently at the Kraken. The Kraken was initially puzzled by the question, but quickly reacted. Its eyes narrowed into slits as it discarded a third of the whale and looked at Leon. "Say, mortal, you actually know about the vanguard?" Leon shrugged. "I killed a few and heard it from them." The Kraken was immediately speechless. What a guy. He had kicked a hard rock. Although the overall strength of the vanguard was average, it wasn't something just anyone could defeat, let alone kill. "I am not just any vanguard. I am a major general of the first realm, not something those scum can compare to." The Kraken spoke with immense pride when mentioning the first realm. Leon stroked his chin. He had encountered evil spirits from the first to the third realm, but didn't know how many realms there were in total, or if there were even greater evil spirits at higher levels. Just then, the Kraken's not very developed brain finally came back to itself. Why was it answering humans' questions? Realizing this, the Kraken roared in anger and launched a final desperate attack on Leon. Seeing the opportunity to gather information slip away, Leon wasn't angry. The invading evil spirits would only increase, not decrease. He could always catch a compliant evil spirit later to inquire carefully. The Kraken, having grown a few more tentacles, first spewed out black smoke from its mouth, and then, using the smoke as cover, shot several fireballs at Leon. When Leon saw the Kraken exhaling thick mist, he knew it wanted to play dirty. Unhurried, he raised an ultra barrier in front of him. As expected, several fireballs were completely blocked. With the dirty play failing, the Kraken could only confront Leon head-on. It extended its tentacles, trying to wrap around Leon's limbs. But such an obvious attempt would not succeed easily in Leon's hands. He played along, pretending to be caught by the tentacles, and with a swift turn, he mercilessly sliced the Kraken's tentacle with the 8-pointed light wheel in his hand. Azure blood splattered across Leon's chest. The only thought in his mind was, evil spirits have no sense of pain. The Kraken, writhing in agony, desperately twisted its massive body, crashing into several underwater mountains. But this creature was tough. If it were another evil spirit, it might have already started begging for mercy. Leon's heart softened. He split the 8-pointed light wheel into 3, helping the Kraken to end its suffering quickly by severing all its tentacles. The Kraken's screams abruptly ceased. It was now numb from the pain. Seeing that the Kraken was now just a bare commander, Leon didn't want to linger any longer. After all, the colorful timer on his chest was already flashing red. Leon struck a pose for the Zapali AO light ray, and the white, ultra-high-temperature light beam penetrated the Kraken's body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening sounds echoed through the depths of the sea. Even the people on the Fortune Maru could hear it clearly. Leon lowered his hands and was about to turn to leave when a small object emitting silver light caught his attention. He reached out to catch it and focused on the small item in his hand. It was the cursed silver coin from before. TSK, this is a monster drop. Leon smiled, secured the silver coin, and flew toward the surface of the sea. After hearing the explosion from the depths of the sea, the women on the cruise ship couldn't help but feel nervous, and to say otherwise would be a lie. Even the usually composed Kikyo tightly clenched her hands, her beautiful eyes fixed firmly on the surface of the sea. Splash! The sea water gushed as a mysterious giant in red, purple, and white emerged from the depths. Seeing that Leon was unharmed, the women all breathed a sigh of relief. The sailors and passengers on the ship also cheered loudly. Neon City, a place that reveres the strong, was deeply impressed by the giant's display of power. Haha, I actually survived the invasion of evil. Now I have something to brag about, said a man with his head wrapped like a zongzi, waving at the giant. TCH, I even personally took down a pirate. Isn't that better than you? Said a young man whose head, chest, and arms were similarly bandaged, while the passengers were busy comparing their exploits. Makamura Kaori helped the revived Yanagi Sawaseko to the side of Ran and Sonoko. Huh, why are there only you two? Where are the others? Makamura Kaori asked curiously. They want to change clothes. After all, we can't reveal our identities yet, Ran explained. Leaning against Makamura Kaori, Yanagi Sawaseko, still a bit dazed, looked around but didn't see that familiar figure. Is Leon not here either? Yanagi Sawaseko had already filled in the gaps of her memory during the journey with Makamura Kaori. She wasn't surprised by the truth that Kariya Shiyu and the others were superheroes. Ever since she became interested in Leon, she had her colleagues investigate the people around him. Although their identities were all unrelated, they shared one common point, a close connection with Leon. Given the questionable identity of Leon, it was clear that the identities of others couldn't be without issues either. So when Makamura Kaori told Yanagi Sawaseko that Ran and the others were superheroes, she remained calm. Are you looking for me? Leon's figure silently appeared beside the women. Upon seeing Leon, Ran excitedly rushed up to him, completely ignoring Sonoko. Are you all right? The explosion from the sea earlier worried us to death. Facing Ran's concern, Leon smiled and patted her head, replying, How could I be in trouble? Who am I? I am Superman. Feeling the large hand on her head, Ran's pretty face flushed. Sonoko, feeling abandoned, pouted and said, TSH, what a guy who forgets his friends for a love interest. Yanagi Sawaseko's gaze also roamed over Leon. Seeing that he was truly unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to miss such a good opportunity for contact. Among the women present, only Makamura Kaori seemed hesitant. Leon noticed her unusual demeanor and asked, "What do you want to tell me? Is it about Seiha Ryo?" Makamura Kaori nodded. Ryo's situation isn't good. His chest injury is too severe, and the treatment on the cruise ship is just a drop in a bucket. Leon thought for a moment. He held no significant animosity towards Seiha Ryo. Although he had initially been threatened by him, the incident started because he had looked at him a bit too long. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Makamura Kaori gathered her courage and said, "As long as you can save Ryo, I can offer you everything I have." As soon as she said this, not only was Leon taken aback, but even Ran, Sonoko, and Yanagi Sawaseko narrowed their eyes. Wow, what a clever move to retreat to advance. If Leon agreed, not only would Seiha Ryo's life be saved, but she would also be able to stay close to him for a long time. What a two birds with one stone situation. Leon didn't think for long and tossed Makamura Kaori a small item he had just acquired. When she caught the item and looked closely, Makamura Kaori nearly fainted. Wasn't this the cursed silver coin that caused this disaster? "Leon, why are you giving this to me again?" Makamura Kaori forced a smile. Leon explained, "Don't you want to save Seiha Ryo's life? This silver coin can fulfill your wish." Hearing this, Makamura Kaori frowned. She had no doubt about Leon's words. His status and power meant he had no need to deceive someone powerless like her. "How do I use it?" Concerned about Seiha Ryo's survival, Makamura Kaori couldn't afford to be careless. "It's simple, just have him swallow it," Leon shrugged. Makamura Kaori's eyes widened as she looked at the cursed silver coin in her hand. It was at least the size of a bun, and swallowing it would be quite a challenge. Yanagi Sawaseko patted Makamura Kaori's shoulder and said, "Just listen to him. Time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, Ryo will be covered with a white sheet." With no better options, Makamura Kaori gripped the cursed silver coin tightly, bowed to Leon, then asked Ran to help Yanagi Sawaseko as they quickly rushed back to the cabin. On the way back, they ran into Kiriya Shiyu and the others, who had changed clothes. After a brief greeting, they went their separate ways. When they reached Leon, Lily circled around him a few times before extending her hand and smiling. "Leon, can I see that golden stick you used earlier?" "What the hell, golden stick? That's the divine light stick." Leon rolled his eyes, but didn't refuse Lily, handing her the petrified divine light stick. Holding the stone version of the divine light stick, Lily tapped it with her finger. It was solid. Why did this thing turn to stone? Didn't it shine brightly before? Lily pouted, looking at Leon with confusion. "You didn't give me a fake, did you?" Leon, a bit annoyed, gave Lily a light smack on the head and said, "This thing has a cool down after each use. If you want it to recover faster, just let it bask in the sun." Indeed, Leon had inadvertently discovered the divine light stick's properties. Recently, while sunbathing, he had taken some items out to study. To his surprise, the divine light stick accelerated its recovery speed when exposed to sunlight. He couldn't help but marvel at how well thought out the system's design was, even considering how to transition its drawbacks. Lily, unfazed by the light smack, happily played with the divine light stick and unapologetically pocketed it. "Leon, I really like this item. Can you let me use it?" Though she felt a bit nervous when saying this, the ability to fly after transforming made her very envious. Leon raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Lily would actively seek something from him. After a moment's thought, seeing her pitiful eyes, he agreed to her request. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. After all, he didn't just have the divine light stick as his only transformation device. Moreover, its limitations were quite apparent, and for him, it could only be used occasionally. Seeing Lily obtain a powerful item, the other girls also perked up. Yamaseko was the first to speak. "Leon, since we have fought side by side, could you possibly enhance my combat power?" Leon looked at Yamaseko in disbelief. "What does it mean to have fought side by side? Wasn't I the only one doing all the fighting? You were just a slacker who lay down until the battle was over." But despite the complaints, Leon was still willing to give her a chance since someone was willing to share the burden of saving the world. He took out a dragon scale, the same as the one he gave to Sato Mihoko, and tossed it to Yamaseko. The scale was warm to the touch and had a unique energy that eased physical fatigue, making Yamaseko's eyes light up. This was a dragon scale. Wearing for a long time could not only improve physical fitness, but also had a small chance of granting some superpowers. Liang's words made Yamaseko value the scale even more. After this incident, she planned to find a skilled craftsman to design a necklace for the dragon scale. Yuanzi poked Xiaolan's back, signaling her to take the opportunity while Liang was in a good mood and asked him for something. Although their strength now far exceeded that of ordinary people, no one would refuse to get stronger. Xiaolan felt a bit shy and hesitant to speak up. Even as Yunzi almost poked a hole in her clothes, she still had no intention of stepping forward. However, Xiaolan's reluctance did not mean Liang would overlook her. Tonight's battle made Liang realize the team's combat power was insufficient. When Kikyo and Xiaolan were deeply embroiled in a tough fight, he could have intervened. But he chose to hold back. He wanted to see how well the current small team could cooperate. The result was not disappointing, but also didn't make Liang happy. This is the new Gaia memory. I hope you can use it flexibly. Liang walked up to Xiaolan and Yunzi, handing them the frenzy memory and metal memory. Xiaolan blankly accepted the two Gaia memories, unsure of what to say. It was Yunzi who reacted quickly, saying to Liang, "Don't worry, Liang, we won't let you down." Xiaolan also snapped back to reality and nodded firmly at Liang. Liang smiled and softly said, "I have always had faith in you." After saying that, he looked at Kikyo with an apologetic expression and said, "You don't blame me for not saving you in time before, do you?" Kikyo shook her head. Her injuries had completely healed thanks to the senza beans. In terms of strength, she ranked low among the girls, with only her rich combat experience being somewhat noteworthy. So at this moment, Kikyo's heart was filled with a strong desire for greater power. "I don't need anything from you. After purifying the demon core, I hope you can fulfill your previous promise." Kikyo stared intently into Liang's eyes, only shifting her gaze when he nodded. Before Liang could turn his attention to her, Kasumi no Okiyuta hurriedly said, "I don't need any props either. I haven't fully grasped the Wonder Woman legacy yet. I understand the principle of not biting off more than I can chew." Since she said that, Liang wouldn't push it. The sky gradually brightened. The helicopter and rescue boats arrived one after another. After consuming the cursed silver coin, Saiha also became lively. Knowing that his life was exchanged for Makamura Kaori's freedom, he felt somewhat disheartened. Liang patted his shoulder and quietly said, "I can give you an external position, as long as you complete the tasks I assign. After reaching a certain number, I can return Kaori's freedom to her." A glimmer of light flashed in Saiha eyes. He didn't think someone of Liang's stature would take pleasure in someone as insignificant as him. Extending his hand towards Liang, Saiha said seriously, "Okay, I agree to join your team." A smile appeared on Liang's face as he shook hands with Saiha. This way, the second squad of new gods took shape. Their conversation did not avoid mentioning Makamura Kaori. After experiencing an invasion by an evil deity, she knew that in battles of this magnitude, there was a high chance of not returning. Watching Saiha reach an understanding with Liang, he didn't want to go through the pain of losing family again. "Liang, I also want to join your team, please." Makamura Kaori once again bowed deeply to Liang. Saiha looked at Makamura Kaori with a complex expression. To be honest, he didn't want Kaori to join such a dangerous organization. Although becoming a superpower was a cool thing, the corresponding responsibilities and risks were also enormous. Liang stroked his chin, watching Makamura Kaori, who refused to get up without his approval. There was a hint of moral coercion in her actions. But who was Liang? "As long as I have no morals, you can't coerce me." "All right, since you are so sincere, I will make an exception and let you join the second squad." Such a self-sacrificing good recruit, Liang certainly wouldn't let go easily. "But don't forget the promise you made with your own mouth." Liang's fingers lightly traced along Makamura Kaori's neck. Her earlobes visibly turned red. Makamura Kaori felt a slight itch and then a sting on her neck. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the bystander, Saiha, a whirlwind tattoo appeared on Makamura Kaori's neck. Moreover, her hair began to turn white, and even her pupils changed to white in an instant. "Liang, I feel a surge of energy within me. It seems I can control the weather and influence the climate." Makamura Kaori immediately sensed her transformation. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she waved her hand towards the boundless sea. A small tornado formed over the ocean, sweeping fish into the sky. Saiha stared blankly at the sea, genuinely not expecting Liang to grant Kaori such an abnormal ability. He thought about his own future situation and sighed deeply. "Goodbye, my magazine. Goodbye, my study materials." A tear rolled down Saiha cheek, mourning his lost youth. Makamura Kaori was also startled by the power she had unleashed. She hurriedly dissipated the tornado over the sea, allowing the fish to return to the ocean. Then she looked at Liang and stammered, "Liang, the ability you gave me is too precious. I can't accept it." Liang casually waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "It's just some trivial little powers. You don't have the physique of a mutant. At most, you can exert 40% of your ability." 40%? That's still pretty terrifying, isn't it? Makamura Kori swallowed hard, sensing that when she could truly unleash 40% of her power, she would be able to destroy a small city all by herself. Seeing more and more rescue personnel arriving on the cruise ship, Leon didn't stay long with Sayario and Makamura Kaori. They exchanged contact information, and Makamura Kaori promised to initiate contact with Leon later when she had time, returning to the side of Kasumi no Okayuta and the others. Before Leon could speak, Lily sourly remarked, "The ability you gave that girl is pretty impressive. She can even create a tornado with her bare hands." They had all clearly witnessed the scene on the sea just now. Leon rubbed Lily's golden hair while saying, "They're different from you. They're in another city with more survival skills, so I don't have to go collect their corpses." After hearing Li Ang's explanation, Lily's round face fell. She swatted away the big hand that was messing with her head and nodded towards the medical staff gradually approaching them. "We've already sent one batch away, and now another is coming. How do we deal with this?" Liang didn't say anything but looked at Yenisiko. Yenisiko understood Liang's gaze and showed her police badge to the approaching medical staff, saying a few words, after which they left. In about 3 hours, they would arrive in America. Yenisiko took out her phone and said to Liang, "As a reward for the dragon scale you gave me, I will handle the follow-up troubles of this matter, so it won't involve you." Liang nodded and didn't even look at Yenisiko, who was walking aside to make a phone call. For him, there was no one on this planet who could bring him trouble. It was just that it's better to avoid trouble, and he was happy to be at ease. However, if Yenisiko thought she could smooth over the favor he granted her with such a trivial matter, that was completely wishful thinking. Time flew by. Around noon, Liang and his group finally arrived at the Port of America. They were released without even a statement. The group got into the vehicle arranged by the Suzuki group and quickly headed to the hotel they had booked. In the car, Liang looked out the window and didn't find the foreign scenery particularly charming or the air particularly sweet. Instead, he saw quite a few people high on drugs staggering down the street. TSK, this truly is the city of sin. As they passed a small supermarket, they happened upon a man with a gun robbing it. Liang had no intention of helping. He just watched coldly. It wasn't until the reckless robber charged towards the car Liang was in, waving his gun and shouting, that he rolled down the window and fired a heat ray at the man's legs. Sitting next to Liang, Yuanzi was already used to this. She had already told the driver to lower the back seat partition when Liang frowned. This was the state of America. The security in the poor districts was terrible, with patrols only coming around every 3 hours. Yuanzi leaned against the car door, propping her head up with one hand, and spoke softly. "The security in the wealthy districts is much better than here. Patrols come by almost every hour." Liang glanced at the groaning robber on the ground and slowly rolled up the window. It didn't matter. After all, he was here for a vacation. And as long as he had fun, that was all that mattered. Leaning back against the comfortable seat, Liang closed his eyes and began to doze off. Seeing that he didn't want to say much, Yuanzi also kept her mouth shut and sat quietly in her seat. The driver had good skills, and the ride was smooth. By the time Liang opened his eyes again, they had arrived at the Stanley Hotel. Stanley Hotel? That's not a good name. Liang silently complained as he stood at the hotel entrance. Looking at Liang, who was standing still, Shiyukaza no Oka asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with this hotel?" As soon as she said this, both Lon and Lily, who had been excited, froze in place. Kikyo also quietly gathered her spiritual energy, alertly observing the surroundings. Liang didn't know how to answer Shiyukaza no Oka. He had already used his X-ray vision to thoroughly check the hotel and found nothing unusual. "Ha, nothing much, just a little distracted," Liang gave a vague answer. Shiyukaza no Oka looked at him in confusion, but Liang managed to conceal it well. The group entered the Stanley Hotel. The luxurious decorations made the girls gasp in amazement. Even though none of them were ordinary people, having the ability and being able to enjoy it were two different things. Only Liang remained calm. After all, he had already seen everything in detail with his X-ray vision. But even after having seen it before, when his gaze swept over the stairs connecting the hotel lobby to the second-floor suites, Liang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it! The dead memories began to attack. Fortunately, the attack was brief, and his memories were interrupted by Kikyo. "Your complexion doesn't look good. Is there really a problem with this hotel?" Liang shook his head and said some things that Kikyo couldn't quite understand. "Don't worry about it. Just some childhood trauma. It should be fine." As soon as he said this, Liang froze. "Wait, it seems I've set a flag." Liang slapped his forehead, startling Kikyo beside him. "Hey, Liang, are you really okay?" Kikyo asked. Liang weakly nodded and said to Kikyo, "Don't worry. I'm really fine. You don't have to worry too much about me." Kikyo frowned. This was the first time she had seen Liang like this. Naturally, Liang couldn't tell Kikyo that before he traveled. He had been scared by a horror movie and didn't dare to get up at night to go to the bathroom. Fortunately, at this time, Unz and the others had completed the check-in process and timely helped Liang out of the awkward situation. On the way to their room, Kikyo still focused on Liang's strange behavior. She subconsciously began to examine the decor of the Stanley Hotel. Suddenly, at the end of the hallway, a pair of beautiful twin sisters caught Kikyo's attention. They were wearing pretty little dresses, and their hair was adorned with exquisite hairpins. They held each other's hands and wore joyful smiles on their faces. "Hello, big sister," the twin sisters greeted Kikyo first. After deciding on the cruise trip, Unz had given Kikyo a crash course in the language of another country. Although she spoke haltingly, her listening skills were passable. Out of politeness, Kikyo smiled and replied, "Hello, you are so cute." After speaking, Kikyo waved at the twin sisters. Kikyo, who are you waving at? Did you meet someone you know?" Unz curiously looked in the direction Kikyo was greeting, but there was no one there, not even Shadow. There were a pair of beautiful twins at the end of the hallway. They were saying hello to me. Kikyo turned her head to explain to Unz. But when she turned back again, the twins at the end of the hallway had vanished without a trace. Unz pouted and muttered quietly, "Are you seeing things?" There was no one at the end of the hallway. I didn't see anything. Kikyo was sure she hadn't made a mistake. She then asked Shiyukaza and Nooka and Ing Lily if they had seen the twin sisters in the hallway. Both shook their heads. Only Lon weakly chimed in. "I think I saw them. Were they wearing little dresses? They looked really cute." Kikyo nodded. "Oh no, we must have missed them. Let's go. I can't wait to see what the big suite looks like." Unz happily grabbed Kikyo's hand and hurried towards their room. Xiaolon, Kasumiga Kakashiyu, and Ing Lily exchanged glances, revealing a helpless smile on their faces. After a few of them left the corridor, the twin sisters reappeared at the end of the hallway. Although many people passed by, it seemed as if no one could see them. The twin sisters looked in the direction where GK had left, and a strange smile appeared on their small faces. Daitu awkwardly turned his head away, shocked by the second Mrs. Dramatic mood changes. Is this really the renowned first heir of the Suzuki Group? Covering the pinhole camera on his chest, Daitu decided that after returning, he would delete this video and absolutely not show it to the old master. Liang had a good grasp of Unz's temperament. He once again gave her a flick on the head and said sternly, "What photo? Don't slander me." This girl didn't pay attention to the occasion and just blurted out whatever came to mind. Didn't she notice that Xiaolon and GK's expressions had changed for the worse? Unz, who was slow to realize, also felt a chill down her back. Ignoring her forehead's pain, she immediately explained to Xiaolon and the others, "Oh, don't misunderstand. The photo I mentioned is just an ordinary photo, definitely not a candid shot of you." "All right then, what a confession." Liang looked at Unz with sympathy and quietly distanced himself from the impending violent conflict. Hearing Unz's pleas for help and the other girl scolding, Liang declined the cigarette offered by Daitu. "Thanks to Mr. Liang's assistance, or else my job might be at stake." Daitu put the cigarette back in a box. He didn't have a habit of smoking. He only kept a pack on him for work. Liang waved his hand and said while looking at the bustling crowd, "It's just a small effort. No need to be so polite." Daitu smiled wryly. For Liang, it was a trivial matter, but for him, it was a matter of livelihood. If he followed Unz's instructions and returned to the hotel, only for something to happen that night, he would be at fault. And he might even have to commit seppuku to atone for it. Looking at Liang's profile, Daitu fell silent. The two quietly waited for the girl's commotion to end. Fortunately, Unz's attitude of apology was very sincere, and she soon gained the forgiveness of the other girls. Liang was somewhat surprised that this girl didn't expose him in the end. After all, his phone contained many photos filled with wonderful memories. If Unz had revealed him, the blame would have shifted, and it wouldn't have been as messy as it was now. With a long face, Unz was sandwiched between several girls as they walked up to Liang, speaking in unison. "Just now," Unz said she would give you the photo. "You guys aren't doing this for the first time, are you?" Liang would not be intimidated by this level of coercion. He said with righteous indignation, "How could that be? I'm a good youth of the new century. How could I engage in such sordid affairs?" The girls looked at Liang suspiciously. His serious expression gradually made them believe his words. Unz secretly gave Liang a thumbs up. "When it comes to thick skin, you are the best." The farce temporarily came to a halt. The group walked down the streets of the city center. Their high looks attracted the attention of many passers-by. Of course, there were no bold individuals coming up to provoke them, mainly because Daitu and the other security personnel exuded a strong aura, and their bulging waists made it clear to anyone that they were carrying something. Since they hadn't had dinner, The first thing everyone did was to fill their stomachs. Lily led everyone to a secret burger shop based on recommendations from her phone. Even at 7 in the evening, the business at this shop was exceptionally booming. Liang sat calmly on a chair outside the shop, leaving the purchasing task to the girls. This time, the food tasting did not go as poorly as the previous milk tea experience. The burgers tasted quite good, and paired with ice cola, Liang ended up having 3. He even finished Lily's share, leaving her so angry that she could only go back to queue up again. Once they solved their empty stomach issues, the group began to enjoy Times Square, known as the crossroads of the world. The dazzling neon light advertisements and movie and television promotional boards deeply shocked everyone's eyes. Liang even saw an old acquaintance on a gigantic screen. The flashy suspenders and basketball made Liang sigh. Even in a different world, fans are everywhere. As the crowd increased, Dai-Tu and the others became increasingly cautious. He knew that some unbelievable incidents had occurred in the Queens area and not far from Times Square. Everyone heightened their spirits, ensuring the safety of the second miss and the other guests. Dai-Tu instructed his subordinates, "Stay alert." "Yes, Captain." His subordinates responded in unison. Since they were at Times Square, significant shopping was inevitable. Yunzi patted her chest and said to her companions, "Tonight, everyone play to their heart's content. All expenses will be covered by me, the second miss of Suzuki." Xiaolon tugged at her best friend's sleeve and whispered, "Are you sure you can cover tonight's expenses? Do you have that much money?" Yunzi chuckled and pulled out a black card, waving it in front of Xiaolon. "This is a credit card my dad gave me before I left, with no overdraft limit, so you can rest assured." Xiaolon pouted, knowing full well that this black card was given to Yunzi by her dad out of respect for GK. In summary, their ability to enjoy this outing was all thanks to GK. Lily and Kasumigakaka Shiyu exchanged glances, confirming with each other before heading into the nearest branded clothing store. Yunzi, not wanting to fall behind, quickly pulled Xiaolon and GK, who were still in a daze, and followed them. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Liang did not join the excitement. There was little meaning in him entering a women's clothing store. He casually found a place to sit and began a long wait. It is well known that most girls take at least half an hour to browse clothes before leaving the store. During this time, Liang rejected more than a dozen young women who wanted to exchange phone numbers with him. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in women. After getting used to beautiful girls with scores above 90, these ordinary girls could no longer catch his eye. After nearly 40 minutes, the girls finally emerged from the clothing store with bags in hand. Liang was almost asleep in his chair. "Hey, are you sitting here alone?" Lily tapped Liang on the shoulder, waking him from his drowsy state. Liang stood up from the chair, stretched, and said lightly, "If I'm not sitting here waiting for you, should I just stand here for 40 minutes like an idiot?" Upon hearing this, Lily stuck out her tongue. In fact, Kasumigakaka Shiyu and the others had already finished shopping. It was just that she was still struggling between buying a dress or pants. Finally, an impatient Yunzi waved her hand and indicated to pack everything. As time ticked away, the girls bought more and more things, even helping the men carry 2 or 3 bags. In the end, they had bought so much that a man asked one of his subordinates to drive and take the items back to the hotel first. Finally freeing her hands, Xiaolon let out a sigh of relief. She actually didn't want to spend too much, but couldn't resist Yunzi's constant chatter. So she bought some souvenirs for Mori Kagoro and Hayuri. Sitting next to her, Kasumi Shiyu watched Liang, who had been watching the scene with interest, making her very curious. "Hey, did you sense something?" Kasumi poked Liang's arm, her face full of curiosity. Liang didn't hide it, stomped his foot, and looked at the sewer cover beneath him, saying, "There's an uninvited guest approaching us." Upon hearing this, the girl's expressions changed. Yunzi quickly asked, "What kind of guy is it? Is it strong? Do you need me and Xiaolon to step in?" Xiaolon, standing next to Yunzi, had already reached into her backpack and touched the double driver. "It might not be strong, but there are just too many of them." As soon as Liang finished speaking, the sewer cover beneath his feet made a loud noise. The lizard man that had intended to break through was rebounded by a strong force. However, except for the sewer opening Liang was standing on, which had no lizard man emerging, the surrounding covers were all blown away, revealing dozens of fierce-looking lizard men. The sudden event threw Times Square into chaos. The man was also cursing, trying to protect the second young lady from this troublesome place. But just after he finished contacting the remaining security personnel at the hotel, he turned around and was shocked to find Suzuki Yunzi had fainted. Supporting the unconscious Yunzi, Liang's gaze was locked onto Kamen Rider W in the center of the square. Following Liang's line of sight, the men saw a lizard man being punched away by Kamen Rider W. "My God, is this another new superhero?" Domen Exilema. He wasn't an old-fashioned person stuck in the past. He had a high acceptance of the changes in the world, as well as the emergence of superheroes and monsters. His daughter was a huge fan of Wonder Woman and even bought a cosplay outfit. Don't be dazed, there are monsters approaching. Liang's voice rang into Men's ear. He instinctively drew his gun, looked around, and fired several shots at an approaching lizard man. However, the gunshots that were fatal to ordinary people caused little damage to the lizard man. At most, it just broke some skin and drew a little blood, but it soon healed. This perverse, self-healing ability was naturally noticed by Xiaolan. She changed her combat strategy, no longer just knocking the lizardmen away, but instead aimed to dislocate their arms or legs, and if they could still move, she would blow their heads off. Xiaolan, there are more and more lizardmen. The number has exceeded 50. The pupils in Yuanzi's eyes flickered red, and she quickly said, "Should we try the new Gaia memory that Liang gave us?" Xiaolan thought for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. She took out the red Gaia memory, pressed the button on it. Heat. Then she merged it with the double driver, removed the cyclone memory, inserted the heat memory, and finally pushed the double driver apart. Heat. Joker. After a burst of electronic sound, the right side of Kamen Rider W turned red. Whoa, Xiaolan, I feel the passion of flames. Yuanzi's excited voice made Xiaolan smile knowingly, and she shook her right hand, softly saying, "Yeah, I feel it too." With the enhancement of flames, Xiaolan knocked out one small lizard man with each punch. Every lizard man hit by Xiaolan was engulfed in flames. Now, the opponent's self-healing speed could no longer keep up. The police from America arrived only after Xiaolan had dealt with over 20 lizard men. They got out of their police cars, and upon seeing Times Square had turned into an ocean of lizard men, they were instantly terrified. "Hey, monster, drop the man in your hands or I'll shoot." A mustached Mexican police officer shouted at a nearby lizard man while holding his gun. Liang looked at the officer who was speaking. He found the figure somewhat familiar. Wasn't that the slap guy? Just as Liang was sorting out his memories, the lizard man, following Edward's orders, placed the man on the ground. Just as Edwards was about to praise them for being good boys, the lizard man unexpectedly bit off the man's head. "Hey, my performance, are you satisfied?" The lizard man spat out the man's head, looking at Edwards with disdain. Mother of Kerr. Edwards didn't expect to be provoked by a lizard man. He aimed at the lizardman's head and fired several shots. The lizard man didn't dodge, allowing the bullets to hit it. Such a level of attack was hardly more than a tickle. "Oh God, you must have forgotten to lift the eye patch when you got out of bed today." Edwards fired all the bullets in his handgun, but there wasn't even a bullet hole in the lizard man. "Ha ha ha. Mexican dude, you've run out of bullets. Now it's my turn to strike." A sinister smile appeared on the lizardman's face as it charged towards Edwards. Edwards wouldn't sit still. Upon seeing the lizard man charging at him, he turned and ran. The lizard man could only smash the police car that Edwards had driven over into scrap metal. "Hey, ugly, that's the car I just got today." Edwards reloaded his gun while running and fired at the lizard man. Whether by intention or coincidence, a few bullets struck the lizardman's teeth. The damage was minimal, but the insult was strong. The lizard man squinted its eyes, tore off a car door from the police car, and hurled it at Edwards. Watching the rapidly flying door, Edwards executed a slide to evade the deadly attack. In this brief moment, the lizard man advanced at full speed and appeared right in front of Edwards in the blink of an eye. "Mexican dude, I'm going to tear you apart piece by piece." The lizard man withstood the attacks from other police officers, but it didn't care, focused solely on eliminating the pest in front of it. Edwards hurriedly reloaded his bullets, but the lizard man wouldn't give him that chance. With a swipe of its claw, it left 5 deep wounds on Edwards' arm, revealing bone. His handgun and yellow bullets fell to the ground. "Shit, you ugly piece of trash that even your mother wouldn't recognize." Even in a life-and-death situation, Edwards' mouth didn't back down. The lizard man didn't want to engage in a deep conversation with this annoying Mexican. It raised its claw and swung at Edwards' head. Edwards nervously closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of death. But after a few seconds, the expected pain did not occur, and Edwards opened his eyes in confusion. The scene before him was so shocking that he could fit an egg in his mouth. Xiaolan easily grabbed the lizard man's arm and delivered a punch to his chest. The force of the punch, weighing several tons, was no joke. Without holding back, Xiaolan smashed the lizard man's chest to pieces, leaving only some skin and flesh hanging on the bones. "Damn it, where did you come from?" A large amount of fresh blood flowed from the lizard man's mouth as he staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground with a thud under the gaze of Edwards and Xiaolan. "Phew, thank you for your help, masked hero." Edwards sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm not called masked hero. I'm Kamen Rider W," Xiaolan corrected Edwards. "Masked hero sounds terrible. Upon hearing Xiaolan's voice, Edwards was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the person in armor to be a woman, and judging by her voice, a very young woman at that. Miss, I don't know what your purpose is in dealing with this group of lizards, but I advise you to take care of yourself and not to overexert yourself. Someone from above will come to clean up this mess, Edwards said while bandaging his wounds. Looking at Xiaolan, Xiaolan raised an eyebrow beneath her mask. The black police officer before her seemed a bit different from the other officers. Just as Xiaolan was about to say something, Lily's voice called out from not far away. Hey, W, come help quickly. Their numbers are increasing. Edward's mouth twitched at the corner. Good grief, another girl. Xiaolan, who was summoned, wasted no time and simply bid farewell to Edwards before returning to the battlefield. Lily used her web to pull a lizard man in front of her, then delivered a solid punch to its face. You guys are disturbing my enjoyment tonight. Not satisfied with just one punch, Lily swung the lizard man around like a hammer and threw it hard. However, the lizard man landed awkwardly, heading straight for Leon's position. At that moment, the big door was focused on dealing with another lizard man and had no time to worry about Leon. Leon's eyes flashed with a heat ray, and the lizard man in midair was cut in half. TSK. Have half of the population of Queens been turned into lizard men? Leon thought, watching the endless stream of lizard men emerging from the sewers. Still, it's America playing tricks. Things are so dire, yet there's no solution in sight. The chapter doesn't end here. Please click the next page to continue reading. In the center of Times Square, countless lizard men, corpses piled up. On top of the mountain of corpses, Kasumega Kakashiwa held the sword of fire god, skillfully decapitating another lizard man that attempted to sneak attack her. These ugly creatures didn't have strong combat power, but there were just too many of them. After finishing one wave, another wave would come, and with only 3 of them, it was inevitable that some would slip through the cracks. Spider-Man, you take the south, I'll take the north, W takes the east, and Superman will handle the west. Kasumega Kakashiwa planned the areas each person needed to address. Lily and Xiaolan both agreed, but Leon had a black line on his forehead. He cut another lizard man that was oblivious in half and, looking at the big door beside him, helplessly knocked him out. He placed the body of the garden and the unconscious big door into the coffee shop behind him. Leon touched the pendant on his chest. Superman's outfit was ready. However, just as he took off into the air, a large lizard, different from the other lizard men, lunged at him. Leon nimbly dodged the attack from the large lizard. The latter clung to the wall, locking eyes with Leon from a distance. This large lizard had 2 heads, one male and one female. The male head still barely resembled a human, while the female head was almost indistinguishable from a lizard's head. You must be the biological doctor who developed the lizard gene, right? I remember your name is Connors. Leon spoke first. The man let out an unpleasant laugh, his voice slightly hoarse. That's me. Look at my research. Isn't it successful? Connors raised his arm, pointing to the chaos below, his face showing a look of fascination. This is no less than a divine creation. I've pioneered a new race. In other words, I'm God. Connors laughed maniacally, drool spilling from the corners of his mouth. Leon looked at Connors with a look of disbelief, saying, such a deformed race, and you have the audacity to say that? Connor's laughter abruptly stopped. Glaring fiercely at Leon, he shouted, what do you know? You mere mortal cannot understand the thoughts of the lofty God. Leon crossed his arms, the red light in his eyes gathering. Amid Connor's incredulous expression, Leon cut off his arm. I don't understand. I can fly, yet you still call me immortal? Leon flew in front of Connors. Word for word. If I'm immortal, then you're not even human. In a fit of rage, Connors turned to his wife and said, Elba, take control of the body. Tear this man to shreds. After saying that, Connor's appearance began to change. His form gradually approached that of a lizard, while conversely, his wife's appearance was quickly reverting to that of a human. Elba's true appearance wasn't particularly ugly, but it wasn't attractive either. Looking at her severed right hand, a thought crossed her mind, and a new arm grew back. So, you made my husband angry? Elba glared at Leon, who was floating in midair. The man before her gave her a strong sense of crisis. Leon nodded, but before he could speak, Elba launched an attack. This woman was indeed a former officer. Her combat skills were quite proficient, combined with her superhuman physique and reaction ability. The two fought from the sky to the ground. However, Leon didn't strike back at all, merely dodging. He almost figured out Elba's attack patterns. During another sweeping attack from Elba, Leon grabbed her tail. Elba struggled desperately, but couldn't escape Leon's grasp. Spider-Man, I'm sending you a big gift. Leon's voice caught Lily's attention. She had just finished off a lizard man and turned her head to see Elba being thrown over by Leon. Although caught off guard by this unexpected gift, Lily quickly used her web to bind Elba's legs. With a strong pull, she slammed Elba down to the ground. The tremendous force created a deep pit in the ground. Lily seized the opportunity and jumped into the pit. Her fists rained down on Elba's face, who was trying to get up. Nowadays, Lily barely resembled the original Spider-Man, but there were still some differences. However, Leon wasn't in a hurry. Time would change everything. Lily became increasingly excited as she fought, relishing the feeling of a satisfying battle. She even started to show off, using some moves she had seen in comics in real combat. Of course, while they were visually impressive, their effectiveness was subjective. Alba cut the spider silk shot by Lily with her claws, finally managing to catch her breath. Damn it, how are these guys so strong? The corner of Alba's injured brow was slowly healing. Out of the corner of her eye, she assessed the woman with the sword. This person was aside from that man, the most threatening existence to her. Losing focus during a fight is not a good habit, you know? Lily dashed in front of Alba, her spider suit switching to combat mode. With a punch enhanced by an electric attribute buff, she struck Alba's face again. Alba staggered from the hit, her body momentarily paralyzed. Lily executed a side kick in midair, kicking Alba in the chest, causing her to scream and fly backward. After crashing into two parked cars on the street, she lay on the ground, her life in question. Lily felt a bit giddy, completely forgetting the caution mentioned by Kasumiga Kakashiyu during their training. She shot out a strand of spider silk, swinging in front of Alba. She kicked Alba's calf, and seeing no reaction, Lily thought she had won the battle. But just as she turned to report her victory to Leon, her spider sense activated. She hurriedly leaped forward, narrowly dodging the sound of slicing air behind her. However, it was still a moment too late, as a sharp blade grazed her back. Alba, grinning wickedly, stood up from the ground and delivered a tail whip to Lily, who was kneeling on one knee. Lily could only endure the intense pain in her back, covering her head with her hands as she was sent flying by Alba's tail. She experienced firsthand what it felt like to crash into a car. Bang, bang, bang. Kikyo's bow and arrows were in the hotel, so she had to use firearms as a substitute. As for where the gun came from, she could only thank the unconscious Daimon. The bullets were weak. Even with spiritual energy enhancement, they only slowed Alba's advance. TSK, and there's that annoying bug. Alba changed direction, charging towards Kikyo, not far away. Kikyo, holding her guns, faced the incoming Alba with no sign of panic. She swiftly dodged to the side, easily evading Alba's attack. At the same time, Kikyo kept firing at the immobilized Alba, her bullets landing strategically around Alba's eyes. There was no choice. The eyes were the weakest protection on her body, and Alba could only shield them with her arms. This small action, however, gave Kikyo a lot of operational space. A pale green, peculiar bug appeared next to Kikyo. Kikyo jumped onto the back of the soul worm, quickly flying to Lily's side. Edwards, just regaining some energy, staggered as he picked up the handgun and bullets from the ground. During the reloading process, he witnessed Kikyo and her mount. Oh my god, this world is getting crazier by the minute. Edwards paused slightly in his reloading speed. He looked at the small handgun in his hand, and then at the superheroes displaying their might on the battlefield. At that moment, he began to doubt his own importance. Lily was also curious about Kikyo's new pet. She took Kikyo's outstretched hand and sat on the back of the soul worm with her. What is this thing? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Lily touched the cold soul worm beneath her, feeling it was like a cooling device in the summer. Kikyo controlled the soul worm and took it to a remote location away from the battlefield. It's called a soul worm. It has basically no attack or defense power, but it can help me collect souls. Usually, it's just a means of transportation. Kikyo turned around and said to Lily. Lily nodded, somewhat confused. Although she didn't fully understand, it felt quite impressive. By the way, how's your injury? Let me see. Hearing Kikyo's concern, Lily showed her the wound on her back, saying, don't worry, it's almost healed. Kikyo examined Lily's wound closely and confirmed that, as she said, it was healing quickly and had stopped bleeding. I'll help you with some spiritual energy. I just figured this out recently. Kikyo extended her hands, a soft glow appearing in them. Lily felt warmth spreading across her back, and she couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. After about 10 seconds, the light in Kikyo's hands faded. The wound on Lily's back had begun to scab over. I'm back to full health. Lily stood up on the back of the soul worm, stretching her fists and feet, feeling that she was no longer in serious trouble. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Kikyo wiped the sweat from her forehead and threw a bucket of cold water on the spirited Ing Lily. You're still too careless. Luckily, this was a team battle. If it were just you alone, you would be in big trouble. Ing Lily smiled sheepishly, humbly accepting Kikyo's criticism. Meanwhile, Alba had switched her target in the battle. Xiaolan's empty-handed karate versus Alba's martial arts. The two were locked in a fierce battle, but overall, Xiaolan had the upper hand. Alba's body was bruised, and 2 of her teeth had been knocked out. However, her super healing ability was no joke. Alba's injuries were visibly healing. After exchanging punches, Alba stepped back 5 paces while Xiaolan stood still, unfazed. Extinguishing the flames on her hands, Alba said to Xiaolan, "Your armor development is pretty good. It's making me a bit envious." Xiaolan scoffed. "You, envious of my armor? Go repent in hell." After saying that, Xiaolan exerted force from her feet and charged straight at Alba. Alba was not to be outdone and let out a loud roar, making the same move. The two engaged in combat once more. Kasumigakaka Shiyu had descended from the mountain of corpses and charged into the green mass of lizardmen. Each swing of the sword of the fire god took the life of a lizardman. But this approach was not sustainable. It was merely a temporary solution. For every lizardman eliminated, 4 or 5 more would emerge from the sewer to fill the gap. Just then, Ing Lily and Kikyo returned, and Kasumigakaka Shiyu shouted at them, "Go find the antidote. We need to address the problem at its source." Ing Lily and Kikyo nodded. Leon also timely provided intel. "Check the Queen's area. That's the lizardman's stronghold." Ing Lily made an okay gesture, pulled out a phone from somewhere, and found a route map to the Queen's area. Kikyo took the phone Ing Lily handed her, looked at the route on it, and urged the soul worm to hurry towards their destination. Alba had naturally heard Kasumigakaka Shiyu shout, but due to the language barrier, she didn't immediately understand what the group was planning. However, when she noticed the direction Kikyo and Ing Lily were heading, her pupils constricted sharply. Good grief. They're going to raid the nest. In a moment of desperation, Alba unleashed her potential and threw Xiaolan away with a shoulder throw. Then she jumped into the nearest sewer, hoping to reach Queen's before the others. In midair, Xiaolan adjusted her position and landed steadily on the ground. She watched Alba flee and, without hesitation, followed her into the sewer. Leon had no intention of helping. He remained by the garden, sending any approaching lizardmen to meet their maker. What surprised him was that the slap hero was also driving a police car, speeding toward Queen's. Xiaolan, who had entered the sewer, was tricked by Alba. Knowing that the armored man would not easily let her go, Alba had her minions slow down Xiaolan. No matter how powerful Xiaolan's fire punches were, she could only take down 1 lizard man with a single punch. There were at least hundreds of lizard men in the sewer, enough to delay her significantly. Meanwhile, Ing Lily and Jikio, flying above, had a clear path. Although they attracted many passers-by eager to take photos, they were getting closer to their destination. However, as they neared Queen's, the number of pedestrians dwindled. In the end, not a single shadow of a passerby could be seen on the street, replaced by the sound of gunfire reminiscent of firecrackers during the new year. "Help! Help! There are too many lizard men. We can't hold them off much longer." A white SWAT officer shouted hoarsely into the radio. The radio coldly responded, "According to higher orders, you must hold the entrance to Queen's at all costs. Reinforcements are on the way, estimated in 5 minutes." "Fuck," the white SWAT officer swore. These damn guys had no idea what they were talking about. Asking them to hold for 5 minutes. By the time reinforcements arrived, they might only be there to collect their bodies. "Captain Slade, we're running low on bullets." Another slightly younger white SWAT officer came to Slade's side, changing magazines while speaking. Slade was well aware that they were low on ammunition. They had already exceeded their time holding the line. Reinforcements should have arrived 10 minutes ago, and now they were not only late, but they had to wait another 5 minutes. It was as if they were not being treated like humans. "Hang in there, Joseph. The higher-ups have said reinforcements are on the way," Slade said, raising his rifle and firing at the lizard men charging at them. Joseph pouted, muttering, "You said the same thing 5 minutes ago." Slade slapped Joseph's helmet with annoyance and laughed, scolding, "You little brat. How dare you slander the captain? Once this mission is over, I'll make sure to give you a good lesson." Joseph shrank his head, instantly losing his temper. However, this bit of banter eased everyone's tension. Unfortunately, there were just too many lizard men, and casualties among Slade's team had already occurred. With red eyes, he fired at a lizard man that was biting one of his team members, cursing, "You damn sons of bitches, go die." The bullets poured into the lizard men, forcing them to release their grip. The lizard man squinted and shifted its focus to Slade as its next target, just as they were about to engage in combat. A black and white figure descended from the sky. "Oh dear, it seems you need my help," Lily said, landing in a standard superhero pose in front of Slade. Joseph, standing beside Slade, exclaimed, "It's a superhero." Hearing this, Slade asked Joseph, "What is a superhero?" "Someone who doesn't dare show their true face?" Joseph explained, "They're superpowered individuals appearing in Neon City, all possessing extraordinary abilities." "We're saved." After hearing Joseph's words, Slade lowered his guard slightly against the masked figure, but was still not fully trusting. Lily didn't care about their opinions. She shot webs at the charging lizard men, sticking them to their arms. Then she used a slingshot motion to launch herself, delivering a powerful kick to the lizardman's head. With a crisp crack, the lizardman's neck snapped at an impossible angle. Up in the sky, Jikio served as Lily's backup, accurately hitting the eyes of lizardmen attempting to sneak attack. Hearing the gunfire, Slade and Joseph looked up to see Jikio standing on the back of a giant bug. "My God, what a huge bug that can fly," Joseph said, filled with envy. Slade was also dumbfounded. He might not be used to smartphones and surfing the internet, but what he was witnessing today made him feel like he was in ancient times, completely out of touch. Lily and Jikio's cooperation grew more and more seamless. Together, they quickly cleared the lizard men at the entrance. It seemed that most of the main forces had gone to Times Square to cause trouble, as there were no more lizard men at the entrance after they were cleared out. Lily stood with her hands on her hips at the center of the entrance, looking at her handiwork with satisfaction. Joseph, disregarding Slade's objections, jogged over to Lily and stammered, "Hello, the superhero can you give me an autograph?" Lily didn't expect the first person to ask for her autograph would be a young white guy from across the ocean. The look of anticipation in his eyes made it hard for her to refuse. After some back and forth, she signed Spider-Man on Joseph's bulletproof vest. Slade covered his forehead, watching Joseph treasure his autograph and resolved that once this mission was over, he would definitely give him a good scolding. "We're heading to the center of Queens. It's very dangerous, so you shouldn't follow us," Lily said, shooting webs at the giant bug, hanging below it, and waving goodbye to her little fan. After watching Lily and Jikio leave, Slade reported everything that had just happened to the radio. After a moment of silence, the emotionless voice replied, "Receive, Captain Slade. Your mission is over. You may return to the team." Not long after Slade ended the call, a police car stopped in front of him. Edwards poked his head out of the car and asked Slade, "Hello, have you seen a big bug? Where did it fly off to?" Slade looked at the police officer Edwards, quickly processing in his mind and instantly understanding the purpose of the question. However, even their SWAT team found it difficult to deal with the lizard man, let alone an ordinary police officer, to prevent Edwards from going to his death in vain. Slade chose silence. Joseph took off his helmet, scratched the back of his head, and looked at Edwards with some hesitation. Lily's warning was still fresh in his mind, but his sense of justice wouldn't allow him to back down now. The key was that his brother Grant was also at the center of Queens. "I know where the bug went. I'll take you there." Joseph couldn't help but worry about his older brother. He opened the passenger door and sat down. "Joseph, you are acting on your own, and you will be punished," Slade shouted at him. Joseph looked at Slade, who was both a mentor and a father figure, and understood that he was thinking of him. But he only had one family member left, and he had to go check on him. "I'm sorry, Captain, but let me be willful just this once." After saying that, Joseph patted Edwards' arm, signaling him to drive. Edwards wasn't too keen on having a SWAT officer ride with him. He was used to being a lone wolf, and having someone else around made him feel uneasy. But in an urgent situation, he stepped on the gas, and the police car drove past Slade. Watching the police car gradually disappear from view, Slade sighed silently. "Hey, brother, where did that big bug fly off to?" After the police car had driven a while, Edwards glanced at the silent Joseph in the car. This guy turned mute as soon as he got in. He wasn't being played, was he? Joseph, who had just snapped out his thoughts, smiled awkwardly and said to Edwards, "Oh, Spider-Man said they were going to the center of Queens." "Spider-Man?" Edwards immediately thought of the superhero who could shoot webs. "Well, that name is quite fitting," he remarked. "Did they say what they were going to do at the center?" Joseph shook his head and replied, "She just said the center is very dangerous and told me not to follow." Edwards tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He didn't know why he had followed them either. Just watching them leave on a big bug made him impulsively drive the police car after them. But Edwards didn't regret it. His initial intention of becoming a police officer was to protect his home. He had previously been fighting criminals, and now dealing with mutated creatures was also a novel experience. Meanwhile, Lily and Kikyo had arrived at the center of Queens. Looking down at the scattered SWAT officers and the piles of lizard people, Lily instinctively said, I thought there were enough lizard people at Times Square. But it turns out this is the paradise of lizard people. She also had a question. Why were there so many lizard people, but no substantial strategy from America's upper echelons? What good was it to rely solely on SWAT? At the very least, they needed soldiers' involvement. Lily touched her chin, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Having been in the real world for some time, Kikyo also noticed that something was off. But she didn't care much about that. Her thinking was simple. As long as they were demons or monsters, that was her primary target. Other issues would be handled by capable people. Are you ready? We're going down, Kikyo said to Lily, who was lost in thought. After hearing Kikyo's question, Lily temporarily pushed her doubts aside and nodded at her. Kikyo retracted the Soul Eater bug, and they landed on the rooftop of an office building. As soon as they landed, several lizard people pounced on them. Lily took center stage and quickly dealt with a few lizard people. Kikyo spread her arms, sensing where the lizard people were most concentrated. On the way, Kikyo had the Soul Eater bug collect the souls of many fallen lizard people, and now she could slightly sense the presence of the lizard people. To the southwest, that was where the lizard people were most gathered, as if guarding something. Kikyo relayed the information she sensed to Lily. Without hesitation, Lily hugged Kikyo's waist and leapt off the building. When they were about 20 meters above the ground, Lily shot out webbing, swinging between the tall buildings with Kikyo. The SWAT officers and lizard people on the ground noticed the unusual activity above. One side felt excited while the other was furious. Many SWAT officers recognized Lily's identity and shouted, Hooray! The superhero is here. We're saved. The lizard people exchanged glances and then ran toward the southwest direction. That was the area the Queen had ordered to be defended at all costs, and there could be no mistakes. As Lily swung through the buildings, she said to Kikyo, Your sensing must be right. The lizard people below are all heading southwest. Kikyo nodded, having seen the mass migration below. Looking at the green mass, Kikyo worriedly said, There are too many of them. It might be a bit difficult for just the two of us. Lily had already planned for this. She calmly replied, Don't panic. First, take out my phone. Following Lily's instructions, Kikyo found the phone at her lower back. Call UNZ. Leon will make arrangements once he sees the caller ID. Lily's words made Kikyo give her a thumbs up. During her recent time in the real world, Kikyo had learned how to use electronic devices. She quickly found Suzuki UNZ's number on the phone and dialed it. Sakura, I want to see you. I want to see you now. The pleasant ringtone sounded in Leon's ears. He pulled out his phone from UNZ's pocket, saw the caller ID, and answered the call. Have you found their lair? Leon asked directly while using his heat ray to take down lizard people. Yes, we found it. But the situation is a bit different from what we expected. Kikyo told him what she and Lily had seen. Okay, I understand. I'll have Kasumi no Oka come to support you. After understanding the situation, Leon hung up the phone. He flew straight to Kasumi no Okashiyu, and under her gaze, took a deep breath. As the gas compressed within him, Leon opened his mouth and exhaled cold air that could instantly freeze everything. The lizard people that had been roaring and clawing turned into ice sculptures in an instant. The manhole connected to the sewer was also covered with a thick layer of ice. The temperature in Times Square dropped suddenly, rivaling that of Antarctica. Lily has encountered some minor trouble and needs your help, Leon said to the somewhat bewildered Kasumi no Okashiyu. Thinking about how hard he fought to take down just 100 lizard people, he felt that Leon's effortless feat was more substantial. Kasumi no Okashiyu sighed silently. After hearing Leon's latest arrangement, she nodded and flew toward Queens. Xiao Lan stood on the ground, looking up at Kasumi no Okashiyu leaving and Leon hovering in the sky, asking, What about me? Should I go help too? You don't need to go. Some lizard people have fled to other districts. You deal with those stragglers. Regarding Leon's decision, Xiao Lan did not raise any objections. She also knew that she had no means of transportation, and leaving now would definitely make her miss the battle over there. After switching modes again, Xiao Lan felt the messages conveyed by the wind and quickly went to deal with the scattered lizard men. Leon returned to the garden and the gate once more. At this moment, a short-haired woman approached him. Respectful Superman, I am Amanda, the commander of the newly established anti-demon combat team in America. The woman was around 40 years old, unmade up, with dark circles under her eyes, suggesting that she was someone who often stayed up late. Leon nodded slightly and remained silent. Amanda felt a bit nervous. This was her first close encounter with a superpowered individual. After organizing her thoughts, she spoke. Superman, I wonder if your visit is specifically to handle the lizardman incident. Leon was not very fond of chatting with people who use formal language. These types of individuals often had deep ulterior motives, and every sentence was laden with meaning. If you think so, then it is. If you think not, then it isn't. Leon looked at Amanda with an expressionless face, realizing that her intentions were not as simple as asking a few questions. Amanda was not offended by Leon's indifference. She smiled and said, "Superman, the Lizardman incident is nearing its end. I wonder if we could invite you to have a meal together once the incident is over?" Leon raised an eyebrow and, with a half-smile, stared at Amanda, saying, "Are you sure the incident is almost over?" Amanda's heart skipped a beat. Her smile froze on her face. Did this mean he knew the truth behind the Lizardman incident? Leon ignored the silent Amanda, found a chair to sit down, and quietly awaited good news from Ing Lily and the others. At this moment, Ing Lily and Jekko had arrived in front of a tall building in the southwest. The building was about 100 meters tall, with 25 floors, each packed with fierce lizardmen. Ing Lily naturally would not be foolish enough to attack from the first floor. She directly chose to skip floors, swinging on her web, and arrived at an outdoor balcony on the 23rd floor. Strangely enough, such a large balcony had not a single lizardman guarding it. Once they landed, Ing Lily and Jekko immediately went on high alert. Something unusual must be going on. It was wise to be cautious in such situations. Just as Jekko took a step forward, a red laser quickly slid towards her from distance. Ing Lily jumped up while Jekko bent down. Both of them narrowly avoided the incoming red laser. Looking at the plant that had been sliced in half, Jekko said to Ing Lily, "What is that? Such a strong cutting power." Ing Lily replied, "It's a kind of high-tech laser cutting technology. I didn't expect it to be used outdoors. It's really insidious." Just as she finished speaking, two red lasers, one above and one below, again slid towards them. Ing Lily jumped up again. After all, she had good jumping power and acted on impulse. However, it seemed that the trap setter had anticipated this and had set up red lasers high up as well, forming a web that even flies would have difficulty passing through. Just as the red laser web was about to hit her head, Ing Lily shot out a web, stuck it to the ground, and pulled herself down, barely escaping the grasp of death. Jekko, on the other hand, did not perform any flashy moves. She simply took a step and easily jumped through the gaps between the two red lasers. After rolling on the ground to dissipate the force, Jekko stood up, only less than 5 meters away from the exit of the balcony. But in that 5-meter distance, another set of red lasers appeared, far exceeding the previous two sets. Jekko did not panic. After observing the trajectory of the red lasers, she executed a sliding maneuver and passed under the red lasers. Ing Lily followed her example and safely reached Jekko's side. After exchanging glances, the two pushed open the glass door of the outdoor balcony. Because the glass door was one-way transparent, Ing Lily and Jekko were unaware of the situation inside. When they pushed the door open, they were greeted by a multitude of lizard men. These ugly creatures grinned at the unsuspecting prey, drool uncontrollably dripping onto the ground. "Oh dear, another fierce battle is upon us." Ing Lily stretched and switched her spider suit to another new mode. For sharp mechanical spider, legs extended from her back, the glinting cold light causing the surrounding lizard men to involuntarily take a step back. Jekko took out her gun and replaced the magazine that only had a few bullets left. Her waist was filled with bullets collected from the battlefield earlier. "I'm not afraid of a witch who can cast spells. I'm afraid of a witch who can shoot." Jekko aimed at a lizard man that was about to move and fired the first shot of the battle. Ing Lily shot out like an arrow, controlling the mechanical spider legs to wreak havoc among the lizard men. Not a single lizard man could get within 2 meters of Ing Lily. Anyone who got close was shot through the head by the mechanical spider legs. Hearing the commotion from the 23rd floor, the lizard men below quickly rushed up. Ing Lily and Jekko were already surrounded by lizard men corpses, but they were still far from the staircase to the 24th floor. This situation couldn't continue. They had to find a way to sever the connection between the upper and lower levels. Furrowing her brows, Ing Lily shouted at Jekko after dispatching a lizard man trying to sneak up on her. Jekko held her gun in her right hand and extended her left hand, forming a spirit energy ball with a diameter of 20 centimeters, which she threw forcefully towards the staircase on the 23rd floor. Bang! A loud bang. The staircase on the 23rd floor was buried under rubble, and a few unfortunate lizard men were pierced by the falling steel bars. "Done," Jekko said calmly to Ing Lily. Ing Lily stared in awe at Jekko's feat. "Wow, that's a stunning move. Why didn't you use such a terrifying technique earlier?" Perhaps sensing Ing Lily's confusion, Jekko explained, "The spiritual energy in this world is pitifully low. Just this one spirit energy impact consumed a third of my energy." Ing Lily suddenly understood. Without a fresh supply of blood, the lizard men on the 23rd floor were soon slaughtered by the two women. Most of the lizard men were hanging on Ing Lily's mechanical spider legs, while a few had round bullet holes in their foreheads. After a brief rest, the two began to head towards the 24th floor. Cautiously arriving on the 24th floor, both Ing Lily and Jieko wore strange expressions. In the vast space, not a single lizard man was in sight, just a pale-skinned man. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp applause rang out. The man clapped his hands, gazing at Jieko and Ing Lily with a look of appreciation, saying, "You're the first batch to arrive on the 24th floor. Your strength and courage have caught my favor." Jieko warily observed the man not far away, as he exuded a faint smell of blood. The man was not in a hurry to act. He extended an olive branch to Ing Lily and Jike. "Your strength is acceptable. It would be a waste to die like this. Why not join us? We will grant you eternal life." This line sounded so familiar to Ing Lily, as if she had heard it in some third-rate movie. With such a standard villain speech, Ing Lily naturally would not agree. The mechanical spider legs behind her opened up as she said to the man, "Humph, you talk a good game, but who would believe your words?" The smile on the man's face gradually faded as he pushed up the sunglasses on his nose, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Ing Lily. "Zulfust." Jike's pupils constricted sharply. Although Ing Lily was also shocked by the man's speed, she was not a rookie. Instead of choosing to defend herself immediately, she took the initiative to attack. The mechanical spider legs behind her swiftly and accurately lunged toward the man's chest. The man casually dodged Ing Lily's attack and delivered a side kick to her chest. The immense force sent Ing Lily flying, but fortunately, the mechanical spider legs helped her stop by leaving deep marks on the ground. Jike was not idle either. She raised her gun and fired at the man. The bullets flew toward him in a triangular formation. The man simply extended his hand, and the bullets stopped in front of him, falling helplessly to the ground. Seeing this, Jike quickly distanced herself from the man. However, the man's hand did not retract. Instead, he clenched his fingers, and a powerful suction drew Jike, who had just managed to create a 10-meter gap, back toward him. Grabbing Jike by the neck, the man asked again, "Last chance, join us or die." Jike's answer was a gunshot to the man's face. "Huh, an interesting person. In that case, you shall die." The man tightened his grip, and Jike's expression turned to one of pain. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. At this critical moment, Kasa no Oka Shiu burst through the window, and with the fire god sword in hand, she severed the man's arm. Jike, who was saved, did not take a moment to enjoy the fresh air, but quickly distanced herself from the man and ran to Ing Lily's side. The arm that fell to the ground turned into a wisp of smoke and reintegrated into the man's body. The man twisted his neck, licking his lips as he looked at Kasa no Oka Shiu, his eyes slightly widening behind his sunglasses. "You are different from them. Your blood emits an exceptionally sweet fragrance. It is simply too tempting." The man made an unexpected move that shocked everyone present. He knelt on one knee, placing his right hand on his left breast, and said to Kasa no Oka Shiu, "I, Dracula III, wish to invite you to be my 13th wife, beautiful lady." The corners of Kasa no Oka Shiu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Not far away, Ing Lily was struggling to suppress her laughter, secretly recording the moment on her phone. This was a rare piece of black history for Kasa no Oka Shiu, and it had to be preserved well. Jike also couldn't help but chuckle. This was supposed to be a serious battle, yet it had turned into a melodramatic soap opera. Naturally, Dracula III's confession was met with a firm rejection from Kasa no Oka Shiu. The fire god sword in her hand struck fiercely at Dracula III. However, this guy's ability to vaporize was incredibly annoying, making him immune to physical attacks, rendering Kasa no Oka Shiu's moves ineffective. Dracula III was also getting irritated by Kasa no Oka Shiu's attacks. While it was true that his vaporization ability made him immune to physical attacks, the fire god sword was not an ordinary weapon. Even though it didn't cause him substantial harm, it still created some degree of trouble for him. "Since you refuse to be my wife, then become my blood slave." Dracula III suddenly vanished from Kasa no Oka Shiu's view. In the vast 24-story building, only the three girls remained. "Be careful, he must have temporarily turned invisible," Kasa no Oka Shiu warned Jike and Ing Lily. Just as she finished speaking, Dracula III appeared behind her. "Watch out, he's behind you," Ing Lily shouted at Kasa no Oka Shiu. Without thinking, Kasa no Oka Shiu swung her sword backward, but Dracula III easily caught it in his hand. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he looked at Kasa no Oka Shiu, making her feel nauseous. "Just be obedient, ah." Before Dracula III could finish his sentence, Kasa no Oka Shiyu delivered a kick that broke through his defenses. This kick accurately struck between Dracula 3's legs. Kasa no Oka Shiyu used all her strength, and just thinking about it was terrifying. Dracula 3 trembled. His face contorted in pain as he stumbled back a few steps. With each movement, his pain intensified. Kasa no Oka Shiyu seized the opportunity to follow up, raising the fire god sword high and then swinging it down forcefully, decapitating Dracula 3. Without a head, Dracula 3 swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground, no longer moving. Seeing the battle come to an end, the girls collectively exhaled a breath of relief. Jike wiped the sweat from her forehead and was just about to say something to Kasa no Oka Shiyu when she keenly noticed the body of Dracula 3 lying on the ground twitching. There was no time to warn. She could only use her spiritual power again, pointing her fingertips at the fallen Dracula 3. Observing Jike's actions, Kasa no Oka Shiyu felt something was amiss. She quickly took out her divine power shield and turned a block in front of her chest. The massive claws collided with the divine power shield, and Kasa no Oka Shiyu was only knocked back 2 steps by the tremendous force, unharmed. Meanwhile, Jike's spiritual power attack was also ready. Compared to the last one, this time the spiritual power attack was even more ferocious, consuming 2/3 of Jike's remaining spiritual power. She hurled the spiritual energy ball at the now reassembled Dracula 3, who was not stupid and hurriedly dodged. However, the explosion range of the spiritual energy ball was still quite broad, and Dracula 3 sustained considerable damage. Watching the smoke in front of them, Lily murmured softly, "They say where there's smoke, there's no injury. I wonder if that's true this time?" But regardless of whether it was true or not, the mechanical spider legs behind Lily were on standby, ready to attack at the slightest hint of danger. Jike appeared deep in thought. She recalled what Dracula 3 had said and the abilities he had used, uncertainly saying, "I have read about the mysticism of your world. That Dracula 3 resembles the vampire described in the books." As soon as she said this, Lily and Kasa no Oka Shiyu were taken aback. They couldn't help but reflect on his words and actions, realizing that he did indeed have many similarities with a vampire. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out again. Dracula 3 returned to his original appearance, except for a thin, long line on his neck. He slowly walked out of the smoke and said to Jike, "I didn't expect you to see through my true identity. That's right, I am a vampire." Upon hearing this, Kasa no Oka Shiyu frowned. Why would a vampire be involved with lizardmen? There was no commonality between the two. Dracula 3 did not explain his inner doubts to the main characters like the previous villains. Estimating that the time was about right and his task was complete, he said to the girls, "I will remember this battle in my heart. The next time we meet will be your death. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading." After saying that, Dracula 3 transformed into a swarm of bats and flew out through the glass opening created by Kasumi no Oka Shiyu. The girls watched as Dracula 3 disappeared into the night, feeling quite heavy-hearted. One trouble hadn't been resolved, and another was already on the way. Lily shook her little head, feeling that coming to America was a wrong decision. From the cruise ship to the hotel, there hadn't been a few days that were easy. Rather than a vacation, it was more like a disguised way to gain battle experience. Jike glanced at the night sky for a while, not forgetting the purpose of their trip. She patted Lily and Kasumi no Oka Shiyu on the shoulders and encouraged them, saying, "It's fine, just a little bad. How much trouble can it cause? Our immediate priority is to resolve the lizardman incident." Kasumi no Oka Shiyu and Lily nodded. The 3 girls walked with determined steps towards the final floor. When they reached the 25th floor, a huge machine came into view. Inside the machine was a cylindrical container filled with bubbling green liquid. Connors had arrived on the 25th floor ahead of them, rapidly typing on a special keyboard with both hands. Lily had fought against Elba before, and she recognized immediately that he had switched personalities. Without hesitation, Lily shot out spider silk from her wrist, sticking it to Connor's left hand. Only then did Connors realize that the superheroes had arrived. However, he did not show any signs of panic, as the launch device was already ready, and in 3 minutes, the world would become a realm of lizardmen. "Ha ha ha, you're too late. Superheroes?" "Just that," Connors mocked. Lily pouted. Who did he look down on? 3 minutes was enough time for her to beat Connors 30 times. "Don't interfere, this annoying guy is mine. You find a way to stop the device." Lily flexed her wrist and jumped in front of Connors. Connors was not brainless, knowing he was not good at hand-to-hand combat. He handed control of his body to his wife. The switched Elba swung her fist towards Lily without saying a word. This time, Lily didn't even want to dodge. She grabbed Elba's incoming fist. TSK, is that all the strength you have? Haven't you eaten? For some reason, after putting on the Spider-Man suit, Lily always wanted to say something during a fight. Anything would do. As long as she could open her mouth, she felt joy. Provoked, Elba swung her long tail at Lily's head. But times had changed. Lily had her own big eye behind her. The mechanical spider legs accurately caught the swinging tail, and no matter how much Elba struggled, it was futile, adhering to the friendly spirit of reciprocity. Lily's fists rained down on Elba's face. While Lily was getting into the fight, Kasumi no Okashiyu and Jike were feeling a bit troubled. Looking at the high-precision instruments and the code on the computer screen, Jike scratched her head and said to Kasumi no Okashiyu, I don't understand these things. It's better to leave it to you. Kasumi no Okashiyu hurriedly waved her hands, indicating she wasn't good at it either. She wasn't some Shinigami Elementary School student who could learn anything in Hawaii. Jike looked at the countdown on the screen, which only had 2 minutes left, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She shouted to Lily, who was enjoying herself fighting, Spider-Man, throw your phone over here. Hearing this, Lily manipulated a mechanical spider leg, pulled out her phone from her lower back, and tossed it to Jike. After Jike got the phone, she searched for the contact of UNZ and dialed again. Leon felt the vibration at his waist and understood. He said to Amanda, who was still trying to extract useful information from him, you take care of these 2 unconscious civilians. After saying that, without waiting for Amanda to respond, he shot up into the sky. Watching Superman disappear from sight in an instant, Amanda furrowed her brow. After looking in the direction Superman had left for about 10 seconds, she withdrew her gaze and waved to a nearby subordinate. A strong man in a white coat immediately ran over. Boss, what is your command? Amanda pointed to the unconscious UNZ in the door and said, take these 2 to the best hospital for care. Let Superman see our sincerity. The white man immediately nodded and said a couple of sentences into the intercom, and a bulletproof luxury business car drove over. A man and a woman got out of the car. The woman was responsible for carrying UNZ, while the man shouldered the door. Having already reached Queens, Leon saw police cars parked on the street. The slap man was fighting alongside 2 unfamiliar men. However, no matter how good their shooting skills were, they could gradually no longer withstand the hordes of lizardmen. In remembrance of his previous life, Leon descended from the sky, landing in front of Edwards and the others. Oh God, it's Superman. Joseph felt that today was his lucky day. Not only did he get Spider-Man's autograph, but he also got a close-up view of Superman's grandeur. Edwards and Grant weren't as excited as Joseph. They let out a long sigh of relief, quickly changing their magazines while Superman cleared the lizardmen. After clearing the nearby lizardmen, Leon took out a coin and a transformation device different from the one Lon used and handed it to Edwards. This is the birth driver. You can borrow it for a while. The remaining lizardmen are all yours. After teaching Edwards how to use it, Leon continued flying towards where Jike and the others were. Edwards looked at the coin and the birth driver in his hand, and under Joseph's envious gaze, he strapped the birth driver to his waist. He inserted a cell coin into the birth driver, then twisted the dial, and with a pop sound, Kamen Rider Birth appeared in front of Joseph and Grant. Feeling the boost from his transformation, Edwards looked at the approaching lizardmen with a playful smile. The attack and defense are about to switch. He rushed into the crowd of lizardmen, starting his personal show. Grant and Joseph exchanged glances. The brothers were unwilling to fall behind, and the guns in their hands unleashed fire tongues, venting their pent-up frustrations. Meanwhile, Leon, who had taken on the role of Santa Claus, had already arrived at the building where Jike and the others were. As soon as he landed, he saw Elba being beaten. Lily was riding on her, using both hands to pummel Elba's face, leaving her bruised and dazed. Noticing Leon's arrival, Kasumi no Okashiyu quickly pulled him over to the electronic equipment and said to Leon, you need to think of a way. There are only 2 minutes left. Jike also looked at Leon with hopeful eyes. Leon said nothing more and took out a semi-transparent red and white ball. Under the gaze of the 2 girls, he threw it on the ground. A creature with sharp angles, resembling a paper crane, appeared before Piyu Zayazuku and Jiekon. The 3D dragon tilted its head, its large black and white eyes gleefully looking at Leon. Piyu Zayazuku tugged at Liang's cloak and asked in a low voice, what is this thing? It looks adorably ugly. Leon explained, this is a creature called Pokemon. Whether we can get through this crisis depends entirely on it. He patted the 3D dragon's head. This was the system-enhanced version, and it was Liang's first time using it. He squatted down and said to the 3D dragon, go to your kingdom and cancel this launch mission. The 3D dragon nodded, and under the incredulous expressions of Piyu Zayazuku and Jiekon, dove into the computer. At that moment, Elba, who was bound hand and foot, happened to witness this scene and exclaimed, "Alalala, Liang, your pet ran into the computer." Liang waved his hand, signaling Elba to calm down. On the large computer screen, the 3D dragon's figure appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the 3D dragon took a step forward and headbutt the countdown numbers. The remaining launch time of 1 minute and 50 seconds abruptly stopped. Lying on the ground, Elba switched back to the personality of Connors, watching as his plan turned to dust, letting out a cry of despair. Liang gave the 3D dragon a thumbs up through the screen, and the little creature's tail was so happy it almost shot up to the sky. Zayazaku and Jiekong twitched their mouths. Such a straightforward solution truly left them in shock. Elba, however, didn't think too much. She pushed Liang aside from in front of the computer screen, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the startled 3D dragon. "Liang, do you have more of these creatures? Or just give me this little guy?" Since Elba had last gotten the godlight stick from Liang and tasted the joy of getting something for free, she had become a slave to the joy of freeloading. Liang gave her a light smack on the head. "Wow, you really think I'm Santa Claus?" "Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting." Elba covered her head, not caring about the physical pain. As long as she could have such a cute little creature, what was a few more smacks on the head? Elba's words made Zayazaku and Jiekong quite tempted. If it were just pure cuteness, they might not have such a strong reaction. But being both cute and helpful made it more than just 1 + 1 = 2. After pondering for a while, Liang said to the girls, "If your future performance satisfies me, maybe, just maybe, I'll happily give you a Pokemon as a partner." Upon hearing this, Elba knew her plan to freeload had failed. She sulked, playfully teasing the 3D dragon on the screen, savoring her time with the little guy. Seeing that this mission had been completed without any danger, Liang waved his hand, intending to leave with his small team. However, Jiekong's words made him raise an eyebrow. "You said there's a vampire secretly helping Connors?" Jiekong nodded, and Zayazaku added, "That vampire claims to be Dracula 3, and his abilities are quite strange. After helping Connor stall for time, he escaped." Elba chimed in. "He was beheaded by Zayazaku, but could still regenerate, and he can transform, though only for a short time, but I saw it clearly." Liang shifted his gaze to the despondent Connors and walked straight up to him. He kicked Connors in the chest with his toe and asked, "Tell me about that vampire." Connors looked at Liang with disdain and turned his head away. TSK, refusing to drink the wine offered and asking for punishment instead. Liang placed his foot on Connors' chest, gradually increasing the pressure, and one could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. Connors' face gradually turned pale, and unable to bear it, Elba forcibly switched personalities, looking at Liang and saying, "You promise me you won't kill us, and I'll tell you everything I know." Liang remained silent, only increasing the pressure underfoot. The pain made beads of sweat roll down Elba's forehead, and she hurriedly said, "Stop stepping on me, I'll talk." Hearing this, Liang slightly lifted his foot. With the pain alleviated, Elba spilled everything she knew. "That vampire approached us 5 days ago. We fought at that time, but the outcome was clear. We lost. We thought he would kill us, but he only made one condition. After helping us complete our plan, we had to leave him with 100,000 unmutated ordinary people. This condition was simply too easy for us, so we agreed. As for what happened afterwards, you all know." After Elba finished speaking, she quietly awaited Liang's judgment. After analyzing what Elba had recounted, Liang concluded that the vampire had appeared 5 days ago. It couldn't be ruled out that he was influenced by the outside, as there were all kinds of evil beings from the outside. Liang removed his foot from Elba and coldly said, "I know you're still hiding some things, but I don't care. In the face of absolute power, any plan is just a paper tiger." Elba shivered at Liang's warning. Ignoring the now unresisting Elba, Liang gestured to Zayazaku. She understood and approached the massive machine, violently dismantling the outer shell and shouldering a container filled with green liquid. Before leaving, Elba playfully bound Elba up like a cicada pupa and hung her outside the building. As they passed through the streets, Liang watched Edwards below, who was getting carried away and did not immediately take back the transformation device he had given him. After all, it was a one-time permission. As long as the transformation was lifted, the birth driver would automatically return to Liang's hands. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, who had split off from them, successfully completed her mission. The lizard men that emerged from the sewer did not escape from Xiaolan's iron fists. Finding a corner without anyone and without surveillance, Xiaolan lifted her transformation. A wave of intense fatigue washed over her as she leaned against the wall, slowly making her way out of the alley. "Hey, beautiful lady need a ride?" A familiar voice rang out above her. Xiaolan looked up and smiled, replying, "Of course. I can't wait to get back to the hotel and have a good sleep." Liang picked her up in a princess carry, her cheeks slightly flushed. Not seeing Yuanzi in their small team, she asked Liang, "Where's Yuanzi? Did she go back to the hotel ahead of us?" Liang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, someone is taking good care of her." Knowing Liang wouldn't lie to her, Xiaolan completely relaxed and fell asleep in his arms. Meanwhile, Yuanzi, who was on Xiaolan's mind, was currently bickering with Amanda. This woman actually refuses to let herself go, which has made Yuanzi very angry. She clearly stated that her body is fine, but the other party just won't let her leave. With no other choice, Yuanzi had to call her father. After searching for her phone for a long time and not finding it, she could only borrow someone else's phone. After the call was connected, Yuanzi briefly spoke a few words to her father and then handed the phone to Amanda. After receiving the call, Suzuki Shiro chatted kindly with the other party for 2 minutes. "Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting." In the end, expressionless Amanda could only send Suzuki Yuanzi back to the hotel. As for Damon, he was still lying unconscious in the hospital. Back at the Stanley Hotel, Leon sent Xiaolan back to her room, gently placed her on the soft bed, and kindly covered her with a blanket. After doing all that, Leon walked out of the room and closed the door, only to see Makamura Kori standing at the end of the corridor. Leon was a bit surprised by her appearance. Makamura Kori first smiled shyly at Leon, then said, "I heard there was a commotion at Times Square, and then I heard about the appearance of superheroes, which made me think of you guys." Leon did not deny it and briefly recounted the events. Makamura Kaori covered her mouth and exclaimed softly, "Did you get hurt? I have a first aid kit in my room. I can help you with your wounds." She subconsciously thought that the unconscious Xiaolan had been seriously injured. This shows that the girl has a good heart deep down. "You said we are superheroes. How could those lizard people possibly hurt us?" Leon chuckled as he patted Makamura Kaori on the head. Makamura Kaori realized she had misunderstood and stuck out her tongue, brushing away the messy hand on her head, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry for misunderstanding you." Leon did not mind these kind misunderstandings and asked, "How familiar are you with your abilities?" "I'm still slowly getting familiar with them. I can control small-scale weather conditions now, but beyond 50 meters, it becomes very difficult," Makamura Kaori reported honestly. Nodding, Leon was somewhat satisfied with Makamura Kaori's progress. After all, it had been less than a day since she gained her abilities, and he couldn't expect her to become a pro overnight. As for how Makamura Kaori knew which floor they were on, Leon could only sigh. In today's society, as long as you have money, you can find out anything. "So, how is Seiha Ryo? Does he like his new abilities?" Leon's question made Makamura Kaori scratch the back of her head. She thought of Ryo wrapped in a sheet in his room and couldn't help but laugh out loud. While laughing, she said he's doing great now. At night, he becomes immortal, and it's made him incredibly happy. The corners of Leon's mouth curled up slightly. He knew very well what would happen to Seiha Ryo after swallowing the cursed silver coin. But some things are more interesting when heard from others. After calming her slightly excited emotions, Makamura Kaori recalled the real reason she came to find him. She looked Leon in the eye and said seriously, "Leon, there's something strange about this hotel. Many guests have become listless, especially in the lobby. It always feels like there are cold winds blowing around." Listening to Makamura Kaori's account, Leon raised an eyebrow. Just as the two were discussing the hotel's issues, there was a knock on the door of the room where Seiha Ryo was. Wrapped up tightly, Seiha Ryo poked his head out and looked curiously at the door. If it was Akira, she would call his name. What if it wasn't her? He hadn't called room service, right? After thinking for a moment, Seiha Ryo shouted towards the door, "Who is it?" "I didn't call room service." A deep male voice came from outside. "Mr. Kluss, it's time for the ball. Please come and join." "Mr. Kluss? Attend a ball?" Seiha Ryo instantly understood that the other party had the wrong room and replied irritably, "I'm not Mr. Kluss. You've got the wrong person." The male voice outside continued, "That's not possible. Your room number is 237. I didn't get it wrong." Seiha Ryo lost interest in chatting with the other party and said loudly, "My room number is 217. You read it wrong." After saying that, he didn't intend to bother with the other person anymore. The male voice outside muttered, "Crazy. Obviously living in 237, insisting it's 217. What's wrong with his head?" But he had called the other party twice and was rejected, so he stopped trying to push it. Seiha Ryo noticed that the person outside had left and threw off the blanket covering him, revealing his horrifying skeletal frame. He would love to go out and have fun, but with his skeleton body, he would probably be reported and arrested as soon as he stepped out the door. Looking at the wine on the table, Seiha Ryo sighed silently. "Well, It looks like his nightlife has completely said goodbye to him. Wait, wine. Seiha Ryo remembered clearly that there was no wine or drinks in his room. He hurriedly jumped out of bed and looked at the wine on the table. It was definitely wine, but the timing was off. It was red wine from 70 years ago. As a wine enthusiast, he knew exactly which manufacturer produced this bottle of red wine. But that company had gone out of business 30 years ago, and the remaining series of red wines on the market had skyrocketed in price, far beyond what someone like him could afford. Something was strange. Things were not right. Seiha Ryo sat on the chair, tapping his skeletal fingers on the wine bottle. He also found a family photo on the table, a picture of a brown-haired man and a blonde woman, each holding a little girl by their hands. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. But before Seiha Ryo could speak, the door was opened. He quickly shrank back into bed and covered himself with the blanket. Entering the room was a woman who looked exactly like the one in the photo. Darling, why haven't you changed your clothes yet? The ball is about to start. The woman sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Seiha Ryo, who was covered by the blanket, and teased. Are you shy? Darling, you're so cute. After saying that, the woman reached out her hand, trying to pull the blanket off Seiha Ryo. But the woman's strength was ultimately a bit lacking. After pulling for a long time, she couldn't get the blanket off. She said somewhat angrily, Darling, if you don't take this damn blanket off, don't expect to sleep in my bed tonight. Seiha Ryo was also being tormented by the woman, feeling miserable. He still hadn't figured out how things had developed to this point. How did he inexplicably end up with a wife? Maybe pulling the blanket off to scare the other party away and buying himself some time to investigate was the best choice. Without hesitation, Seiha Ryo suddenly yanked the blanket off himself and deliberately made a face at the woman. But the woman's reaction was somewhat unexpected for Seiha Ryo. Not only was she not frightened, but she also left a fragrant kiss on his face. Darling, it turns out you changed your clothes long ago. Were you trying to give me a scare and see me make a fool of myself? The woman gently stroked Seiha Ryo's face, her eyes full of affection. Seiha Ryo looked down at his attire, and somehow his pajamas had transformed into a tailcoat, and he was wearing shiny leather shoes. Damn, this can't be another entanglement with some evil event, can it? Seiha Ryo slapped his face, startling the woman. Darling, why did you slap yourself for no reason? The woman blew on Seiha Ryo's slightly swollen face and said worriedly, It's all swollen. I'll have the waiter bring some ice. Just wait a moment. With that, the woman dashed out of the room. After she left, Seiha Ryo got off the bed and walked to the mirror in the room. His appearance had changed, looking exactly like the brown-haired man in the photo. But from his own perspective, his hands and thighs still looked like a skeleton. It seemed that some force had confused others' perception of him. Seiha Ryo walked back to the table, picked up the family photo, and turned it over. The back was printed with the names of the family. The woman was named Elizabeth, the man was named Cruz, and the two daughters were named Lisa and Louise. I jumped straight from not knowing them to marriage, instantly gaining a beautiful wife and two lovely daughters. Seiha Ryo put down the photo and pondered his next move. He guessed he had arrived in a different space, and combined with that bottle of red wine from 70 years ago, the time period also seemed quite distant. The main task should be to attend the ball, where some unpleasant things were likely to happen. He had to survive the subsequent events. Phew, luckily it was night. With the existence of immortality, otherwise with my mediocre skills, it would be strange if I wasn't killed by some evil entity. Seiha Ryo lit a cigarette, mocking himself a bit. Although the cigarette had no taste, this long-standing habitual action made Seiha Ryo's mind race. Just after taking a couple of puffs, Elizabeth came running back with an ice bucket. Looking at his nominal wife, Seiha Ryo couldn't help but admire Cruz's taste. With long golden hair, a curvaceous figure, and bright eyes that seemed to speak, Seiha Ryo felt his heart flutter. If it were the previous him, who hadn't met Leon, he would have definitely flirted. But after becoming a skeleton, his desires seemed to have diminished significantly. He was indeed moved, but could still distinguish priorities. The most important thing now was to preserve his life. Everything else was secondary. Elizabeth placed the ice bucket on the table, took out a silk handkerchief, wrapped an ice cube in it, and gently placed it on Seiha Ryo's face. The cold water droplets slid down his face, but as a skeleton, Seiha Ryo actually felt no pain. Just seeing Elizabeth's worried expression, he smiled and reassured her. It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Elizabeth glared at her husband in exasperation and said, Who would slap themselves for no reason? You scare me to death. While complaining, her hands didn't slow down. In that moment, a surge of impulse rose in Seiha Ryo's heart. Perhaps staying here forever wouldn't be so bad. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a second before he completely erased it. Casually avoiding Elizabeth's next move, Seiha Ryo said, It's getting late. Aren't you supposed to attend the ball? Elizabeth didn't notice Sayu Rio's small action. She wrung out the wet handkerchief and temporarily placed it on a nearby coat rack. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. So hurry up and get ready. We might miss the opening of the ball. Elizabeth helped Sayu Rio straighten his messy collar, and then complimented, "My Cruz is still so handsome. It seems like time hasn't left a mark on you." "You too, Elizabeth." Sayu Rio quickly smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, then took Elizabeth's hand and walked out of the room. On the way to the ball, looking at the crowd, Sayu Rio jokingly asked Elizabeth, "With such a big event, I'm a bit stage fright. Can I go back to the room to hide?" "With you." Elizabeth shot him a glance, linking her arm with his, and said, "Don't even think about backing out. Tonight's ball is hosted by the owner of the Stanley Hotel, with many upper-class elites. It's beneficial for your future development to meet more people." Sayu Rio understood he couldn't escape, so he smiled and replied, "Of course I know. That was just a joke." Elizabeth also knew her husband's character and didn't think much of it, just holding onto his arm more tightly. The scale of the ball was grand, and the decorations were quite luxurious. Everything was arranged to a first-class standard. As soon as Sayu Rio stepped into the ball venue, he was shocked by the sea of people before him. There were estimated to be around 300 to 400 people, each person dressed either in wealth or nobility. And some even greeted Sayu Rio. Without inheriting Cruz's memories, Sayu Rio naturally couldn't recognize those who greeted him and could only respond with a smile and a nod, not daring to speak. But the more he tried to avoid it, the less he could escape. The man who greeted Sayu Rio brought his female companion and came to his and Elizabeth's side, laughing and saying, "Cruz, it's been about half a year since we last met. You must not leave without getting drunk tonight." Sayu Rio's expression was somewhat unnatural as he stiffly nodded. The man seemed to notice Cruz's odd behavior and frowned, saying, "Cruz, you don't look so good. Are you sick?" Sayu Rio stammered and couldn't articulate a reason. Just as he was about to slip up, Elizabeth stepped in. "Martin, Cruz caught a cold on the way here, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. You mustn't bully him tonight." Martin quickly waved his hand and said to Elizabeth, "Elizabeth, you know me. I've always taken good care of Cruz. How could I bully him?" Elizabeth glared at Martin, not believing a word he said. "You said the same thing at the last gathering, and what happened? Cruz ended up sleeping on the street with you." With the embarrassing incident brought up again, Martin awkwardly touched his nose and said in a deep voice, "Dear Elizabeth, please give me some face in front of my fiancé." The woman beside Martin had been smiling while listening to their conversation, and upon hearing her fiancé's request, she said to Elizabeth, "Don't listen to him. You two continue." Elizabeth released her grip on Sayu Rio and turned to take Martin's fiancée's hand, happily saying, "Jenny, long time no see. Have you set a date for your wedding?" Jenny also held Elizabeth's hand and replied happily, "Yes, it's set for the 7th of next month. You must come." Elizabeth nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and then turned her gaze to Sayu Rio. Of course, Sayu Rio couldn't say no and wore a congratulatory expression. Martin climbed onto Seha's shoulder and whispered, "Cruz, you need to show some manly spirit. You can't let Elizabeth dominate you completely." Seha looked at Martin as if he were a fool. This guy still had the nerve to call himself that, when he was also completely under the control of his fiancée. After catching the look in Seha's eyes, Martin snapped back to reality, and his old face quickly turned red. He cleared his throat twice, trying to change the subject. "Cruz, the ball tonight is hosted by the owner of the Stanley Hotel. You know that, right?" Seha nodded. He had heard Elizabeth mention it before. The owner was quite mysterious, with fewer than 5 people having met him in person. This grand appearance probably meant he had something important to announce. Martin shared the information he had gathered with Seha. Seha stroked his chin, estimating that this behind-the-scenes owner was likely the main character of the evening. Hopefully, he wasn't too powerful. Otherwise, without Leon's support, I'd be in trouble, Seha muttered softly. While the few of them were chatting, the number of attendees at the ball continued to increase, with a hint of surpassing 500 people. Martin took 2 glasses of wine from a passing waiter's tray and handed one to Seha. After taking a small sip, he looked at Seha and said, "This event is quite grand. It's my first time attending such a large ball." Seha held his wine glass without drinking, fully agreeing with Martin's statement. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and Jenny were still chatting away. Jenny asked Elizabeth, "Where are the 2 little princesses? Why didn't you bring them?" Elizabeth sighed and said, "It's all Cruz's fault. He passed the cold to the 2 little ones, and they're resting in their room now." Jenny nodded in agreement. "The flu has indeed been quite severe lately. Many of my friends have fallen ill." Suddenly, a man dressed relatively plainly approached Seha and Martin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Martin said coolly, "Van Helsing, you're here to join the fun too?" Seha remained silent, merely observing the disheveled-haired man. Van Helsing unceremoniously grabbed the untouched wine from Seha, who didn't mind. From Martin's demeanor, it seemed they knew each other. After finishing his drink in one gulp, Van Helsing said, "I warned you about the dangers of this ball long ago. Why didn't you listen?" Martin scoffed at Van Helsing's words. He retorted disdainfully, "Van Helsing, stop being obsessed with your mysticism. Even Michelle couldn't stand your antics and left you. Why won't you turn back?" Van Helsing took another glass of wine from a waiter, drank half, and said to Martin and Seha, "You are my best friends. I can't just stand by and watch you die." Seeing that Van Helsing still had that neurotic look, Martin completely abandoned the thought of trying to persuade him again. After all, you can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Seha, however, became interested in Van Helsing and asked, "How do you know this ball will be dangerous?" Van Helsing shot a glance at Seha. Today's crust felt very strange to him. After all, he was even more opposed to the study of mysticism than Martin. The two had clashed over this issue more than once. After taking a sip of wine, Van Helsing explained, "I have infiltrated every room in the Stanley Hotel. In some rooms, there are engravings of inverted pentagrams, which are symbols representing the devil." Seha's heart sank. "What? The devil? Is this the kind of level someone like me can deal with?" Seha suddenly felt dizzy and swayed uncontrollably for a moment. Martin noticed Seha's abnormality and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Cruss. You can't possibly believe this charlatan's words, can you?" Van Helsing didn't expect his words to elicit such a strong reaction. Seha quickly managed to control his emotions. Forcing a smile, "I just suddenly feel a bit unwell. Don't think too much about it." Hearing this, Martin shrugged, and Van Helsing shifted his gaze away. Seha clenched his fists, knowing that Van Helsing's speculation might not be wrong. This hotel could indeed be related to the devil. Damn it. I'm in another space now and can't relay this information. I hope Leon and the others could discover the problem in time. Seha not only worried about his own situation, but also about the safety of Maki Village Kaori in the real world. Meanwhile, having finished her conversation with Leon, Maki Village Kaori returned to her room. After taking a nice bath, she changed into her pajamas, planning to check on Seha. However, after knocking on the door more than 5 times without a response, a sense of ominous premonition surged in her heart. After looking around the empty corridor, Maki Village Kaori forcefully opened Seha's room. The room was empty, and the bed was cold. He had been gone for some time. Maki Village Kaori's expression turned serious as she realized something was wrong. Without thinking further, she immediately ran out of the room and took the elevator to Leon's floor. Just as Leon was about to sleep, he had just laid down and hadn't even managed to cover himself with a blanket when a shiny dinner knife was thrust toward his chest. With a clang, the knife was blocked by Leon's chest muscles. Seeing the knife fall onto the bed, Leon's eyes narrowed into slits. When he looked up, dozens of knives and forks were floating in front of him. TSK, not a moment's peace. Leon's eyes shot out a heat ray, melting the hovering knives and forks in a liquid. He rolled out of bed, barefoot on the carpet, which had sprouted spikes. Ignoring the sound underfoot that resembled stepping on a soda can, Leon patted the pendant on his chest, instantly donning his superhero suit. He casually smashed a flying chair and kicked open the door. As he expected, the corridor was already in chaos. Ugly ghosts turned to look at the living person who had appeared and excitedly rushed toward Leon. With a snap of his fingers, the floating cape detached from Leon's shoulders, charging into the crowd of ghosts like a runaway wild horse. With the cape clearing the way, Leon walked leisurely down the corridor. As he passed a room with an open door, Leon's brow furrowed. Inside was an elderly couple, now separated from their heads and bodies, with the weapon being a blood-stained dagger. The souls of the deceased were departing their bodies, transforming into vengeful spirits. Their originally kind faces gradually twisted into grotesque forms, and when they noticed Leon standing at the door, they revealed fierce gazes. Leon certainly wouldn't show them any mercy. After dying, they should turn to dust without constantly causing trouble. He quickly conjured a magic circle with one hand and threw it at the vengeful spirits of the old couple who were about to pounce on him. The outcome was evident. The magic circle transformed into a golden storm midway, easily shredding the vengeful spirits. Without using his flying ability, Leon walked down the stairs to the lower levels. As for the elevator, he passed it without hesitation. The horror movies he had watched over the years were not for nothing. The floating cloak was killing crazily all the way. These pathetic ghosts were no match for it at all. Along the way, Leon hardly encountered any living people. All were dead in various ways. Only one man, with a fork stabbed into his neck, grabbed Leon's shoe and struggled to say one sentence. "Please, save me, my wife." After saying that, He completely breathed his last. Leon kindly closed the man's unblinking eyes. He used his ability to see through to the man's room and found his wife in a cabinet. However, the woman could not escape her fate either. She had her mouth and nose covered with a towel, and the cabinet door was covered in scratch marks, eventually suffocating to death. The souls of this middle-aged couple did not turn into vengeful spirits, but were directly absorbed by something. Leon could only faintly sense that the suction came from below the hotel. It seemed all the secrets were hidden at the very bottom. After discovering the source, Leon recalled the floating cloak. He pressed down hard with his feet, directly speeding through the entire Stanley Hotel. The puppet master behind the scenes also realized that he had been exposed, reinforcing his last line of defense with a layer of blood-red film. Although this film was less than a centimeter thick, it could easily withstand Leon's punches. Interesting, let's see how powerful this punch is. The complex runes appeared on Leon's arm, and his entire right arm became glittering gold. He swung his fist hard at the film, and with that punch, he broke through the blood-red film. Flying into the area protected by the film, Leon immediately saw an inverted pentagram pattern. Well, it really is related to the devil, Leon thought to himself. Just as Leon was about to investigate this strange place, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Young man, having too much curiosity is not a good thing. If a young person has no curiosity, are they still young? Leon retorted. The ancient voice did not expect Leon to respond this way, and was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, the voice spoke again. What do you want? Money? Women? Or power? Leon replied. Can you satisfy what I want? The ancient voice thought Leon was intrigued and said with a laugh, Haha, of course, even if you want to become the ruler of this world, I can help you achieve it. Then what's the price? Leon asked. I don't believe there's such a thing as a free lunch. Leon's words once again plunged the other party into silence. This time, the silence lasted a little longer, and about 30 seconds later, the ancient voice said, The price is your body for me to use for 10 years. After 10 years, the control of your body will be returned to you. Leon clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and disdainfully replied, You really know how to pull a fast one. Do you know what an old saying in my hometown goes? The ancient voice cooperatively asked, What does it say? The ghosts in the graveyard speak. Ghostly words abound. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what you say. The runes on Leon's right arm shimmered with golden light again, and he delivered a powerful punch to the inverted pentagram pattern, shaking the entire Stanley Hotel. Black blood seeped out from the cracks in the inverted pentagram. You vile creature, stop it. The ancient voice continuously screamed in Leon's mind. But the more the other party shouted, the faster Leon's fists fell. After smashing 5 or 6 punches, Leon's fists were already stained black, and the inverted pentagram pattern had shattered into pieces. The ancient voice in his mind became weaker and weaker, gradually shifting from threats to pleas for mercy. I beg you, spare my life, and I can give you whatever you want. Leon wiped the black blood off his hands and made his first demand. Stop talking in my head and show your true self. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man in a well-tailored suit appeared before Leon. The first thing the man did upon seeing Leon was to quickly kneel on the ground. My name is Frederick, and I am the owner of the Stanley Hotel. After introducing himself, Frederick trembled as he knelt, not daring to lift his head. The man before him reminded him of the devil he had made a deal with many years ago. Both in strength and aura, he made Frederick shiver in fear. Leon looked at the silver-haired old man. He was neither human nor ghost. If he had to find a suitable term to describe him, he was more like a hollowed-out puppet. How long have you been making deals with the devil? 70 years, Frederick answered truthfully. Hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow. The long time surprised him a bit. Tell me in detail how you made a deal with the devil. Leon was very interested in this part. Having dominated the Stanley Hotel for 70 years, Frederick had never suffered such humiliation. But now he was at the mercy of others, and he had no choice but to speak. After organizing his words, Frederick said, It was a dark and stormy night when I returned to my villa in the suburbs as usual. Besides being the founder of the Stanley Hotel on the surface, I was also a fervent researcher of the occult behind the scenes. That night, I received a strange book. Frederick's eyes sparkled when he mentioned the book. It was this book that changed his fate. Leon also had a small idea, but needed more clues to prove it. Frederick continued, At first, I didn't know what the cover of the book was made of. I only felt it was very delicate, with an image of a grinning devil on the cover. When I opened the book, the text inside was very ancient. I could not verify it despite consulting many books. For some time, I thought the book was someone's prank. Until, at this point, Frederick paused, reluctant to speak about what happened next. He wanted to keep the secrets of that book to himself and not tell anyone else. Seeing this old man still playing coy, Leon unceremoniously punched him. With a right hand blessed by golden runes, hitting Frederick felt like being run over by a train, making him scream in pain. I'll tell you, please stop hitting me. Boo-hoo. Watching a gray-haired old man cry from being beaten, Leon felt no guilt. This guy had already sold his soul to the devil, and the number of people he had harmed over the past 70 years likely exceeded 5 figures. Frederick wiped his eyes, which had not shed any tears, and stammered, until on a full moon, I was sitting in the courtyard, and picked up that book again, intending to read it one last time. Unexpectedly, under the moonlight, the devil on the cover actually spoke. It said, "Do you want to live forever? Do you want to gain more money and women? Do you want to become an object of admiration for thousands? Offer your soul, and you will gain everything." Frederick recalled the scene from that time. Even after so many years, it remains vivid in his memory. I didn't agree right away. I was so scared that I threw the book into the garden and hurried back to my room. Although I was obsessed with mysticism, seeing the devil in person was still shocking, and I even fell seriously ill. A bitter smile appeared on Frederick's face. It was this serious illness that made him resolve to sell his soul to the devil. After I recovered, my physical condition was already much worse. I needed support just to walk. I was only 40 years old in the prime of my life, and I couldn't accept this outcome. Frederick's expression became frenzied, and his demeanor slightly agitated. Leon squinted, raising his right hand slightly, always ready to reason with him. Fortunately, Frederick controlled his emotions, took a deep breath, and continued. I frantically searched the garden for that book, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Until I remembered that an old servant had come to say goodbye not long ago, and he happened to be responsible for trimming the trees in the garden. I knew that he must have stolen my book. As he spoke, the corners of Frederick's mouth involuntarily lifted, and his fingers trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, as if savoring some beautiful moment. I found him, and then I shot him dead. Watching the blood flower bloom on the old man's chest, I felt an unprecedented pleasure. Frederick suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at Leon, saying, "Do you know what it feels like to control someone else's fate? It's exhilarating." Leon did not respond. He simply gazed at him coldly. Seeing that Leon showed no reaction, Frederick said listlessly, "I found that book in the old man's bedroom." Its cover felt even more delicate, and the devil on the cover smiled more sinisterly. The voice of the entity echoed in my mind again, and this time I didn't refuse it. I needed eternal life and endless wealth. It agreed, but it needed a sacrifice, exchanging the lives of 500 people for my immortality. Ha! That's such a bargain. Frederick crazily pounded the ground with his hands, letting out an unpleasant laugh. Leon slapped him across the face, helping Frederick to calm down. Just as Frederick was about to reveal the exciting part of the story, a pale-skinned man appeared beside him. Leon instinctively threw a punch at the man, but his fist passed through the man's chest. Looking at the mist swirling around his fist, Leon identified the man. Dracula III. The man raised an eyebrow at Leon, surprised that the other party actually knew him. But knowing was one thing. He wasn't here to confront Leon head-on. Dracula III grabbed Frederick by the collar, turned into a wisp of black smoke, and vanished before Leon's eyes. Leon stood still, not moving. Although Frederick's story was only halfway through, he had already pieced together some useful clues. That strange book was likely a demonic artifact from the outer world. As for how it manipulated time, Leon had no clues for now. However, given that it required sacrifices to use its powers, there must be many limitations. Patience is key to catching big fish. You all must perform well. Leon chuckled lightly, withdrew the runes on his right arm, and flew out of the secret room built beneath the hotel. The ghosts in the Stanley Hotel stopped moving after Frederick was taken away by Dracula III. They floated aimlessly in the corridors or the lobby, and they no longer attacked living people. Shia, Kasumi, and Xiaolan walked together, as her room was the closest to Shia. After encountering an emergency, Shia was the first to break through the walls of 2 rooms, rescuing Xiaolan, who was nearly suffocated by a pillow. Ing Lily was with Kikyo, but Kikyo's spiritual power had not yet recovered, so Ing Lily was still the main force. However, Spider Silk had no effect on ghosts, and after Kikyo's reminder, Ing Lily switched her combat suit to the electric spider mode, which slightly improved the situation. Makamura Kaori managed to escape from the elevator without any danger. After failing to find Leon, she heard a huge noise coming from downstairs and quickly rushed down. Along the way, she saved a mother and child and encountered Ing Lily and Kikyo. When the group arrived at the hotel lobby, Leon had already captured all the ghosts in the lobby. Looking at the ghosts bound tightly by golden threads, Kikyo's eyes lit up, and she walked straight over. She extended her right hand, murmuring to the expressionless ghosts, and a soft light appeared in her palm. Under the illumination of the light, the ghosts showed comfortable expressions and then bowed to Kikyo one after another. After purifying more than a dozen ghosts, Kikyo was drenched in sweat. However, she also gained quite a bit, as a spirit pearl the size of a marble lay quietly in her palm. After swallowing the pure white pearl, Kikyo's complexion visibly flushed with color. Feeling her internal spiritual power, she had recovered 2/3. Shia Kasumi and Xiaolan arrived late, followed by a few scattered guests. However, these guests were greatly frightened by the ghosts, and some still had traces of blood on them. Makamura Kaori quickly walked to Leon's side and said in a voice only they could hear, "Ilio is missing. There's no trace of him in the hotel." After hearing this, Leon pondered while reassuring her, "Don't worry, he should still be alive. Don't forget, it's still night. He is immortal." Makamura Kaori also knew that worrying wouldn't help, as she forced herself to calm down. Understanding, Xiaolan hugged Makamura Kaori's arm, smiling as she said, "Seiha-sensei will be fine. You have to trust Leon's judgment." Makamura Kaori forced a smile at Xiaolan, patting her hand to indicate that she was okay. Meanwhile, the subject of everyone's discussion, Seiha Ryo, sat in a chair with a gloomy expression, listening to the host on stage giving a long-winded speech. Apart from him and Van Helsing, no one else was interested in what the person on stage was saying. The rest of the people, including Elizabeth, listened very intently. Bored, Seiha Ryo shook his wine glass, staring at the delicious food within reach, almost grinding his teeth in frustration. So many seemingly delicious dishes, yet he couldn't taste them. It was more unbearable than death. Despite feeling very displeased, Seiha Ryo did not forget his mission. For the sake of his own life, he kept a close watch on every move at the ball. So far, the owner of the Stanley Hotel had not appeared, and everything was proceeding normally. Well, enough of the nonsense. Let's warmly welcome the host of this ball, Mr. Frederick. After the host had created an atmosphere for half the day, he finally brought up a topic that made Seiha Ryo shiver. A man, leaning on a cane and with his hair neatly combed, walked onto the stage amidst enthusiastic applause. Seiha Ryo squinted his eyes, sizing up the middle-aged man standing in the center of the stage. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with a rather pale complexion. Even though he had makeup on, it couldn't hide the deep dark circles under his eyes. Frederick extended his right hand to the audience, pressed his palm down to quiet the applause, and then said, "I am Frederick, the founder of the Stanley Hotel. Welcome everyone." After finishing his words, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause once again. This time, Frederick did not stop the cheers, and after waiting for a full minute, he smiled and said, "You must be very curious about why I'm hosting this ball. The reason has already been explained in the invitation. Don't overthink my intentions. The purpose of hosting this ball is simply to meet more friends. After all, the Stanley Hotel owes its reputation to all of you." At this point, Frederick paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces in the audience, a subtle flash of fierceness passing by. "Enjoy tonight's ball to the fullest. It will be unforgettable for you." After saying this, Frederick, leaning on his cane, walked off the stage. Seiha Ryo kept his eyes fixed on Frederick, who had just disappeared backstage. That fleeting look in his eyes had not escaped his notice. Just as Seiha Ryo was about to stand up and investigate backstage, Elizabeth hugged his arm and said with a gaze full of affection, "The ball has started. Don't you plan to invite me to dance?" Martin and his fiancée each cheered from the side, making Seiha Ryo scratch his head awkwardly and ask Elizabeth, "This beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance?" Elizabeth placed her delicate little hand on Seiha Ryo's large hand, smiling as she replied, "Of course, handsome." The two locked eyes and stepped onto the dance floor, dancing gracefully to the music. Van Helsing also silently sent his blessings to his friend, then touched the item hidden at his waist and left his seat alone. Martin noticed Van Helsing's departure, looking at his former friend as he walked towards the backstage of the ball, feeling a sense of alertness. He said to Jenny, "I suddenly have a bit of stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back." Jenny didn't suspect anything and nodded. Releasing his hold on Jenny, Martin closely followed behind Van Helsing, with the two walking towards the backstage of the ball one after the other. As the number of guests around them decreased, and without any staff in sight backstage, Van Helsing took out the revolver he carried with him. The revolver was crafted from pure silver at great expense, including the bullets. Gently caressing the cross engraving on the revolver, Van Helsing felt a little less fear in his heart. Tonight might just be a misunderstanding, and the end result could be being escorted to the police station. But it could also be an opportunity to witness the true side of the world. He couldn't miss it no matter what. "Van Helsing, you can do it. You've done so much research just for this moment today, Don't be afraid. The truth of the world is right ahead. Van Helsing muttered to himself as he self-hypnotized. It might have been an illusion, but after entering the backstage of the ball, it seemed the temperature around him had dropped. The deeper he went, the breath he exhaled turned into white mist. His hand holding the gun trembled a bit as Van Helsing pushed open an unclosed door, revealing a changing room. Quickly checking the room for any threats, he found nothing but clothes, which eased his tense nerves. Suddenly, a large hand landed on Van Helsing's shoulder, startling him so much that he almost dropped the revolver. Turning around in a panic, he pointed the gun at the newcomer, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Martin raised his hands high, his eyes wide, speaking rapidly to Van Helsing. "Hey, be careful not to misfire. I'm getting married next month." Van Helsing lowered his gun hand and frowned as he said, "Martin, why did you follow me?" Seeing that Van Helsing had put away his gun, Martin also lowered his hands and said irritably, "Even though our relationship has been a bit rocky this past year, we've known each other for 7 or 8 years. How could I let you go down the wrong path?" Van Helsing smiled appreciatively and patted Martin's shoulder, saying, "Just go back and take Jenny away. Just listen to my advice this time." Martin instinctively wanted to argue back, but he only opened his mouth without making a sound. He just didn't believe in mysticism, but he wasn't a fool. Following closely, he also sensed the oddness emanating from the backstage of the ball, the cold temperature making him tighten his suit. "Van Helsing, I'll trust you once for now. You should come with me," Martin said, breathing onto his frozen hands, frost already forming on his eyebrows. Van Helsing shook his head, speaking firmly. "I can't leave yet. I want to go until I've seen the devil with my own eyes." "Damn, if you really see the devil, you want to be able to leave." Martin was so irritated by Van Helsing that he felt like punching him in the face. Just as the two were arguing, a chewing sound echoed in their ears. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Van Helsing quickly pointed a finger at Martin, signaling him to be quiet. Martin promptly shut his mouth and turned to look in the direction of the sound. "I'll go take a look around the corner. If I shoot, you hurry and run," Van Helsing whispered to Martin as he stealthily left the changing room. Martin grabbed his friend's clothing, shaking his head under Van Helsing's puzzle gaze. Van Helsing knew Martin was worried about him and shook the revolver in his hand. Despite that, Martin still felt anxious and said quietly, "I'll go with you. If something happens, it's better to have each other's backs." Before Van Helsing could respond, he grabbed an iron-closed rod from the changing room, unable to persuade Martin otherwise. Van Helsing had no choice but to let him accompany him to check around the corner. The two walked cautiously along the wall, not daring to make sound. Even though the surrounding temperature was nearing 0 degrees, their backs were still damp with sweat. The short distance of 6 or 7 meters felt like they had walked 100 meters. Finally reaching the corner, Van Helsing instructed Martin to stay put while he peeked out. What came into view were a man and a woman embracing each other. The woman's eyes were closed, her expression intoxicated, while the man's head was buried in her neck, showing only the back of his head to Van Helsing, leaving him unsure of what was happening. Thinking they had stumbled upon a romantic encounter, Van Helsing let out a sigh of relief, his heart returning to his chest from his throat. He made a gesture that men would understand to Martin, who then displayed a playful smile. Out of good intentions, Van Helsing decided to remind the couple to leave the Stanley Hotel as soon as possible. He tucked the gun hand behind his back and stepped out from around the corner, smiling as he said, "Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting you." Van Helsing's voice made the man turn his head sharply. His neck twisted 180 degrees. His pupils were yellow, and his mouth was filled with sharp teeth. The woman's head rolled off and landed at Van Helsing's feet. The originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and a stream of blood tears flowed out. Van Helsing immediately aimed his revolver at the man who was about to pounce, pulling the trigger while shouting to Martin, "Run." Upon hearing the gunshot, Martin dashed toward the entrance to the backstage of the ball without a second thought. The man confronting Van Helsing grinned, his voice hoarse as he said, "You can't escape. Just become food willingly." Van Helsing spat, responding with a silver bullet. The man no longer pretended, tearing off his human skin, revealing a pair of dry wings that unfolded from his back. Faced with the 3-meter-tall monster, Van Helsing did not try to be a hero and turned to flee. The monster let out a hissing laugh from its mouth as its wings flapped, quickly pursuing Van Helsing and Martin. After the monster left, a man leaning on a cane emerged from the shadows. Frederick picked up the silver bullet from the ground, a sizzling sound emanating from his fingers, and a burnt smell filled the air. What the book says isn't entirely correct. The devil's resistance to silver items is much higher than expected. Frederick casually tossed the silver bullet aside, humming an unknown cheerful tune. He increasingly anticipated what would happen later. Once the devil received the offering, it would grant him immortality. As for those little bugs who discovered his secret, Frederick paid them no mind. The devil's messenger would help him deal with the trouble. This wouldn't be the first batch, nor would it be the last. At the ball, as the music ended, Xiao Liao led Elizabeth back to their seats. He looked at the 2 vacant spots and asked Jenny, "Where are Martin and Van Helsing?" Jenny was also worried about this. Her fiancé had been in the bathroom for nearly 20 minutes. Did he fall in? After hearing Xiao Liao's question, Jenny hurriedly said, "Cruss, can you check the men's restroom to see if Martin is sneaking a bite behind my back?" Sneaking a bite? In a restroom? Xiao Liao couldn't help but give Martin a thumbs up in his heart. "Good brother, you're quite the player, eating what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot." Just as Xiao Liao was about to say he would take care of it, Jenny interjected, "As for Van Helsing, I don't know where he went. It seems he headed toward the backstage of the ball." Hearing this, Xiao Liao's expression stiffened. Great. Now he couldn't even use the excuse to check the restroom for Martin. He would head straight to the backstage. If nothing unexpected happened, Martin and Van Helsing should both be there. They had been missing for 20 minutes, right? Xiao Liao asked. Jenny nodded, noticing the change in Xiao Liao's expression, and worriedly said, "Cruss, you have to tell me honestly. Did something happen to Martin?" Elizabeth held her best friend's hand, looking at her husband with a puzzled expression. Xiao Liao was still unclear about the situation's development. He could only comfort them, saying, "Don't think too much. Go back to the room to rest with Elizabeth. I'll go find Martin now." After saying that, Xiao Liao stood up from his chair and walked toward the backstage of the ball. Elizabeth, ignoring Jenny's pale face, jogged to Xiao Liao's side, grabbing his hand and forcing a smile as she said, "Be careful. Jenny and I will wait for you in the room." This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Xiao Liao smiled and patted Elizabeth's hand before walking toward the backstage without looking back. As soon as he entered the backstage area, Xiao Liao felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He shook his head and accidentally kicked over a paint can. Red paint splattered onto the pants of a man closest to Xiao Liao. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed that the man seemed unaware that his pants had turned red and continued to chat and laugh with his friends. Frowning, Xiao Liao greeted the man with the red-stained pants, but the other party ignored him. They were less than a meter apart. It must be some sort of barrier, right? Xiao Liao looked up. Sure enough, he spotted a black monster statue on the beam. Before he could think further, several gunshots rang out. Damn it. Did they encounter a demon? Xiao Liao loosened his tie and ran toward the source of the gunfire. Little did he know that every move he made was being recorded clearly by the monster statue on the beam. The statue, which had been crouching, straightened its body, dropping its 4 arms that had been covering its ears and eyes. The vertical eye in its brow gradually closed until it became a thin line. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I've come across an interesting guy. The monster statue sat cross-legged on the beam, tossing a human eyeball into its mouth as a snack. It looked down at the crowd, as if viewing sheep ready for slaughter. However, when its gaze swept over the woman singing on stage, a hint of disgust appeared in its eyes. This guy just loves to do disgusting things while wearing human skin, corrupting even Keanu. The monster statue glared fiercely at the woman, never expecting her to gesture a heart toward its location. This thoroughly sickened the monster statue, which wished it could poke its own eyes out. Damn it, how dare she? The monster statue gagged twice while lying on the beam. The woman who had finished singing a song on stage was quite pleased with the effect she had caused. Even among demons, there would be disputes, and these few just happened to not get along. If it weren't for the general personally naming them, they wouldn't have cooperated. The woman enjoyed the applause from the guests below, greedily breathing in the pink gas emanating from them. The male guests emitted the most. Their eyes looked at the woman as if they wanted to devour her alive. The woman had long been accustomed to such aggressive gazes. "Do you like my singing?" she asked the guests below. "Of course we do. You are my one and only Aurela." A man with slick back hair shouted loudly. "Get lost. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, you little brat." Sitting next to the slick-haired man was a burly man. He slapped the table with his palm, creating a loud noise. Even the wine glasses on the table were knocked over, spilling their contents everywhere. What use is just being tall? The most important thing is to have money. The slick-haired man pointed to his suit and said to the burly man, "Do you know how much the suit costs? Selling you might not even be enough to buy a button." The burly man was provoked by the slick-haired man's words, his veins bulging. He reached into his clothing and felt the handgun he had just bought that day, preparing to teach the arrogant little guy a bloody lesson. The people around, seeing the situation was not right, quickly distanced themselves from the slick-haired man and the burly man. Only Aurela remained on stage, smiling as she watched the two. Why argue? Is it because my singing isn't good? Orilla slowly walked to the edge of the stage, staring directly at the slick-haired man and the burly man. Her expression changed from a smile to one that seemed on the verge of tears, making the two people in front of her feel deeply pained. The oily hair man, a true sycophant, immediately pledged his loyalty upon seeing his goddess upset. No, no, no. Orilla, your singing is like heavenly music. I will never tire of it for a lifetime. Orilla reached out and tapped his chest, choking back tears as she asked, Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? The oily-haired man felt a rush of blood to his head, ripped open his shirt, and pointed to his heart, declaring, Orilla, I swear to God that every word I just said is true. Orilla's tears turned to joy, and her emotional switch was quite natural. She traced her finger from the oily-haired man's chest to his face, finally resting at the corner of his mouth. I believe you. This is a reward for you. Orilla's kiss landed where her finger pointed. This action not only surprised the oily-haired man to the point of almost losing his balance, but also made other guests look on with envy. If they had known that sweet words could earn such a kiss, they could have talked beautifully all night. Of course, while some were happy, others were not. The muscular man was furious. He drew a gun and pointed it at the oily-haired man's head, shouting, Orilla, you actually kissed this guy. Do you like him now? The oily-haired man, with a gun pointed at him, simply stood there grinning foolishly, not even glancing at the man. Seeing that the situation had escalated to the point of drawing guns, the security personnel maintaining order at the dance were approaching the group. Orilla stepped away from the oily-haired man and walked up to the muscular man. She looked at his face and feigned surprise, saying, Oh, you're Mickey, the gentleman who often brings me flowers. Mickey, excited that Orilla remembered him, replied, Yes, that's me. Orilla, I never miss any of your performances. Otherwise, who would come to this boring ball? Orilla's face lit up with a charming smile as she repeated her earlier tactic, placing her finger on his chest. I always remember you. Every flower you gave me, I took home carefully. Her finger traced circles on Mickey's chest, causing him to swallow hard from the slight tickle. Just give me a favor today, and don't make me embarrassed. I will repay you well. Orilla dodged Mickey's attempt to grab her hand, blew him a kiss, and returned to the stage. Mickey inhaled the lingering fragrance in the air and noticed the approaching security. He snorted coldly and put his gun back in his pocket. Kid, if it weren't for Orilla pleading for you, you'd be meeting your great-grandmother tonight. Mickey patted the oily-haired man on the head, threatening, Keep your flirtations to yourself. If there's a next time, I'll leave some pretty marks on you with bullets. The oily-haired man swatted Mickey's hand away and glared at him, saying, Don't celebrate too early. Opening champagne halfway through is not a good habit. After exchanging some trash talk, the two stopped paying attention to each other. The monster statue on the beam witnessed the entire process. It clearly saw Orilla sucking the life force from the oily-haired man while kissing him. Don't be fooled by how lively he seems now. In a few hours, he'll be drained and dead. The amusing events at the ball were unknown to Sayu Ryo. He was quickly running toward the location of the gunfire, and, along the way, he noticed large claw marks on the wall, his expression serious. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out again, mixed with voices, Damn monster, come at me. Van Helsing had very few bullets left, but Martin had unfortunately injured his ankle while escaping. To cover for him, he had to shoot. Keanu skillfully dodged the incoming silver bullets. Although they didn't cause him real harm, they still hurt when they hit. As he reached out his claws toward the fallen Martin, Keanu's mouth was already salivating. Seeing his friend about to fall victim to the monster, Van Helsing holstered his empty revolver and picked up a metal rod from the ground, putting all his strength into stabbing it into the monster's chest. But human strength can't compare to that of a monster. Keanu easily caught the incoming rod. No matter how hard Van Helsing pushed, it wouldn't budge an inch. With a casual toss, Van Helsing was sent flying back, crashing hard against the wall. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his face instantly turning pale. Martin shouted to Van Helsing, Don't worry about me. Just run. Remember to tell Jenny that I want to be with her in the next life. Van Helsing forced himself to stand up, wiping the blood from his mouth, and looked at Martin, saying, You can say those words yourself. I've never been one to relay messages. With that, Van Helsing once again charged at Keanu, holding the metal rod. This battle, with such a disparity in strength, made Keanu lose patience. At first, it had wanted to play a game of cat and mouse with these two humans, but now the game was over. Just as man and monster were about to clash again, Sayu Ryo galloped in. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the monster's back, his iron fists smashing down on its head. The sudden ambush distracted Keanu, giving Van Helsing the opportunity to jab the metal rod into its chest. Keanu let out a wail, grabbing Sayuri, who was causing trouble on its back, and threw him hard away. Then, enduring the excruciating pain, it pulled out the rod from its chest. Van Helsing watched Sayuri soaring through the air in a beautiful arc, panic-stricken, shouting "Cruss!" Sayuri didn't have time to respond before he had a close encounter with the wall. This throw was done with 7/10 of Keanu's strength, and the wall was directly smashed through. Looking at Sayuri buried under the bricks, Van Helsing was heartbroken. He didn't believe an ordinary human could withstand such powerful force. Martin, lying on the ground, also had tears in his eyes, pounding the ground with his fists, and cried out, "Damn it, you didn't even attend my wedding. How can you just die like this?" Just when the two were in despair, Sayuri pushed aside the bricks piled on him, standing up covered in dust. "Bah, I even got sand in my mouth." Sayuri first restored his broken neck, then realigned his twisted arm. Van Helsing and Martin's cries abruptly stopped. They stared wide-eyed at Sayuri. This man who could heal injuries with his bare hands was their longtime friend? "Oh my god, I must be dreaming." Van Helsing murmured. But their shock didn't mean Keanu was also stunned. Although surprised that the seemingly dead bug had come back to life, a revived bug was still a bug. It could just be killed again. Seeing Van Helsing daring to turn his back, Keanu decided to take him out first. The massive claws swung toward Van Helsing's waist with a whoosh. If that hit, Van Helsing would surely be cut in half. Sayuri noticed Keanu's movement and warned Van Helsing, "Watch out, get down." Van Helsing instinctively followed Sayuri's arrangement, performing smoothly as if bowing to the ground. A few strands of hair slowly fell in the air, and Van Helsing touched his head with lingering fear. If he had reacted a bit slower, his head might have said goodbye to his neck. Seeing his attack dodged, Keanu became furious, continuously swinging its claws, wanting to shred the still secretly relieved Van Helsing into pieces. Sayuri quickly stepped forward, grabbing Van Helsing's hand and dragging him away from Keanu's clutches in a narrow escape. Martin also recovered from his foot pain and unsteadily stood up. He picked up an iron rod from the ground, aimed at Keanu's rear, and thrust it hard. A wave of sadness blossomed in the backstage of the dance party. Keanu's facial features contorted in pain, and it knelt on both knees, its wings drooping helplessly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sayuri pulled Van Helsing up from the ground, crossed over Keanu's body, and joined Martin. Martin reached out to touch Sayuri, exclaiming in awe, "If I didn't know you were Cruz, I would have thought you were a god incarnate." Sayuri swatted away the hand that was touching his abs, saying irritably, "You still have a mood to joke? Take advantage of the demon being injured and hurry up and run." This statement awakened the dreamers. Seeing Sayuri leading the way, the two quickly followed suit. The entire backstage of the dance party had turned into a massive ice house. The temperature was so low that Martin and Van Helsing were almost frozen into popsicles. Sayuri, being a skeleton, felt no effect from the cold. After running for nearly a minute, Martin's ankle began to hurt again. Though he gritted his teeth to persist, his speed slowed down. Van Helsing looked at his friend leaning against the wall, panting, and asked, "Can you make it? If not, let me carry you." Martin wanted to stubbornly say that a man couldn't admit weakness, but the reality forced him to nod. Van Helsing was about to squat down, but Sayuri stepped in first. "Let me carry you. Your stamina is almost gone." Van Helsing did not insist and helped the wincing Martin onto Sayuri's back. The three ran towards the entrance of the backstage again. However, they had barely covered any distance when Keanu chased after them. It snorted heavily through its nostrils, glaring fiercely at Martin on Sayuri's back. Keanu couldn't even remember how many years it had been since it had been in such a predicament, being toyed with by three humans. If this got back to Orilla and Leighton, would it still have any face left? "Very well, you have completely enraged me." Keanu opened its massive mouth and exhaled a cloud of white mist towards the trio. Sayuri immediately dodged, and Van Helsing rolled on the ground just in time to escape the mist coverage. Keanu flapped its wings, and in the blink of an eye, was at Sayuri's side. With someone on its back, Sayuri found his movements greatly restricted. Faced with Keanu's sharp claws, he could only brace himself for impact. Unsurprisingly, Sayuri's arm was severed during the confrontation with Keanu's claws. Martin, seeing his friend's dire situation, shouted loudly, "Cruz, let me down quickly or you will die." Sayuri glanced at Martin and calmly replied, "Don't panic. Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Martin was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of tough guy can still speak calmly after losing an entire arm? Is this Cruz really Cruz? Could it be that God switched places with him? Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Saeu Liao paid no attention to the pensive Martin. After losing his arm to Kinu, he unexpectedly comprehended a new ability. With a thought, the severed arm on the ground soared into the air, wrapping around Kinu's back, and delivered 2 heavy punches to its head. Van Helsing, watching Saeu Liao's impressive display from a distance, was almost dumbfounded. Is this really Cruz? It's unbelievable. Van Helsing held his forehead, shocked by his friend's sudden display of an extraordinary side, even more startling than seeing a devil. But amidst his astonishment, he knew he had to focus on the task at hand. He pulled out the revolver he had painstakingly crafted, aimed at the back of Kinu's head, and pulled the trigger. The silver bullet swiftly flew toward Kinu's head. Kinu's attention was entirely on Saeu Liao, and before it could react, the bullet struck. This hit was solid, hitting one of Kinu's weak points, breaking through its defenses. Kinu knelt down again, clutching its head and cursing. Seizing the opportunity, Saeu Liao restored his arm and signaled Van Helsing to throw him the revolver. Trusting his good brother, Van Helsing unhesitatingly tossed the revolver to Saeu Liao. Saeu Liao caught the thrown revolver steadily, spun it in his hand, and aimed it at Kinu's head, which was kneeling before him. Seeing the demon's fearful expression, Saeu Liao smirked. Now you know fear, huh? It's too late. Saeu Liao aimed for Kinu's eyes and fired all the bullets in the revolver. Kinu's large yellow pupils burst with rich fluid, splattering Saeu Liao all over. The unpleasant odor fermented in the air, and Saeu Liao wrinkled his nose in disgust. Without looking at Kinu, who was rolling on the ground and howling, Saeu Liao tucked the revolver into his waist and shouted to Van Helsing in the distance. Stop standing there like an idiot and hurry up and go. Upon hearing Saeu Liao's call, Van Helsing temporarily tossed aside his questions and realized the urgent need to save their lives. After a thrilling escape, the 3 finally ran out of the backstage of the dance party. Their appearance surprised the guests at the party, especially since Saeu Liao's suit had been stained yellow with Kinu's blood, the foul smell making those around him pinch their noses. Hey friends, did you swim in a garbage dump? A middle-aged man holding a wine glass looked at the 3 with disdain, his little mustache twitching as he spoke. Saeu Liao merely glanced at him without responding. He placed Martin on the ground and let Van Helsing support him. The 3 only wanted to leave the dance party and find a quiet place to sort out what had happened that night. However, some people just couldn't keep their mouths shut. The middle-aged man, feeling ignored, was somewhat embarrassed, and seeing the look from his female companion, he had to straighten his back. Hey, I'm talking about you 3. How dare you? Before the middle-aged man could finish, Saeu Liao landed a heavy punch on his face. The onlookers gasped in shock. Wiping the blood from his knuckles onto the middle-aged man's white suit, Saeu Liao said to Van Helsing and Martin, "Let's go to my room. Elizabeth and Jenny should be there." Martin and Van Helsing exchanged glances and did not argue. The commotion they caused naturally caught Aurelia's attention on stage. She caught the scent of blood on Rio's clothes and recognized it as Keanu's. Raising her head, Aurelia exchanged glances with Leighton on the beam, knowing it was time to execute the mission. She tossed away the microphone in her hand, the noise attracting the attention of many. Stretching lazily, her proud curves made several men swallow hard. Mickey thought this was a hint from her, so he laughed and stood up from his chair, fantasizing about the delightful experience to come. Aurelia didn't break the illusion, merely smiling at the burly man walking toward her. When he was less than 2 meters away, Aurelia's right hand transformed into a long whip and struck Mickey fiercely. The burly man didn't even let out a scream before he was split in half, red and white spilling onto the ground. Aurelia's sudden action stunned Mickey for nearly 10 seconds before anyone uttered a cry. Then the guests rushed to leave the ballroom, completely abandoning their previous gentlemanly and ladylike demeanor. Aurelia licked the blood off her fingers, her eyes narrowing into slits. She looked at the oily-haired man, who was paralyzed in fear in his chair, and gracefully approached him. Her purple-tipped fingers once again tapped on the oily-haired man's chest. But this time, he didn't dare to think too much, not even looking at Aurelia's face. "Oh dear, you weren't like this just a moment ago." Aurelia's fingers pressed down quietly, causing cold sweat to pour from the oily-haired man's forehead. His white shirt quickly soaked with bright red blood. Unable to hold back any longer, the oily-haired man pleaded, "Please spare me. I'll give you anything you want." Aurelia's face broke into a playful smile as she leaned in to whisper in his ear, "I want your heart. Will you give it to me?" Upon hearing this, the oily-haired man's face changed dramatically. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then Aurelia's hand emerged holding a still beating heart. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The oily hair man looked at his hollowed chest, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please give me back my heart. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. Aurelia remained unmoved, gradually tightening her grip, causing the oily hair man to roll on the ground in pain. Holding the still beating heart high, she aimed it at her mouth. With a squelch, the oily-haired man's heart was crushed in her hand. Warm liquid flowed down her throat, and a look of joy spread across Aurelia's face. Glancing at the lifeless, oily-haired man on the ground, she tossed the deflated heart back into his chest cavity. Cibario had witnessed Aurelia's brutal methods throughout. He was willing but powerless, as taking care of the two burdens beside him was already his limit. Van Helsing suppressed the urge to vomit and whispered to Cibario, "What do we do now? Should we escape with those people?" Cibario shook his head uncertainly. His sixth sense warned him that going with the flow might not be a good choice. Martin proposed an idea. We could wait and see. There's still so many people in the venue, and they're also waiting to see what happens after those people leave. His words made Cibario pay attention to the remaining guests in the venue. After counting, there were about 50 people, like them, watching the situation unfold. However, they had no idea what was happening outside, while Aurelia made the first move inside. Cibario quickly pulled Martin and Van Helsing back to a defensible position. He loaded bullets into his revolver while observing Aurelia's every move. The woman strolled leisurely through the venue, and no one dared to cross her. Occasionally, she nibbled on snacks from the table or sipped from a glass of red wine, her elegant demeanor completely masking her true nature. Aurelia was in no hurry. The humans escaping would naturally be handled by Leighton and Keanu. Her target had always been the 50 or so humans still inside the venue. Something felt off. Her target was the remaining people inside. Cibario realized what she was planning as he watched Aurelia sit down in chair and stop moving. Van Helsing and Martin exchanged worried glances, scratching their heads in unison, and said to Cibario, "Fuck, should we run outside too? At least there's more space out there." Martin, worried about his fiancée's safety, disregarded his injured foot, only wanting to return to Jenny's side. If it weren't for Cibario holding him back, he would have charged outside. "Wait a little longer. When the time is right, I'll let you know," Cibario said, gripping Martin's collar with a serious expression. "Running out now is a death wish. Not only will you die, but you'll also put Jenny in danger." Martin was at a loss under Cibario's sharp gaze. Van Helsing also agreed with Cibario's decision. He patted Martin's shoulder and said, "Trust Cruz. Jenny and Elizabeth will be safe with him. He has 2 kids. He's more anxious than you." Martin bit his lip, sitting down dejectedly and muttering, "I'm sorry, Cruz. I was impulsive." Cibario smiled, not holding Martin's rudeness against him. Van Helsing sighed in relief as the internal conflict in their small team was resolved. Just as he was about to say something to boost morale, Cibario interrupted him. "Shoo, don't speak yet. Look, that woman is starting to move." 3 pairs of eyes turned to the center of the ballroom. Aurelia finished her glass of red wine in one gulp and casually threw the goblet to the ground, shattering it. With an inscrutable smile on her face, she walked gracefully toward the remaining guests in the venue. The guests, sensing danger, watched Aurelia approach with trepidation. This former soprano queen had now become the embodiment of a devil in their eyes. "Madam, I hope you don't come any closer, otherwise I'll shoot." As Aurelia drew nearer, the bodyguard of the closest guest had to step forward. His gun, held firmly in hand, gave the black bodyguard a bit of confidence as he warned Aurelia sternly. Aurelia ignored his warning and continued to approach, now within about 2 meters of the black bodyguard. The wealthy woman hiding behind him urged her bodyguard to shoot quickly. She could no longer withstand the powerful aura emanating from Aurelia. Despite the black bodyguard's imposing stature, it was nothing against extraordinary power. Aurelia merely raised her hand slightly, causing the guests watching her to step back several paces in fear. One black bodyguard couldn't hold back any longer and pulled the trigger at Aurelia. The bullet flew toward her swiftly, hitting her face with precision. However, it only made a ping sound, failing to penetrate her defenses. Aurelia let out a giggle and beckoned to the black bodyguard. "One bullet might not be enough. Why not fire a few more shots? Otherwise, you might not get another chance." The black bodyguard gritted his teeth and switched from holding the gun with one hand to using both hands. "Fuck, you bitch." The bodyguard exploded with profanity, his fingers moving like they were on springs, continuously pulling the trigger. Facing a dozen bullets flying towards her, Aurelia did not dodge, but met them head on. The continuous sound of metal striking echoed like the death knell ringing in the hearts of the guests. The bodyguard was drenched in sweat, quickly ejecting the empty magazine and replacing it with a new one. However, even though his reloading speed far exceeded the norm, he was still a step too slow. Aurelia's entire palm plunged into the opponent's chest, warm blood splattering all over the noblewoman hiding behind him. The noblewoman, who had a meticulously done makeup, rolled her eyes back and fainted to the ground. Discarding the bodyguard's body like trash, Aurelia stepped over the noblewoman's body, looking at the trembling guests before her, a slight smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Weakness is the original sin. Your fate has long been sealed. As Aurelia's words fell, a one-sided massacre began. Xiao Liao furrowed his brows tightly, his fists clenched. Van Helsing and Martin turned their heads, unable to bear the horrifying sight of limbs flying everywhere. After taking several deep breaths, Xiao Liao made arrangements. Now's our chance. Let's get out of here. With that, Xiao Liao led the charge out of the venue. Van Helsing and Martin quickly followed him out. The remaining guests who had not yet fallen victim also followed suit, sprinting towards the entrance of the venue. After the three of them fortunately left the venue, the horrific scene in the corridor left them speechless. Bodies were everywhere, and the white walls were stained red. My God, thank goodness you stopped me back then. Martin wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to suppress a gulp. Xiao Liao ignored him and observed the traces on the bodies. Eyes and ears were missing, expressions twisted, as if they had experienced something extraordinarily terrifying before death. Before he could think further, a scream came from the end of the corridor. Xiao Liao looked up to see a woman in a dress being chased by a massive demon. Behind the demon followed 7 or 8 small monsters. These small monsters were grotesquely ugly, wielding various weapons. Xiao Liao drew his revolver, wanting to save the fleeing woman. Unfortunately, she ran too fast, disappearing at the end of the corridor in the blink of an eye. The next second, a chilling scream echoed. Xiao Liao's expression turned grave as he said to Martin and Van Helsing, "The number of demons is increasing. We need to find Elizabeth and Jenny first, then we can plan further." The two had no objections to Xiao Liao's decision and followed his lead towards room 237. The journey was uneventful, and the three arrived at their destination smoothly. They knocked on the door, but there was no response. Xiao Liao and Martin's faces instantly darkened. Xiao Liao took out a key and opened the door, only to find it empty inside. Martin slammed his fist against the wall in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, how could there be no one?" Although Xiao Liao was also surprised, he did not wallow in self-pity like Martin. Instead, he searched for clues left by Elizabeth in the room. Heaven does not disappoint those who are diligent. Xiao Liao indeed found a note left by Elizabeth on the table. It read, "Cruise. Many monsters suddenly appeared in the hotel. I'm worried about Lisa and Louise's safety, so I went with Jenny. If you see this note, come to room 407. After quickly scanning the note, Xiao Liao breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had spent little time with Elizabeth, he still had a good impression of the lovely and intelligent beauty and did not want anything to happen to her. The chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He handed the note to Martin and Van Helsing to read in turn, and Martin's tense expression visibly relaxed. Returning the note to Xiao Liao, Van Helsing asked, "We have a floor between us and room 407. Finding them won't be easy." Martin immediately retorted, "Even if it's not easy, we have to search. I won't abandon Jenny." Xiao Liao hurriedly mediated. "I didn't say we wouldn't go save them. We just need a plan how to save them." The three began brainstorming in the small room. After about 30 seconds, Martin slapped his thigh and said loudly, "Next to my room lives a military officer on vacation. He should have firearms in his room. Where's your room?" "It's on the 3rd floor. The second room up the stairs is mine." Xiao Liao's face lit up upon hearing this. What they lacked most now were weapons to fight the demons. Although firearms cause minimal damage to demons, it's better than being empty-handed. After some discussion, they decided that the revolver would be used by Xiao Liao, while Martin and Van Helsing dismantled the clothes rack and desk in the room, each taking a wooden stake. Unfortunately, there was no small knife. Otherwise, sharpening the stake would enhance their combat effectiveness. The three cautiously opened the door and found the corridor eerily quiet. Xiao Liao led the way, with Van Helsing in the middle and Martin bringing up the rear. Cautiously approaching the staircase, Xiao Liao peeked his head out to check the situation above. Hearing no sounds and seeing no blood on the ground, it seemed relatively safe. The three pressed against the wall, gripping their weapons tightly, turning back to look every step of the way as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Compared to the messiness of the 2nd and 1st floors, the third floor's corridor appeared much cleaner. Aside from a few scattered bloodstains, there wasn't a single corpse in sight. When they reached the door of room 303, Van Helsing and Martin kept watch while Xiao Liao took out the prepared wire and inserted it into the lock. Watching Xiao Liao skillfully pick the lock, Martin muttered, "I never expected Cruz to have quite a few special talents." Van Helsing nodded in agreement. Tonight, Cruz's various performances had reshaped the duo's views on him. If it weren't for the fact that they had rubbed his face vigorously and found no interface for the human skin mask, they would have suspected that their close friend had been impersonated by someone else. Unaware of Martin and Van Helsing's suspicions, Xiao Liao focused on picking the lock. This old-fashioned door lock was no match for Xiao Liao's superb skills. In just 3 seconds, he opened the door to room 303. As soon as Xiao Liao entered, he was hit by a scent reminiscent of heather. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, and Martin and Van Helsing also showed expressions of disbelief. Ignoring the various styles of flashy lingerie thrown on the bed, Xiao Liao, based on his experience, lifted the pillow on the bed. Sure enough, there was a handgun hidden underneath. After checking the handgun's performance and finding no issues, Xiao Liao handed it to Van Helsing. As for Martin, he discovered a more suitable weapon for himself in the wardrobe, a long, flexible steel sword. With that, the three were now fully equipped. Stepping out of room 303, Xiao Liao immediately spotted a small monster wandering in the corridor. The small monster also turned its head at that moment, noticing Xiao Liao walking out of the room. Its mouth let out a piercing scream as it rushed quickly towards Seihario with its short legs. Seihario had no intention of confronting it. He stepped aside, and Martin, holding a flexible steel sword, stepped forward. Looking at the rushing little monster, Martin showed no signs of fear and assumed the standard fencing stance. When the little monster was about a meter away from him, he suddenly stepped forward, and the flexible steel sword pierced through the little monster's head before it could dodge. Pulling the sword out from the little monster's head, Martin shook off the blood and proudly said, "I was a key member of the fencing team in college." Seihario perfunctorily praised him a couple of times, kicked the cold little monster's corpse into room 303, and closed the door. The three regained their morale and set off towards room 407. There were very few evil spirits on the third floor. Besides the little monster that Martin had taken down with one sword, they only encountered 2 more identical little monsters. Martin and Van Helsing each dealt with one. Van Helsing even got a rusty, tattered machete. Upon reaching the stairway to the 4th floor, Seihario, as before, cautiously peeked to see what was going on above. His eyes fell on a male corpse lying on the stairs, its eyes wide open, seemingly expressing its inner unwillingness. He raised his guard. The 4th floor was more dangerous than he had imagined. After saying a few words, Seihario carefully stepped up the stairs. The two following him naturally knew that Seihario wouldn't act recklessly, and their vigilance heightened again. They climbed the stairs connecting the 3rd and 4th floors. Seihario peeked around the corner, observing the commotion in the corridor. 6 little monsters were patrolling the hallway, and 2 were vigorously banging on a door. Seihario squinted, clearly seeing the room number being attacked. It wasn't the 407 he was worried about, but 405. After reporting what he saw to Martin and Van Helsing, the reckless Martin could hardly contain himself upon hearing that the little monsters were banging on the door and wanted to rush out. Fortunately, Van Helsing timely grabbed him and gave him a light smack on the back of the head. "Don't be so reckless all the time. Didn't you hear Cruz say there are 8 little monsters? What can you do alone?" Van Helsing sternly reprimanded his friend. Martin realized his mistake and silently endured Van Helsing's scoldings. Seihario leaned against the wall, contemplating how to break the deadlock. He was confident he could take on 8 by himself, but he didn't know if there were more powerful evil spirits nearby. If he encountered Keanu or Leighton, he would be in trouble. However, as the little monsters broke through the door of 405 and screams came from inside, Seihario could no longer hesitate. Taking advantage of the fact that 5 little monsters had entered the room and only 3 remained outside, Seihario decided to take a risk. Without discussing it with Martin and Van Helsing, he dashed around the corner, surprising the two. In an instant, he reached the 3 little monsters at a speed faster than 9 seconds for 100 meters. The sound of revolver fire rang out, and the heads of the 3 little monsters exploded. The loud gunfire also attracted the attention of the 5 little monsters inside the room. But Seihario wouldn't give them a chance to retaliate. He quickly adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger rapidly, creating blood holes in 3 more little monsters' heads. With the revolver's bullets expended, Seihario picked up a rusty sword from the ground and swiftly dealt with the remaining little monsters in a flurry of blades. The entire battle lasted only 15 seconds. Not far away, Martin and Van Helsing were already numb from watching. They even wondered if Seihiro had performed poorly this time, as he took more than 10 seconds. Even if, in the next moment, Seihiro claimed to be the illegitimate son of a god, they would just shrug and believe him without hesitation. While reloading his revolver, Seihiro stepped out of room 405. He threw the broken, rusty sword on the ground, as he found the other weapons too shabby to bother with. Martin and Van Helsing came over to Seihirio's side, looking at the pile of little monster corpses on the ground, and once again marveled. It's not that the enemies aren't powerful, but that we are too abnormal. Seihirio merely raised an eyebrow at this remark, saying nothing. After securing the loaded revolver at his waist, Seihirio approached the door of room 407 and knocked. There was still no response from inside. Seihirio softly called through the door, "Elizabeth, it's me, Cruz." As soon as he said this, footsteps finally sounded from inside the room. The door opened, and Elizabeth, with tear stains on her face, threw herself on a Seihirio, choked up as she said, "Cruz, I knew you would come for me." Seihirio embraced the frightened Elizabeth, softly comforting her. Jenny and Martin also held each other tightly, whispering sweet nothings in each other's ears. Van Helsing, feeling a bit awkward standing alone at the door, glanced left and right but seeing no one. He could only lower his head and silently stare at his toes. Inside the room, Lisa and Louise looked at their parents embracing, their little faces filled with smiles. After everyone closed the door, Seihirio roughly described what had happened earlier to the women. Although he had omitted many dangerous details, it still made Elizabeth and Jenny gasp in shock, and they showered their husband and fiancé with kisses. Goodness, I not considered a person? Does being single mean having no rights? Van Helsing felt a pang of jealousy in his heart, wondering if he should find a partner for himself after this ordeal. Seihirio pushed Elizabeth away, as now was not the time for romance. He said seriously, "The danger posed by the evil spirits is much more severe than you think. I can't solve this crisis alone." Upon hearing Seihirio's words, despair appeared on everyone's faces. Only Elizabeth, holding Seihirio with one arm and grasping her two daughters with the other, said calmly, "As long as I can be with you, whether life or death. I don't care." Elizabeth's words ignited the fighting spirit in Jenny and Martin. They held each other's hands tightly, the fear on their faces gradually replaced by determination. After a brief moment of fear, Van Helsing also came to terms with life and death. After all, his family had long been buried, and his wife had run off with someone years ago. Now, he only had his worthless life left. As Seihirio saw the group's emotions stabilizing, he was just about to reveal his plan when something strange happened. Everything around seemed to hit the pause button, except for him and Louise. Louise jumped off the bed, and a blue skull circled around her. Seihirio quickly distanced himself from them, frowning as he asked, "Who are you? Is this your doing?" Louise nodded her little head in response to Seihirio's inquiry. She said, "You said this incident can't be solved by you alone. Then who else can?" Seihirio didn't expect her to ask such a question, and without thinking, he replied, "Of course, it's Leon. Besides him, I really don't know anyone else who can handle the evil spirits." In Louise's little head, the man she had met in the lobby suddenly popped up. If it weren't for Seihirio mentioning it, she would have thought he was just a guy living off women. If Louise knew that the man she thought of as someone who relied on women had easily defeated Frederick, who had imprisoned her for 70 years, she wouldn't know how to feel. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Louise, you need to hurry. There's not much time left. The blue skull appeared in front of Louise, and its head had already begun to crack. "Punk, hold on a little longer. I can prevent the tragedy from happening again soon." Louise knew that this time travel was reaching its limit, but looking at her longed for mother. She begged the blue skull to hold on a little longer. Punk looked at Louise, who had tears in her eyes, sighed, and said, "All right, but I can only hold on for 5 more minutes at most. Any longer, and that terrifying guy will find out." After saying that, the blue skull disappeared in front of Seihirio and Louise. Seihirio deduced from their brief conversation that, unlike the alternate space he had previously imagined, he was merely participating in a time travel. However, this time travel was different from ordinary time travel. It seemed he could change the outcome of tonight and even influence the future. Thinking of this, Seihirio glanced at Elizabeth, who was sitting in a chair, and asked Louise, "What was Elizabeth's outcome in your previous ending?" A bitter smile appeared on Louise's face as she reached out to touch her mother's cheek and softly said, "Mom died, killed by that woman Aurelia, to protect me and my sister." "Aurelia? A killing intent surged in Siba Rio's eyes. He clenched his fists, vowing deep down to make her pay a bloody price. Louise noticed Siba Rio's small action and looked him in the eye, saying, "Do you know where Cruz was when Mom died?" Siba Rio shook his head, but from Louise's disdainful tone, he could tell that Cruz must have done something bad. Mom was counting on Cruz to protect us, but unexpectedly, that scumbag actually offered me and Lisa to the devil, the evil being you mentioned. Louise's words made Siba Rio frown. He had guessed many possibilities, but he never expected the cruelest one. Walking to the mirror and looking at Cruz's appearance, Siba Rio spat and cursed. What a worthless piece of trash. Louise found Siba Rio's behavior amusing and felt somewhat comforted. Don't be so angry. His end won't be good. He won't even get a chance to become a vengeful spirit, Louise said lightly. After calming down, Siba Rio pondered the question Louise had just asked him and said, "I really suggest you bring Leon in. He is the key to breaking the deadlock." Louise was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect him to value that man so much. She asked in confusion, "Is the Leon you speak of really that powerful?" Siba Rio nodded heavily, pointing to himself and saying, "Since this time travel was orchestrated by you, you should know my special ability, right?" Louise shrugged. "Immunity to physical attacks and severed limbs can be reattached. That's quite a good ability. He granted it to me. This is impossible." Louise was shocked. Such an incredible, extraordinary ability. How could it be so easily given to someone else? After all, Frederick's pseudo-immortality was built on countless lives. What's impossible about it? Leon doesn't lack these peculiar abilities. Siba Rio thought about what Shikamori Kaori had told him and dropped another bombshell on Louise. It said that Leon can even travel through space without external assistance. Louise was stunned. It turned out that the real big shot was right beside her, yet she hadn't noticed and thought others were just living off women. Her little face flushed, and Louise cleared her throat twice to cover her embarrassment. Siba Rio didn't expose her and gave her some face. However, continuing this awkwardness wasn't a solution. The remaining time wouldn't wait for anyone. Siba Rio didn't want the story to repeat itself. He said, "Louise, hurry up and bring Leon into the time travel. I'm afraid delays will cause changes." Louise also wouldn't give up the hard-earned progress. She had a premonition that this time, she could change the story's ending. "All right, I'll go right now." Louise's body slowly began to fade in front of Siba Rio until she completely disappeared. At the same time, a distortion appeared in front of Leon, and only he could see it. Not sensing any malice, Leon didn't adopt a fighting stance and simply stood calmly in place. Louise's little head poked out from the distorted space, and she immediately saw the man staring at her. Nice to meet you for the first time. Mr. Leon, my name is Louise." Louise stood obediently 2 meters away from Leon. It wasn't until she made actual contact with him that she realized Siba Rio hadn't exaggerated. It felt as if she was facing not a person, but a sun radiating intense light. Leon nodded slightly and said to Louise, "Siba Rio's disappearance was probably caused by you, right?" Louise admitted generously, "Yes, I need his help, but I didn't expect to have chosen the wrong person." Upon hearing this, Leon knew that the playboy had probably told this doll in front of him about his information. Shikamori Kaori looked strangely at Leon, who was talking to the air, poking Kikyo beside her and saying, "Look, Leon is talking to the air." Kikyo naturally noticed Leon's odd behavior as well. However, as a shrine maiden, her sensitivity to spiritual power was quite keen. Louise, in order to show her sincere attitude, did not hide her own strength. So Kikyo roughly understood Leon's strange behavior. "Don't worry, he isn't having a seizure. It should be someone who needs help reaching out to him." Kikyo patted Shikamori Kaori's small hand, signaling her not to overthink it. Louise naturally noticed the interaction between the two women and smiled, saying, "Mr. Leon, your companion cares about you a lot." Leon smiled and said, "There's no helping it. It's my charm." Louise's mouth twitched. It seemed this powerful big shot had an extraordinary level of thick skin. "So what brings you to me?" Leon asked. Louise didn't waste any time and explained a reason for her visit. After listening, Leon stroked his chin and summarized. "You want me to help you change the tragedy that happened 70 years ago?" Louise eagerly nodded her little head. "I have no problem helping, especially since it relates to evil beings. But how can you be sure that changing the outcome won't affect the current timeline?" Leon also had tools for changing timelines, but the side effects of those things were quite significant. He temporarily didn't want to deal with the headache of a complex world. These things, once addressed, could make his head buzz. Louise explained, "I just want to save my mother's life. She is just a trivial person and won't affect the direction of the entire world. Although there is the term butterfly effect, this effect only occurs with big figures like you." Upon hearing Louise's implied flattery, Leon couldn't help but smile. Indeed, compliments are much nicer when subtly delivered. All right, then I'll accompany you. Leon never takes matters related to the outside world lightly. Moreover, he wanted to see just how powerful this evil entity was that could deceive Frederick so easily. Seeing Leon agree to her request, Louise was overjoyed. She quickly expanded the distorted space and invited Leon to enter with her. However, before going in, Leon had something to say to Kikyo and the others. I'm going to handle some minor issues and maybe out of contact for a while. Don't worry too much. Kikyo nodded, smoothed out the wrinkles in Leon's clothes, and smiled. I'll take good care of them, so you can go with peace of mind. With this reassurance, Leon felt at ease. After exchanging a few glances with Kikyo, he gave the pouting Lily a gentle head pat and left with Louise. Crossing the dizzying, distorted space, Leon encountered Seiha Ryo, who was on Makamura Kaori's mind. He was completely focused on the woman in front of him, unaware of Leon's arrival. TSK, as expected of the Shinjuku stud, already managed to hook up with another one so quickly. Leon's teasing made Seiha Ryo's face turn as red as a monkey's butt. He instinctively bowed to Leon and said, "Thank you for coming all this way. My abilities are truly limited and can't handle such a tricky situation." Leon waved his hand and replied solemnly, "Eliminating evil is our duty." Unlike Makamura Kaori, Seiha Ryo couldn't maintain his composure in front of Leon. He was somewhat nervous and appeared quite stiff. Louise stood behind Leon, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the two men. In terms of looks and aura, it was clear that Leon was superior. How'd she end up choosing Seiha Ryo and missed out on someone like Leon? This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Seiha Ryo was unaware of Louise's inner monologue. He detailed to Leon the events he encountered during his time travel. The content was mostly similar to what Louise had said, but Seiha Ryo was more specific about the evil entity's abilities. For example, Keanu could use ice magic, Aurelia's hand could turn to a long whip, and the third unknown evil entity seemed capable of sealing the five senses, and so on. These strange abilities were new to Louise. Although she had been in contact with these evil entities for 70 years, they didn't meet often. During the massacre 70 years ago, Louise and Lisa had mostly stayed in their room and had very little information. Leon patted Seiha Ryo on the shoulder, encouraging him. The fact that Seiha Ryo could remember the characteristics of the evil entities, even in a critical situation, showed that this playboy was genuinely transforming into a qualified superhero. Let's resume time. I'm going to meet them, Leon said to Louise. Louise didn't waste time. After communicating with the blue skull in her mind, the flow of time returned to normal. Martin and Van Helsing immediately drew their weapons upon seeing another person in the room. Hey, don't be nervous. He's the external help I found. Whether we can survive today depends on him. Seiha Ryo stood in front of Leon, persuading Martin and Van Helsing to lower their weapons. Don't get too excited and accidentally hurt Leon. That would be unfortunate for you. Seiha Ryo can't help you then. Although Martin and Van Helsing were confused, they trusted their friend and lowered their elastic steel swords and handguns. Elizabeth approached Seiha Ryo and, under Leon's gaze, pulled him aside, whispering in his ear, "Darling, are you sure this guy can help us escape?" Seiha Ryo replied confidently, "Of course, besides him, I can't think of anyone else who can help us through this crisis." Hearing this, Elizabeth glanced again at Leon, who had turned away. This guy looked good and was quite tall, but he was unarmed and didn't seem like someone with extraordinary skills. Wait, what is he doing? Why did he suddenly open the door? Elizabeth's eyes widened, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. After Leon opened the door, he looked at the corpses of the small monsters in the hallway. He merely glanced at such trashy evil entities before shifting his gaze. Martin and Van Helsing raised their weapons again and shouted, "Jesus! This bastard actually opened the door. Doesn't he know there are monsters outside?" The noise behind him made Leon frown in displeasure. He turned his head, coldly looking at Martin and Van Helsing, and simply said two words, "Shut up." His strong demeanor and powerful aura intimidated Martin and Van Helsing, causing them to stop their aggressive actions and obediently put away their weapons, falling silent. Seiha Ryo stood aside, secretly laughing. How dare they shout at Leon? Were they seeking death? With the noise gone, Leon first scanned the entire Stanley Hotel. He saw quite a few evil entities, and the three major ones that Seiha Ryo had highlighted were scattered throughout the hotel. You have two choices now. Leon turned to the people still in the room, extending two fingers. First, stay quietly in the room, and once I eliminate all the evil entities, you will be safe. Second, come with me, but I can't guarantee your safety. The first option Leon provided was obviously the best. However, as a member of the second tier, Seha Rio couldn't just hide in the back. He clearly expressed that he would stay by Leon's side. Seeing her husband choose the second option, Elizabeth also chose to trust him. However, since their two daughters were still young, she couldn't rest easy with them in danger, so she chose option 1 for them. As for Van Helsing, it goes without saying that he chose option 2. His obsession with the occult had made him indifferent to life and death. Martin saw that both of his friends chose option 2. If he chose option 1, wouldn't that be letting the team down? As for Jenny, seeing her fiancé's resolute decision, she had no choice but to follow him. Originally, Leon thought that besides Seha Rio, everyone else would choose option 1, but the final result was quite unexpected. Leon rolled his eyes at Elizabeth, who was clinging tightly to Seha Rio's arm. Goodness, this was like being fed dog food. Since we've made our decision, let's set off. Leon's first target was Keanu, who was located upstairs. He strode towards the staircase connecting the 4th and 5th floors. If it weren't for taking care of a few ordinary people, he would have flown over long ago. Sibu Liao was holding Elizabeth's hand, closely following behind Leon. Martin and Van Helsing were initially cautious, but seeing the distance between them growing, they hurriedly caught up. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a dozen small monsters spotted Leon and the others, quickly shouting and rushing over. Before Martin and Van Helsing could prepare, a heat ray from Leon took the lives of all the small monsters. Elizabeth, standing right behind Leon, covered her mouth in disbelief. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Sibu Liao remained calm. For Leon, this was just basic skill. Martin and Van Helsing were also in shock, and Jenny tugged at her fiancé's sleeve, whispering, "You should apologize later, otherwise, you'll be the next one to turn to ashes." Martin shivered at her words, regretting his earlier recklessness. "Dude, had I known you were this powerful, I wouldn't have dared to shout at you even if I had 100 guts." Dejected, Martin nodded in agreement with his fiancé's suggestion. He didn't want their wedding next month to start with Jenny holding a freshly baked urn while wearing a wedding dress. Van Helsing silently put away his gun, thinking the same as Martin. He hoped to find a moment to apologize to the mysterious boss, wishing he could still see the rising sun. Martin and Van Helsing exchanged glances, seeing the shared helplessness in each other's eyes. Louise, who had been trailing them, was also amazed by Leon's display of strength. Perhaps this person could really help her rewrite the story's ending. With all the small monsters dead, Kinu also revealed itself. Its gaze wasn't on Leon, who was in the center, but was firmly locked onto Martin at the back of the group. It hated this human who had dealt it a painful blow and wished it could eat him alive. "Huh, I didn't expect you to come here to deliver yourself to death." Kinu completely ignored Leon's presence. It hadn't seen how Leon had eliminated the small monsters. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so careless. Leon thought that the evil creature in front of him might not be very bright, but it didn't matter to him whether it had brains or not. It would still be taken down. As Kinu charged at him, its speed seemed lightning fast to ordinary people. But in Leon's eyes, Kinu was as slow as a snail. He easily grabbed Kinu's neck, and before the latter realized what was happening, Leon's eyes glowed red, and a heat ray of multiple times the power was ready. Surprise! Oh my god! The heat ray as thick as a baby's arm pierced through Kinu's head. The scorching light shot straight down from the 5th floor to the ground. This evil creature that had toyed with Sibu Liao didn't even last around in Leon's hands before becoming a headless corpse. Even Sibu Liao, who had some understanding of Leon's strength, couldn't help but swallow hard at the scene. He had been too brave before to dare point a gun at such a boss. It was like a birthday star eating arsenic, living recklessly. Martin and Van Helsing's legs felt weak, wishing they could slide right in front of Leon and bow several times, begging for forgiveness. Jenny and Elizabeth were thinking even more absurdly, contemplating whether to introduce some quality women to him. Leon tossed aside Kinu's cold corpse, clapped his hands, and turned his gaze to Leighton, who had been attracted by the commotion. Leighton stood at the other end of the corridor, witnessing the latter half of Leon's display of power. Its body trembled slightly, and it had already developed a fear of Leon. It was ridiculous. An evil creature was afraid of a human. Seeing Leon take a step forward, Leighton involuntarily took a step back. "You must be that unknown evil creature, right?" Leon's feet left the ground, floating in midair. Seeing Leon's stance, Leighton realized he intended to eliminate it and immediately turned to run. Just as Leighton lifted its foot, Leon had already flown in front of it. He grabbed Leighton's calf, and despite the latter's desperate struggles, it couldn't break free. "Damn it, let go of me." Leighton activated its ability. Leon's vision went black, and he lost all sound. He tried to speak, but couldn't utter a word. The only thing that remained unchanged was Leon's grip on Leighton. No matter how much it clawed or bit, it couldn't leave a mark on Leon's hand. Moreover, with each of its attacks, the force of Leon's grip only increased. Leighton felt as if its calf would be crushed, screaming in pain. Sibu Liao noticed something was off with Leon. He asked Jenny to help look after Elizabeth and quickly ran over. He pulled out his revolver and reached Leon's side. He said to him, "Leon, are you okay?" Leon didn't respond. Sibu Liao patted Leon's shoulder, and only then did Leon turn his head towards him. Leon's eyes had turned dull and gray. Sibu Liao waved his hand in front of Leon's eyes. There was no reaction in his pupils. He immediately remembered the corpses he had seen outside the venue and aimed his revolver at Leighton, sternly saying, "Release your ability, or I'll blow your head off." Leighton wasn't foolish. It knew that once it retracted its ability, it would only meet death. Now that it had leverage, it still had to negotiate. "Let him go, and I'll release my ability." Sibu Liao frowned, putting the gun to Leighton's head, shaking his head. "You release your ability first, and then I'll let Leon loosen his grip." Leighton spat at Sibu Liao. If it truly believed the other party's words, this man holding its calf would definitely eliminate it, just like he had with Kinu once he returned to normal. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Just as Sibu Liao was about to give the unyielding Leighton a taste of sweetness, a familiar voice rang in his ear. No need to waste words with it. Since it won't listen, just blow it away. Sibu Liao turned in surprise to see a smiling Leon and exclaimed, "Leon, are you all right?" Leon nodded, and behind him, the floating cloak pointed at itself, indicating it had contributed significantly to this matter. "Hey, Cloak Brother, you're awesome too." Sibu Liao gave a thumbs up to the floating cloak, which proudly placed its hand on its hips, looking quite pleased. The only one injured in this incident was Leighton. It couldn't believe that its proud ability had failed. To verify whether its ability still worked, Leighton used the ability to close all 5 senses on Sibu Liao. Sibu Liao felt his perception vanish, and, knowing who was responsible, began to curse at Leighton. But because he lost his perception, Seihario was actually venting his anger at a wall, and his mouth was moving rapidly without making a sound. Humans, falling into your hands is no injustice. After Leighton realized he hadn't lost his abilities, he simply gave up struggling, sitting quietly on the ground, waiting for death to arrive. Leon didn't have any thoughts at the last moment about how this kid's great talent should be used by him. He raised his fist, as big as a sandpot, and smashed Leighton to pieces. With Leighton's death, Seihario returned to normal. Elizabeth, who was watching the battle from a distance, immediately ran over and hugged Seihario. His strange behavior earlier had worried her greatly. Seihario awkwardly hugged Elizabeth, noticing that Leon's expression was getting worse. Anyone who was continuously fed dog food wouldn't be in a good mood. All right, I'm fine. If you keep hugging me, I really might have an accident." Seihario pretended to be choked by Elizabeth, sticking out his tongue. Elizabeth knew her husband was trying to make her laugh, and she smiled through her tears, gently punching Seihario's chest. Leon was disgusted by the interaction between the two. He simply turned away and headed towards the last remaining demon. Aurelia's location hadn't changed, still waiting in the venue. However, when he used his perspective to view the entire hotel earlier, he discovered something strange. The humans on the other floors had been eliminated by Keanu and Leighton, but the humans in the venue were still alive, neither more nor less, exactly 300. According to the information Seihario had provided earlier, there shouldn't be that many humans left in the venue. The extra humans must have been captured by Leighton and Keanu. They must have gathered the humans for some kind of unspeakable secret. Moreover, Leon also saw a familiar face in the venue, a slightly younger Frederick. He was holding a book, presumably that book that could manipulate people's hearts. The next segment might be a bit dangerous. Do you still want to follow? When Leon returned to the 4th floor, he pointed to room 407 and said, "The previous choices are still valid. Think it over." Seihario was determined to follow Leon to see the world, and Elizabeth was going along with her husband. Van Helsing was alone, vowing not to rest until he met the mastermind behind it all. The only one with a headache was Martin. He wanted to explore the unknown with his friends, but was also worried about Jenny's safety. He genuinely loved Jenny, trying to persuade her earnestly. But Jenny was also determined to go with Martin, refusing to let go of his arm, no matter what he said. Elizabeth couldn't stand it any longer and interjected, "Martin, just let Jenny come along. I believe you will protect her well, right?" Martin patted his chest and said decisively, "Of course. Anyone who wants to harm Jenny has to step over my dead body first." Jenny was even more moved and tightened her grip on Martin's arm. The two exchanged a deep gaze, If it weren't for the presence of others and the timing being off, they might have moved to a more private setting. Sehario coughed awkwardly a couple of times, startling the emotional Martin and Jenny apart. Did these two not notice that Leon's expression was getting worse? If they angered him, the wedding might have to be held in the underworld. Leon slightly restrained his gloomy expression. They say foreign cultures are open-minded, and now it seemed to be true. He made up his mind that for similar tasks in the future, he should at least bring a female team member along. Speaking of which, the number of girls around him was also increasing, and they were not hiding their feelings for him. Maybe he should show some appreciation. At least someone like Kikyo could be considered. Leon was indeed stimulated by Sehario and Martin, starting to plan for his own happy life. Seeing that everyone was reluctant to return to their rooms, Leon waved his hand, and they collectively moved towards the venue. During this process, the small monsters they encountered were mostly handled by Sehario, Martin, or Van Helsing. The unique abilities displayed by Sehario boosted Elizabeth's affection for him significantly. Did you not see the lip prints all over his face? Elizabeth's eyes were practically sparkling with love. With Leon, the big boss, providing protection, they all successfully reached the venue. Before entering, a strong smell of blood assaulted them. When had Jenny and Elizabeth ever smelled such a stimulating odor? Supported by their partners, they bent over to vomit, nearly bringing up their bile. Van Helsing, with a serious expression, held his gun tightly, carefully following the unchanging Leon into the venue. Welcome, everyone. I hope tonight's ball doesn't disappoint you. Frederick stood on a makeshift stage at the front of the venue, leaning on a cane with one hand and holding the cursed book in the other. Aurelia stood beside him, her expression charming, her beautiful eyes scanning Leon back and forth. The remaining guests looked at the few who had walked into the trap with a barrage of curses in their hearts. They had originally hoped that those who had not been captured would escape the hotel to seek help. Now, it seemed that their last hope was also shattered. Leon ignored the hostile glares around him and walked towards the stage. Along the way, any foolish little monsters that tried to intercept him were blown apart by Van Helsing, who was following closely behind Leon. It's been over 10 minutes. Frederick, did you miss me? The first thing Leon said completely bewildered Frederick, who stood on the stage. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen this man, but the way the man looked at him clearly indicated that he recognized him. Who are you? Have I seen you before? Frederick asked. I haven't seen you before, but I have crossed paths with you in the future, Leon replied honestly. Future? Frederick's brow furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. Is your brain okay? What nonsense are you talking about? After carefully confirming that he had never seen the man in front of him, Frederick instinctively thought the man had gone mad. Seeing that no one believed him when he spoke the truth, Leon shrugged in annoyance. But his footsteps did not stop because of the conversation. He had already walked to the closest position to Frederick. Aurelia squinted her eyes and stood in front of Frederick. She didn't want the most critical link to fail at this crucial stage of completing the mission. Did you kill Keanu and Layton? Is that you? Aurelia's right hand had transformed into a long whip. As soon as the man in front of her nodded, she would strike without hesitation. Leon naturally wouldn't lie. Killing was killing, and he nodded towards Aurelia. With a sound of breaking air, the long whip swung towards Leon's head. Although Aurelia felt a bit regretful that the man's skin could not be used for her own purposes, she still attacked out of caution. Grabbing the long whip that came swinging towards him, the built-in spikes didn't even break through Leon's palm, let alone pierce his skin. What? How is that possible? Aurelia, seeing her attack easily neutralized, displayed an expression of disbelief on her beautiful face. Frederick also noticed the change in the situation and quietly stepped back a few paces. Leon tugged at the whip in his hand, causing Aurelia to uncontrollably fall off the stage. Although her strength was far less than that of the big guy Keanu, she was not something a human could compare to. Normally, she could easily lift a car, but even so, she was effortlessly controlled by the suddenly appearing man. Aurelia lay on the ground, seemingly realizing how Keanu and Layton had lost. Leon casually discarded the whip and slowly walked towards Aurelia. Feeling threatened, Aurelia quickly stood up, both hands transforming into long whips, and said with a fierce tone, I warn you, don't come any closer. Leon paid no attention to Aurelia's words. Not only did he continue to approach, he even transitioned from walking to flying. The guests present watched Leon flying in midair, their eyes and mouths wide open. Is this the content they can watch without paying? Science? The hell is science? Compared to the guests who were questioning their lives, Aurelia was under immense pressure. Her body trembled as she retreated, quickly reaching the edge of the stage. The cold metal brought her a moment of clarity, and she brandished the whip in her hand, attacking Leon in midair. Leon was not polite either. A heat ray shot out from his eyes. It cleanly severed the swinging whip. Black blood splattered on the ground, accompanied by a sizzling, corrosive sound. A few unlucky guests also got splattered with a few drops of blood, instantly turning into puddles of blood. Everyone gasped, contributing significantly to global warming. Having learned from the previous experience, they all distanced themselves from a battle they could not participate in. Several wealthy bodyguards quietly put away their handguns, obediently staying by their employer's side. The only person still running towards Leon was Sayu Rio, who had just settled Elizabeth. Van Helsing and Martin were self-aware. They knew the current battle was beyond their capability to assist, and most just maintaining order and arranging for personnel evacuation. Sayu Rio ran while pulling out a revolver, using the few remaining silver bullets to fire at Aurelia. He hadn't forgotten what Louise had said. In the old ending, Elizabeth was killed by Aurelia. Now, with both old and new grudges combined, his shooting skills had seen unprecedented improvement, with each bullet hitting Aurelia's forehead accurately. Aurelia, continuously hit in the forehead, was not feeling well either. Although the damage from silver objects was not high, it couldn't withstand being struck in the same place by a dozen bullets. Soon, black blood began to seep from her forehead. After running out of bullets, Sayu Rio's anger was mostly vented. He discarded the now useless revolver, cracked his neck, and charged towards Aurelia barehanded. Leon floated in midair, arms crossed, watching the fistfight between Sayu Rio and Aurelia. This kid, with the advantage of immortality, was gaining the upper hand for the time being. Aurelia was being hit so hard she couldn't find her bearings, her steps already unsteady. Just as Sayu Rio wanted to press the attack, he noticed that the sinister book Frederick was holding not far away emitted a dazzling red light. Any human illuminated by the red light lost their sanity. Veins bulged on their faces, drool flowed, and they emitted primal roars as they charged towards Sayu Rio. Under the red light, Aurelia's injuries began to heal, and her strength gradually returned. Taking advantage of Sayu Rio being surrounded by mutated humans, she turned and ran towards the backstage of the ball. Along with her was the panicked Frederick. Leon had no intention of helping Sayu Rio. He believed the latter could handle the mutated humans. And indeed, Sayu Rio knocked out one mutated human after another with a punch, even managing to give Leon a thumbs up, indicating he could cope. Seeing this, Leon immediately flew towards the backstage of the ball. In the blink of an eye, Leon blocked Aurelia and Frederick's escape route. Aurelia looked at the roadblock with a frown and said, "Do you really have to go so far as to kill everyone? Can't you leave a way out?" Leon only found it amusing and replied, "I've always been ruthless towards evil." Realizing there was no more negotiation, Aurelia took a deep breath and tore the human skin she wore in half, revealing her true form, an incredibly ugly giant cockroach. The antennae at the corners of her mouth twitched up and down, and a pool of green slime was spat out from Aurelia's mouth. Leon merely tilted his head slightly and avoided her attack. The green slime landed on the wall behind Leon, and within a few breaths, it corroded a whole half a meter in diameter. Frederick, with keen eyesight, pushed open the door beside him. As the founder of the hotel, he was familiar with the layout of every room. Fortunately, there was a hidden door in the room next to him that led directly outside. However, what Frederick failed to notice while escaping was that the sinister book in his hands was emitting a red light that one could hardly perceive unless closely examined. The little black hair he had was slowly turning white. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were rapidly increasing, and his face was aging quickly. Leon certainly noticed Frederick's actions, but he was not in a hurry. Even if the other party could escape by plane now, he could still catch up after dealing with Aurelia. To buy time for Frederick, Aurelia brandished the scythe in her hand and roared towards Leon. She knew she was no match for him, but to fulfill the command of the general, she had to fight to the death. However, Aurelia forgot one principle. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are easily broken. Leon didn't even move from his spot, his large hands clamping down on Aurelia's scythe. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Frustrated, Aurelia was about to spit out more slime when Leon exerted force, sending the scythe goodbye to its original owner. Aurelia didn't even have time to let out a wail before Leon returned the item to its rightful owner. The scythe-shaped arm pierced through Aurelia's head, and her massive body fell in a narrow corridor. Black blood corroded the ground into a pit, burying Aurelia's corpse. Leon didn't even glance at Aurelia, who died with her eyes open, and quickly chased after Frederick, who was trying to escape. But upon catching up, the scene Leon saw made him involuntarily raise an eyebrow. Frederick, aged by 30 or 40 years, lay in the dark passage, breathing heavily, looking like he was about to die. The sinister book was still tightly clutched in his arms, unwilling to let go even in death. With Leon's keen eyesight, he naturally noticed the faint red glow emanating from the cursed book. Moreover, Leon's sixth sense was warning him that the cursed book seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Approaching Frederick, who was too weak to even lift his head, Leon effortlessly took the cursed book from his embrace. Frederick, knowing that all was lost, unwillingly said, I may have failed, but someone will take over. My work bringing the great master to the world. After saying this, Frederick breathed his last. Leon felt no sympathy for this pitiful person controlled by the cursed book. If he could control his desires, how could the cursed book have found an opportunity to invade? In short, wanting too much led him down an irreversible path. After pondering this, Leon looked at the cursed book in his hands. Even after the situation was exposed, this thing remained unruly, actually attempting to absorb his life force. Leon opened the book, and the contents were indeed as Frederick had described, full of incomprehensible text. After flipping through a few pages, Leon lost interest. He closed the book, his fingers tracing the cover. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, Leon felt that the devil on the cover was looking at him, unfriendly. TCH, what can you do if you don't like me? Can you jump out and take a bite out of me? Leon childishly slapped the devil on the cover twice while providing sound effects. Since he was alone in the dark passage, he let loose a bit to relax. However, just as Leon finished his playful antics and was about to use a heat ray to destroy the cursed book, an unexpected event occurred. Frederick, who had already died, suddenly stood up from the ground, moving nimbly as if he were not an 80-year-old man. His pupils turned black, and he revealed a sinister grin as he looked at Leon. Are you the one who disrupted my summoning ritual? Frederick's voice was grating, like sandpaper scraping against glass. Leon was not startled by this sudden resurrection. Instead, he looked at Frederick with interest and asked, which realm do you belong to? This straightforward approach made Frederick's smile widen even more. This guy who had disrupted his summoning ritual seemed to know a lot about the outside world. Aurelia and the others were taken care of by you, right? Frederick said. Leon's response was a heat ray. He had no time to chat with the demon. The heat ray penetrated Frederick's chest, and looking at the gaping hole in his chest, he remarked unconcernedly, useless. This is just a vessel. You cannot harm me. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Leon simply retracted the red glow in his eyes and silently watched Frederick without saying a word. Frederick seemed to have opened a floodgate, chattering incessantly. No wonder I felt a shift in the timeline. It turns out my subordinates are disobedient. The subordinates he mentioned were obviously referring to someone Leon could guess with his knee. Leon still had no intention of engaging in conversation. After realizing that Frederick had not truly descended, he immediately lost the motivation to fight. Frederick continued, You asked me which realm I belong to, right? Ha ha. After returning to the present world, go seek the answer yourself. After saying this, Frederick's body suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. The cursed book in Leon's hand began to dissipate, quickly vanishing. The surrounding scenery began to change, and Leon felt the passage of time. He stood motionless, watching as the things around him changed with the flow of time. Frederick's corpse turned to white bones, vanishing into the dust of time. When time restored itself to 70 years later, besides Leon being clean and unblemished, a thick layer of dirt accumulated at his feet. The entrance to the dark passage had been sealed again. Leon gently pushed it open and stepped out. The exterior was very simple, cluttered with discarded items. Resembling a storage room, Leon opened the door and bumped into a staff member in the corridor. The other person looked at Leon in surprise and said, Who are you? This is the employee passage. Visitors are not allowed in. Leon simply smiled slightly at the person, casually made up an excuse, and quickly left. When Leon returned to the lobby, he discovered that the hotel's name had changed from Stanley Hotel to Hawks Hotel. He did not see any sign of Shikugyu-kun and the others in the lobby. Using his X-ray vision, he checked the entire hotel and found that they were not inside. Suddenly, someone called out Leon's name from behind. Leon turned to see Seiha Ryu holding a bewildered Elizabeth's hand. Elizabeth's glamorous dress attracted the attention of many visitors in the lobby. The timeline had returned to normal. Logically, Elizabeth should have long since passed away, but it seemed that time had left no marks on her face. Seiha Ryu jogged to Leon's side, having already regained his original appearance. Fortunately, the night had passed. Otherwise, a running skeleton would definitely have made headlines today. Elizabeth looked around in panic. The television playing the news and the smartphones in people's hands making her extremely uncomfortable. During the recent time migration, she had witnessed Jenny, Martin, and Van Helsing transition from middle age to death. If it weren't for Seiha Ryu constantly comforting her, Elizabeth's mental state would have collapsed long ago. Leon, Have you seen Akira? The first thing Seiharayu said was expressing concern for his friend's sister. Leon shook his head. He hadn't seen Akira Makamura, or even the shadows of Kikyu and the others. At this moment, Elizabeth was gradually coming to her senses from her panic. She looked at Seiharayu and Leon beside her and quietly asked, "Can you explain to me what happened?" As she spoke, she pulled her small hand away from Seiharayu's large hand. Seiharayu noticed Elizabeth's sense of detachment and wore a helpless smile as he briefly explained their identities. Although Elizabeth felt confused, she still picked out a few keywords from what he said, such as time travel, sacrifice, and evil spirits. Her biggest concern now was her two daughters. Just as she was about to ask Seiharayu about them, Louise and Lisa appeared. The two little ones had grown into tall and graceful young ladies, surpassing their mother. However, Lisa's expression was sour, looking at Leon with both gratitude and a hint of fear. When Elizabeth saw the two girls approaching her, she initially didn't realize they were her daughters. It wasn't until they extended their hands to show the bracelets on their wrists that Elizabeth's tears couldn't be held back, and she embraced her daughters, crying. The three beautiful women wept in each other's arms, drawing the attention of tourists around them, who took out their phones to capture the moment. In today's information age, even a slight stir can immediately appear online. Given the current situation, it was better not to be too ostentatious. Leon gave Seiyuu Liao a knowing glance, and the latter walked over to Elizabeth's side, whispering a few words in her ear. Realizing her loss of composure, Elizabeth released her grip on her daughters and took the tissue offered by Seiyuu Liao to wipe the tears from her face. Although the mother and daughters had much to say, the time and place were not suitable for expressing their longing, so they could only keep it bottled up for now. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Seiyuu Liao took Elizabeth's hand again, and this time she did not pull away. Earlier, Louise had said some good things about Seiyuu Liao to Elizabeth, which eased her discomfort a little. Leon did not pay much attention to the interaction between them. He was focused on searching for Ying, Li and the others in the city. Fortunately, after scanning half the city, Leon confirmed the location of the few girls. The current situation was still quite different from what Louise had described. The time storm caused by Elizabeth, this butterfly, had somewhat affected the development of the present world. After taking the keys from the waiter, although he didn't know where the car came from, if he had to choose between driving and walking, Leon would definitely choose the former. The driver was the self-nominated Seiyuu Liao, with Liang in the passenger seat and Elizabeth and her daughters in the back. Under Liang's guidance, they wound their way to a slum. Smelling the gunpowder in the air, Seiyuu Liao joked, "Indeed a free country, the air is so unique." Just as he finished speaking, two men with masks approached and blocked Liang and his group. Seeing the armed men yelling for them to get out of the car, Liang couldn't help but want to give them a shot of heat ray. But just as he was about to act on his thoughts, the two men suddenly started frothing at the mouth and convulsed to the ground. Their expressions were filled with terror, and within moments, they had ceased to breathe. Liang turned to look at the three women in the back, and Lisa stepped forward. She slumped her hands and said, "Is it okay to kill these two black-hearted guys?" Elizabeth tightly held Lisa's hand. She had witnessed Liang's prowess firsthand. She was genuinely afraid of this powerful figure. She wondered if her daughter's reckless behavior would provoke dissatisfaction from him. After looking at Lisa for a full 5 seconds, Liang smiled and said, "Well done. If we encounter any more blind fools like this in the future, I'll leave them all to you." Lisa huffed and turned her head toward the car window, nodding slightly. Seeing that Liang did not blame her daughter, Elizabeth sighed in relief. At the same time, she suddenly recalled a joke she had made with Jenny earlier. Marrying her daughter to Liang didn't seem like a bad idea. Her daughters had inherited her good looks and were as beautiful as fairies. One was gentle and the other was fiery. Wasn't this contrast exactly what men liked? The more Elizabeth thought about it, the more she felt this plan could work. Moreover, her daughters weren't young anymore. They were almost 80 and needed to get married soon. Sitting in the passenger seat, Liang suddenly sensed a wave of malice. He scratched the back of his head, wondering which evil spirit was plotting against him. During the subsequent journey, they encountered quite a few men trying to make a quick buck, but they were all handled by Lisa or Louise. These two girls were no pushovers. Their methods grew increasingly ruthless, making Elizabeth's heart race. As Seiyuu Liao noticed the surrounding houses becoming increasingly dilapidated, he couldn't help but ask Liang, "Are you sure we're heading in the right direction?" Liang nodded, pointing to the fork ahead. "Turn right, then go straight for 3 kilometers, and we should be almost there." Seiyuu Liao trusted him and accelerated according to his instructions. 5 minutes later, the black Trident stopped in front of an old apartment building. After getting out of the car, Liang looked up at the 13-story-old apartment and walked over, followed closely by Seu Liao and the three women. The apartment's manager was an old man with a bushy white beard. He was sitting on a creaky chair, intently reading a Playboy magazine. Even as Liang approached within half a meter, the old man did not react. Unable to do anything else, Liang gently tapped the table to remind him that there were guests. Upon hearing the crisp sound, the old man quickly hid the magazine, then looked up, his cloudy eyes staring at the young man who disturbed his leisure. Young man, do you know that disturbing an old man's rest is very unethical? When Gray recognized Liang's face, he immediately puffed up his cheeks, intending to use his age to assert authority. Liang would not indulge him. He reached out and twisted the iron bars on the small window into a twist. Gray quickly swallowed back what he was going to say, his old face breaking into a smile as he respectfully said, "Sir, are you looking to rent a room?" Fortunately, there are many vacant rooms in the apartment. Liang did not immediately answer Gray's question, but pointed to the spare keys hanging in the management office. Gray was also a clever person. After witnessing Liang's displayed strength, he quickly took down the keys and handed them over. After receiving the keys, Liang walked straight to the elevator. Only then did Gray notice that there were several people following him, and the beauty of the women could rival those he had seen a few days ago. Watching Liang and the others enter the elevator, Gray finally exhaled a breath of stale air and sat back down in his chair. In the elevator, Seu Liao was very excited about the upcoming meeting with Maki Murakami. However, Liang's words poured cold water on her enthusiasm. You need to be mentally prepared. Their situation is not good. Upon hearing this, Seu Liao's smile froze. No wonder Liang had been radiating an aura that discouraged approach since entering the apartment. It turned out something was wrong. Ding! The elevator reached the 13th floor. After exiting the elevator, Liang first locked the iron door at the stairwell with a key, then set up an alarm magic array. He then led everyone to room 1304 and found the corresponding key. Inside the room, Kasumigakaka Shia heard the noise outside and made a shushing gesture to Ingli Li. The latter threw the wet towel in her hand into the basin and patted the Q-version spider brooch on her chest, instantly donning her spider battle suit. Kasumigakaka Shia also held the fire god sword, her attention highly focused. As long as an evil spirit entered, her blade would not hesitate to sever its head. Creak! The door was pushed open. Liang caught the spider silk shot by Ingli Li with one hand while using the other to restrain Kasumigakaka Shia, who was swinging her sword at him. TSK. Are you two trying to rebel? If Liang's movements had been even a fraction slower, Kasumigakaka Shia's fire god sword would have struck his head. Ah, Liang, it's you. Where have you been these past few days? When Ing Lily saw that the person who arrived was Liang, whom she had been thinking about day and night, she rushed at him with lightning speed, pushing aside Kasumi no Okashiyu, who was still in his arms. Liang, holding the slightly trembling Ing Lily, softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm back now. Ing Lily choked out. It's all my fault that Sister Axiang got parasitized by the evil spirit, and Xiaolan was seriously injured while trying to protect me. Seihario, standing behind Liang, felt like the sky was about to fall when he heard what Ing Lily said. What is going on? Axiang actually got parasitized by an evil spirit. Seihario's legs felt a bit weak. If it weren't for Elizabeth supporting him, he might have sat down on the ground. Everyone come in, don't just crowd at the door. Kasumi no Okashiyu was also filled with joy at Liang's return. Although she and Ing Lily often liked to bicker and slander each other, overall, they could be considered good friends. Seeing the other party so distracted these past few days honestly made her feel a bit heartbroken. Now that the mainstay has returned, things will definitely develop in a good direction. As they walked into the room, a strange smell of mixed herbs and blood hit them. Blood-soaked bandages were carelessly discarded on the floor. In a critical moment, Seihario burst out with his gun. Each bullet hit the bat's head. Despite the giant bat's size far exceeding that of ordinary bats, hitting its head with each shot was still quite difficult. At least Edwards, who had just reloaded his magazine, believed he couldn't do it. Thanks, bro. Your marksmanship is really impressive. Edwards fought alongside Seihario, and with the power of their two handguns, they temporarily repelled the fierce giant bat. Edwards, who breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left wrist. Upon closer inspection, he saw a shard of glass embedded in it. Just as Edwards was about to pull out the shard, Lisa, who had come over, spoke up. I advise you not to pull out the glass shard if you don't want to die. Edwards paused his movements and looked at Lisa, who was licking a lollipop, in confusion. Aren't you a cop? Don't you know that S an artery you've been stabbed in? Lisa glanced at Edwards with disdain. Edwards awkwardly touched his nose, avoiding her gaze as if she were looking at an idiot. Sehario hurriedly tried to mediate. All right, Lisa, can you say less? Can you treat him? If we don't stop the bleeding soon, he is going to return to the arms of God. Lisa shrugged. Sorry, I only know how to kill. Not safe. For this kind of thing, you can ask Louise. Sehario then turned his gaze to the silent Louise. The little girl didn't expect to be suddenly betrayed by her sister and was momentarily dazed, until Edwards, who was about to collapse, coughed twice and said with a bitter smile, Hey, I'm not trying to interrupt your parent-child party, but can you hurry up? I think I can still be saved. Hearing this, Louise, under Sehario's eager gaze, walked over to the pale-faced Edwards, raised her hands, and used her power on the wound on his wrist. A gentle light appeared in Louise's palms. Edwards felt a tingling sensation at the wound as the glass shard was slowly pushed out by the new flesh growing. With a plop, the glass shard fell into the water. Seeing that Edwards' wound had healed, Louise withdrew her hands and obediently returned to Lisa's side. Edwards raised his left wrist in front of his eyes and shook it back and forth. Aside from feeling a bit weak, the pain he had felt earlier had vanished. My God, are you superpowered? After the intense pain subsided, Edwards' logical thinking as a police officer returned. He looked at the one man and two women in front of him. His mouth agape. What? Are superpowered people eating your rice? Or do you plan to repay kindness with enmity and arrest us? Lisa stopped licking her lollipop and glared at Edwards with ill intent. Feeling a chill down his spine from her stare, Edwards hurriedly waved his hands. How could that be? Am I the kind of ungrateful person? Seeing that there was no fun left, Lisa quietly clicked her tongue and pulled Louise aside. The bat from earlier gave her a sense of déjà vu. And it wasn't just her. Louise also noticed it. The sisters whispered to each other, analyzing their deductions. Sehario patted the sweating Edwards on the back and smiled. Don't mind what Lisa said. That's just her personality. She's actually quite nice. Edwards nodded and extended his hand to Sehario for a self-introduction. My name is Edwards. As you can see, I'm a police officer. Call me Rio. I'm just a traveler visiting America. Sehario shook hands with Edwards. Edwards joked, this trip will definitely be unforgettable for you. Sehario released his hand and turned to look into the distance, muttering, yeah, it's indeed quite unforgettable. Because of his concern for Makamura Kaori, Sehario didn't chat long with Edwards. Just as he was about to say goodbye, Lisa and Louise approached with serious expressions. We've run into trouble, dear old dad. Lisa bit down on her lollipop and, along with Louise, said in unison, that bat you guys repelled earlier has Frederick sent. Sehario frowned upon hearing this. That's impossible. Frederick has already been taken care of by Liang. He certainly didn't believe Liang would joke about something like this. Louise explained, Frederick was dealt with by Mr. Liang, but there's still a guy hiding in the deepest part. Edwards, listening to the three's conversation, was completely confused. He understood every word, but when put together, it was like reading a foreign language. Not wanting to interrupt, Edwards could only silently walk away. Just as he braved the wind and snow to reach a smoking car and was about to take out a cigarette from his pocket, he suddenly heard a screeching sound from afar. Edwards looked up and saw a large group of bats approaching them. In about 30 seconds, the two sides would collide. Damn it! Edwards threw the unlit cigarette on the ground and, while running back, shouted at Sehario and the others, stop discussing for now. Look at the sky. Hearing Edwards' warning, Sehario instinctively looked up. A vast swarm of bats came into view. It was hard to believe that in such severe weather, there could still be crowds of bats. Sehario roughly counted, and there were probably hundreds of them. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Lisa and Louise had already entered a combat-ready state. Red and blue skulls circled around them. Edwards, panting, ran back to Sehario's side. His already weak body became even more exhausted. But the current situation did not allow Edwards to collapse and sleep. He drew his handgun from his waist and cautiously watched the increasingly close swarm of bats above. Sehario squinted his eyes, always feeling that this group of bats was coming for them. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The leading black bat let out a scream and fell from the sky. Sehario's gun was smoking as he coldly said, show your skills, everyone, and kill all these beasts. With the leader down, Edwards and Lisa began to show their own prowess. Although Edwards' shooting was not as precise as Sehario's, every 3 shots he fired resulted in one black bat's death. After running out of bullets, he quickly grabbed an iron rod from the ground and started swinging it wildly. The only downside was his endurance was somewhat weak. The previous blood loss had affected him significantly. Lisa laughed loudly, controlling a red skull that seemed to embody the Grim Reaper. With each attack, she would take down at least a dozen black bats. Her outstanding performance greatly reduced the pressure on Siba Rio and Edwards. Edwards swore in his heart that he would never provoke this doll-like woman again. She was just too damn crazy. Compared to Lisa's bold approach, Louise appeared more delicate. She didn't rush into the swarm of bats like her sister, but stood in place, waiting for the black bats to fly into her trap. As the saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing take the bait. Perhaps Louise's appearance was too deceptive, or her aura wasn't as overwhelming as the others. Many black bats flew towards her. Watching the bats get closer, Louise softly said, "May there be no suffering in this world. May your deaths be painless." As her words fell, a strange light burst from the blue skull's eyes. Any bat that made eye contact with it instantly became stiff and fell from the sky. With their cooperation, the black bats were completely slaughtered. Exhausted, Edwards leaned against the wall, his police uniform torn in several places, but fortunately, he was unharmed. Siba Rio lit a cigarette and stuffed it into Edwards' mouth. Edwards didn't hesitate, taking a deep drag and demonstrating what it meant to take an epic hit. "Haha bro, you know me best. This cigarette tastes amazing." Edwards and Siba Rio bumped fists. The friendship between men needs no words. Everything was understood in silence. Siba Rio lit a cigarette for himself, taking a deep breath to revitalize his somewhat sluggish mind. Lisa unwrapped a lollipop. This time it was orange-flavored. Just as she put the lollipop in her mouth and turned to say something to Siba Rio, a sound of air being sliced open rang out. The target was Lisa's heart. Fortunately, Louise, who was next to her, reacted quickly and pushed her sister aside, causing the attacker's strike to miss. Otherwise, looking at the fist-sized pit on the ground, both Lisa and Louise broke into a cold sweat. The sudden attack made everyone vigilant. Siba Rio raised his gun, surveying the rooftops around them. From his rich combat experience, he deduced that the one who ambushed Lisa was on the top floor of one of the buildings. Suddenly, a pale-skinned man appeared in Siba Rio's line of sight. He immediately aimed at him, but in the next second, the man vanished into thin air right before his eyes. Siba Rio furrowed his brow and said to those around him, "Be careful, they're SA." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Siba Rio spat out a mouthful of blood. Just before he was sent flying, he saw a man pushing up his glasses with his palm. "Fuck, how'd he get here?" Seeing his recently acquainted friend being kicked away, Edwards instinctively pulled the trigger of his gun at the unfamiliar man who had appeared out of nowhere. Count Dracula III allowed the bullets to hit him, reaching out to grab Edwards by the neck and throwing him aside with force. After dealing with the two men, only the two women remained. Count Dracula III looked at the alarmed Lisa and Louise and said with a smile, "So it was you who betrayed it, right?" Upon hearing this, Lisa and Louise were taken aback. Lisa stood in front of Louise, her beautiful eyes glaring at Count Dracula III, and said fiercely, "Are you its new servant?" Count Dracula III shook his head and waved his hand at Lisa. An invisible force grabbed Lisa's waist, and no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. In fact, as Lisa twisted, the invisible hand increased its grip, causing her to scream in pain. Seeing her sister captured, Louise wouldn't sit idly by. She commanded the Blue Skull to unleash the same light she had used against the swarm of bats at Count Dracula III. But unfortunately, this time the effect was minimal and posed no threat to him. Count Dracula III maintained a smile and gently said to Louise, "If you come with me obediently, you'll suffer less." Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Louise gritted her teeth, completely disbelieving his words. If she truly went with Count Dracula III, the grass on her grave next year would be 2 meters high. If she fought with all her might, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Count Dracula III noticed Louise's reluctance, but didn't care. Stepping through the rain, he slowly walked to Lisa's side. His voice reached Louise's ears. "Think of your sister. I can take 2 people back, or just 1. After saying this, Count Dracula III reached out his left hand towards Lisa's face, his long fingers tracing her cheek before finally resting on her forehead. "I'll give you 5 seconds to think. Don't say anything that displeases me." Count Dracula III's fingers tapped on Lisa's forehead. Each rise and fall felt like a heavy hammer, striking at Louise's chest. Siba Rio, holding his abdomen, stood up from the waterlogged ground. He had heard most of the conversation between Count Dracula III and Louise. His precious daughter was being threatened, and, as a father, he had to show the other party some consequences. Wiping the dirty water off his face, he raised his gun and aimed at the back of Count Dracula III's head, making a surprised expression. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire rang out, each shot hitting Count Dracula III's head. "Hey, brother, how could I miss such an occasion?" Edwards grinned as he came to Siba Rio's side. The bruises on his neck were evident, and his gun-wielding hand trembled slightly. But even so, he continued to unleash fire at Count Dracula III until his handgun was empty. Siba Rio never thought he could drive Count Dracula III away with just 2 handguns. He was merely buying time for Louise, hoping to shift Count Dracula III's attention. The plan proved successful. The fingers resting on Lisa's face disappeared, and Count Dracula III instantly appeared in front of Siba Rio. He pressed his fingers against the other person's heart and said disdainfully, "Foolish human, you will pay the bloody price for your disrespect." Seha Liao smiled slightly and gave Dracula III the international gesture. This action completely enraged Dracula III. His fingernails grew wildly, tearing open Seha Liao's clothing. For this ignorant human, Dracula III would not easily end his life. He intended to slowly peel Seha Liao's heart out, steaming hot, right in front of him. Then, while watching the despair on Seha Liao's face, he would drain every drop of blood from him, leaving none behind. Seeing his friend facing a life-and-death crisis, Edwards turned his gun to point at Dracula III. But the outcome felt familiar. A shadow flew out and fell heavily into the water. However, it was precisely this 2 seconds that bought Seha Liao a chance to survive. Sticky spider silk wrapped around Dracula III's arm, and Ing Lily stood on the wall, pulling hard to drag his sharp nails away from Seha Liao's chest. "Hey, nice to see you again, you blood-sucking bat." Seeing the familiar attire, Dracula III smiled slightly and said, "It's you, annoying Miss Spider." Although Ing Lily didn't particularly dislike the title Miss Spider, hearing it from him made her feel uneasy all over. With one hand, she cut the spider silk, and Dracula III's attention shifted again. He slapped Seha Liao away, sending him crashing into the sewage alongside Edwards, who shared the same plight. Dracula III sprouted wings from his back and flew to the same height as Ing Lily. After sizing her up for a moment, he asked expectantly, "Where's that lady in the battle skirt? Isn't she with you?" Ing Lily pouted. This dead bat really couldn't let go of Kasumi no Okashiyu. Shaking her head, she shattered Dracula III's hopes. She raised her hand and shot 2 strands of spider silk at him, then pushed off the ground, making intimate contact with his chest. The immense impact jolted Dracula III's body, but this level of attack was still within his tolerance. Grabbing Ing Lily's calf, Dracula III said, "A disobedient spider should be punished." With that, he slammed Ing Lily hard against the wall. In that brief moment, Ing Lily switched to battlesuit mode, using mechanical spider legs to support her balance. Breaking free from her restraints, Ing Lily naturally retaliated. Her fists fell like rain on Dracula III's face, each punch making him spit out blood. Moreover, Ing Lily could clearly feel that Dracula III was significantly weaker than during their previous encounter. But she couldn't pinpoint where he was weaker. Even the scenes from the earlier battle were somewhat blurry in her memory. Dracula III was punched away by Ing Lily, splashing into the water. Taking advantage of this moment, Ing Lily moved to rescue Seha Liao and Edwards. Without the cover of night, Seha Liao's physique was no different from an ordinary person. The 2 unfortunate brothers had lost their fighting ability, and the heavily injured Edwards had fallen into a coma. Lisa, with Louise's help, escaped from the invisible force. She declined Ing Lily's goodwill and summoned a Red Skull, planning to fight alongside the others. Dracula III, who had fallen into the water, became silent, as if he had never appeared. But the calmer it was, the more vigilant Ing Lily and the others became. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge monster fish leaped out of the water, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth to bite at Louise. Louise was not to be underestimated. She quickly raised a barrier in front of her. Although the barrier shattered under the fish's immense biting force, it bought her some time to distance herself from the creature. Seeing the sneak attack fail, the monster fish once again concealed itself beneath the water. Ing Lily, worried about Shakamura Kori's safety, didn't want to waste too much time on Dracula III. Since he had transformed into a fish, she decided to use that to her advantage and nimbly climbed up a tall building. Louise and Lisa followed closely behind her. The encounters of both parties were observed by Leon. He opened a dimensional door in front of him and called out to the back-facing Ing Lily. "It seems you need my help." Leon's voice sounded like heavenly music in Ing Lily's ears. She turned around and excitedly said, "Leon, come here, there's a tricky guy." Shrugging, Leon stepped out of the golden circle. Xiaolan and Elizabeth, seeing Leon go over and not close the dimensional door, followed suit. Elizabeth looked at Seha Liao's miserable state and, under the speechless expressions of her two daughters, immediately ran to his side to check on him. Fortunately, Edwards was already unconscious. Otherwise, a mouthful of dog food would have been unavoidable. Lily made a big jump in front of Leon. Just as she was about to say something, Leon raised his hand to stop her. The second-dimensional door opened, revealing the scene of Kikyo and the others. At this moment, Kikyo had pulled the parasitic evil spirit out of Shakamura Kaori's body, while Kasumi no Okashiyu, who had been waiting for an opportunity, raised a fire god sword, ready to take her life. Shakamura Kaori was in poor condition. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and most of her teeth had fallen out, leaving her in great pain. Leon tossed a magical bean to Lily, signaling her to deliver it. After receiving the magical bean, Lily shot out spider silk from her wrist, swinging in front of Kasumi, no Okashiyu, and Kikyo. The two women also noticed the dimensional door open behind them and greeted Leon before turning their attention to Lily, who was feeding the magical bean to Shakamura Kaori. With no teeth, the magical bean was swallowed directly into Shakamura Kaori's stomach by her desperate survival instinct. Within a few breaths, she rose from the ground, staring blankly at the three women surrounding her. I had a dream, a very terrifying nightmare. Shakamura Kaori's tone was low, exuding a sense of sadness. Kikyo, as the understanding older sister, patted her shoulder and comforted her, saying, "It's all over. Those bad things were not your intention. You don't need to blame yourself." Despite this, Shakamura Kaori still felt she should bear half the responsibility. After all, if she hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have been parasitized by the evil spirit, and there wouldn't be such troubles now. Leon did not participate in the therapy session. A soaking wet man appeared in front of him. Under Leon's gaze, Dracula 3 took a few steps back. He regretted coming upstairs. The man in front of him was inscrutable, and the alarm bells in his mind rang incessantly, urging him to flee. Now that you're here, leaving in such a hurry wouldn't be good, right? Leon flashed to a position half a meter away from Dracula 3. Tell me, where's that book? Leon coldly stared at Dracula 3. Dracula 3 was well aware of what the book the other party was referring to, but he was still making his last struggle. What are you talking about? A book? Shouldn't you go find those things in a library? As Dracula 3 spoke, he moved to the edge of the rooftop. Leon's lips curled slightly, and the red light in his eyes intensified. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Dracula 3 jumped off the rooftop, transforming into a bat and quickly fleeing. With his objective achieved, Leon didn't really intend to eliminate Dracula 3. Even if he turned him into a charred bat, as long as the evil book wasn't destroyed, Dracula 4, Dracula V, and so on would continuously emerge. He didn't have the leisure to run around the world all day. The best method was to cut off the root of the problem. Watching Dracula 3 fly away, Leon clearly saw him dive into a cemetery after flying nearly 100 kilometers. It seemed that was Dracula 3's lair and also the place where the evil book was kept. Time was of the essence. So Leon briefly explained his intentions to the few women and then soared into the sky. Dracula 3 was still unaware that he had been exposed. In a panic, he cut the throat of his food reserve and drank its warm blood. Once the food reserve stopped moving, Dracula 3 roughly wiped his mouth and sat down in a chair. However, just 2 seconds after sitting down, he stood up again and walked in front of an oil painting, stepping straight into it. Leon, positioned above the cemetery, witnessed the entire process. No wonder he couldn't find the evil book after scanning the entire underground tomb. It turned out to be hidden within the painting. I have to say, that was a clever idea. Violently opening the entrance to the tomb, Leon boldly walked inside. The food reserve that had been cut by Dracula 3 was already cold, but there were still a few women imprisoned by chains. Leon was neither a saint nor a bad person. Seeing the girls looking at him with hopeful eyes, he pondered for a moment before shattering everyone's handcuffs, granting them a new lease on life. Ignoring the women's expressions of gratitude, Leon approached the oil painting that Dracula 3 had entered. The style of the oil painting was quite ordinary. A couple in love stood by the lake, gazing at a distant church. However, as Leon stared, the man and woman in the painting actually turned their heads and smiled wickedly at him. Their originally normal faces instantaneously transformed into eerie monsters. Heh, a boring malicious whim. Leon scoffed and stepped forward, entering the oil painting. Upon entering, Leon's mind became somewhat sluggish. He shook his head slightly and found himself in a publishing house, which was completely different from the scene depicted in the painting. He sat in a chair, watching the bustling crowd, thinking, is this a protective measure? Then it knows I've entered, right? His contemplation was short-lived when a female voice interrupted him. Mr. Detective, The president is free now. You can go in. Upon hearing this, Leon stood up and followed the blonde secretary into the president's office. An elderly man in his 60s was sitting in a luxurious swivel chair, forcing a smile as he looked at Leon, who had just entered. "Thank you for coming all this way, detective." The elderly man's voice emitted a sound similar to electric current when he mentioned his name. "Just call me Leon," Leon said, surprising the old man. Wasn't he previously referred to as Detective Leon? But these little details were quickly brushed aside by the old man as he explained why he wanted to hire Leon. During this process, Leon attempted to skip the NPC's introduction. However, when he tried to bypass the dialogue, an external force pushed him out of the painting world. TSK, such a bothersome cutscene. After complaining, Leon re-entered the oil painting world. The old man's name was Stephen, and he sought Leon's help to investigate the whereabouts of the missing writer Kane. The publishing house was making a fortune, and 90% of the credit was due to the writer Kane. His horror novels became bestsellers upon release. 8 volumes have been published so far, with only the last volume remaining to conclude the series. However, the trouble arose with the final volume. 3 weeks ago, Kane had mailed the first part of the last volume to the publishing house. "My dear, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." It gets even more exciting. In his letter, he stated that he would send the second part of the volume in a week. But nearly a month had passed, and the second part had yet to arrive. Stephen contacted Kane's agent and learned that Kane had been missing for 2 weeks and could not be reached. With the release date approaching, Stephen had no choice but to ask a friend and hire the best private detective in America, Leon. After understanding the situation, Leon accepted the job. He had no choice. To find the evil book, it seemed he could only proceed through the storyline set by the other party. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing," Stephen called out to Leon, who was about to leave. "For this search, I would like to trouble you to bring my secretary along. You've met her before. She's the one who brought you here. Her name is Linda." Leon glanced at the smiling blonde beauty and did not refuse Stephen's suggestion. When Leon walked out of the publishing house and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, he momentarily felt perplexed. Goodness, besides giving a main quest, they don't provide any other hints. How do I find him? Should I search blindly? Just as Leon was pondering his next move, Linda chased after him. Approaching Leon, the blonde beauty softly said, "Mr. Detective, if you have no leads, you can check out Kane's books. You might discover something. His books are sold in every bookstore. You can easily find them." After saying this, Linda handed Leon a note with her home address and phone number written on it. "Don't forget to pick me up at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you." Linda smiled sweetly at Leon and turned back to the publishing house. Leon tucked the note into his pocket and began searching for an open bookstore on the street. After walking a short distance, he saw a moderately sized bookstore with a long queue outside. The young people made up a large proportion of the line, with both black and white individuals present. Leon chose not to cut in line, but instead stood at the back, feeling a slight interest in Kane's books. After a long wait, it was finally Leon's turn to purchase books. He curiously walked into the bookstore, and what caught his eye was a promotional poster for a book titled Madmouth. The style of the poster was quite horrifying, with a pure black background depicting a pair of frantic men and women in front of a sinister church. Leon felt as though the man in the poster bore a slight resemblance to him. After staring at the poster for a while and hearing the crowd behind him urging him on, Leon temporarily set this matter aside and stepped aside to clear the passage. The bookstore is large, but finding Kane's books is not a difficult task. The entire store is filled with Kane's horror novels. Leon casually picks up one of them, which is numbered 3 and titled Mad Mountain. The cover still features a dark style, but with a few monsters hidden in the shadows. Holding all 8 published volumes in his hands, Leon is about to check out when a strangely pale young man blocks his way. It is watching you, and you cannot escape your tragic fate. The young man has severe dark circles under his eyes, cracked lips, and stares fixedly at Leon, repeatedly murmuring the same phrase. Leon merely raises an eyebrow at the suddenly appearing, neurotic man and does not pay much attention to his words. Calmly, he tries to pass by the young man, but the young man seems unwilling to let him go. As Leon is about to leave, the young man reaches out toward him. Crash! The display window shatters. A man wielding an axe breaks through the window. He first uses the axe to sever the young man's outstretched right hand, and the spraying blood and agonized screams plunge the bookstore into chaos. The crowd rushes to escape, and in no time, the once vast bookstore is left with only Leon, the moaning young man with a severed arm on the ground, and a frenzied man with the axe. "Have you read the book? Have you read the book?" The frenzied man tilts his head and loudly questions Leon. Leon calmly replies, "I'm sorry, I haven't paid yet, so I haven't had the chance to read." This answer clearly displeases the frenzied man. He swings his axe and shatters a nearby bookshelf. Raising his voice again, "You must read the book. You are the most crucial part of the book." Veins bulge on the frenzied man's face, and a large amount of saliva drips from the corner of his mouth. Perhaps the moaning of the young man on the ground is too annoying. With a swift swing of the axe, the world becomes quiet. The young man's head rolls to Leon's feet, his eyes wide open in pain. "It is watching you. Don't read the book perhaps this way. You still have a glimmer of hope. Even in death, he cares about Leon's safety. Don't listen to him. He's trying to deceive you, just like he deceived me back then." The frenzied man angrily raises his axe, intending to chop the young man's head into meat sauce. Leon stands expressionless, unaffected by either of their words. Moreover, his super hearing tells him that the frenzied man is also nearing his end. "You bastard, put down your weapon." The late arriving police rush into the bookstore, shielding Leon behind them. Seeing that there is already one victim, the police, terrified, pull the triggers on the disobedient frenzied man. They don't stop shooting until the magazine is empty. The frenzied man is dead beyond revival, lying in a pool of blood, shoulder to shoulder with the young man's corpse. The young man's eyes are also wide open, positioned just right to see Leon behind the police. "Huh, how interesting," Leon chuckles lightly. This world of oil paintings is becoming increasingly fascinating. After leaving the police station, it is already 11 o'clock at night. Leon, holding the purchased books, walks home, guided by the memories in his mind. The walls of the street are plastered with movie posters based on Kane's novels. Looking at the dry arms reaching out from the shadows on the posters, Leon wonders if he should wait for the movie to be released and go see it himself, just to experience a different kind of scenery. Passing by a small alley, he hears sounds of beating inside. Leon glances over slightly and intends to leave. However, some people just can't resist provoking those they shouldn't. "Hey, you yellow-skinned monkey over there, what are you looking at? Do you also want to try Lord Barlow's Iron Fist?" A muscular man dressed like a biker throws a hippie he has already beaten to a pulp onto the ground and strides toward Leon. Leon stops in his tracks, turns around, squints his eyes, and looks unfavorably at the approaching Barlow. "What did you just call me?" Barlow mocks, "Fuck. Is your yellow-skinned monkeys, you're not working? It seems like Lord Barlow needs to give you a lesson." Red light gathers in Leon's eyes, and a heat ray shoots forth, completely melting Barlow's upper body. The hippie, who had been beaten into a pig's head, witnesses such a grotesque scene, forgetting his pain, quickly scrambles up from the ground and screams as he flees the alley. After dealing with the foul-mouthed Barlow, Leon walks home as if he had just squashed a passing cockroach, unfazed. The home in the oil painting world is certainly not comparable to Leon's own mansion. The residence is about 30 square meters, and aside from some basic furniture, there are no other decorations. The floor is covered with clues from past cases, and the walls are filled with densely packed photographs. Tossing the purchased books onto the coffee table, Leon heads to the bathroom for a shower. About 15 minutes later, Leon emerges from the bathroom in a bathrobe and casually sits on the sofa. Relaxed, Leon picks up the books from the coffee table, intending to start reading from the first one. The clock on the wall ticks away slowly, and before long, it is 3 o'clock in the morning. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Leon does not use his superbrain, but reads through the first 8 volumes written by Kane page by page, like an ordinary person. The content of the books is quite good, but after the 3rd volume, it becomes overly dark. Monsters hiding in the shadows, a cannibalistic innkeeper, and a ragged doll that appears in the garden at midnight every day. These horror elements are surprisingly suitable for all ages. Aren't they afraid of scaring the next generation into a stupor? Leon smiles slightly, just as he is about to stand up and go to the kitchen to cook something. A strange mental force rushes toward him. Without resistance, the scene in front of Leon changes, and he is back to the place he was after leaving the police station. The posters on the wall have changed. Beneath the dry arms is Leon's handsome face, but one half is a skull and the other half is crying. Quite artistic. Leon comments briefly. He continues walking forward, and as he passes the alley, he hears the sounds of punches landing again. This time, Leon simply stops to see what the thing that pulled him into this illusion wants to do. The resurrected Barlow senses the gaze behind him, turns around, and his face, covered in sores, gives Leon a visual shock. Good Lord, it's a good thing Shikuno and the others didn't come along. Otherwise, they would surely be sick from the sight. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, what are you looking at? Do you also want to try Lord Barlow's Iron Fist?" All right, the familiar flavor returns. Leon doesn't bother to be polite. A heat ray pierces through Barlow's head, and the disgusting face finally disappears. But before Leon can turn to leave, Barlow's voice echoes again. You don't think that just because my head is gone, it means I'm dead, do you? Lord Barlow is immortal. without a head. Barrow had a crack on his chest from which two snail-like eyes protruded. "Kid, stay here and keep Barrow company." Before Barrow could finish his words, the continuous output of heat rays blasted his body into bits. When Leon sensed that the rejection from the oil painting world was about to reach a critical point, he retracted the red light from his eyes. He turned around, looked at the mutated passersby surrounding him, and smiled as he said, "Sneaking up on someone isn't a good habit. Do you want to experience the feeling of turning to ashes?" The mutated passersby, witnessing Barrow's tragic fate, took a few steps back, showing fearful expressions towards Leon. Just when Leon thought the illusion event was about to end, a familiar face emerged from behind the mutated passersby. It was the young man who had his head chopped off by the madman in the bookstore. "I told you not to read. Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you listen?" The young man roared, snatching a crowbar from one of the mutated passersby and swinging it violently at Leon. Leon easily caught the crowbar as it swung towards him and said lightly, "I do what I want. Can you control me?" He snatched the crowbar away, and with the young man's terrified expression, delivered a home run hit. The headless corpse staggered 2 steps before falling to the ground. "How boring. What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and show me." Leon wiped the green blood off the crowbar and shouted loudly at the night sky. The next second, Leon returned to his shabby dwelling in the oil painting world, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the disgusting slime on his white bathrobe, he would have truly believed it. What a guy who hides and reveals at the same time. Leon took off the bathrobe and threw it into the trash can, then went back into the bathroom. The next day, Leon drove his old car to Linda's building and honked the horn. Linda was already dressed and waiting for Leon. When she got into the car, Linda playfully asked Leon, "Did you sleep well last night, great detective?" Leon leaned his left hand on the car window and replied nonchalantly, "Just so, did some stretching before bed." But it wasn't very satisfying. Linda clearly misunderstood the meaning of Leon's words. She covered her small mouth and glanced at Leon's lower body, stammering, "Mr. Leon, at night. Life still needs to be appropriate. If you do too much, it's not good for your body." Leon rolled his eyes in annoyance. He finally understood that the dignified and intellectual demeanor Linda displayed yesterday was just a requirement of her job, without the constraints of work. The real her was someone who rambled on. Looking at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, Linda curiously asked, "Great detective, where are you driving to?" "We're already out of town." Leon gestured for her to look at the items on the back seat. Linda unbuckled her seatbelt and reached for a plastic bag on the back seat. She opened the plastic bag and took out what was inside, revealing a topographic map made from the book covers of Kane. "This is what I found last night." "Who made Kane's book covers?" Leon asked. Linda held the topographic map and looked at it back and forth, not forgetting to answer Leon's question. "Kane designed his own covers. The publisher thought they matched the content of the books well, so they didn't change it." Hearing this, Leon nodded. He had already checked the location Kane wanted to tell them about on the map. The place Kane revealed was a full 1,500 kilometers away from their town, requiring a day and night of driving. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. After learning about the long journey, Linda proactively suggested driving at night. Before coming to the publishing house, she was an amateur race car driver, and her driving skills were somewhat better than average. Leon gave Linda a strange look. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't connect a race car driver with a secretary. Furthermore, Linda's personality wasn't very strong. Instead, she gave off a sense of fragility. It was a bit surprising for him to see a girl like her involved in racing. "All right, then I'll drive during the day, and you can take over at night." Seeing Linda so proactive, Leon didn't refuse. The daytime drive went smoothly, and they even took a break at a motel along the way. During the downtime, Linda asked the motel owner about the situation in Grubbs, the place they were heading to. The motel owner first looked at Linda with a strange expression and then said earnestly, "Beautiful lady, if you're going to Grubbs for fun, I advise you to choose another place." Upon hearing this, Linda knew something was up and pressed further. "Why? I heard the scenery in Grubbs is beautiful, and my husband and I have been looking forward to it for a long time." She pointed at Leon, who was struggling with an apple pie, the latter showing a face full of black lines. Indeed, being handsome makes it easy for others to take advantage. The motel owner, seeing Linda's curiosity, pondered for a long time before sighing helplessly, "Miss, I can only say this much. I can't say more, or my family will be harmed." Linda was anxious hearing the motel owner's half-finished sentence. "Who would harm you? Please clarify. We might be able to help you with your troubles." Linda's words did not catch the motel owner's attention. He tidied up the plates on the table and turned ahead into the kitchen. "Miss, I advise you not to ask anymore. Glenn won't tell you anything else. Of course, that includes us." A scruffy mechanic sitting next to Linda said. He downed his beer in one gulp and, seeing Linda about to speak, promptly stopped her. What I can say is the same as Glenn's. Don't go to Grubs. Absolutely don't go. After saying this, the mechanic left the motel. Linda returned to Leon's side, feeling dejected as the news slipped through her fingers. Leon pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and said to Linda, prepare yourself. Grubs might be more dangerous than you think. The people in the motel, except for outsiders like Leon and Linda, were mostly local residents. They had all heard some rumors about Grubs, so when Leon tore away their facade, everyone looked deeply ashamed. Glenn, who returned from the kitchen, frowned after hearing Leon's statement and said to him, young man, I know what you're thinking, but you underestimate the danger of Grubs. It's far more terrifying than you think. Leon merely shrugged and called Linda, who had yet to clear up the relationship, as they walked out of the motel. Watching the two get into the car, Glenn pressed his hands on the table, praying that the gods would protect them. Buckling her seatbelt, Linda stared at Leon's profile, wanted to say something, but hesitating. She always felt that Leon seemed to know some clues that she didn't see, and this lack of shared information made her feel a sense of distrust and loss. Don't think too much. Once we get to Grubs, if you want to stay alive, just follow my instructions. Leon was driving with one hand, enjoying the breeze on his face. To him, this oil painting trip was nothing short of a leisurely vacation. Linda responded with an acknowledgement, glanced at her watch, and saw it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. To stay alert for the night drive, she took off her shoes, curled up in her seat, and dozed off. Leon glanced at the sleeping Linda, turned down the volume of the car's audio system, and created a disturbance-free environment for her. Time passed quickly. When Linda woke from her dreams, it was already pitch dark outside. She raked her tousled golden hair and said apologetically to Leon, I'm sorry, I accidentally overslept. Leon shook his head, and at Linda's strong insistence, he pulled the old car over to the side of the road. They swapped seats, and Linda restarted the engine. Haha, to be honest, I'm an insomniac, but strangely enough, being next to you gives me a sense of security, so I didn't realize I slept so soundly. Once she grasped the steering wheel, Linda's second identity as a race car driver was instantly activated. She burned rubber starting off, causing Leon to raise an eyebrow. Faced with Linda, who seemed to have taken on the persona of a taxi driver, Leon entertained the thought of knocking her out to continue driving himself. Perhaps sensing Liang's unkind gaze, the talkative Linda wisely closed her mouth. With the chattering gone, Leon reclined his seat, closed his eyes, and began to doze off. Linda shot a glance at the man who seemed to disregard her beauty, secretly pulling at the corners of her mouth. What a pity that such a handsome guy turned out to be so wooden, Linda muttered quietly. Am I wooden? When we get to Grebus and find a place to stay, you can try it. Liang's sudden response made Linda's face visibly flush. She hurriedly pretended to focus on driving, no longer directing her attention towards him. As the sky grew darker, the only visible area was illuminated by the car's headlights, while the surroundings were pitch black. Although Linda was an amateur race car driver and had won quite a few awards before becoming a secretary, she had to remain extremely alert in such conditions. Suddenly, a bicycle wrapped in fluorescent tape flashed past the old car. Linda turned to look, and the rider was a little girl wearing a baseball cap. The girl was dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, pedaling hard with a cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Strange, how can there be a child riding a bike on a highway at this hour? Are her parents really that carefree? Linda thought, criticizing the girl's parents in her mind as she watched the bicycle gradually disappear in the rearview mirror. The old car continued down the desolate road. Linda's eyelids began to droop. She checked her watch, and it was exactly 4 in the morning. Normally, she would be wide awake at this time, having the time of her life. But today, she felt unusually fatigued, as if she had run a 40-kilometer marathon. She lightly slapped her cheeks, forcing herself to stay awake. Driving at night was a task she had taken on voluntarily, and if she gave up midway, it would definitely leave a bad impression on Leon. Having finally come across a man she found appealing, Linda didn't want to embarrass herself in front of him. Carefully adjusting the volume of the car's audio system, Linda attempted to uplift her spirits with some upbeat songs. Just as she was adjusting the volume, she saw the familiar bicycle once again flash past the old car. Linda quickly turned her head, trying to see if it was the same little girl from before. Unfortunately, the bicycle soon vanished into the darkness, and Linda saw nothing. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Linda took several deep breaths to suppress her anxiety. But before she could get into the best state, the familiar bicycle appeared in front of the old car again. This time, Linda's eyes widened, and she made eye contact with the little girl on the bike. The girl's face was expressionless, her mouth slightly open, and though she didn't make sound, Linda could clearly hear her. They won't let me escape. They make me keep riding, keep riding. The bicycle quickly passed by the old car. and Linda stared intently at the rearview mirror, trying to determine whether this was some sort of prank. The darkness swallowed the bicycle wrapped in fluorescent tape. Linda didn't dare to breathe. She was terrified. She wanted to wake Liang, but suddenly a bicycle appeared right in front of the old car, and the little girl had transformed into an elderly woman. The woman's sudden appearance, coupled with Linda's foggy mental state, caused her to fail to hit the brakes in time, and the old car collided with the bicycle. "No!" Linda screamed. After stabilizing the car, she hurriedly got out to check the elderly woman's condition. But as she approached, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The elderly woman lay on the ground, still maintaining a pedaling motion, her eyes vacant, repeatedly murmuring, "They won't let me escape. They make me keep riding. They won't let me go." Linda covered her mouth, incredulous at the scene before her. The clothes the elderly woman wore were identical to those of the little girl she had seen earlier, and upon closer inspection, her features bore some resemblance to the younger girl. At that moment, Liang, scratching the back of his head, got out of the car and said to Linda, who was not far away, "Don't worry about her. Just some tricks. Let's get back on the road." After hearing Liang's words, an unnamed anger surged in Linda's head. She turned around and angrily accused him. "Stop with the sarcastic comments. Come over and help. We need to take her to the nearest hospital." Liang also noticed that Linda's mental state was not good, and to avoid further upsetting her, he could only gesture with his chin for her to turn around. Confused, Linda turned back, only to find that the elderly woman who had been lying on the ground was gone, and the bicycle that had fallen was also missing. She looked around and saw the elderly woman riding the bicycle again, heading into the darkness. Linda wanted to call out to her, but the words choked in her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. All right, you'll experience more of this when we get to Grebus," Liang said, coming to Linda's side and patting the shoulder of the golden-haired beauty. "This experience is just an appetizer for you. Learn to remember." With that, Liang yawned and returned to the old car. Linda stood outside for a long time, lost in thought, before she returned to the driver's seat with slightly trembling steps. "Did you already know we would encounter this?" she asked Liang as she started the old car. Liang nodded slightly. He had noticed it the first time the bicycle and little girl appeared, but he didn't warn Linda because he wanted to see how she would handle the strange situation. As for the outcome, it couldn't be called bad, but it wasn't particularly good either. Linda struck the old car's ignition 3 times before it finally roared back to life. She complained a bit, saying, "You should have made it clear about these strange things before heading to Grubs, so I wouldn't be scared to the point of nearly wetting my pants." Leon half-heartedly accepted Linda's lecture, rolling over in his seat to continue his nap. Seeing his insincere attitude, Linda felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could stamp a mark on Leon's arm. After glaring at him like a resentful wife for about a minute, she sighed. This great detective seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. Whether she could survive this business trip depended entirely on him. So, she couldn't vent her anger on this man and could only obediently press down on the gas pedal, making the old car speed down the road like an arrow. As night faded away and dawn approached, Linda's drowsiness vanished completely after experiencing the bizarre events. She put on the focus she had during the racing competition, concentrating on driving on the wide road. Leon stretched in his seat, looking at the gradually brightening sky, and consciously took over for Linda. After being relieved, Linda lay back in her seat and soon started snoring. At this point, they were only a little over 100 kilometers away from Grubs. Leon pressed the gas pedal hard, and, around 9 in the morning, they arrived at the town that made people change color at the mere mention of its name. There was only one way in and out of Grubs, which was through the stone bridge at the town's entrance. After driving the old car across the stone bridge, Leon caught a whiff of a nauseating smell. Looking around, he saw a little boy staring at him. The boy's face was already decayed, pus oozing from the flesh, and he noticed that his gaze had attracted the visitor's attention. Instead of running away, he made a funny face at Leon. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Leon shot out a heat ray, making the air smell a bit better. With a creak, the old car stopped in the square of Grubs. The large square was empty, and a few dead pigeons lay in the dried-up fountain. Leon got out of the car, stepping on the cracked stone slabs, and surveyed the surrounding buildings. Aside from a few still human, the rest were all non-human monsters. They hid in the shadows, drooling, treating Leon and Linda as their next meal. Feeling the car had stopped moving, Linda groggily woke up, rubbing her still dizzy head. She pushed open the car door and walked over to Leon, who was sitting by the fountain, and asked curiously, "Have we arrived?" Leon nodded. "Do you feel like this place looks familiar?" With Leon's hint, Linda began to observe her surroundings. A moment later, she was astonished to find that the layout of Grubs Town was remarkably similar to the place where the protagonist faced the final trials in Kane's novel. No, it could even be said to be carved from the same mold. I had read the first half of the 9th volume that Kane sent to the publisher, and the Hobbs town described in it was surprisingly similar to Grubbstown. Linda pointed to the distant black-spired church and said, "There, that's where the protagonist encounters the final boss." Leon hadn't read the 9th volume, but based on the hidden clues from the first 8 volumes, he instinctively sensed the oddity of Grubbstown. Otherwise, why would so many mutated creatures gather in the town? Were they throwing a party? Seeing Linda pinpointed the core of the town, Leon immediately moved to head that way. However, the repulsion of the oil painting hit him again. The birds in the sky pressed the freeze frame button. Linda's golden hair stopped swaying, and cracks began to appear in the world. All signs seemed to be preventing Leon from advancing. Fine, I'll play by the rules. Let's see what tricks you want to play. Leon withdrew his steps towards the black-spired church, making up his mind that if the story's ending didn't satisfy him, the only path awaiting the other party after leaving the oil-painting world would be to be buried deep in a cesspool. Linda, recovering her normal self, glanced at the somewhat grim-faced Leon, wondering who had provoked this big shot. She looked at the time, realizing it was almost 11 in the morning, and suggested, "Leon, let's first check into a hotel. If Kane's description is accurate, there's a luxury hotel just a kilometer west." Leon naturally wouldn't refute Linda's suggestion. After all, aside from the author himself, the only people who had read the 9th volume were Linda, the publisher's boss, and Kane's agent. On the way to the luxury hotel, Linda revealed an unexpected detail to Leon. It turned out that the madman who attacked Leon in the bookstore was Kane's agent. This piece of information was relayed to Linda by the publisher's boss, Stephen. As Leon pondered the clues that were casually mentioned, he drove towards the luxury hotel Linda mentioned. The hotel, named Glass Garden, looked quite impressive from a distance. However, as they got closer, a sense of decay and desolation rose in Leon and Linda's hearts. The old car stopped in front of the hotel. Yellowed, dried leaves were piled on the ground, and vine-like tendrils covered the walls. Leon looked at the rusty door knocker and found it hard to associate the word luxury with the hotel before him. Linda also awkwardly smiled and quickly clarified, "You can't blame me. That's how it was written in Kane's book." Leon waved his hand. He didn't have high demands for accommodation at the moment, focusing solely on uncovering the truth of the oil painting world. Still feeling a bit guilty, Linda pointed to a glass corridor connected to the hotel and said, "In the book, at 11:11 every night, a bloody and mangled monster appears in this corridor. The monster's true identity is the hotel owner's son, who is transformed by their sorcery into a creature that can only survive by eating human flesh after drowning." Listening to the clue expert explain something he didn't know, Leon remembered a few key points and pushed open the hotel's large door. Unlike the chaotic scene outside, the interior of the hotel was exceptionally warm. The red carpet, exquisite candlesticks, and paintings by masters hung scattered on the pure white walls. Linda curiously touched this and that, even taking out her camera from her luggage to quickly snap pictures of things that interested her, seemingly forgetting the terrifying events they had just encountered. As if she were truly out for a fun trip. Leon sensed an unusual wave. It was this wave that affected Linda's mind. He didn't stop her actions, pretending to be influenced as he looked around the hotel. "Hey, Leon, why isn't there a front desk in the hotel?" After frantically taking photos for a while, Linda finally remembered some important matters. She shook her head, feeling as if she had gotten a bit too excited. The fear she felt during the night gradually diminished after arriving at the hotel. She didn't know if this was a good thing, but the sudden drop in pressure allowed Linda's tense nerves to relax a bit. Leon rang the doorbell on the front desk, and a clear chime echoed throughout the hotel. "Here it comes. Is there a guest checking in?" Shortly after the bell rang, a charming woman walked out from the room behind the front desk. She had a bit of sweat on her face, was breathing heavily, and her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Leon. "Oh my, are you newlyweds on your honeymoon?" The woman was the owner of the Glass Garden Inn, named Brittany. She tucked a lock of hair that had fallen on her forehead behind her ear and said with a smile, "Our inn is having a promotion. Couples checking in can enjoy a 10 discount." Upon hearing such good news, Linda's eyes sparkled. Without hesitation, she booked a large suite. "Can I pay with a credit card?" Linda asked. "Of course," Brittany replied. After taking Linda's credit card and deducting the room fee, she returned the card to her. During this process, Brittany asked Leon, who had been silent since he entered, "Sir, I noticed you haven't said a word since you arrived. Are you dissatisfied with our service?" Brittany bit her lip lightly, revealing a hint of grievance on her face. Leon calmly replied, "I'm not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, I am very satisfied with your service, ma'am." After saying this, a charming smile appeared on Leon's face. This smile not only made the experienced Brittany's heart skip a beat, but also made Linda blush and lower her head shyly. It's almost noon. I hope you can prepare a delicious lunch, as my wife and I are starving. Leon wrapped his arm around Linda, who was blushing, and under Brittany's gaze, they went to their room on the second floor. Watching the two disappear around the corner of the stairs, Brittany stuck out her long tongue, obsessively recalling Leon's strong physique. Her fingers tapped on the table. The man she had previously imprisoned no longer satisfied her desires. This enchanting man could perfectly replace him. Hee, a delicious lunch? Brittany touched her stomach. She happened to be a bit hungry too. Once I'm full, I'll come to satisfy you, my little man. Ah! Brittany swayed her hips and returned to the room behind the front desk, from which faint sounds of tragic wailing could be heard. Leon and Linda stood at the door of their assigned room with luggage in hand. Linda stared at the room number for a long time and said, Leon, should we change rooms? This room is the one where the main character in Kane's book stayed. A brief return to reason made Linda recall the strange phenomena they encountered at night, and she couldn't help but feel scared again. Leon did not agree to Linda's request. He took out the key Brittany had given him and opened the suite number 202. The room was very tidy and odor-free. The furniture was complete, and the most eye-catching was the large cloud bed that occupied a significant space. Seeing the bed that could comfortably fit 5 people, Linda, who was initially scared, suddenly became bashful. She occasionally stole glances at Leon, who was bringing the luggage into the room, her eyes almost sparkling. Leon naturally noticed Linda's gaze. He was already accustomed to such situations. After bringing in the last piece of luggage, Leon quickly closed the door and said to Linda, who dared not meet his eyes, since there is still nearly an hour until noon, why don't you tell me what happens next in Volume 9? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Linda was startled by the aura emanating from Leon and stopped thinking about chaotic things. She recalled what she had read, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains, revealing the black spire church directly across. In the book, after the protagonist finished packing, he would go out to relax and sneak around the black spire church nearby. Hearing this, Leon took Linda's hand without hesitation, and they left the room together. After descending to the first floor, Leon used his perspective ability to observe the room behind the front desk, where indescribable activities were taking place. The brutality and bloodiness of the scene made Leon furrow his brow. It was simply too abstract. Linda noticed Leon's small movement. Following his gaze, she saw nothing suspicious. This left her confused and somewhat frustrated. She felt like a newbie in a game, being carried along by Leon, the big boss, to win without effort. She wanted a bit of the experience herself. Even if it scared her, as long as she could provide Leon with useful clues, she would be satisfied. The two did not take the old car and walked toward the Black Spire Church. As they got closer, Leon felt no sense of repulsion. It seemed that to meet the final evil, they had to follow the events in the book. When they were about 20 meters away from the Black Spire Church, Linda suddenly felt unwell and stopped, saying to Leon, "My head hurts so much, it feels like someone is hammering my skull." Leon reached out and touched Linda's head. A wave of heat flowed down from her scalp, greatly relieving her pain. Straightening her hunched back, she curiously asked, "Leon, did you heal me?" Leon did not answer Linda's question directly. Instead, he placed a piece of red dragon scale in her hand, saying, "Wear this. It will protect you from some non-fatal injuries." Everything they had seen and experienced had made Leon, the great detective, gain significant weight in Linda's heart. After placing the dragon scale in her pocket, Linda planned to find a string to wear it around her neck when they returned to the inn. Leon instructed Linda not to follow him and walked up the steps leading to the Black Spire Church alone. Just as he was about to push open the church's heavy door, several pickup trucks drove up from a distance, and 6 or 7 burly men armed with guns got out. The leader, with long hair, held a shotgun and shouted at Leon, "Friend, if I were you, I wouldn't touch that door." Leon ignored the long-haired man's advice and pushed the heavy door open. Seeing Leon's stubbornness, the long-haired man cursed under his breath and raised his gun, aiming at the empty church. Linda sensed the tension in the air and immediately stepped forward to advise, "Wait, don't point your guns at Leon. Are you trying to murder him?" The long-haired man explained, "Miss, judging by your faces, you must be out-of-towners, right? It seems you are unaware that Grubbs has been invaded by evil spirits, yet you dare come here for tourism." The long-haired man's words stunned Linda. An invasion by evil spirits? She really hadn't heard of this. The long-haired man, seeing Linda in a daze, continued, "I want to shoot your companion. I just want to take my brother away, that's all." After stating his purpose, the long-haired man called out to Leon, who had already entered the church, "Friend, could you please check if there are any other people inside the church?" Leon scanned the interior of the church. There was not a single person, not even a mosquito. He turned around and shook his head at the long-haired man. Fuck, Fox, where have you been? The long-haired man's patience was wearing thin. According to the information provided by Fox's companions who had escaped, the last sighting of him was just before entering a door inside the church. Don't worry, Felix. We'll find Fox. He'll be fine, said another burly man behind the long-haired man. Felix rubbed his temples and decided to personally check inside the church. Although his mother had repeatedly warned him not to approach the Black Spire church in town, Felix was willing to take the risk for his troublesome younger brother. Just as Felix gathered his courage and headed towards the Black Spire church, Leon emerged from inside. His face was not looking good because the damned sense of rejection had stopped him once again. In front of Leon stood a smirking little boy. Ah, it must feel terrible to have to follow the script, right? The boy spoke in an adult's voice. You've been driven away once. If you dare to break the rules again, you'll never enter the world of oil paintings. The boy tried to read anger or resentment on Leon's face. But Leon remained indifferent throughout. TSK, so boring, the boy pouted. It doesn't matter. The ending of the story is predetermined. Your efforts are futile. Enjoy the tranquility before despair. With that, the boy rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Felix, with his gun hand trembling slightly, walked over to Leon's side. Just as he was about to ask how Leon had come out of the church, he immediately recognized the identity of the boy lying on the ground. Fox. Felix forgot his fear of the Black Spire church and rushed to his brother's side. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He held his unconscious brother in his arms, calling out his name loudly. Leon glanced at the brotherly bond for a moment before leaving the Black Spire church. Outside, Linda was anxiously sweating. When she saw the person she was worried about appear before her unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief. The two walked back to the hotel. Linda frequently turned her head to look at the commotion happening in front of the church. She said to Leon, that long-haired man is named Felix, and a little boy in his arms is his brother Fox. But I heard from other burly men that Fox is only 2 years younger than Felix, so he can't look like a little kid. Linda thought about her experience with the old man on the bicycle and analyzed seriously. I heard that Jeebus has been invaded by evil spirits. Fox might have already encountered poisonous hands. Leon looked at her amusedly, causing Linda to think she had misspoken and to stick out her tongue in embarrassment. What Linda didn't know was that Leon was looking at her because her guess was quite close to the truth. Suddenly, a soccer ball rolled to Linda's feet. 5 or 6 oddly faced children surrounded Leon and Linda. Mommy, can you give us back our soccer ball? Said one boy with a missing nose tip. Linda angrily corrected the boy's mistake. Don't speak nonsense. I'm not your mommy. The boy's face broke into a strange smile, and the other children around him also wore eerie smiles. If I say you're my mommy, then you must be my mommy. It's impossible. Before the boy could finish, Leon kicked him hard in the backside. The force was so great that the boy flew out of everyone's sight. At such a young age, learning bad things instead of good ones. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Ignoring Linda's surprised gaze, Leon surveyed the remaining children and kindly asked, do you all want to experience the feeling of being kicked like that? As soon as he said this, the remaining strange children immediately scattered, each trying to escape faster than the others, fearing they would meet the same fate as the first boy. Watching the kids flee in all directions, Linda retracted her almost bulging eyes. She circled around Leon, as if seeing him for the first time, and patted his thigh. The thigh muscle felt as hard as iron, making Linda gasp. Leon, how many surprises do you have for me? At this point, Linda was convinced that Leon was definitely not just an ordinary detective. What kind of detective could kick a 70 to 80-pound child into the air? If every detective were this powerful, what would the police be needed for? Linda's mind raced, and in just a few seconds, she had figured out the whole situation clearly. She hugged Leon's arm, and seeing that he didn't reject her, she boldly launched a snow mountain attack. Leon understood Linda's little thoughts. For this poor woman caught up in a demonic incident. Even though she was in the world of oil paintings, everything around her could be false. But Leon acted according to his mood. If he was in a good mood, he didn't mind protecting a few ordinary people. If he was in a bad mood, then let the world be destroyed. It had nothing to do with him. Thus, Linda nearly hung herself on Leon as they slowly returned to the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Linda slightly restrained herself, lowering her legs from Leon's waist but still holding onto his arm. Brittany had already come out of her room and stood behind the counter, smiling and greeting the two. You arrived just in time. Lunch is ready. Leon nodded slightly and casually chose a seat, with Linda closely following him. Brittany noticed the change in Linda's behavior before and after entering the hotel. She concluded that something must have happened to them after leaving the hotel, making Linda more reliant on Leon. However, these thoughts only flashed through her mind. The previous successful hunts had made Brittany somewhat complacent. Did the great evil god's power not suffice to deal with two ordinary people? Brittany secretly chuckled, thinking she must be overthinking. She served the carefully cooked dishes at the table where Leon and Linda were seated. Without immediately picking up the knife and fork, Leon first checked the food for any added seasonings, finding no issues before he began to enjoy it. Although Linda's stomach was growling with hunger, she didn't dare to start eating until Leon did. Only when Leon began to leisurely cut his steak did Linda start to wolf down her food. Brittany did not disturb their meal and quietly retreated to the counter. She noticed Leon's attention to detail before eating, but he wasn't worried about poisoning. He seemed to be checking for anything that wasn't food. Brittany's fingers instinctively tapped on the table. She had indeed had some thoughts about whether to add something else to the food before serving, but at the moment of making a move, she hesitated. Because Leon gave her a feeling that was quite different from those previous guys who were full of vulgar thoughts, Brittany suppressed her bad taste. It turned out that her decision was correct. If Leon had really found something else in the food, he would have immediately put Brittany down humanely. After witnessing the abstract scene in the room behind the counter, Leon had frowned several times. After lunch, Leon and Linda declined Brittany's dessert. The former couldn't stand the overly sweet pastries, while the latter simply followed the former's lead. Back in the room, Leon sat on a sofa, brainstorming his next plans. Linda felt uncomfortable due to her sweaty body, so she rummaged through her luggage for clean clothes, intending to take a comfortable shower in the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Leon gazed out the window, where the black tower tip came into view. The frustrating feeling of having the big boss right in front of him, yet being unable to take it down, made Leon uneasy. He took out a tuning fork with a ghostly face carved on the front, and then pulled out two discs with patterned surfaces. He gently tapped the tuning fork against the discs. In the next moment, the two discs transformed into a red eagle and a blue wolf, respectively. The two animals, slightly larger than a palm, affectionately circled around Leon. The red eagle even landed on Liang's shoulder, pecking at his cheek with its beak. All right. There will be plenty of chances to be cute later. Right now, there's a serious task for you. Leon stood up from the sofa, walked to the bed, and pointed at the distant black spire church, saying, "Go monitor there, and report back to me immediately if anything unusual happens." The red eagle circled in the air, while the blue wolf jumped onto the windowsill. Both nodding at Leon, watching the two little creatures leave, Leon crossed his arms. He had a premonition that the story was approaching its conclusion. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed from the bathroom. Leon frowned and turned around, walking to the tightly shut shower door. He didn't use his X-ray ability to investigate what was happening inside, because it wasn't necessary. Long, clawed tentacles were trying to wrap around Liang's ankles through the gap in the door. Leon squinted and kicked the extending tentacle, crushing it to pieces. "Linda, are you okay?" Leon called through the door. There was no response from the bathroom. However, with Liang's shout, the remaining tentacles withdrew from the door gap. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Click. The shower door opened, and Linda, wrapped in a towel, walked out. She was drying her hair as she walked and looked puzzled at Liang standing at the door, asking, "What are you doing standing here? Do you want to use the bathroom?" Liang's playful gaze swept over Linda. "I heard the sound of glass shattering in the bathroom. Did you fall?" Upon hearing Liang's words, Linda showed a strange expression. She stepped aside, gesturing for Liang to go in and see. Where is there any broken glass? There was only one mirror in the bathroom, which was now intact and hanging above the sink. Liang walked into the bathroom and took a look around. The mist was thick, quickly soaking his clothes. He reached out to touch the mirror and sensed a strange energy fluctuation on it, and he understood. He pretended not to have found anything unusual and walked out of the bathroom with a dejected look. "I'm really sorry. I might have misheard." Lian chuckled. Linda shot him a reproachful glance, her finger sliding from the corner of Liang's mouth down to his heart as she sighed, and said, "If you want to study the mysteries of life, I could be a very good research subject." Liang caught Linda's little hand, which was trying to cause trouble again, and said lightly, "The research funding is insufficient, so the Mystery of Life project is on hold for now." A flicker of displeasure crossed Linda's eyes as she broke free from Liang's hand. She walked to the vanity and began to take care of her skin. Liang came up behind Linda and looked at her reflection in the mirror. A dry and lifeless face. "Who are you?" Liang's lips didn't move, but his voice echoed in the room. The ugly face in the mirror twisted its mouth and made an unpleasant sound. "Does it matter who I am?" This woman's life has already begun its countdown. Have you prepared a coffin for her? Liang smiled slightly. Do you really think that hiding in the mirror means I can't do anything about you? The ugly face was taken aback. Liang's answer was unexpected. Cunning human. Don't bluff. If you have the ability, come into the mirror world and take me down. Their conversation didn't attract Linda's attention. After all, they were using telepathic communication. So in Linda's eyes, Liang was standing behind her, motionless, with a somewhat dazed expression. Suddenly, the ugly face launched an attack. While Linda was blowing her hair, her actions froze, and her eyes lit up with a seductive blue light. Her skin rapidly rotted, and the pus flowing out stained the white towel green. Countless disgusting tentacles extended from Linda's back, menacingly rushing toward Liang naturally. Liang wouldn't sit idly by. Heat rays shot out from his pupils, incinerating the attacking tentacles into charred remains. As the tentacles were harmed, Linda's condition worsened. Her complexion quickly turned pale, her previously tight skin became loose, and she instantly aged over a decade. Seeing this, Liang stopped the output of heat rays. The ugly face in the mirror, seeing that Liang had hesitations, laughed even more wildly. Mere mortals are mere mortals. I really can't understand why someone your caliber would be taken so seriously by the general. Upon hearing a familiar term, Liang's lips curled up. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. He summoned the floating cloak, used magic, and bound the mutated Linda like a zongzi. Standing in front of the mirror, Liang's hands quickly formed seals, and the mirror began to ripple. The ugly face was startled by this sudden change. Its own combat power was average. It relied on its stealthy mirror-shifting ability to gain its current status. Damn it, does this human really have the ability to enter the mirror world? The ugly face began to panic. It used all its might to prevent Liang from opening the door to the mirror world. The ideas were grand, but the reality was cruel. In the end, Liang still entered the mirror world, completing the nesting doll. Watching the retreating ugly face, its true form was that of a short dwarf, no taller than a meter. With thin arms and legs, it had 2 daggers at its waist, and not far from its feet was an open bottle. Inside the bottle were some wriggling tentacles. Don't be afraid. I still prefer you when you were rebellious at the beginning. Liang's eyes glowed red, and a heat ray shot out, knocking the dagger out of the ugly face's hand. The ugly face's expression twisted, its mouth trembled incessantly, and its injured wrist dripped with foul-smelling green blood. The arrangement of the rooms in the mirror world was the opposite of the real world. The direction in which the ugly face moved was exactly where the door was. Taking advantage of the moment when Liang was examining the world in the mirror, it charged through the door, laughing as it ran. Didn't he expect this? Huh? This is my escape route. Liang stepped out of the room, looking at the empty corridor, and calmly took out a card, tearing it in half. A mass of red clouds gathered above the hotel. The ugly face, having survived a disaster, looked up at the red clouds, feeling an ominous premonition rising in its heart. Roar! A massive mechanical dragon flew out from the red clouds. It first flew to the window, catching Liang as he jumped down, and let out a few dissatisfied roars at him, seemingly complaining that it hadn't been taken out to play for so long. It felt like it was going to suffocate inside the card. Liang patted the dragon's deep crimson head, soothingly saying, "Oh, don't throw a tantrum. I brought you out to play. Haven Ti? This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Look, there's a new toy for you down there." Liang pointed at the ugly face below, a slight smile on his lips. The ugly face shivered at the moment Liang pointed it out and turned to run. Before meeting Liang, it had been the king of the mirror world. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? Damn it, it had kicked a hardboard. The ugly face felt regretful about its reckless action. If it hadn't been incited by Dagula III, would it have come to trouble Liang alone? If it had known the other party was this powerful, it would have had the courage to challenge Liang, even with 100 times more bravery. But now, it was too late to say anything. The strange dragon in the sky had already caught up to it. The ugly face looked at the shadow beneath it and gradually stopped running. It raised its head and said to Liang, who was sitting on the dragon, "I'll give you the antidote for demonic touch. Will you spare me?" Liang jumped off the back of the deep crimson dragon, landing in front of the ugly face, saying nothing but extending his hand. The ugly face was still struggling, saying, "You have to promise to let me go after I give you the antidote, or else the antidote I." Before the ugly face could finish, the dragon in the sky let out an angry roar. A fireball reaching 5,000 was shot from the dragon's mouth, landing several meters behind the ugly face. The ground was instantly melted into a big pit. Even though they were more than 10 meters apart, the ugly face still felt a burning sensation. The deep crimson dragon snorted, flames shooting from its nostrils, warning the ugly face to be careful with its words. Swallowing hard, the ugly face reluctantly handed over the antidote for the demonic touch to Leon. It was a branch as white as snow. Placing the snow branch near the human woman's mouth would cause the tentacles to automatically detach from her body. They loved the fragrance of the snow branch. After explaining how to use it to Leon, the ugly face anxiously awaited its fate. The snow branch twirled between Leon's fingers, and he said, "All right, since you're cooperating so well, I want to kill you." The ugly face immediately felt overjoyed. On the surface, it was grateful to Leon, but secretly, it was plotting to devise a meticulous plan to torture Leon to death when it returned. The ugly face thought its performance was flawless, but little did it know that Leon had seen through its little scheme long ago. However, Leon didn't care. After all, what he said was that he wouldn't kill it, but he was the only one present. Leon signaled to the deep crimson dragon in the sky, which happily let out a long howl. Hearing the dragon's roar, the ugly face felt something was wrong. Without time to curse the untrustworthy human, the ugly face turned and ran. But its short legs couldn't compare to the speed of the deep crimson dragon. In just 2 breaths, the ugly face was struck hard from behind. A deep wound that could see the bone opened up, green blood gushing out like a turned-on faucet. With a tremendous impact, the ugly face rolled on the ground several times before barely stopping after crashing into a car. Leon saw that the car, which had been flattened, was the old car he drove to Grubstown. At that moment, the car door was severely deformed, and the ugly face staggered to its feet, cursing at Leon, who was watching from a distance. "Human, you're not trustworthy." Leon dug in his ears, replying disdainfully, "You think I should be trustworthy with a demon? You really think I'm a good guy?" The ugly face was choked into silence by Leon's retort. Seeing that the little toy was still alive and kicking, the deep crimson dragon swung its tail again, the dagger-like in slicing off the ugly face's head. The ugly face's head was still spinning in the air when it was swallowed whole by the diving deep crimson dragon. Even the body leaning against the car was completely devoured by the dragon. After not having eaten for a long time, the deep crimson dragon smacked its lips after consuming the ugly face's flesh and blood, looking unsatisfied. Leon somewhat disdainfully pushed the leaning deep crimson dragon away. There were still traces of green blood around its mouth. Not receiving praise from its master, and even being disliked, the deep crimson dragon drooped its head, resembling a small abandoned dog, making whimpering sounds. Leon rolled his eyes in both exasperation and amusement at the deep crimson dragon. This big guy actually learned to play the emotional card. There was no helping it. The dragon looked too pitiful, so Leon flew in front of the deep crimson dragon, patted its head, and carefully wiped away the stains around its mouth. "Time is up. We'll let you out to play again when there's a chance." The deep crimson dragon listened to Leon, nudging him with its big head before turning into a beam of light. Leon put away the card, casually found a mirror, and left the mirror world. Back in the room, Linda was unconscious on the floor. Her breath was weak, with a few strands of white hair mixed in her golden locks. Leon squatted down and placed the snow branch by Linda's mouth. After a few seconds, her lips moved slightly, and some disgusting-looking little tentacles crawled out from Linda's mouth. They greedily clung to the snow branch, absorbing the fragrance it emitted. Leon didn't immediately pull the snow branch away. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and seeing no more tentacles crawling out of Linda's mouth, he finally took the snow branch away. A beam of heat shot out, turning the snow branch and the tentacles into ashes. Taking out a red potion bottle, Leon forcibly pried Linda's mouth open and poured the potion in. After a few gulps of the potion, Linda's complexion visibly improved, even the white hair on her head gradually disappearing. 3 minutes later, Linda opened her eyes, lifted the blanket covering her, and looked at Leon standing by the window, recalling what had happened earlier. But no matter how hard Linda tried to remember, she couldn't recall what happened after entering the bathroom. She got out of bed, walked to Leon's side, and asked, "Leon, my head feels fuzzy like I'm missing a chunk of memory." Leon didn't tell Linda the truth about her being possessed by the tentacles. He simply replied lightly, "Maybe it's because you drove all night and didn't rest well." Linda scratched her head, somewhat skeptical of Leon's explanation. But the clever Linda noticed that Leon didn't want to talk about it, so she changed the subject. "Leon, have you noticed that the hotel owner is very interested in you?" Linda nudged Leon's arm, her face showing a smile that everyone understood. "But I have to remind you, Kane's book mentions that the hotel owner is not an easy character. She's a pervert who enjoys tormenting handsome men. Linda was very close to Leon, almost sticking to him. Leon could clearly smell the shower gel scent emanating from Linda. If you have needs, you can come meet too. Linda was a woman who loved boldly. Since she found Leon pleasing to the eye, she took the initiative to make a move, especially since she had lost her memory for a period of time. Although Leon kept quiet about it, after experiencing a series of incredible events, Linda could roughly guess that she had fallen into a trap. The reason she could still stand and chat with Leon safely was entirely because he had saved her. Seeing Linda being so straightforward, Leon couldn't let her kindness go to waste. He casually wrapped his arms around Linda's slender waist, pulling her against his chest. Why refuse a gift that was offered? Leon lowered his head and kissed Linda's red lips. Linda responded passionately to Leon's advances. The imported paper, capable of withstanding the strokes of an old wolf hair brush, gradually blossomed into a peach blossom. At first, Leon underestimated the blonde beauty's attack, almost getting strangled by two small tan pythons. Fortunately, Leon stabilized his mind in time, deployed his strategy, and counterattacked. The old wolf hair brush moved like a dragon and snake, creating various patterns on the imported paper, painting an exquisite landscape. After a long while, the old wolf hair brush finished its work, leaving the last drop of ink on the imported paper, and wrote a satisfied signature. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Linda nestled in Leon's arms, completely devoid of strength. Her fingers traced circles on Leon's abs, her face filled with a blissful smile. Leon leaned against the headboard, and the earlier experience confirmed that women in the oil painting world were no different from women in the real world. After resting for about half an hour, Leon heard faint footsteps in the hallway. Under Linda's puzzled gaze, Leon quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. Brittany stood awkwardly at the door, holding a tray with a pot of brewed black tea and several snacks. I'm here to bring you afternoon tea. This is included in the suite service, no extra charge. Brittany handed the tray to Leon. Leon took the tray, blocking Brittany's attempt to peek into the room, and said bluntly, I've received the items. You can leave now. Brittany seemed not to notice the dismissal in his words and reached out to touch Leon's face. Leon stood still, his expression growing colder. Brittany was intimidated by Leon's frightening gaze. Her hand froze midway, unsure whether to advance or withdraw. Mrs. Brittany, please mind your words and actions, or your husband may not be pleased. After saying that, without waiting for Brittany's response, Leon shut the door. Brittany stood alone in the hallway, glaring fiercely at the closed door. Her chest heaved rapidly, and beneath her loose clothing, it seemed something was about to burst forth. Struggling to control her anger, Brittany shook her head and left in a hurry. In the room, seeing the small desserts and drinks in Leon's hands, Linda casually threw on a sleepwear. Striding over to Leon's side, Linda naturally heard every word of the conversation between Brittany and Leon. She was very pleased with her temporary husband's rejection of beauty. She poured herself a cup of black tea, but just as she was about to drink it, Leon stopped her. You can't drink this tea, Leon said. Linda obeyed Leon's words. Upon hearing that the black tea was undrinkable, she immediately put down her cup. Leon opened the teapot, gesturing for Linda to take a look inside. Linda leaned in to see, and the teapot was filled with water, and besides the necessary tea bags, there were about a dozen egg-sized things that looked like grains. One of the eggs moved, startling Linda. These disgusting things are actually alive. Linda patted her chest in fear. If it weren't for Leon's reminder, she might have drunk the spiced black tea. Thinking of those white eggs parasitizing inside her body made Linda feel like gagging. Leon turned his gaze from the black tea to the fragrant desserts. Some of these desserts were normal, but in very limited quantity, likely akin to playing Russian roulette. Out of 10 pastries, only one was edible, but whether one could pick the edible one depended on luck. Leon picked up one egg and held it in front of his eyes. Perhaps sensing a human presence, the egg began to tremble violently, and then a small worm covered in spines crawled out. The worm landed on Leon's hand, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and gnawing at his skin. Its purpose was simple, to bite through the person's skin, burrow into their body, and then begin to reproduce. However, Leon's skin could withstand bullets, let alone the teeth of a mealworm. With a swift slap, the little worm on his hand was turned into mush. Leon cleaned his hand with a tissue and said to Linda, who was about to vomit, "Stay in the room and don't move. I'm going out." Linda hugged the trash can and vomited continuously, asking Leon to take the tray with him. She didn't want to be in the same room with the white eggs. Leon grimaced. He had figured out that this blonde beauty had an unusual aversion to bugs. Shrugging, Leon picked up the tray and left the room. Downstairs, Leon threw the black tea and desserts along with the tray into the trash can, then walked straight towards the room behind the counter. Passing by the counter, Leon noticed a blood-stained iron chain underneath it. There was an arm still attached to the chain, and from the wound on the arm, countless small worms were hatching. With a mindset of doing a good deed, red light gathered in Leon's eyes, and a heat ray shot out, filling the air with a burnt smell. He violently pushed open the locked door, revealing a staircase leading down. Leon stepped on the wooden stairs, which creaked under his weight. The basement was nearly devoid of light, but that didn't hinder Leon's exploration. His gaze surveyed the surrounding environment: dampness, foul odor, and piles of white bones. These things were telling Leon that this seemingly ordinary hotel was akin to hell for ordinary people. The basement was vast, and Leon had previously used his X-ray vision to observe that there was another layer of space beneath him, and the Brittany he was looking for was there. At that moment, Brittany was still unaware of the approaching danger, as she was selecting various instruments of pleasure hanging on the wall. The blood-stained chainsaw, the meat-stripped meteor hammer, the cleaver bound with a flamethrower. Each of these weapons has claimed many lives. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. On the ground, about 2 or 3 meters away from Brittany, lay a man with twisted legs. His eyes and tongue had been devoured by the small parasites residing within him, and the remaining ear listened to Brittany's occasional laughter, fearfully blocking the ear hole with his palm. After choosing torture tools for a long time, Brittany found nothing to her liking. The wicked fire ignited by Leon was almost impossible to suppress, so she simply abandoned the idea of using instruments of torture for entertainment. She herself was the best instrument of torture. Walking gracefully to the man, Brittany crouched down and caressed his face. "Dear Bruce, why are you blocking your ears?" Feeling the fingers wandering over his face, Bruce let out a whimper, seemingly pleading for Brittany to spare his life. Brittany's fingers stopped on Bruce's mouth, silencing him. "Shoo, how many times have I told you? At times like this, all you need to do is cooperate with me, and you can survive. But why won't you listen?" Brittany frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Bruce's disobedience. For those who don't listen, punishment must be applied. She pinched Bruce's lips and then pulled hard, tearing the flesh from his lips and chin. Bruce writhed in agony on the ground, his hands no longer covering his ears, but reaching out towards Brittany. She did not dodge or evade as Bruce grabbed her, his nails digging into her flesh, and she did not resist. Looking at the lips that had just been on Bruce's face, Brittany not only did not mind the blood and the exposed insect eggs, but she also gently kissed them. Bruce's eyes were fortunately already blind. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would either have killed him from the torment or scared him to death. After the kiss, Brittany casually tossed aside the piece of flesh in her hand. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed loudly, "This isn't right. This isn't the feeling I wanted." Brittany's hysterical scream made Bruce release his grip on her. He had been imprisoned for so long and had never seen her this angry before. "Is that blonde woman more beautiful than me? Does she have a better figure than me? Why did that man choose her instead of me?" Brittany stepped on Bruce's head, spitting as she questioned, "Tell me, what makes me worse than that blonde woman? Tell me, how could Bruce possibly know who the blonde woman Brittany was talking about was?" He had been locked in the basement for almost a week. The only reason he and T died, yet was thanks to the skills he honed during college. Before his tongue was devoured by the small parasites, he had used his silver tongue to persuade another man in the same predicament to be brutally dismembered by Brittany. But now, with no more subjects for her torment, Bruce's mouth was naturally rendered useless. As the pressure on his head increased, Bruce's struggles grew weaker. Just before dying, he trembled and tried to say something to the towering Brittany. But Brittany had lost interest in her former pet, not even glancing at him. She exerted force with her foot, crushing Bruce's head as if stepping on an ant. Red and white splattered the dirty floor once again. Brittany lifted her foot with disinterest, mumbling, "Sigh. How disappointing. I didn't vent any of my pent-up frustrations." Ignoring the worms quickly devouring Bruce's corpse, Brittany approached a pitch-black coffin. Her expression softened, her gaze filled with deep affection. "Lady Alara, the number of babies is insufficient, and a troublesome man has arrived at the hotel. He seems to have sensed our presence." Brittany gently caressed the coffin, and as she did, the black coffin began to tremble slightly. With a creak, a gap opened in the coffin, revealing dozens of slimy tentacles. Brittany closed her eyes, showing no resistance as the tentacles touched her body. The tentacles had barbs that would cut through her skin as they moved across her. With each cut, countless white insect eggs were expelled from the tips of the tentacles, embedding themselves in the wounds. Brittany was accustomed to the tentacles' actions and even displayed a look of pleasure on her face. Suddenly, Clapping echoed in the dim basement. Leon had to admit he had just witnessed a scene that surpassed all the cult films he had seen in his previous life. His appearance startled Brittany, making her exclaim like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "How did you get here? This isn't a place for you." Leon ignored Brittany's words and slowly walked down the stairs, stopping 2 meters away from Brittany in the black coffin. He spoke, "Why can't I be here?" Looking at the fearless man before her, Brittany felt an inexplicable wave of fear. Even with her idol, Lady Yalera, by her side, it did not diminish her panic. Sensing the believer's faith was wavering, the tentacles extending from the black coffin initiated an attack on Leon. Staring at the approaching tentacles, Leon felt genuine annoyance at this magical girl as beloved, not monster, feeling as though he had entered some inexplicable, strange RPG game, rather than a world of oil paintings. But annoyance aside, when it came to a fight, Leon wouldn't hold back. However, this time he wanted to try a different role-playing. Since he hadn't found a suitable candidate yet, it was only reasonable for him, as the leader of the new gods, to have a taste first. Just as the tentacles were about to pierce through Leon's chest, he calmly uttered 2 words, "Shazam." A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Not only did it leave an irreparable large hole in the Glass Garden Hotel, but it also charred all the tentacles that were close to Leon. His red battle suit, pure white cape, and magical golden accessories were all of high quality, thankfully not the cheap, plastic synthetic goods seen in movies. Leon clenched his fists. The divine power granted by Hercules combined with Superman's immense strength gave him the illusion of having evolved into a silver super. Not far away, Brittany was dumbfounded. She never expected that the guest checking in today could transform a second time. Moreover, judging by his stance, he seemed incredibly powerful, surrounded by lightning, resembling a god fallen to the mortal realm. The unknown creature in the black coffin was also shaken by the divine presence emitted by Leon. In its impression, only the ruler of each layer could possess such an overwhelming aura. It wanted to escape immediately, but the newcomer's attention remained fixed on it. It understood that only one of the two could leave the basement alive today. Given that, it decided to take the initiative. The previous tentacle attack was merely a small test. The real show was yet to come. An ancient and eerie incantation emerged from the black coffin. Leon could hear countless spirits whispering in his ears, attempting to disturb his mind. However, these little tricks had no effect on Leon. Solomon's wisdom allowed Leon to find a way to counter the whispers among the vast knowledge of magic. He snapped his fingers, and a dazzling golden shield protected Leon from all angles. Upon closer inspection, flowing magical runes adorned the shield. "Look, this is the true wisdom of Solomon. Billy Batson, you're not playing as well as my deceased great-grandmother." Brittany was not as fortunate as Leon. The whispers coming from the black coffin were an indiscriminate attack. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Before her appeared numerous travelers she had harmed. The first was Bruce, who had been dead for less than half an hour. He returned to the appearance he had when he first met Brittany, dressed in a sharp suit, with a gentle smile on his handsome face. "Brittany, I don't blame you for what you did to me. Would you like to come with me to enjoy a beautiful life?" Bruce reached out to the dazed Brittany, his attitude very sincere. Brittany hesitated, unsure whether to agree. She gazed into Bruce's eyes, which were filled with love. Just as Brittany was about to agree to Bruce's request, the parasites residing within her grew displeased. In the next moment, Brittany's chest ripped open, and a bug the size of a baby smiled at the stunned Bruce. The bug and Brittany were one. What he could see, it could naturally see as well. It spewed green slime from its mouth, and Bruce, unable to dodge in time, was splattered with the sizzling goo. The extremely corrosive substance was not something even the unknown creatures in the black coffin would dare to provoke lightly. In just 2 breaths, Bruce let out a scream before dying for good. This time, Bruce was completely erased from the oil painting world. With Bruce's example before them, the remaining spirits began to retreat. Although they harbored resentment from being tortured to death by Brittany, it was still better to wander the earthly realm in spirit form than to have their souls completely extinguished. Without Bruce's distraction, Brittany's gaze gradually cleared. She patted the head of the bug that had been seeking her praise, saying affectionately, "Thank you, my good son." Leon witnessed the entire process of Bruce's revenge plan, arms crossed, showing no intention of helping the wrong spirits. These guys had attacked him before he raised the shield, and he was quite vengeful. The whispers did not stop with the spirit's retreat. Leon made no effort to stop the incantation. He wanted to see what sort of tricks this evil entity hiding in the black coffin could pull next, while also testing Shazam's abilities and enjoying the pleasure of the 6 gods uniting. Suddenly, Leon caught a whiff of sea breeze. The floor beneath him transformed into fine, soft sand. The surroundings were no longer the dark and damp basement, but an endless ocean. Brittany knelt on the sand, facing the sea. There, the black coffin was slowly sinking into the turbulent waters. Leon fashioned a lightning spear with his bare hands and threw it at the remaining half of the black coffin. Hearing the wind whoosh overhead, Brittany stood up without a second thought and yelled at the bug that had already escaped from her chest, "Stop that spear. We can't let it ruin the master's arrival." The bug obediently bit down on the lightning spear that was about to pierce the black coffin, despite the risk of death. The intense electric shock caused the bug to emit a mournful cry, and it fell into the sea, trailing smoke. Seeing her son lose its fighting ability, Brittany turned around and shouted at Leon, "You bastard, I will tear you to pieces." With that, 4 tentacles emerged from her chest. However, these tentacles were different from before. They had eyes on their heads and 2 small claws beneath. Leon dug at his ears. He had heard too many similar declarations in battles against evil. None of these boastful beings had good endings, and Brittany would be no exception. Pushing off the ground, Leon's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Brittany. Mercury's speed in early comics surpassed Superman's super speed. Now with both combined, it was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. A large hand grasped Brittany's head, and under her terrified gaze, a bolt of lightning as thick as an elephant's leg fell from the sky. Brittany screamed in agony, her wails echoing across the sandy ground for a long time. Within seconds, only a small pile of ashes remained in Leon's hand. He nonchalantly brushed the ashes away, his gaze turning towards the black coffin that had completely sunk into the sea. A massive shadow appeared beneath the water surface. Leon flew into the sky, still unable to see what lay beneath the ocean. A trident broke through the water, aiming directly at him. Skillfully dodging the attack, and adhering to the excellent tradition of reciprocity, the lightning on Leon's body began to surge. His eyes turned a deep blue, and arcs of electricity crackled around his arms. With thunder, he shattered the darkness. Leon's rare moment of being overly dramatic ignited his soul. A torrent of lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the area where the shadow lurked. The powerful current caused the evil entity hidden beneath the water to writhe in agony. As it howled, it revealed its true form, a giant fishman crowned with a crown. Compared to Leon, the fishman looked like a watermelon next to a mung bean, appearing incredibly colossal. However, size is one thing, strength is another. The power Leon displayed made the fishman very wary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hesitated to show itself, only daring to hide beneath the water and occasionally launch sneak attacks. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Is this your true form? Quite ugly. So far, Leon had never seen an evil entity that met his aesthetic standards. Time-traveling Aurelia didn't count. That was just someone in a human disguise. In hell, there are succubi specifically catered to the male demographic. So why do they end up looking so pathetic here in the external world? Leon's sarcastic comments were not deliberately whispered, and naturally, Ylera heard them. The reason it presented itself as a black coffin was due to its ugly appearance. It's worth noting that their fisherman tribe was once the beauty standard of the sea a long time ago. They had become like this due to the invasion of the external world. In the beginning, they were also victims. Over the long river of time, they gradually became assimilated by the outside world. They slowly turned bloodthirsty and brutal, to the point where they would even devour their own kin, leaving no bones behind. Over time, their appearance underwent a tremendous change. Leon's sarcastic remarks hit the nail on the head. Ylera raised the trident in her hand. As the king of the Fishman tribe, she would not allow any slander against her people. Leon floated in midair without moving. The opponent's actions appeared to him as slow as a snail. He was too lazy to even dodge, letting the trident poke into his chest. The scene Ylera imagined of her piercing his belly and spilling his guts did not occur. She only felt the trident collide with something incredibly hard. She widened her murky yellow eyes, astonished that the little figure, only slightly larger than her fish scales, was completely unharmed, greeting her casually. "Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have?" Leon mocked loudly. "With that kind of strength, you think you can kill me? Are you dreaming?" Ylera was enraged by Leon's unreasonable taunts, her blood boiling. She used her free hand to slap her chest forcefully and then thrust the trident toward Leon again. Such a flawed attack method made it hard for Leon to feel any interest in fighting back. He thought it necessary to teach her how to launch an effective attack. A sound of air being cut through rang out as Leon's figure appeared in front of Ylera's large head. The trident missed, maintaining its attacking posture as Ylera stared blankly at Leon, who raised his right hand. Now, that's what I call an attack. Leon's right hand slapped Ylera's face. A tremendous force deformed her face, and her 50-meter-tall body was pushed out of the water, quickly retreating. During the retreat, Ylera perfectly demonstrated a complex aerial maneuver, completing 3.5 rotations in the air. The chest breaker had some trouble reaching its destination due to the special hiding place of the little fish. Sensing the barrier blocking its path ahead, the chest breaker swiped at it with a claw. The weak defense could not withstand the fierce attack. The barrier shattered into pieces the moment it made contact with the claw. The chest breaker swaggered up to the fishman fetus. In Leon's line of sight, the chest breaker aimed for the little fish's head and swiftly extended its tongue. The ensuing scene was somewhat bloody, if one had to describe it. It was like smashing a watermelon with a hammer. The chest breaker feasted on the dead fishman fetus, enjoying the meal immensely. The continuous influx of nutrients allowed the chest breaker to grow rapidly, nearing maturity in no time. After the little fish in Tali's womb cooled down, its trembling body gradually calmed. The features on its face, which had been scrunched up, returned to their original positions. Seeing that the opponent would not awaken in a short time, Leon set up a magical protective barrier around Tali. He would not stay by her side for long. Leon's primary task was to turn Ylera, the fishman king, into a dead fish king. As for the soon-to-be complete chest breaker, Leon was not at all worried that it would burst out from Tali while he was away. This little guy's fate was sealed the moment it entered Tali's body. When Tali woke up, a big surprise awaited her. Unfortunately, Leon would not be there to see it. After setting up the magic circle, he left the cave. This time, Leon moved at full speed, arriving in the deepest part of the enormous cave in the blink of an eye. Ylera sat on her throne, licking her wounds alone. As her large tongue continuously slid over the wound on her chest, the scar from the trident piercing began to heal slowly. However, this licking came at a cost. Ylera's body slowly shrank, from the original 50 meters down to just over 10. Just as Ylera was stabilizing her injuries, a bolt of lightning struck down from nowhere. Caught off guard, Ylera screamed in agony. This was merely an appetizer for the torture. Leon's white cloak billowed in the wind as his fist landed on Ylera's face. Already exhausted, Ylera was sent flying by Leon's punch, crashing violently against the cave wall. Large rocks fell before Leon, and the swirling dust could not conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. Sitting on the ground, Ylera spat out a mouthful of foul blood and bitterly laughed. "Human, you are the strongest I have ever encountered." Before Ylera could finish her sentence, Leon flashed in front of her, yanking her tongue out and calmly saying, "You talk too much. Am I here to listen to your post-game summary?" Ylera did not expect Leon's attack to be so ruthless, feeling as if he were a different person compared to when they fought on the surface. Although he had previously dealt heavy blows, Ylera could sense that he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, she would have already perished from that trident strike. Leon himself admitted that he had approached the earlier battle with a playful mindset. 1. To test his new abilities, and 2. He had not taken the Fishman King seriously. However, after witnessing the horrors inside the cave, Leon became somewhat serious. He discarded the tongue in his hand, clenched his fists, and began to rain blows on Ylera's face, delivering left and right punches. Each punch was controlled to inflict excruciating pain without taking her life. Ylera attempted to escape Leon's grasp, but failed. Instead, her resistance ignited Leon's more brutal attacks. Casually snapping the attacking tentacles, Leon had already landed hundreds of punches on Ylera. Her head had become severely deformed, her eyes reduced to mush. She could only manipulate the tentacles on her body to harass Leon, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Leon was surrounded by electricity. Any tentacle that approached him met a charred fate. Watching the dying Ylera struggle, Leon summoned a blade of lightning in his right hand. He gently swung it at Ylera's arms, and the sounds of her wails filled the air. Now you can experience the pain of being disemboweled. Leon dissipated the electric knife and picked up the severed arm from the ground. Using Ylera's own claws, he stabbed through her abdomen. Ylera trembled in pain, desperately trying to escape. But would Leon let her go so easily? The electric shackles had long been prepared and were clamped onto Ylera's ankles, binding her firmly in place while occasionally delivering powerful electric shocks. Now, her left hand had returned to its original form, leaving only the right hand. Leon aimed to keep everything neat and tidy. Just as he was about to plunge the right hand into Ylera's belly, she roared, "Give me a quick death. Stop torturing me. Hearing this, Leon paused, smiling faintly as he replied, "A quick death for you? Did you ever give a quick death to those dead women?" After saying that, Leon ignored Yelera's pleas for mercy and returned her right hand to her. Intense pain swept through Yelera's body as she writhed on the ground. Desperately trying to extract the hands that were embedded in her abdomen, Leon forcibly grabbed Yelera's fin, forcing her to look into his eyes. "You felt the pain of those women before they died, right? It must not feel good. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." In Yelera's murky pupils, Leon's upturned lips were reflected. Deep down, she understood that she would ultimately die. The injuries she suffered now were merely the man's mockery of her. Her throat moved slightly. Even if she were to die, she wanted to show this man a bit of defiance. Let him know that the Fishman tribe could be defeated but not humiliated. However, before Yelera's plan could even take off, Leon crushed it in its cradle. A chop struck Yelera's neck, and the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed in the cave. Leon's mouth curled into a mocking laugh. "Come on, next time you want to do something bad, don't let the murderous intent flash in your eyes. It's too obvious." "Oh, wait. You want tea? Have it next time." Yelera's body suddenly soared as Leon forcefully threw her. Countless blue lightning bolts formed in the cave, transforming into blue arrows. Waiting for their master's command, Leon watched as Yelera's head embedded into the cave wall, hanging above the cave, and beckoned. The prepared lightning arrows shot out in unison, letting Yelera taste the feeling of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Looking at the Fishman King turned into a porcupine, Leon turned and left without any hesitation. This place held no meaning for him anymore. Before leaving the underwater cave, Leon first went to the cavern to check on Tali. The woman was still peacefully sleeping on the stone platform, her expression gentle, and there were no signs of the magic circle being damaged. With Yelera's death, the underwater cave began to collapse. Leon wouldn't leave Tali to fend for herself. Although he found her scent and dirty clothes somewhat repulsive, he had to make a pragmatic choice. Leon could only choose a relatively clean waist to hold Tali, and quickly flew away from the sea. After flying out of the water, Leon found himself not on the sand, but back in the basement. Apparently, once Yelera died, the small world lost its energy support and automatically expelled people. This setting was quite humane. Leon carried Tali out of the basement and went straight up to the second floor. At this point, Linda no longer felt nauseous. She looked at Leon and the woman in his arms, raising her exquisite eyebrows. She wasn't a jealous girl. And seeing the woman Leon tossed onto the bed wasn't as pretty as her and likely older than her made her feel better. Comparing in all aspects, she was a clear winner. "Who is this woman? She smells so bad that you just threw her on the bed?" Linda walked over to Leon's side, smoothing the wrinkles in his clothes with one hand while holding his arm with the other. "Her name is Tali, the only survivor of the boss lady and the demon subordinates." Leon's answer left Linda somewhat confused. How did it suddenly turn to the boss lady? Aside from her behavior resembling that of someone dressed in Pinru's clothes and her liking to add some peculiar preferences to food, she didn't seem to have any other faults. Of course, Linda would remember the afternoon tea with the worm eggs for the rest of her life. Those worm eggs had made her nauseous for so long that she almost threw up. So it seems that what Kane wrote in the book might all be true. As Linda spoke, she pulled Leon over to the window. She really couldn't stand the strange smell emanating from Tali. Moreover, after smelling that strange odor for a while, Linda felt a bit restless again. She licked her lips, forcibly suppressing the desire rising within her. She truly dared not act up in front of Leon again. His old wolf hair made her feel both love and hate. Although there are only overworked cattle and no ruined fields, this principle didn't apply to Leon. Linda glanced at Leon, who hadn't noticed her abnormality. She let out a long breath and continued, according to the first half of the content Kane sent to the publisher. "That bitch Brittany should have died on the third night after the male lead checked into the hotel. Her head was smashed to pieces by the male lead's gun. But now that you've intervened, Brittany's death has been advanced. I wonder if it will have a significant impact on the subsequent plot." After hearing Linda's words, a flash of inspiration crossed Leon's mind. He knew how to resolve that damned feeling of repulsion. All he needed to do was passively disrupt the plot or intervene early, right? Such a simple solution had only now come to him. Leon was so annoyed he wanted to slap himself. He hurriedly asked Linda, "If we follow the plot in the book, what did the male lead do after Brittany died?" Linda thought carefully. The male lead wanted to drive out of town, but after several failed attempts, he went to the bar to drink, where he met a cowboy, and they got along quite well. A bar? Leon's superbrain started working. The entire geographical distribution map of grubs appeared in his mind. There was only one bar in town, named Flamingo. Locals would go to the bar for a pint of draft beer and joke around with others when they had nothing to do. According to the map Leon remembered, the Flamingo bar wasn't too far from the Glass Garden Inn. Their operating hours were from 7 in the evening to 4 in the morning. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon now, so they had plenty of time before it opened. Leon planned to take a break. Brittany, this boss lady, had become a thing of the past. Now the inn was under Leon's control. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He and Linda's room had already been given to Tali. The two of them were going to try out the luxurious suites mattress to see if it was comfortable enough. Leon had clearly noticed the look Linda had given him earlier. However, at that time, he was brainstorming, and there were outsiders in the room, so he pretended not to see. As they walked out of the suite, Linda's steps felt a bit weak. Her face was flushed, and she found it hard to look Leon in the eye. Leon, being very understanding, held the soft and limp Linda in his arms. There are only a few of us in the inn to ensure a comfortable living environment for future guests. We need to personally test if the luxurious suites mattress is soft enough. Leon's skill in telling tall tales had reached a level of mastery. Linda shot him an annoyed glance. Are you going to test if the mattress is soft? You're clearly just wanting to get close to me. And how could there possibly be any tourists in this godforsaken place? I just don't want to expose you. Otherwise, humph. Linda turned her head aside, pouting. Although she acted somewhat displeased, her increasingly flushed cheeks betrayed her. Leon also noticed that Linda in his arms was throwing a bit of tantrum. He lowered his head and kissed her beautifully alluring lips, even without lipstick. Linda was initially taken aback. She was clearly still angry when the rogue detective kissed her, leaving her both amused and exasperated. She wanted to push him away, but couldn't bear to do so. She wanted to follow his rhythm, but was still upset. It wasn't until she saw the starry gaze of Leon that Linda felt relieved. He had saved her life. What was she being so pretentious about? After all, a man like Leon, with his air of mystery, was incredibly attractive to girls. Linda reached out, caressing Leon's face, and smiled, saying, "Meeting you is truly the greatest fortune of my life." Leon also touched Linda's hair, and the little golden tabby cat showed a pleased expression. He was destined not to stay in the oil painting world for long. Many people in the real world were waiting for his return. But if he could take someone from the oil painting world, Linda would be his first choice. The two embraced and went to the third floor. This floor was clearly much more luxurious than the second. Leon casually kicked open a door and carried his beloved inside. Looking at the pink big bed in the room, Leon unhesitatingly threw Linda onto it. The mattress was very soft, and Linda sank into it. Leon returned to the door and closed it, which was wobbling precariously. What happened next was beyond the expression of ordinary words. If it had to be described, it would mostly be filled with interjections. Imported paper, wanting to regain the face it had lost earlier, bravely declared war against the experienced old wolf hair. However, how could the seasoned old wolf hair be countered by a novice like imported paper? The ink was liberally splashed across the paper. Every stroke was strong and varied. Leon sighed for the second time, marveling at how melodious the sound of the paper was. The painting came to an end. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. Leon, after being served by Linda, put on his clothes. They first returned to the room on the second floor to check on Tali's condition. The woman still hadn't awakened, though there were slight changes in her appearance. Linda poked the tail that had grown from Tali's waist and curiously asked, "What will she eventually become? Will it be terrifying?" Leon couldn't answer that question either. It was his first time using an alien form. But after thinking seriously, he said to Linda, her appearance shouldn't change drastically. But the other bodily structures are hard to say. Linda nodded and poked Tali's tail again. This thing was cold, and in summer, it would be very refreshing to hold. A strange thought popped into her head, and Linda suddenly said to Leon, "How about you transform me too? I don't want to hold you back." Facing Linda's whimsical idea, Leon smiled lightly and replied, "Why do you have such a thought? I'm not very smart, but I'm not a complete fool either." Linda took Leon's hand. Looking into his eyes, "The nature of this business trip has completely changed. I know you are very capable and aware of many things I don't. You might be able to ensure my safety in this unknown event, but I'm not a vase. I want to help you." Such a sincere and heartfelt statement changed Leon's impression of Linda once again. He sometimes felt very lucky. The girls he had met seemed to all have gentle hearts. He handed Linda 5 syringes. One was blue, and the other 4 were green. The blue one was biological nanotechnology, while the green ones contained mantis genes. Leon explained, "First, inject the blue serum. It will greatly improve your bodily functions. After injecting the green serum, you will temporarily possess the characteristics of a mantis. But remember, Even after injecting the biological nanotechnology, your body can only handle the equivalent of 3 mantis genes. If you take more, your body will face collapse. Leon's words were not alarmist. Linda took the 5 syringes he handed her and, in front of him, unhesitatingly injected the blue biological nanotechnology into her body. This is how it's used, right? Linda pulled the needle out of her neck, completely trusting what Leon had said. Leon smiled helplessly. In fact, the effect of injecting it into other parts would be the same, but injecting it into the neck would allow the nanotechnology to transform Linda's body faster. Time passed second by second. Linda first felt a burning sensation in her body. Then her head grew dizzy, and finally, she fainted in Leon's arms. The man held the woman, quietly waiting for her to awaken. Fortunately, the system produced quality products. Linda's unconsciousness did not last long. About 15 minutes later, she opened her eyes. The first thing she did upon leaving Leon's embrace was to test her new body. She swung her fist at the air and could clearly feel a significant increase in speed and strength. She then tried to lift the big bed where Tali lay with one hand and easily lifted it. Wow, this is amazing. Linda couldn't help but exclaim. She gave Leon, who had granted her this change, a kiss. After a passionate embrace, Linda took the initiative to pull Leon out of the hotel. With extraordinary strength, Linda no longer felt timid. Now, she eagerly wanted to go to a bar, hoping to encounter some foolish guys to show off her skills. However, when Leon and Linda actually arrived at the bar, they found a reality was somewhat different from what they had imagined. The large bar was very quiet. There were no bartenders or customers, only a long-haired man drinking alone. The man was Felix, who had once met Linda and Leon. There were already quite a few empty bottles at his feet, and a shotgun leaned against the wall. Felix was not yet drunk. He glanced at the man and woman entering the bar, showing a hint of a bitter smile. Are you two looking to get yourselves killed? You should leave Jibus. Felix still had some goodwill towards the two outsiders, especially Leon, who had boldly entered the Black Spire Church without any protective measures, leaving a deep impression on Felix. Linda picked up on the warning in Felix's words. If it had been before, she would have left without a second thought. But times had changed with Leon. This super strong ally by her side, Linda was brimming with confidence. She casually sat down next to Felix and forcibly pulled Leon over. The three of them sat around a small round table. Seeing that his warning had no effect, Felix stopped talking. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He had already advised them, and since they insisted on staying, it would be up to fate whether they could survive to see the sunrise tomorrow. Drink whatever you want. The drinks in the bar are on me. Felix placed an unopened bottle of whiskey in front of Leon and Linda. Tonight might be our last night living as humans, so drink up. There won't be another chance. Linda went to get the wine glasses, and Felix's words were directed at Leon. Leon was not affected by Felix's despair. He said, "What about your brother and your friends? Drinking alone is quite boring." Felix did not immediately answer Leon's question. He gulped down a mouthful of alcohol and gritted his teeth as he said, "Fox has become a servant of the evil spirit, and he has seduced everyone around me." Just then, Linda returned to her seat with the wine glasses and heard what Felix said. She asked, "Wasn't your brother fine when he left the church? He just seemed a bit mismatched in size and age." Felix sighed. If it were only a matter of size and age, that would be fine, but his soul has been corrupted by the evil spirit. Thinking of the recent events, this strong-willed man shed tears. In order to expel the evil spirit from Fox, his mother performed a witchcraft ritual despite his father's objections. The outcome was obvious. His mother failed, and the fully awakened evil Fox killed both his mother and father. And the neighbors were not spared either. Felix took another gulp of alcohol, this time finishing off the half bottle of brandy he had left. "The reason I came to the bar to drown my sorrows is that there are no normal people left in this town. I originally planned to get drunk and then take a gun to the Black Spire Church for a final showdown, but unexpectedly, I ran into you two." Don't be fooled by Felix's unkempt appearance. He's actually a good person at heart and still urges Linda and Leon to leave Gabas quickly. While pouring wine for Leon, Linda casually said, "Oh, thank you for your kindness, but we won't be leaving." Felix was angered by Linda's attitude. He smashed the empty bottle in his hand and shouted, "Why won't you listen? This place has become a breeding ground for evil spirits. You still have a chance. Get in the car and escape." Leon took a small sip from his wine glass. He wasn't very fond of the taste of whiskey. He placed the glass back on the table and calmly said to the furious Felix, "Let me correct you. They're not called evil spirits. It's more appropriate to call them demons." Felix was taken aback. Is this really the time to worry about names? After saying so much, how could the two in front of him not absorb a single word? Linda timely chimed in, Felix, I know you're worried about Leon's and my safety, but please believe me, as long as Leon is here, we'll be fine. Felix heard Linda's words, but didn't take them to heart. He had faced evil spirits seriously before. His prized shotgun could do no harm to the demonized fox. If it weren't for his friends risking their lives to save him at the last moment, he might not have escaped the fate of being seduced. In fact, before Linda and Leon came to the bar, Felix had another thought deep down besides checking out the Black Spire Church to commit suicide after getting drunk. He had lost hope for the future. He didn't believe anyone could deal with such a powerful evil spirit. Seeing that soft approaches weren't working, Felix decided to take a hard line. He grabbed the shotgun beside him, aimed it at Leon and Linda, and threatened, now you two have a choice. 1. Leave Gabus immediately by car. 2. I shoot you dead. Choose. Linda was very angry at Felix's rude behavior. Although she knew he meant well, his methods were simply too extreme. She stood up from her chair, delicately grasped the barrel of the gun, and with Felix's incredulous expression, bent the shotgun to a 90-degree angle. As if she had done something trivial, Linda clapped her hands and said earnestly, Can we sit down and have good talk now? Felix swallowed hard and nodded uncontrollably. Just then, Leon said, The war meeting ends here. We have guests at the door. Upon hearing this, Linda and Felix reacted completely differently. One excitedly ran to the door, wanted to push it open. The other desperately tried to stop the other, wanting to observe the situation. Ugh, you're so annoying. Move aside. I want to test my new abilities. Linda was very dissatisfied with Felix's obstruction. If she didn't think he was one of the last remaining humans in the town, she would have kicked him far away. Felix naturally sensed Linda's hostility, but he still gritted his teeth and tightly held onto the bar's door handle. Letting Linda out would be pointless. The entire bar was surrounded, and there was no escape. Leon walked over to the two, moved Felix's hand away from the door handle, and said, At this point, it would be better for the three of us to fight side by side. Maybe we can carve out a bloody path. Felix frowned at Leon's words. At this juncture, what the other person suggested might not be the best option, but it was better than dying helplessly. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Felix turned to look at the limited edition 90-degree shotgun lying on the ground and felt troubled about the loss of a useful weapon. Linda followed Felix's gaze and instantly understood why he looked worried. She ran back to the small round table and picked up the shotgun from the ground. Using brute force again, she restored the barrel to its original shape. It might not be as good as before, but just make do with it. Leave the fighting to me. Linda tossed the shotgun to Felix and then walked out of the bar without looking back. She had a green syringe in her hand that she hadn't had before. Was she always this brave? Felix checked if the gun could function properly while asking Leon. Leon just shrugged and followed behind Linda, leaving the bar. After checking the shotgun, Felix stared at the backs of Linda and Leon and couldn't help but complain. Are these two trying to act cool? Like movie stars? Although he still had reservations about the evil spirits, he wasn't the type to abandon others and run away alone. Jesus, I must be crazy to accompany two people I've just met not long ago to their deaths. Felix scratched the back of his head. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped out of the bar. At this moment, Linda was exceptionally excited, her hand holding the syringe trembling slightly. In front of her was a mass of people, each with vacant eyes and varying degrees of wounds. The wounds oozed pus, with white maggots faintly visible. Leon stood silently behind Linda. His X-ray vision provided him with more information than Linda and Felix. The culprit controlling the crowd was hiding at the back of the line. As Leon watched the person, they were also peering at him. Leon, can I inject the drug? Although Linda's excited face was flushed, she still tried her best to control her impulses. Of course, just don't overdo it. Leon's and Linda's conversation left Felix, who had followed them, a bit confused. He only delayed for a dozen seconds, so why does it feel like he missed out on fortune? Fortunately, Felix is not the type to indulge in gossip. He raised his shotgun, aimed at the misled crowd, and said to Leon and Linda, I'll clear the way in a moment. You two remember to stay right behind me. Linda and Leon exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Linda, with an air of maturity, patted Felix on the shoulder and said, Young man, there's no need for all this trouble. I can handle these rotten fish and shrimp quickly. Felix clearly didn't believe what Linda said. He was about to tell her not to cause trouble. Being strong doesn't mean one can take on 100 alone. Before he could speak, the evil spirits surrounding them began to move rapidly towards them, just as Felix chambered around in his shotgun. Linda struck a pose as if ready to take on the world. Laughing, perfect timing. Leon and Felix, please enjoy my first battle seriously. Linda's personality was not as fragile as her appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become an amateur racer. Being the secretary to the president of a publishing house was merely a necessity of life. Deep down, she was still filled with the spirit of adventure and passion. Without hesitation, she injected a green serum into her neck, and her body began to emit scalding gas from within. This strange phenomenon startled Felix. The battle hadn't even started, and they wouldn't have casualties on their side, would they? Felix turned to Leon, but before he could speak, Leon interrupted. Don't overreact. Just watch patiently. Leon, with his hands in his pockets, remained calm in front of Linda, who looked slightly pained. Seeing this, Felix also shut his mouth. Even though he had many questions, he only frowned. Linda's hands transformed visibly into two large scythes. The scythes glimmered coldly, clearly not to be trifled with. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Linda excitedly swung her new arms a couple of times. The pain of gene conversion was hard to endure, but the results were pleasing. Linda stretched her muscles and said to the astonished Felix and the composed Leon, I'll go first. Don't blame me for stealing the kills. As soon as she finished speaking, Felix saw a figure darting out in front of him. The evil spirits, now less than 10 meters away, began to suffer casualties. With Linda's swift strikes, a pile of decayed heads accumulated on the ground. How can you go through with this? Felix was stunned by Linda's combat power. This girl, who looked to be only about 7 meters tall, truly managed to take on 100 opponents. However, when it came to admiration, Felix still admired the man standing next to him more. Linda's insect-like traits were quite evident, and after a brief moment of distraction, Felix recognized that her physique and appearance were somewhat similar to a mantis. Although his XP wasn't exactly normal, the idea of sharing a bed with a girl who could transform into a mantis at any moment made Felix very uncomfortable. Leon didn't expect that in the face of danger, Felix's thought process would be so peculiar. Unable to hold back, he rolled his eyes and said irritably, At your 11 o'clock, a drooling old lady is about to pounce. Felix was startled and immediately turned his gun towards his 11 o'clock. This mutated old lady, who had managed to break through Linda's defenses, let out a roar while reaching out her spotted hand, charging straight at Felix. With a bang, the gun fired. The mutated old lady's head was blown to smithereens, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Having sensed the impending danger, Leon distanced himself from Felix and hid far away. The main character, however, was not so lucky. Felix was covered in entrails, the foul smell making him retch repeatedly. After taking down one mutated old lady, more mutated uncles and young men kept pouring in. Felix could only reload his gun while enduring the stench, continuously pulling the trigger. Linda noticed Felix's predicament out of the corner of her eye and wanted to help. However, she was so caught up in the thrill of killing that she inadvertently ventured too deep into the throng of evil spirits and couldn't extricate herself for a while. Leon, on the other hand, floated leisurely in midair, occasionally firing a heat ray to eliminate any mutated humans attempting sneak attacks. Fortunately, Felix's ammunition was still relatively sufficient, and with occasional assistance from Leon, he managed to carve out a bloody path. After all, the ones surrounding them were merely misled, ordinary people, and even if they had mutated, their essence hadn't improved much. If Felix were alone, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed. Fox, hidden behind the evil spirits, had his black eyes firmly locked on Leon. This guy obstructing the arrival of the master. He never thought that mere mutated humans could take him down. But if it came to a one-on-one with Leon, Fox wouldn't dare. He hadn't forgotten about the lost contact with the ugly general in Yolera. Fox didn't want to be the next evil spirit to enter the grave. Just stall for time. The master's summoning ceremony will soon be ready. Watching the dwindling number of evil spirits, Fox lost interest in continuing to watch. Just as he was about to slip away, a voice that made the hairs on his neck stand up echoed above him. You've been peeping for so long, thinking you can come and go as you please? Do you take me for a soft persimmon? Leon slowly descended in front of Fox, sneering. The story is nearing its end, right? Linda and Felix, the two plot characters, haven't died, and the repulsion of the oil painting has no effect on me anymore. Fox no longer had the arrogance he had when they first met in the Black Spire Church. He truly didn't expect the other party to grasp the rules of the oil painting world so quickly. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Leon, Fox initiated the attack, first to survive. A black fireball appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Leon at lightning speed. Shazam! A whisper echoed. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. A lightning bolt, as thick as a thigh, struck down from the sky. The black fireball was instantly obliterated without a trace. Leon grabbed Fox by the neck and violently threw him away. This action was witnessed by Felix, who was reloading from a distance. After all, they'd been brothers for over 10 years. Felix still held hope that Fox could return to his original state. Don't get your hopes up. Your brother won't be coming back. Returning to Felix's side, Linda noticed his expression. She stopped Felix from speaking, saying, according to Cain's writings, "Any human who enters the Black Spire Church will be marked, and your brother's soul has already been invaded. The only thing you can do now is to let Leon grant your brother relief and prevent the evil spirit from using his body to do harm." Felix fell silent. Deep down, he knew that Linda was right. However, the bond between brothers still left him with a glimmer of hope. Even though their father and mother had been killed by Fox, if Fox really couldn't come back, he would be left to live a lonely and miserable existence. Seeing a grown man being so indecisive, Linda impatiently said, "Can't you show a bit of manly spirit? Think about your deceased friends and family. And then think about the townspeople harmed by the evil spirits." Linda's words struck Felix like a wake-up call. Yes, he had been a bit too selfish. Fox was not coming back. He could no longer allow the evil spirit to control his body and continue committing heinous acts. After coming to this realization, Felix loaded the last bullet into the shotgun and blew the two attacking mutated humans into 4 pieces. With no bullets left, Felix didn't back down. He picked up the gun that had turned into a fire stick and began to smash it against the evil spirit followers who craved his flesh. Linda was pleased with Felix's sudden awakening. She didn't want him to interfere with Leon's decisions. Leon, who was currently tormenting Fox, naturally heard Linda and Felix's conversation. Personally, he certainly didn't care about Felix's feelings. Anything related to the evil spirits had to be eliminated in Leon's eyes. Fox's body was on the verge of collapse, and many small black bugs flew out from the cracks in his skin. Leon immediately recognized them as the evil spirits trying to escape. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. A cage made of lightning trapped Leon and Fox. The bugs, flapping their wings desperately, crashed into the lightning bars and instantly turned to ash. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Fox, knowing his final fate, began to vent before dying, laughing maniacally. "The ceremony of the adult's arrival is ready. You will forever remain in the world of oil paintings forever." The harsh laughter rang in his ears. Watching the frantic Fox, Leon compassionately sent him on his way. The lightning transformed into a sword, piercing Fox's heart. A powerful current surged wildly through Fox's body, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left on the ground. Leon withdrew the lightning cage surrounding them, glanced at Linda and Felix, who were still fighting the evil spirit followers, raised his hand, and a series of lightning bolts erupted from his fingertips. The remaining evil spirit followers were all taken away by the chain lightning. Linda was swinging her scythe at a mutated dog that was pouncing on her. Before she even made contact, the mutated dog froze and turned to dust. Phew. In the end, it still has to be Leon, otherwise I would really be exhausted to death. Linda sat down on the ground without any grace. The evil spirit followers she had taken down numbered at least 80, if not 100. Even though her body had been enhanced by biological nanotechnology, this level of combat still left Linda feeling quite fatigued. Felix beside her was even more disheveled. He was relatively strong among men, but even so, Felix was now utterly drained. During the final battle, if it hadn't been for Linda helping him navigate the dangers, Felix might have already been done for. Leon flew to their side and said to them, "You two go back to the hotel first. I'll go check on the Black Spire Church. It's time to understand this incident." Linda naturally had no objections to Leon's orders. Even though her body was still a bit sore, she forced herself to stand up with a smile and said, "Be careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back at the hotel." Leon smiled faintly and said nothing, just as he was about to fly away. Felix called out to him, "I don't know why you have superpowers like in the movies, but I hope you can save this town. It shouldn't have become like this." Leon paused in midair, but still said nothing, although he nodded slightly. Seeing that Leon had agreed to his request, Felix felt genuinely happy. "Please, only you can save this world." Felix bowed 90 degrees to Leon in the sky. Leon waved his hand, signaling that he understood, and then disappeared from their sight. "Do you really think he can stop the disaster?" Felix straightened up, a look of confusion in his eyes. Linda patted his shoulder and walked toward the Glass Garden Hotel without looking back, her pleasant voice drifting into Felix's ears. "Believe in him. He is Leon." Felix was first taken aback, then smiled in relief. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. it gets even more exciting. The two walk slowly under the moonlight. At this moment, Leon had already landed at the entrance of the Black Spire Church. Even though the full moon in the sky was very bright, the Black Spire Church remained shrouded in darkness. Kicking the door open forcefully, Leon walked straight in. The furnishings in the church were exactly the same as when he came before. Leon had no fondness for this eerie place. Lightning gathered in his palm, and the crackling sound was particularly harsh in the empty church. The long-accumulated lightning was released by Leon. The blue, violent spirit wreaked havoc among the tables, chairs, and candlesticks in the church. Enough. A figure emerged from behind the statue placed in the center of the church. This was the only thing that remained intact after the lightning strike. Count Dracula III's face was even paler than before. He walked with a limp, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Leon. If it weren't for this relentless brat, he wouldn't have failed to complete the orders given by the evil book. In the end, due to insufficient sacrifices, he was forced to offer up part of his own flesh and blood. Leon didn't stop his actions because of Count Dracula III's shout. The lightning continued to wreak havoc in the church. However, the destructive power was noticeably weaker than before. Leon certainly wouldn't voluntarily reduce the power of the lightning, so the cause of this phenomenon must be the hidden hand behind the scenes. Count Dracula III saw that Leon was still doing as he pleased, and he was furious. Moreover, the previously scattered lightning gradually gathered together, launching a final attack on the only remaining large statue. If it were the old Count Dracula III, he would have fled at the sight of the incoming lightning dragon. But this time was different. He stood quietly in front of the statue, silently watching the approaching lightning. Just as the lightning dragon was about to collide with Count Dracula III, he suddenly turned around, revealing the evil spirit behind him. This was the last line of defense set by the evil book for itself. Sensing the approaching danger, the tightly shut eyes of the evil spirit opened, revealing a pair of eerie vertical pupils. A twisted rift appeared out of nowhere. The lightning dragon was completely devoured by the open rift. As if devouring a lightning dragon wasn't enough, the powerful suction seemed to want to swallow Leon as well. Leon squinted his eyes. He not only didn't retreat, but instead walked toward the rift. Is this your safeguard? What an interesting tactic. With his back to Leon, Count Dracula III arrogantly declared, "This crack leads to the realm of nothingness, where no creature can survive. Superman, your doom has arrived." After saying this, Dracula III let out a laugh that made Leon frown. This cackling laugh was something Leon had only seen in novels before he crossed over. He never expected that a villain would actually make such an unpleasant sound. Moreover, do villains come with a built-in exposure buff? They say whatever comes to mind. Even though no one asked, Leon suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and stepped to a position 1 meter away from the crack. His cloak rustled behind him, and his feet seemed rooted to the floor. No matter how much the crack tried to pull him in, Leon remained completely still, taking a deep breath. Since his opponent enjoyed pulling, Leon decided to let him pull to his heart's content. A bone-chilling cold air was exhaled from Leon's mouth. The force of the wind surpassed the pull of the crack. The crack began to freeze at a visibly rapid speed. Dracula III sensed that things were unfolding differently than he had anticipated and anxiously tried to turn his head. However, the evil creature bound to him had already been frozen into an ice stick by Leon. The last line of defense set by the evil book thus collapsed. I refuse to accept this. Superman, you can't deal with the adults." Before being completely frozen, Count Dracula III cast the most vicious curse upon Leon. But did Leon care? Not at all. He extended a finger and touched the center of the ice sculpture that was Count Dracula III. With a clang, the glittering ice shards sparkled on the ground. Leon punched the massive statue, shattering it and revealing the passage hidden underneath. His figure gradually disappeared within the church. The underground space was vast. With each step he took, a torch would ignite on the adjacent wall. Leon did not use his flying ability, strolling leisurely deeper into the abyss. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when Leon stepped down the final flight of stairs. In front of him stood an ancient wooden door. This time, Leon did not kick it open violently, but instead used his heat vision to slice the door into pieces. Behind the wooden door was a place resembling a sacrificial altar. In the center of the large space, an unknown pattern was drawn in blood. Even with Leon's extensive experience, he could not recognize what was drawn on the ground. This is the key to opening the evil spirit's gate. Doesn't it look rather unique? A man with long, deep brown hair appeared silently behind Leon. Leon only noticed the man after he spoke. Approaching Leon, the man said, "The evil book is also called the evil spirit book. It is the key to opening the outer world. Now, it has already been activated. The man wore a faint smile, and his appearance was of the type that was easy on the eyes. Yet his words were as cold as -52 degrees. You can no longer stop it, Leon. The man stood quietly beside Leon, hands behind his back, appearing harmless. You must be Cain, Leon asked. The man nodded, seemingly unsurprised that his identity had been uncovered. Why do you say I can no longer stop it? Leon turned to face Cain directly. Want to know the answer? Then just look for yourself. Cain snapped his fingers. An open book appeared in front of Leon. A quick glance revealed that it was the second half of the unpublished 9th volume of the novel. The book contains everything you want to know. Cain's gaze shifted away from the blood pattern on the ground. I have done my best to stop the sacrificial ritual of the evil spirit book, but as you can see, I have failed. Seizing the opportunity while Leon was reading, Cain began to recount his story. When he wrote the first 3 volumes of the novel, he was still a normal person. It wasn't until he started to conceive the subsequent storylines that Cain fell under the temptation of the evil spirits. During that time, Cain lived in great pain. Whether sleeping or eating, there was always a voice in his head tempting him to do bad things. For example, to strangle the neighbor's puppy and skin it, or to sprinkle rat poison into the neighbor's lunch, and so on. At first, Cain refused to commit these wicked acts, but as time passed, the temptations grew stronger, and he gradually lost his true self, committing many horrific deeds. Are you still under the influence now? Leon asked while flipping through the book. Cain thought for a moment and replied, The me speaking to you now is still normal, but I can't guarantee that will last. Hearing this, Leon glanced at Cain, who was squatting by his feet, dipping his fingers into the still wet blood on the ground and tasting it, then showing an expression of delight. Huh, is this what you call normal? Leon distanced himself from Cain with great disdain. Since the other party could still exchange some information, Leon didn't rush to take action. The distance between them was originally just a punch away, but now Leon wished he could fly to the sky, naturally catching Cain's attention. Sorry, it's a bad habit I've developed recently that I can't seem to shake. Cain savored the bloody taste in his mouth and added, The blood belongs to a woman under 40. Leon's lips twitched. Little master, there's more after this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It's even more exciting. Did this guy think of himself as a gourmet? He even commented on it like a connoisseur. Cain interpreted Leon's micro-expression and calmly said, Once you finish reading the book, you will be marked. This is the only way to access the outer world. I will activate the key for you, and then you must kill me. As Cain's words fell, Leon also finished reading the novel. Returning to their previous distance, Leon handed the book back to Cain, smiling lightly and saying, Don't worry. I'll ensure you leave peacefully. The corners of Cain's mouth lifted slightly, clearly pleased with Leon's response. Please stand in the very center of the blood pattern. I will open the door to the outer world for you. After that, it will be up to you. While he still maintained his clarity, Cain tore open his shirt. The long-lost evil book was actually stitched onto Cain's chest. Enduring the excruciating pain, he opened the evil book. With each page he turned, a part of Cain's flesh was torn away. Leon, I hope you won't let me down. Although the protagonist of the novel eventually became a madman, I believe you will change this tragic ending. Cain placed the fallen flesh on the blood pattern, quickly muttering strange incantations. As he chanted, a faint red light radiated around Leon. The ground beneath his feet became soft and spongy, as if he were sinking into a swamp. Do not resist. Follow the pull inside, and you will reach the 4th realm. Cain half knelt on the ground, struggling to lift his head. Leon, you promised me. You would let me die peacefully. At this moment, Leon was already half dragged into the blood pattern, his eyes glowing red, and a heat ray shot through Cain's chest. The book of evil spirits let out a mournful wail, and Cain closed his eyes, smiling as he fell to the ground. Leon couldn't say he disliked this guy who had turned into a demon through writing, nor could he say he liked him. After all, their time together was limited. Analyzing from the last few events, Leon felt that the other party still had some conscience left. If it weren't for his unstable mind, being tempted by evil spirits, perhaps there wouldn't be these troubles now. As he thought about this, Leon completely immersed himself in the blood pattern. It was pitch black in front of him, and he could hear his own heartbeat in the silence. The feeling of falling hadn't disappeared, proving that Leon was still on the way to the 4th realm. He wondered what the 4th realm would be like. It seemed to be his first time going to the outer realm. Leon stroked his chin, and gradually the sound of wind began to ring in his ears. The light in front of him slowly brightened, but the color of the light was strange, slightly yellowish. Before Leon could take a closer look at what the outer realm was like, a winged, bull-headed monster charged at him. The monster swung a giant axe in its hand, and its eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Intruder, you've come to the wrong place. The bull-headed monster snorted, its veins bulging on its arms, and the giant axe struck towards Leon's neck with lightning speed. With a clang, the giant axe struck Leon's neck, sparking a shower of sparks. Leon smiled as he looked at the bewildered evil spirit, and with a flash of red light in his eyes, the monster's head bid farewell to its body. Taking down a low-level evil spirit was just an appetizer. While Leon single-handedly KO'd the bull-headed monster, he was already surrounded by a myriad of evil spirits. Each evil spirit was exceptionally hideous and distorted. Some of them were from the same group Leon had fought before. Oh, such a warm welcome for me. Leon did not feel afraid despite the overwhelming number of evil spirits. His expression was relaxed, and he even waved at the nearest butterfly-like evil spirit. This wave was unnecessary. It made the evil spirits mistakenly think he was provoking them, and they all rushed toward him in a frenzy. Although it's hard for one hero to resist four hands, Leon was no ordinary hero. He was a tough guy, switching between lightning and heat rays. He occasionally even played combination techniques. With a body of bronze and iron, the claws or weapons of the evil spirits couldn't even tear through Leon's battlesuit. Leon was like correction fluid dropped into ink. Not only was he not assimilated by the ink, but he also purified the ink into clear water. He fought against countless evil spirits by himself, including some big ones. When he was feeling a bit bored, the floating cloak even applied for a substitute fighting service. It moved from his back to his front, tightly wrapping around him. The cool magic spells like the sword of the Emperor of Veshin, the shield of Seraphim, the crimson chains, and the thunder of Bozat were unleashed one after another. Willing to be a tool, Leon didn't care how the floating cloak acted up, as long as it could eliminate all the evil spirits surrounding him. Time passed second by second. There were fewer than 10 evil spirits left in the sky. The rest had been dealt with by Leon or the substitute cloak. The scorched earth below was dyed in various colors, but mostly red and green. Leon glanced at the situation under his feet, saying it was a sea of corpses would not be an exaggeration. Among the remaining 7 evil spirits, one stood on 2 legs, with dozens of eyes scattered across its body, examining Leon's appearance. It found that this intruder looked exactly like the one described by the general. If it could sever the intruder's head and present it to the general, it would probably become a new officer. However, the opponent's combat power was truly terrifying. Their entire 3,000-strong army had been reduced to less than 10 by the intruder. If they really wanted to take the intruder's head, they would need to plan carefully. When necessary, they would have to make good use of this group of big fools around them. A glint flashed in the eye of the multi-eyed monster. It slightly retreated, hiding half of its body behind a rock-formed evil spirit. Because the multi-eyed monster's little movement was very discreet, the other 6 evil spirits did not notice its intentions. Only Leon observed the multi-eyed monster's half-step retreat. He had been ambushed by them several times in previous battles. Although it hadn't caused substantial damage, it was extremely insulting. Therefore, he kept a third of his attention on the multi-eyed monster. Sure enough, judging by its behavior, it was planning to launch a surprise attack at some point. However, having suffered losses several times, Leon would no longer give a chance. A fast, accurate, and lethal heat ray pierced through the multi-eyed monster's head. Its face still bore the joy of having gone unnoticed by the other evil spirits due to its little trick. Leon's sudden attack startled the remaining evil spirits. They never expected to be intimidated by a human one day. After exchanging glances, a seemingly formidable rock monster stepped out of the group, challenging Leon alone. It had been lucky in the previous battle, not being scratched by Leon's heat rays or lightning. However, even if it were hit by elemental damage, it wouldn't care. As long as its core hidden in the rocks wasn't destroyed, it was immortal and indestructible. Kid, let me. The rock monster didn't finish its sentence when Leon's arm pierced through its chest. A grayish bead appeared in his hand. The nearby evil spirits recognized at a glance that the core in Leon's hand was the monster's lifeline, with its lifeblood controlled by another. The rock monster lost its previous arrogance. Good grief. It barely finished its words before receiving a black tiger heart extraction move, accurately finding the location of its hidden core. If it wasn't for some cheat, the rock monster wouldn't believe it. While the rock monster waited for Leon to make demands in exchange, Leon didn't play by the rules. He directly crushed the rock monster's core into dust. The rock monster watched its heart shatter before its eyes, managing to shout out a single word, "No," before it turned into a pile of stones falling from the sky. Watching its teammate who had been lively just a second ago suddenly become dead beyond death, the remaining 5 evil spirits were completely dumbfounded. This human was truly ruthless, leaving them no chance of survival. They all developed a cognitive bias, as if the intruder were the real villain and they were the innocent lambs about to encounter a deadly hand. Leon was unaware of the inner thoughts of the demons. He waved the residue in his hand and smiled at the shivering demons, saying, "Who's next? Don't worry, I'm quick about it. Death without pain." The demons shivered in unison. After witnessing the fate of the rock demon, their fighting spirit had vanished. None dared to step forward. Seeing that the demons not only didn't take action, but also took a large step back, Leon raised an eyebrow. It seemed his thunderous methods had frightened these creatures. However, their reluctance to attack did not mean Leon would let them go. Suddenly, he flashed in front of a demon that resembled a slime. Before it could react, a scorching red beam fell upon it. A foul odor spread through the air. The gooey demon twisted its body desperately, secreting more viscous substance on its surface in an attempt to resist the scorching ray's erosion. Unfortunately for it, while it struggled for survival, Leon easily sent it to hell. The other 4 demons, seeing that Leon wasn't focused on them, exchanged brief glances and chose a direction to flee. Did Leon really not notice the movements of the other demons? The answer was certainly no. He made a strange hand gesture, and 4 identical clones appeared behind him. "I'll leave it to you," the main body of Leon said. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the east. I'll handle the west. The butterfly demon fleeing north is mine to clean up. TSK, you all picked first, and I'm left with the most disgusting one. So generous of you." The last clone of Leon had a sour expression. He was left with a demon that was incredibly ugly and emitted an exceptionally unpleasant smell, 100 times worse than a barbecued slime. Ignoring the complaints of clone number 4, clones 1, 2, and 3 quickly pursued their respective targets. The main body of Leon retracted the scorching ray. The slime demon had already turned into a pile of char. Upon receiving a glance from the main body, clone number 4 pouted and reluctantly flew towards its target. Leon watched a few clones depart, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Having come to the outer world, he naturally aimed to cause a commotion. Instead of floating in place waiting for news from his clones, Leon searched for any fish that had slipped through the net. He intentionally lowered his altitude and speed, seemingly luring something to bite. Just as Leon aimlessly flew at low altitude, a deep red monster burst from the ground. Its claws sliced through the air as they swung towards Leon's body. The speed and power of the monster were terrifying. Leon had no intention of taking it head-on. He twisted his body, skillfully avoiding the sneak attack. "So it's you who has been spying in the shadows, huh?" Leon's earlier strange behavior had intentionally exposed a flaw to the monster. Just as he had expected, the monster lost its patience, trying to catch Leon off guard to deal a fatal blow. However, the entire situation was a trap set by Leon from the beginning. He was not the prey, but an excellent hunter. The monster realized it had fallen for the trick. Enraged, it roared at Leon, the deep sound clear enough for the already distant clones to hear. "Oh dear, looks like the main body has encountered an interesting opponent." Clone number 3, already having caught up with the butterfly demon, muttered while dodging the toxic scale powder in the air. "It sounds pretty strong, but before the main body, it's still no match. After all, we are stronger." The other 3 clones shared the same thought. Clone number 4 had already engaged with its target demon. It envied the other clones for not having to deal with such a disgusting creature. Although this ugly demon with a foul stench had no real offensive means, constantly spewing strong acid at clone number 4, the sheer unpleasantness of its appearance and odor made clone number 4's combat abilities immediately sealed off, leaving only lightning and scorching rays. To avoid damaging its eyes and nose, clone number 4 cranked up the power of its lightning and scorching rays to the max. The dual fire and electricity dyed the sky in 2 colors. Noticing the situation occurring to the south while playing with the monster, Leon recalled the resentful little eyes of clone number 4 before it left and couldn't help but laugh. Leon's position was also quite delicate, hovering right in front of the monster. His faint smile was fully captured by the monster. Mistaking Leon's expression as mocking, the monster became furious, opening its chest to reveal its blood-soaked ribs. The ribs were strung with numerous unknown heads. Countless bloodlines extended from the monster's body toward Leon. Watching the approaching bloodlines, Leon remained calm. Just as the bloodlines were about to wrap around him, he opened a dimensional door in front of his chest, effortlessly redirecting the bloodlines away. Then he opened another dimensional door at the back of the monster's head. The bloodlines, unable to stop in time, crashed violently against the monster's head. With a monster scream, red light gathered in Leon's eyes, and the scorching ray left a long scar on its face. In pain, the monster flailed its claws, trying to drive away the floating Leon. But Leon clung to the monster like a piece of chewing gum, refusing to let go. In no time, the monster had numerous varying wounds across its body. Leon frowned slightly. He noticed that the monster's flesh could hardly withstand the penetration of the scorching ray. However, its bones were incredibly hard. After several seconds of burning, not only did it fail to burn through, but it left no trace at all. Enduring the excruciating pain, the monster yanked out the bloodline from the back of its head. It widened its eyes, and the fury within them, if materialized, would have been enough to turn Leon to ashes. What are you looking at? I'm just returning your belongings. Leon shrugged nonchalantly in the face of the monster's death glare. The monster, enraged by Leon's light-hearted remark, snorted angrily from its nostrils. After all, it was the overlord of this area. When had it ever suffered such humiliation? It had hoped that a general could open the door to the human world, allowing it to be among the first invaders, ready for a feast. It hadn't tasted human flesh in a long time. Unexpectedly, during the wait, it spotted a human coming from the other side of the door. This little bug, smaller than its teeth, initially failed to pique its interest. However, after Leon effortlessly dispatched 3,000 weak demons, it gradually entertained the thought of devouring him. The Samus clan, also known as the Monsters Tribe, possessed a very special ability. As long as it keeps devouring reasonably powerful evil creatures, it can continuously improve its own strength. Now, Locke has reached a certain bottleneck where eating more low-level evil creatures is futile. Those that catch its eye are of equal strength. If a fight breaks out, it's hard to say who would win or lose. However, Leon, who can single-handedly take on 3,000 low-level evil creatures, gradually caught Locke's attention. But after engaging with him, Locke realized it had underestimated this little insect. The strength of this creature was not ordinary. Its proud claws failed to even tear the creature's clothes. Conversely, its own claws were slightly hurt. The little insect's brain was also excessively clever, or rather, excessively cunning. Some of the claw marks on Locke were caused by its own foolishness after being tricked by the little insect. At this point, Locke had not yet used its ultimate skill. It had a vague premonition that even if it struggled desperately, it would ultimately die at the hands of the human before it. But this was not the ending Locke wanted. Grasping the ribs in its chest, Locke forcefully pulled them out. Initially, Leon did not understand what the creature was trying to do. But as the ribs continued to combine, a blood-soaked, white bone greatsword appeared in the monster's hands. Wow, interesting, it can even produce its own weapons. Leon crossed his arms, showing no intention of stopping the creature. He also wanted to see how hard the bones were that even his heat rays could not penetrate. While assembling its final weapon, Locke observed the human's every move not far away. If the other party showed any signs of rushing over, Locke would have to fight with a half-finished product. Fortunately, the situation it feared did not occur, which made Locke breathe a sigh of relief. To assemble a complete white bone greatsword, 12 ribs were needed. Although Locke's ribs could grow back quickly after being extracted, the time required was still considerable. By the time it completely assembled the white bone sword, 2 minutes had already passed. During these 2 minutes, Leon quietly floated in midair, watching the monster struggle in vain. Holding the white bone greatsword, Locke's confidence returned. It swung the weapon that had brought it countless victories with all its might, aiming at Leon. Leon raised his right hand and precisely grasped the descending white bone greatsword. A strong pressure radiated outward from the center of the two combatants. A small hill was directly leveled. This is impossible. How could you possibly withstand it? Locke uttered its first words after engaging with Leon. This statement fully exposed its inner fear. Leon calmly replied, "Nothing is impossible. You just have a limited perspective." The disdainful tone combined with the mocking statement completely shattered Locke's self-esteem. "Human, you shall not insult the great warriors of the Sam's family." Locke attempted to lift the white bone greatsword again, but struggled to raise it. A large hand firmly grasped the sword's blade, and the sharp edge could not even cut through the skin of the palm. Leon carefully observed the structure of the white bone greatsword. The sharpness of this sword was even greater than he had imagined. If someone else were to touch the blade, they might lose their fingers. Although Leon had quite a few similar weapons, the appearance of the white bone greatsword was very appealing. It sparked a desire for collection in Leon. "This sword is good. Give it to me, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." Leon released his grip, and Locke, regaining control of the white bone greatsword, was still stunned by what the other party said. "What? You want me to give you the sword? And then you still want to kill me? Do you think I'm a big fool?" Locke's already red skin turned even redder. Its eyes twitched, and it raised the white bone greatsword high, roaring, "Human, do not overestimate yourself. The great warriors of the Sam's family will never submit to you." After saying this, The white bone greatsword swung towards Leon again. This time, flames accompanied the sword's blade. Leon did not expect to get a weapon he liked simply through words. His figure flashed and appeared at the nape of Locke's neck. A searing ray burst forth from his eyes. After a scream of counterattack, Locke quickly turned around. However, in Leon's eyes, its speed was as slow as a snail. By the time Locke turned around, Leon had long vanished. "Bastard, come out. Stop playing hide and seek with me." Locke furiously slashed at the air multiple times. The flames on the sword reflected the anger in its eyes. A sound of air breaking rang in Locke's ears, and when it came to its senses, Leon was already floating in front of it. "Congratulations, I've lost my patience." Lightning flickered in Leon's eyes. He extended his right hand and waved at Locke. The lightning struck Locke's left cheek, and a tremendous impact sent it flying sideways. But it was not over. Leon followed right after. He maintained the same speed as Locke and waved at the air again. This time, the lightning was even more powerful. Locke screamed in agony as its skin was torn apart. With no strength left in its hands, the white bone greatsword slipped from its grip and plunged into the ground. Leon ignored the still flying Locke and quickly flew to the side of the white bone greatsword. To be honest, the sword was indeed good-looking. If the fourth world were compared to a game, then the white bone greatsword was like a well-made, highly popular mod. Leon placed his hand on the hilt and caressed it. The white bone greatsword trembled slightly, seemingly enjoying Leon's gentle touch. Locke, already on the ground, was spitting blood and staring wide-eyed. The weapon made from its own bones was actually begging for affection from another. Wasn't this a form of betrayal? This is impossible. I must be seeing things. Locke struggled to stand up from the ground. Its body had already reached the point of exhaustion, but could not believe that its weapon would betray it. This had never happened in the entire Sam's clan. Leon naturally knew that Locke was slowly approaching him, but he had no time to deal with a dying, evil creature. The originally gigantic white bone greatsword was struggling to shrink itself. It seemed to realize that its new master's hands were limited and would have difficulty wielding it. So, it compressed itself as much as possible, trying to take on the shape of its master. Leon was very satisfied with the white bone greatsword's self-awareness. Although he had plenty of ways to use weapons many times larger than himself, wouldn't it be even better to enjoy the benefits without much effort? At that moment, Leon deeply felt the pleasure of being desired. But while one was happy, the other was naturally troubled. Locke could hardly believe that his own flesh and blood could be so shameless. This old father of his hadn't even kicked the bucket yet, and they were already trying to please their new dad. With such melancholy, the wounds on his body seemed to ache even more. Dragging his nearly lifeless body, Locke approached Leon, who was toying with a 5-meter-long bone sword. Although its weight hadn't changed, Leon could still wield it with impressive agility, even if it were a few tons heavier. Just as Locke was about to speak, Leon interrupted him, saying that since he had acquired a decent weapon, he might as well leave him with a complete corpse. After saying this, Leon turned and smiled at Locke. Locke furrowed his brows. He really didn't want to die. Even if the days ahead meant living in the shadow of human fear, it was better than being buried under the dirt. After pondering for a few seconds, Locke made his choice. "Humans, give me a way to live, and I can make you more bone swords." Locke's ability to bend and stretch made Leon take a second look at him. But unfortunately, he would show no mercy to the minions of evil. A flash of the sword. Just as Locke was anxiously waiting for Leon's response, a line of blood appeared on his neck. Locke's eyes widened, and he covered his neck with his hands, trying to stop the bleeding. He never understood why the other party would refuse his proposal until his death. Although the bone sword wasn't a divine weapon, it was still considered a rare treasure in the outer world. It was hard to imagine that someone could refuse such an enticing thing. Looking at Locke, who had fallen to the ground and lost his breath, Leon shook off the blood from the sword blade. The bone sword trembled slightly in his hand. It felt no discomfort for its act of killing its master. The strong only submit to those stronger than themselves. Having dealt with a minor boss, Leon's state of mind was unruffled. To him, the only opponents that could excite him might be those generals mentioned by the evil beings. And he had already shed rivers of blood in the fourth world. The one hidden behind the curtain should also be getting restless. Just as Leon's thoughts drifted, his clones returned. However, the first, second, and third clones maintained a certain distance from the fourth clone, and Leon caught a whiff of the foul odor on them, silently stepping back 2 paces. They were all his kin, but the little thoughts in their heads were quite clear. The fourth clone merely clicked his tongue in disdain for the main body, showing no other actions. After all, he was also quite disdainful of himself. Ahem, the task is done, right? Then let us all return. Avoiding the gaze of the fourth clone, Leon once again made strange hand gestures, and one by one, the clones merged back with him. After receiving the shared memories from the clones, Leon received some good news. The butterfly demon revealed the approximate location of the general while begging for mercy. A few days ago, it had caught a glimpse of the general's silhouette in front of a cave to the southwest. Although it was just a fleeting glance, the general's aura left a lasting impression on it. With a direction to move forward, Leon no longer wandered aimlessly. He immediately flew towards the target. The scenery along the way became increasingly desolate, with bones and corpses clearly visible. Some unwary demons were taken down by Leon. After flying a long distance, a naturally formed giant cave appeared before Leon. No demons guarded the cave, only gusts of cold wind blowing out from within. Without using his X-ray vision to inspect the situation inside the cave, Leon flew straight in. The cave was vast, far larger than the underwater cave he had encountered. Leon noticed that the stone walls on both sides of the cave had been meticulously carved, forming some bizarre statues. The statues were of all shapes and sizes, but the one commonality was that they all stood upon the bodies of humans who had met tragic ends. Leon considered himself not a good person, but certainly not a villain of great evil. He acted purely according to his heart. When he was in a good mood, he could easily save a couple of people being chased by demons. When he was in a bad mood, he could stand by and do nothing if he had the opportunity to intervene. But this carefree person couldn't suppress his inner fury upon seeing the statues. Leon's flying speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the deepest part of the cave. A man dressed in a white robe was sitting on a high throne, looking at him with a smile. "You've come. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The man's voice was magnetic, and his appearance was exquisitely refined. If it weren't for being in the outer world, Leon wouldn't associate the man before him with evil beings. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Aikido, the general of the fourth world." The man stood up from the throne and slowly approached Leon. Leon descended from midair, expressionless, staring at Aikido, who was less than 5 meters away. "Don't look at me with such a cold expression. Survival of the fittest is the natural law that no one can change." Aikido tried to move closer, but a bolt of lightning struck near his feet, stopping him. "This distance is just right. No need to get any closer," Leon said. Aikido shrugged, not angered by Leon's impolite behavior. "I know your purpose for coming here. I deliberately lured you here." Aikido's honesty made Leon furrow his brows. "You could strike me down at any moment. I won't resist." Aikido maintained eye contact with Leon as he spoke. From the other's eyes, Leon saw no signs of deceit. "What is the reason for luring me here?" Leon believed that what the other party said was not a lie. Aikido stood a few meters away, full of flaws, carrying no weapons except for a pristine white robe. To buy time, Aikido answered honestly. "What Kane said isn't wrong. The Book of Evil Spirits is the key to opening the outer world and the present world, but it requires a continuous supply of energy to activate." Saying this, Aikido waved his hand towards the sky. 5 projections appeared before Leon's eyes. They were the battles he had experienced with his clones before. "This is all thanks to you. The fierce battles you and your friends caused have filled the void with excess energy." Noticing Leon's expression growing worse, Aikido chuckled. "It will take another 3 minutes to fully open the passage. Your only solution now is to kill me." Leon was somewhat skeptical. Seeing that the other party hadn't taken his words to heart, Aikido's smile faded. His expression turned serious, and he added in a solemn tone, "Don't think of any other options. You have many magical items, but in this matter, you must do as I say." Aikido's attitude was very firm, and he showed no fear of death, even having a hint of longing for it. "Why do you want to help me?" Leon asked. Aikido was taken aback, pointing at his heart as he replied, "Because I was once human too." This answer took Leon by surprise. "Ah, it seems even the Savior has things they don't know. Your expression right now is quite amusing." Aikido laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Leon's face darkened. This was the first time he felt at a disadvantage during a conversation. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let me get serious." Aikido calmed himself and continued. "There are less than 2 minutes left. You need to hurry. After you kill me, you will be directly teleported out of the oil painting world. The flow of time outside is faster than inside, so you need to be mentally prepared." After a pause, Aikido sighed. "I suppose this counts as a good deed before I die. I hope Arian will forgive me in hell." Leon listened to the other person say a lot, but was still hesitating about whether to strike. However, he wasn't an indecisive person and soon made up his mind. "Although I don't know why you would turn over a new leaf, I will trust you this time and hope you haven't deceived me." Leon raised the bone sword in his hand, pointing the tip at Akito's heart. Don't worry, I won't deceive you. After being a lackey of the outside world for so long, it's time for me to atone for my sins. Akito closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Seeing that the other party was ready to die, Leon thrust the sword forward, piercing Akito's heart. Indeed, there was no defense. Blood stained Akito's white robe. He slowly fell to the ground, and, in his dying moments, it seemed he saw a young girl walking towards him. Arian, are you here to take me? That's nice. I can. See you again. Akito died with a smile. With his death, Leon felt the surrounding space rapidly collapsing. A clock-like demon emerged from Akito's corpse. Damn it, the useless fool actually managed to break free from my control. The time demon cursed at Akito's body. Isn't it better to indulge in the beautiful past? Why must you break the barriers of reality? What a fool. After cursing, the time demon turned its gaze to Leon and said irritably, You were almost successful. If it weren't for you, the outside world would have launched its army into a new world. Leon squinted his eyes, surveying the illusory time demon, and tentatively asked, Are you the ruler of the fourth realm? The time demon generously admitted its identity. In the next second, the bone sword pierced through the time demon's chest. My true body is not here. Your attack won't work. The time demon sneered. It waved its hand at Leon, saying impatiently, This time you're lucky. The vessel carrying my arrival is gone. Otherwise, I would have ensured you would never return. Just as Leon was about to say that who lives and who dies was still uncertain, his body gradually turned into fragments. Leave my territory. Next time we meet, it will be your death day. The time demon had thought about killing Leon on the spot. However, its true body was still in the subspace, and each time it descended, it required a vessel to carry it. The original Akito was very suitable, but this guy actually broke free from its control with his own consciousness, which made it very angry. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Finding a suitable container is not easy. After invading countless worlds, it barely found a suitable candidate. But now, everything has returned to square one. The fragmentation of his body had reached his neck, and Leon seized the last opportunity to shoot a heat ray at the time demon. The intense heat caused the time demon's body to distort. Although it did not cause substantial damage, the insult was significant. And before Leon completely fragmented, he gave the time demon a provocative look. Damn rat, I will definitely turn you into my new vessel. The time demon's roar echoed in the empty cave. Accompanied by a slight headache, Leon opened his eyes. He returned to the tomb where he had previously discovered the oil painting. At his feet lay the unconscious Linda and Felix. Their breaths were steady. It seemed that even after leaving the oil painting world, they could still survive. However, the entrance of the tomb was sealed, with cobwebs and a lot of dust being the only presence in the tomb. It looked like a long time had passed. He didn't know how they were doing. Leon woke the two people at his feet and smashed the cement blocking the tomb with a punch. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and Linda, who was following Leon, was relatively resistant to the cold due to the injection of nanogenes. Felix, being an ordinary person, wrapped his jacket tightly and shivered from the cold. They still didn't know they had arrived in another world. They were curious about how they had gone from the Glass Garden Hotel one moment to the dirty tomb the next. Linda wanted to ask Leon, but her keen perception picked up on the urgency beneath his calm exterior, so she tactfully refrained from questioning him. The three did not walk long before they encountered an old man shoveling snow. The old man looked at the handsome man and beautiful women in front of him with confusion. He couldn't remember allowing anyone into the cemetery. Hey, did you three sneak in? The old man had a poor attitude. Although this job was hard, the pay was decent. His granddaughter was about to go to college, and he had promised her a car when school started. If he was fired for negligence in his work, he would be breaking his promise. Negotiations were left to Linda. Leon took Felix and walked into the house where the old man lived. Felix immediately rummaged through drawers, putting on several pieces of clothing. Leon noticed the date on the calendar. By this time, it had been a full 5 years since he entered the tomb. I was played. Leon scratched the back of his head. He still clearly remembered when he went to chase Dracula 3, the admonitions from the girls. At that time, he had confidently guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. And the result, it was hard to explain, he never expected to capsize in the gutter. It perfectly matched the old saying, those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. This also served as a warning to Leon. He needed to be more cautious in everything. Creek Linda and the old man pushed the door open together. Linda's expression was somewhat dazed. She had learned from the old man's mouth about the location of the group, a city she had never heard of, New York. Reflecting on the previous oddities, Even if Linda was reluctant to believe it, she had to admit a fact. It seemed she had arrived in another world. An unknown panic spread in her heart. Linda's hands unconsciously tightened, and for a moment, she didn't dare to look at Leon's face. Noticing Linda's discomfort, Leon did not immediately explain. He had some questions to ask the old man, but just as he opened his mouth, the old man spoke first. Sir, may I take a closer look at your face? The old man's voice trembled slightly. He wasn't sure if he had seen it wrong. It was very dark outside just now, and several people were separated by dozens of meters, so he couldn't carefully distinguish the appearance of the two men and one woman. Now they are all in the house, under the bright light. The old man looked at one of the man's face, which was extremely similar to the man in the photo that was promoted on television every day. Leon did not refuse the old man's request. After receiving permission, the old man found his glasses, walked to about half a meter away from Leon, and looked seriously at the man's face in front of him. Yes, really similar, except for a slightly different hairstyle. His facial features looked like they were carved from the same mold. Sir, may I ask your name? The old man felt that he had probably encountered the rumored man. It should be noted that 2 or 3 years ago, the cemetery was quite lively. In addition to a few beautiful girls who came every day, powerful and influential people from various countries would also come in person. However, as time passed, the number of people coming every day gradually decreased, and only one of the beautiful girls, a girl with black hair, continued to come every day. Just call me Leon, sure enough. The old man's guess was confirmed. Tears blurred his lenses as the old man excitedly grasped Liang's hand and choked out, Mr. Liang, I have always believed that you did not die. Thank you for calming the lizard man incident in Queens 5 years ago. My family lives there, and without you, I might have lost my child. The old man's name was Shalon, a gravekeeper who had worked for nearly 20 years. His original work area was not here. He had only heard that the hero who saved Queens had disappeared in this cemetery, so he took the initiative to submit a transfer request to his superiors. Linda perked up her ears to listen to the conversation between Liang and Shalon. Her strange behavior caught Felix's attention. If you want to listen, just listen openly. Why be so cautious? Linda shot Felix a glare. This guy really has a big heart. Can't he sense that things are developing in a direction they don't know? Felix understood the meaning behind Linda's glance. He wasn't a fool. How could he not notice the awkwardness around them? But with family and friends already dead at the hands of evil spirits, Felix had no one to worry about. Even if he had to live in a different world, it wasn't unacceptable. Seeing Linda's conflicted expression, this rough yet detail-oriented man decided to give her a good talk. Linda, don't overthink it. Even if things develop differently than you expected, you still have Liang, and he will definitely not harm you. Felix said earnestly as he dragged Linda to a corner of the room. Linda bit her lower lip, fully aware of what he was trying to express. However, the situation had occurred too suddenly for her to accept. Give me some time. I'll adjust myself. Linda forced a smile and patted Felix on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to adapt to the new environment so well. Felix returned the eye roll that Linda had given him earlier. If given a choice, he wouldn't want to switch to a new world either. Although Liang had been communicating with Shalon, the house wasn't very large, and he could clearly hear the whispers between Linda and Felix, not to mention whether that oil painting still existed. Even if he could still enter the world of the oil painting, Liang wouldn't let Linda in. There were too many uncontrollable factors, and even he couldn't guarantee a perfect escape from it. Oh, right, Mr. Liang. Miss Xiajiko comes to the cemetery every evening to see if there are any new developments. Shalon suddenly remembered something and immediately said to Liang, She left me her phone number. Do you need me to call her now? Liang thought for a moment and shook his head. With his flying speed, returning to Neon would take just seconds. Moreover, he wanted to see his lovely female subordinates as soon as possible. Thank you for the information. Consider this gold as a reward. Liang pulled out a gold bar the size of a fist, as if performing a magic trick. Shalon's eyes were immediately drawn to the shiny gold, but he didn't reach out to take it right away. Instead, he thought for a few seconds and then declined Liang's kindness. Mr. Liang, you don't need to offer a reward. It's just a few words. And you've already compensated me. Shalon took out a family photo from his wallet. It showed him holding his newly born granddaughter, and his old face was filled with joy. Liang did not expect the other party to refuse him, but it was just a piece of gold. He didn't value it much. He casually tossed the gold to Shalon and turned to walk out the door, calling Linda and Felix along the way. Pushing open the door, a biting cold wind rushed in. Liang turned his head, looked at the old man who seemed to have something to say, but hesitated, and smiled. I've already given you the item. The decision is in your hands. If you really don't want it, just throw it away. After saying that, Liang walked straight out. Linda and Felix exchanged glances and closely followed behind Liang. Shalon held the heavy gold, His lips moved a couple of times, and finally, he sighed. Mr. Liang, you truly deserve the title of hero. Without caring about how Shalon would deal with the gold, Liang domineeringly took Linda's hand and said, hold on tight. I'll take you to see the other members. The warm temperature passed between their palms. Watching this scene, Felix was moved to tears. What about me? Should I hold your hand too? Felix hurriedly came to Liang's other side, reaching out to grab his hand. But how could Liang hold a man's hand? Without looking back, he said, just hold on to my cloak. Felix, good guy. This double standard is too obvious. Felix silently complained a couple of times and reluctantly grabbed Liang's cloak. Linda witnessed Felix's embarrassment and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Liang, in a position that the two couldn't see, also slightly curled the corners of his mouth. He still enjoyed this team atmosphere. All set, then let's get going. Liang soared into the sky, heading towards Neon. His speed was fast, but neither Linda nor Felix felt breathless or any other discomfort. The biological force field was no joke. In less than a second, Linda and Felix found themselves standing on the land on the other side of the ocean. OMG, Liang, you always bring me unexpected surprises. Linda exclaimed as she looked at the neon characters and towering skyscrapers before her. Felix's reaction was not much better than Linda's. He let go of Liang's cloak and stomped his feet hard on the ground. The hard sensation feedback to his brain. Looking back at the endless ocean, Felix slapped his own face. In less than a second, he had crossed the ocean. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he would have thought he was dreaming. All right, enough with the sighing. It's just basic stuff. Leon's expression was calm. The reason he didn't immediately fly to the side of Shiyu Kazano, Oka, and the others was that he had discovered something worth seeing at the last minute. Follow me. Let's see how your seniors fight. Leon stepped into a dark alley. Linda had no doubts. And she also wanted to see what kind of charm the senior who Leon cared about so much had. Seeing the two of them walking further away, Felix temporarily snapped out of his surprise and quickly followed. The location of the alley was quite remote, with a lot of garbage discarded by residents looking for convenience. The sour smell drifted into the noses of the three through the night wind. Leon had already built up an immunity to these odors. After experiencing an unforgettable battle, Linda and Felix gradually improved their adaptability to harsh environments. Just as they reached the entrance of the alley, the three heard the sounds of fighting coming from within. Linda peeked her head out and saw a beautiful woman engaged in close combat with an ugly monster. The woman was very agile, and the monster could barely touch the hem of her clothes. Despite the disparity in strength, the woman did not let her guard down, still carefully handling the situation. Is this the senior you mentioned? She does look quite impressive. Linda imagined whether she could wrestle with the opponent if she injected herself with insect serum. But after envisioning a dozen possibilities, her expression darkened. She had no chance of winning at all. Felix, on the other hand, didn't think as complicatedly as Linda. He simply felt that the woman in front of him was indeed very skilled. Every move flowed like water, pinning the monster to the ground. Hearing the two's comments, Leon proudly said, "Her name is Shizuka Hiratsuka. Based on her attire and abilities, she should have earned the title Iron Fist." Iron Fist? Linda and Felix heard a term they were unfamiliar with. Their curiosity piqued, and they widened their eyes, wanting Leon to explain. But Leon refused to play along. He only dug the pit and wouldn't fill it in. Ignoring the increasingly resentful expressions of the two, Leon softly said, "Pay close attention. The battle is almost over." Immediately, Linda and Felix adjusted their states and focused intently on the fight in the alley. Just as Leon said, Shizuka's battle with the plague demon was nearing its end. During the 5 years Leon was missing, Shizuka turned her sorrow into motivation, spending a lot of time in the Kunlun small world every day. It wasn't that no one had advised her to give herself some personal space. But every time the topic came up, Shizuka cleverly avoided it. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. She had her own persistence. No matter who came to persuade her, it couldn't shake her determination. Tonight's battle was actually an accident. This area was originally under the responsibility of Iri. But this little girl had to attend a manga awards ceremony tonight, so she asked Shizuka to be a good neighbor for 3 hours. Looking at that flattering smile, Shizuka couldn't bear to refuse. Just as the day's patrol was about to end, Shizuka heard a cry for help. Without any hesitation, she rushed to the location where the cry was coming from. What came into view was a winged, evil spirit happily gnawing on a homeless man. This bloody scene ignited Shizuka's anger. Without a word, she stepped forward and smashed her fist, wrapped in rage, hard against the plague demon's head. The plague demon, happily eating, did not expect to be ambushed and was knocked away by Shizuka before it could react. looking at the lifeless, homeless man on the ground. Shizuka gritted her teeth and rushed forward. The plague demon, just getting up from the ground, shook its head, still not understanding what was happening, when Shizuka came charging in with a flurry of attacks. White Crane Fist, Wing Chun, Muay Thai. Various martial arts bombarded the plague demon. One of its wings was violently torn off by Shizuka and casually thrown to the ground. The pain sparked the demon's bloodlust, and it clawed at Shizuka in retaliation. But its fighting style had too many flaws. Shizuka only took a glance and saw at least a dozen openings she could exploit. 5 years of relentless training had honed Shizuka's skills. Coupled with a boost from her rage, she could probably defeat even Shiyukaza no Oka in a fight now. You're all too weak. How could you trash like you harm Leon? Shizuka muttered as she kicked the plague demon away. She didn't have the flying ability like Shiyukaza no Oka, so she couldn't check for Leon's latest news across the ocean every day. However, every month, she would set aside a week to spend a few days in America. She would bring Leon's favorite food, sit at the sealed entrance of the tomb, and talk about the interesting things that had happened recently. Not just her, other girls would also take time to visit the last place where Leon disappeared, softly expressing their longing for him. Shizuka didn't believe the news reports claiming that the Superman was dead. To her, these rumors were just a way to attract attention. How could someone as powerful and cunning as Leon easily die? Once again approaching the plague demon, she grabbed its ankle and smashed it repeatedly against the ground like a hammer. The wailing cries echoed in her ears. But Shizuka's heart was completely unmoved. She even felt like laughing. These invaders looked brutal and fierce, but in the face of absolute suppression, they would also feel fear and retreat. Taking out her dagger, Shizuka cleanly stabbed it into the plague demon's head. The force was so strong that only the handle remained visible, while the rest was embedded inside the demon's skull. After twitching a couple of times, the plague demon lay on the ground, unresponsive. Shizuka treated it like a trivial matter, pulled out the filthy weapon, wiped it clean on the demon's corpse, and then returned it to her waist. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause came from the entrance of the alley. Shizuka tensed up again and assumed a fighting stance. It's been a while. I'm very pleased with your progress, my dear Shizuka. A familiar voice floated into her ears with the night wind. Shizuka revealed an expression of disbelief mixed with anticipation and trembled as she asked, "Who are you? Another imposter trying to get famous by pretending to be Leon?" Several girls had worked hard to find him during Leon's disappearance. In order to find him as quickly as possible, they announced their identities to the world. This decision seemed reckless, but was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. After satisfying the demands of those in power, a large-scale search for Superman was initiated worldwide. About 1 billion people participated, and for the first 2 years, they searched every place they could find in the world. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Leon seemed to have vanished from the world, with no one able to find him. Over time, those still searching for the superhero were left with only a few close to Leon and those he had indirectly saved. During this period, many despicable individuals impersonated Leon for fame and profit, trying to gain the trust of several women. But was it really that easy to disguise oneself as a superhero? Even if voice, appearance, and physique could be replicated with high technology, heat vision, flying, and immense strength were not something science could develop. The first few fraudsters were dealt with by Ing Lily, who gave them a good beating and warned the forces behind them. However, countless individuals still sought to lure the few women with superpowers from around the world. After discussing with others, Kasumigakaka Shiwa decided to take a bold approach. She tied up the latest impersonator of Leon and hung him from the highest peak in the world. The entire process was live-streamed, with a declaration that anyone attempting to rescue the fraudster would be considered an enemy. This warning was far more effective than previous attempts, and those with ulterior motives finally quieted down. So when Hiranuma Shizuku heard Liang's voice again, despite being very excited, she did not recklessly admit his identity. Who am I? Of course I am Liang. Liang stroked his chin, smiling as he looked at Hiranuma Shizuku not far away. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and test me. As he spoke, Liang stepped out of the shadows. Looking at the face she had longed for, Hiranuma Shizuku's heart raced. All right, you said it, so I will test you. Hiranuma Shizuku suppressed her impulse, took a step forward, and punched Liang in the chest. Well, the power is just SOSO. Still need to train more. Liang caught Hiranuma Shizuku's hand as she tried to pull back and raised an eyebrow. Do you want to continue testing? My abilities are something you could never fully explore in your lifetime. Hearing such infuriating words again, Hiranuma Shizuku's eyes visibly reddened. She knew how terrifying her current strength was. Even iron plates could be easily pierced. It really is you. You finally came back, Liang. Hiranuma Shizuku's voice choked, and tears fell uncontrollably down her cheeks. I'm sorry for making you worry. Liang reached out, gently wiping the tears from her face. Looking at the beautiful woman so close, Liang lowered his head. Hiranuma Shizuku did not reject his kiss. Instead, she actively cooperated. Under the boundless moonlight, they expressed their longing for each other. However, while Liang was happily reunited, Felix was suffering. Linda's expression turned terrifying, her fists cracking as she muttered, Is this what they call a senior? Felix, do you think such a senior is necessary? Felix, being called out, wanted to refuse to answer the question. He really did not want to get involved in the emotional disputes of the big shots. But under Linda's increasingly dangerous gaze, Felix could only muster the courage to say, a capable man will definitely attract many beautiful girls, let alone that man is Liang. Oh, beautiful? Are you saying that woman is prettier than me? At this point, Linda was on the verge of exploding. If it weren't for the remaining rationality reminding her not to act impulsively, she would have rushed out to question that woman why she was kissing Liang, completely ignoring the fact that it was Liang who initiated it. Felix was anxious, scratching his head, defending his brother. Hey, Linda, don't be angry. Once Liang finishes dealing with this verbal matter, I believe he will give you a reasonable explanation. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Linda pouted, shifting her gaze from Liang and Hiranuma Shizuku, leaning against the wall, sulking. Seeing that Linda had finally calmed down, Felix breathed a sigh of relief. Hiranuma Shizuku also had keen perception while embracing Liang. She sensed that there were others in the shadows at the alley entrance. But since Liang didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. The 5 years of longing had been quite painful for her. Now that she could finally be released from that pain, she had to take the chance to enjoy the time spent with Liang before other girls joined in. After kissing and hugging enough, Liang temporarily separated from Hiranuma Shizuku. Her gaze lingered on Liang's face, as if she couldn't get enough of him. All right, is there something on my face? You've been staring for so long, Liang joked. If this were heard by other girls in their 20s, they would definitely shy away. But Hiranuma Shizuku, who was already 32, simply nodded silently, indeed unable to get enough, wanting to imprint him in her mind. Simple love words could touch the heart the most. Although Liang was the god of the world, he did not abandon the joys and sorrows of being human. He also yearned for love, not for any other reason, just hoping to give all the beautiful girls a warm home. Gently patting Hiranuma Shizuku's back, Liang smiled and said, It's been years since we last met. You've learned to speak sweet nothings. Who taught you? Ing Lily? Hiranuma Shizuku shook her head, resting her head on Liang's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat. Feeling very at ease, the two indulged in each other for a while. Just as Linda's second wave of anger was about to erupt, Hiranuma Shizuku proactively broke away from Liang's embrace. Let me take you to see the new base. It's even bigger than the previous Phoenix Society. Hearing Hiranuma Shizuku's words, Liang showed a hint of interest. But before that, there was something else to do. You all come out, say hello. Liang waved to the shadowy corner behind him. The expressionless Linda and the awkwardly smiling Felix walked up to Liang and Hiranuma Shizuku. Linda's expression was sour. Noticing Hiranuma Shizuku's gaze lingering on her, she huffed uncomfortably. Felix wiped his hands on his body, extending them towards Hiranuma Shizuku. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Felix. Hiranuma Shizuku smiled and shook Felix's hand, saying, Just call me Hiranuma Shizuku. I'm a member of the New Gods. New Gods? Another name I haven't heard before. But from the description, it seemed to be the name of an organization. Felix's brain raced, and after a brief handshake, he quickly withdrew his hand. He dared not linger, as Liang was standing right beside him. As for Linda, she was angry, but still knew how to behave. She proactively extended her hand towards Hiranuma Shizuku and said loudly, I'm Linda. I fought alongside Liang. Hiranuma Shizuku assessed the foreign beauty before her, who showed no reservation in her hostility towards her. As for the reason, Hiranuma Shizuku thought for a moment and soon understood where it came from. She shot a discreet glare at the oblivious Liang and graciously shook hands with Linda, saying, Hiranuma Shizuku, welcome to visit Neon. The first confrontation between the two women ended in a draw. Neither gained an advantage in words. Felix poked Leon's arm and whispered, Leon, aren't you going to intervene? Their hands are turning red. Yes. Linda and Hiratsuka were evenly matched in words. The two women shifted the battlefield to a test of strength. Linda believed that after injecting nanogenes, she would definitely overpower Hiratsuka, who looked like an ordinary person. However, Hiratsuka was no pushover either. Her mastery of chi and years of training meant she was subtly stronger than Linda. Both refused to back down, with visible veins throbbing on their hands. Ahem. I didn't expect you two to be so enthusiastic upon meeting, holding hands for so long and not willing to let go. Leon's large hand covered both small ones, forcibly separating Linda and Hiratsuka. In a contest of strength, 1,000 Lindas and Hiratsuka's combined wouldn't match even one of Leon's fingers. Shaking her slightly numb hand, Linda shot Hiratsuka a look that promised a rematch. The latter accepted it wholeheartedly. This outsider woman would never take Leon away from her. On the first day back in the real world, Leon found himself in a battlefield. He felt that the path to enjoying the blessings of multiple partners was quite convoluted. However, a bit of challenge was welcome. Otherwise, things that were too easily obtained wouldn't be cherished. Although Linda had disrupted the rhythm a bit, Hiratsuka still knew what to do next. Since she had promised to take Leon to the latest base, she would not go back on her word. Moreover, according to their usual schedule, Kasumigakaka Shiyu should still be awake. That girl was a source of headache for Hiratsuka as well. During the days Leon was missing, she had taken on the entire burden of New God. The troublesome evil spirits were mostly taken down by Kasumigakaka Shiyu. Yet, the more evil spirits she dealt with, the more she shut herself off. Even though they all lived in the same place and encountered each other several times a day, there was little to say. Inari occasionally joked if the big cow was experiencing early menopause, as she often wore a cold expression. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Of course, the fate of saying such things wasn't good either, as Kasumigakaka Shiyu gave her a good thrashing when she found out. Leon's sudden return might help relieve some of that child's pressure, right? Hiratsuka was held in Leon's arms, guiding him forward. The speed of flight wasn't very fast, and Leon was slowly getting familiar with this place he had left 5 years ago. Suddenly, a building much taller than the others entered Leon's sight. The building had a striking name, Leon Tower. This gave Leon an inexplicable feeling of being possessed by Tony Stark. You see that? That's our new base. Hiratsuka noticed Leon's slightly gloomy expression. The name was voted on by everyone. It wasn't ugly, but it wasn't particularly nice either. As for where the funding came from, as long as Kasumigakaka Shiyu and Kikyu expressed their willingness to nurture a new generation of superpowered individuals, many were willing to empty their wallets. After landing on the building's helipad, Hiratsuka got down from Leon's arms. The entire building employed the latest scientific technology. After retinal scans, they entered the building. Ha, Jinky, could you please help me with? Inari had just returned from a comic award ceremony, took a shower, and changed into fluffy pajamas. She held a half-drunk glass of milk and took the elevator to the floor with the helipad. Jarvis reminded her that an important person was arriving and told her not to be too nervous. Not taking the words to heart, Inari didn't think any important guest could make her heart race. As a result, when the elevator doors opened, the previously chatty Inari froze in place, standing there dumbfounded. Hiratsuka wisely stepped aside, revealing Leon behind her. After 5 years, Inari had grown a little taller. Her golden hair was still styled in pigtails, and her previously slender figure seemed to have improved slightly from long-term consumption of papaya milk. Long time no see, Inari. Leon waved at the now cuter golden-haired girl. You finally came back. Inari's reaction was the same as Hiratsuka's when she first saw Leon. Excitedly, she rushed towards Leon, leaping into his arms. Thankfully, Leon had a superhuman physique. Otherwise, he might not have been able to catch the unrestrained golden pigtails. Breathing in the familiar scent she hadn't smelled in a long time, Inari nuzzled her small head in Leon's embrace and softly said, "Welcome back, Leon." I'm back." Leon gently stroked Inari's back. The sense of estrangement from years apart melted away in that hug. Linda watched Inari and Leon embrace, and her anger dissipated. She realized she was the intruder and had no right to criticize others. Perhaps it was because she had reached the age of 22. Inari's cheeks turned red, and she felt a bit shy about lingering in Leon's arms. Hiratsuka was teasing her with a playful gaze from the side. If there was anyone who mentioned Leon the most during his absence, it was undoubtedly Inari. This girl almost daily had Leon's name on her lips. Even while out doing heroic deeds, she would occasionally ask passersby if they had any news about Leon. After leaving Leon's warm embrace, Inari didn't ask what he had been doing during his disappearance. The 5 years of societal experience and intense battles had helped her grow into a qualified superhero. She didn't care why Leon had gone missing before. Now that he was back with them, Inari was very content. Just as Leon was about to catch up with Inari, the elevator doors opened again. A pair of long legs that overshadowed all the other women stepped out. Kasumi ga Kaka, Shiyu's expression was cold. Even upon seeing Leon, her pupils only shrank slightly, showing no significant reaction. Inari, mimicking Hiratsuka's earlier behavior, quietly stepped aside. Leon opened his arms, waiting for Kasumi ga Kaka, Shiyu to embrace him. The thought was beautiful, but reality was cruel. What awaited Leon was not a warm hug, but sharp blade. Kasumi ga Kaka, Shiyu donned her Wonder Woman costume and charged at Leon with the sword of Hephaestus in hand. Leon remained calm, dodging her attacks at a steady pace. Neither Hiratsuka nor Inari showed any intention of intervening. Both wore expressions that said, as expected, Linda and Felix, who didn't understand their cryptic behavior, wanted to help. But Leon shook his head at them, signaling not to interfere. Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu's attacks were vicious, targeting Leon's vital points. Leon merely defended himself, with no intention of striking back. Why did you disappear for 5 years? Didn't you always claim to be powerful? Why were you still tricked by the evil spirits? A set of quality questions directly left Leon speechless. He didn't know how to answer these questions. After all, it was indeed his negligence. Do you know how much the world has changed during your 5 years of disappearance? Do you know how tired we are every day dealing with those invading demons? Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu kicked Leon in the chest, sending him out of the building. Ignoring the footprint on his chest, Leon opened his mouth, but made no sound. The two floated outside the building, looking at each other in silence. Huh, is that how you respond to me? Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu shook her head in disappointment, tears welling in her eyes. To find the missing Leon, she had searched the world for 5 years. Whether in forbidden areas that no one had ever entered or deep in the ocean, Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu had left her footprints. Every night when she lay in bed, she had wondered if her persistence had any meaning. Perhaps Leon had truly perished in the onslaught of the demons? But every time this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. She didn't believe Leon would die at the hands of demons. After all, he had promised her that he would save this world on the brink of destruction. However, when Leon finally appeared before her, Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu felt scared. She feared that he would blame her for not protecting everything during his absence. She feared that he would take back his powers, leaving her unable to stay by his side. She feared that everything was just a fleeting beauty, and that upon waking, everything would return to the way it was. Tears unknowingly flowed from her eyes, dripping onto Leon's heart. Looking at the girl in front of him, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Leon's heart twisted. 1,000 words gathered in his throat, but he could only muster a dry apology. I'm sorry. Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu didn't want Leon's apology. She wiped her tears and raised the sword of the fire god, saying with a slight choke, Let's have a good fight. If you win, I'll forgive you. Upon hearing Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu's request, Leon immediately refused without a second thought. He couldn't bear to raise a hand against the girl who was crying for him. But now, it was no longer something Leon could refuse. Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu charged forward, bringing the sword of the fire god straight towards his chest. Leon sighed and caught the incoming blade with one hand. Kasumi ga Kaka Shiyu tried to pull the sword of the fire god from Leon's grip. But no matter how much strength she used, she could not budge it even an inch. The onlookers inside the building watched the showdown between Superman and Wonder Woman with bated breath. Lily said, Who do you think will win in the end? Hiratsuka Shizen crossed her arms, pondered for a moment, and slowly uttered 2 words. Leon. Linda and Felix nodded in agreement. Sigh. I know Leon will win in terms of fighting. I mean another aspect. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Lily wrapped her sleepwear tighter, and after 5 years, they had shed their youth and gradually matured. The seeds of feelings buried deep in their hearts had begun to sprout. It was good that Leon hadn't appeared. Once he did, the suppressed emotions surged like a flood. Hiratsuka Shizen understood the underlying meaning of what was expressed. She pursed her lips and pretended to be carefree, saying, Let everything be as it will. After all, he has returned, and we are all at the same starting line now. This time, the secret exchange between the two was interrupted by Linda, who unwillingly interjected, Humph, don't think I don't know what you two are planning. I want to join in too. Hiratsuka Shizun and Lily exchanged glances and replied in unison, No way. Rejecting outsiders from participating in local activities. Linda was indignant. The three quickly became a commotion. Only Felix, still confused, scratched his head and muttered, Women as thoughts are really hard to guess. One moment they're laughing and chatting. The next they're at each other's throats. If you ignore their stunning beauty, they're no different from the Andes arguing at the market. Ignoring the ruckus happening in the building, Leon was dodging the truth lasso thrown by Kasumiga Kakashiyu. Honestly speaking, Leon really didn't dare to catch it barehanded like catching a white blade. He couldn't guarantee that the truth lasso would work on him. What if he ended up saying a bunch of nonsense, and the image he had painstakingly built in the minds of the girls suddenly collapsed? Seeing that she couldn't catch the slippery Leon for the time being, Kasumiga Kakashiyu decided to change her strategy and put away her weapon. She clasped her hands together, and the guardian silver bracelets clashed violently, pouring forth divine power. Leon stood calmly in midair, calmly receiving her attack. The massive shockwave merely tousled Leon's hair and made his cape flutter, causing no substantial damage at all. But that didn't mean the guardian divine power was weak. The enormous billboard behind Leon didn't escape unscathed. It shattered with sparks flying everywhere from the brutal shockwave. Their battle quickly attracted the attention of people on the ground. They widened their eyes to see who the reckless person was that dared to provoke a superhero. However, once they recognized the figure confronting Kasumiga Kakashiyu, they all pulled out their phones and started broadcasting live online. Breaking news: Superman, presumed to have returned, is battling the current #1 Wonder Woman for control. The Savior Dragon. The missing Superman returns after 5 years. Is it a miraculous escape or a new conspiracy? The untold story between Wonder Woman and Superman. It must be said that netizens have very unique thought processes. Such a lively scene could not escape the attention of television stations. Soon, the sound of helicopter blades echoed in the night sky. Friends, it is now 11 o'clock at night, and we are bringing you live coverage from Leon's building. The host is a short-haired woman, her clothes somewhat disheveled, and her makeup not very refined, making it clear that she was rushed. However, after a brief emotional adjustment, the woman still presented her professional level to explain to the thousands of viewers following this event. In the distance, the one wearing the Amazon battle skirt is the #1 on the popularity rankings, Wonder Woman, a name that needs no further introduction. I'm sure the audience is well aware of her. The female host signaled the cameraman to zoom in, showcasing Kasumiga Kakashiyu's stunning appearance on thousands of televisions and phones. As for the other one, he is the Superman missing for 5 years, named Leon, and the building behind them is named after him. Upon hearing the host's introduction, the cameraman cleverly shifted the camera to Leon's face. This action made countless lovesick boys pound their chests in despair. However, while the boys were sad, the girls screamed. Liang's looks were simply breathtaking, surpassing 99.9 of men worldwide. Just staring at Liang's profile for a few seconds, many girls had already thought of names for their future children. Should they keep going? The reporters had arrived. Liang didn't even need to turn his head to know that he and Shikuno Shiyu were surrounded by dozens of helicopters. Although these guys knew how to keep their distance, Liang didn't quite like the feeling of being watched by so many people. Shikuno Shiyu didn't respond. Her actions had already made everything clear. The sword of the fire god lunged toward Liang's chest again, with an even fiercer speed and angle than before. All right, it seemed that her anger couldn't be calmed down easily. Liang scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit of a headache, and softly murmured, "Shazam." Lightning fell from the sky. Shikuno Shiyu was startled by the sudden lightning. After seeing the lightning strike Liang, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried, and her expression was no longer as angry as before. Liang, now in a new battle suit, moved his neck slightly as Solomon's wisdom quickly searched for ways to turn Shikuno Shiyu from an angry lioness into a gentle rabbit. Billy Batson, huh? Solomon's wisdom can also be used to pick up girls? This little chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Liang's stunning outfit change was broadcasted live to audiences around the world. Not to mention Shikuno Shiyu feeling a bit bewildered, the others didn't react much better. Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was pinning Linda down, said to Inori, "Have you seen Liang like this? He looks quite imposing." Inori shook her head. She had never seen this side of Liang either. Haha, you guys have things you don't know about too. Although suppressed by force. Linda was in a pretty good mood at the moment. Finally, she could have the upper hand over these women in some matters. However, Linda smiled too early. She forgot there was someone present who had seen Liang's new look. Wow, it's this outfit that can summon lightning. Is Liang getting serious? Felix's voice was already kept quite low. Unfortunately, apart from him, there wasn't a single ordinary person who didn't hear his whisper clearly. Just as Linda was about to tell Felix to shut up, she was preemptively silenced by Hiratsuka Shizuka covering her mouth. After receiving a look from Hiratsuka, Inori approached Felix. Felix felt a bit nervous about the suddenly close blonde girl. In his mind, these beautiful women all had some unclear relationship with Liang. As someone who just wanted to live happily in chaotic times, Felix knew the importance of being cautious with his words and actions. Hello, you must be Felix, right? Inori opened the conversation, first after learning his name from Hiratsuka. Felix nodded quickly. Yes, what can I do for you? Inori got straight to the point, pointing at Liang outside the building. Can you tell me about the abilities of Liang in this new form? Felix found himself in a dilemma. He didn't know whether to speak or not. After hesitating for a long time, under Linda's threatening gaze, he decided to share what he knew. I don't really know much. I only know that in this form, Liang can summon lightning, has immense strength, can fly, and is invulnerable to blades and bullets. After saying this, Felix showed a shy smile. That's all I know. I can't say more. Inori politely smiled at him. After getting the information she needed, she returned to Hiratsuka's side. Liang observed their conversation while taking a breather. He wasn't angry about Felix's leak. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved. Shikuno Shiyu naturally heard the conversation between Felix and Inori. She understood that this golden-haired loser had gathered information for her, gripping the sword of the fire god tightly. Shikuno Shiyu's fighting spirit intensified rather than diminished. She had to leave a deep impression on Liang today. She wanted this guy who had disappeared for 5 years to remember not to vanish mysteriously again. Gathering her strength, Shikuno Shiyu stepped in front of Liang. The sword of the fire god brushed past Liang's scalp. Liang knew that this battle was inevitable, so he stopped dodging. He conjured a lightning spear in his hand and thrust it towards Shikuno Shiyu's abdomen. Seeing Liang counterattack, Shikuno Shiyu's lips curled up slightly. She used a divine power shield to block his attack. A spinning kick aimed at Liang's chest followed. Liang's body retreated slightly, just enough to evade Shikuno Shiyu's attack range. The long leg missed Liang by just a few centimeters. Just as Shikuno Shiyu was about to retract her long leg, Liang grabbed her ankle and smiled gently. Her combat skills have grown to this level. I'm truly impressed. Before he finished speaking, a strong pulling force came from his foot, and Shikuno Shiyu was thrown away by Liang. Wow. Audience friends, it seems Wonder Woman is not a match for Superman. The female host exclaimed. She wasn't a newcomer. She had covered several battles involving Wonder Woman. Although there were difficult moments, she had never seen such one-sided suppression as now. TSK, can't Liang go a little easier? It's not like he's fighting a demon. Inori rolled her eyes at Liang's lack of tenderness. Hiratsuka, on the other hand, held a contrary view, stating that Liang had gone easy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown Shikuno Shiyu to an empty area instead of crashing her into the building. Their conversation didn't escape Linda's ears, and she occasionally chimed in. Indeed, I have to agree with you, old woman. Old woman? Hiratsuka's eyes twitched. She was only 32, and with anger boosting her, she looked even younger. Calling me an old woman, huh? Then feel the methods of an old woman. Hiratsuka pressed her knee against Linda's back, causing the latter to grimace in pain and refrain from speaking out of turn. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened for the third time. Kikyo quickly walked out. 5 years had not left any signs of aging on her face. Instead, it had added a more mature vibe. Glancing at Linda, who was being forcefully subdued, and Felix, who was watching from the side, Kikyo said to Inori, "What's going on? Is it really Liang?" Inori pointed outside the building, indicating that Kikyo could see for herself. Through the broken glass, Kikyo saw the man she had longed for 5 years. Although his battle suit had turned red, that unforgettable face was unmistakably the same. Why is he fighting with Shiyu? Is there some misunderstanding? Kikyo furrowed her brows, unable to understand why the two started fighting as soon as they met. Lily waved her hand dismissively and said lazily, "Hey, don't you know the situation with Big Milk Cow? She's been really suppressed these past 5 years, and now she's just letting it out." After 5 years of close interaction, the few women had a general understanding of each other. Knowing that Lily was not exaggerating, Kikyo relaxed a bit. Realizing the situation wasn't as bad as she thought, Kikyo shifted her gaze to Felix and Linda. Felix immediately noticed the unusual woman's gaze and, before she could speak, introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Felix." Kikyo nodded and replied with a smile. "Hello, just call me Kikyo." After saying that, she looked at Linda, who was subdued on the ground by Hiraizumi Shizuku, her expression somewhat confused. If this woman were a demon, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to restrain her hands and feet. This woman is Linda. You don't have to worry about her. She's just a bit foul-mouthed, and we'll help her with that. Lily introduced Linda, whose mouth was covered. Kikyo wasn't foolish. Combining the suddenly returned Leon and the unfamiliar Felix and Linda, She guessed the reason for their displeasure. She also had her own selfish thoughts. Seeing that Linda's looks were not inferior to the women present, her eyes gradually narrowed. Just as Felix was awkwardly picking at his toes in the building, the battle between Leon and Shiyu Kasamizaka was nearing its end. The sky was filled with lightning, forcing the helicopters that kept approaching them to retreat. Some who wanted to capture an explosive news moment, attempting to get a close-up of Leon, were shot down directly by the lightning he controlled. Grabbing the fire god sword that Shiyu Kasamizaka thrust at him, even though she had been training day and night on Paradise Island, her overall level was still far from Leon's. Have you vented enough? Leon's expression was somewhat helpless. Shiyu Kasamizaka stubbornly tried to pull her arm away from his grip, attempting several times without success. Let go of me. Shiyu's eyes reddened again. Sigh, it's been 5 years. And that sharp-tongued girl has turned into a crying girl? This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Leon sighed, not releasing her hand, but instead pulling Shiyu into his embrace. Now 23, Shiyu had long shed her childishness. Her long black hair stirred Leon's heartstrings. Shiyu kept struggling in Leon's arms, wanting to escape the warm yet reluctant embrace. All right, it's my fault. There won't be a next time. Leon tightly hugged Shiyu, his sincere apology ringing in her ears. Warm tears dripped onto Leon's hand. Shiyu quietly leaned against Leon's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, choking back her words. I'm so glad you're back, Leon. Leon gently stroked her back, seeing Shiyu so heartbroken for the first time. His thoughts unconsciously drifted back to when they first met. Back then, Shiyu had been so frightened by the plague demon that her little face turned pale. If Leon hadn't shown up in time, there might not have been a Wonder Woman now. 5 whole years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Leon had missed too many moments with those who loved him. Although those lost memories were a regret, it was not too late, and they could still be remedied. I won't go anywhere from now on. I'll stay by your side. Leon's mindset quietly changed. Initially, he planned to eradicate the outside world and then roam freely in other realms. However, what he saw and heard tonight made Leon realize where his true home was. With Shiyu's height and combat boots, she was only half a head shorter than Leon, curled up in his embrace like a spoiled little cat. You're such a greedy person. Using the term you all, Shiyu playfully pinched the soft flesh at Leon's waist. How can you mention other women in front of me? It was no surprise that Shiyu was upset. Leon didn't refute. As a superhero, was it strange to have several female heroes by his side? If it weren't for the time magic messing him up and wasting 5 years, perhaps new gods would have developed into a realm filled with female heroes. Just imagine strolling around the headquarters every day, surrounded by beautiful girls, a day full of vitality. Are you thinking of something very inappropriate? Shiyu raised her head, noticing Leon's expression management slipping, catching onto the clues. No, how could that be? Leon would never reveal his true thoughts. Glancing at Leon suspiciously, Shiyu temporarily believed what he said. Seeing that he had gotten away with it, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it's getting late. Let us go back. Shiyu kissed Leon on the cheek and touched the spot where she had kicked him, saying with concern, Does it hurt? I didn't hold back, just now. Leon was still savoring the warmth on his face and replied with a smile, You know my physique, right? Of course it doesn't hurt. Shiyu lightly patted Leon's shoulder and stepped out of his embrace. The two held hands and flew back to the building. While the battle between Leon and Shiyu ended, the battle online had just begun. Through live streaming, tens of millions of netizens witnessed Leon's heroic figure. A single bolt of lightning shattered their hearts. Leon's combat power had long been a mystery. Despite Shiyu and Ing Lily tirelessly promoting his importance, there were not many videos or references to prove Leon's strength. Saying he could fly, Shiyu could too. Saying he could lift dozens or even hundreds of tons, Shiyu could do that as well. Saying he could shoot high-temperature beams from his eyes, Shiyu's protective power was no slouch either. So, over time, the public gradually forgot that Leon was the first superhero to appear in the world. It was his arrival that opened the curtain on superheroes. The long-active Wonder Woman slowly took over his place. This was not the outcome Shiyu wanted to see. She vehemently opposed this misunderstanding, but it had no effect. Tonight, the forcefully returning Leon declared to the world, Your king has returned, unaware that the internet was in an uproar over the power he displayed. Leon was embracing a passionate witch. I knew you wouldn't die, Leon. Kikyo's tears slid down the corners of her eyes, landing on Leon's shoulder. Everyone was considerate enough not to disturb this warm scene. Ding dong. The elevator doors opened for the 4th time. Xiaolan and Yuanzi rushed out anxiously. Xiaolan looked at Leon, who was waving at her, and covered her mouth excitedly, her eyes instantly reddening. Unz, while patting her best friend's arm, choked back tears and said, haha, I told you Leon wouldn't be in any trouble. You always worry for nothing. As Jieking heard the movement behind her, she reluctantly detached herself from Leon's embrace. She knew she should make way. Someone else was waiting. Xiaolan slowly approached Leon, wanting to reach out and touch his face. But she was afraid it might be an illusion and quickly withdrew her hand. Leon was quick to grab Xiaolan's hand before she could pull it back, placing it on his face. It's warm, right? Don't worry, I'm really back. Leon's action made Xiaolan unable to hold back her tears. She didn't know when she had developed feelings for Leon, but after learning about his disappearance, it felt like a piece of her heart was missing. Every year, on the day Leon disappeared, no matter how busy she was, she would take time to go to America. At the cemetery where Leon was last seen, she quietly waited for a miracle to happen. But year after year, Xiaolan's initial hope turned into numbness. She never believed that Leon had died or had run away at the last moment. Luckily, she didn't believe it. Leaning her head on Leon's shoulder, Xiaolan still felt a bit unreal. She blankly asked Leon, am I dreaming? Leon chuckled as he rubbed her face, bemused, and said, how could this be a dream? Aren't I being held by you? Feeling the warm breath on her face, Xiaolan chuckled, yes, it's real. I'm not dreaming. Just as they were getting closer, a buzzkill appeared. All right, you've hugged enough. It's my turn now. Unz squeezed Xiaolan away from Leon and jumped in his arms. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, I've always believed you were alive. I didn't believe anyone who said you were dead. Unz, who wasn't wearing her favorite hairband, let her hair fall naturally over her forehead, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Leon. Well, your belief was not misplaced. I'm not going to die that easily. Leon tightened his embrace around Unz's waist, not letting her slip away. Although you might be tired of hearing this, I still want to say it again. Welcome home, Leon. Unz closed her eyes, her soft lips pressed against Leon's. Xiaolan was stunned on the side. She had just been stolen from by her best friend. Unz, get off Leon. Xiaolan angrily tugged at Unz's arm, forcibly pulling her out of Leon's embrace. Hey, Xiaolan, what are you doing? I haven't hugged enough yet. Unz desperately tried to break free from Xiaolan's grip, but with her petite frame, she was no match for Xiaolan, who exercised regularly. Leon didn't stop Xiaolan's actions. He smiled as he watched Unz refuse to leave the ground. Just enjoy it. So many girls like you. Hiratsuka Shizune appeared next to Leon, wrapping her arms around his waist. Leon's smile froze on his face, awkwardly coughing twice, and feigned calmness as he said, I'm not secretly enjoying it. Don't slander me. Hiratsuka Shizune shot him a glare. I bought a beautiful outfit for today's reunion. If you're not secretly enjoying it, then forget it. Leon immediately softened. I'm a bit happy after all, seeing everyone again. TCH, 5 years gone and still so slick with words. Hiratsuka Shizune, like Shiyu Kazano Oka, pinched Leon's soft flesh without any training. Although it didn't really hurt, Leon pretended to be in pain for the sake of looking good. Let's see how you perform. Hiratsuka Shizune released her grip on Leon, returning to Shiyukaza no Oka's side amidst his speechless expression. Feeling a bit frustrated, Leon realized he could no longer handle these women 5 years later. The roles had even reversed. He had become a fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. All right, it's getting late. Let's talk about things in the morning. As the leader, Jieking clapped her hands, signaling Ing Lily to let go of Linda, who had been crawling on the ground for quite a while. Watch your words from now on, or you won't even get soup. Ing Lily helped the half-numb Linda up from the ground. Looking at her defiant expression, she gave a slight warning. Don't be so defiant. Which girl here doesn't have more experience than you? Just obediently line up behind. While rubbing her numb arm, Linda silently stood next to Felix. Just listen to them. A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Felix quickly whispered to Linda while no one was paying attention to them. Linda knew Felix was right, but after being pinned down for almost an hour, she couldn't swallow her anger, especially with that woman with golden twin tails who dared to threaten her, which further dampened Linda's mood. Shiyukaza and no Oka observed Linda's contemplative expression, knowing she was not an easy opponent. She walked over to Jieking, and the two whispered to each other. Jieking occasionally glanced at Linda before finally nodding. Before taking the elevator away from the helipad, Jieking assigned rooms for everyone. Leon was assigned the top floor, which was specially reserved for him, featuring the most luxurious facilities in the entire building. Linda and Felix were assigned to the 15th floor, where the reserve team stayed. Xiaolan dragged the reluctant Unz to say goodbye to Leon. Although she had many things to say to Leon, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to share her experiences from the past few years. Ing Lily yawned, hugged Leon once more, and reluctantly returned to her room. She knew tonight wouldn't be hers, so she left without hesitation. Hiratsuka Shizun's beautiful eyes lingered on Shiyukaza no Oka and Jeking for a few seconds. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up, as if she had guessed something. To avoid disturbing someone's good fortune, Hiratsuka Shizun squeezed into the elevator with Lily. When most of the people had left, only Leon, Jeking, and Shiyukaza no Oka remained on the helipad. Noticing the strange atmosphere between the two women, Leon quickly found an excuse and swiftly slipped away to avoid trouble. Shiyukaza no Oka and Jeking exchanged glances and sighed in unison. "Are you going tonight?" Jeking asked. Shiyukaza no Oka thought for a moment and replied, "You go instead. You've worked hard these past few years." Jeking didn't quite agree with her statement, saying, "I've worked hard. You aren't getting cold feet at the last moment." "Are you?" Jeking poked Shiyukaza no Oka's arm. "I've always done the demon slaying alone. Waiting a few more days is fine." Shiyukaza no Oka looked at Jeking, who was pretending to be carefree, and mercilessly exposed her. "If you really think it's fine, you wouldn't have put Leon's photo under your pillow." In an instant, Jeking's face turned red. She looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her whole body bristling. "Who told you that? It's all false. How could I possibly put a picture of Leon under my pillow?" Shiyu Kasumigakaka crossed her arms, and for this dishonest shrine maiden, she needed to present some evidence. "Jarvis, show Miss Kikyo the video of Inori sneaking into her room last time." "All right, Miss Kasumigakaka, I'll retrieve the surveillance footage from that day now." As Jarvis's electronic voice fell, a light screen projected in front of Shiyu Kasumigakaka and Kikyo. In the footage, Inori hadn't changed out of her Spider-Man costume yet. She was peeking around in the corridor, and, after noticing no one was passing by, she slipped into Kikyo's room. Kikyo's hands clenched tightly. She regretted giving Inori access to her room. She had invited a little mouse into her life, for the sake of protecting each member's privacy. No cameras were installed inside the rooms. When Inori finally emerged from Kikyo's room, a minute had already passed. "What is she doing there?" Kikyo gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could rush to Inori's room right now, drag her out of bed, and give her a beating. "Are you sure you want to watch?" Shiyu Kasumigakaka raised an eyebrow. "Yes, show it to me," Kikyo said. "Jarvis, fulfill Miss Kikyo's request and reveal Inori's misdeeds." "As you wish, Miss Kasumigakaka." Jarvis displayed a photo on the light screen. "This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." The photo showed Inori lying on Kikyo's bed, having taken off her hood, holding a picture of Leon. Kikyo covered her forehead, looking distressed at her own lack of discernment. "So, are you still going to argue, Kikyo?" Shiyu Kasumigakaka revealed a mischievous smile. Kikyo took a few deep breaths. She only wanted to know one thing now. How did Inori find out about the picture of Leon under her pillow? "You let it slip yourself," Shiyu Kasumigakaka made Jarvis play a video that recorded one of their gatherings. During the gathering, Kikyo appeared gloomy and kept pouring herself drinks. This year marked the 4th year since Leon went missing. "You ended up getting drunk and started rambling, saying everything you should and shouldn't have said." Shiyu Kasumigakaka winked at Kikyo, saying that if she didn't lack access to Kikyo's room, she would have wanted to go in for a group photo. Kikyo looked like she had lost all spirit, the background turning gray, muttering to herself, "Indeed, drinking can lead to trouble." With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the light screen. Shiyu Kasumigakaka tapped her finger on her lips and said slyly, "So, Kikyo, tonight it's still you who goes." Kikyo shot a glance at Shiyu Kasumigakaka and muttered, "So cunning." Shiyu Kasumigakaka didn't mind. That's just how she was. Although she could be a bit dark-hearted and sharp-tongued at times, when it came to making choices, Shiyu Kasumigakaka could also be clear-headed. She stretched lazily, her graceful curves fully displayed. Shiyu Kasumigakaka wished Kikyo good night, and then stepped into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Shiyu Kasumigakaka's body suddenly went limp. Her earlier act of generosity was just a facade. Who doesn't want to occupy the embrace of the man they think about day and night? Sigh. Am I being foolish? Shiyu Kasumigakaka leaned against the elevator wall, staring blankly at the changing floor numbers. After Shiyu Kasumigakaka left, Kikyo didn't immediately head to Leon's room. She stood in place for a while, before taking the elevator back to her own room. Kikyo rummaged through her belongings to find a shrine maiden outfit she had never worn. It was evidently more exquisite than the others. "Thank you for your kindness, Shiyu." Kikyo sat in front of the mirror, applying makeup to her face. Shiyu Kasumigakaka's little tricks could never escape Kikyo's eyes. However, regarding that man, even if she intended to refuse, the words would still get stuck in her throat. The long wait of 5 years was hard on every girl's heart, especially at the moment when the expectations in their hearts became reality. Kikyo could sense the deep affection in the way those girls looked at Leon. Logically, she didn't have the qualifications to seek him out tonight. Everyone could see who had put in the most effort. Kikyo hadn't expected Shiyu Kasumigakaka to give the opportunity to her, which left her somewhat flattered. After applying her lipstick, having lived in the real world for nearly 6 years, Kikyo had learned how to present her most beautiful side. Looking at the stunning woman in the mirror, Kikyo smiled. It was time to find that man. She couldn't let another opportunity slip through her fingers after 5 years. Leon, who was wandering around his large room, heard the sound of the elevator arriving. His heart began to race involuntarily. It felt like a signal, notifying him to get ready. Stepping out in her wooden sandals, Kikyo gracefully walked out of the elevator. The pure white shrine maiden outfit made her look like a fairy that had fallen from the heavens. Every smile and frown captivated Leon. Do you think it looks good? This is the style I carefully selected. Kikyo approached Leon, her delicate hand caressing his cheek. I don't know when I started to like you, but I don't regret it. I hope to be by your side for the rest of my life. The warm words flowed from her cherry lips. Such a simple sentence seemed to exhaust all of Kikyo's strength. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Leon responded, "Thank you for your affection. I like you too, Kikyo." Their lips, drawing closer, finally met. Kikyo's tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. This was the taste of happiness. The pure white shrine maiden outfit fell on the mirror-like floor as Leon supported Kikyo's body, slowly walking into the bedroom. The next day, supporting his waist, Leon sat in the cafeteria of the building. A silly smile occasionally appeared on his face, completely unlike the superhero who had dominated the night before. TSK, that smile is quite lewd. Inori sat down beside Leon with a glass of milk, pretending to be indifferent as she asked, "Isn't Big Milk Cow's figure quite nice?" "She is the people's sweetheart." After all, Leon glanced at the sour-looking golden twin tails, took a bite of bacon, and mumbled, "It's not Kasumigakaka, it's Kikyo." Inori raised her eyebrows. This was somewhat different from what she had expected. "So, it was Kikyo who accompanied you last night. Shiyu Kasumigakaka is quite generous." Shizuku Hiratsuka also came over with a tray and sat down beside Leon, teasing, "Kikyo's figure is no less than Shiyu Kasumigakaka's. I was quite surprised when I took a shower with her." Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The next part is even more exciting. Leon reminisced about the romantic night, nodding his head. Inori's expression became somewhat displeased. Among all the girls who liked Leon, her figure was definitely not up to par. Even being teased by Kasumigakaka Shiwa that even students who read in a national school are stronger than her. How frustrating. I've been sticking to drinking papaya milk every day. Why isn't there any upward trend? Lily took a big sip of the special milk. Her cheeks puffed up, looking incredibly cute. "There's a press conference today, scheduled for 10 in the morning, and you need to attend," Hiranuma Shizuka said while eating breakfast. A press conference? Leon frowned slightly. After the call to end last night, he had Jarvis pull up all the major events that occurred during his 5-year absence for him to review. After quickly browsing through the relevant content, Leon couldn't help but admire the decisions made by Kasumigakaka Shiwa and the others. They actually legalized superheroes. Moreover, they are cultivating superior combat power. As long as the evil isn't too powerful, they let that group of reserve members practice. "All right, I got it. I'll go change my clothes now." Leon finished the last bite of his breakfast and stood up to leave the cafeteria. Watching Leon disappear around the corner, Lily adjusted her seat and moved to sit next to Hiranuma Shizuku, who was absorbed in her meal. It's hard to imagine that Big Milk Cow would hand over a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This doesn't match my perception of her. Lily's face was full of gossip. Hiranuma Shizuku initially ignored her, but as Lily kept chattering, she finally replied, feeling impatient. "Kikyo also has a heart. Sometimes she's even more tired than Kasumigakaka Shiwa, who stand in the spotlight." Lily pondered for a moment, tapping a finger on her face. Taking advantage of the other's deep thought, Hiranuma Shizuku quickly finished her breakfast and hurriedly left the cafeteria. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk to Lily, but she had a premonition that the other party was going to have bad luck. Time quickly passed to 9:30 in the morning. Dressed in a suit, Leon stood in front of Kikyo, who kindly corrected his slightly crooked tie. "I must say, it's my first time seeing you in formal attire. You look quite good." Kikyo smoothed out the wrinkles on Leon's suit like a newlywed wife. "I don't really like wearing suits. It feels a bit tight around the neck," Leon honestly replied. Gently patting his shoulder, Kikyo playfully scolded, "Be serious. Today is your first appearance since you disappeared. You can't be careless. Leon kissed Kikyo's cheek and smiled, saying, I promise to complete the task, Kikyo-sama. After being teased by her, Kikyo shot Leon an annoyed glance. Oh, dear, did I come at a bad time? Yuen peeked from the bedroom door, her small head poking out with a teasing expression. Just as Leon was about to open his arms and say, no, you came at just the right time, he was pushed away by the blushing Kikyo. Yuen seemed to realize she had caused trouble, stuck out her tongue, and turned to walk towards the elevator, saying, the press conference is about to start, and Kazano Oka asked me to hurry you up. Leon replied with an okay, and he and Kikyo held hands as they walked into the elevator. Yuen looked back and forth at Leon and Kikyo, her heated gaze making Kikyo feel embarrassed. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring, Leon said, giving Yuen a playful knock on the head. Familiar feeling, Yuen said, holding her head and glaring at Leon with teary eyes, looking like a bullied puppy. But Leon remained unfazed and calm. Seeing her tactic of playing the victim fail, Yuen's tears vanished in an instant, and a smile returned to her face. I just want to know if tonight's time is still reserved for Kikyo-ne? As soon as Yuen said this, Kikyo, who was as red as an apple, grabbed her arm and playfully poked at her soft flesh. Leon tactfully didn't answer the question. He didn't mind spending more time with Kikyo, but given the situation from last night, it was too early to draw conclusions about some things. Ding! The elevator arrived at the designated floor. Before leaving the elevator, Kikyo and Yuen tidied up their slightly disheveled clothes from their playful scuffle. Leon didn't rush to exit either, patiently waiting for them to make themselves look presentable again. Are you ready? Leon asked. Kikyo and Yuen nodded. The three of them stepped out of the elevator. Waiting for them was Shizuka Hiratsuka, dressed in her Iron Fist battle suit. The yellow and black tight-fitting outfit showcased her curvy figure perfectly. Follow me. The press conference is on the other side. Shizuka carefully looked at Leon's outfit and said with satisfaction, formal wear suits you quite well. You might consider wearing it more often. Leon quickly raised his hand, chuckling, spare me, I still prefer more casual attire. Shizuka shrugged. She merely cared, but didn't insist on his agreement. The four of them chatted casually as they walked, showing no hint of nervousness. The girls had been through so many of these press conferences that they were already used to it. Leon, on the other hand, didn't care at all. If it weren't for Kazano Oka and the others, he wouldn't have participated in any press conference. Snap! Snap! As soon as they entered the press conference venue, countless cameras pointed at Leon, and the sound of clicking shutters filled the air. The flashes and noise surrounded Leon. He didn't deliberately maintain a cold expression, but he also didn't smile, simply keeping a calm demeanor. Sitting next to Kazano Oka, who had already arrived, she glanced at Leon's expression and teased softly. You look quite spirited. It seems you had a wonderful night last night. The corners of Leon's mouth twitched. After 5 years apart, these girls had become even better at teasing. Seeing Leon remain unmoved, Kazano Oka lost interest in teasing him and turned to serious matters. When it officially starts, just keep smiling. If any unreasonable questions come up, I'll handle them. Leon half-heartedly responded with and just as Kazano Oka was about to say something more, she was poked in the arm by the nearby Iri. There's 1 minute left before it starts. Are you ready? Iri said, then winked at Leon. Leon naturally returned the gesture. Their interaction was caught by the reporters below. As the clock struck 10, the press conference officially began. The main character sat quietly in her seat, wearing a faint smile. However, a closer look at her smile would reveal it was merely a business-like facade. Kazano Oka gracefully answered the reporters' questions, her responses being so formulaic that they were impeccable. Ms. Kazano Oka, I'm a reporter from Janus Daily. May I ask about your relationship with Leon? The question came from a middle-aged man with greasy hair and excessive weight. Leon's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Kazano Oka had long anticipated that someone would ask such a question. She replied, Mr. Leon and I are comrades fighting side by side. Without him, there would be no Wonder Woman you all know. The reason for building this Leon Tower is to commemorate Mr. Leon's outstanding contributions to saving the world. This answer was very template-like and clearly did not align with what the questioning reporter wanted to hear. He immediately followed up with, there are rumors that the female superheroes living inside the tower are all Mr. Leon's concubines. Do you agree with this statement? At this, not only did Kazano Oka freeze, but the other girls attending the press conference were also taken aback. If this question was poorly answered, it would tarnish the public's impression of Leon. Kazano Oka's brain raced to think, and just as she was about to speak, Leon took the microphone in front of her. Cough, cough. This reporter's question is quite sharp. Leon's eyes nearly narrowed into slits, and and the smile on his face had completely vanished. The greasy, overweight reporter was still unaware that he was about to face Leon's wrath, reveling in his own cleverness for provoking the main subject. If Leon answered his question poorly, this issue would become a hot topic for Janice Daly. The other reporters, seeing the overweight man seize the opportunity, regretted not asking first. The battle last night was witnessed by the whole world. Having such a super big shot involved already brought traffic, and if any juicy news could be uncovered, it was easy to imagine how generous their bonuses would be this month. I'm just stating facts, not fabricating anything. The greasy reporter adjusted his glasses, eagerly anticipating Leon's next remarks. Leon stood up, surveyed the reporters looking at him, and calmly addressed the microphone. First, let me clarify, those are not rumors. But they are not my concubines either. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted. The girls had various expressions, but the common feature was their slightly flushed faces. Kazano Oka covered her forehead. She knew Leon wouldn't let her off easy. But, not rumors? Kazano Oka secretly glanced at Leon, feeling quite pleased. The greasy reporter was even more excited, trembling with anticipation as he loudly asked, Mr. Leon, your statement is contradictory, since you acknowledge. Whoosh! A hot glare shot from Leon's eyes. The greasy reporter's right ear became a bloody mess. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. Just ask your questions properly, don't throw weird ones at me, and don't play any tricks in front of me. I can hear you. Leon slowly flew down from the stage to face the greasy, overweight reporter. The already recovered Shiyu Kaza, no, Oka stopped the eager-to-charge in Lily. She had absolute trust in Leon. He would never harm an ordinary person without reason. Holding his bloodied ear, Kondoji looked at the expensive leather shoes in front of him and nervously retreated. No one dared to help the injured fat man along the way, all avoiding him. Want to escape? Can you get away? Leon shot another heat ray at Kondoji, piercing through his left knee. The press conference, once filled with the sounds of cameras and discussions, was now only filled with screams. Kondoji crawled on the ground, not daring to look back at Leon even once. Creak! Leon stepped down on Kondoji's palm, and before he even applied much force, the bones in the man's hand shattered into pieces. Don't scream, otherwise, I'll kill you right away. Liang's deep voice drifted into Kondoji's left ear, and he struggled to suppress the voice that was nearly bursting out his throat. The greasy fat reporter dared not speak, only looking at Liang with a pitiful gaze. Tell me, who is behind you? Liang looked down at Kondoji, ignoring his signals of pleading. Seeing that Liang was determined not to let him go, Kondoji simply steeled himself, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Liang found the dying fat man amusing. Did he really think that using such clumsy methods would allow him to escape punishment? Even if he didn't want to speak. Liang had plenty of ways to make Kondoji talk. Kazano Oka, this is up to you now, I'm going out for a bit. Liang's voice still lingered at the press conference as he disappeared. A gray van parked by the roadside, still idling, was suddenly knocked on the window. The sweating driver glanced outside and was instantly frightened, wetting his pants. Liang stood outside the car door with a pleasant expression, smiling and waving at him. Stupid pig. Why aren't you driving? Sitting in the passenger seat was a bald man with a tattoo peeking out from his neck. Recognizing that the one knocking on the glass was the superhero who topped the trending list last night, he immediately shouted at the driver. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, we're dead. In fact, even if you leave, you're still dead. Liang ripped off the car door with bare hands and dragged the driver out of the main seat. Smelling the urine odor coming from the driver, Liang disgustedly tossed him onto the middle of the road. The onlookers also recognized Liang's identity, pulling out their phones to snap pictures of his chiseled profile. Don't come over. I have a gun. The bald man, seeing Liang reaching out to him, immediately opened the car door and quickly scrambled out. A homemade pistol trembled in the bald man's hand as he aimed it at Liang. The spectators, seeing the gun being drawn, quickly distanced themselves from the scene, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Liang casually swatted the gray van away, sending it flying several meters, turning it into a heap of scrap metal. He leisurely walked towards the bald man. I told you not to come over. The bald man repeatedly warned Liang, but he just wouldn't listen. Bang, bang, bang. Succumbing to his fear, the bald man fired 3 shots at Liang's chest. Ding, ding, ding. The deformed bullets fell to the ground as Liang walked up to the bald man, as if nothing had happened. He grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up. Tell me, who is behind you? Is it the Janice Daly? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Liang's expressionless face shattered the bald man's understanding of superheroes. Didn't they say superheroes were always friendly to ordinary people? Even those heinous criminals, after breaking some bones, were just handed over to the police. Why did this rule not apply to Superman? The bald man was almost overwhelmed by Li Yang's killing intent. The gun in his hand clattered to the ground, and warm urine soaked his pants. Liang frowned and quickly threw the bald man away. With a splat, the bald man had an intimate encounter with the wall, splattering a mixture of flesh and blood everywhere, strikingly bright against the wall. Ugh, I can't take it. It's just too much. Some pedestrians with weaker stomachs fell to the ground, continuously vomiting. Shiyukaza no Oka, holding her truth lasso, flew to Liang's side, lifting the pale-faced Kondoji. I found out they were instructed by the Janus Daily to deliberately smear your reputation. Retrieving the truth lasso. Shiyukaza no Oka caught a glimpse of the wall, still emanating heat. Knowing this was Liang's work, she said nothing more. An organization hostile to Liang was an enemy to them, and the girls would firmly support Liang all right. Thank you for your hard work. Liang turned around, patted Shiyukaza no Oka's head, his face no longer cold. Apologetically brushing off the hand on her head, Shiyukaza no Oka quietly said, "We're still outside. Watch your image." Liang chuckled. Wow, this is really a hero's burden. Noticing Liang's teasing gaze, Shiyukaza no Oka's pretty face flushed with two red clouds. To avoid the atmosphere sinking further into a pink hue, Shiyukaza no Oka kicked the fainting Kondoji and asked, "What do you plan to do with this person?" Kondoi, being called out, dared not pretend to be dead any longer, stumbling to his knees and bowing his head to Liang in apology. "Is Mawako still working at the police station?" Liang asked. "Yes, and she's in a pretty high position. You should let her wear a police uniform for you to see sometime." Shiyukaza no Oka winked at Liang. It was clearly a very normal question, but gradually took a strange turn. Liang sighed helplessly. Is this the charm of mature women? Talking about suggestive topics, so casually. Ahem, let's discuss these matters later. This man will be handled by Mawako, and I will go check on the Janus Daily. Liang had not glanced at Kondoji at all throughout. To him, this kind of person was no different from the dead. Even if handed over to Mawako Sato for cleanup, it probably wouldn't yield good results. After all, Li Yang's revealed muscles would make those above think twice about the consequences of offending him. In the blink of an eye, Liang arrived at the building bearing the Janus Daily sign. Ignoring the curious gazes of passers-by, he swaggered inside. The front desk was a young woman dressed very fashionably. At this moment, she stood trembling behind the counter, watching the handsome man disassemble the door with his bare hands gradually approach. Inform your boss. Give him 10 seconds to come down and see me. If he is late by even a second, I'll break one of his fingers. Liang said with a smile. The content expressed made the young woman break out in a cold sweat. Okay, sir, please, just wait a moment. I'll notify our boss. Under the pressure of Liang's presence, the young woman stuttered while speaking, and her fingers fumbled as she dialed the phone. Beep beep, the ringing continued, but no one answered. 10 seconds had already passed, and seeing Liang's impatience, the young woman was suddenly frightened to tears. Please don't kill me. I'm just a worker. I don't know what they did to you. The young woman threw down the unanswered receiver, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with Liang. Liang stroked his chin and said, Do I look like a bad person? The young woman sobbed and quickly glanced at Liang before lowering her head and shaking it. You look very handsome, not like those ugly villains in the movies. Even at such a critical moment involving life and death, the young woman was still dazzled by Liang's handsome appearance. Fortunately, she was looking down, otherwise, Liang would have seen her flushed face at a glance. So, how could I randomly kill innocents? Liang shrugged, signaling the young woman to come out from behind the counter. The woman hesitated for a moment and slowly walked out from behind the counter. You can go, the farther the better. This building is suspected of violations and needs to be demolished immediately. After saying this, Liang stepped into the elevator without looking back. He looked up at the top floor, where a middle-aged woman was quietly sitting in a chair, seemingly wanting to say something to him. The young woman looked at the closed elevator doors, feeling a sense of absurdity as if she had survived a disaster. Remembering Liang's words, the woman quickly packed her things and ran out of the building. Ding dong. The familiar sound of the elevator in an unfamiliar environment. Liang was strolling around the top floor, as if he were in his own backyard, observing the layout. Ignoring the black-clad men holding guns aimed at him as if they were air, Liang walked to the middle-aged woman's desk and bluntly asked, Why are you trying to smear my name? Have I offended you? Yoshikawa Yoko lit a lady's cigarette, but before she could put it in her mouth, it was burned by Liang's heat vision. I'm asking you a question. Stop pretending to be profound with me. The red light in Leon's eyes concentrated, issuing a final ultimatum. You have 5 seconds to explain, or I will destroy this place. This was the first time Yoshikawa Yoko encountered someone who didn't play by the rules. She sat up straight and said to Leon, "Don't you think superheroes have too much power?" Once the superhero act was announced, it directly elevated them to that small group at the top of the pyramid. Is that fair to others who work hard? The red light dissipated, and Leon looked at Yoshikawa Yoko with a strange expression. He knew that even if Kaza, no Okashiya, and others became part of that small elite, they still didn't possess the power they had. Everyone lived their lives step by step, only stepping up in emergencies. Otherwise, they just did what they needed to do. Moreover, the announcement of this act, rather than elevating Kaza, no Okashiya, and others, was more like welding them to the front line against evil. It even caused various inconveniences in life. Going out shopping required disguises to avoid being recognized by crazy fans. I seriously doubt your sanity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be spouting such illogical nonsense. Leon squinted his eyes, placing both hands on the edge of the desk, trying to put the breakthrough on me, but unfortunately, my performance seems to have exceeded your expectations, right? I'm not someone who follows the rules. Yoshikawa Yoko nodded, making eye contact with Leon, and said word by word, "Indeed. Your performance has exceeded my expectations, but you did make a move in public, right? My goal has already been achieved." A smile appeared on Yoshikawa Yoko's face, but within seconds, it shifted to Leon's face. He appeared indifferent and said lightly, "Yeah, I did make a move, but your people were the ones who fired guns, so I consider it self-defense." Leon flashed a bright smile, his white teeth almost blinding Yoshikawa Yoko. "Fool! These incompetent idiots." Yoshikawa Yoko didn't expect that her meticulously planned scheme would fail at the hands of a few idiots. This made her unable to maintain her graceful demeanor, and like a madwoman, she ordered her subordinates to shoot at Leon. A series of gunshots echoed continuously on the top floor. If one didn't see the scene and only listened to the sounds, they might think some family was celebrating the new year early, setting off firecrackers. Leon dug at his ears, allowing the bullets to hit him. He flipped the desk in front of him, dodged, and grabbed Yoshikawa Yoko by the neck. "Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. You don't think your plan is perfect, do you? Even without my appearance, your conspiracy wouldn't have succeeded." Leon displayed the stance of a victor, arrogantly declaring his victory. "Let me tell you something before you die. I don't care about the destruction of this world. I only care about myself." After hearing Leon's whispers in her ear, Yoshikawa Yoko's eyes widened in shock. She tried to make a sound from her throat, but Leon didn't give her a chance. The black-clad men, now red-eyed, couldn't stop their fingers from pulling the triggers. They knew that if they ran out of bullets, what awaited them would be a one-sided massacre without any resistance. Using Yoshikawa Yoko, who had a look of unwillingness on her face, as a shield, the sound of bullets hitting flesh echoed in Leon's ears. This scheming ant ultimately died under the guns of her own people. After tossing aside the lifeless Yoshikawa Yoko, Leon's eyes glowed red. It was time for him to counterattack. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from outside the window. Leon turned his head in confusion to see a half-dragon person jumping from a helicopter, crashing through the window. "Leon, can I take care of these people?" A familiar voice reached his ears, and Leon carefully looked at the woman whose face was a third covered in scales. "Ah, it's Mawako," Leon exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the half-dragon person. "How'd you end up like this? You look strange." Leon's words caused Sato Mawako to roll her eyes. The fact that she had become this half-dragon, half-human form was all thanks to him. Silently complaining about Leon, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years. Her gaze reluctantly shifted away from his face. "Leon, I've already been told the ins and outs of this matter by Kaza no Okashiya. Just leave the finishing touches to me." Sato Mawako's scales were incredibly hard. Although they couldn't compare to Leon's steel body, they were more than enough to withstand small-caliber bullets. After a moment's thought, Leon nodded and sat down in the chair that originally belonged to Yoshikawa Yoko, gesturing for Sato Mawako to proceed. Uncertain of what scheme this man was up to, Sato Mawako actually wanted Leon to leave the building. But it seemed he had also seen through her intentions. Finding the best vantage point, resting his chin on his hands, and his eyes scanning her up and down. "What quirky guy?" Sato Mawako shook the tail behind her, pulling her attention back to the men in black who were taking turns reloading their guns. "You guys can throw down your guns now, and I will handle it leniently. Don't drink the toast and refuse the penalty wine." A ball of flame rose from Sato Mawako's dragon claw. The deep red flames left the men in black hesitant, unsure whether to surrender or fight to the death. How about we surrender? Our employer is dead anyway, suggested Man in Black A. Yeah, let us surrender. That man doesn't even die from bullets. We have no chance, Man in Black B echoed. The other men in black looked at each other, momentarily swayed by the suggestion. Damn it, if we surrender now, it's still a dead end. That man 1T let us go. Man in Black C slapped a partner who was about to throw down his gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Man in Black A raised his gun, aiming it at Man in Black C. Blood quickly stained Man in Black C's white shirt, and his sunglasses fell to the ground, revealing a pair of eyes filled with disbelief. Sorry, I really want to live, even though the chances are slim. After shooting Man in Black C, Man in Black A immediately threw down his gun, raised his hands, and shouted at Sato Mawako, I surrender. I am willing to tell you everything I know. After saying that, Man in Black A willingly knelt on the ground, placing his hands behind his head, the whole process so skilled it was pitiful. The remaining men in black saw the situation was hopeless and quickly threw down their weapons, mimicking Man in Black A's actions, waiting to be arrested by Sato Mawako. TSK. How boring. Leon yawned, feeling quite speechless about these men in black who knew how to handle things. They actually gave in. They could at least give Sato Mawako a couple of shots, otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame after coming all this way? They have no sense of etiquette. It's really too rude. If Sato Mawako knew Leon's inner thoughts, she would definitely spit at him. Can't we handle things without bloodshed? Does it have to be so chaotic to be considered peaceful? Perhaps sensing Leon's bad intentions, Sato Mawako indeed glanced over at him while he was plotting mischief. This glance had no special meaning, just a simple feeling that this guy was thinking of something bad. Leon was startled by Sato Mawako's sixth sense and quickly corrected his attitude, smiling as he met her gaze. After looking at Leon for 2 or 3 seconds, noticing he wasn't doing anything strange or showing signs of thinking of bad ideas, Sato Mawako let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid Leon would come up with something unexpected for her. At that time, whether to turn a blind eye or to stop him would put her in a difficult position. She waved at the helicopter hovering outside the window, and fully armed special police swarmed down from above, while Sato Mawako also reverted from her transformation. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Leon stretched lazily in his chair and casually walked over to Sato Mawako, who was commanding the scene. Sato Mawako, who was almost 30, was maintained like a girl in her early 20s. In this aspect, Leon felt it was a common trait for women to love beauty. So soon after reverting, I was still saying I wanted to touch your tail. Leon looked regretfully at Sato Mawako's upright back. He had just missed the best opportunity to touch her, and now wanting to do so would depend on her mood. Sure enough, Sato Mawako shot Leon a glare and disdainfully said, How could you say such embarrassing things in public? You're really something, Leon. Leon shrugged indifferently. He pointed at the special police who were oblivious to the conversation, saying, It's fine, they want to go out and spread it. Aren't they all your subordinates? Whoever talks nonsense, you can fire them. The special police who were putting handcuffs on the men in black. Sato Mawako was amused by Leon's shamelessness. She didn't care about the appropriateness of the situation, her hands gradually rising from Leon's chest to his cheeks. Her eyes were dreamy, faintly glistening with tears. I knew this bad guy wouldn't die easily. Leon held her slightly cold little hand and rubbed it on his face. The only ones who have a chance to defeat me are you. In special circumstances. Being in the open-minded melting pot of neon. Sato Mawako was not as pure-hearted as a blank sheet of paper. She instantly understood the meaning behind Leon's words, pouting and unhappily saying, Is that all you think about all day? Can't get away from the dirty stuff? Leon kissed Sato Mawako's palm and replied with a grin, My tenderness is reserved for you. Others don't even have a chance to feel it. Sato Mawako was not fooled by Leon's sweet talk. She stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her lips against his. The soft touch was fleeting. We're still working. After I get off work, I'll go find you at the building. After saying that, Sato Mawako pushed Leon away. The shy little woman instantly transformed into a capable, strong woman. The special police who were still watching saw their leader's sharp gaze sweep over and immediately quicken their actions. Leon smacked his lips, still savoring the beauty of that less-than-a-second moment. Knowing when to stop has always been his good habit. After all, there is plenty of time in the future. No need to rush this moment. However, Leon leaned close to Sato Mawako's ear and whispered, You better hurry up. This building will collapse in less than 2 minutes. Sato Mawako's eyes widened as she turned to look at Leon, her gaze inquiring what he meant by that. Literally, there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left. You guys better hurry. I'm leaving first. Leon patted Sato Miwako's head. Under her biting gaze, he flew out through the broken glass and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a terrible guy, just leaving me with this mess. Sato Miwako helplessly covered her forehead and instructed her subordinates. Those who haven't been handcuffed can wait. We need to evacuate immediately. The building is about to collapse. Hearing their leader's orders, the special police increased their speed again. The men in black kneeling on the ground, hearing that the building was going to collapse, also cooperated fearfully with the special police's actions, afraid that if they didn't cooperate well or were too slow, they would be left in the building to wait for death. While Sato Miwako was busy and overwhelmed, the accident creator had already returned to the building. As soon as Leon landed, Lily ran to his side, circling around him twice and sniffing the scent on him with her nose. There's a bad-smelling perfume. But doesn't tea smell cheap? Did you meet with the boss of Johnny's Daily? Lily asked Leon. Nodding, Leon rubbed Lily's little head a couple of times. The sensation was great. Stop it. Don't mess up my hair. I spent a long time styling it today. Lily angrily swatted away the big hand messing up her hair, her small face puffed up like a little bun. Leon chuckled and pinched Lily's cheek, causing the little bun to deflate instantly. What a rascal, only knowing how to deal with people in this way. Lily did not resist the mischievous fingers on her face, her toes drawing circles on the ground, her ears a bit flushed. At this time, the reporters had not yet left. They also witnessed the interaction between Leon and Lily. However, with the previous incident involving Kondo Temple, no one dared to casually take pictures or ask questions. They could only awkwardly stand in place, staring at each other. Kasumigakaka Shiwa, seeing Lily and Leon playing around, regretted letting the other go out to welcome. Leon wasn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's den? With no choice, she had to step in herself. After all, the press conference had not yet ended. Ahem, Leon, please come in quickly. There are still some follow-up activities for the press conference. Hearing Kasumigakaka Shiwa calling him, Leon picked up the unprepared Lily and, amidst her exclamations, flew back to the press conference venue. When Leon landed on the stage, Lily shyly stepped out of his arms. Leon sat down casually in his designated seat, directing his gaze towards Kasumigakaka Shiwa, ignoring Hiratsuka Shizune and Kaiki, who were teasing Lily. Kasumigakaka Shiwa said to Leon, "Here is a script. Just read it as it is." Leon took the speech script handed to him by Kasumigakaka Shiwa. The densely packed text made him feel quite a headache. "Do I have to read it all?" Leon asked. "Yes, you must read it all." Kasumigakaka Shiwa's attitude was very firm, giving Leon no room for negotiation. Rubbing his head, Leon knew that Kasumigakaka Shiwa could be quite uncompromising on certain matters. Moreover, this press conference was specifically held for him. There had already been some minor incidents before, and if any more issues arose now, it would be somewhat disrespectful to her intentions. Picking up the microphone, Leon earnestly began to read the content of the script. The reporters below also remembered their identities and began to take pictures of Leon with their cameras. Occasionally, during Liang's pauses, reporters raised their hands to ask questions. Fortunately, the questions were relatively reasonable, and Leon responded calmly. The press conference continued until noon and ended on time at 12 o'clock. Kasumigakaka Shiwa had her assistant distribute red envelopes to the reporters who had come. Judging by the thickness of the envelopes, it was clear that they were filled with a substantial amount of money. Leon didn't care about the amount of money. His gaze lingered on Kasumigakaka Shiwa's assistant for a moment. This action caught the attention of Kaiki, who had been following him closely. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with Why Are You?" Kaiki had a good impression of Why Are You, feeling that she was someone who handled things appropriately. Although her work ability wasn't outstanding, she was certainly at a level that wouldn't annoy her superiors. "Did you know she's a killer?" Leon withdrew his gaze, and his words made Kaiki nod, knowing that when Why Are You came to apply for the assistant position, she had laid everything out without any hiding. The organization had some gray areas unrelated to the demons, which were almost all handled by Why Are You. She was a very reliable person. Kaiki genuinely had a good impression of Why Are You and tried her best to speak well of her in Liang's ear. Leon wasn't a fool. How could he not hear what Kaiki was trying to express? All right, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Since you all think so highly of her, I'll show some appreciation." Leon took out a bat-shaped dart and handed it to Kaiki. "If you place it on your chest, you could don a complete Batman suit in 3 seconds. The suit has 2 modes, but I want to elaborate further." Kaiki was delighted that Leon could trust the person they had chosen. This heavy trust made her unable to help but kiss Liang's cheek. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Liang wrapped his arms around Kaiki's waist and smiled, saying, "No need to be so polite, as long as it's your choice whether good or bad. I will support it." Kaiki leaned against Liang's shoulder, her heart full of sweetness. Hey, I said you two have had enough. There's still people around, and you're so unabashedly showing off your affection? Ying Lily kicked Liang's calf in annoyance. Am I just air? How insignificant can I be to be ignored like this? Liang glanced at Ying Lily, whose face was written all over with "Please comfort me," and after exchanging glances with Kaiki for a few seconds, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh no, you're not allowed to laugh. Ying Lily blushed and bounced around Liang and Kaiki, her hands patting back and forth on the two of them. Kaiki still cared for Ying Lily. When the latter said not to laugh, she truly held back her laughter. But Liang didn't care about that. He laughed as much as he wanted, and the louder, the better. After all, Ying Lily's expression just now was too funny, like a bullied little cat seeking comfort from its owner. Liang, I hate you the most. Ying Lily suddenly shouted at Liang unbeknownst to her. Tears had begun to fill her eyes. Liang's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The moment he saw Ying Lily's tears, he realized he had gone too far. Kaiki pushed Liang's back, signaling him to go apologize. Liang wasn't someone who wouldn't correct his mistakes. Using Kaiki's push as momentum, he approached Ying Lily. However, before he could say anything, Ying Lily turned and ran away. Fool! Hurry up and chase her. Kaiki shot Liang a glare, saying, "Look what you've done. You mocked her. And now she's run away." A sheepish smile appeared on Liang's face. He kissed Kaiki on the cheek and, without wasting any more time, dashed out of the building. Once Liang left, Kaiki said without looking back, "You can come out now." Kasumigakaka Shiwa peeked around the corner and slowly walked over to Kaiki's side. I don't know why we are so unhesitatingly fond of the same man. Is it really like those novels or movies say, that love lowers one's IQ? Kasumigakaka Shiwa's voice was not loud, but just enough for Kaiki to hear clearly. Huh, what's so strange about that? Because he is Liang. Kaiki turned her head to look at Kasumigakaka Shiwa's profile and suddenly smiled. Tonight is your turn. Originally fair-skinned, Kasumigakaka Shiwa seemed to be wrapped in a layer of red gauze, her eyes filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Don't be afraid. As someone who has been through it, I can only tell you one thing. Kaiki's expression became serious. Kasumigakaka Shiwa was also influenced by her seriousness and listened attentively. Actually, after that, you'll find it quite comfortable, huh? Kaiki's prank succeeded. Kasumigakaka Shiwa blinked twice. At first, she didn't react. But after noticing the teasing in Kaiki's eyes, her face turned even redder. TCH, what a woman with a bad sense of humor. Xiajiqiu Shiyu pretended to be calm as she waved her hand at Kikyo, saying, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Kikyo watched as Xiajiqiu Shiyu fled in a panic, her silver bell-like laughter echoing in the corridor. Today's neon lights seemed slightly calmer. It seemed that Liang's return had slowed down the pace of the demon invasion. The aggrieved Ying Lily wandered between the tall buildings, encountering thieves and petty criminals. Her methods not as gentle as before. Instead, she directly wrapped the offenders up like rice dumplings and hung them at the police station entrance. Liang followed closely behind Ying Lily. He had tried to greet her before, but Ying Lily completely ignored him, no matter how much Liang apologized. Ying Lily remained silent. The two played a game of chase in the bustling city. After wandering for 3 hours, feeling somewhat bored, Ying Lily sat at the tip of Tokyo Tower, gazing out at the sprawling city. Liang flew to her side and sat down next to her. He tried to take Ying Lily's hand. When she did not refuse, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Ying Lily spoke without looking at Liang. Since I met you, it seems I haven't talked to you properly. Liang listened quietly, gently stroking the back of her hand with his fingers. At this moment, Ying Lily shed all her pretenses, revealing her soft and helpless side to Liang. My mother hasn't been well since that attack. If it weren't for Sister Maihizi lending her dragon scales to Mom for a while, I think. The sentence was left unfinished, but Liang could guess what she wanted to express. Actually, I really like our big family now. Everyone is friendly and helpful, without scheming against each other, all working hard to save the world. Ying Lily leaned her head on Liang's arm, tears dropping onto his hand like ink from a pen. But I don't know what my role is. In terms of ability, I'm not as good as Xiajiqiu Shiyu. In terms of public relations, I'm not as good as Sister Kikyo. In terms of training, I'm not as good as Shizuka AI. The only help I can provide might be financial. Don't look at me like this. I'm currently the top artist in Neon. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting, Ing Lily said, laughing as she spoke. The combination of tears and a bitter smile made Liang feel especially heartbroken. You do have a role. The work of maintaining the city's public safety is entrusted to you. After all, that's an impressive job. Liang embraced Ing Lily's waist, allowing her to sit more comfortably against him. Ha ha! For this matter, Sister Mahizi has asked me many times not to wrap criminals up like cicada pupae. They always have a hard time getting them out. Ing Lily snuggled closer to Liang's chest, secretly wiping away her tears. Can you give me a good hug? Liang? Who was it that threw a tantrum at me just now? Now you're starting to act cute. Liang rested his chin on Ing Lily's head, unconsciously pulling her a bit tighter. It's because you and Sister Kikyo fed me dog food in front of me. I hate Liang the most. Ing Lily suddenly lifted her head and playfully bit Liang's chin. However, it was a gentle bite, more like a kiss. But even so, I still like you the most. Ing Lily wrapped her arms around Liang's neck, nuzzling like a little cat, greedily inhaling his scent. I like you too, Ing Lily. At this moment, time belonged to the two lovers who were pouring out their affections for each other. After lingering in Liang's embrace for a while, the sun in the sky began to set, and Ing Lily reluctantly pulled away. Let's go back, otherwise, the big milk cow will think I've kidnapped you. Ing Lily took Liang's hand and playfully said, Fly me back, my hands are so sore. I can't swing a spider silk anymore. Liang did not expose such a flimsy lie. He cradled Ing Lily in a princess carry, leaving Tokyo Tower and flying towards the building. Although he was flying slowly, they arrived at the building's helipad after an hour, gently setting Ing Lily down from his arms. She beckoned him with her finger. Liang bent down in confusion, and her moist lips pressed against his cheek. This is your reward, Liang the driver. After kissing Liang, Ing Lily quickly distanced herself from him. With her hands behind her back, she stood in front of Liang, happily saying, These past few hours have been the happiest time of the last 5 years for me. Touching the warmth left on his face, Liang smiled and reassured her. Don't worry, there will be many more days like this in the future. Hearing his firm promise, Ing Lily's smile grew even brighter. I won't pester you tonight, otherwise, someone will say something. Ing Lily's troubled expression left Liang unsure of what to say. Although he could change the girl's decisions with just a word, he chose not to. Let's go have dinner. You didn't eat at noon, and your stomach is growling. Liang skillfully changed the topic, and Ing Lily didn't think much of it. She really was hungry. It's all your fault for making me angry. Ing Lily made a funny face at Liang and bounced toward the elevator. After pressing the elevator button, she noticed Liang still standing in place and pretended to be angry, saying, Aren't you going to hurry up? You're always so slow. Liang touched his nose and did not retort. The two took the elevator to the dining hall. The number of diners in the evening was noticeably greater than in the morning. Liang saw many unfamiliar faces. They varied in age, but all were adults. The recruitment standard for the reserve team is to be at least 20 years old, with good talent and determination to combat demons. Those who are too young are not accepted. Ing Lily noticed Liang's confusion and explained beside him. After understanding the situation, Liang couldn't help but admire the decisions made by Xiaojiqiu and the others once again. The implementation of the Superhero Act had reduced the girls' workload. There were still plenty of skilled individuals in the community. With a few people working together, they could easily handle ordinary demons. As for those exceeding the standard, the girls would take the initiative to eliminate the evil seeds in their cradle. Oh, look who it is, the superhero who disappeared all afternoon. Hiratsuka Shizuka crossed her legs, smoking, with half a plate of pasta in front of her. You guys must have had a lot of fun this afternoon, enjoying the cool breeze at Tokyo Tower, right? Hiratsuka Shizuka took out her phone, tapping on the screen, then pointed it at Liang and Ing Lily. The internet is going crazy. The story of Spider-Woman and Superman is a must-read. The phone screen showed a report, with a somewhat blurry image at the top, but from the movements, it was clear that Liang was holding Ing Lily. Liang, whose skin was as thick as a city wall, felt nothing, while Ing Lily's face turned as red as the sunset. Retrieving her phone, Hiratsuka Shizuka extinguished the half-finished cigarette and said to the two who had yet to take their seats, Does standing look good? Go ahead and order whatever you want. And come back quickly once you're done. Eager to escape the awkward social situation, Ing Lily grabbed Liang's hand and rushed towards the ordering counter. Aha! I've gathered another piece of Ing Lily's black history. Hiratsuka Shizuka took a bite of her pasta, enjoying the moment when Kikyo poured cold water on her enthusiasm, saying, Well, she's been in Liang's arms all afternoon. What about you? Hiratsuka Shizuka's charming face instantly fell, and the delicious pasta in her mouth became tasteless. Kikyo, can you not undermine my authority at critical moments? With a bitter smile, Hiratsuka Shizuka glanced at the composed Kikyo and helplessly said, "You know the order we've all agreed on." Kikyo, who was chewing on a pork cutlet, paused and replied, "The established order cannot be changed. But no one said we can't add a little flair along the way." Hiratsuka Shizuka raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to elaborate. Liang's self-control was quite strong, but Kikyo recalled the scene from last night when he insisted on her putting on the shrine maiden outfit again. Her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. As long as she brought out her personal charm along with some creativity, he would comply. Hiratsuka Shizuka didn't expect that just a night apart. Kikyo would understand Liang so well. However, what did adding a little creativity mean? Just as she was about to ask for advice, Liang and Ing Lily returned, each holding their favorite food. "What are you talking about?" Liang asked curiously as he sat down next to Kikyo. Kikyo first winked at Hiratsuka Shizuka and then calmly replied, "We were discussing some clothing matters." Once Liang heard it was about clothing, he knew it was out of his depth and immediately shut his mouth. However, the speaker was intentional and the listener was perceptive. Hiratsuka Shizuka suddenly realized. So that's what adding a little creativity meant. Ing Lily looked at Kikyo and Hiratsuka Shizuka suspiciously. She had seen their little interaction just now. But before she could take the initiative, Kikyo's light-hearted words reached Ing Lily's ears. "Ing Lily, can you explain why you sneaked in my room?" Ing Lily froze mid-bite. Sweat started to bead on her forehead, and she forced a smile, saying, "Sister Kikyo, what are you talking about? How could I sneak into your room?" Kikyo wore an expression of disbelief and pointed to her wristwatch, saying, "Jarvis, play the recording of Ing Lily sneaking into my..." Before she could finish, Ing Lily lunged and covered Kikyo's mouth. "Sister, my dear sister, I was wrong, okay?" In the end, Ing Lily lowered her proud head. She simply couldn't understand how something that had gone unnoticed for over a year could conveniently come to light when Liang returned. There must be something more to it. Kikyo patted Ing Lily's little head and pinched her bottom twice to quell her anger. "This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading. There won't be a next time, okay? If you don't learn your lesson, I have your embarrassing photos. You and T want Liang to see them, right?" The devilish whisper echoed in Ing Lily's ears, and Kikyo enjoyed seeing her look so flustered. Liang perked up his ears, listening carefully to the two girls' banter. Intrigued by the photos, Kikyo mentioned, "I'm sorry, Sister Kikyo, I know I was wrong." Under the roof, one had to bow their head. Ing Lily looked at Kikyo with puppy dog eyes, tears welling up. But Kikyo, who was well aware of Ing Lily's acting skills, would not be easily fooled. "Let's see how you behave and how I feel." Kikyo rubbed Ing Lily's pouty face affectionately and smiled as she left the cafeteria with Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was watching the scene unfold. Watching Kikyo and Hiratsuka Shizuka disappear from view, Ing Lily, like a frostbitten eggplant, slumped over the dining table, utterly despondent. Liang couldn't remember the last time he saw Ing Lily so defeated and burst into hearty laughter. "You're laughing at me." Ing Lily pouted, looking like a paper tiger that seemed strong but was actually weak. She put her hands on her hips and threatened Liang. "Fine, you didn't help me earlier, and you didn't comfort me when I was sad, but you're actually kicking me when I'm down." Ing Lily reached out to pinch Liang's face, but he skillfully dodged. "Well, you're avoiding me." Ing Lily became even more upset. After their mutual confessions this afternoon, it was evident that her reliance on Liang had increased significantly. "Ahem, just eat well, don't start fighting." Liang reluctantly sat back down. The onlookers around them were secretly glancing their way. Ing Lily gently twisted Liang's ear with her finger before finally letting it go. "Oh no, this is bad. Sister Kikyo has caught my weakness." While sipping miso soup, Ing Lily sighed heavily. Liang ignored the golden-haired, defeated dog lost in her own world. His gaze scanned the cafeteria, but did not see Kasimigakaka Shibuya. He wondered where she had gone. Liang's mumbling was heard by Ing Lily, who asked slowly, What were you just saying?" Liang pursed his lips, tapped Ing Lily's head, and said, "Nothing. Eat quickly. The food is getting cold." "Oh, okay." After being physically subdued, Ing Lily began to focus on the food before her. After satisfying her hunger, it was already 7:30 p.m. After leaving the cafeteria, Ing Lily chose not to walk off her meal with Liang, but returned to her room to continue working on her upcoming submission. Alone once more, Liang encountered Felix on his way to digest his meal. This guy had benefited from his influence and became a member of the reserve team. Seeing Felix drenched in sweat, Liang knew he was making a significant effort to keep up. "Mr. Liang, I haven't seen Linda all day. Could you check on her for me?" Just as the two were about to part ways, Felix suddenly called out to Liang. Liang stared into Felix's eyes for a while before nodding. Felix waited until the elevator doors closed before collapsing onto the floor. Damn it! Why did I foolishly agree to Linda's terrible idea? If Leon found out he had tricked him, there would be no good outcome. Leaning against the wall of the corridor, Felix could only hope Linda's method would work. Otherwise, he shivered and shakily stood up. Today's training had been exhausting, and now his stomach was empty. He had to go to the cafeteria to replenish his energy. Ding dong. The elevator arrived at the 15th floor. Leon walked to Linda's door, ready to knock, when he heard a familiar voice coming from around the corner. Leon, what are you doing on this floor? Turning around, he saw Kasumigakaka Shibuya dressed in a Wonder Woman costume, looking at him with a puzzled expression. I heard Felix say that Linda hasn't left her room for a day, so I came to check on her. Leon put down his hands and then asked Kasumi Shiyu, with that outfit, did you just come back from a mission? Kasumi Shiyu nodded and walked closer to Leon. Someone called to say they found a demon, and the members of the reserve team couldn't handle it, so I went to lend a hand. As she approached, Leon could smell the strong scent of blood emanating from Kasumi Shiyu. In that case, you should go back to your room and clean up, then go eat something. Leon seemed to forget the purpose of his visit, fussing over what Kasumi Shiyu should do next like a mother hen. Kasumi Shiyu had never seen Leon so chatty before and watched him with interest. Not receiving a response, Leon belatedly realized he was talking too much and shut his mouth. You can keep talking, I like to listen. Kasumi Shiyu was only a fist distance away from Leon, and besides the smell of blood, he could also catch a faint scent of violet flowers. Feeling a bit awkward, Leon scratched his cheek, thinking she was being sarcastic, and tightened his lips even more. Seeing that Leon misunderstood her meaning, Kasumi Shiyu found it amusing and reached out to pin him against the wall. Leon, how long has it been since we had a moment alone like this? Kasumi Shiyu's breath brushed against Leon's face. You had a good time with Kikyo last night, right? Leon couldn't nod or shake his head, so he opted for the silent treatment. It's fine if you don't answer. I don't care. Kasumi Shiyu's fingers traced along Leon's chest to the corner of his eye. Your charm is indeed great. So many girls are infatuated with you, including me. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, tonight, you belong to me, so come with me. Kasumi Shiyu tugged at Leon's collar and led him into the elevator. In her room, Linda was all dressed up and happily waiting for Leon to knock on the door, unaware that he was being pinned against the wall by another woman. A man and a woman were squeezed into the corner of the elevator. Leon swallowed hard and said to Kasumi Shiyu, I promise there is nothing else behind my going to find Linda. You don't need to get violent. The sword of the fire god swayed between Leon's legs, and Kasumi Shiyu licked her lips, smiling as she replied, I know you don't have any other intentions, but just because you don't, doesn't tea mean that woman doesn't tea. I warn you. Kasumi Shiyu's tone suddenly rose. Stay away from that woman. Your time after this belongs to everyone. Do you understand? Leon hurriedly nodded. That's better. Here's your reward. Kasumi Shiyu retracted the sword of the fire god and lightly kissed Leon's face. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Kasumi Shiyu grabbed Leon's arm and leisurely walked towards her room. Once inside, Leon hadn't even registered what was happening before Kasumi Shiyu pushed him onto the soft bed. Though it might kill the mood, I think you should take a shower first. Leon blinked and calmly accepted the fate that awaited him. Kasumi Shiyu took off her Wonder Woman costume, revealing a simple outfit that looked enticing on her. Want to join me? Kasumi Shiyu invited. Leon wanted to accept her request, but had to reluctantly refuse to avoid any trouble. If you miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come? Kasumi Shiyu found a change of clothes and walked barefoot into the bathroom. Leon lay on the bed like a prince, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, experiencing for the first time what it felt like for time to stretch. Sigh, 5 years have really changed a lot. Recalling the scenes of meeting the girls for the first time, Leon still remembered them vividly. Back then, they wouldn't have been so bold. Even slightly risky topics would make their faces flush. Now, they were all more eager than he was, even queuing up for him. Was he a machine? Did he have no rights? Couldn't he have the power of choice? Leon complained a lot in his mind. A typical case of someone who gained benefits while pretending to be innocent. Listening to the sounds of water and singing coming from the bathroom, Leon's thoughts gradually emptied. Since he crossed over, he had only experienced less than a year of time himself. But the time he had spent in memories was almost 6 years. It might not have much meaning, just a number. But behind every number were the girl's affections and concerns for him. Originally, I just wanted to take it easy. While Kasumi Shiyu was showering, Leon reached out to the world will, which he had long forgotten. This guy didn't take the initiative, making Leon think of himself. With a blink, the place where Leon was transformed into a blank white void. Okay, stop with the charades. Quickly tell me if you discovered anything significant during my absence. As soon as Leon thought of it, a chair appeared behind him. The invasions from the outside are becoming more frequent, relying solely on those you trained. Ofthe stop the world as destruction. An ethereal voice echoed. I know that relying on them isn't enough. I asked if you found a way to the outside. Leon sat on the chair, poured himself a bottle of soda, and took a big gulp. Yes, but it's troublesome, and with your current strength, you can't handle the ultimate darkness. After a silence of several seconds, the ethereal voice continued. There's a black hole 1 light year away from the planet. Through it, you can reach the highest level of the outside. Finally, he heard useful information. Leon stood up and prepared to leave. Don't be reckless. You still need time. The ethereal voice was worried that Leon would impulsively challenge the big boss. If he died, it would mean trouble for itself too. All right, I know what I'm doing. Leon waved his hand impatiently, cutting off the connection with the world will. Are you asleep? You should go take a shower too. Kasumi Shiyu walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, drying her hair with a towel while urging Leon to take care of his personal hygiene. Leon shook his head and quickly rolled out of bed. As you command. Lady Kasumi Shiyu. Leon's gaze lingered on the collarbone that Kasumi Shiyu exposed for 2 seconds. Then, he quickly kicked off his shoes and rushed into the bathroom like the wind. Men generally control their shower time to about 10 minutes, regardless of age. When Leon came out wrapped in a towel, Kasumi Shiyu's hair was still not dry. All done. Hearing the noise from the bathroom, Kasumi Shiyu said naturally, come over and help me dry my hair. It's too long, and it's a bit cumbersome to do it alone. Leon obediently took the hairdryer handed over by the other party and gently yet clumsily dried the hair of Piyu Xiajiqiu. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, the corners of Piyu Xiajiqiu's mouth slowly curled up. This scene seemed familiar to her. All right, it was in a dream. When dreams come true, Piyu Xiajiqiu felt a hint of unreality. She wrapped her arms around Li Ang's arm from behind and rubbed her face against him, resembling a lazy little cat. Did I hurt you? It's my first time drying a girl's hair, so I have no experience. Just bear with it. It will be done soon. Li Ang's fingers brushed lightly over Piyu Xiajiqiu's face. No, it feels very comfortable, and your technique isn't stiff at all. Piyu Xiajiqiu expressed her feelings and adjusted back to her previous sitting position. If you hadn't said it was your first time drying a girl's hair, I would have thought you were a pro. Looking at Liang in the mirror, the affection in Piyu Xiajiqiu's eyes was almost overflowing. Please spare me. Before I went missing, I was a standard otaku. Liang recognized that she was teasing him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jarvis. It knows my daily routine like the back of its hand. Piyu Xiajiqiu certainly believed what Liang said. The reason Jarvis appeared in Liang's building was that she had transplanted it from Liang's home. From Jarvis, Piyu Xiajiqiu learned many interesting things about Liang's life. Time passed second by second. After half an hour, Piyu Xiajiqiu's hair was finally dried. Liang looked at his handiwork in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Shaking her long black hair, Piyu Xiajiqiu walked to the bedside and took off the bathrobe she had draped over her. The long night is endless, Onquin. Do you want to explore together when you have time? I would be more than happy to, Piyu. The next day, a ray of sunlight mischievously slipped into the room through the gap in the curtains. Liang opened his sleepy eyes, and the beauty beside him had already vanished. Onquin, there's an urgent task, so I'm leaving first. There's breakfast I made on the table. Remember to heat it up before eating. Looking at the sticky note on the bedside table, Liang smiled silently. Stretching, his whole body cracked. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. After getting dressed, Liang finished all the heart-shaped breakfast made by Piyu Xiajiqiu. How to describe the taste? It was average, but because of who made it, Liang felt it was exceptionally delicious. Rarely washing the dishes, Liang planned to take a good look around the building named after him. But the plan was just beginning and had to end, because he encountered Linda, who had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Her resentful gaze made Liang feel uneasy. To avoid Linda's gaze, Liang had to change his plan. Instead of strolling around the building, he decided to explore the real world he hadn't seen in 5 years. Piyu Xiajiqiu provided many unknown scientific and technological advancements to the upper management for the superhero bill to be passed. With Jarvis around, these were trivial matters. However, this initiative also indirectly accelerated technological development. People's living standards greatly improved. Liang saw a child playing with a hovering skateboard, something he never expected. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, Liang thought about not having seen Xiao, Lan, and Yuanzi for the past 2 days and felt a bit nostalgic. He hailed a taxi and headed towards Mihua Town. The taxi driver drove steadily and quickly, and soon Liang arrived at his destination. After paying, Liang looked up at the second floor with a sign of the Mori Detective Agency and leisurely walked up the stairs. He rang the doorbell, and an impatient voice came from inside. "Who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams this early, really?" Then he heard the sound of slippers slapping on the floor. Liang turned his head to glance at the sky. The sun was already so high, it was hardly early morning. The door opened. A man with a messy head of hair poked his head out. His mustache looked like it hadn't been trimmed in ages, almost growing together. "Hello. Sorry for the sudden visit. It's a bit presumptuous." Liang was still very polite to Mori Kagoro. "Who are you?" Mori Kagoro rubbed his eyes, feeling that the man in front of him looked somewhat familiar. "My name is Liang. People like to call me Superman." Smiling and showing his big white teeth, Liang's self-introduction startled Mori Kagoro awake. "Wow." A strange cry escaped from Mori Kagoro's throat. His feet uncontrollably retreated 2 steps as he looked at Liang in disbelief. "You're really the Superman reported on TV?" "Absolutely." Liang pushed open the half-closed door. "Mr. Mori, don't you remember me? We've met before." Mori Kagoro certainly knew which time Liang was referring to. His expression became serious, and he respectfully bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you very much for saving my daughter. I will never forget this life-saving grace." Liang humbly waved his hand, indicating that it was all part of his duty. "I wonder what brings you here this time?" Since Xiaolan is not at home, the responsibility of preparing tea and snacks fell to Mori Kagoro. Fortunately, he remembered where the tea and snacks were stored from when he used to look for drinks at home. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Taking a sip of tea, it tasted a bit bitter. Liang subtly placed the teacup down and smiled faintly. "I came to find Xiaolan. Is she not home?" Mori Kagoro, driven by a father's instinct, viewed any man coming to find his daughter with suspicion. "I don't know why you're looking for her." Mori Kagoro interrupted himself. "I almost forgot. You are the leader of the new gods. Is there a new task for Xiaolan?" Mori Kagoro picked up the snacks on the table, originally meant to entertain guests, but the host started eating them first. "No, I just came to take a look." Liang shook his head. "I see." While munching on a piece of mochi that was nearing its expiration date, Mori Kagoro revealed where Xiaolan was. "She should be at the dojo," she opened with Yuan Zi. After getting the information he wanted, Liang exchanged a few polite words with Mori Kagoro before planning to take his leave. Unexpectedly, before he reached the door, Mori Kagoro suddenly said, "Liang-san, could I trouble you to take a photo with me?" Liang stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at Mori Kagoro, confirming whether the other party was joking. "Yoko Okino really likes you. If I have a photo with you, she will definitely agree to my date." Mori Kagoro's expression gradually became lewd, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Hiss. Is he trying to use my good looks as a cover to fulfill his own desires? Liang stroked his chin, seeing through Mori Kagoro's bottom line. "I'm sorry. I don't have a habit of taking photos. Goodbye." Finding a clumsy excuse, Liang ignored the other person's attempts to keep him and walked down the stairs. Kagurumuri stood dazed on the second floor, watching Liang's retreating figure, as if he had missed out on 1,000,000,000 yen, feeling utterly heartbroken. Based on the coordinates provided by Kagurumuri, Liang quickly found the karate dojo that Ran and Sonoko had opened together. On the advertisement board outside, there was a crossover image of Ran Muri and Kamen Rider W. Before he even walked in, he heard the intense sounds of fighting coming from inside the dojo. It seemed like business was doing quite well. This chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Liang pushed open the door, and the creaking sound attracted the attention of the students. "Hello, are you here to sign up for karate classes?" A sweet-looking girl suddenly jumped out from the side, blocking Leon's path. Her eyes were big, and a small fong peeked out as she spoke. "No, I'm here to find someone." Leon politely answered the sweet girl's question. "Are you Leon?" A somewhat familiar male voice rang out from behind. Leon turned around and saw a handsome boy in casual clothes. After looking at the boy's face for a few seconds, Leon suddenly realized, "You're Shinichi Kudo. Wow, this guy hasn't changed at all." Leon was filled with questions. Shinichi Kudo noticed the change in Leon's expression and quickly walked over to him. "What are you doing here?" Leon frowned. He didn't like the way Shinichi spoke. Seeing that 2 handsome boys were about to have there was a suspicion of a fight, the sweet girl immediately stepped in to stop them. "Don't argue here. If you want to fight, go outside." Leon glanced at the sweet girl's arched brows and said calmly, "I won't make a move. I'm here to find her dojo master." Hearing that Leon came for Ran, Shinichi said ungraciously, "Ran doesn't have time to see you. Please go back." Leon had already tolerated Shinichi for a long time, and his aura gradually rose. To the sweet girl and Shinichi, It was as if the man in front of them was no longer human, but a god high above, making them feel an urge to worship. Stop it, Leon. Don't be angry. Shinichi is just joking with you. Ran, who had been disturbed from her training by the noise outside, walked out from the backyard. She didn't even need to ask why it had become noisy. She saw the standoff between Leon and Shinichi. Leon thought that this was Ran's territory and decided to give Shinichi a face, retracting his imposing aura. Both Shinichi and the sweet girl, who were already drenched in sweat, collapsed on the ground, as if they had just wandered around the gates of hell, leaving them feeling uneasy. Watching Ran jog over, Leon no longer wore a cold expression. This place was quite hard to find. If I hadn't asked Mr. Muri, I still wouldn't have known you opened a dojo. Ran helped the sweet girl up from the ground and wiped away her tears. She didn't even glance at the other victim. I'm sorry I forgot to tell you about this. Please forgive me. Ran's tone was dry, feeling a bit annoyed with Leon's earlier behavior. He could target Shinichi, but there was no need to hurt others in the process. Leon also picked up on Ran's complaints about him. Feeling guilty, he took out a bottle of Moo Moo fresh milk and handed it to the sweet girl, who was still wiping her tears.